The weather in July felt like a steel forest being roasted by the scorching sun on a furnace. Scorching heat waves surged along the asphalt road. The exterior walls of tall buildings reflected a blinding white light, and even the occasional breeze blowing in from the windows carried a burning temperature. In a cramped rented room, the electric fan whirred weakly, blowing out only hot air. Sweating profusely, Shen Xu opened the refrigerator, took out an old-fashioned popsicle, and enjoyed the brief coolness brought by the air conditioning. He has just graduated from university, and is currently struggling to find a job. In order to stay in Wanghai City and make a living while saving money, he can only afford to share an old house with others. This awful weather, is it trying to roast people alive? Shen Xu muttered, just about to tear open the popsicle wrapper to cool himself down, when a sudden, violent dizziness suddenly struck his head. The rented room in front of me quickly distorted. The refrigerator, electric fan, and mottled walls seemed to be kneaded into blurry light and shadow by an invisible hand. Could I really have heat stroke? Shen Xu thought with a slight unease. But before he could react, the dizziness suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Shen Xu's vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself inexplicably in an antique-style house. The ground was paved with neat blue bricks, the windows were carved from wooden strips, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of grass and wood. The room was small and simply furnished, with a screen painted with landscape patterns standing directly in front. Through the gap at the edge of the screen, he could vaguely see a wooden bathtub and a slender figure bathing in the steam. The woman had her back to him, her long, black hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders. A hazy mist obscured most of her figure, leaving only a silhouette that was hard to look away from. Shen Xu's mind went blank, his throat went dry, and his heart raced faster and faster. Just a moment ago he was standing in front of the refrigerator in his rented apartment. How did he end up in a strange woman's bathroom in the blink of an eye? Time travel? Or did I activate a cheat ability? Or is it just a hallucination caused by heat stroke? Coming to his senses, Shen Xu immediately held his breath, preparing to quietly retreat. But he had only taken half a step when a clear, melodious voice came from outside the door. "Sister, let me help you scrub your back." Immediately afterward, the wooden door creaked softly. Someone was pushing the door open. Shen Xu's scalp tingled instantly, and the popsicle he was holding, still in its unopened packaging, slipped from his hand and fell into a bamboo basket containing a change of clothes. He dared not gamble on whether this was a dream or reality. If anyone discovered that he, a strange man, was in a woman's bathhouse, he would likely face dire consequences. Moreover, this place looks very much like ancient times. If the other party were to shout, "Assassin!" he might not even have a chance to explain before being dragged out and hacked to death. The wooden door had been pushed open a crack, and Shen Xu's heart nearly leaped into his throat. "Go back! Let me go home!" The thought had barely crossed his mind when that familiar dizziness returned. Without any warning, Shen Xu's body vanished from the room in an instant. Almost at the same time, the door was pushed open, and a girl of about 17 or 18 years old stepped into the room. The girl was tall and slender with a cool and aloof face. Her features bore a 6 or 7-point resemblance to the woman in the bathtub, but she lacked some of the gentleness and possessed more of the heroic spirit that only a martial artist could have. The girl had just closed the door and stepped into the room when she suddenly frowned, her gaze falling on the old-fashioned popsicle in the bamboo basket. "What is this?" The girl frowned and picked up the old popsicle. It was icy cold to the touch. The chill even surprised her, who had cultivated the ice-heart technique for many years. The woman in the bathtub seemed to sense something was wrong and asked softly, "What's wrong?" The girl stared at the barely legible, yet completely incomprehensible, words on the packaging, remaining silent for a moment. "Someone must have been here just now." "Someone's been here. How could that be?" A sudden, rapid splashing sound came from the bathtub. The woman quickly put on her clothes, went around the screen, and came to the girl's side. She didn't look at what the girl was holding, but instead immediately looked at the bamboo basket. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly alluring blush appeared on the woman's face, and she said, embarrassed and annoyed, "Someone really was here." Meanwhile, In a rented room in Wanghai City, Shen Xu appeared out of thin air in front of the refrigerator, his body still in the posture of dodging backward. The electric fan was still running, the cicadas were still chirping outside the window, and the digital clock on the wall had only recorded less than a minute. It was as if everything that had just happened was truly just a fleeting illusion. Shen Xu remained stunned for a long time before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. It really is heatstroke. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the popsicle in his hand was gone. Even more strangely, a faint fragrance lingered on his fingertips. That was a smell that could never exist in this rented room. Shen Xu's smile gradually faded. If everything that had just happened was just an illusion, then where did that old popsicle go? Where did that fragrance come from? An absurd yet undeniably real answer gradually emerged in Shen Xu's mind. He unexpectedly awakened the incredible ability to freely travel between two worlds. As long as he generates a strong enough thought in his mind, he can open a passage connecting the two worlds and freely return to his original world. More importantly, the items he carries can also travel with him through time. Those cheap and ordinary items that are readily available in the modern world may become priceless treasures in that strange, ancient world. The mountain products, medicinal herbs, natural resources, antiques, and treasures that were abundant in that ancient otherworld would become wealth that Shen Xu could never have imagined in the past, once brought back to the modern world. Thinking of this, Shen Xu's heart was filled with boundless joy, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He understood that this would be an opportunity that could completely change his destiny. The next second, a complete plan quickly took shape in Shen Xu's mind. He would use his ability to travel between the two worlds. They brought modern, inexpensive daily necessities, food, and medicine to the ancient world in exchange for treasures, antiques, and even resources like gold. He then resold the Hyundai, quickly accumulating wealth and connections, transforming himself from a poor boy into a billionaire. Meanwhile, he must also cultivate martial arts and increase his strength in the ancient alternate world, establishing his own power and becoming a regional overlord. Ultimately, he will rapidly rise to prominence in both worlds and live an enviable life. After calming down, Shen Xu decided to test his teleportation ability again. He reopened the refrigerator door, took out a new popsicle, and then silently recited the command in his mind. The next second, Shen Xu vanished from the spot once again. That antique-style house reappeared in his sight. However, the screen that was originally standing in front of them had been moved aside and was now closed up in the corner of the room along with the bathtub. Apart from that, there was only a bed and a dressing table in the room, and no other furniture. The first thing Shen Xu needs to do right now is to figure out what kind of world this place he has suddenly transmigrated to is. Only by understanding the specific circumstances here could he analyze the situation based on the actual conditions. With this in mind, Shen Xu crouched down and approached the door like a thief. He reached out and gently pushed, and the door actually creaked open. Shen Xu cautiously peeked out, squinting as he observed the situation outside the door. He then found himself seemingly in a standard courtyard house. The room behind him was a side room within the courtyard. The surrounding air was incredibly fresh, without the slightest trace of pollution, and its smell was simply invigorating. Shen Xu subconsciously took a deep breath, but to his surprise, the air here, besides being fresh, also carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Is it really that magical? Who are you? A gentle voice suddenly sounded beside him. Shen Xu, who was still in shock, was startled. He instinctively turned his head in the direction of the sound and saw that the woman who had been bathing in the tub had now changed into an ancient-style outfit and had silently appeared at the door of the room. The two were practically touching. What was going on? This place was completely empty just a moment ago. Shen Xu's eyes widened instantly. Only then did he realize that it wasn't the air that smelled particularly good. The faint fragrance actually came from the woman beside him. Ahem, young lady, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. This should be your home, right? Shen Xu said, his mind racing. He had to come up with a reasonably plausible explanation as soon as possible, at least to convince the pretty girl in front of him that his inexplicable appearance in someone else's house was actually a normal thing. Surprisingly, in his desperation, Shen Xu actually came up with an excuse that sounded extremely absurd, but might actually be quite effective in this world that was clearly similar to ancient times. "Were you the one who peeked at me while I was showering?" The woman's gentle voice rang out again. But whether it was his imagination or not, Shen Xu felt he could detect a hint of danger in her tone. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is my first time descending to the mortal realm, and I'm not very skilled yet, so I didn't control my position properly. I absolutely did not mean to offend you, young lady. Please, young lady, you must believe me. I am a deity after all. How could I possibly do something as shameless as peeping?" "Descended to the mortal realm? A deity?" A look of astonishment appeared on the woman's face. However, the way she looked at Shen Xu was as if she were looking at a fool, clearly not believing the reason he had made up in his haste. Shen Xu chuckled and said, "This is a long story. In short, you can take my appearance as a test from the heavenly court. The situation is a bit complicated. How about we talk about it later? First, tell me, what's the current situation in the mortal realm?" The woman frowned slightly, scrutinizing Shen Xu from head to toe. Shen Xu's appearance in beach shorts made the woman blush slightly with embarrassment. It was a strange outfit she had never seen before. Considering how strangely the other party appeared, even with her 7th grade cultivation level which hadn't yet dissipated, she only suddenly noticed it just now. For a moment, the woman inexplicably began to believe a little bit of this seemingly absurd claim. "Do you have anything that can prove your identity?" The woman blinked and asked hesitantly. What do you mean? Does this count?" "This thing is called an old-fashioned popsicle. It's a kind of snack from heaven." Shen Xu instinctively handed the popsicle in his hand to the woman. The woman's eyes widened slightly, as she naturally thought of the missing undergarment. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her gaze somewhat evasive, and said, "Legend has it that the gods in heaven possess the abilities of seeing 1,000 miles and hearing the wind. If you can prove that you can do that, I will believe you." "Seeing 1,000 miles and hearing the wind? Good heavens, is that something a human could ask for?" Shen Xu felt a headache coming on. But at this moment, he absolutely couldn't show weakness. "Ahem, young lady, I won't lie to you. There's a divide between the mortal realm and the heavenly court. To descend to the mortal realm, one must first become a mortal being. So, the abilities you mentioned are naturally no problem in the heavenly court, but in the mortal realm." Shen Xu paused here, unable to speak. He suddenly realized that admitting he couldn't do it wouldn't be very convincing. Based solely on his sudden appearances and disappearances in the eyes of the other party, it was indeed difficult for them to completely believe that he was truly an immortal from the heavenly court. Thinking of this, Shen Xu abruptly changed the subject, continuing, "In the mortal realm, I would be severely restricted. Although it would still have some effect, it would be essentially the same as nothing. However, I know that words alone are not enough to convince you, and it will be difficult to make you believe me no matter what I say. So I will go back to heaven now to make some preparations, and then come back to show you my abilities." After saying that, Shen Xu immediately mentally contemplated returning to his original world. The next second, he vanished from the spot. The woman stared in utter shock at the scene before her pupils contracting violently and uncontrollably. Her body tensed instantly, and she cautiously sensed her surroundings, confirming that the man who claimed to be a god had indeed vanished. The woman instinctively opened her mouth, but then didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stand still and wait. Because she simply couldn't understand how that man who claimed to be a god could do all that. According to her understanding, even the most outstanding 9th-rank masters in the world could not simply disappear into thin air in front of her. So, do gods really exist in this world? If so, wouldn't that mean heaven should have eyes? Why do ordinary people still live such a difficult life? Why are corrupt officials still everywhere in the land? Why does the Song family still hide in this valley, living a life almost completely isolated from the world? If God truly has eyes, then please open them and take a good look. The woman thought to herself as she slowly raised her head. Despite staring directly at the blazing sun high in the sky, her eyesight remained completely unaffected thanks to her 7th grade cultivation level. The blinding sunlight seemed to gradually coalesce into a smiling face, silently mocking her wild ideas. Chapter 4: The Gift. Shen Xu had already returned to his bedroom and was busily rummaging through drawers and cabinets. The house was rented, and the furnishings were very simple. It was a secondary bedroom rented to save money. Apart from a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and 2 bedside tables, there was almost nothing else in the room. So it didn't take long for Shen Xu to find what he was looking for deep inside the bedside table. It was a pair of handheld binoculars, durable and long-lasting. He bought this thing because there was a girl in the building across the street who always dressed lightly and sunbathed on her balcony. As a model youth of the new era, Shen Xu naturally felt that such uncivilized behavior must be severely criticized. But when he finally got his hands on the binoculars and excitedly prepared to criticize her, he discovered that the young woman was actually a cross-dresser. Who could stand this? Where has the most basic trust between people gone? From then on, the telescope became a testament to Shen Xu's sorrow, gathering dust in his bedside table. He had thought it was useless forever, but unexpectedly it would one day prove his divine status. The world is truly unpredictable and strange. After receiving the items, Shen Xu was about to head to the other world immediately when another thought occurred to him. He realized that being shirtless seemed a bit ungentlemanly. Although he didn't know the girl's name yet, her fair skin and ethereal beauty were captivating at first glance. Even if it's just out of respect for beauty, he should at least present himself presentably. After all, showing his best side to a beautiful woman is every man's nature. He opened his wardrobe, changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt and loose capri pants, then took off his flip-flops and put on sneakers. He then rushed into the bathroom to wash his hair, shave, and after drying his hair, he even sprayed some hair gel in a rather flamboyant manner. After his hair was styled in a simple way, he carefully examined himself in the mirror, then snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Shen Xu flashed a perfect 8-tooth smile and boasted, "Perfect! Just like me!" He then rushed back to his bedroom like a gust of wind, preparing to travel to the other world again and, incidentally, verified the rules of time travel. He wanted to know if time travel was strongly tied to location and actions, or if one could travel freely with just a thought. Soon Shen Xu, who had just sat on the bed, found himself back in the other world with a thought. This time, however, it wasn't the original room, but the courtyard where he had left. Shen Xu immediately understood that this ability could be activated simply by thinking about coming here or going back. Regardless of whether they travel between the two realms, they always follow the principle of appearing from the place where they disappeared. This is practically precise positioning. What kind of technology and incredible skill could be so miraculous? Before he could ponder further, he noticed the woman beside him, her face filled with shock. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, almost perfect. Even in her distress, she remained stunningly beautiful. Shen Xu immediately straightened his back, flashed his newly practiced smile, and held the binoculars in front of the woman. He offered a seemingly profound explanation. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. After descending to the mortal realm, he had to shed his immortal form and be reborn into a mortal body. Therefore, he could not directly use his heavenly powers, but could only reproduce some of their effects through magical artifacts. These artifacts would also be subject to limitations in the mortal realm, but even so, it was enough to prove his identity. After speaking, Shen Xu gestured for the woman to try it herself. Although hesitant, the woman took the binoculars and, under his guidance, aimed them into her eyes. The image in the lenses suddenly zoomed in, and the woman instinctively gasped and abruptly put the binoculars down. Everything before her returned to normal, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her shock turning into disbelief. She repeatedly raised and lowered the binoculars, trying to confirm the wonder within, even looking up at the clouds in the sky. The woman's face grew increasingly radiant, and then, with her legs slightly bent, she leaped onto the roof of the adjacent room. Standing on the tiles, she looked around with binoculars in hand, then began to spin around with great interest. Shen Xu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape for a long time. The roof was nearly 5 meters above the ground, and she actually jumped up there in one go. Is this girl even human? If she's not in the next Olympics, Shen Xu doesn't even want to watch it. Looking at the woman excitedly peering out from the rooftop, Shen Xu suddenly realized that although this place resembled ancient times, it was definitely not the real ancient times. At least based on his limited knowledge of history, he had never heard of anyone being able to jump 5 meters high so easily. But if it wasn't ancient times, why was this beautiful girl speaking Chinese? He couldn't figure out the connection at the moment. Before he could sort out his thoughts, the woman had already gracefully descended from the roof, her movements as light as a startled swan or a dragon in flight. She still looked doubtful, but her attitude had improved considerably, clearly indicating that she now believed Shen Xu to some extent. The woman held the binoculars in both hands, respectfully offering them to him, and softly asked him to take back the magical artifact. She said that although she still had many questions, she was willing to believe what the immortal had said, and asked that he not take offense if she had offended him before. Shen Xu did not accept the offer, but simply waved his hand with a smile, saying that it was normal to have doubts. If someone suddenly stood in front of him claiming to be a deity, he wouldn't easily believe them either. Then, he simply pushed the telescope back, saying he was giving it to her as a gift when he first arrived. The woman froze, her face filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting the immortal to give away such a treasure. But then she shook her head repeatedly in fear. "No! This is too precious! I can't accept it!" Chapter 5 An Unfamiliar World. This is just a cheap trinket, Shen Xu thought to himself, but on the surface he put on a sincere look and solemnly handed over the binoculars. "Miss Song, please accept this. Don't be so polite. I'm afraid I'll be bothering you here for a long time, so I'd feel bad if I didn't give you a small gift." The woman shook her head repeatedly, looking frightened. "I'm just a mortal. How can I take a heavenly treasure for myself? That would be disrespectful and might incur divine punishment." Shen Xu rubbed his temples, completely surprised that a cheap pair of binoculars could scare someone like this. He could only change his approach. "Then consider it an exchange. Miss Song will give me some local specialties, and I'll take them back to heaven to give to my friends. Mortal goods may not be of much use, but they are rare and unique. Heaven doesn't produce these things." Song Xiqing was clearly tempted. With the divine treasure right in front of her, who could truly be indifferent? Yet, she still felt uneasy. How could anything precious in the mortal realm compare to a heavenly treasure? This exchange seemed like she was getting a huge advantage. Seeing her hesitation, Shen Xu immediately pressed his advantage. "Hurry up and accept it. This is really nothing to me. The heavenly court arranged for me to come to the mortal realm to test me. If I want to complete the test, I certainly can't rely on myself alone. I need mortals who are willing to genuinely help me. Just consider it a deposit I'm paying. If you can help me complete the test, I'll give you not only this magic weapon, but many other treasures as a reward. You're the first person I've met since I descended to the mortal realm, so please agree." Upon hearing the words, "the first person," Song Xiqing couldn't help but recall the incident when he caught her bathing earlier, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. Although she still felt the gift was too precious, she ultimately accepted the binoculars as if possessed. Then, she bowed gracefully to Shen Xu. "This humble woman is Song Xiqing. May I ask your name, immortal? How should I address you?" Shen Xu smiled and said, "I won't mention your title. Before I became an immortal, I was called Shen Xu, the Xu of Rising Sun. Miss Song can call me whatever you like. I don't care. However, I need Miss Song to keep my descent from heaven a secret and help me conceal my identity as much as possible. It would be very troublesome if it were to leak out." Song Xiqing quickly nodded. "Please, immortal, please rest assured, young Master Shen. However, young Master Shen would be best to change your clothes. Your heavenly court attire is completely different from the common clothing in Northern Zhou. Once you meet outsiders, it will easily attract attention." She paused, then asked cautiously, "Also, what brings young Master Shen here? And how can I help you? I really can't think of anything right now." "Don't use all those formal yous, it sounds awkward." Shen Xu waved his hand. "Just treat me as a friend. As for the clothes, we really need to trouble Miss Song, since the heavenly court doesn't have clothes from the mortal world." Speaking of his purpose, he coughed awkwardly. "As for how you can help, I'm ashamed to say that I know almost nothing about the mortal world. Miss Song, Could you first tell me what kind of place this is? This request surprised Song Xiqing, but upon reflection, it seemed quite normal for immortals to be unfamiliar with the mortal world after descending to Earth for trials. So she invited Shen Xu to sit on a wooden chair in the courtyard and began to tell him what she knew, little by little. Shen Xu listened intently at first, but as Song Xiqing spoke more and more, his feelings gradually became incredibly complicated. According to Song Xiqing, this place belonged to a country called Northern Zhou, with a vast territory and 7 prefectures and 36 counties under its jurisdiction. Songjia village is located in the Jiushuan Mountains of Chang'o County, Dongshan Prefecture, and the entire village is hidden in a huge valley. The valley is surrounded by high mountains on all sides, with cliffs hundreds of meters high and steep as if cut by a knife. Only a narrow path, like a crack, leads to the outside world between the mountains on the east side. There are now more than 400 households living in the valley, with a total population of less than 2,000. The village and farmland together occupy only a small part of the entire valley. The village is called Songjia Village, and it lives a secluded life, almost completely isolated from the outside world. Every 2 weeks or so, the village would organize people to go out of the valley, carrying mountain goods and hunting spoils to the nearest market to trade. They would use these goods to exchange for salt, grain, and various daily necessities, and although they weren't rich, they could manage to make ends meet. At first glance, apart from resembling a paradise, there seemed to be nothing particularly strange about this place. But what truly sent chills down Shen Xu's spine was the Northern Zhou mentioned by Song Xiqing. What the hell is the Northern Zhou? He remembered that there was indeed a Northern Zhou in history, but it was a regime during the Northern and Southern dynasties period, established by the Yuan clan. Its reign only lasted for more than 20 years before it was replaced by Yang Jian, who established the Sui dynasty. But the Northern Zhou before us is clearly unrelated to the Northern Zhou of history. The royal family here is surnamed Zhou, and the state has existed for over 60 years. To the south of Northern Zhou lies the Liang state, and to the west the Wei state. The 3 states stand in a tripartite balance, mutually restraining each other and forming a strategic pincer movement. Undercurrents surged among the 3 kingdoms, but because their national strengths were roughly equal, none dared to easily start a war, thus maintaining a delicate peace. However, this situation was completely different from the famous struggle for supremacy between Wei, Shu, and Wu in history. In other words, the era he was currently in was not any historical period he knew. What shocked Shen Xu even more was that Song Xiqing mentioned martial arts masters. This world actually had martial arts experts. They practiced martial arts, constantly pushing the limits of their physical bodies. Although they can't achieve the exaggerated feats of flying or disappearing into the earth, when they reach the pinnacle of their skills, they still possess the power to take on 10,000 enemies single-handedly. Even after Song Xiqing finished explaining the general situation of this world, Shen Xu was still somewhat stunned. His limited knowledge of history felt as if it had been utterly humiliated. This was too absurd. What kind of strange world had he transmigrated into? Chapter 6. Worthless Mountain Goods. After a moment of blankness, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Shen Xu, and a bold idea emerged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that the time travel that had happened to him wasn't a journey through the dimension of time, but rather a traversal of the dimension of space? He wasn't freely moving between ancient and modern times, but rather constantly switching between Earth and another Earth-like planet? But on second thought, this conjecture doesn't make sense. If this is truly another world, why do the people here still speak Chinese? Not only the language, but also their lifestyle and cultural characteristics are extremely similar to those of ancient times. What on earth was going on? Shen Xu became increasingly confused, feeling as if his brain had suddenly shut down, completely unable to process what was happening. Song Xiqing noticed his unusual behavior and cautiously asked, "Young Master Shen, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "It's nothing, I just want some peace and quiet. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine by myself for a while." Shen Xu waved his hand, his face full of existential doubt. Song Xiqing pursed her lips, brought him a bamboo chair, gave him a graceful bow, and then turned and went into the side room. Shen Xu sat down subconsciously, but his mind was still racing. He desperately wanted to figure out what was going on with this bizarre time travel, but he quickly realized that he had overestimated his intelligence. He performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, barely managing to get into a second-tier university. In university, the belief was that 60 points was enough, and any more than that was considered a waste. These kinds of questions, which were beyond the scope of basic knowledge, were practically like advanced mathematics textbooks to him. He recognized each character individually, but when put together, he couldn't understand a word of its meaning. Shen Xu rubbed his forehead, deciding to give up this unrealistic self-torture for now. With his current knowledge, he has no chance of unraveling the secrets of time travel. Rather than indulging in wild speculation, the most important thing right now is to understand the situation in this world. Then, he can look for opportunities to improve his life. That's the only way forward. He needs to establish himself in this other world first, and then see what he can bring back to his original world. Like that cheap telescope, in modern times, no one would bother to look at it, but here it's become a magical treasure. As long as you pinpoint the differences between the two worlds and trade back and forth like a middleman, how far away can wealth be? Back then, some people could trade canned goods for airplanes. Now that Shen Xu has the ability to travel freely between the two worlds, it seems not impossible for him to trade modern daily necessities for the world's richest man. Just as he was daydreaming about the future, Song Xiqing came out from the side room carrying a bulging burlap sack. With a slightly embarrassed look on her face, she placed the sack at Shen Xu's feet under his curious gaze. Young Master Shen, our Song family has been living in seclusion in this valley for over 60 years. We moved here starting with my great-grandfather. We really don't have anything worth mentioning, except for some mountain products we hunted in the mountains over the years. Please accept these as a token of our gratitude. I know these are nothing compared to the magical treasures you gave me, but given my family's circumstances, please don't look down on them. Mountain goods? Shen Xu's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and opened the sack, only to be stunned for a moment. Inside was a set of scattered bones, with several huge horns beside them. Good heavens! His heart sank, but upon closer inspection, the bones had peculiar shapes and seemed to be the complete skeleton of some kind of wild animal. Shen Xu composed himself and asked casually, "What are these?" Song Xiqing immediately replied, "A set of tiger bones and 3 rhinoceros horns, which are considered some of the better mountain products. Although it can't compare to your clairvoyance, young master, this is the only thing my family can offer. Please forgive my humble offering." With that, she bowed to Shen Xu with a sense of shame. He forced down his shock and forced a dry laugh, saying, "Miss Song, there's no need to be modest. This return gift is already very valuable. I'm the one who's taking advantage of you. How about this? I'll only take 1 rhinoceros horn, and you can take the rest to a nearby town and exchange it for a lot of money." Song Xiqing quickly shook her head. "Absolutely not. These things are not even worth a fraction of the magic treasures we have as return gifts. They are already quite meager. How can we take them back? Besides, even if we take them to town, we won't be able to sell them for more than a few taels of silver. Our Song family village has lived in the valley for a long time. We are already considered mountain people. City people look down on us. In the market down the mountain, people from other villages always try to lower the price. If you go to the town, the buyers know each other and will work together to drive the price of mountain goods down to an extremely low level. Instead of letting those unscrupulous merchants profit, it's better to give it to you, young master. Please don't refuse, otherwise, with your keen eyesight, Xiqing will have no choice but to return it to its rightful owner." Song Xiqing spoke with utmost sincerity, and although Shen Xu still felt uneasy, he could only reluctantly accept the tiger bone and 3 rhinoceros horns. Just as he was about to say a few more polite words, a commotion suddenly arose outside the courtyard. Someone was anxiously banging on the door and shouting. Judging from their tone, something extremely urgent had clearly happened. Chapter 7 The Patient. Song Xiqing apologized to Shen Xu, then walked lightly to the courtyard gate and opened it. The next moment, a tall, dark-skinned, and muscular man, easily 2 meters tall, rushed in carrying a child. "Young miss! Xu has a persistent high fever, and his forehead is burning hot. Please think of something. I'm afraid he won't make it. The burly man's face was full of grief, and his voice was trembling. Although he didn't shed any tears, he was on the verge of collapse. Shen Xu then noticed that he was holding a child of about 6 or 7 years old. The child was unconscious, breathing rapidly, and had an unnatural flush on his face. Song Xiqing frowned and asked, "Is it a fever caused by being gored by a wild boar yesterday?" The burly man shook his head blankly. "I don't know either. The wound is on his thigh, and I didn't think it was deep, so I just stopped the bleeding. Who knew he would develop a fever last night, and it hasn't gone down yet today. What should we do?" Song Xiqing frowned even more. "Grandpa Mo went on a journey a month ago to find rare medicinal herbs. Only his 2 apprentices are left in the valley. Can't they cure him either?" The burly man immediately roared. "They have no skill whatsoever compared to Elder Mo. They took Shirtu's pulse and all they could do was shake their heads, saying they couldn't cure him. If I hadn't been desperate, how could I have dared to beg Miss Mo? Shirtu is burned like this, he definitely won't last much longer. My cultivation technique is extremely young and requires refining essence into qi to nourish my body. I can't stop cultivating now. This means I can only have one son, Shirtu, in my entire life. If anything happens to him, the Zhan family line will end with me. How can I face my parents after I die?" Song Xiqing bit her lip and reached out to touch the child's forehead. The burning temperature made her expression even more grave. She knew absolutely nothing about medicine. No matter how high her martial arts skills were, they could only reduce her own illnesses. When it came to saving lives, she was equally helpless. Just as Song Xiqing was at a loss for what to do, she suddenly caught sight of Shen Xu beside her out of the corner of her eye. She was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up. She didn't know how to cure illnesses, but surely a deity could? Even though young Master Shen had said that immortals would face limitations when descending to the mortal realm, and that their bodies might even revert to ordinary mortal form, he was still an immortal, and could always come up with methods that ordinary people couldn't understand. For example, he could freely travel between the heavenly court and the mortal world, and he had that magical artifact that could replace the 1,000-mile eye. Thinking of this, Song Xiqing bowed solemnly to Shen Xu. "Young Master Shen, could you please save this child? I know this request is unreasonable, but I simply cannot bear to watch him get hurt. If you have any requests, I will fulfill them as long as it is within my power." Shen Xu was stunned. He was supposed to save someone? He wasn't a doctor. Wasn't this like asking a blind man for directions? A child with a high fever could be treated with medicine. If medicine didn't work, you could take them to the hospital for drip. But this was ancient times. Where would they find fever reducers and 4 drips? Shen Xu was about to refuse when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This world didn't have fever reducers, but he could buy them. The medical system here was clearly similar to that of ancient times, mainly relying on traditional Chinese medicine, emphasizing addressing the root cause of the problem. It had many advantages, but its effects were slow, and it demanded extremely high skill from the doctors. As a result, there were many quacks, but very few truly capable and renowned physicians. But none of that mattered to him. He didn't need to find a famous doctor. All he needed was the right medicine. His thoughts raced, and Shen Xu walked to the burly man's side, asking, "Are you sure it's caused by an external injury? Let me see the wound." The burly man opened his mouth, but didn't immediately agree. He could only turn to look at Song Xiqing. Song Xiqing's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly nodded. "Quick! Do as young Master Shen asks. As long as young Master Shen is willing to help, Stone can be saved." The burly man trusted Song Xiqing implicitly, and his spirits lifted upon hearing this. Although he didn't know the identity of this strangely dressed young man, Shen Xu, he immediately and hurriedly pulled down the child's pants, pointing to the side of his thigh. There was a rather deep wound there. This world clearly lacks the concept of disinfection. The wound has already begun to fester. If left untreated, even if the child survives the high fever, the wound could very well become completely ulcerated within 10 days to 2 weeks. If it becomes severely ulcerated, amputation will be the only option, otherwise, the child will still die. In the northern Zhou dynasty, such incidents were actually quite common. Before the advent of modern medicine, even a common cold or flu could easily take a life. Shen Xu carefully examined the wound and made a judgment in his mind. It was a bacterial infection. Bacterial infections are hardly a problem now that antibiotics are available. Having made this assessment, Shen Xu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still cautiously looked at Song Xiqing. I can try, but I can't guarantee it will be effective. After all, there are limitations to what I bring, you know. Song Xiqing nodded quickly. I understand. Young Master Shen's willingness to help is already a great favor. If even you can't save Shirtu, then it can only be said that this is Shirtu's fate. Shen Xu nodded and said, Okay, you guys wait here. I'll go look for something that should work. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Song Xiqing's room. Chapter 8 The Empress Dowager's Edict. Song Xiqing knew that Shen Xu was going back to the heavenly court to find a way to cure Shirtu, and she was naturally overjoyed. The burly man beside him was dumbfounded, watching as Shen Xu walked into the young lady's boudoir and closed the door behind him. He stammered, Young lady, who exactly is this young Master Shen? I've never seen him before. Why did he go straight into your boudoir? Song Xiqing didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she could only vaguely say, Young Master Shen is a friend I met when I was traveling around the world. He is very capable. Now that he has come to Chanle County, he came here specifically to visit me. The burly man stared in disbelief for a long time after hearing this, before tentatively asking, So, is Miss going to find a son-in-law? What son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Song Xiqing blushed immediately, and waved her hands repeatedly. Young Master Shen is such a person, how could I possibly be worthy of him? These words displeased the burly man, his eyebrows furrowing, his face full of resentment. What are you saying, miss? Although we live in seclusion in the valley, with your looks and martial arts skills, if you really wanted to find a son-in-law, wouldn't you be able to pick any one you like? There are over 400 households in the valley, all of whom are loyal servants of the Song family for generations. Even though our Song family has declined, we are not to be underestimated. Leaving aside the powerful families in the imperial court, any person from the martial arts world who marries our young lady is doing well. Song Xiqing panicked, fearing that Shen Xu, who was still in the side room and hadn't returned to heaven, had overheard everything. She glared at the burly man and scolded him in a low voice. Shut up! If you dare to speak recklessly again, I'll enforce the family rules. Stone is still waiting for young Master Shen to save his life, so stop spouting nonsense. Furthermore, from now on, you must be respectful to young Master Shen. Treat him as you would treat me and my sister. Put away your impetuous temper and do not show the slightest disrespect. Do you understand? The burly man looked aggrieved, but seeing the young lady's extremely serious expression, he could only nod and say, I understand. As long as he can really save Shirtu, I'll treat him like my own father. Shen Xu had already returned to his rented bedroom and naturally hadn't heard the conversation outside. Otherwise, he would definitely have given Song Xiqing a good talking to. Who says gods and mortals can have relationships? Dong Yong and the Seventh Fairy, the cowherd and the weaver girl, aren't they examples? Besides, he wasn't a real god at all. After leaving the bedroom, Shen Xu used his phone to locate the nearest pharmacy, intending to buy medicine. Currently, his transmigration seemed completely unexpected. His appearance and disappearance were both extremely sudden. Therefore, each time he transmigrated, he had to choose an absolutely private and safe place, where no one could see him. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid of being captured and studied, ultimately ending up with a biopsy. As for how much he could bring during the transmigration, Shen Xu hadn't yet figured out the exact rules. But when he transmigrated with popsicles and binoculars before, he had a clear feeling in his mind that anything he could carry could be taken with him. In other words, the stronger he is, the more things he can bring to the other world. As for other limitations, we can only verify them gradually as he travels through time more often. The burly man's son, Shirtu, had a persistent high fever, and Shen Xu naturally wanted to do everything he could to save him. Saving a life wasn't just a matter of life and death. It was also about whether he could quickly establish himself in the other world. No favor was heavier than the debt of saving a life. Besides, it wasn't a difficult task for him. When antibiotics arrive in another world, they are practically a game changer against bacteria that have never encountered antibiotics before. There's no possibility of them developing resistance. So, in this situation, the advantage lies with them. Shen Xu rushed downstairs, heading towards the pharmacy outside the complex, when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed 2 words. Mother. His mother was calling unexpectedly. He wondered what it was about. Shen Xu answered the phone as he walked towards the complex entrance. Mom, I'm doing great. I've found a job, and I'll officially start next Monday. Don't worry, I'll definitely learn and do my job well, and I won't let you and Dad down. I know. What? Wait a minute. Xia's coming to Wanghai? Are you kidding me? I share an apartment with others and only have 1 bedroom of my own. Where is she supposed to live? Although she is my sister, we are not related by blood. She is already 18 years old. What kind of behavior is it for her to live with me? I know she did well on her college entrance exam and is more successful than me, and I'm happy for her. But you can't just let her run wild like this, can you? What? The plane tickets are already bought? Tonight at 10 p.m. at Wanghai? Mom, you really are my mom. When we were little, we slept in the same bed, but we were too young to understand. Later, when Xia grew up, we switched to bunk beds, right? You. Hello? Hello? Hearing the dial tone, Shen Xu was completely distraught. This wasn't a discussion, it was clearly an imperial edict from his mother. He had no choice but to accept the decree and express his gratitude. Xingye is 18 years old and has just graduated from high school. Her score is nearly 100 points above the first-to university admission line. This means that, if she wants, she can choose almost any university in the country except for the 2 top universities. But at this very moment, Shen Xu was told that Xingye was going to spend 2 whole months in Wanghai City during her vacation after the college entrance examination. Chapter 9. The one you can't outdrink is the old man, the one you can't mess with is the old woman. How inconvenient is this? Shen Xu shares a 2-bedroom apartment with someone, and there's simply no extra room for Xingye. If Xingye really comes, he'll either have to sleep in the living room or sleep on a makeshift bed on the floor in his own bedroom. The living room is a common area, which is obviously unsuitable, leaving him with only one option. It's even less realistic to have Xingye stay in a hotel. The most ordinary chain hotel in Wanghai City costs nearly 300 yuan a day, and if she stays for 2 months, the room fee alone would be around 20,000 yuan. If his family truly had the means, why would he have stayed in Wanghai desperately searching for a job after graduation? He would have gone back to his hometown, a small county, and lived off his parents. Who wants to be a corporate slave? It's only because of the pressures of life. But if he were to share a room with Xingye, the trouble would be even greater. The 2 had grown up together since childhood, and Xingye was, in a legal sense, his younger sister, but they were ultimately not related by blood. When Shen Xu was 6 years old, his parents adopted 2-year-old Xingye. He didn't know the specifics of their story, only that Xingye had been abandoned and his parents had gone to great lengths to complete the adoption procedures and give her the surname Shen. After Xingye grew up, her parents didn't hide her true parentage from her. They treated both children equally, and because Xingye was obedient and had good grades, she was actually more favored than Shen Xu. When they were little, their family was poor and their house was small, so the 2 of them did share a bed. Later, when Shen Xu was in 4th grade, his parents bought bunk beds to separate them. Even though they weren't related by blood, Shen Xu always treated Xingye like his own sister, and the siblings had a very good relationship. But things started to change after Xingye entered junior high school. She seemed to develop an abnormal possessiveness towards Shen Xu, as if it were the first stirrings of love, or perhaps for some other reason. At first, Shen Xu didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a young girl becoming curious about the opposite sex as she grew up. But as Xingye grew more and more beautiful, her behavior became increasingly strange. Fortunately, Shen Xu later managed to get into university, only returning home during winter and summer vacations, which prevented the situation from completely spiraling out of control. The distance, however, did not deter Xingye. On the contrary, seeing her only a few times a year made her behavior increasingly bold and aggressive. If Shen Xu hadn't been so vigilant, their parents probably would have noticed something was wrong long ago. So after graduation, Shen Xu didn't go home but stayed in Wanghai to work hard. Xingye was also a major reason that prompted him to make this decision. Escaping is indeed shameful, but it's useful. Who would have thought that just as he received his graduation certificate and rented a place, his peaceful life was beginning to unfold, Xingye would suddenly show up at his door. Summer vacation would last at most 2 months. Once September arrived, Xingye would have to go to university. But it was precisely because of this that Shen Xu felt even more threatened. Heaven knows what outrageous things that quirky younger sister will do in the next 2 months. With his mind full of worries, Shen Xu quickly went to the nearest pharmacy outside the residential area. He pushed open the door and went inside, explaining to the sales clerk at the counter that the burly man's child had a leg injury and was still running a fever, and asked her to recommend some medicine. The saleswoman, a woman in her 50s, frowned immediately after hearing this. A thigh injury and a fever, you definitely need to go to the hospital. Taking medicine isn't impossible, but how much suffering will the child endure? How can you young people be so careless with your child? Shen Xu felt awkward and could only vaguely explain. The situation is special. I can't go to the hospital. I can only take medicine. Please recommend some antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs. The woman gave him a suspicious look, but didn't press him further. She simply led him around the pharmacy. Use ibuprofen suspension to reduce fever, second-generation cephalosporin for sterilization and inflammation, and then disinfect with iodine and gauze. Follow the instructions for specific usage. The woman quickly packed the medicine into a bag. Shen Xu thanked her, scanned the QR code to pay, picked up the plastic bag, and hurriedly left. His hasty departure only made the woman more suspicious. Trauma, special circumstances, can't go to the hospital. These medicines are for children and adults alike. Could it be? The woman suddenly shuddered, as if she had thought of something terrible. Could he be a wanted fugitive? He's injured but too scared to go to the hospital. That young man looks so polite. I don't know if he's helping voluntarily or being coerced. No, I have to call the police. Thinking this, the woman quickly pulled out her phone and dialed the police number with trembling fingers. Shen Xu had no idea that buying medicine would lead the pharmacy clerk to imagine such a huge case. Saving lives was paramount, so he rushed back to his rented room after buying the medicine. However, he couldn't take the medicine directly to the other world. The stickers on the bottles had to be removed, and the oral medications had to be taken from the blister pack. In short, the best thing to take to the other world is the medicine itself. Try not to leak any written information. Although leaking even a little bit wouldn't be a big deal, he could blame it on the so-called heavenly court. It's always better to be cautious. Having completed the necessary preparations, Shen Xu, holding the medicine in one hand and iodine and gauze in the other, sat on the bed in his bedroom and took a deep breath. The next second, his thoughts raced, and he was transported to another world. Chapter 10 Elixirs and Miraculous Medicines. Shen Xu pushed open the door to Song Xiqing's room and immediately saw Song Xiqing and the burly man waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Compared to the burly man's panic, Song Xiqing remained relatively calm. Upon seeing Shen Xu come out, she immediately went to greet him and asked nervously, "Young Master Shen, how is it? Is everything all right?" The magical artifact she had previously acquired gave her a strange sense of confidence in Shen Xu, but she also believed his words. The idea that celestial objects brought to the mortal realm would dissipate their divine aura and become ordinary again made perfect sense. So even though she trusted Shen Xu, she couldn't help but worry. After all, Shen Xu was seriously ill, and no one could guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen. Shen Xu saw the anxiety in her eyes, and opened his palm to show the two of them the medicine bottle and pills. Then he walked up to the burly man, opened the medicine bottle, poured out 5 milliliters of liquid using his own small measuring cup, and solemnly said, "This is all the medicine you can drink each time." He handed over the measuring cup and continued to instruct. "You can only give this to the child when he has a high fever. It should be given once every 3 hours at most, and no more than 3 times a day. It is used to reduce fever. Take this pill 3 times a day, 1 pill each time, for at least 7 days. If recovery is fast, take it for 7 days. If slower, take it for 10 days, and at most 14 days. Shen Xu's condition is quite serious, and I can't be completely sure, so you must keep a close eye on his changes, and you can't take the medicine haphazardly. Shen Xu then took out iodine and gauze, pointing to Shen Xu's wound and saying, "This is called iodine. First, clean the wound thoroughly, then apply it evenly. Then wrap it with gauze, making sure the wound isn't exposed to air to prevent repeated infection. Got it all?" The burly man, holding the measuring cup, looked completely bewildered and stammered, "I remember, but there are some things young Master Shen said that I didn't quite understand." Shen Xu waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember how to do it and how to give the medicine. The child is weak, so we can't do anything reckless. Now, feed him this cup of medicine first." The burly man instinctively looked at Song Xiqing, and only after she nodded did he nervously and slowly feed the medicine into his son's mouth. Song Xiqing appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She couldn't recognize the material of the medicine bottle. It looked like precious glass, but its texture and luster were completely different from glass. Could this really be a celestial bottle used by the gods in heaven? The bottle would naturally contain celestial medicine. She had originally thought that Shen Xu would at most return to heaven to ask for a way to save people, but she hadn't expected him to bring back medicine directly. The stone's ailment is almost incurable for mortals, but it might be a minor matter for the celestial beings. Even so, the elixirs and magical medicines are by no means ordinary items. Mortal money simply cannot measure its value. When Song Xiqing traveled the world before, she had seen many plays about immortals. In those plays, immortals found refining elixirs extremely difficult, taking many years to refine a single batch. Even if the plays were not necessarily true, the elixirs from the heavenly court would certainly not be obtained easily. Shen Xu took out so many magical medicines to save Shen Xu. How could she ever repay such a debt of gratitude? She couldn't help but look at the bag of mountain goods placed to the side, her pretty face gradually turning red, and she felt even more ashamed. Compared to the miraculous medicine Shen Xu had brought out, the mountain produce she had prepared was utterly insignificant. She should find a way to compensate him in any way possible. At this moment, Shen Xu had already begun instructing the burly man on how to treat Shen Xu's wound. "Yes, clean it like this, then apply iodine. Be gentle, the wound is already painful, and if you use so much force, how uncomfortable will he be?" The burly man was a little embarrassed and quickly softened his movements, bowing his head and saying, "Don't worry, young Master Shen, my son is tough and not that delicate. This is called gauze, right? Is it okay to wrap it like this?" "Yes, but a little looser, don't wrap it so tightly, otherwise it will affect the wound's healing." Shen Xu looked helpless. This burly man, with his rough and clumsy appearance, would probably only be fit to be a veterinarian if he were a doctor in his original world. Letting this man treat patients would likely push the already tense doctor-patient relationship to an unmanageable point, which was truly a headache. Just as Shen Xu was secretly marveling, the burly man suddenly stopped. He hesitated, then reached out his large hand and gently touched Shen Xu's forehead. The next moment, the doubt on his face instantly turned into ecstatic joy, and his voice trembled with excitement. "The fever's gone down! It really's gone down! This is a miracle drug! My son is saved! He's really saved!" The sudden joy made the burly man almost lose control of himself. He hugged his son, bent his knees, and knelt down in front of Shen Xu with a thud. "Young Master Shen saved my Zhan family bloodline. Your kindness to my Zhan family is like giving me a second life. Please accept my bow, young Master Shen." Before he finished speaking, the burly man held the child and kowtowed firmly to the ground. Chapter 11. One Man Rules a Nation. Shen Xu was startled by the burly man's sudden reaction and instinctively stepped aside. He really couldn't understand why people in this world would kneel down to others so easily. Kneeling wasn't a big deal, but he wasn't used to this custom yet. Shen Xu coughed lightly and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "No need for that, it was just a small favor. Please get up quickly, and remember the method of taking the medicine that I told you, so don't forget it." The burly man kowtowed 3 times before standing up with his son in his arms, his face beaming with joy as he assured him, "Young master, rest assured I remember it perfectly. Although I didn't understand some parts, I will definitely feed the medicine according to the method you have used. Shen Xu nodded, then solemnly reminded him that the child's condition would improve after the fever subsided, but this only meant the medication had suppressed the high fever. It didn't mean the illness was completely cured. A persistent high fever could cause irreversible damage, so the temperature had to be controlled first. However, the child was likely to develop a fever again in about 3 hours. If the fever returns, don't panic. Just give the child the medicine again as before and let them rest well. Medicine should not be given indiscriminately, and you shouldn't put all your hopes on medication, as all medicines have potential side effects. The burly man readily agreed, bowed to Song Xiqing, and carrying his son and the medicine, left the courtyard happily. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Xu was puzzled. Why did the fever reducer Tylenol work so quickly? Normally, it should take at least half an hour to take effect. But the child's fever subsided in less than 15 minutes after taking the medicine. Could it be because the child had never taken a medicine with similar ingredients before, making the effect particularly noticeable? Shen Xu stroked his chin, feeling that this was the only reasonable explanation. At this moment, Song Xiqing walked to his side, gave him a graceful bow, and told him that the strong man's name was Zhang Bafeng, that he lived next door to the Song family, and that he was very respected in the village. The child's name was Zhang Qiangu, nicknamed Shi, and that Song Xiqing had watched him grow up since he was a child. Song Xiqing said with deep gratitude that Shen Xu had gone to great lengths to bring down so many elixirs and miraculous medicines from heaven to save Shi, and she could never repay such a debt of gratitude. In her opinion, the celestial medicines from heaven would probably become ordinary medicines if they fell to earth, which was why Shen Xu wanted to take so many down. The more she thought about it, the more moved she became, so she took something out and gave it to Shen Xu. She took a jade box from her bosom and presented it to Shen Xu with both hands. Shen Xu took the jade box and immediately felt a cool sensation in his palm, which invigorated him as if he had inhaled a refreshing minty scent. "What's this?" Song Xiqing bowed slightly to explain. The jade box contained foundation establishment pills. Even an ordinary person without any martial arts talent could directly enter the first rank of martial arts after taking it, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. This kind of elixir requires a large amount of precious materials to refine, has an extremely low success rate, and is known to very few people, making it extremely rare. However, the cost of refining it is too high, making it uneconomical to use for training ordinary people, which is why it is so rare. Song Xiqing lowered her head somewhat shyly and said that this thing might not be of much use to an immortal like Shen Xu, but it was the best thing she had, and she hoped that Shen Xu would not find it offensive. Little did she know, Shen Xu's eyes had already lit up. The image of Song Xiqing leaping lightly onto the roof had already left a deep impression on him. He had originally planned to wait until he had established himself in the other world and become completely familiar with Song Xiqing before asking her to guide him on the path of martial arts. After all, what man could refuse to become a martial arts master? Unexpectedly, Song Xiqing was so considerate. Before he could even speak, she had already handed him the foundation establishment pill. It was like a pillow being delivered when he was sleepy. Shen Xu accepted the jade box without any hesitation and said with a smile, "Miss Song, there's no need to worry. This gift is just right for me. After I came to the mortal realm, I had to shed my immortal body and return to my mortal form. Now I am no different from ordinary people. If I can cultivate mortal martial arts in my mortal form, although it will be of little use to the heavenly court, it will have many benefits in the mortal realm. At the very least, it will allow me to move more freely. It would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. Besides, the tiger bone and rhinoceros horn combined with this foundation establishment pill meant he'd won twice in a row." Shen Xu thought to himself happily, regretting he hadn't brought coffee, otherwise, he would have definitely treated Song Xiqing to a cappuccino. After putting away the foundation establishment pill, Shen Xu asked, "Miss Song, could you tell me about the specifics of martial arts in the mortal realm? I knew nothing about it when I was in the heavenly court, and I don't know what martial arts in the mortal realm are like now." Song Xiqing immediately nodded, saying that the martial arts realm classification was consistent across northern Zhou, Liang, and Wei. From lowest to highest, it was divided into 9 ranks. Ranks 1 through 6 belonged to the acquired body tempering realm. Ranks 7 through 9 belonged to the innate chi refining realm. In other words, those below the 6th rank are called acquired martial artists, while those above the 7th rank are innate martial artists. Above the 9th rank, there is a truly extraordinary realm called the Grandmaster realm. There are no more than 5 Grandmaster level experts in the world. In the 3 kingdoms of Zhou, Liang, and Wei, each had a Grandmaster presiding over it. These 3 Grandmasters played a crucial role in maintaining the delicate balance that the 3 kingdoms held. They represented the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate goal pursued by all martial artists. Song Xiqing's explanation wasn't complicated, but Shen Xu listened with rapt attention. Good heavens, this wasn't just some Grandmaster level expert. He was practically a human nuclear weapon. One man ruling an entire nation. What awe-inspiring and domineering presence. A true man, born into this world, should be like this. Chapter 12 Song Xiqing changes rooms. While Shen Xu was filled with emotion, Song Xiqing earnestly explained the specific divisions of the various ranks in martial arts. The core of ranks 1 through 6 of the acquired body tempering realm lies in strengthening the martial artist's body. Once an ordinary person enters rank 1 and officially embarks on the path of martial arts, the first thing that changes is the strength of their muscles. As one's cultivation deepens, one's muscles become stronger and more defined, and one's physique becomes more aesthetically pleasing according to one's own bone structure. Of course, this is just Shen Xu's own understanding. When Song Xiqing explained it, she used the more formal terminology of this era. Once muscles are strengthened to their limit, one can enter the 2nd rank and begin tempering the skin and bones. The 3rd rank strengthens the 5 internal organs, making the originally fragile internal organs more resilient. The 4th rank strengthens the blood, enhancing its purification ability, truly achieving immunity to all poisons. The 5th rank strengthens the 8 extraordinary meridians, allowing the body to achieve a more complete balance. The 6th rank enhances the 5 senses, smell, sight, hearing, taste, and touch, all of which are greatly improved. This entire training process is equivalent to refining the body from the inside out, from head to toe. Only with a thoroughly solid foundation can one break through to the 7th rank and enter the innate realm. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks of the innate realm, Song Xiqing didn't go into detail, only saying that she was currently at the 7th rank. She told Shen Xu that the worst thing in martial arts cultivation is to be overly ambitious. Even if Shen Xu was a deity, since he had descended to the mortal realm, he still possessed a mortal body and had to abide by the rules of the mortal world. Only by taking one step at a time can one go far on this arduous path. After listening, Shen Xu roughly understood the principle and asked, "So whether one can embark on the path of martial arts mainly depends on talent? People without talent have almost no way to practice martial arts unless they take the foundation establishment pill you gave me?" Song Xiqing nodded and said, "That's a general way to understand it, but nothing is absolute. There have been people in the past who had absolutely no talent for martial arts, but due to special opportunities, they still embarked on the path of cultivation. However, such things are extremely rare, perhaps only 1 in 100 years. Most people who want to learn martial arts must start from a young age, and the later they start, the lower their achievements will be. Moreover, martial arts training is extremely expensive. Martial artists eat far more than ordinary people and require a large amount of rare medicinal herbs, which ordinary people simply cannot afford." Shen Xu thought for a moment and then asked, "After I take the foundation establishment pill and my physical body reaches the 1st rank, will it be difficult to improve further?" Song Xiqing hesitated, apologizing on her face. "I don't know either. Foundation establishment pills are too rare. Usually, only ancient families with deep-rooted traditions would refine or purchase them for their juniors who have no talent but are worth cultivating. The ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills are all priceless, but once the pill is completed, it can only guarantee that one person will step into the threshold of martial arts, making it a losing proposition. Therefore, even the great families would not easily use foundation establishment pills." Song Xiqing had never met anyone who had taken foundation establishment pills before, so she naturally did not know what the results would be. It might have no effect, it might stimulate martial arts talent, or it might forever keep her at the first rank. At this point, she seemed increasingly remorseful. Seeing this, Shen Xu immediately changed the subject, not wanting her to continue dwelling on it. Song Xiqing is gentle, beautiful, and capable, yet approachable. Her only problem is that she too readily takes responsibility. In Shen Xu's opinion, this girl doesn't need to be like that at all. Beautiful girls are naturally endearing, and even their occasional irrationality sounds like playful teasing. Of course, he only thought this to himself. After all, this world ultimately judges by appearance, and good-looking people do indeed tend to receive more leniency. Chatting with Song Xiqing, time flew by. When Shen Xu looked up, the sun was already setting in the west. He then remembered that he had to pick up his sister from the airport that evening, so he had to get up and say goodbye. It's getting late, I'll head back now. If there's nothing else, I'll come again tomorrow. If you have time, you can take me for a walk around the village. After a pause, Shen Xu said earnestly, Also, you really don't need to feel apologetic. I really like everything you gave me. In my opinion, they are much more valuable than what I brought today. After speaking, Shen Xu picked up the bag of mountain produce, nodded to Song Xiqing, and walked into her room with practiced ease. The door closed again, and Song Xiqing stood in the courtyard, but suddenly hesitated. She then realized that Shen Xu seemed to mostly travel from heaven to the mortal realm, or back to heaven through her room, with the exception of that one time in the courtyard. Therefore, it did seem inconvenient for her to continue living in that room. Forget it, I'll just move to Xi's room and live with her. Otherwise, if young Master Shen suddenly descends to earth in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, the scene of Shen Xu's first appearance today, when he happened to catch her taking a bath, flashed through her mind again. Song Xiqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she murmured softly, But young Master Shen is really a very kind person. Even though the things I gave him were completely useless to him, he pretended to like them just to make me feel better. It's just mundane stuff, why would the gods in heaven care? It's really hard on him. She couldn't help but worry that Shen Xu would be laughed at by his celestial friends after returning to heaven with those mountain goods. And what exactly was the task that heaven had assigned to young Master Shen? Chapter 13 Life is getting more and more unpredictable. When Shen Xu returned to his rented bedroom, it was already dark. He had chatted with Song Xiqing for a while, and he finally had a deeper understanding of the world he had transmigrated to. The state called Northern Zhou was roughly equivalent to the Tang and Song dynasties in this world in terms of overall development. As for the states of Liang and Wei, they were both slightly weaker than Northern Zhou, with Wei being the weakest, situated in the barren northwest and having the smallest territory among the three states. If we were to draw a historical analogy, the situation of the state of Wei was somewhat similar to that of the western Xia during the Song Liao period. However, the relationship between the southern Liang and the northern Zhou was completely different from that between the Song and Liao dynasties. The most obvious point is that there seemed to be no complex ethnic conflicts in that world. The people of the Zhou, Liang, and Wei kingdoms were almost of the same origin. Even more remarkably, the cultural heritage, customs, and social structures of the three kingdoms were highly consistent, and even the copper and silver coins minted by each kingdom could circulate among them. This level of unification, akin to standardized cart tracks and a unified written language, is unparalleled even in the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. According to Song Xiqing, more than 70 years ago, Zhou, Liang, and Wei were originally part of the same state, sharing the same name and ruling the entire realm. However, the Zhou court enfeoffed too many kings of different surnames, leading to the growing expansion of local power and a gradual loss of control over the situation. In the later stages, while these non-royal kings outwardly acknowledged the Zhou emperor as the supreme ruler, they actually wielded absolute power within their own fiefdoms. This situation of strong branches and weak trunk was destined to be unsustainable, and civil war erupted. After more than a decade of chaotic warfare, the weaker non-royal kings were either killed in battle or annexed, and the Zhou imperial family was completely wiped out. In the end, only the three most powerful kings of different surnames remained, each ruling their own territory. None of them could conquer the other two in a short time. So, the three of them tacitly agreed to declare themselves emperors and establish their own kingdoms, using their own surnames as the names of their states, thus giving rise to the Zhou, Liang, and Wei kingdoms. The king who founded the northern Zhou dynasty, who happened to also bear the surname Zhou, used the name of his state to claim he was the legitimate successor to the previous great Zhou. He called upon all the heroes and chivalrous figures still loyal to the great Zhou to come to the northern Zhou to serve and jointly attack the two rebellious states of southern Liang and northern Wei. But truly wise people understand that what talented individuals value is not false righteousness, but tangible benefits. Of course, these otherworldly situations are not of any use to Shen Xu right now. After a day of struggling, he has barely managed to gain a foothold in this other world, and Song Xiqing has come to believe the identity he fabricated. However, he still has no clear idea of how to use this relationship to make money. It's similar to starting an internet business. Even if you attract a lot of active users, it's all for nothing if you can't monetize them. His current situation is like that of Tencent, which suddenly became a sensation years ago. The future looks bright, but there's no real path to follow. Shen Xu does have a preliminary plan, to exploit the differences in resources between the two worlds and get rich through buying and selling. But finding suitable items to trade isn't so simple. Thinking of this, he picked up the bag, looked down at the complete set of tiger bones and 3 rhinoceros horns inside, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. These were certainly valuable items, but the problem was, he had no way to deal with them. According to current laws, tiger bones and rhinoceros horns are strictly prohibited from being bought or sold. Not to mention selling them, even keeping them privately would be a crime if discovered. While in the other world, he was so excited that he hadn't considered this aspect at all. Now, back in reality with the items, reason had regained its hold, and Shen Xu realized that something seemed amiss. This life was truly unbearable. It felt increasingly hopeless. He shook his head, stuffed the bag under the bed, then grabbed the jade box containing the Foundation Establishment pill and excitedly ran into the bathroom. Song Xiqing made it very clear that the Foundation Establishment pill could be taken directly without any risk. Since he'd already brought it back, he naturally wanted to consume it immediately to avoid any unforeseen complications. Although modern society emphasizes the rule of law, it's best to resolve conflicts amicably. After all, winning a fight results in financial losses, while losing leads to hospitalization. Either seems worthwhile. The problem is, even if you're willing to reason, others might not be willing to reason with you. Often, there are too many fools, and simply trying to reason with them will only make you suffer. It's better to hone your skills first. Once you're strong enough, those people will naturally be willing to reason with you calmly. Entering the bathroom, Shen Xu took off his shirt and, looking at his large abs in the mirror, couldn't help but grimace. He opened the jade box and took out the Foundation Establishment pill inside. The pill was golden yellow, about the size of an oolong niuhuangwan, a traditional Chinese medicine, and looked quite convincing. Shen Xu hesitated for a moment, then put the Foundation Establishment pill into his mouth. To his surprise, the taste was actually quite good, very sweet, and it seemed to contain a lot of honey. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sweet. As he pondered this, he chewed the Foundation Establishment pill and swallowed it. As soon as the medicine entered his stomach, a warm sensation rose from his lower abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Under the influence of that warm current, Shen Xu felt completely comfortable, with a blissful, almost ethereal sensation. It feels so good. It's a pity there's so little of this stuff. Otherwise, eating one every day would be like being in heaven, he muttered, his gaze fixed on his body in the mirror. Song Xiqing had said that after taking the Foundation Establishment pill, there would be noticeable changes in the body, which was why he had deliberately taken off his shirt to see the effects firsthand. Sure enough, the effects didn't take him long to see. Within minutes, Shen Xu in the mirror noticed that his muscles were beginning to visibly twitch. The subcutaneous muscles twitched completely, bringing only a slight tingling sensation. Otherwise, everything was perfect. Excellent. This Foundation Establishment pill was truly miraculous, and Shen Xu grew even happier. Chapter 14. Whose general is this? For nearly 10 minutes, Shen Xu stood before the mirror, watching his once bloated abdomen gradually transform into 6 symmetrical abdominal muscles. The change wasn't limited to his abdomen. Every muscle in his body was adjusting. When the writhing finally stopped, his physique in the mirror was almost perfect, without a single flaw. His body fat percentage was estimated to be less than 10%, and his muscle lines were well proportioned and smooth, conveying power without the excessively bulging and unhealthy look often seen in bodybuilding competitions. Shen Xu was very satisfied, admiring himself in the mirror for a few minutes before stepping onto the scale. The reading was completely unchanged. Clearly, the excess fat had simply transformed into muscle, and his body proportions were approaching the golden ratio. Excellent, very impressive. He took a deep breath, feeling as if inexhaustible power was hidden within him, his entire body brimming with explosive energy. However, martial arts realm only represents physical strength. To truly unleash the full potential of that realm, one must cultivate the corresponding techniques. It's like an energy mine. The higher the realm, the greater the reserves. But whether this energy is used to power vehicles, airplanes, engineering machinery, or for power generation and heating depends entirely on how it is used. And cultivation techniques determine how this power is utilized. Therefore, although Shen Xu broke through to the first rank of martial arts realm with the help of the Foundation Establishment Pill, without learning any cultivation techniques, he could still only be considered an ordinary person with an exceptionally strong body. Of course, this, exceptionally strong, is a bit of an exaggeration. If everyone just throws wild punches and fights blindly without any strategy, Shen Xu feels he could confidently say, like Ip Man, "I'll take on 10 of them." Just as he was filled with the heroic ambition of punching the Nanshan nursing home and kicking the Beihai kindergarten, a series of urgent knocks suddenly came from the direction of the entrance hall. The knocking was forceful and rapid, clearly not from a delivery person. Shen Xu, filled with doubt, had to stop his self-absorbed reverie, quickly dressed, and headed towards the entryway. Just as he was about to peek through the peephole to see who it was, a loud bang came from the door. Boom! The door trembled violently, startling the unsuspecting Shen Xu. Good heavens, was someone kicking down the door? Had he encountered a robber? But this was so simplistic. These days, to be a robber, one should at least know one of these skills: lock-picking, climbing walls, sneaking through doors, or burglary. Otherwise, running around committing crimes is incredibly unprofessional. Shen Xu was hesitating whether to call the police when another muffled thud rang out. Bang! The door had been kicked open. His rented apartment was managed by an agency. The furnishings were simple, and even the door wasn't a proper security door. After being violently rammed repeatedly, it couldn't withstand the force. The next second, a woman and 2 men rushed into the apartment. Upon recognizing the uniforms worn by the 3 individuals, Shen Xu froze on the spot. He hadn't even called the police yet, so how did they seem to have foreseen this and come to his door first? You're Shen Xu? Since you were home, why didn't you open the door earlier? The only policewoman, with one hand on her holster and the other in a defensive stance, scrutinized Shen Xu with a stern tone. On the contrary, the 2 male police officers behind her looked rather helpless, with even a hint of apology in their eyes. Police officers in Wanghai City began carrying firearms on duty as early as 10 years ago, and now, apart from traffic police, most other police units are armed. Seeing the policewoman's posture, as if she might draw her gun at any moment, Shen Xu suddenly felt a little nervous. It's me. I was in the bathroom when I heard the knocking. I had to tidy up first. I didn't even have time to open the door before you started kicking it down. What is it? I need an explanation, Shen Xu said cautiously. The policewoman's expression remained unchanged, and she said sternly, We received a tip from the public that you may be harboring a fugitive. We need to search your residence now, and we hope you will cooperate. Shen Xu was completely dumbfounded. Harboring a fugitive? What kind of talk is that? And there's a tip-off from the public? Isn't the Choyang Anti in Beijing? Does Wanghai City also have such enthusiastic citizens? I'm sorry, comrade. One of the male police officers finally couldn't help but smile wryly. Our junior colleague has only been on duty for less than half a month. She's full of enthusiasm, but she doesn't quite know her limits and is prone to impulsiveness. Please don't take it to heart. Shen Xu found it increasingly strange. The 2 male officers' attitude towards the female officer was clearly not what one would expect between ordinary colleagues. Furthermore, female officers were rarely brought on frontline calls, yet she not only came but was also at the forefront. This female officer's background was probably quite extraordinary. Could she be some rich heiress who had come to experience life at the grassroots level? Thinking of this, Shen Xu immediately felt the urge to keep his distance. Without hesitation, he stepped aside, gesturing for the policewoman to search freely. But as he watched the policewoman push open the bathroom door, Shen Xu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that the tiger bone and rhinoceros horn he had brought back from the other world were still under the bed. Chapter 15. Money isn't important. What's important is, this is really bad. If the tiger bone and rhinoceros horn are found, Shen Xu will be in deep trouble, like mud falling into his pants. He'll be in trouble no matter what. Should he tell them it was a return gift from someone in another world? Unless these three are all con artists, who would believe such nonsense? Watching the policewoman walk warily into the bathroom, Shen Xu's mind raced, trying to find an opportunity to return to his bedroom. If he could just slip away when the three weren't looking, he could throw the bag of contraband back into the other world, eliminating the threat completely. But while the other two male officers kept apologizing, their eyes remained fixed on him, showing no sign of letting their guard down. Any unusual movement from Shen Xu would be immediately noticed by them. Just as he was racking his brains, a soft exclamation suddenly came from the bathroom. The bathroom wasn't large, and the policewoman hadn't closed the door after entering, so everyone outside could clearly see what was happening inside. The three of them looked over together, and saw the policewoman pick up the jade box from the sink and examine it closely with a look of astonishment. One of the male officers asked, "What's wrong, Zichio? Did you find anything?" The female officer immediately frowned and gave him a cold look. "Senior brother Zhao, I reminded you, call me Xia, junior sister Xia or comrade Xia, just don't call me by my name directly. We're not that close." The male police officer looked embarrassed, while the other male officer turned away, pretending to be very interested in the living room's decor. The female police officer ignored them, took the jade box, and walked out of the bathroom, asking Shen Xu directly, "Whose jade box is this? What was originally in it?" Shen Xu answered truthfully, "The box is mine. It used to contain medicine, but the medicine has been taken. Now only the box is left." "Medicine?" The policewoman raised an eyebrow. "How precious must the medicine be to be packaged in this kind of box? But no matter what kind of medicine it is, it shouldn't be worth this price." As she spoke, she secretly observed Shen Xu's reaction, wondering if this was some kind of elixir of immortality she had used to deceive people before. Unfortunately, Shen Xu had no idea what she was testing. He only knew that this jade box was used to store Foundation establishment pills. Seeing no flaw in Shen Xu's expression, the policewoman cut to the chase. "I really like this box, can you sell it to me?" Shen Xu was stunned, not expecting her to actually want to buy the jade box. After confirming the policewoman wasn't joking, he hesitated and said, "It was a gift from a friend, I don't really want to." Before he could finish speaking, the policewoman interrupted. 2 million! Shen Xu was stunned. He looked at the policewoman, then at the jade box in her hand, completely bewildered, wondering if he had misheard. 2 million? This jade box could actually be the down payment for a house overlooking the sea? The policewoman explained earnestly. "You clearly don't understand its value. This box is made of top-quality jade, and 2 million is a very fair price. If it were auctioned, it could fetch an even higher price if it were auctioned to a wealthy person who truly appreciates it. But things at auction houses are often unpredictable. In short, as long as you're willing to sell, I can transfer the money right now, no delays whatsoever. Someone might offer a higher price, but they won't pay so readily." Shen Xu was completely stunned, and even more certain that this policewoman's background was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she possibly produce 2 million so easily? Seeing his silence, the policewoman assumed he thought the price was too low and was about to continue explaining when Shen Xu suddenly spoke up. "Although it's a gift from a friend, I really don't want to sell it, but you're so sincere, I can tell you genuinely like this jade box. Money isn't really important. What's important is that I'm always happy to help others. A fine sword is for a hero, and a jade box should also go to someone who truly appreciates it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of a precious gem? Since you're offering 2 million, I'll sell it for that price." Let's just consider this a friendship. I don't expect to make money from it. This time, it was the policewoman's turn to be stunned. Looking at Shen Xu's righteous demeanor, she couldn't help but ask. Since money isn't important, how about a discount between friends? 1.5 million? Shen Xu's face stiffened, and he quickly shook his head. Price isn't the point, but it represents sincerity. Jade is meant to be, and since you're destined to have the jade box, don't change your mind. A gentleman's friendship is as pure as water. Since we're friends, you shouldn't take advantage of a friend. Even close brothers have to keep clear accounts, right? 2 million? You can't lose out, you can't be cheated. You get a top-quality jade box. What a stroke of luck. To haggle over it would be to deny its value. Listening to Shen Xu's earnest nonsense, the policewoman couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she genuinely liked the jade box, and she was certain that 2 million wouldn't be a bad deal, so she didn't bother arguing with him any further. The matter was decided on the spot. The policewoman immediately asked for Shen Xu's bank card number and began transferring the money to him. Ordinary people have transfer limits, but this 2 million arrived instantly. No wonder he's from a wealthy family. His wealth is truly terrifying. Chapter 16 New ability activated. Shen Xu repeatedly checked his mobile banking account until he was certain that the 2 million had indeed arrived. Finally, he couldn't help but grin. Indeed, no one gets rich without unexpected windfalls. He had been worried about not being able to liquidate the tiger bone and rhinoceros horn, but the jade box he hadn't paid much attention to had given him such a pleasant surprise. That Miss Song from the other world is indeed an honest person. This sum of money is a full 2 million. I'll take half, and she should naturally take half too. After I finish today's work, I'll go ask Song Xiqing tomorrow what Song family village needs, so I can find an opportunity to repay her. If all else fails, offering myself in marriage isn't out of the question. Shen Xu was happily thinking about it when Xia Ziqiu, after examining the jade box for a while, was equally satisfied. Both parties got what they wanted, making the deal a happy one. However, she quickly realized she was still on a mission and shouldn't be playing with the object for so long. Slightly embarrassed, she put the jade box in her pocket and then took out her phone. Let's add each other as friends. My name is Xia Ziqiu. If you ever need anything similar in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll buy anything I like, and the price won't be a rip-off. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu was overjoyed and immediately scanned her QR code. However, after the friend request was accepted, he was taken aback when he saw Xia Ziqiu's nickname. Little Chubby Face? What kind of online name is that? He subconsciously looked up and glanced at Xia Ziqiu a few more times. She had a very standard beautiful face, with slightly full cheeks, neither too fat nor too thin, exuding a delicate and sweet feeling. Compared to Song Xiqing, the two were each beautiful in their own way. Xia Ziqiu didn't seem to mind, casually explaining, I was a little chubby when I was little, but I lost it as I grew up. But I like the carefree feeling I had when I was a child, so I used this name. With that, she put away her phone and continued inspecting the rental apartment. Because a mutually satisfactory transaction had just been completed, the atmosphere in the room was much more relaxed. But Shen Xu was anything but relaxed. The tiger bone and rhinoceros horn were still inside. That was the real trouble. Xia Ziqiu quickly checked the living room and her roommate's bedroom, then went straight to Shen Xu's room. Shen Xu's heart pounded in his throat. He barely dared to breathe. The bedroom was simply furnished. You could see almost everything at a glance upon entering. Xia Ziqiu went inside and first opened the only wardrobe that could hide someone, naturally finding nothing unusual. Her guard finally relaxed, and she turned to leave. Shen Xu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally escaped a disaster. But just then, Xia Ziqiu suddenly stopped and turned to look at the bed. Ahem, I haven't been renting here long. The bed is a bit messy, please excuse me. Shen Xu quickly slipped into the room, trying to distract her. But the more he did this, the more Xia Ziqiu felt something was wrong. She glanced at him impassively, then suddenly bent down and pressed her face against the floor, peering under the bed. Shen Xu's mind went completely blank. She had clearly seen the bag he had thrown under the bed. The bag's design was so archaic that it looked completely out of place in modern society. it was impossible to miss. Although there was no one under the bed, Xia Ziqiu, driven by professional instinct, reached for the bag. This grab sent a chill down Shen Xu's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He could do nothing but pray desperately that the tiger bones and rhinoceros horn inside the bag would disappear immediately. The thought had barely formed when a strange sensation suddenly arose from the depths of his heart. The next second, Shen Xu sensed a subspace of about 1 cubic meter. At the same time, an area with a radius of about 2 meters centered on him also entered his perception range. With a thought, the tiger bones and rhinoceros horns in the bag indeed disappeared into thin air, and then reappeared in that subspace. Immediately afterward, a sudden realization dawned on Shen Xu's mind, as if someone had directly implanted the relevant knowledge into his brain. This was a new change activated only after breaking through to the first rank of martial Dao. The first rank of martial Dao greatly improved his physical attributes, and his body's endurance also increased. Therefore, the additional ability that he couldn't activate when he first gained the ability to travel through time, due to his weak body, had finally met the activation conditions. This personal space is just one of the additional abilities of his time-traveling power. As long as he continues to improve his martial arts realm and strengthen his body's resilience, more additional abilities will be unlocked in the future. This is truly a timely reign. Shen Xu was almost exhausted, but at this moment he felt an overwhelming joy of surviving a disaster. He immediately sensed his new ability, and discovered that as long as the target was within a 2-meter radius of him, he could instantly store any item into his subspace with a thought. Of course, the prerequisite was that the item could not exceed the subspace's capacity. Once it exceeded the size limit, the storage would fail. Having just acquired his new ability, Shen Xu was inevitably eager to try it out, like a child who had received a new toy, always wanting to test its effects immediately. His gaze unconsciously fell on Xia Ziqiu. At that moment, Xia Ziqiu was lying face down on the floor, one arm outstretched under the bed, in a rather alluring pose. Shen Xu, not exactly a gentleman, naturally noticed this. But his gaze didn't linger on Xia Ziqiu. Instead, it fell on the holster at her waist. With a slight thought, a Type 92 police pistol instantly appeared in the subspace. Chapter 17 Shiniji. Shen Xu's pupils contracted slightly, but he was already mentally prepared, and his face showed no flaw. Seeing Xia Ziqiu grab the empty bag under the bed and about to get up, Shen Xu intended to quietly put the pistol back in her holster. He was only using the gun for an experiment. He couldn't really take Xia Ziqiu's service weapon. Losing a gun during a mission would be a serious mistake. The thought of returning the pistol had barely crossed his mind when the complete rules of dimensional space flooded his mind, leaving Shen Xu stunned. Within a 2-meter radius of him, any inanimate object whose volume did not exceed the limits of subspace could be instantly absorbed into his mind. However, items in subspace, if retrieved, would simply appear directly in his hand, unable to return to their original location. Because the Earth is constantly in motion, migrating through the Milky Way with the Sun, every coordinate point on Earth is changing every moment. Subspace, however, is similar to a wormhole within the physical space, unaffected by the movement of real-world coordinates. After Shen Xu broke through to the first rank of martial arts, his body could withstand subspace attachment, and this 1 cubic meter space became bound to him. Therefore, the subspace can only lock onto his coordinates, and the retrieved items can only end up in his hands. When storing, however, it only requires instantly locking onto the item's coordinates, so there's no need for physical contact. Simply put, it's like trying to find a lost sword by marking the boat where it was moored. Items can be taken away, but they cannot be precisely returned to their original location. Shen Xu immediately felt a headache coming on. He couldn't very well pull out his gun now, tap Xia Ziqiu on the shoulder, and ask, "Did you drop this gun?" If he really dared to do that, Xia Ziqiu and the 2 male officers would probably take him back to the station for questioning immediately. His service weapon was clearly in its holster. How could it have fallen to the ground for no reason? Even if it had fallen, how could the 2 male officers not have seen it? He could only suppress his thoughts for the time being, thinking he should wait and see. Losing a gun was a big deal. Xia Ziqiu would definitely come back to look for it after discovering it. He could then pretend to have found it accidentally and perhaps get away with it. At this moment, Xiao Ziqiu had already opened the empty bag and found it was empty. His expression was clearly puzzled. However, nothing unusual was found in the room. Although she felt that Shen Xu's reaction just now was a bit strange, she could only apologize and say, "I didn't find any problems. It seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm sorry to have troubled Mr. Shen. I kicked the door and broke it. I will compensate you for the damage. Let's replace it with a security door. How much does it cost? I'll transfer the money to you." Shen Xu waved his hand, his face full of sincerity. "No need for the money transfer. I just sold you the jade box, so consider this door a bonus. Besides, you're serving the people, and it's a good thing that you're handling police cases diligently. I'll definitely cooperate fully." He was genuinely embarrassed to ask for further compensation. Although Xiao Ziqiu was impulsive, he had taken the gun after all and had to find a way to return it, especially since he had already earned the money from the jade box. Xiao Ziqiu clearly hadn't noticed her service weapon was missing. Once she confirmed the house was alright, she completely relaxed and no longer maintained a ready-to-draw stance. Seeing that Shen Xu wasn't pursuing the matter of kicking down the door, her impression of him improved considerably. Otherwise, if Shen Xu had actually filed a complaint, she would have certainly been scolded. Xiao Ziqiu laughed and said, "No way, one thing at a time. I kicked the door down, so I have to take responsibility. I'll buy you a new door right now and have the vendor come and install it, so it won't interfere with your closing time at night." Since she was so insistent, Shen Xu didn't refuse anymore. He glanced at the time and said, "Okay, but I need to pick someone up from the airport before 10 p.m. It takes at least an hour to get there from here, so it's best to be ready before 9 p.m. My roommate often works overtime and his return time is unpredictable. I'm worried no one will be home if it's too late." Xiao Ziqiu patted his chest and assured him, "Leave it to me, I won't delay you. We'll be going now. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation, Mr. Shen." The three walked towards the entrance, and Shen Xu immediately followed, escorting them all the way to the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed completely did Shen Xu let out a long sigh of relief. Today had been incredibly dangerous. If he hadn't just taken the Foundation Establishment pill, activated his personal subspace, and managed to hide the tiger bone and rhinoceros horn in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He must be more cautious from now on. He is no longer an ordinary person and can no longer face the world with an ordinary mindset. Adapting may not be easy, but people always grow with experience. Moreover, he can now freely travel between two worlds, and the benefits he will receive in the future will only increase. However, concealing his special nature and making all changes seem reasonable is by no means easy. This path is long and arduous. Chapter 18 Where's My Gun? Entering the bathroom, Shen Xu first washed his face with cold water. After calming down, he began to recall the mysterious feeling he had when activating his personal subspace. To be honest, it was indeed a very strange thing. He suddenly gained the ability to travel through time today, without any prerequisites, and without the systems or attribute panels commonly found in novels. There was no suspicious medium whatsoever. It was as if this ability originated directly from his body, and his body was the key to unlocking the time travel. Combining this with his speculations from his time in the other world, Shen Xu gradually realized that this might not be a time-dimensional journey, but rather a spatial-dimensional crossing. Recalling the newly activated personal subspace, a seemingly absurd thought suddenly formed in his mind. Could it be that, for some unknown reason, his body was bound to a wormhole? This wormhole wasn't permanent. It could be created and closed at will according to his will. One end of the wormhole connected to Earth, while the other end connected to the world where Song Xiqing resided. There is likely some undiscovered connection between the two worlds. Otherwise, the cultural characteristics of that world wouldn't be so similar to those of ancient China on Earth. It is this unknown connection that caused space to fold, forming an extra passage that allows him to travel freely between the two worlds. If this conjecture is true, then his suddenly acquired ability to travel through time clearly has a lot of room for exploration. After all, wormholes remain a theoretical concept in modern Earth science. No one has yet observed any evidence of their existence. The prevailing view is that wormholes might be collapsed spatial tunnels connecting black holes and white holes. Black holes only absorb and do not release energy. Even light cannot escape. White holes, on the other hand, only release energy and do not absorb it, acting like energy jets in the universe. According to the theory of general relativity, matter swallowed by a black hole might be transported to a white hole via a wormhole, and then ejected from the other end. Black holes and white holes, relying on the immense gravity generated by their terrifying mass, warp space, ultimately forming wormholes. Of course, Shen Xu only had a superficial understanding of these theories and couldn't confirm whether his guesses were correct. But compared to having no clue at all, this guess at least gave him some peace of mind. Especially after breaking through to the first rank of martial arts and activating his personal subspace, he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that as his martial arts realm continues to improve and his body's endurance increases, he might be able to activate other special abilities one after another? However, if his wormhole guess was correct, even if new abilities appeared, they would probably mostly be related to space. Just then, the jarring ringtone of his phone suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Shen Xu answered the phone somewhat irritably, only to find it was the security door installer calling. The number was clearly the one Xia Ziqiu had left for them. Although they were only friends on a chat app, his account was registered with his phone number, so his friend could naturally see it. The seller confirmed his home status, saying that if he was home, they could bring the security door and install it within half an hour. The service over the phone was excessively enthusiastic, and Shen Xu, out of curiosity, casually asked about the brand and model of the security door. After hanging up, he immediately searched for prices online, then stared at the price tag of over 20,000 yuan, completely stunned. Good heavens, this is the apartment he rents. Buying such an expensive door, does that mean he'll have to take the door with him when he moves out? Shen Xu's lips twitched. He opened his chat app, found Xia Ziqiu, nicknamed Little Fat Face, and sent her a screenshot of the price. Xia Ziqiu seemed to be playing on her phone. She replied just seconds after sending the screenshot. Chubby face, yeah, this security door is actually pretty average, but it's cheap, only a little over 20,000 yuan. You get what you pay for, so you can't expect too much. Chubby face, the main thing is that you're renting the place, so buying a really nice door would be a waste. Just get a regular one for now. If you move out later, you won't feel too bad about it. Huh? Shen Xu stared at the message, his face filled with question marks. How did Officer Xia manage to connect the words? A door costing over 20,000 yuan. And cheap so naturally? He remained silent for a moment, at a loss for words, and could only slowly type out a question mark. My heart is as vast as the sea? The question mark wasn't that he had a problem, but that he thought Xia Ziqiu had a problem. Chubby face, what? You don't like it? Then I'll give you a refund. There's a decent one that costs over 80,000. I'll have the seller exchange it for that. 80,000? What? Shen Xu's eyes widened instantly. His hands trembled, and he quickly replied. My heart is like the sea. No, it's good enough. I just think spending over 20,000 yuan on a security door is too expensive. A door costing 3,000 to 5,000 yuan is already very good. There's really no need to spend so much. After sending the message, Shen Xu couldn't help but sigh. The lives of the wealthy are indeed simple, unpretentious, and boring. We're all born the same, so why are some people so outstanding from the start? Some people don't even win at the starting line. They're practically born at the finish line. Others, however, face hardship from the beginning, hardship in the middle, and hardship at the end. They might live like dogs, but they can never be as happy as dogs. Just as Shen Xu was feeling utterly defeated and even considered sending Xia Ziqiu a message saying, Beautiful lady, I don't want to try anymore. Xia Ziqiu's message popped up first. Chubby face, where's my gun? Mr. Shen. Please check your rented house carefully to see if I've left my gun anywhere. Chubby face, I'll turn back right away. You absolutely must wait for me in the house. Chapter 19. A Living Good Samaritan. Inside the burgundy Bentley Continental, Xia Ziqiu sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding her phone, her face filled with anxiety. Her service pistol was missing. The two male police officers had already returned to the station in their patrol car after leaving Shen Xu's apartment complex. This call had nothing to do with her. She was still a rookie in her internship, and female officers were rarely assigned field duties. Logically, she should have been staying in the office doing clerical work. But Xia Ziqiu was unwilling to live such a stable life. She had defied her family's opposition to join the police force because she wanted to do something truly meaningful for justice. While her family couldn't stop her from becoming a police officer, they could at least put in a good word for her superior. As a result, even after she joined the branch office, she was only assigned to low-risk clerical work. She could tolerate it for the first few days, but as time went on, Xia Ziqiu couldn't take it anymore. If she really wanted an office job, why did she choose to be a police officer? So she simply started freelancing. Whenever she saw someone from the branch office responding to a call, and she wasn't busy, she would volunteer to help. As for the office work, she would finish it in about an hour each morning, leaving her with plenty of free time. Strictly speaking, her behavior violated regulations. She had initially thought she'd at least gained something this time, and while she did, it had nothing to do with justice. She spent 2 million to buy a jade box she really liked. This wouldn't have been unacceptable in itself, but then, while she was waiting at a red light, she received a message from Shen Xu. While replying, she instinctively reached for her holster, only to freeze instantly. The service weapon she had requested was gone. This was unacceptable. Losing her service weapon was a serious matter, at the very least a major demerit. If it caused serious consequences, she could even be dismissed and face criminal charges. Even if her family had a powerful background and could perhaps mitigate the damage, Xia Ziqiu herself couldn't forgive herself. Thinking of this, she pressed the accelerator harder. It was rush hour, and in a first-tier city like Wanghai, traffic congestion was staggering. She'd barely stepped on the gas before having to brake again. Her Bentley Continental, worth over 4 million yuan, was crawling forward like a tortoise. It was moving at the same speed as the Baojun 310, in the next lane, worth just over 40,000 yuan. In rush-hour congestion, all cars were treated equally. Having finally weathered the worst of the traffic, Xia Ziqiu drove into Shen Xu's apartment complex. Parking downstairs, she rushed into the building and hurried to the elevator. On the way back, although she was extremely anxious, she forced herself to calm down and carefully recall the whole incident. She was certain that when she first entered Shen Xu's apartment, her service weapon was still on her person. At that time, she had kept her hand on the holster at her waist, ready to draw her gun and threaten him at any moment if anything seemed amiss. After leaving Shen Xu's house, she got into her car immediately. Apart from 2 colleagues, no one else approached her. Therefore, her service pistol must have been accidentally left at Shen Xu's house. As for Shen Xu stealing the gun, the thought barely crossed her mind before she dismissed it. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shen Xu hadn't made any physical contact with her. Moreover, 2 colleagues were present at the time. If Shen Xu really wanted to tamper with something, he couldn't have kept it from them. Besides, what normal person would dare to mess with a police officer's service weapon? The problem is, the gun was firmly secured in its holster. It couldn't possibly fall out of thin air under normal circumstances. To this day, the holster's latch remains perfectly closed. No one has ever opened it. Xia Ziqiu couldn't understand how she had lost her gun under such circumstances. Filled with doubt, she stepped into the elevator and arrived smoothly at Shen Xu's door. Chapter 20. The most important thing in doing business is integrity. The door, which had been kicked open, was ajar. Xia Ziqiu knocked twice, and without waiting for a response from inside, she pushed the door open and went in. Shen Xu was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When she entered, he immediately stood up to greet her, looking remarkably calm. When Xia Ziqiu discovered her service pistol was missing, she immediately messaged him. At that time, Shen Xu was figuring out where to hide the gun so that she could find it without suspecting him. While waiting for Xia Ziqiu to return, Shen Xu specifically checked the consequences of losing the gun, and the result made his heart sink. The loss of a gun is no small matter. At best, it could affect Xia Ziqiu's future for life. At worst, it could even involve criminal liability. Given Xia Ziqiu's background, if something really happens, it might be easy to handle, but trouble is inevitable. That's why Shen Xu was even more determined to return the gun. However, the unexpectedly acquired pistol also reminded him of something else. There are martial arts experts in another world. With his current first-rank martial arts strength, if he really encounters a powerful figure, his greatest reliance will probably be that he traveled back from another world. But that could very likely expose his secret, not to mention whether those powerful beings from the other world would be waiting for him to reappear. If he could get some automatic weapons from abroad and bring them into the other world, his combat power and survivability would be greatly improved, at least when facing danger. Officer Xia, I just searched the place and didn't see your gun. You didn't leave it at my house, did you? Shen Xu looked at her and said seriously. Losing a gun is no small matter. I think you'd better report it to your superiors first. The gun was still lying in his subspace, so he certainly couldn't hand it over now. If Xia Ziqiu found it easily, she would definitely wonder why she hadn't discovered it before. Let me look again. Xia Ziqiu's tone was tense. I had the gun on me when I entered your house, but it disappeared after I left. If it wasn't left at your house, where else could it be? After saying that, she went straight into the bathroom. Shen Xu didn't follow her, but stood in the living room to avoid suspicion. The bathroom was only 5 or 6 square meters, with not much room to hide things. Xia Ziqiu checked it quickly but found nothing. This made her even more agitated, and she then began to search the entire house meticulously. She searched cabinets, corners, sofa crevices. She didn't miss a single inconspicuous spot. But no matter how diligently she looked, she couldn't find something that didn't exist. Nearly half an hour later, Xia Ziqiu pursed her lips and stood in front of Shen Xu again. She had searched the entire house, except for Shen Xu himself. Although she didn't want to believe that Shen Xu would steal a gun, she decided to search him to completely rule out the possibility. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, Mr. Shen, I apologize for the intrusion, but please take off your clothes. I need to search you, and I hope you can cooperate. Shen Xu's face stiffened, but seeing her serious expression, he didn't bother to dwell on the matter. He grabbed the hem of his short-sleeved shirt, flipped it up, and took it off. The perfect physique sculpted by Wu Dao Yiping was thus displayed before Xia Ziqiu without any concealment. Xia Ziqiu was clearly dazed for a moment. Her breathing became rapid, and she even subconsciously swallowed. But she quickly regained her composure and forced a straight face, though her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her turbulent emotions. Ahem, Officer Xia, do I have to take my pants off too? Shen Xu asked hesitantly. Xia Ziqiu's eyes darted away, but she pretended to be calm and said, No need, I can just feel it. If there's really a gun hidden there, I'll definitely be able to find it. After saying that, she squatted down in front of Shen Xu and reached out to check his trouser seams. Just then, a figure walked into the entryway through the open door. Is anyone home? I'm from Lianmen. I called earlier. As soon as the door installer finished shouting, he saw the scene in the living room and froze on the spot. Sorry, the door is broken. I didn't mean to. You can continue, call me when you're done. He reacted extremely quickly. Before he could finish speaking, he had already retreated back into the corridor. Xia Ziqiu turned around halfway, first looking puzzled, then immediately realizing that the other person had misunderstood something. Her blush deepened instantly, and she abruptly stood up, ceasing the search. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Shen. I will go back and report to my superiors. Losing a gun is no small matter. I hope you won't mind if we need your assistance in the investigation later. After saying that, she didn't give Shen Xu a chance to speak at all, turned around and walked quickly towards the door, her steps looking like she was fleeing in panic. Shen Xu quickly chased after her to the door, pretending to see her off, and suddenly said, Hey! Officer Xia, is this your gun? It's stuck in the door. Did you kick the door too hard and knock it off? As he spoke, he bent down, and when he stood up again, he had a police pistol in his hand. Xia Ziqiu turned around abruptly, rushed back in one stride, snatched the pistol with gleaming eyes, and carefully checked it to confirm that it was indeed her sidearm. The anxiety that had been hanging over me for so long finally subsided completely. Thank you very much! I need to get back to the station right away to handle the follow-up issues. See you later. After Xiaoziqiu finished speaking, she entered the elevator with complete ease. Immediately afterwards, the doorman who had just retreated back into the corridor slowly walked over to Shen Xu's side. He rubbed his hands together, a forced smile on his face, and said, I'm so sorry, handsome, I didn't expect you to be so busy. I called you before and said I'd be there within half an hour, and I meant it. In business, integrity is the most important thing. So it's really not my fault. Do you think I can start installing the door now? Chapter 21 National Treasure Roommate. Xiaoziqiu's question about what was wrong with him was casually brushed off by Shen Xu, who only urged the installer to hurry up and install the door, as he had other things to do. But as soon as he said it, he froze on the spot, finally understanding why Xiaoziqiu had looked so strange. Today's events are like a thief running into a robber, they just happen to meet. But when you really think about it, aside from the gun he actively stole, almost all the troubles that followed were self-inflicted. Strictly speaking, he was the victim who was inexplicably dragged into this, and who can he talk to about this? Shen Xu shook his head, took his phone and went back to his bedroom, first calling the HR person at the company where he had been successfully hired. He told the other person that he had changed his mind and was not going to work. The HR person was clearly surprised, but didn't ask any further questions. After confirming that he wasn't joking, they hung up the phone decisively. In first-tier cities like Wanghai, there is no shortage of recent college graduates. What is truly scarce are irreplaceable top talents. Competition is so fierce that for ordinary positions, it's always the job that chooses the person, not the other way around. The position Shen Xu received was merely a sales role at a small company. The title of sales manager was practically worthless. If he hadn't suddenly gained the ability to travel to another world, he would have had to grit his teeth and do any job, no matter how unreliable, as long as it could support him, in order to stay in Wanghai. But things are different now. Developing this other world is more important than working for someone else. How much can you earn in a month working? A small jade box that I casually brought back from another world sold for a full 2 million. Not to mention the truly valuable Foundation establishment pill, which he had already consumed himself. The small jade box was merely an incidental gain. In Shen Xu's eyes, the other world was simply a treasure trove of gold. From now on, he will have to devote all his time and energy to the other world, so how will he have time to clock in on time for work? He can't work, and he doesn't know how to do business. Reselling otherworldly items is the only way for him to make a living. Going to another world felt more comfortable than going home. Everyone there was talented and spoke pleasantly, so he naturally preferred that other world. After using this twisted logic to encourage himself, Shen Xu thought of his roommate. The house got a new door, so all the old keys are now useless. He has to pick someone up from the airport tonight, and what if his roommate happens to be back? He'll be locked out. He sent the other person a message, asking when they would be back that night. Zhang Xiaomi quickly replied, saying that she was rushing to finish coding, the requirements were constantly changing, and she was almost driven crazy. She was unsure when she would be able to get home. Shen Xu explained that the door to his house was broken and had just been replaced with a new one, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be there when she came back. Zhang Xiaomi immediately asked, "Does the new door have a combination lock?" Shen Xu said yes, she has both a combination lock and a fingerprint lock, but she is not at home and cannot register her fingerprint at the moment. Zhang Xiaomi was silent for a moment, then replied, "Then just set a password and tell me it, right?" Shen Xu stared at his phone, speechless. The other party pressed further, asking, "Is there a problem?" He could only admit, "No, you're right." Next, Zhang Xiaomi asked how much the new door cost. Since it was a public facility being replaced, the cost had to be split between the two of them, so she had to pay half. Shen Xu replied with 3 words. 23,000. This time, it was Zhang Xiaomi's turn to remain silent. Shen Xu deliberately mimicked her tone. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Xiaomi immediately exploded. "Stop mimicking me! I was just about to go crazy, but I didn't expect you to actually be crazy. 23,000 for a broken door? Shen Xu said that the door was a gift from someone, it didn't cost her any money, and it wasn't a broken door. She couldn't explain the details in just a few words, and they could talk about it when she got off work. After teasing his roommate, he considered his personal safety and promptly ended the chat. Zhang Xiaomi, whose real name is Zhang Min, is 2 years older than Shen Xu and is an extremely rare female programmer. According to her own account, after working as a programmer for 2 years, the biggest change was that she was completely assimilated into the Chinese work environment. She has a straightforward personality, a somewhat sloppy lifestyle, and doesn't pay much attention to her appearance. But other than that, she doesn't have any major problems. Most girls prefer to choose a roommate of the same sex when looking for a roommate, since living with a man can be inconvenient. But Zhang Min didn't think so. The reason comes from my experience in college dorms. There were 6 people in one room, and we managed to create 5 chat groups. Having witnessed enough of superficial harmony and undercurrents of competition over the past 4 years, she now avoids same-sex roommates like the plague. In her view, living with someone of the same sex could easily lead to conflict if one is not careful. On the contrary, when sharing an apartment with someone of the opposite sex, there is only one thing you really need to confirm: whether the other person is a pervert. Recalling Zhang Min's serious demeanor when they first met, Shen Xu couldn't help but smile, then got up and left the bedroom. The new door was installed in nearly an hour. After the installer finished, he explained in detail how to set the password. After confirming that Shen Xu had learned how to operate the equipment, the other party asked him to sign for the package and then left. It was Shen Xu's first time using such a high-end door lock, so he was inevitably a little excited. He registered his fingerprint, set the password, and studied it over and over again. But after only a few minutes, that initial novelty wore off completely. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, all it really is a door. It doesn't have any extra functions, yet they dare to sell it for 23,000? Although he didn't pay for it, Shen Xu still felt extremely distressed. He had lived frugally since childhood and was not used to this way of spending money. After sending the door access code to Zhang Min, Shen Xu went downstairs to the noodle shop in the community and ordered a bowl of beef noodles for dinner. Thinking that he had made 2 million for free today, he was unusually generous and treated himself to an extra serving of beef. Beef noodles are 15 yuan, with extra meat 10 yuan, totaling 25 yuan. Delicious! To Shen Xu's utter surprise, even after finishing a bowl of noodles with double the amount of beef, he was still not full. What exactly happened? Chapter 22 Mindset Shift. Shen Xu ate the bowl of noodles with meat completely, leaving not even a drop of soup, but when he touched his stomach, he only felt 3/10 full. He quickly recalled what Song Xiqing had said: martial arts masters have an appetite far exceeding that of ordinary people. Now that he was a first-grade martial artist, it was normal for him to eat even more. After figuring it out, Shen Xu ordered 2 more large bowls of beef noodles, but this time without adding any meat. He had treated himself to the previous bowl, and the rest were just to fill his stomach. There was no need to waste any. After eating 2 bowls of noodles, he finally felt full, about 80% full, just right, not quite stuffed. The noodle shop owner next door was dumbfounded. Given Shen Xu's physique, it would be impressive if he could even finish a large bowl, yet he ate 3 bowls in one go. Was he even human? Shen Xu ignored the owner's gaze, wiped his mouth with satisfaction, scanned the code to pay, and turned to leave the noodle shop. When he rented the apartment, he specifically chose a neighborhood near the subway. Although the rent was a bit more expensive, it saved him commuting time, and he had originally planned to use that time to do part-time work, so it was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. But plans can't keep up with changes. Before he could even experience the convenience of commuting, he no longer had to go to work. Whether it was luck or bad luck, even he himself couldn't say. He left the residential compound and took the subway directly. It takes about an hour to get to the airport from here, and it's only 8 o'clock now, so he has plenty of time. Shen Xu can finally calmly sort out everything that happened today. To be honest, today's experience was indeed bizarre. But for Shen Xu, who had been bombarded with all kinds of information since childhood, it wasn't too difficult to accept. After all, he was just an ordinary person at the very bottom of society, with no background, no resources, and nothing to lose. Since he had nothing, he wasn't so afraid of his fate suddenly changing. He knew that social classes were becoming increasingly rigid in this era. If an ordinary person was born into the lower class, no matter how hard they tried, they would often only be able to barely survive. Although everyone may seem to live in the same city and on the same land, people from different social classes rarely have any real interaction. The type of house a person lives in, the type of car they drive, and the kind of life they lead seem to be predetermined from the moment they are born. Many people spend their entire lives trying to afford a house or a neighborhood they couldn't afford when they were born, and still can't afford or move into one. If it weren't for today's changes, and without the ability to freely travel between different worlds, Shen Xu knew very well that his life would probably have already had its ending written long ago. He will become the most inconspicuous drop of water in the vast sea, merging into the boundless ocean, becoming an insignificant background in the magnificent lives of those great figures. Nobody knows who he is, and nobody cares who he is. But things are different now. His ability to freely travel between different worlds made him no longer an ordinary person. He became a unique being and finally had the opportunity to change his destiny. If he can seize this opportunity and manage it well, he might just become the protagonist of this world and stand in the spotlight. That's why Shen Xu felt no fear, only excitement, about this unexpected turn of events. In a lifetime, the hardest opportunities to truly seize are those like this. Now that the opportunity has fallen into his hands, he must seize it with all his might. Only in this way can he completely change his life. However, there is an even more pressing issue at hand. He made 2 million today, which is enough to bring about a dramatic change in the Shen family's life. Putting everything else aside, in the best locations and best residential areas of my hometown county, the price per square meter is only 8 or 9,000. 2 million is enough to buy a large duplex, or even a small villa. His family still lives in a small 2-bedroom apartment with very basic living conditions. He used to be poor and had to make do. But now that he has money, it's only natural for him to buy his parents a nice house so they can live more comfortably after working hard for most of their lives. As for making money from money, he's not in a hurry for now. He travels back and forth to resell goods, which is essentially a risk-free business, so he doesn't lack startup capital at all. Therefore, improving parents' lives is the most important thing to do, rather than investing. The real problem is, how is he going to explain where those 2 million came from? His parents are honest people. If a young man who has just graduated suddenly says he has earned 2 million, his parents probably won't be pleasantly surprised. They'll only be frightened. They would definitely suspect that he had done something illegal, and might even take a train overnight to Wanghai to find him and ask him for an explanation. Thinking about this, Shen Xu rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat troubled. What reason could he come up with to reassure his parents about accepting the money? Just as he was pondering intermittently, a quarrel suddenly broke out not far away, directly interrupting his thoughts. Shen Xu subconsciously looked over and saw a young woman arguing fiercely with a young man. The matter is not complicated. When the subway was crowded, the man kept taking advantage of the chaos to touch the girl's sensitive areas. At first, the girl thought it was just an accidental bump and didn't think much of it. But after it happened several times in a row, she finally realized something was wrong. Seeing that the girl didn't react at first, the man became bolder and bolder, and eventually he even reached out and grabbed her. The girl couldn't stand it anymore and exposed his lewd behavior on the spot, while also taking out her phone to call the police. Although there were police officers on duty in the subway, it would take them time to get there. The girl kept arguing with the man, trying to prevent him from escaping in the chaos. Just then, the subway arrived at a new station, and the man suddenly raised his hand and slapped the girl hard across the face. The girl cried out in surprise, staggered, and loosened her grip on his hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the man broke free and angrily cursed. "You're crazy! Don't you even know what you look like? Do you think I want to touch you?" After saying that, he lifted his foot to get out of the car. But at that moment, Shen Xu suddenly leaned over and grabbed the man's arm tightly. Chapter 23. It's not about the money. Dude, let's get down to business. Isn't hitting someone a bit much? Shen Xu said with a smile, reaching out to grab the man's arm. None of your business. Let go of me. The man was stunned at first, then glared at Shen Xu fiercely, and shook his arm desperately. But he soon discovered that Shen Xu, though not physically strong, had a grip as tight as an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to break free or even move his arm. The man's eyes widened instantly, and only one thought remained in his mind: where does this kid get such strength? Shen Xu calmly replied, Since you've already called the police and assaulted someone, this is a civil dispute. Let's wait for the police to handle it. Even if you run away now, the police will still find you. Get off the bus first. The police should be here soon. With that, Shen Xu helped the man off the subway. The young woman who had been covering her face quickly followed, thanking him profusely. The man, however, kept a gloomy face, staring intently at Shen Xu, and said through gritted teeth, Kid, I'll remember you. You better not let me run into you again. Shen Xu didn't bother to pay attention, because he had already seen the police jogging towards them. He didn't go to the police station. He simply explained what he knew and then boarded the next subway train. This was not a big deal to begin with, and the procedure was simple. As for the man's threats, Shen Xu didn't take them to heart at all. With over 20 million people in Wanghai City, what are the chances of running into someone like that again? If you really had that kind of luck, why be a subway pervert? Buying lottery tickets would be much better. For Shen Xu now, this is just a minor incident. He encounters similar situations frequently while traveling. In the past, when faced with this situation, he would never meddle. Being an innocent bystander was the easiest way to avoid trouble. But things are different now. As life gradually changes, the caution and timidity typical of ordinary citizens that he possesses are slowly disappearing. Although he was delayed on the way, he left early and arrived at the airport at least half an hour before his sister Xinya's flight landed. Shen Xu knew very well that Xinya chose such a late flight for only one reason: it was cheap. The earliest and latest flights of the day often have the most affordable fares. For ordinary families traveling long distances, value for money is always more important than comfort. He had just reached the exit gate when his phone beeped with a message notification. He unlocked it and saw the message was from Xia Ziqiu. Chubby face, where did you get that jade box? My grandpa said it's a rare and exquisite piece, with invigorating properties. Buying it for 2 million was an incredible bargain for me. Little chubby face, if it were turned into an accessory to carry around, it could also slow down aging, nourish the skin, detoxify, and replenish yin and yang. My grandfather wasn't exaggerating at all. That jade box is practically priceless. Shen Xu stared at the screen full of exclamation marks, and he could feel Xia Ziqiu's shock even through the screen. The problem is, he himself was even more shocked than Xia Ziqiu. Selling a jade box for 2 million was already outrageous enough. Only half a day later, the other party told him that the 2 million was actually a huge bargain for him, and that the thing was even priceless. Who would believe that if I told them that? Shen Xu thought for a moment and replied, I remember telling you that it was a gift from a friend. Chubby face, come on, I was too lazy to call you out before. Who would give something like this as a gift? Fine, don't say anything if you don't want to. My heart is as vast as the ocean, isn't that too narrow-minded? True friendship is priceless. Money is just an external thing. Chubby face, external possessions? Then why were you haggling with me about it before? And I don't know who told my grandpa about today's events, making him really angry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken out the jade box to cheer him up. My heart is as vast as the sea. Doesn't this count as being generous with other people's money? Since you're getting a good deal with 2 million, why don't you add some more money to avoid feeling guilty? Chubby face, I did want to get it done at first, but my grandpa said it's not about the money. He wants to invite you to his house. When are you free? Shen Xu's typing stopped abruptly, and his brows furrowed deeply. How can it not be about money? This is clearly about money. He was just about to reason with Xia Ziqiu and tell her that if something can be solved with money, she shouldn't complicate things. 2 million isn't enough, Why not just throw 20 million at him? He can definitely handle that. But then I thought about it again. Xia Zichou's background was obviously not simple, and her grandfather must also be an extraordinary person. If you can use this opportunity to build a relationship, or even get the other party to owe you a favor, the benefits are far greater than any amount of money can buy. So Shen Xu immediately changed his tune. I'm unemployed. I have time anytime. Chubby face. Okay, my grandpa's pretty busy. I'll check with him first and then contact you later. Just as Shen Xu was about to reply, he caught a glimpse of a figure rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. He subconsciously looked up, and the person had already rushed up to him, leaping and landing directly on him. Shen Xu instinctively reached out to support the other person, and at the same time, his cheek was kissed hard. Brother! I miss you so much! You're so heartless, staying in Wanghai right after graduation without even coming home to see me first. A crisp, melodious sound rang in his ears. Xinya loosened her upper body, and her delicate and lovely face instantly filled Shen Xu's vision. Get down in public! You're an 18-year-old young lady, why are you acting like a child? Aren't you ashamed? Shen Xu frowned and scolded her, but Xinya didn't listen at all. Instead, she tightened her grip on his neck. No way! What's shameful about hugging your own brother? It's your own fault for not coming home to see me first after graduation, making me so heartbroken. So I'm going to punish you, carry me back. Stop it, you're so heavy, how can I carry you? It's already late, and it'll take an hour to get back by subway. Okay, I'll get your luggage for you, we'll talk when we get back. I only weigh 95 pounds, I'm not heavy at all. You don't have to carry me, but you have to put me to sleep tonight. You'll only come down if you agree, otherwise I'll just stay clinging to you. Chapter 24. If you won't go to the hotel, I will. After much persuasion, Shen Xu finally managed to coax the young lady off him. After collecting their luggage, the two took the subway back to their rented apartment. It was almost 11 p.m., but Zhang Min still hadn't returned. For Zhang Min, working overtime was the norm, so Shen Xu didn't ask any further questions. Seeing Xinya go into the bedroom to pack her luggage, Shen Xu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xia, I've made some money recently, so things aren't as tight at home as they used to be. It's not very convenient for you to stay here, so how about I book you a hotel? Xinya immediately glared at him, put her hands on her hips, and said, What's inconvenient about it? I'm going to live with you. Isn't your roommate coming back tonight? She also specifically warned Shen Xu not to even think about sleeping in the living room. He had to sleep on a makeshift bed in the bedroom, or she would cry in front of him. After saying that, she snorted and turned to continue packing her luggage, but soon found a white undergarment in Shen Xu's bedroom. Xinya, holding the belly band in one hand, looked surprised. Wow, you like this retro style? Shen Xu's scalp tingled instantly, and he quickly stepped forward to snatch it back. It's not what you think, this thing is definitely not what you think. Xinya blinked, but didn't ask any further questions. She just smiled and told him to take off his clothes so she could wash them for him. Since Xinya started junior high school, she has been washing Shen Xu's clothes almost all the time. The two of them have long been used to it. But when the t-shirt was taken off, revealing Shen Xu's well-defined muscles, Xinya couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When did you get into this shape? It's incredible! Shen Xu quickly told her not to touch him, but Xinya teased him, saying that he was now incredibly attractive, and wanted to continue checking if he had grown up. Shen Xu's face darkened, and he insisted that he must wash his own underwear. In the end, Xinya still smiled and took his clothes into the bathroom. Shen Xu stood there, feeling that he probably wouldn't have any good days for the next 2 months. That night, Xinya fell asleep quickly due to the fatigue of the journey, and Shen Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But new troubles followed. After Xinya moved into the bedroom, he could no longer travel between worlds within the room and had to find another absolutely safe and undisturbed place. Lost in thought, Shen Xu drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Shen Xu quickly washed up and went downstairs to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks. After he finished breakfast, Xinya came out of the bedroom yawning, her eyes still sleepy. Shen Xu placed the breakfast on the table, and then transferred 10,000 yuan directly into her phone. Remember to eat breakfast. This 10,000 yuan is for your living expenses in Wanghai for 2 months. Ask me for it back when you run out. Remember the door lock code. I'm going to work now. Go out and have some fun by yourself. He said he had already put on his shoes and opened the door. Shinya then came to her senses and asked in confusion. Isn't today Sunday? What kind of work are you doing? Shen Xu casually explained that working overtime was as normal as eating and drinking in Wanghai's life, and Zhang Min had stayed at the company all night yesterday, Saturday. Shinya gasped in astonishment. This is terrifying. Going to work is like risking your life? Pretty much. I have to turn off my phone at work, so please try not to call me. What kind of job is so outrageous? You guess. After the door closed, Shinya stomped her feet in anger, but soon saw a text message on her phone indicating that the money had been deposited. The 10,000 yuan left her completely stunned. Previously, Shen Xu even had to ask his family for his rent deposit. How could he suddenly transfer 10,000 yuan so easily? Even if he found a high-paying job, he shouldn't be receiving his salary so quickly. Thinking back to Shen Xu's suddenly developed physique and the claim that he had to turn off his phone at work, Shinya felt increasingly uneasy. She didn't even bother to wash up. She quickly changed her clothes and shoes and rushed out of the house. She wanted to follow Shen Xu and see for herself where he actually worked. As soon as the elevator reached the first floor, Shinya rushed out of the stairwell and saw Shen Xu's figure disappear around the corner ahead. Fearing being discovered, she deliberately kept her distance and secretly followed him. Shen Xu had already left the residential area. He thought about it all night. Since his home was no longer suitable for time travel, a hotel was obviously the best choice. Since Shinya absolutely refused to stay in a hotel, he would book a room himself and travel to another world from there. As long as you hang up a "Do not disturb" sign, the room is private enough. The only thing to watch out for is hidden cameras. For safety reasons, he did not go to a budget hotel, but instead chose a nearby 4-star hotel. 5-star hotels are available, of course, but their prices are almost double those in the same area, so Shen Xu felt it was unnecessary to waste that money. After checking in and receiving his room key, he took the elevator to his floor. Upon opening the door, Shen Xu first carefully checked the room using methods found online, confirming that there were no hidden cameras. He then hung a "Do not disturb" sign outside the door, went into the bathroom, and locked the door from the inside. Immediately afterwards, Shen Xu went to another world. Chapter 25: A mind-blowing experience. Shinya stood outside the hotel, staring blankly at the lobby through the transparent glass revolving door. Just now, she saw her brother Shen Xu check into a room at the front desk and walk into the elevator on the first floor with the room key. She hid in a blind spot outside the door and witnessed the whole thing. Her head was buzzing, and she couldn't understand it at all. What kind of job requires going to a hotel? She just graduated from high school and, although only 18, she already understands things she should. In this era of information overload, young people are exposed to so much that their thoughts naturally mature earlier than before. Therefore, Shinya almost instantly came up with a terrifying guess. Could her brother Shen Xu be working as a gigolo? The work hours are strange. Even on Sundays they have to come out to work. The location is strange too. They don't work at the hotel, but they still insist on checking into a hotel. There are even more outrageous requirements, such as having to turn off your phone during work hours, as if you can't be contacted by your family at all. In addition, last night she suddenly discovered that her brother had developed a very muscular physique. The muscle lines were so defined that even she couldn't help but feel her heart race and her cheeks flush. But Shen Xu used to be so lazy, she really couldn't understand how her brother had the willpower to work out and get in shape every day. But if it's about being a male prostitute, then everything makes sense. Shinya felt she had discovered the truth. She was momentarily dazed, but felt no anger, nor did she feel ashamed of her brother. She only felt heartache. The family was poor, and her brother was forced by life to sell his body to make a living in Wanghai. I can't tell anyone about this, not even my parents, otherwise they'll definitely break down. But being a male prostitute is too dangerous. If you run into a perverted rich woman, I've heard that some people get maimed or even killed. No, I have to have a serious talk with my brother tonight. I can't let him continue down this path. Shinya pursed her lips, clenched her small fists tightly, glanced at the hotel entrance one last time, and turned to leave with a determined expression. She decided to use her 2-month vacation to find a summer job, not necessarily to earn a lot, but at least to help ease the financial burden on her family. She's an adult now, and it's time for her to do more for the family. Shen Xu had no idea that his act of giving his sister pocket money would lead Shinya to conjure up such an outrageous truth. He successfully arrived in the other world again, and the location he appeared in was still Song Xiqing's room. Pushing open the door, I saw Song Xiqing practicing her sword in the courtyard. The white-clad figure moved as lightly as a swallow, and with a flick of her wrist, sword shadows spread out in midair, like a peacock spreading its tail. The sword's movements were sometimes like a white snake spitting its tongue, sometimes like a dragon dancing, and sometimes like lightning flashing and fireworks blooming. A long sword swirled up fallen leaves, and as the sword energy flowed, it seemed as if summer flowers were blooming. Surrounded by sword shadows, Song Xiqing seemed to merge with the sword's brilliance, or like a light that had come from ancient times. Shen Xu was completely mesmerized. Song Xiqing was naturally very beautiful, unlike many pretty girls in his world who always seemed to have a heavy artificial look. She is truly a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice, and with a near-perfect figure, she is like a woman who stepped out of a painting. When Song Xiqing was dancing with her sword, she was so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly, as radiant as the stars. After an unknown amount of time, she finally sheathed her sword and stood up, only to find Shen Xu standing blankly at the door. Song Xiqing's eyes lit up, and she quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young Master Shen. You've arrived very early today." Hearing her gentle voice, Shen Xu finally came to his senses and couldn't help but praise. "Today, there is a beautiful woman, Song Xiqing, whose sword dance moves all directions. The spectators are as numerous as mountains, their faces downcast, and heaven and earth seem to bow low for a long time." Song Xiqing was slightly taken aback, and a blush quickly appeared on her fair face. She lowered her head and said, "Young Master Shen, you flatter me. It was just ordinary sword practice. I don't deserve such high praise." As she spoke, she glanced at Shen Xu again and asked, "Young Master Shen, you have already taken the Foundation Establishment pill and entered the first rank of martial arts? How do you feel?" Shen Xu was somewhat surprised. "You could tell? Was it that obvious?" Song Xiqing nodded and explained that innate martial artists can sense the aura within acquired martial artists, but they cannot determine the opponent's specific rank before actually fighting. She could only confirm that Shen Xu was already a martial artist. A martial artist who had acquired their skills could not have this kind of perception. Shen Xu immediately became interested. "Can innate martial artists also sense each other's aura?" Song Xiqing thought for a moment, and said that it was possible under normal circumstances, but some innate martial artists were good at concealing their aura and focusing their spirit, making it difficult for others to detect them. Shen Xu stroked his chin, becoming increasingly interested in the martial arts realms of this world. Seeing him deep in thought, Song Xiqing hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Young Master Shen, you said before that you descended from heaven to undergo a test. What exactly was the task heaven gave you?" Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, but he had thought of this excuse carefully last night, so his answer was quite natural. "There's no specific mission. You can think of me as the heavenly court walking on earth. The heavenly court just wants to see how I live on earth. Whether one becomes a homeless beggar or an emperor who holds the world in his hands, there is no fixed pattern. But since my status is different, the heavenly court will naturally evaluate me differently, so I have to try my best to live a better life." This statement sounds reasonable, but it is actually ambiguous and essentially says nothing at all. Shen Xu just wanted to fool Song Xiqing for now. As for what he would do in the other world in the future, he would have to understand the situation here thoroughly before making any plans. Strangely enough, Song Xiqing suddenly became much more invigorated, as if she had thought of something. She asked tentatively, "Young Master Shen came in a hurry yesterday, and then Shirtu's fever persisted, so you didn't have a chance to properly look around the village. If you have nothing to do today, I'd like to take you out for a walk so you can get to know the village better. What do you say?" Shen Xu was more than happy to agree and immediately said, "That would be great, then I'll have to trouble Miss Song." Chapter 26: The Origin of Songjia Village. After learning yesterday that Shen Xu did not have any mortal clothing, Song Xiqing made preparations in advance. She brought over a set of coarse linen clothes and straw sandals that she had found in some villager's home and handed them to Shen Xu. Shen Xu quickly changed his clothes and shoes, but this outfit made him feel really uncomfortable. The coarse cloth clothes were made of such poor material that they rubbed against his skin, and the straw sandals on his feet were even more unbearable. Although he has broken through to the first rank of martial arts, and his muscles have been strengthened, his skin is not strong enough to ignore this friction. Song Xiqing noticed his discomfort and said apologetically, "You've worked hard, young Master Shen. The village is poor and we really don't have any decent clothes or shoes. When I have a little more money, I'll go to the nearest town to buy silk and make new clothes for you." Shen Xu quickly waved his hand. "No need to spend money on me. I'll wear whatever you wear. It's just that I've never worn straw sandals before, so I'm not used to them yet. I'll get used to it in a few days. Come on, show me Songjia Village." Song Xiqing didn't try to persuade her further, but simply kept the matter in mind before leaving the courtyard with Shen Xu. On the way, she took the initiative to say, "I used to live with my sister, but she went hunting in the valley yesterday. She usually won't be back for 3 or 4 days. I'll introduce you to her when she gets back." Upon hearing the word sister, Shen Xu couldn't help but recall the clear, cold voice he had vaguely heard when he first transmigrated. Song Xiqing is already so outstanding, her younger sister must not be much worse. But Song Xiqing's next words made him put away those thoughts. "My sister often goes into the mountains to hunt, all for my sake. I had a mishap when I broke through to the acquired realm and entered the innate realm, and I was left with hidden injuries. After examining the patient, Grandpa Mo said that only by using precious medicinal herbs and soaking in his specially prepared medicinal bath for a long period of time could the patient be completely cured. I have to stay in the village to manage village affairs, so the task of gathering herbs and hunting can only be taken care of by my younger sister." As they spoke, the two had already entered the village. At first glance, Songjia Village did not look much different from ordinary ancient villages. Apart from the spacious courtyard house where Song Xiqing lived, the other villagers all lived in thatched huts with courtyards. But upon closer inspection, Shen Xu discovered that this place was completely different from ordinary villages. All the thatched houses were arranged in extremely neat rows and columns, forming a regular square layout that surrounded Song Xiqing's courtyard house in the very center. Although the village roads are dirt roads, they are clean and flat, with almost no potholes or debris. This level of cleanliness would be hard to find even in the modern rural areas of Shen Xu's original world. But now, it has appeared in a village in this otherworldly valley, which Shen Xu finds incredible. Getting 400 households to abide by the unified plan and consciously maintain the village environment is not something that can be achieved with just a few orders. This means that the entire Songjia village must have an absolutely unified will, and all villagers must value the interests of the village more than their own. Otherwise, if even a few households had ulterior motives, this neat layout would have been destroyed long ago. What surprised Shen Xu even more was that all the villagers he met along the way, regardless of age or gender, would respectfully greet Song Xiqing. They looked at Shen Xu with curiosity, but they all addressed Song Xiqing in the same way. "Miss." Shen Xu originally thought that the burly man named Zhan Bafeng called Song Xiqing Miss yesterday simply because the two families were close. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Song Xiqing's identity in Songjia village is recognized by all the villagers. Shen Xu didn't keep his question to himself and simply asked it directly. Song Xiqing hesitated for a moment, then smiled gently. The smile was faint, yet it seemed brighter than the sunlight. "It's very simple. This place is called Songjia Village, and the other people in the village are actually servants of the Song family. She put her hands behind her back, slightly puffed out her chest, and continued. Young Master Shen, do you remember what I said yesterday? The Song family has been living in seclusion in this valley for over 60 years. The Song family moved into this valley starting with my great-grandfather's generation. The ancestors of the villagers today also came in with my great-grandfather at that time. Shen Xu frowned, immediately realizing that there was probably a complicated past behind this. Song Xiqing didn't keep anyone in suspense, and calmly began to recount the origins of Songjia Village. My great-grandfather was a king of a different surname personally appointed by the Zhou emperor of the previous dynasty, and he was also the last king of a different surname in the previous dynasty. At the end of the previous dynasty, kings of different surnames fought each other. The Song family was one of the few forces that remained loyal to the Zhou emperor, and naturally they were under great pressure. My great-grandfather was enfeoffed as a king for his military achievements. Although his blood guards numbered only 1,000, each one was elite and brave enough to fight against 100 men. That is why he became the biggest threat in the eyes of those kings of different surnames. Later, under the planning of the founding emperor of the Northern Zhou dynasty, the founding ruler of Liangwei also participated, and many kings of different surnames joined forces. They first wiped out the forces of the non-royal kings who were still loyal to the Zhou emperor, one by one. Song Xiqing's great-grandfather was not a blindly loyal man. Seeing that the situation was beyond saving, he gave away all his wealth and fled into the deep mountains with the remaining blood guards. Eventually they discovered this extremely secluded natural valley and settled there in seclusion. Song Xiqing spoke calmly, but Shen Xu could still hear the bloodshed and tragedy hidden behind that period of history. Back then, the Song family was probably truly an enemy of the entire world. Looking at the rows of neat houses in the village, Shen Xu asked, So, the people living in the village now are all descendants of those blood guards from back then? Song Xiqing nodded. That's right. The blood guards were originally orphans adopted by my great-grandfather. They said that if it weren't for my great-grandfather, they would have died long ago. The Song family gave them a new life, so they also made a vow to protect the Song family's bloodline for all eternity. Chapter 27. You're so naughty, I love it. As Song Xiqing spoke these words, a sense of pent-up energy subtly emanated from her. If Shen Xu had not yet broken through to the first rank of martial arts, he would never have been able to notice this change. But now his perception is becoming increasingly mysterious. Combining this with Song Xiqing's confession of the past, he quickly frowned and asked, Are all 400 households in Song family village descendants of the 400 blood guards who married your great-grandfather? Song Xiqing nodded and said, That's right. Back then, my great-grandfather was besieged by many sides, and more than half of his blood guards died in battle, but not a single one of them surrendered or betrayed him. My great-grandfather originally wanted to die for his country, but he couldn't bear to let the remaining blood guards be buried with him, so he abandoned the family business and took them into the deep mountains. With a sigh, she continued to explain that her great-grandfather knew very well that as long as he showed the slightest reluctance to part with the power and wealth of the old royal family, those kings of different surnames would not let him go. But after he adopted an attitude of hiding his identity and not caring about the world, the other party dared not go all out to kill him. After all, her great-grandfather was one of the few grandmaster-level experts in the world at that time. If he were truly driven to a dead end, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take a few non-royal kings with him before he died. Those kings of different surnames each had their own agendas, and who would be willing to directly bear the wrath of a grandmaster who was willing to risk his life? Shen Xu's heart churned as he listened. The Song family's ancestors were not only kings of a different surname in the previous dynasty, but also grandmaster-level experts. Even more remarkably, the descendants of those blood guards, after several generations, still revered the glory of their ancestors and continued to protect the descendants of the Song family. This sounds like a fairy tale. But soon, Shen Xu realized something was wrong. The Song family had been living in seclusion in the valley for 60 years, yet the village still maintained obvious military customs. The adult men were all strong and powerful, seemingly all skilled in martial arts. The women were all robust, and the children had bright eyes and were extremely clever. This group of people doesn't look like ordinary mountain dwellers at all. With their skills, there's no need for them to be confined to the valley. Shen Xu hesitated for a moment, then, considering that he was now portraying himself as a deity, he should have a posture of looking down on the mortal world, so he simply asked the question directly. Miss Song, I see that the village is laid out in a neat and orderly manner, quite like a military camp. The villagers are also extraordinary. Song family village has been secluded in the valley for 60 years, perhaps they have always harbored some other intentions? Song Xiqing pursed her lips and bowed slightly, saying, To be honest, young Master Shen, even after my great-grandfather went into seclusion, he still harbored ambitions to restore the kingdom. Before he died, he instructed my grandfather that all members of the Song family and descendants of the Blood Guards should remember the chaos of the princes, recuperate in the valley, and wait for the right time. If the power of the Zhou, Liang, and Wei states declines, the nobles become extravagant and the people suffer, and war breaks out all over the world, then the Song family should raise its banner, leave the valley, and once again conquer the world. What we have lost should be taken back one by one. Shen Xu immediately perked up. He hadn't been wrong. The Song family really did want to rebel. Oh, it's so naughty, but I love it. He wanted to develop the other world into a stable logistical base, and continuously trade supplies between the two worlds, so he had to expand his influence in the other world. What future can one have by simply staying in a small village in the valley? At most, one can resell some mountain products, but truly valuable mountain products are often extremely risky and not suitable for long-term operation. As for the jade box containing the Foundation Establishment pill, it was purely a matter of luck. Song Xiqing seems to only have one Foundation Establishment pill left, so the chances of her getting a second jade box are slim. Therefore, rebellion is good. Rebellion has an extremely low margin for error, but an extremely high potential. The risks are astonishing, but once it gains momentum, the prospects are incredibly broad. Even if you fail in the end, you can at least occupy a territory in the early stages, which will give you more room to maneuver later. Whether others made a killing is hard to say, but he certainly didn't lose money. Thinking of this, Shen Xu asked expectantly, Is now the time? What is the situation in the three kingdoms of Zhou, Liang, and Wei? Are the people already living in dire straits? Song Xiqing was stunned on the spot. The mere mention of rebellion is enough to turn a pale face in dread. Fear of imperial power is ingrained in almost everyone's very being. But when Shen Xu heard that the Song family was preparing to rebel, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited as if he had been waiting for a long time. Miss Song, what's wrong? Seeing that she was in a daze, Shen Xu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Song Xiqing finally came to her senses, and the last trace of doubt in her heart about Shen Xu's divine identity completely disappeared. Only the gods in heaven could be so indifferent to imperial power. Even the Song family, which had been living in seclusion since the beginning of their lives, still maintained a sense of awe when facing the true imperial power. It's nothing, I was just thinking about some things, Song Xiqing said softly. As for whether now is the right time, I'm not sure. But while the three states of Zhou, Liang, and Wei maintained a facade of peace, they were secretly preparing for war against each other. But people were already struggling to make ends meet. Just as she was about to have a deeper conversation with Shen Xu, a group of people suddenly appeared not far away. 100 or so people, dejected, were driving dozens of donkey carts towards Songjia village. The leader quickly approached Song Xiqing, clasped his hands, knelt on one knee, and pleaded guilty with a face full of grief and indignation. Young miss, the grain merchants in town are going too far. They're undervaluing the mountain produce, less than half the price they used to offer. We failed to obtain grain. Please punish us, miss. Chapter 28 Food Crisis. Upon hearing this, Song Xiqing's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and she temporarily put aside her original idea of discussing the rebellion with Shen Xu. She said coldly, Get up and speak. What exactly happened? The remaining grain in the valley can only last for half a month at most, while the grain in the fields will not be ready for nearly 3 months. What will we do in half a month if we don't get the grain in return? Are we just going to let everyone starve to death? The man knelt on one knee, gritted his teeth, and after getting up, still bowing and clasping his hands, he recounted what had happened with a face full of resentment. They carried all the mountain goods they had accumulated in the valley over the past few days and, as usual, went to Yongping town to exchange them for grain and salt with Master Zhou. With the second young lady's birthday approaching, they planned to exchange for more maltose candy so that the villagers could also share in the joy. But no one expected that Master Zhou, who had always done business with them, would turn on them this time. In the past, Master Zhou often cheated on weights and measures, but people never held it against him because of their long-standing business dealings with him, only wanting to establish a good relationship. Who would have thought that Master Zhou would mistake their forbearance for weakness and vulnerability? He said that Dongshan Prefecture is experiencing a food shortage this year, and food prices have risen, so it is absolutely impossible to exchange food at the previous prices. The man thought that even if the price of grain increased by 20%, everyone could grit their teeth and accept it, but Master Zhou's price doubled. Not only that, Master Zhou also found fault with all sorts of mountain goods. According to his pricing, this cart of mountain goods could only be exchanged for 40% of the grain of previous years at most. At this point, the man raised his head with red eyes, stiffened his neck and said, "Young miss, I know that if we can't get the grain back, everyone will go hungry. But I can't stand them bullying me like this. It was my decision to bring the mountain goods back without my permission. If you're going to punish someone, punish me alone, don't involve the other brothers." "Nonsense!" Song Xiqing shouted angrily. She was usually gentle and graceful, but now her face was frosty, which made even Shen Xu, who was standing next to her, feel a slight flutter in his heart. After reprimanding him, Song Xiqing asked in a deep voice, "There are other grain merchants in Yongping town besides Master Zhou. Were the prices offered by others just as excessive?" The leader said with a wry smile, "Miss, I suspect that the grain merchants in town have long been in cahoots with Master Zhou. We asked around, and the prices offered by other grain merchants were even lower than those offered by Master Zhou. If I hadn't been so unwilling to swallow this insult, I wouldn't have brought all the grain back." A look of worry appeared between Song Xiqing's brows. After pondering silently for a long time, she finally spoke with difficulty. "If it really doesn't work out, we'll just have to accept it. If they really unite, grain prices will not fall. Dongshan Prefecture is short of grain this year, and they will not let this opportunity pass them by." The man immediately panicked. "Young lady, we can't accept this. If we only get 40% of the grain we had in previous years, how are we going to survive the winter? In previous years, we could barely survive by exchanging grain at this time, along with the autumn harvest. This time, we only exchanged 40% of it. Although we can make it to the autumn harvest, what about after that? The autumn harvest is simply not enough to last through the winter. The hunger before the autumn harvest is completely different from the hunger in winter, where many people will really die." Song Xiqing fell silent. Of course she understood this principle. If we don't change the food now, people will starve to death in half a month. If we change it, at least we can hold out until winter. She had no other choice but to focus on the immediate situation and figure out how to get through the winter. Seeing her worried expression, Shen Xu coughed and said, "How much food do you need? Perhaps I can think of a way." The leader frowned and looked at him. "Who are you?" He had noticed Shen Xu long ago, but since the young lady hadn't introduced him, he hadn't asked too many questions. Now that Shen Xu had spoken up, he naturally wanted to find out who he was first. But his tone was so harsh that Song Xiqing immediately glared at him. "What kind of attitude is that? Apologize to young Master Shen right now. Remember this, everyone. This is young Master Shen Xu. When you see him in the future, treat him as you would my sister and me." After saying that, Song Xiqing bowed to Shen Xu and apologized. "Young Master Shen, please don't be offended. His name is Yi Wujio. His ancestors were the left commander of the Blood Guard. He was just being a bit blunt. He didn't mean to offend you." Shen Xu waved his hand and smiled. "It's all right, just normal conversation. I just wanted to know about your difficulties and see if I could help." Song Xiqing sighed. There are 2,000 people in the village. To survive until the autumn harvest, we need to raise at least 800 shur of grain. Young Master Shen's status is special, but this isn't just enough for 1 or 2 people. Besides, young Master Shen probably doesn't have any food either, right? I'm just guessing. Considering that there were hundreds of people around, she spoke somewhat vaguely, leaving everyone confused, but Shen Xu understood what she meant. He smiled and shook his head. You guessed wrong. No matter what your status is, everyone needs to eat, so there must be food, and plenty of it. Since you are worried about food, I will try to find a way. This matter should be resolved. Song Xiqing's eyes lit up instantly. But Yu Wujiu still frowned, his face full of doubt. The grain price is about the same throughout Dongshan Prefecture. What can you do? 800 shur of grain, that's 80,000 jin. Do you think you can conjure it out of thin air? Yu Wujiu! How dare you! Song Xiqing immediately became anxious. Yu Wujiu shrank back, but still insisted. Young miss, don't be fooled. 800 bushels of grain, how can that be resolved so easily? I think he's definitely up to no good. Chapter 29. His appearance was a blessing from heaven. Yu Wujiu's skeptical remarks clearly infuriated Song Xiqing. Just as she was about to teach this reckless fellow a lesson, Shen Xu reached out and grabbed her. Shen Xu remained calm and said sincerely, We don't know each other, let alone know each other well. It's normal to have some doubts. Trust takes time to build. Since the food shortage in the valley is imminent, let's solve the food problem first, and discuss other matters after that. After hearing this, Song Xiqing could only suppress her anger, glared at Yu Wujiu, and then took Shen Xu back to the courtyard house. Seeing Shen Xu enter her room, Song Xiqing felt a sudden lightening of the heavy feeling that had been weighing on her heart. Although Shen Xu had just gone in and hadn't brought the grain back yet, she believed that anything Shen Xu promised would be resolved satisfactorily. Yu Wujiu also came along, but he didn't bring the 100 or so people with him. He only dared to hide alone at the entrance of the courtyard, cautiously peeking out from the crack in the door. The rest of the people were still unloading the trucks outside, sorting out the dozens of truckloads of mountain goods that hadn't been able to be sold, and then sending them to the village's warehouse. At this time, only Yu Wujiu dared to bite the bullet and provoke Song Xiqing. Without turning her head, Song Xiqing, with her back to the door, coldly shouted, What are you doing hiding outside? Where did your guts go to talk back earlier? Get in here! Yu Wujiu was startled and shuddered. He swallowed hard, dejectedly pushed the door open, and then quickly closed it again. He dawdled over to Song Xiqing's side, stood with his hands at his sides, eyes downcast, like a student waiting to be scolded after making a mistake. Song Xiqing looked at him with a stern face. Your ancestor and Zhan Bafeng's ancestor were respectively the left commander of the Blood Guard and the right commander of the Blood Guard. Your great-grandfather was my great-grandfather's most trusted right-hand man, so in our generation, I also regard you as my confidant. Zhan Bafeng is older than us, honest and straightforward. He never disobeys my orders, but he can be inflexible in his work. You have a more flexible mind and can often come up with solutions on your own, so I mostly entrust external affairs to you to lead the team. Yu Wujiu quickly bowed and said, It's all thanks to Mrs. Trust. Song Xiqing snorted coldly. You still know I'm a young lady? Then why did you talk back to me and offend my guest? If Zhan Bafeng were here, even if he had some doubts, he would never have made such a scene in front of you. Yu Wujiu shrank back and explained with a forced smile. Miss, I was worried that you might be deceived because that person looked greasy and was a complete stranger. As he spoke, he couldn't help but ask. But where did he go? Wasn't he supposed to be working to solve the food shortage? How come he disappeared so quickly after coming back with you? Song Xiqing snorted again. He has his methods. What you should be doing now is to correct your own attitude, not fixate on others. Besides, what was the result of my order when I sent you out to exchange grain? Grain merchants are cunning and deliberately drive down prices. You didn't want to suffer this and decided to give up the deal, which is not a problem in itself. When you're out and about, you're the leader, just like a general leading an army. You have the right to adapt to changing circumstances and make the decisions you believe are right. But your mistake was that after deciding not to exchange grain, you didn't even think about how to solve the grain shortage crisis in the valley, and you actually brought back mountain goods directly. What good are you, coming back like this with your tail between your legs, except to dump trouble on me? Yu Wujio opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Because he himself knew that Song Xiqing was right, and that he had indeed failed in his duties this time. Song Xiqing stared at him and continued, "If you lead troops into battle this time, I will have you intercept the enemy's reinforcements. You made a last-minute judgment and felt that the losses from a forced interception would be too great, so you withdrew your troops directly, completely disregarding the consequences that would result from the arrival of enemy reinforcements. In the end, it's very likely that my entire army will be wiped out. The correct approach is to find a way to intercept indirectly after realizing that a direct attack is not feasible. Whether it's setting traps or ambushes, the plan can be changed, but the objective must be achieved. This time is the same. Going to Yongping Town is just the plan, bringing back grain is the real objective. If the grain merchants deliberately drive down the price, you can of course change the location, the method, or even the original arrangements, but the grain must be brought back. But what did you do? Tell me loudly, is this the right thing to do?" Yu Wujio, his face filled with shame, lowered his head and said, "No, miss, I know I was wrong." Seeing that his attitude in admitting his mistake was relatively sincere, Song Xiqing's tone finally softened. She sighed. "There's no hope. You must remember that whatever decision you make, you must consider whether everyone in the valley will benefit or suffer as a result. We cannot act on impulse, because every decision affects more than just ourselves. In this respect, Bafang did a better job than you." Yu Wujio nodded frankly. "Brother Zhan is indeed more composed than me. Today's incident is a lesson, and I will not make a similar mistake again in the future." But after a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss, is that Shen Xu really trustworthy?" Song Xiqing's expression was slightly solemn, but she nodded without hesitation. "Young Master Shen is certainly trustworthy. I believe he can keep any promise he makes. I cannot tell you the details about young Master Shen, but I can say that his arrival here is a blessing from heaven. If young Master Shen is willing to stay by our side, then the ambition passed down from our ancestors may truly have a chance to be realized. Therefore, there's no hope. I don't want to say the same thing twice. From now on, you must treat young Master Shen with the same respect you would show to me and my sister." Yu Wujio clearly still had doubts, but Song Xiqing's attitude was already very clear. He could only suppress his doubts and bow his head in agreement. Chapter 30, Please make it cheaper, I'm a student. Shen Xu changed his clothes and reappeared in the hotel bathroom. He listened carefully to make sure no one was outside before going out. Everything in the room was as before. He retrieved the "Do Not Disturb" sign from the door, sat down on the bed, and began to plan how to buy food. Small purchases can be made at the supermarket, but Song Xiqing said that Songjia village is short of 80,000 jin of grain. Whether it's rice or flour, this quantity is beyond what a supermarket can supply, let alone something he could take to another world in one go. He had to buy the grain first, put it in a special warehouse, and then transport it over in trips. However, the portable space he activated was only 1 cubic meter, and how much he could carry depended on his own strength. Even after breaking through to the first rank of martial arts and gaining a significant increase in strength, it is still just a drop in the ocean compared to 80,000 caddies of grain. Therefore, the most urgent task is to rent a warehouse. Shen Xu took out his phone to search and discovered that there are still self-storage units available for rent by the day, ranging in size from 1 square meter to 100 square meters. This warehouse was convenient, and had a suitable size, which should have met his requirements. However, one sentence in the advantages description made him close the page immediately. We provide our clients with 24/7 real-time monitoring and comprehensive warehouse surveillance services. Seeing this, Shen Xu knew that the two sides were not meant to be. It wasn't that the warehouse was bad, but that he simply couldn't afford to use it. After putting the food in, he still had to travel through time and space to transport it to another world. If this scene were captured on camera, he would probably become famous on the spot. After searching for a while, Shen Xu finally found a suitable old warehouse. The only problem was that the location was remote and the facilities were old. For this reason, the warehouse did not have surveillance cameras installed, and the rent was relatively low, which perfectly met his needs. Over the phone, the warehouse owner said the area was 200 square meters, the annual rent was 30,000 yuan, and short-term rentals were not accepted. The minimum lease term was 6 months. Shen Xu had no objections and said he would go to the warehouse immediately to check it out and have the other party prepare the contract. If it was suitable, he would sign the contract and make payment on the spot. He hurriedly left the hotel and took a taxi to his destination. This was a true two-way trip. He was in a hurry to get the warehouse, and the other party was also in a hurry to rent it out. When Shen Xu arrived, the warehouse owner was already standing at the door waiting. The warehouse had been vacant for a long time and was covered in dust. The difficulty in renting it out wasn't just due to its remote location. The key issue was that it had virtually no infrastructure. There were no shelves, no pallets, not even stacking positions marked. Apart from an empty factory building, there was nothing inside. If someone were to rent it for normal storage, just installing surveillance cameras and various other facilities would cost a lot of money. But Shen Xu didn't care about any of that. What he wanted was a place without surveillance cameras, spacious enough, where he could pile up grain wherever he wanted. After a quick look around and finding nothing particularly interesting, he smiled and started haggling with the warehouse owner. "Brother, to be honest, your warehouse doesn't have any advantages compared to others, but I took a liking to it at first sight." "Why?" "Because I'm poor. I can only afford to rent warehouses with obvious drawbacks. Since I'm still a student, could you give me a discount?" The warehouse owner was in his early 40s, with a fleshy face and a burly build, clearly suffering greatly from the long-term neglect of this vacant warehouse. Hearing Shen Xu's words, he wasn't angry. He simply asked, "So, how much do you want to give?" Shen Xu thought for a moment and tentatively said, "How about 10,000 a year? I'll pay for a year directly in cash." The warehouse owner's face twitched, and he grinned, saying, "Young man, you think you're bargaining? You're trying to kill me. People use knives to kill others, and you're trying to kill me with a student ID?" Shen Xu coughed lightly and continued to smile obsequiously. "When it comes to business, you can ask for the sky and then bargain down to the spot. How about 15,000 a year? I really want to rent it." "Who's asking you for an exorbitant price? A 200 square meter warehouse costs 30,000 a year. Go ask around Wanghai, where else can you find such a low price? I gave you a fair price, and you, on the contrary, slashed right into my carotid artery." The warehouse owner was clearly too lazy to argue any further, and waved his hand, saying, 25,000 a year, payable in full up front. Sign if you agree, leave if you don't." Upon hearing this, Shen Xu immediately nodded. 2,000 yuan a month was enough to acquire a 200 square meter warehouse. It seemed like a perfect deal. Both parties signed a contract and transferred payment on the spot, and Shen Xu successfully obtained the warehouse key. Before leaving, he shamelessly hitched a ride with the warehouse owner's car, asking him to take him to the nearest subway station. Afterwards, Shen Xu checked the route to the grain and oil wholesale market, bought a ticket, and boarded the subway. 80,000 caddies of grain, which is a full 40 tons, is a size that no ordinary supermarket could possibly have. Moreover, supermarket prices are already high, and the more you buy, the more money you waste. Grain and oil wholesale markets are obviously more cost-effective. Although the money in the card is easy to earn, the traditional virtues of diligence and thrift should not be forgotten. This is like riding a shared bike to rescue a pretty girl. You should save where you can and only spend money where necessary. Chapter 31: Large Volume Purchasing. The Wanghai City grain and oil wholesale market ranks among the top 10 in the country in terms of trade volume. Shen Xu took the subway to the nearest station, walked several hundred meters, and finally arrived at the market entrance. Although it was only morning, the place was already bustling with activity. Various trucks were parked in front of the shops. Buyers carried small quantities of goods themselves, while for larger quantities, even the loading and unloading workers accompanied them on the trucks. It was Shen Xu's first time in such a place, and everything seemed new and exciting. He stopped to observe several shops before finally choosing one that was of moderate size and temporarily closed down and going inside. The shop owner was idly scrolling through short videos when Shen Xu entered, and merely raised an eyelid. He probably thought Shen Xu was too young and didn't seem like a serious customer, so his tone was very casual. Shen Xu asked with a smile, "Boss, how much is the rice and flour?" The shop owner didn't even look up. "The minimum purchase is 500 jin, 250 kilograms. We don't sell anything less than 500 jin, 250 kilograms. Shen Xu raised an eyebrow. 500 caddies? That's too little. I'd have to buy at least 100,000 caddies. The shop owner choked on his saliva, coughing until his face turned red, and stared at him incredulously. How much did you say? 100,000 jin, I need it immediately. If your inventory isn't enough, I'll ask another supplier. Shen Xu shrugged. But you have to deliver to my door. There's too much cargo for me to carry. I can cover the transportation and loading/unloading fees. Once he realized the man wasn't joking, the shop owner instantly perked up, shoved his phone into his pocket, and quickly went to greet him. The grain and oil wholesale business operates on a low-profit, high-volume basis. We don't offer credit, it's all cash on delivery. Young man, do you have enough money with you? Shen Xu nodded somewhat helplessly. Of course I brought enough. Otherwise, at my age, would you trust me? Just give me an honest price, and I'll buy from you if it's suitable. The shop owner was still a little skeptical, but he still explained earnestly. Do you want loose or branded goods? Branded goods are expensive, and we don't have that much stock. Loose is cheaper, and we definitely have enough stock. Shen Xu thought of the living conditions in Songjia village in the other world. The people there could hardly guarantee even the most basic food and clothing, so there was no need to pursue quality. Even ordinary goods would be enough to satisfy them. So he said, I want it in bulk. I only care about the quantity. As long as it's not moldy or spoiled, that's fine. What about the price? The shop owner immediately quoted prices: 2 yuan per jin for bulk rice, 2.4 yuan for medium-grade rice, and 3 yuan for premium rice. 2.2 yuan for first-grade flour, and 1.95 yuan for second-grade flour. Peanut oil is 6.7 yuan per jin, 500 g, soybean oil is 5.3 yuan, salt is 1.1 yuan, and sugar is 4.8 yuan. The market prices are all about the same. Shen Xu can ask anywhere. Hearing the price, Shen Xu quickly did the math in his head. 80,000 caddies of rice, at 2 yuan per caddy, would only cost 160,000 yuan. According to Songxiqing, this 80,000 jin of grain is enough to feed the 2,000 people of Songjia village for 2 months. In other words, the monthly cost of living for one person is only about 40 yuan. Thinking of the difficult lives of the people in the other world, Shen Xu couldn't help but shake his head. The shop owner misunderstood, thinking he thought the price was too high, and quickly explained with a wry smile. Young man, I really didn't rip you off. The market price is transparent now, and the profit is only a few cents per pound. If I lower the price any further, I'll lose money. At this point, the shop owner gritted his teeth and said, How about this? As long as you buy more than 100,000 jin, I'll cover the loading, unloading, and shipping costs. However, the location must be within Wanghai City. If it's outside Wanghai, you'll have to bear the shipping costs yourself. Shen Xu was taken aback. He hadn't initially thought it was expensive, but every little bit saved counted. Saving on shipping and handling fees meant he could buy more grain. 80,000 caddies was just the minimum amount to ensure that Songjia village would not go hungry. Since grain was cheap, he naturally wanted to stock up more, but he couldn't buy too much due to his current transportation capacity. After careful consideration, Shen Xu said, 80,000 caddies of rice at 2 yuan each, 40,000 caddies of second-grade flour, plus 4,000 caddies of soybean oil, 2,000 caddies of salt, and 2,000 caddies of sugar. I need it now. Contact vehicles and loading/unloading personnel immediately. There are over 60 tons of goods here in total. Calculate the price, and I'll transfer the money right away, but it all must be unloaded into my warehouse today. Can you do that? The shop owner was taken aback at first, then nodded vigorously. Yes. I can definitely do it. Just wait a moment, I'll calculate the money right away. He picked up the calculator and typed away for a while, quickly calculating the total price. He then wrote down each item and the calculation process on a piece of paper with a ballpoint pen, and handed it to Shen Xu along with the calculator. Shen Xu glanced at it. The total price was 271,000, not a small amount, but the calculation was correct. Without any hesitation, he asked for the bank card number and transferred all the payment on the spot. Normally, for such large transactions, a portion of the payment should be retained until the goods are delivered and confirmed to be in order. But Shen Xu was too lazy to go through that trouble. If the other party dares to operate dishonestly, they will be the ones who suffer. After all, the food shortage in this other world is a given, and he will have plenty of opportunities to buy food in the future. The shop owner was clearly surprised that the young man paid so readily. After a brief moment of surprise, the doubt on his face completely disappeared, and his attitude became incredibly enthusiastic. Chapter 32 0 Yuan Purchase. Once the shop owner received the full payment, his efficiency skyrocketed. The warehouse storing grain and oil was right next to the shop, and he immediately contacted a truck and loaders. While waiting for the car, the shop owner made Shen Xu a cup of coffee and told him to wait a moment, as the car and he would be there soon. Although the coffee was instant, it didn't taste bad. Shen Xu didn't know anything about freshly ground coffee. He preferred this sweet and smooth-tasting coffee to bitter coffee. The shop owner stood beside him, seemingly chatting casually, but actually probing. Young man, are you buying so much grain to open a grain and oil shop, or to supply supermarkets? Shen Xu took a sip of coffee, looked up and asked, Is there something you need? The shop owner quickly smiled apologetically and explained his thoughts. Shen Xu was clearly buying so much stock not for his own consumption, and since they had a stable supply chain, they could definitely cooperate long-term. From now on, Shen Xu can just contact him whenever he needs to buy grain. He guarantees to give him the most suitable price, not caring about how much he can make per transaction, but simply hoping to retain this big customer. Shen Xu finished his coffee and nodded in agreement. He knew he would definitely be making more purchases in the future, so as long as the cooperation went smoothly, there was no need to switch stores. He immediately exchanged contact information with the store owner. The shop owner was overjoyed. He arranged transportation and loading/unloading fees, squeezing his profits to the bare minimum, all for the sake of this long-term partnership. The young man in front of me paid promptly and generously, clearly a customer who could generate consistent volume. Earning a little less now in exchange for stable, large orders in the future is definitely worthwhile. Not long after, the truck arrived, accompanied by 5 loaders. The shop owner was clearly familiar with them, directing the unloading while instructing the driver and workers to be careful. Shen Xu was very satisfied. Spending money should be a pleasant experience. The best deal is one where the money is right and the service is excellent. The grains were loaded onto the truck in bags. Although they were all loose and unbranded, the rice, flour, oil, salt, and sugar were all packed tightly in individual portions. After loading the truck, Shen Xu sat directly in the passenger seat. Several loaders lay down on the high pile of grain in the back, resting while following the truck. Of course, this seating arrangement couldn't be seen by the traffic police, otherwise, if a truck was carrying passengers, there would be a fine. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and by the time the truck arrived at the newly rented warehouse, it was already past noon. Shen Xu noticed that the driver and the loaders hadn't eaten lunch, so he ordered takeout for them to eat first before getting back to work. As a result, he bought nearly 200 yuan worth of steamed buns in one go, and the several lean-looking loading and unloading workers ate them all up without much effort. Shen Xu stood to the side, watching with a puzzled expression. This person's appetite and physique were completely mismatched. Could it be that some martial arts master was hiding in the grain and oil market? In ancient times, there were sweeping monks at Shaolin Temple. Now, there are loading and unloading workers at grain and oil markets. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain how they can eat so much. However, After eating and drinking their fill, the group was indeed full of energy. Shen Xu didn't ask that the goods be stacked neatly, just that they be moved into the warehouse as soon as possible. Without the hassle of stacking, unloading was faster than loading. In less than 2/3 of the time it took to load the trucks, all 60+ tons of grain were in the warehouse. After seeing the truck and the loaders off, Shen Xu turned around and went back to the warehouse, closing the gate behind him. Looking at the mountain of grain in front of him, he rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but chuckle. These grains were all sold in bulk, with no printed information on the bags or oil drums. The seller naturally had all the necessary food distribution licenses, certificates of origin, and hygiene certificates. However, even the cheapest grains were packaged with minimal effort to cut costs. Shen Xu greatly admired this frugality. The absence of trademarks and text saved him a lot of trouble. Although the plastic bags for rice and flour and the containers for oil were made of materials beyond the comprehension of this other world, it wasn't a big problem, and Song Xiqing would naturally find a way to solve it. Then Shen Xu rolled up his sleeves and began to collect the grain into the subspace. This cubic meter of subspace, if filled entirely with rice, could hold about 1,600 jin, 500 kilograms. If filled with flour, it could hold at most 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms. Salt and sugar take up much less space. 2,000 caddies of salt would not even fill half a cubic meter, while 2,000 caddies of sugar would take up more than half. If you squeeze it hard, 4,000 caddies of salt and sugar are just enough to completely fill 1 cubic meter of subspace. Soybean oil is even more troublesome, as the oil drums themselves take up too much space, and 4,000 caddies of soybean oil need to be transported in 4 separate trips. Shen Xu first took out the tiger bones and rhinoceros horns that were originally stored in the subspace, and then began to transport food to the other world. But it would take nearly 100 trips to move all the goods in this huge warehouse. After working for a while, Shen Xu started to get a headache. 1 cubic meter of space is enough for emergency use, but it's far too small for large-scale transportation like this. He wondered if the subspace would expand as his martial arts level increased. Shen Xu pondered this as he moved the items back and forth. After this batch of grain is delivered, he will ask Song Xiqing how to improve her martial arts level. He especially needed to learn the sword technique that Song Xiqing had practiced that morning. For the sake of this batch of grain, Song Xiqing wouldn't refuse. He exchanged the jade box given to him by Song Xiqing for money, then used the money to buy back the food that Song Xiqing urgently needed, and incidentally gained Song Xiqing's favor. In that case, wouldn't Song Xiqing have to teach him all her martial arts techniques? This whole system creates a perfect closed loop. Shen Xu has finally figured it out completely. Great, this wave of free purchases is all about technique, no emotion involved. Chapter 33 Maintaining a Skeptical Approach. In Songjia village in the valley, outside the gate of a courtyard house, Yu Wujiu was pacing anxiously back and forth. Besides him, several people from Songjia village stood quietly to the side, their faces showing worry. Only Song Xiqing remained calm, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, circulating her inner energy to regulate her body while quietly accumulating cultivation. The reason no one went into the courtyard was entirely Song Xiqing's arrangement. She was worried that if Shen Xu really went back to heaven to gather provisions and then returned to the mortal realm, he would cause a commotion. To prevent Shen Xu's secret from being exposed, it was obviously safer to stay outside the courtyard than inside. It was nearly evening, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky red, weary birds returned to their nests, cicadas were startled awake, and wisps of smoke rose from the village chimneys. Yu Wujiu lingered for an unknown amount of time, and seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, he finally couldn't help but speak. "Young miss, will Shen Xu be back today? Is he just bragging to impress you?" He became increasingly anxious as he spoke. "That's nearly 1,000 bushels of grain. Where can he find it? We can't put all our hopes on him. Let's discuss a solution to the food shortage as soon as possible. The village doesn't have much grain stored to begin with. If we wait for a few days and he says he can't find any more grain, it will probably be too late to exchange it." Song Xiqing opened her eyes, glanced at Yu Wujiu, and then swept her gaze over the people beside her. She saw the same suspicion in their eyes. She wasn't surprised by this, and she understood why they were uneasy. But she had no doubt about Shen Xu. You know it's nearly 1,000 bushels of grain, Song Xiqing said calmly. Since young Master Shen has agreed, he can definitely handle it. There is too much food. Even with his abilities, it will take him time to procure it. Just wait patiently and give him your full trust. Don't worry about anything else. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend why their young mistress would hold an outsider in such high regard, even to the point of near absolute trust. The oldest among them, with white hair and beard, finally couldn't help but advise. Young lady, it was indeed a mistake that we couldn't get the grain back this time, and it's understandable that you're dissatisfied. But he's right. The safety of the 2,000 people in Songjia village cannot be entrusted to an outsider. We must be careful about this matter and not act rashly. Song Xiqing pursed her lips and asked. Teacher Yan, you've watched me grow up. Since I became aware of things, when have you ever made a decision based on impulse? Master Yan was speechless for a moment, and could only smile bitterly. Just because it didn't happen before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Although I have never met Shen Xu, I have heard that the young lady is very close to him. Miss is already 20 years old. If you really want to marry him, we will naturally support you. We just hope that your personal feelings for him will not affect your judgment. Song Xiqing was stunned for a moment before she realized what the elders had misunderstood, and a look of both laughter and tears appeared on her face. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Zhan Bafeng leading Zhan Qiangu at a brisk pace. Huh! Xiao Yi, didn't you go to exchange grain? Why are you back so soon? Master Yan, what are you all doing here? Zhan Bafeng rushed to the door with a face full of excitement, but stopped in confusion when he noticed that everyone's expressions were strange. Master Yan sighed. You've come at the right time. Wujio failed to exchange for grain, and the village's grain reserves are in serious trouble. We should be discussing how to deal with this, but the young lady has chosen to absolutely trust the stranger because of his promise. This is too hasty. You should help persuade her. Zhan Bafeng scratched his head and looked at Song Xiqing with a puzzled expression. Before he could ask, Song Xiqing explained the situation. It's young Master Shen. We couldn't get the grain back, and the village is short at least 800 sure. I was at a loss for what to do, but young Master Shen said he could solve it. Upon hearing this, Zhan Bafeng immediately understood, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. So it's young Master Shen? Then there's definitely no problem. What young Master Shen promised, he can absolutely accomplish. Yu Wujio, Master Yan, and the others were all stunned. They originally wanted Zhan Bafeng to persuade Song Xiqing, but who would have thought that he would stand on Song Xiqing's side without hesitation? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Zhan Bafeng finally realized what was happening, and quickly pulled his son Zhan Qiangu in front of him. Master Yan, you don't know, young Master Shen is truly capable. You know about Shitu's condition yesterday. With Elder Mo not here, I thought Shitu was really beyond saving. As a result, as soon as young Master Shen took action and administered a few miraculous medicines, Shitu immediately became lively and energetic again. Apart from his wounds still healing, his body was completely fine. I brought Stone here to see if young Master Shen was here, so that Stone could thank him in person for saving his life. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Xiqing's ears twitched slightly. A few noises came from inside the courtyard. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Chapter 34, Don't delve too deeply. Not only Song Xiqing, but everyone else gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, except for Shitu, also noticed the unusual situation inside the courtyard. The noise would sometimes rise and sometimes fall silent, as if someone was constantly appearing and then disappearing in an instant, so strange that it was impossible to understand. Master Yan and the others looked at each other, first glancing at Yu Wujio, only to find that Yu Wujio also looked completely bewildered. Looking at Zhan Bafeng, he seems to know a little more than Yu Wujio, but he is obviously only half knowledgeable. Finally, everyone's attention was focused on Song Xiqing, because she was the only one who remained calm in the face of the commotion in the courtyard. Master Yan coughed lightly and asked cautiously, Miss, what exactly happened in the courtyard? Song Xiqing casually said. It should be young Master Shen who has returned. He needs a lot of food, so he'll be busy for a while. She didn't try to hide it, because there were too many experts in the village, and it would be almost impossible to keep something a secret. Although she is already a 7th grade innate master, she might not even rank in the top 10 among the blood guards. Both Yu Wujiu and Zhan Bafeng were stronger than her. She could only try to keep the matter of Shen Xu vague. Master Yan was incredulous. Young Master Shen? Shen Xu is back? How come we didn't notice at all? Song Xiqing's expression immediately turned serious. She stood up, brushed the dust off her trousers, and glanced at everyone. Master Yan, and everyone else, I will only say these words once, and I hope you will all remember them. Young Master Shen Xu is an extraordinary person I met during my travels in the martial world. As for what makes him extraordinary, you will naturally come to your judgment after getting to know him better. I can only tell you that the strangeness is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. His martial arts level may not be high, but he has many other skills. Saving Shi Tu yesterday and solving the food problem today seem to be easy for him. But if we rely on ourselves to handle these things, it is often extremely troublesome, and we may not even be able to find a solution. Song Xiqing emphasized. Therefore, I hope you will all treat young Master Shen the same way you treat me. As for his peculiarities, please don't delve into them. Master Yan frowned. He realized that no matter how much the young lady said before, the only truly crucial sentence was the last one. Don't delve too deeply into it. Why can't we investigate further? Could it be that the young lady has been deceived? Moreover, they didn't even see what Shen Xu did, so how could the food problem have been solved? The village is short of nearly 1,000 bushels of grain. Without providing actual grain, all promises are meaningless. Just as Master Yan was becoming increasingly uneasy, the courtyard gate suddenly opened from the inside. After changing his clothes, Shen Xu walked out with a relaxed expression. He was visibly taken aback when he saw so many people standing at the door. But when he realized that Song Xiqing was also there, the tension he had felt immediately dissipated. He first nodded politely to everyone, then smiled and said to Song Xiqing, The grain has been taken care of, but there's a lot of it. The side rooms can't hold it all, so I've piled it all up in the yard. You'd better gather the villagers now and distribute the supplies to each person. The food supply is secured? How is that possible? Yu Wujiu instinctively expressed his doubts, but before he could finish speaking, he had already dashed into the courtyard. The next moment, a curse suddenly came from the courtyard, and Yu Wujiu's voice was full of horror. Master Yan and the others could no longer contain themselves. They bowed to Song Xiqing to apologize and rushed into the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, gasps of surprise rose in waves. After rushing into the courtyard, Master Yan gasped in shock and froze on the spot. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was agape, and his wrinkled face was blank with disbelief. Because the entire yard was completely filled with grain. Bags of rice and flour were neatly stacked, the outer bags were completely transparent, and you could clearly see what was inside. Besides rice and wheat flour, there was also a lot of oil and bags of snow-white salt. Master Yan simply couldn't understand how there could be such pure white salt in the world, or how there could be a bag that could see things so clearly. What shocked him most was how all this grain was transported in. After Yu Wujiu failed to exchange for food, he and several elders stayed outside the courtyard, trying to find a way to solve the food shortage. They waited at the gate for a whole day, but they didn't see anyone enter the yard or anything being carried in. But now, there is an abundance of grain in the yard, enough to feed the entire village. Could it be that all this grain really appeared out of thin air? Master Yan's mind was in a state of confusion, but Song Xiqing's words of advice suddenly came to mind with unparalleled clarity. Don't delve too deeply into his peculiarities. So that's what she meant. Master Yan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. If we can get so much grain without investigating, then whoever dares to investigate will have their legs broken. His previously dull eyes instantly regained their sparkle and even began to shine. Chapter 35 Sugar is as precious as gold. A total of 80,000 jin of rice, 40,000 jin of flour, 4,000 jin of oil, 2,000 jin of salt, and 2,000 jin of sugar are all here. Shen Xu led Song Xiqing into the courtyard, pointed to the supplies piled up there, and explained the distribution criteria with a smile. Songjia village has a total of 2,000 people, so he prepared food according to the number of people: 40 caddies of rice, 20 caddies of flour, 2 caddies of oil, 1 caddy of salt, and 1 caddy of sugar for each person. As for the specific method of distribution, whether it should be based on the number of people or each household, that is up to Songjia village to decide. After all, adults eat more than children and the elderly, and he has limited knowledge of the village's situation, so it's not convenient for him to get involved. Song Xiqing stood there, looking at the yard full of grain, her heart pounding, overwhelmed with shock. She had always believed in Shen Xu, since he had promised he would definitely be able to do it. But when she actually saw so much grain in front of her, she still found it hard to believe. As expected of a deity from heaven, even with the limitations imposed upon descending to the mortal realm, the abilities he casually displays are still astonishing. Yu Wujiu couldn't wait to open a bag of rice and a bag of flour, and even dipped his hand in some flour and stuffed it into his mouth. The way he was seriously tasting the food made Shen Xu feel a little dazed. It was just flour, but why did he make it look like he was testing some kind of contraband? Yu Wujiu had no idea what Shen Xu was thinking. After tasting the flour, his eyes suddenly widened. He grabbed a handful of rice, rubbed and examined it closely, his hand trembling slightly as he held it, his excitement barely concealed. This is refined rice and flour! It's so much better than the rice and flour we used to get in Yongping town. I think it's absolutely comparable to the tribute rice and flour used exclusively by the royal family. If you take this kind of refined grain to town and exchange it for brown rice, you can get at least 10 pounds for 1 pound. Yu Wujiu's voice trembled as he spoke, showing the rice in his hand to Master Yan and the others. Master Yan and the others immediately gathered around. After briefly examining the quality of the rice and flour, everyone's faces lit up with barely suppressed joy. They then realized how wrong they had been in their previous opinion of Shen Xu. They all initially thought that their young lady had been blinded by love and had easily trusted this Mr. Shen of unknown origin. But now it seems that Shen Xu not only easily solved the village's food shortage problem, but also brought back high-quality rice and flour that were comparable to tribute. The elderly people were both surprised and ashamed. Recalling their previous suspicions, they felt utterly embarrassed. Yu Wujiu had already picked up a packet of salt, opened it, and carefully tasted a little. His expression immediately became even more excited. It really is refined salt. I knew it. The rice and flour that young Master Shen brought were all high-quality grains, so how could the salt still be coarse salt? It's great, there's no bitterness at all, and it doesn't leave your mouth feeling astringent. Unlike the salt we usually eat, which can cause poisoning if you add even a little too much. As he spoke, he licked his lips and then turned his gaze to the packet of white sugar. The appearance of sugar and salt is obviously different. Yu Wujiu already had a guess, but he just couldn't believe it. Sugar is a rare and expensive commodity, so even though Shen Xu said there were 2,000 caddies of sugar, he only thought it was ordinary maltose. But this thing in front of me clearly looks like white sugar. Yu Wujiu carefully tore open the packaging, dipped a few candies in with his fingertips, and nervously placed them on his tongue. The clear and pure sweetness instantly spread in his mouth, and he froze on the spot. It really is white sugar! Good heavens! You can't buy white sugar in Yongping town at all, you have to go to Changle County to find it. But there's so much sugar here! Am I dreaming? He held the bag of candy as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, so excited that he almost lost his composure. Master Yan and the others quickly went over and, imitating Yu Wujiu, each dared to dip a few grains of sugar in it to taste. Upon tasting the sweet flavor, these elderly people in their 50s and 60s became as excited as children, waving their arms and legs, their faces filled with indescribable joy. Shen Xu stood to the side, watching everyone's exaggerated reactions, feeling utterly bewildered. It's just white sugar, why are you all acting like you've suffered a tremendous shock? Song Xiqing was equally excited, But knowing Shen Xu's godlike status, she was ultimately much more receptive than others. She calmed herself down and, meeting Shen Xu's questioning gaze, began to explain earnestly. Young Master Shen, you may not know this, but white sugar is extremely rare. Even the emperor in the palace doesn't get to eat much white sugar every year. When we want to eat candy, we can only eat maltose candy, and even then, we can only afford to buy a small piece during festivals. As for white sugar, it is as expensive as gold, and it is often in short supply. Looking at the grain in the yard, Song Xiqing felt grateful but also somewhat helpless. I am truly grateful to young Master Shen for being able to procure so much grain. However, there is no need to prepare it so well. We cannot afford such grain under normal circumstances. After hearing this, Shen Xu was speechless for a moment. When he bought these things, he tried his best to choose the most ordinary and lowest quality items. Who would have thought that, in this world, they would all become tribute items? What kind of life do the people here lead? Shen Xu rolled his eyes, unsure how to respond to Song Xiqing, but his attention was now completely focused on the value of the sugar. It is priced the same as gold of equal weight, yet there is no market for it. There is almost no stock available. They're talking about white sugar? Shen Xu's mind exploded instantly. This stuff costs less than 5 yuan per pound where he is. But 1 gram of gold is worth more than 300 yuan, and a pound of gold is 500 grams. That means that 5 yuan's worth of white sugar can be exchanged for 150,000 yuan worth of gold by simply bringing it here. What an incredible proportion! This is even more outrageous than the previous 0 yuan jade box offer. So, how did he become the richest man by reselling sugar? Chapter 36. A mighty man emerges from another world. Seeing Shen Xu suddenly looking lost in thought, Song Xiqing thought she had said something wrong and upset him. She felt a slight panic and hesitated before speaking. Young Master Shen, please take this sugar back. Rice, flour, oil, and salt are already a huge surprise for us. Sugar is such a waste. Shen Xu's fantasy of becoming the richest man was interrupted, and his thoughts were finally brought back to reality. He smiled and waved his hand. No need, it's just a little sugar, nothing serious. Since you brought it, just keep it. However, I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Without even asking what it was about, Song Xiqing immediately nodded. No problem. Young Master Shen, please give your instructions. We will do what we can, and we will find a way to do what we can't. Master Yan quickly stepped forward, his face full of sincerity, and said, The grain that young Master Shen brought is extremely important to Songjia village. We have no way to repay such a great kindness. If we can do something for you, everyone will feel more at ease. The elderly men who came with Master Yan nodded repeatedly, clearly sharing the same thought. Yu Wujiu rushed to Shen Xu, solemnly cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. Young Master Shen, I was blind before and offended you greatly. I deserve to die. If I have done anything to displease you, please punish me as you see fit. I will have no complaints no matter how you decide. Shen Xu shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Brother Yi, there's no need for that. We didn't trust each other when we first met, so it's normal for you to doubt me. You haven't done anything wrong, so why would I punish you? These words made Yu Wujiu even more ashamed, but he could tell that Shen Xu was not pretending to be magnanimous, but genuinely did not take the matter to heart. Continuing to demand punishment would only seem pretentious. Yu Wujiu could only straighten up and silently keep this apology in his heart. Master Yan stroked his beard and said with emotion, Young Master Shen is so generous and magnanimous, truly admirable. It must be the blessing of the old prince in heaven that the young lady was able to meet you in the martial world. Shen Xu quickly cupped his hands in greeting. You flatter me, sir. It is my great honor to know Miss Song. Master Yan nodded with a smile, then suddenly asked, Since you two young people are so fortunate to have met, when do you plan to get married? Huh? Getting married? Shen Xu was stunned on the spot, his mind not quite processing it, and he didn't understand how the topic had jumped to this point. Song Xiqing blushed instantly, glared at Teacher Yan, and even stomped her foot. She quickly changed the subject. Master Yen is an old man who doesn't know his place and loves to joke. Young Master Shen, please don't take it to heart. You just said you needed our help with something. What is it? The conversation finally got back on track, and Shen Xu immediately perked up, his eyes brightening. Well, I actually need gold on my end. So, I'd like to get some white sugar and ask you to take it to a nearby town to sell. Is that all right? He paused, then added, Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. You can take 10% of the gold you sell. Song Xiqing was taken aback at first, then shook her head. Selling sugar for young Master Shen is no problem, but all the gold should belong to young Master Shen. We can't take it. However, she quickly explained the actual situation. Yongping town at the foot of the mountain is not wealthy. There are only a few rich families and few merchants. If we only sell sugar in the town, we will definitely be pressured to lower the price by those unscrupulous merchants. It would be best to send someone to Chanle County with some samples first to find out the market situation there. After negotiating the deal, then bring enough sugar to trade there. Upon hearing this, Yi Wujiu immediately exclaimed, Oh dear! I failed to exchange for the grain before because I acted impulsively, and made a grave mistake. Young Master Shen not only solved the village's grain problem but also didn't hold my offense against me. Please, miss, give me a chance to atone for my sins. After thinking for a moment, Song Xiqing nodded and said, Wujiu is indeed suitable. He has always been in charge of the village's transactions with the outside world, so he is not easily deceived. Moreover, his martial arts skills rank among the top 10 in the village, and he has the ability to protect himself on the road. If he is targeted by thieves, at least he can ensure that his goods or gold will not be stolen. What do you think, young Master Shen? Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, No problem, I'll do whatever Miss Song says. I don't know anything about these things, so whatever you think is suitable is fine. Yi Wujiu immediately raised his arm and clenched his fist, solemnly promising, Young Master Shen, rest assured! I will never let anything happen to Bai Tang. Even if we encounter a powerful enemy, I will protect Bai Tang even if it costs me my life. Shen Xu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, and said with a wry smile, Please don't. Sugar isn't anything special. If someone tries to rob us, just give it to them. Remember, nothing is more important than the lives of our own people, understand? Yi Wujiu didn't argue, but obediently nodded in agreement. In his heart, however, he had made up his mind that he must handle the matter entrusted to him by young Master Shen perfectly, without making the slightest mistake. At this moment, Zhan Bafeng also came over with his son, and slapped his son on the back of the head. The young man knelt down in front of Shen Xu with a thud, while Zhan Bafeng solemnly cupped his hands and said, Young Master Shen, my son Shen Xu is fully recovered, with only a minor external injury still healing. Thank you so much, young Master Shen, for bestowing this miraculous medicine that saved my life. I'm not good with words, but our Zhan family owes you a life. From now on, if you need anything, just give the order, and the Zhan family will not hesitate. All done? Shen Xu looked surprised. This time it was Stone who knelt down. He didn't avoid him, but instead went forward, pulled him up from the ground, and examined him carefully. In less than 2 days, it has recovered to this extent? Was the drug too potent, or was Shen Xu's body incredibly strong, that after using the drug to help kill the bacteria, his body quickly eliminated them? The more Shen Xu thought about it, the more likely the latter seemed, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The people of this other world really do produce some tough guys. Chapter 37 I don't care what you think, I care what I think. In Shen Xu's original world, let alone such a serious injury, even if it were just a common bacterial infection, it would take 3 to 5 days to recover after taking medicine. But upon arriving in this other world, the stone recovered almost completely in less than 2 days. This speed of recovery made Shen Xu sigh in admiration. This kid was incredibly resilient. Seeing that Zhan Bafeng and his son were about to express their gratitude again, Shen Xu smiled and waved his hand, saying that it was enough that he was healed and that being so polite would only cause trouble. He will still need Zhan Bafeng's help in many things in the village in the future. We will all be family sooner or later, so there is no need to always say thank you. The most important thing right now is to distribute the grain piled up in the yard as soon as possible, otherwise it will be inconvenient to come and go. Song Xiqing immediately agreed and asked Yiwujiu to inform everyone in the village to come to the courtyard to collect their grain. Zhan Bafeng did not go out with them, but instead took Shen Xu and began sorting supplies with Master Yan and several old men. The grain was distributed according to the standards previously set by Shen Xu, regardless of gender or age, calculated per capita. Each person receives 40 jin of rice, 20 jin of flour, 2 jin of oil, 1 jin of salt, and 1 jin of sugar. Looking at the white sugar, Song Xiqing couldn't help but advise Shen Xu that white sugar was too precious and there was no need to distribute it to the villagers. Why not leave the sugar behind and let Yiwujiu take it to Changli County to exchange for money? In her view, with this refined rice, flour, salt, and oil, the villagers would have enough to live a good life for 2 or 3 months. After all, even during the Lunar New Year, they couldn't bear to eat such fine grains. Shen Xu naturally understood her thoughts. For people in this world, white sugar is a true luxury, but not a necessity for survival. The people of Songjia village didn't have any extravagant hopes for life. They didn't ask for enough to eat or wear, they just hoped not to starve to death. When resources are extremely scarce, people don't even have the right to want a good life. This is not because they want it, but because they have no other choice. But things are different now, because Shen Xu has arrived. He arrived in this world with a steady stream of supplies, and Songjia village became the foundation for his establishment and development in this new world. If he wants the people here to work for him, he must first feed them and enable them to live a life they never dared to dream of before. The people of Songjia village may not dare to accept it, but he has to give it to them. Only when everyone truly feels the benefits will they be grateful and willingly stand on his side. Moreover, a bag of white sugar here can be exchanged for its equivalent weight in gold, making the profit incredibly high. He could easily give up a small amount to improve the villagers' lives. It was nothing to him. So Shen Xu looked at Song Xiqing and said in an unquestionable tone, "Miss Song, regarding the sugar issue, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I don't care what kind of life Songjia village lived before. But from now on, since I'm here, you have to do things my way. I'm going to be staying here for a long time. I can't just watch my own people eat chaff and drink thin gruel every day, can I? As for exchanging sugar for gold, you don't need to worry. I have plenty of sugar, and I'll have to control the quantity if I actually sell it. If too much sugar flows into the market, its scarcity disappears, and the price drops. That's the real loss. So you only need to remember one thing, there's plenty of sugar, and Songjia village can afford it." A flicker of emotion crossed Song Xiqing's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. As the eldest daughter of Songjia village, she naturally hoped that every villager could live a better life. In the past, she could only do her best to ensure that everyone didn't starve to death. It wasn't until Shen Xu appeared that she saw real hope for the first time. Before long, led by Yiwujiu, everyone in Songjia village gathered outside the courtyard. Men, women, and children all stood quietly. The line was neat and orderly, without the slightest chaos. Even the young children didn't cry or make a fuss, they just stared intently at the grain in the yard. The Zhan Bafeng father and son, along with the elderly Yan Fuzi, each took charge of a specific item. Villagers lined up to enter the courtyard, collected their items, and then left from the other side. Rice, flour, salt, oil, and sugar were distributed to everyone in a rapid, almost unbelievable manner. The entire distribution process was orderly, and the footsteps and handovers of the people even seemed to have a special rhythm. Song Xiqing stood beside Shen Xu and gently introduced his identity to the villagers. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone outside the courtyard could hear it clearly, as if it were right next to their ears. She made a point of telling everyone that all the high-quality grains were brought by Shen Xu. In particular, the 1 pound of precious white sugar given to each person was specially prepared by Shen Xu for the entire village. The way the villagers looked at Shen Xu quickly changed. There was gratitude, curiosity, and doubt among them, and some people were also secretly looking him and Song Xiqing up and down. Seemingly having figured something out, the wariness in those people's eyes quickly disappeared, and they immediately became friendly towards Shen Xu. Some people even respectfully called out to Shen Xu before leaving after receiving their food rations. "Thank you, son-in-law." This one sentence instantly stirred up the once quiet courtyard. Song Xiqing's face turned bright red instantly. Instinctively, she grabbed Shen Xu's hand and pulled him out of the courtyard. But her panicked and evasive reaction was seen by the villagers as no different from tacit agreement. The entrance to the courtyard house suddenly became lively, as everyone had clearly decided that Shen Xu was the future son-in-law of Songjia village. Song Xiqing pulled Shen Xu all the way to the village entrance before finally slowing down. She released his hand, lowered her head, and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, I hope you don't mind. They didn't mean to offend you, they just didn't know your identity, so they spoke casually." Shen Xu was taken aback, his face full of confusion. "Offended? What did they do to offend me? You're so beautiful, the fact that they misunderstand our relationship is clearly a compliment to me. If anyone has been offended, it's you. What does it have to do with me?" Song Xiqing was also stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. Not only were her cheeks flushed, but even her fair neck was tinged with pink. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Young Master Shen is too kind. You are a god from heaven, a celestial being banished to earth, while Xiqing is but a mortal with impure bones. How could I possibly be worthy of you?" Shen Xu was completely stunned. In the original world, someone with Song Xiqing's looks and temperament would be someone that ordinary people would find difficult to approach. He had long been accustomed to treating beautiful girls like precious jewels, keeping them aloof and seemingly living in a world apart from ordinary people. But he suddenly forgot that in this other world, the identity he created for himself was never that of an ordinary person. The one who was once unattainable had become himself. Chapter 38. An immortal touches my head, granting me immortality. Although he had gained the ability to travel through time, it had only been less than 2 days, and Shen Xu found it difficult to immediately adjust his mindset. He realized the problem and silently reminded himself that as he traveled back and forth between the two worlds more often in the future, he had to adjust his mindset at any time to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing that Song Xiqing beside him was still blushing, Shen Xu coughed and could only forcefully change the subject. Looking at the vast expanse of fertile fields outside the village, he asked, "Songjia village has a lot of land, probably tens of thousands of acres, right? With so much land, how can you not store enough grain during a good harvest? Why is the village always short of food?" Song Xiqing sensed his stiffness and breathed a sigh of relief, then began to explain earnestly. Songjia village has a total of 12,000 mu of land, with an average of 6 mu per person. However, only half of the land is actually cultivated intensively, while the rest can only be cultivated roughly. If it weren't for the consecutive years of disasters, these fields would have been enough to feed 2,000 villagers. The problem is that there are just too many martial artists in Songjia village. Apart from the children who haven't yet learned martial arts, almost everyone in the village, regardless of gender, is a martial artist, and the amount of food consumed by martial artists far exceeds that of ordinary people. Shen Xu recalled his increased appetite after breaking through to the first rank of martial arts, and immediately understood the difficulties faced by Songjia village. "So you often go into the mountains to supplement the yield of the fields with the harvest from the mountains?" Song Xiqing nodded and said, "The fur, bones, and flesh of wild beasts, as well as rare herbs and spiritual plants, can all be taken to Yongping town to sell for money to exchange for grain. Although the merchants in town always try to lower prices, as long as it's not excessive, we don't bother to argue. We can still manage to get by. But in recent years, Dongshan Prefecture has suffered from disasters year after year, resulting in reduced grain production and rising grain prices. As a result, we can only exchange our mountain products for less and less grain, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to survive." Shen Xu laughed and said, "We don't need to worry about food anymore. There are only 2,000 people. No matter how much food is needed, I can supply it. Don't feel embarrassed. It's fate that I descended to Songjia village. You don't need to be polite with me, just as I won't be polite with you. Of course, This is all predicated on the plan to exchange sugar for gold proceeding smoothly. Shen Xu silently added a sentence in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. Thank you, young Master Shen. Song Xiqing gave a graceful bow, and the pink on her neck finally faded a bit, revealing her fair and tender skin. Shen Xu stared at him, unable to look away. He subconsciously swallowed and tentatively asked, Isn't it too polite to always call me young Master Shen? Why don't you just call me by my name, Xiao Su? Song Xiqing looked up in surprise, met his gaze, and then looked away, forced by his slightly intense gaze. She said softly, Just call me Brother Su. In that case, Brother Su, please don't keep calling me Miss Song. Just call me Xiqing. Shen Xu was overjoyed and immediately agreed, then added, Xiqing, there's something else I'd like to ask you for help with. I am now at the first rank of martial arts, but I have not learned any techniques or skills. I am just stronger. Heavenly powers cannot be used in the mortal world. Could you teach me some techniques and skills to protect myself? I also want to try and see if I can continue to improve after breaking through to the first rank of martial arts with the Foundation Establishment Pill. Song Xiqing did not agree immediately, but thought about it for a while. The cultivation techniques my sister and I practice are suitable for women. Although Brother Su is a god descended to earth, his physical body is still that of a man, so he must learn cultivation techniques suitable for men. I happen to have a set of cultivation techniques and matching martial arts skills, but they are extremely difficult to master. If Brother Su really wants to learn them, he must be prepared first. There are easy cultivation techniques, but their power is limited. No matter how hard you practice, it is difficult to break through the acquired limit and enter the innate level. At this point, Song Xiqing looked at him and asked, Brother Su, what's your choice? Shen Xu replied without hesitation. If there's a better option, of course I'll choose the better one. Difficulty in cultivation is nothing. I'll just focus on my efforts and leave the rest to fate. These were words he was saying to encourage himself, but to Song Xiqing, they carried an additional layer of meaning, that divine intervention was on his side. No longer worried, she said directly. In that case, please sit down, Brother Su. I will now pass on the cultivation technique to you. Shen Xu sat down on the ground as instructed, and Song Xiqing raised her slender hand and gently placed it on the top of his head. She focused her mind and slowly spoke. This technique is called the Heavenly Tao Formless Technique. It is profound and vast, as high as a mountain, as wide as the sea, as surging as a river, and as rolling as clouds and waves. If one can cultivate it to perfection and fully understand it, one may even step into the realm of a supreme Grand Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xu felt a gentle aura flow into his body from the top of his head. The aura, like a swimming fish, traveled along an extremely peculiar route, constantly moving between the acupoints on his body. Song Xiqing continued. Remember this order. This is the method of the great circulation of the Heavenly Tao Formless Technique. When you can complete one full cycle of the Great Heavenly Circuit, it means that you have achieved some success in the technique and are not far from reaching the next level. But even achieving a small degree of success is extremely difficult. Being impatient for quick results, having a restless mind, and even risking going astray in one's practice. Song Xiqing paused, then added softly, But Brother Su is a god descended to earth, he shouldn't go astray. Shen Xu was taken aback, and his heart suddenly felt uneasy. A real deity is naturally not afraid, but this so-called deity is nothing but an impostor. Chapter 39 Peerless Dragon Fist. Shen Xu silently recalled the events and discovered that after Song Xiqing's aura had completely circulated within his body, the order of her energy flow was clearly imprinted in his mind. He immediately showed a look of joy. He had never practiced martial arts before, but he also understood that learning a skill normally was never that simple. Song Xiqing had clearly used the internal energy she had just used to give him some kind of boost and assistance, much like the internal energy transfer in martial arts novels. While the effect is far less dramatic than the initiation method, it directly eliminates the need for understanding, comprehension, and entry-level practice. Now, he only needs to follow the order left by Song Xiqing, gather his internal energy, and then gradually open up the acupoints along the great circulation. Strictly speaking, Song Xiqing had already chewed the food and fed it to him. If he still couldn't learn, then he was truly hopeless. The Heavenly Tao formless skill is an internal cultivation method. One can master it by following the steps and practicing diligently. Song Xiqing's jade-like hand was still gently pressed on Shen Xu's head as she continued. But internal strength alone is not enough. What I will teach you next is a martial art that matches the Heavenly Tao formless skill. No matter how strong your internal strength is, it will only allow you to go further on the path of martial arts and possess more powerful internal energy. Without suitable martial arts techniques, the internal energy cultivated cannot be fully utilized. She explained that after improving one's martial arts level, one can indeed strengthen the body, become immune to all poisons, be impervious to weapons, and even prolong life. If one can reach the 7th rank of martial arts, the innate realm, even without martial arts skills, one can still achieve lightning-fast punches and swift, breathtaking kicks simply by relying on internal energy. However, this power is still far from the true limit of a congenital expert. The significance of martial arts lies in using more refined methods of internal energy circulation to avoid wasting powerful internal energy. The stronger one's martial arts skills, the more internal energy one can unleash. A martial artist who is completely unfamiliar with martial arts can usually only mobilize 10% of their internal energy. Ordinary martial arts techniques can be used at about 30% of their potential, such as Arhat Fist, Vajra Palm, and White Snake Sword technique, which can be found everywhere in the martial arts world. These kinds of martial arts skills are not rare. As long as someone is willing to sincerely learn them, there will often be someone willing to teach them. The martial artists among the bandits and robbers in various places mostly practice such ordinary martial arts techniques. Song Xiqing paused slightly before continuing. More advanced martial arts techniques can unleash about 50% of one's internal energy. Tiger climbing mountain, bird and crane hand, and Mandarin duck knife technique all belong to this level. As for martial arts techniques that can unleash 70% of one's internal energy, they are basically secrets passed down only by innate experts. This kind of martial art is almost impossible to learn in the martial arts world unless one encounters a fortuitous event. Usually, only the direct disciples of prestigious sects are qualified to practice it. At this point, Song Xiqing's tone became serious. And the martial arts techniques I'm about to pass on to you are even more powerful than those closely guarded secrets. Its name is the Peerless Dragon Fist. If one can cultivate to the highest level, one can unleash the full potential of one's internal energy, making one's iron fists earth-shattering and invincible. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Xiqing circulated her inner energy, placed her palm against Shen Xu's crown, and sent a torrent of internal energy into his mind. In an instant, a flood of cultivation insights into the Peerless Dragon Fist poured in like a tidal wave. Shen Xu felt a slight throbbing in his head, but no pain. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort and mystery. This is probably what is meant by enlightenment. But upon closer inspection, it's not entirely the same. The enlightenment in martial arts novels can directly infuse decades of internal energy cultivation. What Song Xiqing is doing now is simply forcibly helping him learn martial arts techniques, allowing him to skip the most difficult introductory stage. As for how far he can go in the future, that still depends on his own cultivation. Shen Xu thought to himself that this kind of instruction would probably be quite taxing for Song Xiqing as well. However, it shouldn't be like a real initiation ceremony, where it drains a person dry. The Peerless Dragon Fist is easy to learn but difficult to master. To reach a high level, one must be able to endure loneliness and hone one's skills at all times. Song Xiqing said softly. There are 7 forms in the fist technique. The first 4 forms are thunderclap, roar, laughing and horizontal, which belong to the category of acquired martial arts. The 5th move, the 5 elements annihilate, and the 6th move, the 3 realms return to origin, belong to the innate martial arts. The final 7th move is called One Hand Covers the Sky. If you can comprehend it, you can become the strongest 9th rank. However, it seems that this set of boxing techniques is not enough to reach the Grandmaster level with just the 7th move. Song Xiqing had never practiced the Peerless Dragon Fist, and did not have a deep understanding of its secrets. She only knew that the seventh move seemed to have other variations. That change might be the key to entering the Grandmaster realm, something Shen Xu can only study on his own in the future. Of course, he is currently only at the first rank of martial arts, and can only practice the first move, Thunderclap. It's indeed too early to be considering the Grandmaster realm now. But Song Xiqing still added with a smile. But I believe Brother Su will definitely be fine. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Believe me, I don't have that much confidence myself. However, she was right. The Grandmaster realm was simply too far away for him at the moment. Let alone a Grandmaster, Shen Xu hadn't even seriously considered the so-called innate realm yet. He chose the strongest techniques and martial arts skills simply because the opportunity was right in front of him, and there was no need to abandon the best horse and actively choose the inferior one. Whether one can ultimately master the skill or reach a certain level is not that important. Even if he is only a first-grade martial artist, he will still be a unique existence when he returns to his original world. Here, he might not amount to much. But in that world, he didn't experience any competitive pressure at all. So how far one can go on the path of martial arts is up to fate. The important thing is to participate. After all the techniques and martial arts skills had been taught, Shen Xu silently stood up. He recalled the energy flow method of the Dragon Fist, and his internal energy circulated accordingly before he suddenly unleashed a punch. The fist was as fast as lightning and as powerful as a hammer blow. It was the first move of the peerless Dragon Fist, Thunderclap. Shen Xu withdrew his fist and stood up, feeling extremely satisfied. That year, he had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Chapter 40 Unifying Thoughts. Its power is indeed astonishing. If it were a normal punch, it probably wouldn't even reach half the power of this Thunderclap strike, right? After retracting his fist, Shen Xu said with a smile. Song Xiqing's expression was somewhat strange. After hesitating for a moment, she still gave a truthful evaluation. Brother Su's punches are too soft, and his speed, power and variation are very poor. But you've only just started learning, so it's normal for you to have this kind of performance. She earnestly reminded them that the more profound the skills and techniques, the harder they are to master, and if one does not practice diligently, it is easy to stagnate. But then she thought of Shen Xu's divine status, and her tone softened. The immortals in heaven probably look down on mortal martial arts. If Brother Su were to practice this in heaven, he would probably be laughed at by the other gods. It's better to treat it as a pastime and learn it casually. Shen Xu immediately waved his hand, indicating that he would try to stay here as much as possible in the future. He will also diligently practice the heavenly Tao formless skill and the peerless Dragon Fist that Song Xiqing taught him. He said in a serious tone that since we are in the mortal world, we should learn more mortal skills to protect ourselves. After all, one cannot use supernatural powers after descending to the mortal realm. If one is unwilling to even practice martial arts, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the gods? Song Xiqing nodded repeatedly, then asked curiously, Brother Su, are there other gods descending to earth? Shen Xu was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with absolute certainty. No, only I was allowed to descend to the mortal realm. There is an impenetrable barrier between heaven and the mortal world. The heavenly court granted me the right to freely pass through the barrier. Other deities do not have this privilege. Although these words were made up on the spot, Song Xiqing knew nothing about the heavenly court, so she naturally believed them without a doubt. The sun had already set, and the surroundings were gradually darkening. Shen Xu suppressed his excitement at learning martial arts for the first time. He told Song Xiqing that it was getting late, and he had to return to the heavenly court first, and would come back tomorrow. When the two returned to the courtyard, the grain had already been mostly distributed. The entire Songjia village was filled with joy, and the smiles on the villagers' faces were impossible to hide. As Song Xiqing said, even during festivals in previous years, the village had never been this extravagant. Those who practice martial arts consume a great deal of food, and the people of Songjia village had hardly ever eaten any fine grains in the past. As for white sugar, it's an even rarer thing that can only be dreamed of. Now that they have received these grains, refined salt, and white sugar, everyone is very fond of Shen Xu. Many people have even assumed that Shen Xu and their young lady are a couple. Song Xiqing escorted Shen Xu into the side room, closed the door, and then turned to look at Yi Wujiu and the others in the courtyard. Master Yan and several other elders did not leave either. They were busy distributing grain to the villagers, and had not yet collected their own rations. Shen Xu entered Song Xiqing's room and then disappeared inside. It all seemed very strange. But everyone remembered the young lady's words. Don't delve into it. So they all pretended not to have seen anything. Having witnessed the sudden appearance of grain, sugar, and salt in their yard, their thinking had completely changed. Regardless of who Shen Xu really is, as long as it brings benefits to Songjia village, they are willing to remain oblivious. It's rare to be muddle-headed in life. If you can continuously reap such benefits, what's the point of pretending to be muddle-headed? Even if we force them to back down, we won't lose anything. Master Yan spoke first, asking, Miss, will young Master Shen come again tomorrow? He clearly noticed Shen Xu's unusual behavior, but didn't pursue it at all, only concerned with this more important matter. Song Xiqing said seriously, If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Su will come. But he's not an ordinary person, so when he comes depends on him. If you encounter a problem that you truly cannot solve, you can ask Brother Su for help. He won't refuse if he has a solution. She then changed the subject, reminding everyone not to develop a dependency on this. Shen Xu's appearance in Songjia village is a blessing from heaven, and everyone should be grateful and not take it for granted. As for the legacy left by their ancestors, their true realization ultimately depends on themselves. The people in the courtyard looked solemn and bowed in unison. Song Xiqing nodded in satisfaction, then turned and instructed Yi Wujiu. After dinner, you will immediately set off for Chanle County. At your pace, if you travel at full speed, 1 night should be enough to get there. Pick some of your sugar as a sample, find out the situation in the county town first, and try to return before sunset tomorrow. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Wujiu immediately accepted the order. Song Xiqing then told everyone that the grain Shen Xu sent was extremely valuable, but he had sent even more amazing things before. Although it wasn't explained in detail, everyone understood that Shen Xu had indeed treated Songjia village unfairly in the slightest. In that case, Songjia village should repay them with sincerity. From now on, whenever Shen Xu needs them to do something, they must do it with priority and to the best of their ability. Shen Xu needs gold, and he can exchange sugar for gold. This is the most important matter in the village recently. Everyone patted their chests and assured each other that they would not delay anything. Song Xiqing didn't say anything more, and let everyone take their quotas and go home. She only spoke slowly when only Master Yan was left in the courtyard. I've taught Brother Su the heavenly Tao formless skill and the peerless dragon fist that my great-grandfather passed down to me. Master Yan was shocked upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, Song Xiqing took out a strange object from her bosom. He had never seen that thing before, but Song Xiqing calmly handed it to him. This was given to me by Brother Su. It has the ability to see almost 1,000 miles. Please, Master Yan, try it out. Chapter 41 Do you know you're wrong? While Song Xiqing was constantly challenging Master Yan's worldview with that Pindodo binoculars, Shen Xu had already taken a taxi back to the hotel from the warehouse. He moved his body and could clearly feel a stream of internal energy flowing slowly within him. That was the seed that Song Xiqing had left him. With this seed, he could condense his own internal energy without going through a difficult introductory process, and cultivate at any time. In normal cultivation techniques, the most difficult part is often not mastering the technique, but rather overcoming the initial hurdle. Gathering internal energy within the body is inherently no simple matter. Before you even get a feel for it, everything seems like gibberish. You may try your best, but you still can't find the right direction. But once you truly get the hang of it, you'll find that many of your previous understandings were wrong. The reason you couldn't break through was simply because you wasted time on useless efforts. This is a case of what is difficult for the unskilled, but easy for the skilled. Song Xiqing essentially led Shen Xu through the most difficult hurdle, making the rest of the journey much smoother. Shen Xu carefully circulated his qi in the hotel room, and with the help of the seed, he easily condensed his internal energy. However, when he tried to circulate the great heavenly cycle according to the method of the heavenly Tao formless skill, he was directly blocked at the first acupoint. This wasn't exactly a bad start, but it still left him somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, the barrier wasn't too strong, and he estimated that he should be able to break through it after a few more tries. It was getting late, and Shen Xu was too lazy to stay at the hotel any longer, so he took his room key to the front desk to check out and then headed towards the residential area where he rented a place. The streetlights on both sides of the street were all on, just in time for the rush hour. Even the wide 8-lane road couldn't handle the sudden increase in traffic. The roads were heavily congested, but there was very little honking. Compared to the anxiety of being late for work, the slow walk home after get-off work is a rare moment of solitude for many middle-aged men. Having a cigarette, listening to a song, and sitting in the car for a legitimate moment of quiet is enough to relieve the stress of the day. Shen Xu had no interest in these mundane details. He was preoccupied with the difference between cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. According to Song Xiqing, martial arts skills have a huge impact on a martial artist's combat power. At the same level of martial arts cultivation, someone who practices tiger climbing mountain will definitely be stronger than someone who practices Arhat fist. The reason is simple: Luohan fist can only unleash 30% of its internal force, while tiger mountain climbing fist can unleash 50%, a difference of 20%, which can make a world of difference in actual combat. Cultivation techniques determine how high a martial artist can ultimately reach in the martial arts path, while martial skills determine how much combat power he can unleash at his current level. No matter how powerful one's internal energy is, if one cannot use it properly, it is just a treasure mountain in vain. The peerless dragon fist that Song Xiqing taught him allows him to unleash 100% of his internal energy. This means that when facing a martial artist of the same level, he can almost be invincible. Even if the opponent is a level higher, as long as they practice ordinary martial arts, Shen Xu felt that he might still be able to win. Thinking of this, his mood immediately improved. With this trump card, as long as he was willing to study and practice diligently, he could truly have a foothold in the other world. You really do get what you pay for. In a game, this is clearly the kind of top-tier treatment only whales, players who spend real money on in-game purchases, deserve. As for those leopard heads, they mostly end up as toys for pay-to-win players. Soon, Shen Xu returned to his apartment complex, took the elevator to his front door, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and entered the foyer. As soon as he entered the room, he saw his roommate Zhang Min and his sister Xingye sitting in the living room, chatting happily. Shen Xu paused for a moment, then subconsciously took out his phone to check the time. He really wasn't used to seeing Zhang Min already home at this hour. Zhang Min naturally noticed his actions and said irritably, "What's with that expression? I've been working overtime for half a month straight, and today is the weekend. What's wrong with coming home early? If I keep doing this lousy job, I'll die young someday. Xiaoya, whatever you do, don't study programming in college. It's so unfair to us girls." Xingye nodded repeatedly, looking like she deeply agreed. Zhang Min stood up and stretched wearily. "Alright, you siblings can chat all you want. I'm about to fall apart. I need to catch up on my sleep, or I'll age prematurely and never get married again." Shen Xu asked in surprise. "You're already asleep? Aren't you going to eat dinner?" Zhang Min waved her hand without turning her head. "I'm not eating. I have no appetite. I'll just treat it as a diet. I haven't had a good night's sleep in half a month. If I don't get a good night's sleep soon, I'll really die." As soon as she finished speaking, she went into the bedroom and closed the door tightly behind her. Only the brother and sister remained in the living room. Shen Xu was about to ask his sister what she wanted for dinner when he suddenly sensed something was off. Xingye, who had just been so well-behaved and adorable, suddenly turned cold. Her delicate face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, making her so serious that it was intimidating. "Let's go back inside. I have something to talk to you about." She finished speaking expressionlessly, then got up and walked towards the second bedroom. Shen Xu was completely bewildered, having no idea what his sister was up to. But he had seen Xingye with that expression before. Although it wasn't many times, each time it meant that she was really angry. The last time Xingye spoke to him in this tone was the last time. Shen Xu silently made a joke to try to ease his sudden tension, then took a deep breath and braced himself to follow him into the bedroom. "Close the door." Xingye's cold voice came again. Shen Xu obediently closed the door, and then heard Xingye ask in a cold voice, "Do you know you're wrong?" Shen Xu was stunned on the spot. What the heck? What did he do wrong? Chapter 42. It's all a misunderstanding. What? Haven't you realized your mistake yet? Seeing her brother's blank expression, Xingye became even angrier. Although Shen Xu was confused, he knew that he couldn't reason with a woman at this time, so he immediately nodded. I realize. I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I was wrong about everything. Xingye's chest heaved with anger as she bit her lip and said, Brother, I know our family's financial situation isn't good, and it puts a lot of pressure on you. It's normal for your emotions to fluctuate after you graduated and stayed in Wanghai to work hard, but no matter what, you can't do that kind of job. Shen Xu was even more confused. What kind of job? What did I do? Xie, just tell me what's going on. I really don't understand. Xingye looked at her with a mixture of disappointment and heartache, and questioned. Are you still pretending? Did you go to a hotel this morning? I saw it with my own eyes. It was wrong of me to follow you, but I never expected you would choose to be a gigolo. Shen Xu's expression immediately twisted. He went to the hotel for safe travel, so how did it get involved with being a gigolo? This girl's thought process is really hard for him to follow. But in Xingye's eyes, his reaction was clearly one of shame and embarrassment after his secret was exposed. Her tone softened, and she earnestly advised, No matter how difficult things are at home, you don't need to make money this way. I've already found a summer job at a nearby fast food restaurant. The hourly wage isn't high, but it's enough for me to cover my expenses for 2 months. Once I graduate from university and start working, we can work together to earn money and definitely improve our family's situation. Don't worry about the dowry or the house when you get married. If the two of you work together, you can definitely afford it. Seeing his sister's earnest expression, Shen Xu felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't explain his time travel incident by booking a hotel room, so he could only give a vague guarantee. It's not what you think. I did go to the hotel to book a room, and it was indeed related to work, but it was definitely not for being a gigolo. My job is special, and I've signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't tell you the specifics. But I can assure you that there's nothing illegal about the work, so don't worry. The law doesn't say you can't travel through time, so he said it with complete confidence. Xingye stared at his composed expression, and her heart began to waver. They had grown up together, and she knew her brother well. If he were truly lying, Shen Xu wouldn't be so natural. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly came up with a way to verify it. Okay, let me test your reaction. If you react, it proves you didn't do anything wrong. If you don't react, it means you're lying. Shen Xu was startled and quickly dodged her sudden attack, exclaiming, Don't be ridiculous. Why would I lie to you about something like this? My job pays very well. Quit that summer job of yours right now. It's not like I can't afford to support you. The sneak attack failed, and Xingye was a little disappointed, but she shook her head and said, I don't want to quit. I have hands and feet, why should I let you support me? I will save the money you give me and give it to you when you get married. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'd use your money to save? Spend the money I give you, stop being so stingy and mistreating yourself. No. I want to. It's none of your business. Alright, what are we having for dinner? I want to order takeout. Don't you have any health awareness? I've already bought the groceries, why order takeout? I'll cook. Seeing Xingye storm into the kitchen, Shen Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt his sister was becoming increasingly aggressive. He hoped nothing bad would happen in the next 2 months, and that he could send her away as soon as university started so he could truly feel safe. Dinner was quickly prepared. Shen Xu's cooking skills were always excellent, and Shen Xu enjoyed the meal very much. The only problem is that the portions are too small. Even if he ate all of this food according to his usual portion sizes, he would only be about 30% full. But his inexplicably increased appetite was inexplicable, so he could only endure it while hungry. Ironically, his listless appearance due to hunger was interpreted by Shen Xu as proof that he was too tired from work. After washing up and returning to the bedroom that evening, Shen Xu looked at Shen Xu, who seemed listless, and said with concern, "Although I don't know exactly what you do, since you've assured me you're not a gigolo, I'll believe you. But don't push yourself too hard, your health is the most important thing. Since you're working so hard, here's a treat for you." As she spoke, she unabashedly changed into a set of cute bear pajamas with ears in front of Shen Xu. Chapter 43. Oranges grown south of the Huai River are sweet oranges, while those grown north of the Huai River are bitter oranges. Shen Xu must have really time-traveled. He lay on the floor, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He sat up, looked at his sleeping sister on the bed, and a sudden, inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. 2 undergarments lay beside his pillow, one not belonging to him, the other equally not. Shen Xu remained silent for a moment, silently paying homage to Master Lu, suppressing the chaotic thoughts that swirled within him. He was so hungry that he simply sat cross-legged, preparing to condense his inner strength and attempt to break through the first acupoint of the heavenly Tao formless skill. Logically, he should have been asleep by now. But the constant hunger tormented him, making it impossible for him to calm down. "Since I can't sleep, I might as well do something productive and sleep when I'm really sleepy. Life is hard enough as it is, there's no need to make things harder for myself." Shen Xu calmed his mind, feeling his inner energy condensing within his body. Then, following the methods of the heavenly Tao formless technique, he controlled his inner energy to circulate through his meridians in a grand cycle. But just like the situation in the hotel before, he failed again. The first acupoint should have been the simplest hurdle. As long as one knows the method of circulating qi and has enough condensed internal energy, breaking through it should be a natural process. However, as soon as his internal energy surged forward, it was as if he had hit an invisible wall, and he was unable to break through it. The bedroom was so quiet that only Shen Xu's even, subtle breathing could be heard, but Shen Xu was completely confused. Although Song Xiqing did not explain the cultivation method in detail, she revealed that martial arts cultivation emphasizes gradual progress, and the most important thing is diligence. Once he has accumulated enough internal energy, opening up his acupoints will be a natural process. But his current situation is clearly not right. Even though my internal strength is sufficient, why can't I even open the first acupoint? Shen Xu refused to believe it and tried several times in a row, but there was no change whatsoever, and all attempts failed. He was completely dumbfounded. This was utterly illogical. He could clearly sense that although his internal energy was not yet powerful, it was more than enough to break through the first acupoint after circulating it for several cycles. But the truth was extremely strange. The internal force simply couldn't break through that barrier. Shen Xu blinked, his brain racing as he went through all the possibilities one by one, and finally came up with the most reasonable guess. Could it be that the problem lies not in the cultivation technique or the internal energy, but in the world he inhabits? He couldn't cultivate his skills and martial arts in his own world. Only when he arrived in another world did he have the conditions to truly cultivate. As for the results of cultivation, they can certainly be brought back to the real world. Internal energy and the body are inherently one, and do not require an additional environment to maintain them. However, the cultivation process is different, and it obviously requires the support of a special environment in another world. Just as tropical plants cannot grow in cold regions, the differences between the two worlds may be the root cause of whether martial arts can be born. Thinking of this, Shen Xu couldn't wait to verify it. He looked at Shen Xu on the bed again. His sister was breathing steadily and was obviously sleeping soundly. She was lying on her back, completely unguarded, and dressed very lightly, which was a real test for Shen Xu. He took a deep breath, judged that there would be no problem in the short term, and with a thought, he directly traveled to another world. When he reappeared, he was already in Song Xiqing's room. Shen Xu wasted no time. He remained seated cross-legged and immediately mobilized his internal energy to circulate the great circulation again. Soon, the internal energy reached the first acupoint. This time, there were no obstacles. The internal force easily broke through the first acupoint, and even continued its momentum, immediately breaking through the second acupoint. It wasn't until the third acupoint that his internal energy began to wane. Shen Xu barely managed to open the third acupoint, and his internal energy was finally completely exhausted. He immediately perked up. The guess was right. Cultivation techniques and martial arts skills can only be practiced in another world. One's own world simply cannot provide the conditions necessary for martial arts cultivation. But why is that? What differences lie between these two worlds? However, upon closer reflection, it's actually quite reasonable that martial arts cannot be cultivated in the real world. If internal energy and martial arts techniques also existed in China, how could there not be any traces of true martial arts masters in its 5,000 years of history? Since no such people can be found in any historical records, it proves that the real world does not have the foundation for cultivating internal strength. Upon confirming this, Shen Xu's feelings became somewhat complicated. The worry is that I'll only be able to cultivate in another world from now on, and I don't know if that will slow down my progress. If my cultivation is too restricted and I end up as a half-baked cultivator, that would be a real problem. What's gratifying is that since martial arts cannot be cultivated in the real world, as long as he becomes a martial artist, he will be a unique existence. No one can truly master internal energy and possess superhuman strength like him. In this matter, Shen Xu admitted that he had a lot of selfish motives. If one could be unique, who would willingly fade into obscurity? If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they'll be punished by heaven and earth. He exhaled a breath of stale air and, after careful consideration, concluded that the current restriction was ultimately more beneficial than harmful to him. Tonight, I opened up 3 acupoints at once. The results weren't amazing, but they were still quite satisfying. The human body has 365 acupoints. Only by opening all of them can the complete circulation of qi be truly completed. As for how long it would take to achieve that, Shen Xu had no answer yet. According to Song Xiqing, to complete the great circulation, one would probably need to reach at least the peak of acquired martial arts. Once his internal energy opens all the acupoints and completes the cycle, he might be able to cross the boundaries of acquired martial arts and enter the 7th grade innate realm. To find out for sure, we need to ask Song Xiqing. After all, he has only opened 3 acupoints so far, and is still far from reaching 365 acupoints. There is no need to overthink things too early. Shen Xu suppressed his excitement, composed himself, and traveled through time again, returning to his side bedroom. Not sleeping when you should is practically a crime. We can talk about it when it gets light. Chapter 44 Xiao Ziqiu's background. The next morning, Shen Xu was woken up by Xingye. Xingye, who found a summer job, has already agreed on part-time hours with a fast food restaurant. She will work 6 hours a day, and occasionally she will have to work overtime. Because of her outstanding appearance, she can help the store attract customers. Since it's a part-time job, there's no need to pay social insurance or housing fund contributions, so the labor cost is very low. Therefore, the hourly wage offered by fast food restaurants is not low, at 25 yuan per hour, and at least 150 yuan for 6 hours. This is considered a very good part-time job in Wanghai. In 3rd or 4th tier cities, the hourly wage would be cut by at least half. Xingye was quite satisfied with the job and was eager to get there as soon as possible on her first day to leave a good impression on the people in the store. So, on one rare occasion, Xingye went to buy breakfast for the family. Unfortunately, the amount she brought back was still not enough for Shen Xu. After Xingye finished eating and gave her a few more instructions before leaving, Shen Xu immediately slipped downstairs, ran to the community breakfast stall, and bought enough food for 5 people. He only left half a person's worth of food for Zhang Min, who was still in bed, and stuffed the rest into his own stomach, barely managing to eat until he was about 70 to 80% full. Touching his stomach, Shen Xu secretly resolved that he must eat his fill before returning from other worlds in the future. If he continued to starve himself like this, he was afraid he would really become as thin as a clothes hanger. After calculating Xinye's working hours, Shen Xu thought that it might be okay to time travel in the bedroom, but to be on the safe side, he still booked a hotel room. He couldn't afford to take chances with time travel. He just wanted everything to go perfectly. After completing the formalities and entering his room, just as he was about to head to the other world, his phone suddenly rang. Chubby face, why were you out of service when I called you yesterday afternoon? What were you doing? Shen Xu was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that at that time he was in another world accompanying Song Xiqing to watch the distribution of grain, and later he learned top-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills at the village entrance. There are no base stations in this other world, so there's no cell phone signal. He replied that he's often busy with other things and it's normal for him not to be able to reach people. He would leave a message if there was an emergency. Xia Ziqiu immediately became suspicious. His words sounded like he was committing a crime. Shen Xu quickly retorted that he was a law-abiding citizen with an ID card, and that he would sue her if she continued to slander him. Xia Ziqiu sent an angry emoji before getting to the point. She had already asked her grandfather, but he had foreign affairs activities this week and his schedule was very full. So she had to wait until the weekend. On Saturday noon, she asked Shen Xu to come home with her, as her grandfather wanted to treat him to a simple meal. Upon seeing the words, "Foreign affairs activities," Shen Xu's eyes widened immediately. Even with his low political awareness, he knew this meant the government was receiving foreign guests. Ordinary foreign affairs activities may not be a big deal, but when foreign leaders visit, the person in charge of receiving them must be at least a national-level figure. Xia Ziqiu's grandfather's status was unlikely to be low, and now that he had foreign affairs activities, Shen Xu suddenly felt that he might actually have a chance to curry favor with a powerful figure. He immediately agreed and then searched online for foreign affairs news of the week, and found that a foreign leader was indeed going to visit Wanghai City. Although the other party is just the leader of a small country, and the purpose of their visit seems to be to seek assistance, their status is such that the level of reception cannot be neglected. Shen Xu continued his investigation through the news and soon found the name of a prominent figure surnamed Xia on the list of key personnel who received the guests. Following the usual news arrangement, this important figure surnamed Xia was listed first in the reception delegation. After verifying the other party's actual current position, Shen Xu felt somewhat guilty on the spot. Good heavens, the people in the first 3 rows. Is this really someone an ordinary citizen like him could come into contact with? What is so special about that jade box that it could alarm even such a high-ranking figure? Filled with intense doubt, Shen Xu entered the bathroom and then traveled to another world. It was still early, so he pushed open the door to the side room and saw Song Xiqing practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Even though he had seen her once before, that figure still struck him as pleasing to the eye. No wonder there were always incompetent rulers in ancient times. It was indeed understandable. Greetings, Brother Su. Song Xiqing twirled her sword, sheathed it, and bowed gracefully to him. Shen Xu stepped forward with a smile and asked about his experience of trying to cultivate the Heavenly Tao formless technique after returning to the Heavenly Court last night, but he had no reaction at all. Only when one arrives in another world and uses the Heavenly Tao formless technique to circulate qi, does the body show a clear reaction. Is this considered normal? Song Xiqing was slightly surprised, but after thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized and said that she had not considered things carefully. The Heavenly Tao formless technique is ultimately a mortal cultivation method, only usable when Suga is in a mortal body. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court and possessing a golden body, the mortal cultivation method will naturally become ineffective. In other words, if Shen Xu wanted to cultivate, he could only do so in the mortal realm. This explanation sounded reasonable, but Shen Xu knew that the real reason was definitely not like that. The problem is definitely not with his body, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the martial arts realm after returning to his original world. Since martial arts realms can be brought back to the original world, it means that the only real difference is between the two worlds themselves. But I can't go into details about this with Song Xiqing. If I talk too much, I might give myself away. Shen Xu pretended not to care, saying that it was fine to only cultivate in the mortal realm, since he wasn't pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts anyway. Then, as if asking casually, he asked, "By the way, if one can circulate the heavenly Tao formless technique for a complete great cycle, does that mean one has entered the innate realm?" Chapter 45 I have some new ideas. Song Xiqing completely agreed with Shen Xu's statement. The realm of martial arts in the mortal world has little meaning in the eyes of immortals. Upon hearing Shen Xu's question, she immediately nodded and explained that as long as one's internal energy is sufficient to complete a full cycle of the heavenly Tao formless technique, it signifies breaking through the acquired limit and officially entering the 7th grade innate realm. These words confirmed Shen Xu's previous guess and made him even more satisfied with his cultivation speed. On his first attempt, he broke through 3 acupoints, which shows that the seed that Song Xiqing left in his body was indeed of high quality. After confirming his cultivation level, Shen Xu quickly remembered something else that mattered more to him, and asked about the jade box containing the Foundation Establishment pill. He told Song Xiqing that he originally thought it was just ordinary jade, but after taking it back, a friend of his became particularly interested in the jade box. If it were just ordinary jade, it would obviously not have caught that friend's eye, so he wanted to know what material the jade box was made of. Shen Xu has now guessed that Xia Zichou's grandfather is no ordinary person, and the true value of the jade box will determine how he should act when they meet this weekend. The fact that the other party was willing to meet him privately in person already indicated that the jade box was no ordinary item. However, Shen Xu did not yet have an accurate idea of just how precious it was. When Song Xiqing heard that the jade box would be useful to Shen Xu, her eyes lit up immediately, and she seemed even happier than he was. However, she couldn't say for sure what the jade box was made of, because the Foundation Establishment pill was refined by Elder Mo more than 30 years ago, and the jade box was also prepared by Elder Mo. She wasn't born yet at that time and didn't know much about these past events. When Elder Mo handed her the Foundation Establishment pill, he only mentioned it casually. This jade box can keep the Foundation Establishment pill in its original state when it was first refined, and even if it is stored for 100 years, its medicinal effects will not be lost. Shen Xu was shocked. The effect was truly frightening, even more exaggerated than preservatives. Moreover, this wasn't achieved through any medicine. The jade box itself could do it, which is clearly a much higher level. Thinking back to the refreshing feeling I had when I held the jade box, and the beauty-enhancing, detoxifying, and yin-yang-tonifying effects that Grandpa Xia Zichou mentioned, Shen Xu gradually realized that those effects were likely just side effects, and the true value of the jade box might be to prolong life. Could carrying it around all the time really make someone live decades longer? He quickly realized that this guess was too far-fetched. However, even if one cannot live for another 100 years, living for another 10 or 8 years seems not impossible. With this in mind, Shen Xu immediately raised his expectations. When he met Xia Zichou's grandfather over the weekend, he had to try his best to maintain an equal stance. Otherwise, if the other party realizes that he doesn't have a deep understanding of the value of the jade box, they will inevitably doubt its true origin. Just as he was making his plans, the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open from the outside, the creaking sound interrupting his thoughts. Shen Xu turned around and saw that Master Yan was walking in hurriedly, holding something in his hand. The thing turned out to be a telescope. Shen Xu looked at it carefully for a moment, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed the free gift he had brought from Pindodo's cut a knife promotion from another world. But how did this inferior telescope end up in Master Yan's hands? As soon as this question arose, Master Yan provided the answer. "Young Master Shen, you really came. Yesterday, Miss said you might come early in the morning, but I didn't believe it. However, I was getting really anxious waiting at home, so I decided to come and wait for you." Master Yan jogged up to Shen Xu, excitedly raising his binoculars, and said that he hadn't been able to sleep all night after seeing this divine object last night. His movements were surprisingly nimble for his age. Clearly, the telescope had made him completely restless. Master Yan, his face full of anticipation yet tinged with trepidation, cautiously inquired of Shen Xu whether there were any more eyesight devices like this. He knew the request was a bit excessive, but Shen Xu was basically aware of the situation in Songjia village and should understand what the clairvoyance meant to them. Its importance is truly immeasurable, Master Yan said, his eyes filled with barely suppressed longing. Song Xiqing was stunned on the spot, then her face darkened, and she reprimanded Teacher Yan with dissatisfaction. She had told him not to make excessive demands on Brother Su. She gave the clairvoyant to Master Yan so that he would know that Shen Xu had already given Songjia village invaluable help. Instead of letting him develop other ideas, we must not let him take advantage of this help to continue to demand things from Shen Xu. Master Yan quickly bowed and said with a wry smile that he was already halfway to the grave, and the only thing he had been thinking about all these years was the last wish left by the old prince. Now that he has suddenly seen such a miraculous object as the 1,000-mile eye, it is like seeing the hope that the old prince's last wish can be truly realized. How could he possibly not ask? Even if he knew it was inappropriate, he had to confirm it with his own voice. Seeing that Song Xiqing's expression was not good, Shen Xu quickly waved his hand and smiled to comfort Teacher Yan. It's just a telescope, nothing rare. You can have as many as you want. It's not an excessive request. After saying that, he turned to Song Xiqing and told her that he had said before that everyone was on the same side and there was no need to be so polite. If she's always afraid of causing trouble for herself, then when he needs her help in the future, shouldn't he first consider whether it will bother her? Song Xiqing hurriedly shook her head, wanting to explain, but Shen Xu raised his hand to interrupt her again. That's good. I won't stand on ceremony with you, and you shouldn't stand on ceremony with me either. Shen Xu paused, glanced at the two of them, and then said, Moreover, I actually have some new ideas about the old prince's last wishes. Whether it will work or not, we'll have to discuss it with you first before we can know. Song Xiqing's attention was indeed diverted, and she immediately asked curiously, What are you thinking? Chapter 46 The Brain Circuit of the Elderly. Shen Xu glanced at Master Yan, then at Song Xiqing, but did not speak immediately. He first went over his words in his mind, carefully organizing the logic, before smiling and speaking. Xiqing knows that I have some unique abilities. The clairvoyance that Master Yan possesses is just the most insignificant one of them, not worth mentioning. Xiqing and I hit it off immediately, and her affairs are my affairs. Now that I know that Songjia village is carrying the legacy of our ancestors, I naturally cannot stand aside and should try to help you. But for some reasons that can't be said, I can only offer indirect help most of the time. Xiqing should understand that. Song Xiqing nodded vigorously immediately. If it were just Song Xiqing here, Shen Xu wouldn't have needed to waste so much breath. But Song family village has 2,000 people, and even though Song Xiqing is a young lady, she can't act unilaterally on behalf of everyone. In particular, for major events involving the entire village to proceed smoothly, it is essential that the majority of people understand and approve of them. Fortunately, Songjia village retains a hierarchical system similar to that of the military, so it is not difficult to reach a consensus. All that is needed is to win over the decision-making level. Shen Xu had already realized that Master Yan held a very high position in the village, and even Song Xiqing respected him greatly. With the support of Song Xiqing and Master Yan, the entire Song family village will become an important backing for him to grow stronger and create new glories in the other world. Indirect help? Master Yan frowned, shaking the binoculars in his hand. Doesn't this telescope count? Shen Xu shook his head and said, No, that doesn't count. The 1,000-mile eye is a finished product, a gift I gave to Xiqing. The grain from yesterday was the same. You don't need to participate in production, you can just take it and use it. That's called direct help. The indirect help I'm referring to is teaching you some simple methods to enable you to have your own production capabilities and make things that you've never seen or thought of before. But whatever we do, we need to mobilize a lot of manpower. So I have to discuss this with you first. If the village doesn't support me, my idea can't be realized. Master Yan was somewhat bewildered and hesitated before saying, Young Master Shen, I'm getting old, and there are many things I don't quite understand. Could you explain it more directly? Shen Xu thought for a moment and then asked, Approximately how much grain can 1 unit of land area, of land in Songjia village produce? Master Yan was very familiar with these figures and answered immediately. In a good year, intensively cultivated land can yield more than 200 caddies per mu. Coarsely cultivated land yields less than 100 caddies. In a year of disaster, there may be no harvest at all. Shen Xu laughed and said, "That is indeed too little. If you farm according to the methods I teach you, the grain yield per mu will increase 3 or 4 times, which is not a problem." Master Yan was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Song Xiqing suddenly became excited. "Really? 3 or 4 times? 1 mu can yield 700 or 800 jin of grain?" Shen Xu nodded affirmatively. "Different crops have different yields. You mainly grow wheat. If it's wheat, it's not difficult to get a yield of 700 or 800 caddies per mu. This is not an exaggeration, in fact, it is quite conservative." There were many reasons for the low grain yields in this era. There were no pesticides or fertilizers, the grain varieties were poor and not resistant to pests and diseases, irrigation was primitive, and farming techniques were low. Some of these problems are limited by the times and cannot be solved in the short term, but many others are not difficult to handle. Solving even a portion of them can lead to a significant increase in yield per acre. Even if we can't reach the modern agricultural wheat yield of 1,000 jin per mu, it's entirely possible to get 700 or 800 jin. If it were rice, the yield would be even higher. However, although the valley where Songjia village is located has abundant water resources, the terrain is not very suitable for large-scale rice cultivation. "Brother Su!" Song Xiqing suppressed her excitement and said solemnly, "Just tell me how the village needs to cooperate. I guarantee that no one in the village will shirk their responsibilities. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it." Master Yan then recalled what had happened yesterday. Shen Xu had managed to procure an entire courtyard full of grain, weighing over 1,000 bushels, without his knowledge. In addition to what Song Xiqing had said earlier, although Master Yan did not trust Shen Xu as completely as Song Xiqing did, he had already let down most of his guard. He pondered for a moment, then finally spoke seriously. "Young Master Shen, I think I understand what you mean. You have already given us tremendous help, and you have not asked for anything in return. You propose these methods to make Songjia village better. I believe they will definitely bring about tremendous changes to the village. Logically speaking, I should be extremely grateful. But as people get older, they tend to become suspicious. Young Master Shen's selflessness makes me feel uneasy." Master Yan paused, his gaze falling on Song Xiqing. "So, how about Mr. Shen marries my young lady? Once you're married, we'll be family. It's normal for a family to have such selfless help among its members." Chapter 47. Do you want a wife or not? Oops, how did we get onto the topic of marriage again? Shen Xu was dumbfounded for a moment. This development direction was completely outside his plans. What he originally wanted to do was to gradually transform Songjia village, enabling this mountain village to gradually master technological capabilities that were ahead of their time. Once technology, production, and military strength are all improved, the success rate of the Song family village rebellion will naturally increase significantly, and he will be able to obtain greater rewards in the other world. On the surface, Song Xiqing and Master Yan both thought he was making selfless contributions, but in reality, Shen Xu had long been tied to Songjia village. The greater Songjia village's influence in the other world, the more likely his cross-world investment will yield returns of tens or even hundreds of times in the future. As for the real benefits involved, the people of Songjia village may not understand, and may even be more convinced of his noble character because of it. Increasing grain production was only a small part of his plan, and not even the most important part. He could easily buy large quantities of food in the modern world and then continuously send it to the other world. What truly has value are those things that are difficult to purchase directly, but can be created in another world using rudimentary methods. For example, cement, steel, explosives, and various steam-powered machines could significantly increase productivity, and even change an entire era. More importantly, they are not necessarily as difficult to manufacture as one might imagine. Shen Xu himself certainly didn't understand the specific techniques, but he remembered watching a video series on a video website before, called The Time Travel Guide. It specifically describes how to survive after traveling to the feudal era and how to create various industrial products using primitive methods. He had long forgotten the specific details, only remembering the general direction. If this time travel is a one-way trip with no return, then he'll be helpless now except for regretting not having seriously studied those obscure facts back then. But his journey through time wasn't a one-way street. He can return to the modern world at any time, find those videos, write down the necessary information, and then use a search engine to verify their reliability. After confirming the method's feasibility, it will be taken to another world, allowing the people of Songjia village to experiment and build in this hidden valley. Songjia village has people and land, and he can provide technical support. The two sides are a perfect match. But Shen Xu never expected that Master Yan would be so insistent on his marriage to Song Xiqing. I brought it up yesterday, and now you're bringing it up again today? However, upon closer reflection, setting aside the issue of their short acquaintance, if he were to marry Song Xiqing in another world, it would indeed be entirely beneficial to his business in both worlds. The last barrier between him and Songjia village will be completely broken, and he will be truly treated as one of their own from now on. Moreover, this matter will not affect the modern world. On the contrary, it will allow him to have a beautiful and gentle female companion in the other world. Shen Xu was at the prime of his life, and this temptation was quite strong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but swallow hard and glance at Song Xiqing out of the corner of his eye. Song Xiqing's pretty face turned red, but she did not seem to resist Master Yan's suggestion. After a moment's thought, Shen Xu straightened his clothes and solemnly cupped his hands, saying, Master Yan, Xiqing is as beautiful as a fairy and has a gentle temperament. She is a perfect match for me. I would naturally be willing to marry her. But my situation is special, and Xiqing knows that. If we really get married, it might delay her, so I want to talk to her alone first to see if she can accept it. Master Yan frowned. Miss is already 20 years old this year, she's practically an old maid. If she doesn't get married soon, when will she? Her parents have long since passed away, and I can make the decision for them. At this point, Master Yan's expression turned serious again. However, there is something I must make clear beforehand. Young Master Shen is no ordinary person, and I cannot ask you to marry into his family. But the eldest young lady's lineage is now down to just her and the second young lady, and the old prince's lineage is about to end. So if you marry the eldest daughter, your first son must take the surname Song, to carry on the Song family line. Your subsequent children can take your surname. We will not force you to. Goodness, the marriage isn't even settled yet, and they're already talking about what the child's surname should be. Shen Xu was both amused and exasperated. In his view, it was no big deal that the child from another world took Song Xiqing's surname. People of this era might think this is a great act of disrespect and filial impiety, but he doesn't care at all. He coughed lightly and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Having children is a matter for the future. If we really get married, I have no objection to the child taking Xiqing's surname. But this happened too suddenly, and my situation is indeed special. Xiqing has to accept it herself. So please let me talk to her alone first. Upon hearing that Shen Xu had agreed so readily to even the child's surname, Master Yan was immediately overjoyed. He thought this request would be difficult for Shen Xu to accept, but to his surprise, the other party didn't mind at all. No problem. I'll go out now, you two can continue your conversation. With a broad smile, Master Yan spoke as he quickly ran out of the courtyard. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the courtyard gate again. Don't worry, young Master Shen, I'll use my internal energy to seal my ears and make sure I don't eavesdrop on what you're saying. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Xu and Song Xiqing remained in the large courtyard. Chapter 48 Heaven has been kind to me. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Song Xiqing lowered her head, and a distinct pink blush rose on her fair neck. Shen Xu coughed lightly and said with a wry smile that she knew his situation. He couldn't stay in the mortal realm forever and had to return to the heavenly court almost every day. If you really encounter an emergency, it's fine to stay away from home for a few days, but you absolutely cannot stay in the human world for too long. He could completely understand Master Yan's concerns. But he couldn't very well tell the villagers that he was a deity descended to earth, and that he was only helping them to complete a test from heaven. His true identity must be kept secret. No one else, except Song Xiqing, should know it. This is why it was difficult for other villagers to trust him completely, and Master Yan's proposed solution did indeed appeal to him. But marriage is ultimately a major life event for Song Xiqing, and he wanted to know first whether she herself was willing. In the mortal world, marriage is often arranged by parents and matchmakers, and whether the man and woman are satisfied is often not important. But in Shen Xu's view, Song Xiqing's wishes were the most important. His status was already unfair to her, and he couldn't make decisions for her anymore. Song Xiqing looked up, her rosy cheeks full of surprise, as if she couldn't believe her ears. She asked softly, "Brother Su, are you attracted to me? But I'm just an ordinary woman, while you're a celestial being. How could you possibly be interested in me?" Shen Xu immediately waved his hand, saying she was talking nonsense. So what if they're gods? Gods still need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Moreover, although he was a god in heaven, he had to take on a mortal body in the mortal realm. By the standards of mortal martial arts, he was only at the first rank of martial arts. On the contrary, Song Xiqing is already a genuine innate martial artist. If anyone is unworthy of him, it should be her who looks down on him. Song Xiqing hurriedly shook her head, repeatedly saying that she could never look down on him. If Shen Xu truly had feelings for her, she would naturally be happy. As for his need to return to the heavenly court every day, that wasn't a problem. It wasn't like he would never come back. She simply felt that she was not good enough for him. Besides, Shen Xu had already seen her body. If she didn't marry him, who else could she marry? She hadn't brought it up before simply because she didn't want to put Shen Xu in a difficult position. Shen Xu was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that this was not modern society. A woman being seen naked is no small matter even in modern times, let alone in this other world that is still in a feudal era. From another perspective, if he were to actually marry Song Xiqing, it could be considered taking responsibility? This thought gave him a strange sense of absurdity. However, since Song Xiqing did not object, he did not hesitate any longer and simply said, "Then let's get married." Only by getting married can Master Yan's concerns be completely dispelled, and can the villagers truly treat him as one of their own. However, he was not familiar with the etiquette of marriage in the mortal world, so Song Xiqing and Master Yan would have to arrange the specifics. "Just tell me what you need him to do, and he will cooperate fully. As for any future children, they can take Song Xiqing's surname, Song. He has no objection to that." Song Xiqing's face turned even redder. Shen Xu was too direct, even bringing up the matter of the child, which made her heart beat faster. She bit her lip and looked away as she said that she would discuss the matter of the surname with Master Yin. Shen Xu is a deity. If he were to marry a mortal, the heavenly court would probably laugh at him. How could their child possibly take the mortal surname? That would be too harsh on him. Shen Xu looked at her seriously and told her not to always keep her divine identity in mind. If the two get married, he is her husband and she is his wife. Other than that, their identities are not important. He understood why Master Yin cared about the child's surname, and he also understood what it would mean for Song Xiqing and the Song family if the two of them had a son in the future, and the son's surname was Song. Therefore, he didn't want Song Xiqing to be troubled by this. If marrying him would only increase her worries and prevent her from relieving stress, then the marriage would be meaningless in his eyes. Two people should get married if they can both live better lives after marriage than before. Song Xiqing stared at him blankly, her heart churning with turmoil, completely moved by his words. In her mind, a child's surname is a taboo subject that a man should never touch. Unless the man marries into the family, or even changes his own surname to the woman's, what man would be willing to let his child take the woman's surname? But how many men would be willing to become live-in sons-in-law before they are truly desperate? But Shen Xu made it so clear that he was willing to let the child take the surname Song simply to reduce her burden, and to hope that she could have a better life. What's more, he was a deity. How could a deity marrying a mortal and being so considerate of a mortal not stir her heart? Song Xiqing felt as if she were blessed by the heavens. Everything was as beautiful as a dream, and her eyes unconsciously welled up with tears. She said that the reason she hadn't gotten married by the age of 20 was because she had very high standards for her future husband. Most of the women her age in the village at the foot of the mountain are already mothers of several children. Master Yan and the others kept advising her, saying that if she didn't get married, her younger sister's marriage would also be delayed, and the two sisters couldn't both become old maids. She knew everyone was right, and she was always worried, but she was never willing to just marry anyone. She originally thought that if she endured a few more years, she might really do what Master Yan and the others said, become a nun and spend her days with the ancient Buddha and the dim lamp. But she never expected that fate would be kind to her, allowing her to meet Shen Xu. Song Xiqing said from the bottom of her heart, "Brother Xu, I am really grateful." These honest words made Shen Xu blush a little. Chapter 49 Simple Marriage Requirements. Shen Xu felt quite emotional. He knew his own situation well and understood that his feelings for Song Xiqing were not nearly as strong as Song Xiqing's feelings for him. The two had only known each other for a little over 2 days, and his fondness for Song Xiqing stemmed mostly from her stunningly beautiful appearance that was impossible to look away from. In modern society, love at first sight is not uncommon, but often it's just lust at first sight. Song Xiqing is different. She hasn't experienced those complex information overloads, and her feelings are pure and simple. For this reason, Shen Xu felt somewhat ashamed, as if he had taken advantage of Song Xiqing's feelings. But from another perspective, if he could really marry Song Xiqing in another world, it would be almost entirely beneficial to him, with no drawbacks. In Shen Xu's view, it would be truly foolish to give up such a beneficial opportunity for the sake of so-called moral fastidiousness. Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. At worst, after getting married, he would treat Song Xiqing even better and provide Songjia village with double the material support, which would be a way of making up for his shortcomings. With that thought in mind, Shen Xu stopped hesitating and asked directly, "So, we've reached an agreement? Shall I call Master Yan in and have him prepare for the wedding?" Song Xiqing lowered her head again and replied in a voice barely audible, Her shy appearance warmed Shen Xu's heart, and he immediately called out loudly to Master Yan outside the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Master Yan was even more anxious than him. As soon as he finished shouting, he rushed into the courtyard, moving as fast as a shadow. "How was it, young Master Shen? How did your talk with the young lady go?" Master Yan asked expectantly. Shen Xu looked at Song Xiqing and noticed that she was also secretly looking up at him. Their eyes met, and she quickly turned her face away as if startled. Shen Xu found it amusing and nodded, saying, "The discussion went well. Xiqing is willing to marry, and I'm willing to marry her too. If we have children in the future, it's fine if they take the surname Song. I don't know the rules of marriage, so I'll have to trouble Master Yan to take care of them. Just tell me what I need to prepare. Also, I don't have a Northern Zhou travel permit, so do I need to register the marriage with the government? I'm afraid I'll also need your help with the identity matters." Upon hearing that the marriage was settled, Master Yan was overjoyed and waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "It's not that complicated. We are people of the martial world, we don't need to be bound by those worldly customs and etiquette. Songjia village has never recognized official registration. As long as you and the young lady are both willing, you can get married in the presence of the villagers." Master Yan told him that Songjia village now has a total of 2,000 people, but the government's accounts only show more than 30 households, less than 150 people, and less than 500 mu of registered cultivated land. The so-called government registration was merely a formality for Songjia village and had no real meaning whatsoever. As for the traditional customs of matchmakers and betrothal gifts, the village doesn't follow them. At most, they'll hold a feast to make the whole village happy, and that's considered a marriage agreement. Just then, Shen Xiugang delivered a large quantity of grain, so the banquet could be quite lavish. Shen Xu was momentarily dazed. What about the bride price? The wedding house? The wedding car? All the various change of address fees, and getting out of the car fees. He got married with nothing? But then I thought, This is my own wedding, so it doesn't seem wrong to avoid these troubles. However simple it may be, you can't really marry Song Xiqing with just a banquet. Shen Xu thought for a moment, and then said, Master Yan, I understand the village's rules. The banquet and wedding ceremony are all up to you. But since I'm marrying Xiqing, I should show some appreciation. I'd like to prepare something separately for Xiqing as a betrothal gift. What do you think? Master Yan nodded with a smile. This is a matter between you two. As long as Miss is willing, I naturally have no objection. Then let's settle on this for now. I'll go find Blind Feng to calculate an auspicious day and then tell the villagers about this happy event so everyone can share in the joy. After saying this, Master Yan turned to leave the courtyard. But as soon as he reached the door, a huge black shadow enveloped him completely. Shen Xu intended to see Master Yan off for a few steps, but after taking only 2 steps, his vision suddenly went dark, and the open courtyard gate was completely blocked. A huge bear was standing outside the door. The courtyard gate was about 2 meters wide, but the giant bear's body completely blocked it. Although it was on all fours, its head almost touched the lintel. Faced with such a ferocious beast, Shen Xu instinctively took a few steps back. Just as he was about to warn Master Yan to be careful, he saw Master Yan bowing to the giant bear. Greetings, Second Mississippi. Second Miss? Bear? Shen Xu froze on the spot. Shouldn't the second Miss be Song Xiqing's sister? How could she be a bear? If the second Miss is a bear, then what is Song Xiqing? Thinking of this, Shen Xu's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and all sorts of absurd thoughts uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Good heavens, is this time-traveling marriage suddenly going to turn into a ghost story? Just as he was lost in thought, the giant bear suddenly fell to the side with a loud thud, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately afterward, a girl with a cold expression appeared before him. The girl's appearance was 6 or 7 parts similar to Song Xiqing's. Clearly she was the second young lady. Greetings, Master Yan. I am dressed in martial attire, which makes it inconvenient to perform the proper greeting. Please forgive me, Master Yan, the young woman said calmly. Shen Xu suddenly realized that it wasn't that the second young lady had turned into a bear, but that she had carried the giant bear's corpse to the door. The bear was so big that even when she carried it on her shoulder, its limbs still dragged on the ground, completely covering the girl. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding, otherwise, his time-traveling marriage might have truly turned into a supernatural tale. No need for formalities. I still need to go see Blind Feng to calculate the auspicious date, Master Yan said with a smile. Second Miss, hurry up and meet your brother-in-law. Our Song family village is going to have a son-in-law. Having said that, Master Yan strode away swiftly. Chapter 50. My sister-in-law wants to eat an old-fashioned popsicle. Brother-in-law? A look of confusion appeared on the girl's face, and a hint of shock flashed across her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Song Xiqing immediately stepped forward, took the girl's hand, and whispered in her ear about Shen Xu's identity. Left standing to the side, not knowing what to do, Shen Xu simply walked over to the giant bear's carcass and began to examine it closely. He had never seen such a big bear before. Even the giant brown bears in the zoo were nothing compared to this guy. Judging from how Song Si carried the bear just now, the bear was on all fours and its shoulder height was probably close to 2 meters. If it stood upright, its height would likely exceed 5 meters, and its weight might be as much as 3 tons. If this monster were brought back to its original world, it would definitely cause a sensation, provided that no one treats it as a criminal. Shen Xu then realized that the size of the beasts from another world was significantly larger than their counterparts in the original world. The size of living organisms and the oxygen content of the air are often closely related. Could it be that the oxygen content in the air of another world is even higher? Is this the fundamental reason why martial arts techniques can be cultivated in other worlds, but not in the original world? As he was thinking, Song Xiqing introduced, Brother Su, this is my sister Song Si. Si, this is Shen Xu, the man I'm going to marry. Once Master Yan consults with Mr. Feng to choose an auspicious date, things will be settled. I'll deal with this bear first, and you and Brother Su can get to know each other better. After saying that, Song Xiqing smiled at Shen Xu and, bent down, grabbed the giant bear's head, and dragged it directly into the yard. She easily dragged the bear carcass, weighing about 3 tons, into the courtyard, which made Shen Xu's heart tremble. He suddenly felt a little worried that he might suffer domestic violence after marriage. But this other world didn't even have a women's federation. If he were really beaten, he probably wouldn't even be able to find a place to seek justice. Song Si stood in front of Shen Xu and looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. So you're the one who spied on my sister while she was bathing? Since you were a trusted confidant of hers during her travels, why didn't you come directly to her door instead of resorting to such despicable acts? Shen Xu was also observing this younger sister-in-law. She was about the same height as Song Xiqing, and her tight-fitting clothes accentuated her toned figure, long legs, and slim waist. The two sisters look about 6 or 7 points alike, but their temperaments are completely different. Song Xiqing is gentle and serene, like a girl next door. Song Si, on the other hand, is spirited and aloof, like an iceberg. Have you seen enough? Isn't it time to answer the questions? Song Si asked expressionlessly. Shen Xu, however, acted like a scoundrel with a straight face. Ask if it's true first, then ask why. I didn't peep at your sister taking a bath, it was just an accident. So I can't answer your question. You'd better go ask your sister directly, and I'll accept whatever she says. Song Si's aura suddenly turned dangerous. After Shen Xu entered the first rank of martial arts, he became much more sensitive to the surrounding atmosphere and immediately sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly admitted defeat. Let's talk this out, don't do anything rash. A gentleman uses words, not fists. I'm a man, after all, and I believe in winning people over with virtue. Besides, if you hurt me, I won't be able to explain it to your sister. This sister-in-law is a ruthless woman who can kill a bear with her bare hands, and Shen Xu doesn't want to ask for trouble. Fortunately, Song Si didn't really intend to make a move. She simply said slowly, Since you're going to become my brother-in-law, I naturally won't do anything to you. You've helped the village so much, we should thank you. But my sister is about to marry you, it would be too formal to say thank you now. Then let's call it even. If my sister is willing to get married, I'll have one less thing to worry about. Although I've never met you before, my sister likes you, so I trust her judgment. At this point, Song Si blinked, a hint of cunning appearing in her usually cool eyes. So, brother-in-law, before you marry my sister, shouldn't you try to please me, your wife's younger sister? Shen Xu then realized that after all that trouble, she just wanted something delicious. That's easy. Most girls love sweets. Ice cream, chocolate, donuts, egg tarts, macarons, cakes, you can totally get them. Chocolate, in particular, is something almost no girl can resist. As for the high calorie content and weight gain associated with sweets, these are not a problem for these two martial arts practitioners. They expend far more energy than the average person, so eating a little more won't bother them. Song Si was unaware that Shen Xu had already thought of so much. Seeing him suddenly fall into deep thought, she thought her request was too much and felt a little flustered. She gritted her teeth and explained in a low voice. I didn't mean anything by it, I just thought it tasted good, don't overthink it. Shen Xu snapped out of his daze, looked at his sister-in-law who appeared aloof but was actually a bit awkward, and laughed. Don't worry, if my sister-in-law is willing, then as her brother-in-law, I'll find a way to overcome any difficulties, no matter how big they may be. Chapter 51 Don't Waste the Bathwater. Chapter 51 Don't Waste the Bathwater. After chatting with Song Si for a while, the two went into the yard and dealt with the giant bear's carcass with Song Xiqing. Song Xiqing was very skilled and experienced in handling the giant bear carcass. It took her about an hour to peel off the entire bear skin. At the same time, the bear meat was deboned, the bile was removed, and the bear paws were cleaned separately. This means that the most valuable parts of the giant bear have been removed. The remaining parts, including blood, brain, and lipids, which are of relatively lower value, were processed rather roughly. They were simply mixed together, and then mixed with many other medicinal materials that Shen Xu did not recognize, and then put into a bag. Then, the sisters Song Xiqing and Song Si started a fire and poured water, and moved the wooden bathtub from Song Xiqing's room to the courtyard. I mentioned to Brother Su before that I encountered a problem when I broke through to the innate realm, and I was left with a hidden injury. If I can't get rid of the hidden injury, my martial arts realm will stagnate. So Grandpa Mo prescribed a medicinal bath for me to heal my injury by taking a bath. As Song Xiqing spoke, she reached up and tucked the ends of her hair behind her ear, and continued. During the process of soaking in the medicinal bath to heal my injuries, I will be in a state of dissipated power, just like an ordinary person. That's why I didn't notice you in time when you appeared in my room last time, Brother Su. This prescription can not only treat my internal injuries, but it also has an excellent effect on promoting cultivation for low-level martial artists. However, because the effects are relatively strong, low-level martial artists cannot withstand them, so they need to undergo a round of absorption first. At this point, Song Xiqing became a little shy again. Song Si, standing to the side, seemed not to hear anything, and continued to add hot water to the bathtub, and put the bag full of various medicinal herbs into the bathtub for soaking. Coco, since I used this medicinal bath to heal my injuries, a lot of the medicinal effects were absorbed, leaving almost no remaining effect for C. But Brother Su, you've just entered the first rank of martial arts, so the remaining medicinal effects are a rare and highly nourishing substance for you. Therefore, after I finish soaking, if Brother Su doesn't mind, it would be best if you continued soaking for a while. Song Xiqing mustered her courage and finally finished speaking, albeit haltingly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu's eyes lit up immediately. Because this thing is really useful to him. He couldn't cultivate in his own world, which meant his cultivation speed was definitely slower than that of the natives in this other world. If one could accelerate their cultivation in this other world by soaking in a medicinal bath, thus making up for the inability to stay in the other world 24 hours a day, that would obviously be a good thing. My dear wife, you're being too polite. We're getting married soon, and we'll be sleeping in the same bed from now on. How could I possibly complain about your bathwater? Actually, if you asked me, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Why wait for you to finish before I do my bath? Why don't we just bathe together? Shen Xu rubbed his hands together in a slightly lewd manner, and said with a smile. Song Xiqing blushed deeply and stammered. No, the initial effects of the medicine are too strong. A martial artist with advanced cultivation levels can't withstand it. If we soak together, Brother Su, you might explode and die. And besides, we're not married yet. Before we're married, please, Brother Su, don't call me wife, okay? It's just too embarrassing. Shen Xu immediately nodded and said, Yes, my wife. I understand, my wife. Song Xiqing bit her lip, stomped her foot, and angrily pushed Shen Xu out of the courtyard. As the courtyard gate slammed shut with a bang, Shen Xu couldn't help but purse his lips. But the image of Song Xiqing's body, which he had accidentally seen during his first time traveling experience, flashed through his mind. The scene was so vivid in his memory that Shen Xu's mouth went dry for a moment, and he became even more excited about his marriage to Song Xiqing. Just then, Zhan Bafeng came running over, carrying a food box that was clearly homemade. His face was beaming with joy, and he was humming a tune out of tune, looking incredibly happy. Noticing Shen Xu standing in front of the courtyard gate, Zhan Bafeng stopped and asked with curiosity, Young Master Shen? What are you doing standing here? Shen Xu shrugged and said, Your young lady was taking a medicinal bath inside, so she kicked me out. What are you trying to do now? Upon hearing this, Zhan Bafeng lifted the food box in his hand and smiled gratefully. Thanks to you, my family has eaten white sugar for the first time. My wife tried to make some sugar cakes, and my son almost ate his own hand along with it. His belly was so full. She told me that if I could eat sugar cakes every day, I wouldn't trade that life for the gods. So I quickly brought some to my young lady, so she could try my wife's cooking. My wife and I didn't eat any ourselves, mainly because white sugar is so precious. Shen Xu nodded and said, Let's do it later, after your young lady has finished her bath. I happen to have something I want to ask you about. Since you're going to be waiting here anyway, why don't you explain it to me in detail while we wait? I've heard your young lady mention Grandpa Mo and Mr. Feng. Who are they? I know Teacher Yan, but I don't think I've ever met Grandpa Mo or Mr. Feng. Were they among the elderly gentlemen who came with Teacher Yen yesterday? Upon hearing this, John Bafeng immediately became interested and said, shaking his head, Young Master Shen, you've come to the right person. The elders who came with Master Yen yesterday are all senior members of the village. Usually, when there are matters in the village, the young lady rarely makes decisions on her own. It's always those elders who discuss and work together with the young lady to determine a solution. You already know Master Yen. His name is Yen Mushing. He is mainly responsible for teaching the children in the village how to read and write, and to learn about the past and present. He is the village's schoolteacher, and the teacher of all of us from this generation down. Therefore, he is highly respected by the other villagers and is nicknamed the educator of all people. Mr. Feng's real name is Feng Buer. He is the village's fortune teller, who is proficient in the art of divination and understands the principles of the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. Because he has glimpsed too many secrets of heaven, he went blind in his early years. Now he rarely performs divination anymore, unless there is an important matter in the village that requires his intervention. He is nicknamed the one who can calculate all the secrets of heaven. As for the Grandpa Mo, mentioned by the young lady, his name is Mo Huiran. He is the village doctor. Back when the old prince was still alive, old Mo was only 15. But he already possessed superb medical skills and served under the old prince. Now, 60 years later, old Mo's medical skills are even more divine. It is said he can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, earning him the nickname. Even Yama, the king of hell, cannot defeat him. Chapter 52 Are you polite? Chapter 52 Are you polite? Shen Xu listened quietly. Although he felt that the nicknames John Bafeng mentioned were rather childish, and even a bit out of place. However, considering the level of development in this other world and the prosperity of martial arts here, it is normal for there to be similar tendencies. Besides old Master Mo, Master Yen, and Mr. Feng, there are 2 other elders in the village whose status is roughly equivalent to the 3 of them. The 5 of them are collectively known as the 5 elders, and they are extremely respected in our Song family village. If the young lady and the 5 elders have a disagreement on a matter, the young lady will basically listen to the 5 elders. Currently, there is only one exception, the eldest daughter's marriage. Ever since the eldest daughter turned 15, Elder Wufang has been hoping that she could get married as soon as possible to leave a new bloodline for the Song family. To this end, Elder Wufang has found many handsome young men, both inside and outside the village, but the eldest daughter has firmly rejected them all. At first, Elder Wu wasn't in a hurry. After all, the young lady was only 15 years old then, and it didn't matter if she was a little willful. But who would have thought that this would drag on for 2 whole years, until the young lady was 17, and she still hadn't taken a liking to anyone. Now Elder Wu was really starting to panic, and wanted to force a marriage on the young lady. At this point, John Bafeng suddenly stopped, a carefree smile appearing on his face, as if he found the matter very interesting. And then? Shen Xu chimed in at the opportune moment. John Bafeng continued with satisfaction. Young Master Shen, please don't be impatient. Let me explain slowly. Elder Wufeng's idea is actually not wrong. After all, what family's daughter is 17 and still not married? Moreover, the eldest young lady bears the important responsibility of continuing the Song family line. It's not right for her to remain unmarried. Furthermore, the young lady greatly respected Elder Wufeng, and in the past, all matters concerning the village were decided by Elder Wufeng through consultation. When the young lady was young, she always followed Elder Wufeng to learn and never questioned his decisions. Therefore, Elder Wufeng decided to arrange a marriage for the young lady. Unexpectedly, the young lady, who had always been very obedient, showed an extremely firm attitude on this matter. No matter how hard the old man Wufang tried to persuade her with facts and reason, the young lady just wouldn't budge. It was from that time that the young lady truly took over the jurisdiction of the village. And so it's dragged on until now. The young lady is already 20, and still not married. TSK, young Master Shen, you have no idea how worried Elder Wufang is about the young lady's marriage. To quote Master Yen, he's probably been driven to the brink of death by her. Shen Xu raised his eyebrows and said, No wonder. I was wondering why Master Yen was so impatient. It turns out that he finally saw that Xiqing had developed feelings for a man, so he was afraid that Xiqing was just having a passing fancy. Therefore, he had to settle things immediately so that Xiqing would have no way to back out. John Bafeng asked in confusion. Young Miss has developed feelings for a man? Who? I've never heard of this before. Shen Xu pointed to himself and said with a smile. Of course it's me, Brother John. Before long, you'll be calling me your son-in-law. John Bafeng was stunned. After looking Shen Xu up and down carefully, he grinned and said, Young Master Shen, you're not ugly, so don't get your hopes up too high. Shen Xu. No way. What kind of talk is that? Are you even polite? Blind Feng, hurry up. 5 years. A full 5 years. The young lady has finally agreed. We need to finalize things immediately, lest she change her mind. No matter what day it is. Let that young Master Shen and the young lady go through the wedding ceremony first. Once the deed is done, even if the young lady wants to back out later, it will be too late. Inside a thatched hut in the village, Master Yen paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking extremely anxious, while urging people on at an incredibly fast pace. An old blind man dressed in a cloth robe sat calmly on the only wooden bed in the thatched hut, his left hand forming a mudra and his right hand making a hand gesture, chanting incantations while shaking his head. Urged on by Master Yen, the old blind man stopped his calculations and slowly said, You didn't even bring me the birth date and time of that young Master Shen, only the young lady's birth date and time are here, so of course I have to calculate for a while longer. However, the most auspicious day is next month, so you'll have to wait. Upon hearing this, Master Yen immediately became anxious, squatted down in front of the old blind man, and shouted angrily. Next month? Are you crazy or am I? It's only the middle of the month. There are still half a month until next month. Aren't you afraid that if the time drags on, the young lady will change her mind? 5 years. The young lady is already 20. Whether she's truly fallen for him, or just momentarily lost her mind, we must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, how many more 5-year periods will we have to wait? If we keep waiting like this, will we even see the young lady get married before we die? What's even more remarkable is that this young Master Shen is not only capable, but also completely unconcerned about the child taking the eldest young lady's surname. The sooner the eldest young lady gives birth to an heir, the less ashamed we'll be to face the old prince in the underworld. Don't you understand this simple logic? The old blind man sighed and said helplessly, Even if you talk until the heavens break, it won't make a difference. The most auspicious day is next month. It's fate. What can I do? Master Yen said in a deep voice. Then we don't need an auspicious day. Any day will do. As long as we can marry off the young lady as soon as possible, nothing else matters. 3 days at most. You can choose a day within these 3 days. The old blind man's eyes only had whites and no pupils, which looked very frightening. He had his eyes slightly closed, but after hearing Master Yan's somewhat outrageous request, he immediately opened his eyelids, revealing large sclera of his eyes. Even though he couldn't see anything, the old blind man's eyes remained fixed on Master Yen. He said speechlessly, Then why did you make me pick a date? Since it has to be done within 3 days, why don't you just pick a date yourself? Old Mo should be able to come back in the next couple of days. As long as Old Mo is able to make it in time for the wedding, that's fine. Master Yen coughed and scratched his head, saying, I can't set the date. What would it look like if I set it? The wedding date for the young lady must be set by you no matter what. I set the date? You're not accepting the date I set? The old blind man protested. Master Yan's face hardened, and he said seriously, The young lady's fate is determined solely by herself, not by the almanac. You can choose any number. As long as it's your choice and it's within the near future, it's fine. The old blind man and Master Yen stared at each other for a moment, then finally spoke. Then let's do it in 3 days. Okay. Chapter 53. The 5 elders are all truly talented. Chapter 53. The 5 elders are all truly talented. Is the young lady really going to marry you? Young Master Shen, you're not lying to me? After listening to Shen Xu finish explaining the details, John Bafeng still asked questions with an incredulous expression. Shen Xu's face darkened, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. What do you mean? Am I really that unworthy of your young lady? When Zhan Bafeng saw that Shen Xu had misunderstood, he hurriedly waved his hand and explained. No, young Master Shen, please don't overthink it. I'm not good with words. Of course, you are worthy of the young lady, but she has always been very resistant to marriage, so I really can't believe it. Shen Xu rolled his eyes and said, The reason for resisting marriage is that you haven't met the right person. Well, here I am. Alright, let's talk about the remaining 2 elders of the 5 directions. You've been talking about Si Qing's refusal to marry, and the 5 directions have only mentioned 3 elders. Have you forgotten about the remaining 2? Zhan Bafeng was slightly taken aback, then scratched his head sheepishly and said, I really forgot. Please don't be offended, young Master Shen. I'm not very bright, and sometimes when we're chatting, I just drift off from what we were talking about earlier, but that's not intentional. You'll understand once we get to know each other better, otherwise the young lady wouldn't have entrusted all the external affairs to Wujio. Of the remaining 2 of the 5 elders, the 4th is Lu Shaoqing, a disciple of the strongest assassin in the Blood Guard. His assassination and stealth skills are unparalleled. In a direct confrontation, he can probably only exert the strength of an ordinary 9th rank expert. However, if he were to assassinate someone in secret, it is said that even a grandmaster might fall victim to his tricks. He is nicknamed the Judge of Life and Death. The 5th was Chao Yinglong, a specialist in military strategy and tactics, and an expert in training and building an army. The old prince was a brilliant strategist, his tactics on the battlefield flawless. His numerous military achievements earned him the title of the last non-royal prince at the end of the Zhou dynasty, demonstrating his exceptional leadership. Chao Yinglong, in particular, had deeply mastered the old prince's military strategies, earning him the nickname, Ghostly Awareness, Divine Insight. Shen Xu listened quietly, a look of doubt appearing on his face. He began. Bafeng, your Song family and blood guards have been living in seclusion in this valley for 60 years, haven't you? In these 60 years you have lived like ordinary people, making a living by farming and hunting, and have never really shown your skills to the outside world, right? Zhan Bafeng thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Yes, this valley is very difficult to find. Even the government only knows that some mountain people live in the mountains, but they don't know exactly how many people live there or where they live. We set up a small village outside the valley, fooling the authorities into thinking we only had about 100 people. They registered us using this fake village, which meant our annual tax payments would be very low. Shen Xu asked seriously, Since you have been living in seclusion for 60 years, how do you know how effective Mr. Chao, one of the 5 elders, is in military strategy? You have never actually led troops into battle, so how did you make your judgment? Zhan Bafeng was taken aback by the question. He stared intently at Shen Xu. Shen Xu stared at him intently. After a long pause, Zhan Bafeng suddenly realized. That's right. Young Master Shen's insight is indeed profound. How come I didn't think of that? Profound my ass. You didn't realize that because you're too stupid. Shen Xu looked up at the sky and covered his face with his hands. Fortunately, at that moment, the courtyard gate was pushed open from the inside, and Song Si walked out carrying a bag of white sugar with a cold expression. She nodded to Zhan Bafeng, then said to Shen Xu, Sister has finished her bath. You can go in and soak in the bath too. I've packed up the bear's paws, skeleton, skin, and gallbladder for you. Sister said you should take them back with you when you leave today. Second miss? When did you get back? Oh dear, my wife didn't know you were home, so she only made a few extra sugar cakes. She originally wanted the eldest young lady to have some, but with you here, there definitely won't be enough. I'll go back and have my wife make some more. As Zhan Bafeng was speaking, he hurriedly turned around and was about to return home immediately. Shen Xu was speechless at their hurried and energetic manner. No need to make it. I don't eat sugar cakes. Put the food box down and I'll go back with you. Take this bag of sugar with you. Children like to eat sweets, so let Sure to eat more. I'll also check on Sue and see what medicine your brother-in-law gave Sure to. Song Si pulled Zhan Bafeng back and said calmly, No way. That brat has already eaten too much of such precious sugar. The young lady already has an internal ailment, so let's leave it for her. John Bafeng waved his hands repeatedly. Enough with the nonsense. Grandpa Mo's prescription will treat my sister's injuries. What does it have to do with sugar? Just take it. Now that my sister is marrying my brother-in-law, will she ever lack sugar again? As Song Si spoke, she reached out and stuffed the bag of white sugar into John Bafeng's hand. He then had John Bafeng hand a food box to Shen Xu before leaving with John Bafeng. Shen Xu first looked down at the food box in his hand, then looked up at Song Si and John Bafeng, who had already quickly walked away. He couldn't help but feel that the people of Songjia village really did things in a very unique and unconventional way. Turning around and entering the courtyard, I found that Song Siqing had already put on her clothes and was emitting a very pleasant fragrance. While drying her hair with a linen cloth, she pointed to the bathtub and said with a slightly flushed face, I just soaked in it for a bit, the water is still very clean. Brother Su, go in, the effects of the medicine will naturally affect your body. If you experience a feeling of heat during the soaking process, don't worry, it's normal. Remember to concentrate and circulate your internal energy to absorb the medicinal effects into your body. Then, follow the energy circulation method of the heavenly Tao formless skill to circulate the great circulation and try to open up the subsequent acuplants. Shen Xu wrote it down carefully. He placed the food box in front of Song Siqing and started taking off his clothes right in front of her. Seeing this, Song Siqing quickly turned her back, biting her lip and said, Brother Xu, we can do whatever we want after we're married, but we're not married yet, so don't take liberties with me. I'm going inside, you can go to the bar by yourself. If you have any questions, just ask me, I can hear you from inside. Furthermore, Grandpa Chao was truly a brilliant strategist. In his youth, to hone his military leadership skills, he concealed his identity and joined the Northern Border Army. With his exceptional abilities, he quickly rose through the ranks, subsequently leading campaigns in the south and west, serving in the Border Army for a full 20 years. During this period, Grandpa Chao participated in over 200 battles, large and small, rising through the ranks to accumulate merits. Before faking his death and escaping, he was already a renowned, ever-victorious general in the Northern Border Armies. This was even after Grandpa Chao intentionally restrained himself, holding back both his personal martial prowess and his ability to command troops. In short, Grandpa Chao was exceptionally capable. After saying that, Song Siqing picked up the food box, lowered her head, and went into the side room. Chapter 54 Medicated Bath. Chapter 54 Medicinal Bath. Watching Song Siqing close the door to the room, Shen Xu stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The 5 elders sound like they are among the most powerful and unique individuals in Songjia village. Below the 5 elders, the other villagers of Songjia village are all descendants of the Blood Guard. As the eldest and second young ladies of Songjia village, Song Siqing and Song Si wield the highest authority in the village. John Bafeng and Yi Wujiu, the left and right commanders of the Blood Guards of this generation, are directly under the command of Song Siqing. From this perspective, the organizational structure of Songjia village is actually quite simple. Because it still retains a military style, it is still managed vertically overall. The 5 elders are not part of this management system. They are more like an elders' council, steering the entire Songjia village to prevent it from going astray. The standard for not going astray is that Songjia village must never forget its original aspiration and keep in mind its mission of rebellion. Even if it has been living in seclusion in the valley for 60 years, it must never lose any of its original skills. To be honest, Shen Xu thought it was pretty good. The more skilled people there are in the valley, the more skills he can learn if he wants to. Although limited by the differences in the times, many of his skills were destined to be useless in his world. But it doesn't matter, he won't learn anything useless. After breaking through to the first rank of martial arts, Shen Xu could clearly sense that his learning ability had also improved. Without a doubt, the improvement of one's physical body through martial arts attainment is comprehensive. Although the specific manifestations of each stage differ significantly, the implicit overall improvement should always exist. Thinking about these things, Shen Xu stripped himself completely naked and rolled into the bathtub. The water was a bit hot, and after getting used to it for a while, Shen Xu sat cross-legged in the bathtub. The rising bathwater went over his neck and reached his chin. Because the herbs in that bag had been soaking in the bathtub for a long time, the bathwater in the tub was slightly cloudy. Shen Xu was completely enveloped in the bathwater, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to close his eyes and enjoy it for a while when, unexpectedly, his body suddenly had a strange reaction. Millions of pores on the skin's surface suddenly open at the same time. Although other tissues within the pores can filter out water and prevent it from seeping into the body through the pores, a certain medicinal vapor contained in the water, which had completely dissolved, rushed into his body without hindrance. For a moment, Shen Xu felt as if he were burning from the inside out. The intense heat made his face turn bright red. The reminder that Song Xiqing had given him immediately came to mind. Without any hesitation, Shen Xu immediately began to circulate the energy in his body and started another attack on the great circulation according to the operation method of the Heavenly Tao formless technique. However, this impact ended quickly, and the result was similar to the previous one, only opening up 3 acupoints. However, unlike last time, this time after opening 3 acupoints, the energy did not disappear quickly. Instead, there was still energy left to continue exploring until it finally stopped before reaching the 4th acupoint. Shen Xu's spirits lifted, and without any discouragement, he began to circulate his inner energy again. After refining his internal strength, he once again circulated the great circulation and launched an attack on the acupoints. With each breath, he could feel the heat within his body lessen. With each breath he took, he could clearly sense an increase in the strength of his internal energy. This positive feedback loop of reaping rewards with effort is so captivating that Shen Xu unknowingly became immersed in it and completely forgot the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, when Shen Xu once again circulated his inner energy to its fullest extent, and then smoothly opened up 7 acupoints, the heat in his body finally disappeared. Slowly opening his eyes, Shen Xu found that the sun had already set in the west and the water in the bathtub had long since cooled. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The medicinal bath was amazing. He only soaked in it once, but judging from the progress he made, it was enough to compensate for at least 10 days or half a month of hard training. If he soaks in it a few more times, I reckon it won't be long before he breaks through to the 2nd rank of martial arts. I just wonder if I can soak in this every day. After climbing out of the bathtub, Shen Xu dressed and called out to the side room. Song Xiqing stepped forward in response, looked Shen Xu over, and smiled sweetly. It's about what I expected. The remaining effects of the medicine are just the limit that you can handle, Brother Xu. If it's any more, you might suffer a backlash because you can't absorb it, which would be a loss. Shen Xu nodded and said, Indeed, at first I felt like I was going to explode from the heat, but as I tried to stimulate the acupoints more and more, the overall feeling became more and more comfortable. Can I take this medicinal bath every day? I feel like even if I don't actively cultivate, just taking a bath every day to refresh myself and circulate my energy could quickly improve my martial arts level. Song Xiqing covered her mouth and laughed. In the 1st to 6th grades of acquired martial arts, one can indeed rely on soaking in medicinal baths to improve one's realm. Because, to put it bluntly, the cultivation of acquired martial arts is ultimately just about tempering the body. The improvement of muscles, bones, skin, internal organs, blood, meridians, and senses ultimately leads to the improvement of the body. A major benefit of medicinal baths is the continuous enhancement of the body's strength, so your feeling is correct. However, if you want to soak in it every day, at least the prescription I'm using won't work. This prescription was specially made for me by Grandpa Mo, mainly for healing my injuries. For you, the effects would be far too potent. Well then, Grandpa Mo should be back in the next couple of days. When he gets back, I'll ask him to prepare a special herbal formula for you, Brother Xu, suitable for a postnatal martial artist's soaking. It'll be a very simple matter for Grandpa Mo. Shen Xu was quite pleased to hear this. Because of this, his cultivation speed in martial arts techniques can be greatly improved, and the cultivation process is actually quite comfortable, which is simply perfect. Just as they were about to bow in thanks, there was a sudden knock on the gate of the courtyard house. Song Xiqing responded, saying that the door was unlocked and that anyone outside could simply push it open and come in. Immediately afterwards, Yu Wujio pushed open the door and entered with a joyful expression. Although he looked travel-worn, Yu Wujio was in excellent spirits, with no sign of fatigue on his face. "Young miss! Young Master Shin! It's done! I took all my sugar, a pound, to Wanghai City and easily found a buyer. I exchanged it for this 10-tael gold ingot." As Yu Wujio spoke, he raised his right hand. A golden ingot appeared before Shen Xu's eyes. Chapter 55 Hot Goods. Chapter 55 Hot Goods. Shen Xu subconsciously reached out and took the gold ingot. It was only a pound, not heavy. In addition, gold has a high density, so these solid gold ingots don't look very big. But such a small thing has a unique charm. To paraphrase a line from a comedy sketch, he can buy the sky, the earth, and even the air in between. He can silence the living and make the dead breathe. "Miss, young Master Shen, white sugar sells even better in Wanghai County than I expected. This morning, I entered the city just as the gates opened and then inquired about which merchants sell sugar. By inquiring in the shops of those merchants, I discovered that at least 9 out of 10 sugar vendors in Wanghai County did not sell white sugar. The very few merchants who did sell white sugar hid it very well and rarely showed it to anyone. I found several shops that sold white sugar and wanted to ask them to show me some, but most of them refused, demanding payment first before they would produce the sugar. In the end, only one shop was willing to let me see it first." At this point, Yu Wujio curled his lip and continued disdainfully. "In the end, even the only shop that was willing to let me see the sugar they brought out was far inferior to the sugar that young Master Shen gave us. The sugar that shop brought out was yellowish in color, and they even claimed it was tribute grade, the best sugar in Wanghai County." I couldn't control myself, and it showed quite obviously in my expression. As a result, the shopkeeper got angry and asked me why I looked down on their sugar. Did I have something better? Mr. Shen, please tell me, how can I tolerate such a question? So I just took out the sugar I had with me. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up the moment he saw the sugar I took out. After tasting a few grains, he grabbed my arm and wouldn't let me leave, insisting I sell him the sugar. I figured I was just scouting things out anyway, so what difference did it make who I sold it to? So I sold him the sugar for the price of its weight in gold. After listening to Yu Wujio's brief account of the process, Shen Xu nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will bring more sugar tomorrow to make up for your pound of sugar. Has that merchant mentioned the idea of buying more sugar?" Yu Wujio first bowed and thanked Shen Xu before replying. "Yes, but I didn't agree immediately. I said I needed to think about it first. That merchant doesn't seem to have much gold. Even this time, the merchant's manager wanted to buy it with silver. Although the price is the same, we wouldn't lose out by using silver. However, I remembered that you only mentioned needing gold, not silver, so I refused. Judging from their tone, they can only offer around 100 taels of gold. That's all they have." Shen Xu thought for a moment and then asked, "If I go to Wanghai County with you, how long will it take to get there? I am currently at the first level of martial arts, so my stamina should be fine." Yu Wujio was taken aback for a moment, then asked in return, "Young Master Shen, can you ride a horse?" Shen Xu shook his head matter-of-factly and said, "No." Yu Wujio's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, "It's okay if you can't. It's easy for martial artists to learn to ride horses. At the first level of martial arts, there's nothing particularly outstanding about speed. If you're just traveling on foot, it would probably take 2 days to get there. But if you're on horseback, it'll be much faster, maybe half a day at most. If you leave at dawn, you can basically arrive before noon. Young Master Shen, would you like to go to Wanghai County?" Shen Xu nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to go to the county town to check things out. Not just to exchange sugar for gold, but also to see if there's anything else I need there. How about this? I'll bring the sugar over tomorrow, and then you can take me to the county town with you." Upon hearing this, Yu Wujio looked at Song Xiqing with a troubled expression. He didn't really care, but his young lady clearly valued the young Master Shen highly. If they were to sell large quantities of sugar, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be secretly targeted. In his view, A martial arts master at the first rank was a cripple who didn't even have the ability to protect himself. Although with him by his side, there wouldn't usually be any problems. But what if something did happen? If something goes wrong, how will he explain it to his young mistress? Song Xiqing understood Yi Wujio's concerns. But Shen Xu's request wasn't excessive, so there was no reason not to agree. After thinking for a moment, Song Xiqing said, "Then let's go, but we need to bring 2 more squads. One squad will be in the open, going with you, mainly responsible for protecting Brother Su's safety. The other squad will be in the shadows, acting as a scout, and also ready to provide backup at any time. In short, Brother Su's safety cannot be taken lightly." Upon hearing that his young mistress had agreed, Yi Wujio immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll make the arrangements. But are we taking so many people to the county town just to sell white sugar? Is there anything else we need to buy in the village? The county town is far superior to Yongping town. There are many rare items in the town's markets." Song Xiqing shook her head and said, "Brother Su gave so much grain, our village doesn't lack anything for now, so let's not cause any trouble. We'll see if Brother Su needs anything. If he wants to buy something, then we'll go and buy it. If he doesn't want to buy anything, then we'll come back after we sell the sugar. In short, this is the first time I'm taking Brother Su to the county town, so Brother Su's safety is the top priority." Shen Xu was naturally moved when he heard that Song Xiqing's words were all for his own sake. Relationships in other worlds are simple, without so many practical considerations. He liked this simplicity, but there was no need to show anything on the surface. After all, the 2 of them were about to get married, and saying too much would only make them seem distant. "Then it's settled for now. I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning and go to the county town with you." As Shen Xu spoke, he had already put the gold ingot away. Seeing that it was getting late, he turned around and went back to Song Xiqing's room. Chapter 56 Making a Small Profit. Chapter 56 Making a Small Profit. I got back earlier today than yesterday. After skillfully checking out of the hotel, Shen Xu didn't go home immediately. Instead, he used his phone to search for places nearby that could recycle gold. Generally speaking, banks, gold shops, jewelry stores, pawn shops, and gold exchanges are all places where you can buy back gold. However, banks often only buy back the gold bars they themselves have sold, and similar situations exist with jewelry stores. Pawn shops, on the other hand, always offer very low prices, and in some places, they even require a purchase receipt as proof of buyback. Therefore, Shen Xu's actual range of options is not very large. Of course, in this day and age, gold trading is almost unregulated, so even if the options are limited, selling your gold is not a difficult task. Shen Xu quickly chose a gold shop with decent reviews. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at the shop and found that there were no customers inside. After explaining his purpose to the sales clerk, Shen Xu was led to the window for buying back gold, where he took out the gold ingot. The person in charge of buying back the gold was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was visibly taken aback when he saw that the gold Shen Xu had taken out was a gold ingot. Curious, I reached out and took it, observing it and weighing it in my hand to test its feel. An expression of interest appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and he said with a smile, "To be honest, most people who come to me to sell gold are selling various kinds of jewelry, and a very small number of them bring gold bars to sell. This is the first time I've ever seen a gold ingot like this. Young man, this gold ingot doesn't look like something you melted down for fun. Are you sure you want to buy it back at the price of gold? If it turns out to be an antique, you'll lose a lot of money. Antique gold ingots are rare, and they're usually very expensive." Shen Xu said nonchalantly, "Let's just buy it back at the gold price. If you really want to sell it as an antique, you'll have to get it appraised, find a suitable buyer, and then haggle over the price. In the end, you might not even make much more money. It's too much trouble and unnecessary." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Young man, you see things clearly. Your gold ingot is indeed quite new. It doesn't look like an antique. These days, it's truly rare to find someone willing to melt gold into the shape of an ingot." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out his instrument and began to examine the gold ingot. After quickly confirming the authenticity and density, the middle-aged man said, 499.6 grams, let's say 500 grams. According to today's buyback price, 1 gram is 420, so 500 grams would be 201,000. What do you think, young man? If you can accept it, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, you can ask at other stores. However, the gold buyback price is pretty much the same everywhere, so there's not much room for negotiation. Young man, your gold clearly wasn't bought from a jewelry store. You don't have an invoice or other proof of purchase, so trading with me is actually the most convenient option. Going to other gold shops would likely create a lot of unnecessary trouble. Shen Xu was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that the other party offered a low price, but rather that he felt it was a bit too high. Having never bought gold before, Shen Xu's impression of gold was still at around 300 yuan per gram. But who would have thought it would have soared to over 400 yuan per gram? I subconsciously looked around and sure enough found the electronic screen that displayed the current gold price. The gold shop's buying and selling prices are clearly displayed above. Gold buyback price, 420 yuan per gram. Gold sale price, 445 yuan per gram. Of course, this refers to things like gold bars. If you want to buy jewelry or other gold crafts here, the price will be even higher. An additional labor cost of several tens of yuan is required per gram. In short, as long as you have the capital, opening a gold shop is actually a surefire way to make money. I won't go to any other stores. I'm averse to trouble, so I'll just sell it to you at this price. Shen Xu said with considerable satisfaction. A bag of sugar costing less than 5 yuan was traded for 210,000 yuan. What more could you ask for? As for the price difference that the gold shop can definitely make, that's their business. There is too much wealth in the world for one person to earn. The transaction was completed quickly. After receiving a text message confirming the arrival of the funds on his phone, Shen Xu thanked the middle-aged man in front of him and said goodbye. As it turns out, the gold in both worlds is exactly the same thing, which means that his subsequent plan to exchange sugar for gold is basically feasible. The only problem is that if too much gold is sold, no single gold shop can handle it all. However, if you contact too many gold shops and sell too much gold, you may be targeted. After all, even if gold controls are relaxed, it will still be a very conspicuous thing for an individual to hold too much gold. We need to think of a way to handle gold more safely and smoothly. Having no clue what to do for the time being, Shen Xu put the problem aside for the time being and took out his phone to search for the nearest place where he could buy walkie-talkies offline. This was something Shen Xu immediately thought of when he mentioned to Master Yan that he planned to prepare a separate betrothal gift for Song Xiqing. Now that we've already given the other world the ability to see 1,000 miles, shouldn't we also arrange for the ability to hear the wind, which corresponds to the ability to see 1,000 miles? The walkie-talkie perfectly fulfilled all the fantasies of the other world about having super hearing. No network support is required. As long as there are 2 or more walkie-talkies tuned to the same frequency band, they can communicate with each other in a timely manner over a fairly wide area. The signal propagation it relies on all comes from electromagnetic waves that naturally exist in nature. The communication range for high-powered walkie-talkies can often range from 3 to 10 kilometers. Depending on the environment. When used in urban areas, it is affected by obstacles, electromagnetic interference, and noise, which greatly reduces the communication range. However, when used in the wilderness, the communication range of the walkie-talkie can be greatly improved. Considering the completely natural landscape of the other world, the walkie-talkie is almost impossible to be interfered with during its use in the other world. Of course, the charging problem is a bit difficult to solve. Before a certain industrial system is developed in the other world, Shen Xu hesitated about whether to just buy a generator and go there. Because that was relatively advanced, Shen Xu was unsure what kind of chain reaction it would cause. To be on the safe side, let's buy a few walkie-talkies that use AA batteries first. As for the generator, it will have to wait until he gives all the contents of the Transmigrator's Handbook to Songjia Village, so that Songjia Village can try to accept some of the new things first, before considering the issue of electricity. Chapter 57 The Transmigrator's Handbook. Chapter 57 The Transmigrator's Handbook. Shen Xu was somewhat surprised that high-powered walkie-talkies using AA batteries were not easy to buy. Nowadays, most walkie-talkies are equipped with rechargeable lithium batteries. Compared to the low operating cost of rechargeable lithium batteries, walkie-talkies that require frequent replacement of AA batteries clearly do not have any competitive advantage. Of course, scarcity does not mean non-existence. After searching almost thoroughly in the nearest electronics market, Shen Xu finally managed to buy 4 walkie-talkies that used AA batteries. Then I bought a small box of nearly 400 AA batteries from this counter. After paying, I ignored the shop owner's look at me as if I were a fool and left the electronics market in a very good mood. Finding a blind spot in the surveillance cameras, and taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Shen Xu quickly stored the battery and walkie-talkie into his personal subspace. He clapped his hands and walked towards the supermarket with a relaxed air. The supermarket, located just across the street from my rented apartment, is a large, internationally renowned chain supermarket. It sells everything imaginable. Shen Xu easily found the telescope, and since he had promised Master Yan's request, he bought a few more. At the same time, I weighed over 10 kilograms of loose spherical chocolates and 50 kilograms of loose white sugar. After hesitating slightly, I still went to buy some popsicles. After paying and leaving the supermarket, Shen Xu threw all the items into his personal subspace. On the way back to the rented room, he kept sensing the state of old popsicle in the subspace. Only after entering the residential area and stepping into the elevator did Shen Xu become 100% certain that anything placed in the subspace would remain frozen in the same state as when it was first placed there. Because there is no passage of time in the subspace, and there are no microorganisms, everything is as if it has been frozen, so anything placed in it will maintain its constant physical form. Of course, this also means that living creatures cannot be placed inside. Having figured this out, Shen Xu felt even more that the personal subspace he had obtained was truly amazing. He quickly returned home, changed his shoes in the entryway, and saw his younger sister, Xinye, busy in the kitchen. Shen Xu's face immediately stiffened. He realized he had forgotten something very important. That means you should fill your stomach before returning from another world. Unfortunately, it seems it's already too late. Brother, you eat first. There's only one more dish to finish. I asked Sister Min, and she's working overtime again tonight, so we don't need to wait for her to eat dinner. Hearing Shen Xu's voice, Xinye scooped out a bowl of steamed rice and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, while speaking. Then I'll wait for you to eat together, I'm not hungry right now anyway. Shen Xu replied casually, then went inside and turned on his laptop. He bought this with the money he earned from part-time jobs when he was in college. It was cheap and had very low specifications, so it's already starting to lag. But since I can still watch videos, it doesn't really matter. He opened the video website and successfully found the video series called The Transmigrator's Handbook. After taking a look, Shen Xu found that the video content was indeed very complete. Traditional fertilizers, traditional oil extraction, traditional steel making, traditional cement making, and even glass manufacturing, traditional mineral exploration, and simpler papermaking and printing techniques. These technologies related to people's livelihoods are all included. The video content is explained in great detail and is easy to understand. As long as you memorize the content, it should be easy to copy it in another world. Of course, he doesn't need to memorize it. He just needs to put the information into text on the computer, and then print it out. Shen Xu had observed the script used in Songjia village, which was a script system almost indistinguishable from traditional Chinese characters. Although he can't write traditional Chinese characters, after typing the simplified characters on the computer, he can simply use the text conversion function to convert them to traditional characters with one click, which is not troublesome at all. Shen Xu was somewhat excited. After searching online again, he quickly found several books that he thought were useful. For example, one of the books is titled 120 Inventions That Changed the World. The items described inside range from toilets and light bulbs to barbed wire and handguns, from internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors to bras and tampons, covering both civilian and military uses, truly all-encompassing. Furthermore, the introduction will clearly state its purpose, working principle, and include very detailed drawings. This means that, given the right conditions, and relying on the contents, it is absolutely possible to manufacture the things inside. However, compared to what is described in the Time Traveler's Handbook, these 120 world-changing inventions seem a bit too radical. Shen Xu plans to make limited selections and gradually guide the occurrence of the Industrial Revolution in this other world. At least before Songjia village truly begins its struggle for control of the Central Plains and officially launches its rebellion, the 120 world-changing inventions are not suitable for appearing in another world. Brother? What are you doing? Come out and eat! Xinya's voice came from the living room, interrupting Shen Xu's thoughts. Shen Xu responded, closed the computer, got up and went to the living room. While sitting down to eat, he tentatively said, Xiya, your brother's current job is very lucrative, so I was thinking of getting our parents a new house in our hometown to improve their living conditions. But my parents are old-fashioned and probably can't understand how I could make so much money right after graduation. So I was thinking, could you cover for me? After all, they've always trusted you the most. They'll never doubt anything you say. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to spend the money. Xingye frowned and said, I don't even know what you do for a living, so how can I cover for you? Besides, you just graduated. Even if your salary is high, you can't afford to buy a house right away, can you? Although houses in our hometown county aren't expensive, 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per square meter is still a considerable price. The best and most expensive neighborhoods can even reach 8,000 or 9,000 yuan, meaning a single unit could cost hundreds of thousands. How can you afford that? Shen Xu said with a forced smile. Xia, you're so smart, just think of a way. My work involves confidential information, so I really can't tell you. I can only assure you that I'm absolutely not breaking the law or committing any crimes, and there's no danger involved. As for money, my company gave me 2 million as a settling-in allowance as soon as I joined, so don't worry, there's definitely enough money to buy a new house for our parents. What did you say? 2 million? A resettlement allowance? Xinya's voice involuntarily rose 8 octaves, her small face filled with disbelief. Chapter 58 Simple Ways to Get Rich. Chapter 58 A Simple Way to Get Rich. Ahem, it's only 2 million, no need to react so strongly, right? Besides, this is just the starting salary. There will be various bonuses from time to time later. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of scaring you. But after thinking about it carefully, what's the point of hiding a legitimate income? You're still doing part-time jobs every day, and you're trying to save money for my wedding? There's really no need for that. Your brother can support you. Listen to me, quit your part-time job tomorrow. We finally have a holiday, let's spend 2 months enjoying ourselves in Wanghai City, and while we're at it, figure out a way to get our parents to accept that I have money now, that's the important thing. Shen Xu said with a smile. Xingye stared wide-eyed, her face still full of suspicion. After taking a couple of bites of food, he suddenly said, Then show me your payslip. Even if your job involves confidential information, you should still have a payslip, right? Shen Xu's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly came up with an excuse. While his brain was racing, he opened his mobile banking app and showed Xingye the balance displayed on it. Because of a previous purchase of grain, the remaining balance is less than 2 million. Today I made 210,000 yuan selling gold, so the balance in my card is only a few tens of thousands of yuan away from 2 million. Knowing that a simple mobile banking balance wouldn't convince Xingye, Shen Xu continued to open the transaction details. He showed Xingye the details of the 2 million Xia Ziqiu had transferred to him, and said, The work involves confidentiality, so the compensation naturally cannot be distributed through formal channels. The person who transferred money to me is a proud police officer. You can search for her name using a search engine. Local police stations and branches have official personnel bulletin boards listing her. In short, she's my contact person, responsible for handling some trivial matters for me. I really can't say anything more than that, because violating discipline is illegal and criminal, and I wouldn't dare to do that. However, I believe her identity is enough to prove I wasn't lying to you. If it wasn't a settling-in allowance for joining the company, why would someone of her status transfer so much money to me? Where would she get so much money? Xingye stared blankly at the numbers displayed on Shen Xu's phone screen. Instinctively, Xingye reached out and counted the number of digits. After confirming that it was indeed nearly 2 million, she was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what kind of classified job would give someone a 2 million yuan settlement allowance right after starting. Even if it were a life-or-death wage, it wouldn't cost this much. Biting her lip, Xingye memorized Xia Ziqiu's name, then took out her phone and started searching for it online. Soon, Xingye found Xia Ziqiu's information on the official website of the Wanghai City Public Security Bureau. Of course, the information publicly available online is very simple, only including names, titles, and responsibilities, without any specific contact information. Despite the possibility of sharing the same name, Xingye still believed her brother's explanation. The main issue is that the name Xia Ziqiu is not very common, and trying to explain it as a mere coincidence is really far-fetched. As for not understanding what kind of classified work would lead to receiving a 2 million yuan settlement allowance upon arrival, well, if you can't understand that, then so be it. After all, it needs to be kept strictly confidential. If she really figured it out, it would be a troublesome matter. With this thought in mind, Xingye took a deep breath and pursed her lips, saying, I can't think of a suitable excuse right now, let's wait and see. Even if we want to improve our parents' living conditions, a few more days won't make a difference. Let me think about how to lay the groundwork in advance so that our parents can accept the fact that you suddenly have money. Anyway, I feel that no matter how I explain it with work, my parents won't believe me. It's unrealistic. That's 2 million, not $200, especially since you said there will be more in the future. We need to find another way. And it has to be a way to get rich that my parents can understand. As she spoke, Xingye frowned and fell into deep thought. Shen Xu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and happily focused on eating his meal. He had already achieved his goal for tonight by making his sister completely believe him and stop doubting him. With his younger sister on his side, it's only a matter of time before his parents also accept the changes happening to him. Hey! I've got it! Tomorrow I'll call Mom and Dad and tell them that besides working hard, you're also buying lottery tickets every day. Then after a few days I'll say you had a dream that your deceased grandfather appeared in your dream and told you a set of numbers. After a few more days after the draw, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you won the grand prize. That should make them believe it. Xingye clenched her small fist, her eyes shining, and continued. Mom and Dad have always believed in the lottery. They used to buy tickets, but they never won, so they gradually stopped. The current double-color ball first prize is at least 5 or 6 million, and sometimes even tens of millions. This will help pave the way for you to win more prize money later. Mom and Dad won't suspect anything. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu immediately realized that it made sense. After a moment's thought, he agreed. That's a good idea, but a few days is too short. Your parents might keep asking questions. How about this? Extend the time frame, and tell them a few times at the beginning about the possibility of not winning after purchasing the tickets. Get this sorted out before you start school. About 2 months should be enough. Xingye nodded and said, Don't worry, my parents have always believed what I say since I was little. The longer it goes on, the less likely they are to doubt me. Besides, I won't quit my summer job. It's your business if you have money. But I have hands and feet, and I don't need you to support me. What are you saying? My money is your money too. When did you start asking me to share these things? Shen Xu was both amused and exasperated. Xingye said seriously, Of course I won't share with you. I won't save the money you give me to help you get married. Anyway, you can earn a lot of money now, so I'll keep the money you give me to spend. But I also need to earn my own money. I can't rely on you to support me completely unless... Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said, Unless what? Xingye suddenly winked playfully and said with a smile, Unless you marry me. If I become your wife, then I can let you support me without any guilt. You can take care of earning money to support the family, and I can take care of being beautiful. It's perfect. Shen Xu's lips twitched. Meeting Xingye's suggestive gaze, he said helplessly, A colleague of mine just said something to me today, and now it seems I can give it to you. Xingye asked curiously, What did you say? Xia, you're not ugly, so don't dream too much. Chapter 59 One Night is One Night. Chapter 59 One Night is One Night. Xia was very angry, and the consequences were serious. This is a lesson Shen Xu learned while washing dishes in the kitchen. When she's in a good mood, Xia always takes care of all the housework. Let alone washing dishes, Xia wouldn't let him even lift a finger to wash socks or underwear. But when you're in a bad mood, things really get unpredictable. Especially since he had provoked her into a particularly bad mood, the situation was obviously even worse. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. As Shen Xu washed the dishes, he couldn't help but sigh. But there's no way around it. You have to finish the housework you got yourself into, even if it's tearful. Sometimes when he's alone, he can't help but ask himself, and Shen Xu realizes that he also likes Xia. While there may be some familial affection involved, it would be absurd to say that a man has absolutely no feelings for a woman. After all, he had known since childhood that Xia was not related to him by blood. After growing up and experiencing the emotional changes of adolescence, as Xia grew into a graceful and beautiful young woman, how could Shen Xu, as a normal man, not have any thoughts? But what good are ideas? Shen Xu knew his own situation well. He was well aware that he wasn't exactly a good man. Although it wasn't too bad, some problems still existed. For example, fickle. Therefore, for Shen Xu, it was precisely because he liked Xia that he couldn't let Xia be hurt by him. His feelings for Xia were a combination of a man's feelings for a woman, and a brother's feelings for his sister. The two emotions were mixed together, which made his thoughts quite contradictory, and he had no idea how to resolve them. As I always say, escaping is shameful, but it's useful. After washing the dishes and taking a shower, Shen Xu took his notebook and sat on the floor. He then began to write down notes in the document, completely mindless, based on the video subtitles of the Transmigrator's Handbook. Xia was clearly still angry. She lay on the bed with her back to him, showing no intention of speaking or chatting with him. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Xu heard Xia's breathing become incredibly steady, and her entire body unexpectedly changed from a side-lying position to a spread-eagled position. He knew then that Xia had finally fallen asleep. Thinking about how successfully he had gotten through another night, Shen Xu couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. 2 months is neither a long nor a short time, totaling less than 60 nights. If we keep going like this, we should be able to get through it all in no time. Full of confidence, Shen Xu worked until midnight before finally managing to put all the contents of the Transmigrator's Handbook into text. Logically speaking, the authors who upload these videos should all have corresponding written records. Unfortunately, Shen Xu didn't know the author and couldn't get a ready-made copy, so he had to resort to this clumsy method. After finishing everything, Shen Xu converted the document to traditional Chinese characters and saved it in his phone's chat app. He stretched, turned off his computer, and went to sleep. He was filled with anticipation for going to Changluk County with Yi Wujiu tomorrow. Because of his experience in another world, Shen Xu currently sees it more like a trip. Therefore, experiencing more local customs and the cityscapes would obviously be extremely attractive to Shen Xu. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Shen Xu was woken up by Xia as usual. Seeing Xia hurriedly prepared to leave after finishing breakfast, Shen Xu couldn't help but say, "Xiaoya, my company has arranged for me to go on a business trip, so I probably won't be back today. You don't need to wait for me for dinner tonight. I'll be back tomorrow if I'm early, and the day after tomorrow if I'm late." Xia, who had already reached the entrance hall, paused for a moment, said "I know," in a somewhat indifferent tone, and then opened the door and left. Shen Xu smiled and shook his head. After finishing his breakfast, he went downstairs again and bought another breakfast. Xia doesn't need to be coaxed when she's angry. She'll be fine on her own in 2 or 3 days at most. Therefore, Shen Xu was not worried at all and did not need to guard against Xia's crying, making a scene, and taking advantage of Yuya. After filling his stomach, Shen Xu first found a print shop in the neighborhood and printed out the Transmigrator's Handbook that he had recorded yesterday. After binding it, he skillfully went to the hotel and booked a room. The girl at the hotel reception should have been working the day's shift all week. Since Shen Xu had been coming every day, she had memorized his appearance, so her expression was somewhat strange when she checked him in. Shen Xu could roughly guess what the receptionist had misunderstood, but since they were all strangers, he was too lazy to explain. He went upstairs, entered the room, and went into the bathroom. With a flash of light, Shen Xu found himself back in Song Xiqing's room. After taking the things I bought yesterday out of the subspace, leaving only the popsicles and chocolates inside, I changed my clothes and shoes, and pushed open the door to the side room. There I saw Song Xiqing standing in the courtyard, talking to Yi Wuzhou about something. Song Xi stood by his side, her whole being like a peerless sword, appearing exceptionally sharp and full of vigor. "Greetings, Brother Xu." Song Xiqing stopped giving Yi Wuzhou her instructions and turned to bow to Shen Xu. Shen Xu stepped forward, put the things on the ground, and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about?" Yi Wuzhou immediately replied, "The young lady instructed me to ensure your safety, young Master Shen. Even if it means death, I absolutely cannot let you lose a single hair." Shen Xu quickly waved his hand and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Xiqing is making it too serious. We're just going to sell candy. What could possibly happen? It's never a bad thing to be careful." Song Xiqing shook her head, her gaze fixed on the things Shen Xu had just put down. Just as he was about to speak, the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Master Yan rushed in. "Miss, I heard that young Master Shen is going to the county town with Wuzhou today? I've already consulted blind Feng to calculate the auspicious date. You two should get married when young Master Shen returns from the county town." As Master Yan spoke, he had already arrived in the courtyard. Their attention was immediately drawn to the things Shen Xu had placed on the ground. After a moment of instinctive stunned silence, Master Yan quickly regained his senses, took 2 quick steps, and appeared beside the objects, as if in a flash. He bent down and picked up the telescopes, exclaiming with delight, "1,000-mile eyes! Young Master Shen is truly a man of his word. He said yesterday that he would bring a few more 1,000-mile eyes, and he brought them today. I really don't know what to say." As he spoke, Master Yan placed the telescopes in front of him one by one and looked up at the sky. After confirming that all the telescopes were in good condition, Master Yan was overjoyed. His face was so wrinkled from smiling that it could trap flies. Chapter 60 The Divine Object, the Walkie-Talkie. Chapter 60 Divine Object, Walkie-Talkie. "Master Yan, you've already seen the clairvoyant thing before, it's nothing special. When we talked about my marriage with Xiqing before, I specifically mentioned that I needed to provide a betrothal gift. Although you don't want it, I can't refuse to give it." As Shen Xu spoke, he bent down and picked up 2 walkie-talkies. Under Master Yan's gaze, which was a mixture of excitement and doubt, he smiled and continued, "If there is a 1,000-mile eye, then there must be a wind-hearing ear. This thing is the wind-hearing ear. However, like the 1,000-mile eye, its function is greatly limited and cannot work at very long distances. If nothing unexpected happens, the farthest distance it can work should be within 10 miles. Hearing the wind?" Master Yan's eyes widened. Song Xiqing and Yi Wuzhou both looked curious. Even Song Xi, who usually has a cool and aloof expression, became a little more lively after hearing the nickname, "Hearer of the Wind." "I'll show you how to use it now. It's very easy to use, there's no difficulty at all. See this button? This is the switch. Just turn it on like this. The channels are already tuned, so don't press the other buttons. When you want to speak, just press and hold this button. Only when you press and hold it can your words be received by the other earpiece." Shen Xu held up the walkie-talkie in his hand and gave a brief explanation of how to use it to the people in the courtyard. Although the group didn't understand what the channel meant, the walkie-talkie was extremely easy to use. They could easily learn it after watching it once, so they all nodded to show that they understood after Shen Xu's explanation. After explaining how to use it, Shen Xu handed one of the walkie-talkies to Master Yan, then pressed the call button and said something casually into the microphone. The sound came through the walkie-talkie in Yan Fuzi's hand almost perfectly in sync. This startled the unprepared Master Yan, who nearly dropped the walkie-talkie. However, Master Yen was very agile and caught the falling walkie-talkie in time. He stared blankly at the part of the walkie-talkie that was making the sound, while subconsciously wiping his forehead. The walkie-talkie almost fell to the ground, which really gave him a fright. He felt incredibly scared. If he had accidentally broken the wind-following ear, he would have been guilty beyond redemption. Young Master Shen, can your super hearing really transmit sound? You just said it can reach a distance of 10 miles? Then can I run a little further, and we can try it again? Master Yen carefully held the walkie-talkie and stammered as he asked. Shen Xu smiled and nodded. Of course you can. When you speak, remember to press that button. If you don't press it, your voice won't be able to get through. Master Yen nodded solemnly and then turned and ran out of the courtyard. Shen Xu then handed the walkie-talkie to Song Xiqing, indicating that Song Xiqing should use the walkie-talkie to talk to Master Yen. Huh? Me? Can I? Song Xiqing took the walkie-talkie and said somewhat flusteredly. Shen Xu shrugged and said, Why not? It was originally meant for you to use. Song Xiqing looked nervous, took a few deep breaths, swallowed, and put the walkie-talkie to her mouth. He pressed the call button just like Shen Xu had done, and asked in a trembling voice, Master Yen, where are you? After a series of splashing sounds, Master Yen's voice came through the walkie-talkie. They've reached the fields. They're running towards the river. Miss, are you still in the yard? We can hear that so clearly. Song Xiqing was immediately overjoyed. Yu Wujiu, standing beside him, looked horrified, clearly terrified. Song Xi's small mouth opened slightly, and her originally cold and sharp aura began to become somewhat scattered. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over to the pile of things, bent down and picked up another walkie-talkie, curiously examining it closely. Young miss! Can you still hear me? I've reached the river. Yes, Master Yen, you don't need to shout. You can speak clearly as you are. This is amazing. This is even more amazing than the clairvoyant. How did they do that? Miss, please wait a moment. I'll run back right away. Master Yan's tone was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Xu clearly sensed a terrifying aura rising violently in the distance, then rapidly approaching the courtyard house. In just a few breaths, Master Yen returned to the courtyard house in a flash. Feeling the intense aura emanating from Master Yen, Shen Xu was deeply shocked. Is this the power of a martial arts master? It's absolutely breathtaking. A divine artifact. Absolutely a divine artifact. The voice is right next to my ear. There's no need to shout or use internal force to transmit the sound. According to young Master Shen, it can be used as if we were communicating face-to-face within 10 miles. If used properly, the importance of this wind-following ear is probably far greater than that of the 1,000-mile eye. Master Yen was panting heavily, his whole body trembling with excitement. His breathing became unstable, making Shen Xu quite uncomfortable. Song Xiqing was equally excited, but she accepted it more quickly than Master Yen. She spoke softly. Master Yen, control your emotions and rein in your inner energy, otherwise your 9th-grade martial arts realm will suffocate people. Master Yen was taken aback for a moment, then realized his lapse in composure. She quickly gathered her breath and bowed apologetically to Shen Xu, saying, Young Master Shen, please forgive me. This wind-following ear is truly astonishing. Are you really planning to use it as a betrothal gift? After no longer feeling the oppressive aura of Master Yen, Shen Xu immediately relaxed and nodded with a smile, saying, Yes, the 4 wind-following ears are my betrothal gift to Song family village. I know this betrothal gift is too simple, but I also have my own difficulties, and I hope you will not find it distasteful. Upon hearing this, Master Yen bowed deeply in fear and said, Nothing is simple, nothing is simple. This is a divine object. How can you say it's simple? 4 sets of wind-following ears are comparable to 1,000 troops. For young Master Shen to be able to offer such a betrothal gift is an incredible stroke of luck for my Song family village. We don't even know what to offer as dowry. Shen Xu waved his hand and said, Master Yen, you are too kind. Yesterday, Xiqing just gave me the bear paws, bear gallbladders, and bear bones from the bear that Xi hunted. They are valuable enough, so I will take them as part of my dowry. How can mere mountain produce compare to a divine being like the wind-following ear? Master Yen, you are mistaken. Since it was given to me by Xiqing, let alone mountain goods, even if it were just an ordinary stone, it would be priceless to me. After Shen Xu finished speaking, Song Xiqing's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. Chapter 61 This is a heavenly book. Chapter 61 This is a heavenly book. Alright, it's getting late. If we delay any longer, we probably won't reach the county town before noon. Wu Jiao and I will take the white sugar and leave first. As for the 1,000-mile eyes and wind-following ears, let Xiqing make some arrangements. However, there's something you need to be aware of. While you can use the clairvoyant ability freely, you must install this device to use the evil ear ability. Remember to turn the evil ear ability off when not in use. As Shen Xu spoke, he took the walkie-talkie from Song Xiqing's hand and demonstrated to the people in the courtyard how to change the battery and how to pay attention to turning it on and off. All of these are operations that are easy to understand at a glance. Even if the few people in the courtyard couldn't possibly understand the underlying principles, they could still follow the example without any problems. That's about it. Master Yen was right when he said that having ears that can hear the wind is indeed more valuable and rarer than having eyes that can see 1,000 miles, so you must take good care of it. Neither of them are very sturdy, so don't bump them or let them get wet, lest you break them. Shen Xu gave another instruction. Although both binoculars and walkie-talkies are actually very cheap, he could buy a whole bunch of them whenever he wanted. But things are valued for their scarcity. If he really doesn't care about these things, how can he win people's hearts in Songjia village? Don't worry, Brother Su, I promise I won't let these all-seeing and all-hearing creatures cause any problems. Song Xiqing said with a serious expression. Shen Xu didn't say anything more, and bent down to take the printed and bound copy of the Transmigrator's Handbook into his hands. He then handed it to Song Xiqing, leaned forward, and whispered in her ear. This is a heavenly book. Song Xiqing trembled and subconsciously clutched the Transmigrator's manual, which had no cover or name. However, besides being shocked by the words, heavenly book, Song Xiqing's trembling was also due to Shen Xu speaking in her ear. The hot breath he exhaled brushed against her earlobe, making her heart race uncontrollably. For now, you can only see the contents. As for whether others can see it later, or who can see it, we'll discuss that later. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't understand. Ask me about it when I return from the county town. Shen Xu straightened up again and said with a smile. Song Xiqing nodded vigorously with a solemn expression. Master Yen was very curious, but since Shen Xu had said that only Song Xiqing could see it for the time being, he had no choice but to hold back his curiosity. That's it, no hope. Put the sugar in your bags and let's go. Shen Xu gave an order and watched as Yi Wujiu picked up the 5 large bags of loose white sugar, each weighing 10 pounds, and went to replace the burlap sacks used to store white sugar in Songjia village. Just as he was about to go out with Yi Wujiu, he suddenly remembered something. He reached into his robes and, using his clothes as cover, took out a chocolate from his subspace and tossed it to Song Si. Song Si subconsciously raised her hand to take it, a puzzled expression appearing on her face. Try it and see if you think this is better, or if you prefer the popsicles from before. This thing is called chocolate. After saying that, Shen Xu stepped out of the courtyard. Song Si looked surprised. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her lips slightly and put the black ball into her mouth. The next second, Song Si's eyes widened. Because she had never eaten such sweet food before. At the same time, within the city of Chang'e County, Wanghai, a street-front shop located in the eastern part of the city, has just opened its doors. Although the morning market had ended, there were actually more and more pedestrians on the streets. As the most famous general store in the county town, Wanghai has its own reasons to be proud. Therefore, unlike other shops, they never open their doors before dawn, afraid of missing even one potential customer who might come in to make a purchase. Wanghai doesn't need to do that, because the things sold in Wanghai have always been the best in the county. The best also means the most expensive. Even for the same items, Wafangzai's prices are about 30% higher than other general stores. And if other general stores don't have the items, or if the quality is significantly different, Wafangzai's prices are even more astonishing. Therefore, it is obvious that Wafangzai hardly does business with ordinary people, and ordinary people would never step into Wafangzai's doorstep. In that case, there seems to be no need to get up early to open the door. Anyone with a bit of status or position would get up that early. Even the servants of noblemen would wait until after 9 a.m. to buy groceries. Shunzi, you've just arrived and don't understand these principles yet. Learn from me for a few more days and you'll understand. Behind the counter at Wafangzai, a middle-aged man yawned and said somewhat listlessly. His name is Wu Yud, and he is the manager of Wafangzai. The reason I feel sleepy is that I received a pound of white sugar yesterday, which is much better than the tribute grade. Overjoyed, I drank a few more cups last night, which made me sleep poorly and I still have a headache when I wake up. The boy he reprimanded was a boy who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. This is a newly hired apprentice in the shop, named Shunzi. The original employee had to go home for a funeral, and Wu Yud, as the manager, had to maintain his managerial demeanor and couldn't do everything himself, so he hired a new replacement as a temporary worker. Although Wafangzai's business is good, it is not actually very busy. This is because the goods are sold at a high price, unlike other grocery stores where you have to work hard to earn money. Having a clerk to help out is enough. Purchasing groceries was always done by the servants. With him, the manager, overseeing things, the newly recruited apprentices wouldn't make any mistakes. If, by some rare occurrence, a distinguished person comes to make a purchase, the shopkeeper will personally greet them. However, such things are actually very rare. Tisk, if nobles would so easily wander into streets and alleys like this, how could they possibly be called nobles? Wu Yud slumped listlessly on the counter, muttering to himself. However, before the words had even finished, a figure appeared at the entrance of Wafangzai. Wu Yud subconsciously raised his eyelids, and after seeing the figure's appearance clearly, he was immediately stunned. But he realized what was happening in an instant, and as if he had been pricked by a needle, he suddenly jumped up from the chair. Their expressions brightened, and they quickly stepped out from behind the counter, greeting him with broad smiles. No wonder there were magpies chirping so early in the morning. It turns out a distinguished guest is coming. If I had known you would be coming today, I would have been waiting outside the door. Wu Yud's tone was full of flattery. The figure who appeared at the door was waving a fan. He looked to be around 20 years old, handsome and refined. Two tall guards followed behind him, clearly indicating their high status. Chapter 62 The Little Prince. Chapter 62 The young prince's Changle County in Dongshan Prefecture ranks among the top 5 in terms of wealth among the 7 prefectures and 36 counties of the northern Zhou dynasty. If the scope is narrowed down to the 6 prefectures of Dongshan Prefecture, its level of wealth is undoubtedly ranked first. Such a place, compared to those mediocre prefectures and counties, will naturally have some special features. For example, the county seat occupied a vast area, even larger than the Dongshan prefectural city, which was almost against regulations. For example, the city has 100,000 permanent households and nearly 400,000 permanent residents, which is more than twice the permanent population of Dongshan Prefecture City. For example, the city is full of wealthy and powerful people, and there are countless rich and powerful families scattered throughout the streets and alleys. For example, Zhou Zhenan, the younger brother of the current emperor of northern Zhou and the leader of the greedy wolf army, the strongest army in northern Zhou, was granted the title of king here. Although he was only a prince, for the northern Zhou dynasty, which was extremely stingy with bestowing titles and rewards, it was already a scorpion's venom. The vast Changle County can be considered Zhou Zhenan's fiefdom, so without a doubt, Zhou Zhenan, the Prince of Changle, is the most prominent person in this magnificent city. The young man who appeared at the entrance of Wafangzai at this moment was Zhou Zhenan's eldest son, Zhou Tianzi. As a member of the royal family, he preferred to roam among the common people, so much so that many people in Changle County could recognize him. No need for formalities, I just came to see if you have anything good. My father likes sweet cakes. but unfortunately the white sugar that can be bought recently is not very good, which makes my father very unhappy. I figured that if I wanted to buy better white sugar in the city, I'd have to come to your house to see if you had any. If you don't have any, I'm afraid I can't buy it anywhere else in Dongshan Prefecture. Zhou Tianxi closed the fan in his hand, casually explained his purpose, and stepped into the shop. Upon hearing this, Wu Yud's eyes lit up immediately. He clapped his hands lightly and exclaimed, "No wonder they say the young prince is a lucky man blessed with good fortune. I just received a pound of the finest white sugar yesterday, and it hasn't even been warmed up yet, and the young prince has already arrived. What else could this be but divine favor?" Zhou Tianxi was taken aback and asked in confusion, "The finest white sugar?" Wu Yud nodded excitedly, said, "Please wait a moment," and immediately went into his counter. Then, he took out the pound of white sugar that he had acquired yesterday, and hidden away from under the counter and placed it on the counter. "Young prince, look, this is the white sugar I received yesterday. Its granules are as white as snow, and its sweetness far surpasses that of ordinary white sugar. When you put it in your mouth, it melts instantly without any astringency. Even the tribute-grade white sugar cannot reach this level. If you don't believe me, you can try it, and you'll know that what I said is true." Wu Yud opened the lid of the sugar jar and began to introduce it as if presenting a treasure. If it were anyone else, he would never have suggested trying it. This stuff is as precious as gold. Even a tiny bit of it will cost you at least dozens of copper coins. How could they possibly let anyone taste it so casually? But if this young prince wants to try it, then there's absolutely no problem. Because Wu Yud knew that the young prince in front of him could really afford it. And as long as the young prince is satisfied, he will definitely buy it. However, Zhou Tianxi did not try it himself, but instead turned his head and winked at one of the guards. The guard immediately stepped forward, dipped his hand into the sugar jar, and then tasted it carefully. After a long pause, the guard said expressionlessly, "No poison." The shopkeeper wasn't lying. It is indeed better white sugar than the tribute. Zhou Tianxi then showed a happy expression and nodded, saying, "Very good. How much of this sugar do you have? Bring it all out, I'll take it all." Wu Yud quickly smiled and said, "It's a stroke of luck to find even a little bit of this grade of white sugar. There's really no more. This is the only jar, weighing 1 pound in total. If your highness wants it, it will only cost 50 taels of gold." Zhou Tianxi raised an eyebrow, and two thoughts of dissatisfaction arose in his mind at the same time. First, there is too little white sugar. Secondly, the price is too high. The fan, which had been folded up, was unfolded again. Zhou Tianxi didn't speak, but simply waved the fan gently in front of him while looking at Wu Yud with a half-smile. Such a silent, direct gaze put immense pressure on Wu Yud. Cold sweat began to appear on my forehead, but it was just from nervousness. The tension stemmed from the other party's extremely distinguished status. In reality, Wu Yud wasn't that afraid. Prince Chanlo was very upright and disciplined the people in his palace extremely strictly. There were many people in Chanlo County who used their power to oppress others, but very few people in the palace dared to do so. Especially for someone of Zhou Tianxi's status, who is being watched by countless eyes hiding in the shadows, he dares not overstep the bounds in the slightest. Within Chang'o County, he was practically renowned, so while Wu Yud was nervous, he was certainly not afraid. These days, the more reasonable and law-abiding a person is, the more likely they are to suffer losses. This has been the case throughout history. What can be done about it? Ahem, Your Highness, it's not that I'm trying to rip you off, it's just that this grade of white sugar is far too precious. The price I'm offering to buy it is already much higher than the selling price of white sugar I've paid before. If I were to sell it to you for 1 tael of gold per tael of sugar as before, I would lose a fortune. I can't do a losing business no matter what, don't you think?" Wu Yud said cautiously. Zhou Tianxi did not continue to put pressure on Wu Yud, although he was quite certain that the price Wu Yud offered was rather dishonest. But there was nothing he could do. He was the son of a prince, not a bandit. After thinking it over, Zhou Tianxi nodded and said, "That makes sense. Since this white sugar is even better than the tribute sugar, it's reasonable to sell it for 50 taels a caddy. Let's do it this way, I'll take it all. If there's any more white sugar of this grade in the future, remember to keep it for me. Just send someone to the prince's mansion to inform him, and I'll have someone come and buy it immediately. Don't sell it to anyone else. Wu Yud immediately agreed. Your Highness, please rest assured, I know what's important. Besides, only the prince's residence is worthy of consuming this grade of white sugar. If those merchants dared to enjoy it, they would shorten their lifespan. Zhou Tianxi didn't say anything more. He paid the bill with gold notes, and one of the guards picked up the sugar jar. He then turned and left. Wu Yud escorted him all the way to the shop door before returning to the counter, overjoyed. In just one day, I made a net profit of 40 taels of gold. It's truly a blessing from the god of wealth. Zhou Tianxi suddenly stopped after turning a corner, and whispered to the guard who wasn't carrying the sugar jar. Keep an eye on Wanghai and see who supplies the goods. If we can find them, we'll buy directly from the supplier. Otherwise, unscrupulous merchants will make a killing. Yes. The guard agreed and then turned and disappeared into the crowd on the street. Chapter 63 Having talent means you can do whatever you want. Chapter 63 Having talent means you can do whatever you want. Young Master Shen, yes. That's it. Riding a horse is a very easy thing. As long as you can communicate with the horse, make the horse understand your intentions, make the horse not afraid of you, get close to you, and see you as a companion, then you can easily achieve oneness between man and horse. Yu Wujio rode a tall horse and explained to Shen Xu, who was also riding a horse beside him. The two were escorted by 10 horsemen. In addition, there were 10 other people who did not ride horses but set off on foot. Their task was to conduct inspections along the way to ensure that the route to Chang'o County was safe and secure. In Shen Xu's opinion, this arrangement was making a mountain out of a molehill. He has absolutely no reputation in this world, so there is no possibility of him being targeted. The only potential danger on the way to Chang'o County is the unlucky possibility of being targeted by bandits or robbers. Putting aside how low the probability of encountering such danger is, just considering that Yu Wujio is with him, given his skills, it's unlikely that he would get into trouble. After all, Song Xiqing had personally told him that Yu Wujio possessed the strength of an 8th-rank martial artist. Even so, Song Xiqing was still not at ease and insisted on arranging 2 additional teams of 10 men each to accompany her. Before setting off, Shen Xu had already learned that these 2 10-person teams were the village's elite, each of them at the 6th rank of martial arts, and the 2 captains were even at the upper 6th rank, infinitely close to the innate realm. It's no exaggeration to say that the guard team Song Xiqing arranged for him to ensure his absolute safety was of a truly luxurious composition. If Yu Wujio hadn't possessed 8th rank strength himself, and hadn't been accompanied by 2 10-man teams of all 6th rank experts, giving them enough power to defeat even 9th rank powerhouses, Song Xiqing might have even requested one of the 5 elders to accompany her. If that were the case, Shen Xu honestly felt extremely uncomfortable. Shaking his head to clear his mind of these chaotic thoughts, Shen Xu focused intently on controlling the tall horse beneath him. The valley where Songjia village is located is large enough. The tens of thousands of acres of land reclaimed by 2,000 people only occupy about 1/10 of the entire valley area. The remaining area has diverse terrain, and although the people of Songjia village are no longer able to cultivate it, it can still be used for other purposes. For example, horse herding. At the other end of the valley, there is a large grassland where Songjia village grazes more than 200 tall horses. When Shen Xu was taken to choose a horse before setting off, he was truly stunned by the sight of the vast grassland and the horses grazing leisurely among it. He knew that Songjia village was extraordinary. How could a village determined to rebel be ordinary? But he really didn't expect that Songjia village, though small, could be so well equipped. Even cavalry. It is somewhat difficult for ordinary people to learn to ride a horse. Of course, it is not very difficult. With more practice, one can eventually ride. However, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to achieve a level of perfect harmony between rider and horse. But for martial arts masters, this is child's play. Because we martial artists possess internal energy. And internal energy has countless uses. By using it to understand the horse's thoughts, achieving a telepathic connection with it, we can become one with the horse. Yu Wujio's voice kept ringing in his ears. Shen Xu listened intently, and at the same time, he nervously followed Yu Wujio's instructions, trying little by little to get close to the horse beneath him. This is not like riding a bicycle. A bicycle is an inanimate object. You just need to master the basics. The characteristics of a bicycle are what they are and will never change. But horses are alive and have unique habits. Learning to ride a horse is certainly easy, even easier than learning to ride a bicycle. But this thing is easy to learn but difficult to master. To achieve a state of perfect harmony between man and horse is definitely not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Of course, this is for ordinary people. Shen Xu circulated his very weak internal energy, and by touching the horse's head with both hands, used his internal energy to perceive the horse's inner world. Sure enough, just as Yu Wujio said, the process went very smoothly. With almost no obstacles, Shen Xu was able to sense the emotions of the horse beneath him. Although they couldn't understand each other's languages and their emotional complexities and ways of understanding each other were vastly different, the power of their inner energy ensured that Shen Xu and his horse could communicate with each other. This is the most direct form of communication, requiring no linguistic embellishment. So soon, Shen Xu was maneuvering his horse to gallop along the official road. Although he had never ridden a horse before, he was able to gallop at full speed in less than 15 minutes. Shen Xu felt a great sense of accomplishment. As he rode the horse at high speed, feeling the wind resistance rushing towards him, he felt completely refreshed. Yu Wujio and the 10 guards hurriedly spurred their horses and followed behind Shen Xu. Furthermore, Yu Wujio easily caught up with Shen Xu and rode alongside him, constantly reminding Shen Xu of the things he needed to pay attention to while riding. With such meticulous guidance, coupled with his internal energy's perception of the horse, Shen Xu's riding skills improved by leaps and bounds that were visible to the naked eye. Thinking back to the normal cost of learning to ride a horse in his own world, Shen Xu inexplicably felt like he had made a profit. Membership fees can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan, and class fees can range from a few hundred to several thousand yuan. If you want to buy a horse, depending on the breed, you have to throw away the equivalent of a car's worth of money. An ordinary horse might be comparable to a Shelly, a type of cheap car, while a horse of noble lineage can be compared to a Ferrari. Add to that the costs of foster care and all sorts of other inexplicable expenses, and horseback riding in his world, like golf, could almost be called an aristocratic sport. However, in this other world, he didn't spend a single penny and transformed into a seasoned driver in a very short time. Not only can you ride a horse normally, but you can even do a handstand on the back of a galloping horse. As his connection with his horse grew stronger, Shen Xu even felt that he could potentially ride on its back and jump rope with it. That's great, thank you for your guidance, Brother Yi. I'll prepare a gift for you later as a way of thanking you for teaching me how to ride a horse. Shen Xu faced the wind and spoke loudly with great joy. Yu Wujio was startled. The dignified 8th-rank martial arts expert trembled and said with a wry smile, "Young Master Shen, please don't be so polite. Once young Master Shen and Miss are married, you will be the son-in-law of our Song family village, and I will naturally be young Master Shen's subordinate. This is just a trivial matter and not worth mentioning." Subordinate? Subordinate. Chapter 64 Empiricism Kills. Chapter 64 Empiricism Kills. Shen Xu was immediately tempted after Master Yan proposed marriage, mainly due to 3 reasons. First, Song Xiqing is too beautiful. Her delicate face, as pure as a lotus emerging from clear water, and her slender and graceful figure honed through martial arts training, were enough to make any man fall in love at first sight. Even someone as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui would likely be captivated by her. Secondly, he didn't actually feel any sense of belonging to the other world. Suddenly gaining the ability to travel through time, Shen Xu was excited and determined to use it to reach the pinnacle of life. However, for him, the original world and the other world were vastly different. He had lived in his original world for over 20 years. It was his home to his family and friends, and memories of his childhood. These represented reality and the bond between him and the world. The other world was completely different. In the days since he transmigrated, Shen Xu's mindset was more like playing an immersive game. Therefore, marrying someone in the game naturally posed no psychological barrier. Thirdly, and most importantly, he wanted to use this opportunity to completely integrate into Songjia village. By marrying Song Xiqing, he can truly be regarded as one of their own in Songjia village. This will make it easier and more convenient for him to act in the other world, and he will have a lot more options. However, he seemed to have underestimated the impact of marrying Song Xiqing on Songjia village. Judging from Yi Wujio's attitude, getting married doesn't just mean he's integrated into Songjia village, it means he's practically gained control of Songjia village. Is it really that exaggerated? As he galloped away on horseback, Shen Xu kept thinking. This is clearly illogical. The only explanation is that, from Songjia village's perspective, his appearance and existence only brought benefits, and no harm to the village. Moreover, the benefits were so amazing that everyone in Songjia village was eager to be associated with him. Relationships between people can be very complex at times, but also very simple at others. The simplest way to associate is through power. Follow when there is power, leave when there is none. It's also about mutual benefit. Gather when there is profit, disperse when profit is gone. Those with more complex relationships are mostly based on emotions, which arise without knowing their origin, deepen with time, and end without knowing their conclusion. Thinking of this, Shen Xu suddenly realized that although it had only been a few days since he was able to travel through time, his relationship with Songjia village had gradually shifted from simple to complex. I just don't know whether this shift is good or bad. After a good half-day of driving, the group finally arrived outside Changlu County before noon. Since hundreds of thousands of people lived in Changgu County, their daily needs for food, drink, and sanitation combined to form an astronomically large business. Therefore, merchants, farmers, laborers, travelers, and people of all trades have always been coming and going at the city gates in an endless stream. From morning till night, even with all the dozen or so huge city gates under the four walls of Changlu County always open, there was never a moment when it was deserted. During peak hours such as morning and evening, there may even be crowds and queues in front of the city gates. However, under the blazing sun, the main city gate, which stretched straight ahead on the official road, did not appear to be very busy. The two traditional Chinese characters for Changlu are engraved above the main city gate, and the city wall of Changlu County looks to be 7 or 8 meters high, roughly equivalent to a 3-story building. Looking left and right, the length was unknown. Every so often, there would be protruding horse-faced walls that formed a rectangle with the city wall, so that the soldiers stationed in the city could attack the attacking enemy from the side. On the horse-faced rampart, there was a watchtower 5 or 6 meters high. On ordinary days, it could be used for soldiers to garrison and rest, and to store defensive equipment. In wartime, it could be used to observe the enemy's situation and conduct surveillance. Archers could even be hidden inside watchtowers, taking advantage of the high ground to greatly increase their range and lethality through projectile techniques. In short, the scale of the city walls alone shows that Changlu County City can be considered a magnificent city. After riding to the city gate, Shen Xu dismounted with Yi Wujio and the others. There were 12 horses in total, all of them well behaved. One person could lead one horse when needed, but when not in use, only one person was needed to lead all 12 horses forward in an orderly manner. Clearly, martial arts masters have many advantages in this world. He still needs to study the other wonderful uses of internal energy. The city gates were wide open, and the gate guards standing on both sides of the gates were only responsible for maintaining order and did not check people entering or leaving the city. So after entering the city smoothly, Yi Wujio smiled and said, "Riding horses is not allowed in Changlu County. Unless there is an official decree or an extremely urgent military situation, you can only walk or ride in a sedan chair in Changlu County. Young Master Shen, it's about time. Shall we go have a meal first to fill our stomachs, or go sell candy?" Shen Xu rubbed his stomach, not feeling particularly hungry, and asked, "Is the sugar shop far from here?" Yi Wujio shook his head and said, "It's not far. The shop is called Wanghai. It's located in the eastern part of the city. We can get there in less than half an hour from here." Let's go sell the candy first. Once we've sold all the candy and exchanged it for gold, the most important thing on this trip will be done. With nothing to worry about, we can freely wander around the city. Shen Xu made the decision casually. He was indeed very curious about the city of Changla before him, so after selling the candy, he planned to explore it thoroughly. Such a completely ancient-style city was something that could only be seen in television and movies in the past. As for those so-called ancient cities listed as tourist attractions, they have too many modern elements, making it difficult for people to fully immerse themselves in them. So now that he was finally in a truly authentic ancient city, Shen Xu was really interested. His interest will remain at least until the novelty wears off completely. It's a profound sense of history that comes rushing in from the everyday life of people in the streets and alleys. However, this feeling of excitement was almost completely extinguished by the scorching sun after about half an hour. Standing outside the gate of Wanghai, Shen Xu realized with great exhaustion that he had made a mistake. He had just heard Yuwujio say that it would take half an hour to arrive, but he instinctively interpreted it as half an hour. However, after walking for about half an hour, when he asked Yuwujio how far it was, Yuwujio said that there was still almost half the journey left. Shen Xu suddenly realized that half an hour was actually an hour. Empiricism is a killer. Chapter 65 No Merchant is Honest. Chapter 65. No merchant is honest. Sigh. Shen Xu sighed heavily. Yuwujio, standing to the side, was quite puzzled by the sigh and scratched his head, saying, "Young Master Shen, shall we go inside?" Shen Xu nodded weakly and said, "Let's go in. We've been walking for half an hour, and I'm starving. Let's sell the candy quickly so we can find a place to have a good meal." Yuwujio responded and went into Wanghai first. Shen Xu naturally followed them inside. However, only 2 of the 10 people followed into the group, acting as guards to ensure Shen Xu's safety. The remaining 8 people, carrying the 50 caddies of loose white sugar and leading 12 horses, stayed outside Wanghai, keeping an eye on their surroundings. At this moment, Wu Yud, the manager of Wanghai, was organizing goods behind the counter. When she caught a glimpse of Yuwujio entering out of the corner of her eye, she was first taken aback, but then a look of joy appeared on her face. Without bothering to continue tidying up, she came out directly from behind the counter to greet them. With a beaming smile, he rubbed his hands together and bowed, saying, "Isn't this the customer who sold me candy yesterday? I didn't expect you to visit my shop again today. Do you have new candy for sale?" Yuwujio narrowed his eyes, not stating his purpose directly, but instead asking, "What do you mean by that, Manager Wu? Does not selling candy mean I can't come to your Wanghai shop? Or do you not welcome me to buy things?" Wu Yud quickly waved his hand and said, No, how could that be? A guest is a guest, and besides, we have a history of selling sugar. It's kind of you, sir, to think of supporting our Wanghai business. See if there's anything you like, and I guarantee you the best price." As he spoke, Wu Yud's gaze swept over Shen Xu and the others, silently making his own judgment in his mind. As the manager of Wanghai, Wu Yud has always been extremely confident in his judgment, having seen all sorts of people coming and going every day. But for some reason, after glancing at the people opposite him, he felt that one of them was rather strange. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange about it. "Manager Wu, I've come today to ask how the sugar is selling. I gave it to you yesterday morning, and it's been a full day now. Has anyone bought any?" Interrupted by Yuwujio's voice, Wu Yud quickly snapped back to reality, and the smile on his face stiffened slightly. He said with a slight embarrassment, "Sir, you may not know this, but white sugar is a valuable commodity. The white sugar you sold to me yesterday was a rare and precious one. If it were just ordinary white sugar, we would only sell it to other customers for 1 tael of gold per tael of sugar. But the price I pay for your sugar is 1 tael of gold for every tael of sugar. If I were to sell it, I would definitely have to add a little more to the cost, wouldn't I? Otherwise, wouldn't I be making a loss-making deal? Naturally, it would be even harder to sell. Of course, the sugar you gave me is of the highest quality, so it will definitely sell out sooner or later. It's just that it might take a month or more, or even half a year, but it will eventually be sold out. Please don't worry, sir. Yu Wujio observed Wu Yud's demeanor and behavior without leaving a trace. After listening to Wu Yud finish complaining, a look of regret naturally appeared on his face. He shook his head with feigned helplessness and said, I see. What a pity. I originally thought that such high-quality white sugar would sell well, so I brought a lot more today, thinking that Manager Wu would know the benefits after selling it all day, and that our future business would be easier to discuss. Who would have thought that there were no discerning customers in Changle County? A whole day has passed, and not a single piece has been sold. In that case, we'll have to go further afield, or perhaps try our luck in the prefectural city. I imagine there are more refined people there. It should sell much better there. With that, Yu Wujio turned to leave. Before he could even take a step, Wu Yud had already grabbed his arm. With a look of surprise, he said, Sir, you really have new candy for sale again? Just say so, why lie to me? I'm willing to continue buying candy, but I wonder how much you brought this time? Yu Wujio raised an eyebrow and said, Continue to buy sugar? The white sugar I sold to you yesterday hasn't been sold at all. If you continue to buy sugar, won't there be a huge backlog? Wu Yud adopted a simple and honest demeanor and said sincerely, Sir, don't worry. What I just said is that they will definitely be sold sooner or later. The only difference is how long it will take. Keep a few more, they can be considered the store's prized possessions. It's normal for such high-quality goods to sell slowly. But as long as we remain patient, there will be no stockpiling. Besides, how much of this sugar do you, sir? 3 to 5 pounds? It hardly qualifies as stockpiling. Yu Wujio blinked and held out a hand to slap Wu Yud. Wu Yud paused, a look of confusion appearing on his face, not understanding what Yu Wujio meant. 50 jin, Yu Wujio said calmly. Huh? What? Wu Yud was still somewhat confused. Yu Wujio chuckled, then said more seriously, I'm telling you, I brought 50 jin of that grade of white sugar I sold you yesterday. Can you really eat it all? If it takes more than a month to sell 1 jin, won't 50 jin just pile up? Wu Yud was stunned. For a moment he felt that the guest in front of him was playing a joke on him. Before he could react, the guest in front of him clapped his hands. Immediately afterwards, another person walked in from outside the shop. The man, carrying a large sack, walked straight up to him. Place the sack firmly on the ground, untie the rope at the top, and then open the sack. A large amount of white sugar, as white as snow, rushed into his field of vision without warning. Wu Yud's eyes widened immediately, and he paused for a moment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and his breath, which had paused for a moment, immediately became rapid again. His face flushed slightly from the sudden surge of excitement, and his eyes revealed an undisguised greed. After swallowing hard, Wu Yud said in a trembling voice, Is this all the same white sugar as yesterday? That's right, 50 jin in total. Yu Wujio nodded. I'll take them all. Wu Yud tried his best to regain his composure. He had realized his earlier lapse in composure, and wanted to do his best to make amends. But he was ultimately distracted by the 50 pounds of sugar that suddenly appeared in front of him. He managed to control his tone, but his reaction was too quick, revealing his impatient emotions. Chapter 66 800 Schemes. Chapter 66 With 800 Cunning Eyes, Wu Yud noticed that the customer in front of him was looking at him with a half-smile. Even with his thick skin, Wu Yud couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. However, the 50 caddies of the finest white sugar were placed within his reach. In Wu Yud's eyes, those were not white sugar at all. They were clearly blocks of gleaming gold bricks. This deal is a must-win. The 1 pound of white sugar he bought yesterday brought him a net profit of 40 taels of gold from reselling it. Now, with this 50 pounds of white sugar, wouldn't that be equivalent to earning 2,000 taels of gold? The key is that this is a risk-free way to make money. That young prince had just bought a whole pound of white sugar that morning, and even told me to keep some, saying he would take as much as I had in the future. A huge shipment arrived at noon. It was like a dream come true, a godsend. As for whether they might be conspiring to frame him, Wu Yud had no such suspicion. First, the young prince of the prince's mansion wouldn't do such a thing. Second, this grade of white sugar is really worth the price. As long as you can buy it, you're definitely not going to lose money. Thinking of this, Wuyud barely suppressed his somewhat heavy breathing and forced a troubled expression onto his face. With a pained expression, he said, "Sir, I'm always honest in business, so I'll say whatever comes to mind and won't mince words with you. The white sugar you brought is indeed the finest quality, so even if you only need a small quantity, it's really not hard to sell. Although not many people can afford it, our Changle County is so big that we can always find a few places that want to try it. So since this stuff is scarce, I'm stockpiling it, treating it like a treasured possession. Even if I can't sell it, I can still use it to impress people. But to eat 50 caddies all at once is truly very difficult. One caddy is 10 taels, so 50 caddies is a full 500 taels of gold. Our Wanghai really doesn't have that much gold available. I wonder if we could offer a discount?" "Cheap? What price are you willing to pay?" Yuwujo asked, raising an eyebrow. Wuyud thought for a moment, and then tentatively asked, "How about 8 chien of gold for 1 tael of white sugar?" "In that case, 1 jean of white sugar would require 8 taels of gold, and 50 jean of white sugar would be 400 taels of gold. If we at Wanghai grit our teeth and scrape together the money, we should be able to make up the difference." Yuwujo didn't speak, but turned to look at Shen Xu. This reaction slightly startled Wuyud, because he hadn't expected that among the people who had entered the shop, the one who was actually in charge, the one who seemed a little strange to him, was actually the one. Shen Xu observed the entire exchange between Yuwujo and the shopkeeper Wu in front of him. Although he wasn't very experienced, he could tell that the shopkeeper in front of him, Mr. Wu, was definitely not telling the truth. If I really felt awkward, I wouldn't have reacted that way when I suddenly saw dozens of kilograms of sugar. This manager Wu in front of me must know about the sales channels for white sugar. The reason for haggling is simply due to the greedy instinct of merchants, who want to make as much profit as possible. With this assessment in mind, Shen Xu pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's just forget about it. Let's not put Wanghai in a difficult position. 50 caddies of white sugar is indeed a bit much. It's normal for one shop not to be able to handle it all. Since we're not in a rush, let's find an inn in town to stay in first. Let's spread the word about this sugar and see if anyone in Changle County is willing to come directly to buy it." Upon hearing Shen Xu's attitude, Wuyud immediately became anxious. He knows his own situation. The gold he wants to earn is not difficult at all, it's just a matter of passing it around. If the other party doesn't trade with him in the shop but instead spreads the news to the outside world, the prince's mansion will definitely come knocking on their door. At that time, wouldn't his 2,000 taels of gold simply vanish into thin air? Indeed, from the moment he saw the sugar, Wuyud already believed that the 2,000 taels of gold were his for the taking. "No! Sir, it's fate that we've met. I'm an honest businessman, so I don't mince words. 50 caddies of this grade of sugar, even if you stayed at the inn for half a year, you couldn't possibly sell it all. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? There's no need. Moreover, the inn is so bustling with people coming and going. Bringing so much sugar to stay there, and then spreading the word is just inviting trouble. Surely you, sir, understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth? If we really did what you suggested, it would be like inviting someone to rob you. How about this? I won't ask you for a discount, it'll still be 1 tael of sugar for 1 tael of gold. I'll take all 50 caddies of sugar. As for the gold, I'll borrow it from somewhere else. I'll definitely make up the 500 taels for you, okay?" Wuyud blocked Shen Xu's path, his face beaming with a fawning smile. Shen Xu hesitated. Because what Manager Wu said was actually true. It was impossible for him to stay at the inn for such a long time simply to sell sugar. The reason they pretended to leave was simply to drive up the price. Manager Wu has connections in selling white sugar, that's his skill. They own such a high-end shop and have been doing business in Changle County for countless years. Their connections are far wider than those of outsiders like them, which is only natural. Shen Xu wasn't hesitating about whether or not to sell the white sugar to Wuyud. He couldn't be happier to be able to get rid of all the white sugar in one go. He's hesitating about how much to raise the price. Judging from the other party's behavior, the price of 1 tael of sugar for 1 tael of gold is probably quite profitable for this manager Wu. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xu decided to ask for an exorbitant price and then negotiate on the spot. He held up 2 fingers towards Wu Yud and said, "Manager Wu, let's not beat around the bush. 1 price, 2 taels of gold for 1 tael of white sugar. If you take out 1,000 taels of gold, you can keep these 50 caddies of white sugar." "What? 1,000 taels of gold? Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Wu Yud nearly jumped up on the spot, as if his tail had been stepped on. The reaction was so intense that it nearly startled Shen Xu. Just as Shen Xu was wondering if he had raised the price too much and was about to continue negotiating with Wu Yud for a more reasonable price, a voice suddenly came from outside Wanghai. "1 tael of white sugar is worth 2 taels of gold. This price is very reasonable and is worthy of such high-quality white sugar. Compared to the price of ordinary white sugar, it is only double. Is there 50 caddies in total? I will take it all." As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome young man entered Wanghai, waving a fan. He was Zhou Tianxi, the son of the Prince of Chang'e. Upon seeing Zhou Tianxi enter, Wu Yud's expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Young Prince? You're here again?" Zhou Tianxi first nodded to Shen Xu, then looked at Wu Yud and said expressionlessly, "If I hadn't come, wouldn't I have been kept in the dark by you forever? You're making 40 taels of gold off me for a pound of sugar? Aren't you afraid of choking to death?" Chapter 67 earns a net profit of 1,000 taels of gold. Chapter 67 Earning 1,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Wu Yud's face showed fear, and he hurriedly protested, "Please forgive me, Your Highness, I am absolutely not trying to extort you. It's just that this grade of white sugar is extremely risky to keep, so the price we set for selling it is naturally higher. It's only because we've encountered a major buyer like Your Highness that this grade of sugar sells so well. If the tribute goods are already sufficient to meet the needs of the prince's residents, then even buying just a little more of this grade of sugar would risk resulting in unsold inventory." Zhou Tianxi sneered, "Whether you're extorting me or not, I don't care. If you can extort me, that's your skill. The price is clearly stated, there's nothing to say. But since I've waited for the real supplier, it's only reasonable for me to trade directly with the supplier to avoid being ripped off, right? Doesn't that count as me abusing my power?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yud's heart began to bleed. But he also knew that things had developed to this point, and his plan to profit from the price difference was no longer possible. Moreover, just as Zhou Tianxi said, it was simply because he didn't want to be exposed, and it had nothing to do with bullying others. Even if he wanted to find someone to uphold justice, people would only say he was greedy, and absolutely no one would think that the prince's mansion was in the wrong. Having clearly realized this, Wu Yud managed to force a smile onto his face. With a trembling voice, he said, "Young prince, you are joking. Everyone in Chang'e County knows that the prince's mansion is the least likely to bully others. Since the young prince wants to discuss business directly with this guest, Wu Fangjai will certainly not interfere." Zhou Tianxi let out another cold laugh, ignoring Wu Yud, and turned to Shen Xu, cupping his hands in greeting. "Greetings, brother. My name is Zhou Tianxi, and my father is the Prince of Chang'e. May my men inspect the 50 caddies of white sugar you brought? If it is confirmed to be without fault, then I will not haggle over the price you just mentioned, which is 2 taels of gold for 1 tael of white sugar." Shen Xu couldn't help but glance at Zhou Tianxi a few more times, and of course he wouldn't object to Zhou Tianxi's idea of inspecting the goods. He nodded in agreement quite casually. Shen Xu's indifference to the sack of sugar on the ground made Zhou Tianxi start to have wild thoughts. If he were to buy 50 caddies of white sugar at a price of 20 taels per caddy, that would be 1,000 taels of gold. Such valuable goods, yet they show absolutely no concern for them? Even someone of his status couldn't possibly be indifferent to 1,000 taels of gold. Just who is this unfamiliar young man? With this question in mind, Zhou Tianxi signaled one of his guards to examine the sack of white sugar to see if there was any difference between it and the pound of white sugar he had just bought that morning. This sack of white sugar was far too much, unlike the one in the morning which only contained a mere pound. Therefore, the guards who went forward to inspect the goods had to take extra sugar from various areas and taste it to avoid any mistakes. During the process, Zhou Tianxi was also secretly and carefully observing Shen Xu. He discovered that the unfamiliar young man in front of him genuinely didn't care about the sack of sugar at all, and was definitely not pretending. If someone else were to do this kind of business, seeing that rare goods that are more expensive than gold of equal weight are going to be consumed during the inspection process, even if they were willing to part with them, they would definitely feel a pang of regret. But the unfamiliar young man in front of me looked at that sack of sugar as if it were just roadside weeds. Clearly, they have an extraordinary background. Zhou Tianxi pondered silently. By this time, his guard had finished inspecting the goods and bowed to him, saying, "The goods are fine. Compared to the pound of white sugar this morning, the grade is basically the same, and may even be better." Having received an affirmative answer, Zhou Tianxi nodded and reached into his pocket to pull out several gold notes. As he handed it to Shen Xu, he smiled and said, "This is a gold note worth 1,000 taels. I'll cover any losses during inspection. May I ask your name, sir? Besides sugar, do you have any other good stuff for sale?" "My name is Shen Xu. I only brought white sugar with me to the county town, hoping to see if it can sell well. As for other things, that depends on market demand. It's not about what I have, but what you want." As Shen Xu spoke, he subconsciously accepted the gold note. Looking at the 10 bills in his hand, each with a face value of exactly 100 taels, he was caught off guard. What the hell? Otherworldly paper money? What does he need this for? It's too hard even to wipe his butt with. "Excuse me, Brother Zhou, could you please tell me if I could exchange this for gold? These gold notes are a bit inconvenient," Shen Xu said with a slight apology. Zhou Tianxi was stunned. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone say that gold and silver notes were inconvenient. Cash and banknotes are really inconvenient, aren't they? A few hundred taels of gold or silver would easily weigh tens of kilograms. Who would be so idle as to carry tens of kilograms of gold and silver around the streets? Despite his doubts, Zhou Tianxi patiently explained, "Brother Shen, it's like this. All these gold notes I gave you were issued by Shueji. With these gold notes, you can redeem them for the full amount of gold at any of Shueji's money shops at any time. There's a branch of Shue's in Changli County. If Brother Shen really needs gold urgently, he can just go and exchange it for gold notes. As for asking me to produce hundreds of caddies of gold at once, I truly cannot do that, please forgive me." "Shueji?" Shen Xu turned to look at Yi Wujiu. Yi Wujiu, with perfect understanding, directly transmitted his voice into the secret channel. "The largest money bank in northern Zhou has branches in all the prefectural and county cities, while the head office is located in the capital of northern Zhou. It is said that the money bank has the shadow of the royal family behind it." Shen Xu looked enlightened and handed the gold note to Yi Wujiu, saying, "Check it to see if this gold note is real." Zhou Tianxi's face stiffened. He felt somewhat embarrassed by Shen Xu's reaction. Generally speaking, among the people in Changli County who are qualified to conduct large transactions, there are very few who do not know him. No one would question the authenticity of anything he gave out, whether it was gold, silver, notes, or antiques. Because his face and the Changli Prince's mansion behind him are the greatest guarantee of credibility. Yi Wujiu didn't care about any of that. As long as Shen Xu gave him an order, he would definitely do it. After carefully examining the 10 gold notes, he nodded to Shen Xu and said, "No problem, they're all genuine." Shen Xu looked satisfied and smiled at Zhou Tianxi, saying, "Brother Zhou, please understand. It's not that I don't trust you, but after all, it's 1,000 taels of gold, so we have to be careful." Zhou Tianxi smiled and echoed, "I understand, that's only right." Chapter 68 is under suspicion. Chapter 68 is suspected of involving a cash-on-delivery transaction. Buyers spend less money, sellers earn more, and there are no middlemen taking a cut. Such a big deal, worth up to 1,000 taels of gold, was successfully completed under Wu Yu's extremely painful gaze. Zhou Tianxi had one of the guards pick up the white sugar, while he himself cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Shen Xu. He said, Brother Shin, I'm very happy to have completed this transaction with you. If you have any good things to sell in the future, you can come to the Prince of Chanli's mansion to find me first. If I am interested in anything, I will give you a fair price. I will never be as greedy as Manager Wu of Wanghai. As he said this, Zhou Tianxi glanced at Wu Yud, who was already in pain, making Wu Yud shudder again. He instinctively wanted to cry out for justice. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Tianxi bowed and turned to leave with his guards, giving him no chance to defend himself. It's no wonder Zhou Tianxi is so resentful. If it's just double the profit, Zhou Tianxi probably wouldn't be angry. But the price Wu Yud offered was indeed outrageous. Zhou Tianxi disliked taking advantage of others. He possessed the pride of a prince. However, Zhou Tianxi also dislikes being taken advantage of, as it makes him feel very embarrassed. Spending more gold is a small matter. Losing face is a big deal. Accompanied by 2 guards and a full 50 pounds of white sugar, Zhou Tianxi walked out of Wanghai, crossed the main street in front of him, and turned into another main road. He then began to fan himself with his fan again. He squinted and said, "That Shen Xu is very strange. After I revealed my identity, he didn't react at all. Either he had never heard of the name of the Prince of Chanle, or he was pretending to be like that to get my attention. And after I gave him the gold notes, he actually thought they were inconvenient, and wanted me to give him gold directly? Shui's gold notes can be redeemed all over Northern Zhou, so what's inconvenient about them? Unless he's not one of us from Northern Zhou. Only in the states of Liang and Wei could Shui's gold notes be rendered worthless and unable to be redeemed. And this white sugar was of a much higher grade than even the tribute goods of our Northern Zhou. Wei didn't have white sugar of this grade, but Liang did. Well, that's not right. If he had any bad intentions, he shouldn't have used this grade of sugar for the transaction, because it's too conspicuous. Just taking it out would definitely arouse suspicion." At this point, Zhou Tianxi paused, a look of confusion appearing on his face, clearly indicating that he couldn't quite understand. After a short while, he continued talking to himself. "Moreover, Shen Xu doesn't value white sugar at all. When I asked him if he had any other good things to sell, he said it wasn't about what he had, but what we wanted. So, it seems he might just be a merchant from Liang? But the problem is the people accompanying him, all of them strong and capable, likely possessing martial arts skills. Could an ordinary merchant afford to hire them? If a business were so large that it could afford to hire so many martial arts experts, it should be renowned throughout Liang Kingdom. Why have I never heard of it before? A fake name? Is there something I've overlooked?" Zhou Tianxi fell into deep thought. He walked on absent-mindedly for a long time until he reached the gate of the prince's mansion, where Zhou Tianxi suddenly stopped. He instructed the guard beside him who wasn't carrying the sugar. "Keep an eye on that group of people. See if they'll stay in the city tonight or try to leave before the city gates close. Don't get too close. There are definitely skilled fighters among them, and getting too close will make you easy to be spotted. Just pay attention to what they do. No extra action is needed. The most important thing is to see when that group leaves, and whether they'll go to Shui's shop to redeem the gold before they leave. Once you've figured it out, report back to me." "Yes." The guard responded and then quickly turned and disappeared into the crowd on the street. At this moment, Shen Xu, along with Yu Wujiu and the others, arrived at the entrance of a restaurant called Guishan Lintang. This is the most expensive restaurant in Chanle County that they found out along the way after leaving Wanghai. To facilitate spending within Chanle County, and also to verify that the gold tickets could indeed be redeemed in a timely manner. Before coming to the restaurant, Shen Xu had Yu Wujiu take one of the 100-tael gold notes to Shui Ji Qianzhuang's branch in Chanle County, and exchange it for silver notes, and some loose silver. In this other world, the gold-to-silver exchange rate is 1 to 10. 100 taels of gold can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. Apart from the 900 taels that were exchanged for silver notes, the remaining 100 taels were all exchanged for cash. Since there were many of them this time, and each of them carried some money, the 100 taels of silver disappeared without a trace. Originally, Yu Wujiu suggested that they just find a roadside stall and eat some meat buns to fill their stomachs. But Shen Xu saw that this trip had yielded too much profit. The white sugar he bought for a mere few hundred yuan could be easily resold for a profit of at least tens of millions. Under such circumstances, it would be really unreasonable not to treat himself to something good. So he took it upon himself to choose the most expensive restaurant in the city. This is the consumer mentality that naturally arises after Shen Xu becomes a truly wealthy person, not seeking the best, but seeking the most expensive. It must be said that there was a certain degree of retaliatory spending involved. Who told him to have been poor all his life? Young master, there's really no need. It's a waste for us to eat at a place like this. In the village, it's often hard to even fill our stomachs completely. As long as we can fill our stomachs, that's already pretty good. Yu Wujiu stayed by Shen Xu's side and continued to persuade him earnestly. That old man just said that a few taels of silver can be spent just by eating something at Geishan Lintang. There are so many of us, and we eat a lot. Couldn't we possibly spend hundreds of taels of silver in one meal? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Shen Xu shook his head and said, It's only 100 taels of silver. Even if a meal costs 1,000 taels of silver, we can afford it. Let's call out those 10 brothers who are hiding in the shadows. It wouldn't be good if we were to eat and drink well here while those 10 brothers were left to suffer in the wind and rain. Anyway, we're all within Chanli County, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Don't let those 10 brothers continue to work so hard. When it's time to return, we can have them set off earlier. We've earned so much gold, we should celebrate. But young master, don't you need gold? Yu Wujiu said with a troubled expression. Shen Xu emphasized. That's why I left 900 taels of gold notes, isn't it? All right, quickly call all the brothers over, let's enjoy ourselves properly. All expenses for this meal will be on young Master Shen's plate. Chapter 69 The Cost of Living in Another World. Chapter 69 The consumption level in another world. As the most upscale and luxurious restaurant in Chanli County, Geishan Lintang does not have individual tables or a main hall. Although it only has 3 floors and doesn't look very tall, Gishanlin Hall has a 4-sided corridor structure, surrounded by a sizable garden in the middle. Inside, there are artificial mountains, ponds, small bridges, boardwalks, pavilions, strange rocks, and so on, the list goes on. There are so many kinds of flowers and green plants that it is difficult to see the whole picture at a glance. All the private rooms inside Gishanlintang face inwards towards the garden. So as long as you open the window of the private room, you can enjoy the beautiful garden view. If you are in a private room on the 3rd floor, you can see the entire garden in full view by looking down through the window. Smelling the fragrance of flowers and plants and tasting delicious food, it truly offers a sense of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. To open such a restaurant in the most expensive part of Chanli County, money alone is definitely not enough. Simply possessing such a large territory, without absolute power, is not enough to suppress the watchful eyes of all sides. This clearly shows that the mastermind behind Geishan Lintang is no ordinary person. Shen Xu took the lead, leading Yu Wujiu and the others as they stepped inside. As soon as I stepped through the main gate of Gishanlin Hall, a waiter immediately came forward to greet me warmly. With a broad smile, the waiter bowed and asked respectfully, Greetings, esteemed guests. Please forgive my poor eyesight, but you all look unfamiliar. Do you have any reservations? Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said, What? Do you require reservations to dine at Geishan Lintang? You won't serve guests without a reservation? The waiter quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly and caused you to misunderstand. Of course, we can serve you without a reservation, but there are a few of our signature dishes that require precise cooking techniques and the ingredients are not easy to prepare. So, we can only prepare them in advance for guests who have made a special reservation. If it's a last-minute decision, we generally can't make those signature dishes. Please forgive us. Shen Xu didn't seem to care, waving his hand and saying, It doesn't matter, as long as we can eat our fill. There are a lot of us, 22 people in total. Please arrange a larger private room, or 2 if you can't find one. All right. Please follow me, esteemed guest. There aren't many people eating lunch, so all the private rooms on the 3rd floor are empty. Luckily, there's one of the largest ones available, which should be enough to accommodate everyone. As the waiter spoke, he led the way, making his way up the stairs to the third floor. Shen Xu looked around curiously the whole way until he entered the private room. He saw that the waiter had added many chairs, and around the large round table in the room, he managed to settle everyone down. Immediately afterwards, Wanghai, who was in charge of taking orders, entered the private room and, as if reciting a memorized list, read out all the dishes that Shen Xu could currently make. During the reading, whenever Shen Xu interrupted or asked about the specifics of a dish, the seller could immediately and fluently describe the details of the dish. After finishing the introduction, he continued to name the remaining dishes without being affected at all, demonstrating a level of professionalism that left Shen Xu quite amazed. At least in his own world, he had never seen a restaurant waiter with such skills. Of course, it's also possible that such things exist, but in that world, he belonged to the standard lower class of society, so he had no chance to see them. They quickly ordered a huge amount of food, almost everything in Shen Xu. We ordered a bunch of staple foods, mainly to make sure we were full. Once the waiter had gone out to serve the dishes, the bartender came in and began to introduce the types of drinks that Shen Xu could offer, including their names and characteristics. His professionalism was in no way inferior to that of the waiter. Shen Xu and the others did not order any alcohol. It was only noon, and it would be inappropriate for them to be drunk. It seemed that there were indeed few people eating lunch. After ordering, we didn't have to wait long before the waiter in charge of serving the food came to the private room. The waiter spread his arms out, with a whole row of large bowls on each arm. After going back and forth several times, they finally managed to serve all the ordered dishes. Shen Xu felt that he had really opened his eyes today. He never expected that high-end restaurants in another world would be so particular. It would have been perfect if the food had tasted even better. After picking up a dish with his chopsticks and putting it in his mouth, Shen Xu chewed and tasted it while thinking silently. Compared to the professionalism displayed by those other staff members, the chef at Shen Xu seems to be holding the restaurant back a bit. The dishes I made weren't bad, but there wasn't anything particularly amazing about them. The chef is certainly skilled, but he doesn't seem to be at the level of the best in the county. Shen Xu was somewhat uncertain. Because Yi Wujiu and the others were having a great time eating. Their mouths couldn't keep up with their hands. In just a short while, everyone's mouths were stuffed full. The way the food was wolfed down, as if it were eaten by a starving ghost, made Shen Xu doubt his own judgment. Is it really that delicious? In no time, in just about 15 minutes, the entire table of food was devoured, leaving not a single bite. The 2 teams of 10, along with Yi Wujiu and Shen Xu, all had their stomachs filled. The difference is that Shen Xu didn't find it very delicious, so he only ate about 80% full. However, Yi Wujiu and the 2 10-man teams were clearly extremely satisfied with the food at Shen Xu, to the point that they all showed signs of being stuffed. Hiccup! As expected of the best restaurant in the county town, it's absolutely delicious. I've lived for over 20 years and have never eaten such good food. Yi Wujiu patted his stomach, let out a burp, and sighed with immense satisfaction. The 2 teams of 10 also expressed their agreement, praising the taste of the food to the point that it seemed to be a delicacy only found in heaven, rarely tasted on earth. Shen Xu was stunned as he listened, and the heartfelt praise from others made him increasingly doubt himself. This emotion reached its peak when it came time to pay the bill. Despite not drinking a drop of alcohol, the total bill amounted to a staggering 300 taels of silver, giving Shen Xu a completely new understanding of the prices in this other world. 300 taels of silver is equivalent to 30 taels of gold, or 1,500 grams. Based on the price of the gold ingot that was sold earlier, it was worth a full 630,000. It was all gone in one meal. Even though he was mentally prepared for the high cost of Shen Xu, Shen Xu still felt a little dizzy. It seems that truly adapting to the life of the wealthy is still a long and arduous journey. If every meal is prepared to be of this standard, then he will not make any money from selling white sugar. It will just be a way to make friends. Chapter 70. Treasures Abound in Another World. Chapter 70. Treasures Abound in Another World. Shen Xu went through all the trouble of coming to another world to resell things, so it couldn't possibly be just for making friends. Once you've experienced a restaurant of Guishan Lingtong's caliber, that's enough. Martial arts practitioners are all big eaters, and they eat like cattle chewing on peonies. Overly delicate dishes are, in a sense, a waste. So after paying the silver note and leaving the restaurant, Shen Xu immediately blacklisted Guishan Lintang in his mind, silently deciding that he would never come back unless someone else was paying. However, this meal wasn't a complete waste of money. Shen Xu could clearly sense that the two 10-man teams of Songjia village blood guards became much more friendly towards him after enjoying such a lavish meal. With the foundation laid by the previous distribution of rice, flour, and cooking oil, coupled with the boost from this lavish meal, the blood guard's feelings for him are rapidly warming up. Even though he was treated like a stranger by the other people in Songjia village because of Song Xiqing, they still had to do things for him under Song Xiqing's arrangement. But the kind of passive obedience is never as effective as being proactive and in control. Therefore, it is still necessary to win people's hearts. Considering that he had come all this way to Changlu County, this otherworldly scenery was like a vacation for Shen Xu, so there was really no need to rush back that same day. So the group first found a decent-looking inn, and after inquiring about available rooms, they settled in ahead of time. After leading all the horses to the inn stables, leaving 2 blood guards inside to deal with any possible emergencies, Shen Xu led the rest of the group, full of energy, towards the market town in the county seat. It's often said that travel is about going from a place you're tired of living in to a place other people are tired of living in, spending your own money to make others rich, and then returning home exhausted and penniless to continue living your own life. This statement actually makes some sense. But for Shen Xu, his trip to Changlu County for tourism only confirmed the first half of the statement. As for the second half of the sentence, when he returns to the place he's tired of living in, he won't be penniless. On the contrary, he'll make a fortune. That would be perfect. Having experienced Guishan Lintang, Shen Xu became very careful with his money from then on. Of course, the main reason is also because there's nothing particularly eye-catching in the market. The atmosphere of the era was so strong that almost nothing about the goods Shen Xu saw in the market could attract his attention. However, even without buying anything, simply looking at it was enough to satisfy his curiosity, so Shen Xu was not disappointed. As the sun began to set and lanterns were lit in preparation for the upcoming night market, Shen Xu suddenly stopped in front of a jewelry stall. Although these market stalls also have to pay a certain fee, it is actually quite low compared to the shops on both sides of the street. Therefore, the stalls in the market mainly sell cheap goods, focusing on necessities that people use in their daily lives. This was one of the main reasons why Shen Xu spent the entire afternoon browsing but never showed much interest in the goods. But when he occasionally comes across a stall selling trinkets, like the one in front of him, Shen Xu often takes a closer look to see if there's anything he wants to buy. How much are these bracelets? Shen Xu squatted down, picked up a bracelet from the many bracelets on the stall, and asked a question while playing with it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a face full of the marks of hardship, rough skin on his hands, and a somewhat cautious demeanor. Upon hearing Shen Xu's question, he immediately replied with a beaming smile. 40 coins for a string of sticks, 100 coins for 3 strings of sticks. If you buy a lot, the price can be negotiated further. Shen Xu knew the exchange rate in the other world. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. At the same time, 1 tael of silver is equal to 5 grams of gold. If we calculate it as 2,000 yuan, 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to 2 yuan. In other words, if measured by the prices in his world, without considering the difference in purchasing power, these bracelets would cost about 80 yuan each. This is way too cheap. Shen Xu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Although he didn't know much about the materials used in these bracelets, some of them were made of such famous materials that even a layman like him could recognize them at a glance. For example, the string of beads he's holding and playing with right now is a white beeswax string. After examining it closely, Shen Xu was quite certain that this string of white amber beads was among the finest. If you were to sell it in his world, it would definitely be traded by the gram. The price per gram will definitely not be less than 1,500. The weight of this white amber bracelet is estimated to be around 100 grams. In other words, the bracelet he is holding and playing with is worth more than 150,000 yuan in his world. But if you buy it from this stall in front of you, it will only cost 80? For 80 yuan, you can't go wrong or be cheated. You can actually buy a top-quality white amber bracelet. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Shen Xu tried his best not to show any emotional fluctuations, and pretended to be completely indifferent as he browsed the other jewelry on the stall. The vast majority are bracelets, but there are also a few necklaces scattered around. As for the materials, in addition to white amber, Shen Xu also recognized agarwood, agate, turquoise, and Z beads. As for the other materials, Shen Xu admitted that he was too ignorant to make any judgments. But without a doubt, if he were to pick out any one of the bracelets whose materials he recognized and sell it in his world, the final transaction price would definitely be enough to buy everything on this stall at the prices in that other world. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Xu casually tossed the bracelet he had been playing with back onto the stall and said with a smile, "Count how much all of this costs. You can pack up your stall now, I'll take everything." Yu Wujio, who was originally standing behind Shen Xu to keep watch on the surroundings, was startled when he heard this. Fearing that Shen Xu would be taken advantage of, he quickly said, "Young master! They're just strings of worthless stones. The only trouble is collecting these stones. 40 coins a string is really too expensive. If this were at the market in Yongping Town, 20 coins a string would be the absolute maximum." Shen Xu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's alright. It's getting dark, and if we can't sell anything, what's the point of setting up the stall? Just consider it helping out. It's only a few taels of silver at most, no need to worry about it." Chapter 71: The Second Battle in Another World. Chapter 71: The Second Battle in Another World. To the people of this other world, these things might indeed be worthless stones. However, Shen Xu had no idea how easy it was to obtain these things in another world. Judging from Yu Wujio's reaction, it probably shouldn't be too difficult. But their value in another world is none of Shen Xu's concern. What Shen Xu cared about was how much money he could sell these things for after taking them to his own world. However, there is also a problem that must be considered, just like the problem he faced when he brought things from his own world. That is, unless it belongs to something with constant value, no matter how precious these items are to the two worlds, as long as you carry too much of them, they will inevitably depreciate. And such an outcome is almost inevitable. Therefore, when reselling valuable items, Shen Xu had to consider the issue of scarcity and exercise restraint in the quantity he resold. Reselling should absolutely not be done recklessly or without restraint, as that would ultimately lead to the collapse of the price system. If the prices of these items that can be easily resold from another world collapse, it will actually be a significant blow to Shen Xu. The consistent success of scarcity marketing has its own inherent business logic that makes it a sure thing. Of course, this is just buying a little over 100 bracelets and necklaces. Even if he took them all to his own world to sell, it would absolutely not have any impact on the market. This size is negligible in the context of the entire market. Shen Xu wasn't worried about the bracelets and necklaces. His concern stemmed from the fear that he might be blinded by greed. The more niche the market, the more important it is to pay attention to the supply volume. Otherwise, an excessive supply could easily destroy the entire market. That's like shooting yourself in the foot. Shen Xu silently reminded himself that he must keep a clear head and not be blinded by the abundant resources in this other world. Amidst the stall owner's profuse thanks, Yu Wujio reluctantly paid 4 taels of silver. For that stall owner, today was indeed a day where he made a small fortune. He had originally planned to sell these items for about a month, but to his surprise they were all sold out in just one day. In the stall owner's opinion, it was definitely worth buying a couple of ounces of wine and a pound of pig's head meat to celebrate properly. "Young master, in principle, I shouldn't interfere with what you want to buy. But these bracelets are really not worth it. If you really need them, the village can send someone into the mountains to collect them for you." In the Jiushuan Mountains where our Songjia village is located, there are countless of these things. When we go hunting in the mountains, we're too lazy to collect them, mainly because nobody wants them at the market in town. Yu Wujio had a blood guard put away the large bag of bracelets and said to Shen Xu with a bitter face. The heartache he expressed in his words was palpable. Shen Xu chuckled and comforted him. Wouldn't it take a long time for you to go and collect these things? You went into the mountains to hunt to make up for the food shortage, right? If you just go to collect these things, you'll go hungry. Yu Wujio quickly shook his head and said, It won't delay. Absolutely not. There are just too many, so there's no need to go out of your way to find them. The only trouble is stringing them together, which will take some effort, but we can have the women at home string them together when we get them back. You gave us so much food before, we haven't had to worry about food for the past few months. And mountain products aren't fetching a good price right now, so no matter how much game the villagers hunt, they're just storing it away. It would be better to help you collect these broken stones. Shen Xu thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, actually I don't need much, so you don't need to go out of your way to collect it. Just take a little bit whenever you see it. Yu Wujio immediately agreed and kept the matter in mind. As dusk approached, the ordinary people in Chang'o County, having finished a busy day, began to return home to rest. Although there is no curfew, once the sun sets, the day is essentially over for most ordinary people. Wealthy families can afford candles, and well-off families can afford oil lamps, but ordinary families have to cut back on food and clothing as much as possible. Without the light of sunlight, all they could do was go to bed and rest, diligently creating humanity in the dark. There was nothing else to do. Because they have to get up before dawn the next day and start another day of busy work, exhausting all their strength just to survive in hardship and poverty. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Some people live very well, yet they pretentiously say that they don't want this kind of life. Some people live very difficult lives, yet they face their bleak fate with a smile and are never defeated by any hardship. Life is never fair, just as either world believes in tears. Shen Xu walked along the night market, where lanterns had already been lit, lost in thought as he prepared to return to the inn to rest. However, after walking for a short while and just turning off the street where the night market was located, Shen Xu suddenly discovered that the street in front of him was actually going against the trend and had become lively after nightfall. Sedan chairs began to frequently pass by on both sides of the street, and lanterns were lit in front of the buildings along the street. Some people who couldn't afford a sedan chair were carried directly to the street by their servants, and quickly entered a building. You can see many servants standing in front of those buildings, eagerly soliciting customers from both sides. Noticing the look of confusion on Shen Xu's face, Yu Wujio immediately stepped forward to explain. Young master, this street is the most famous red light district in Chang'o County. Basically, all the brothels, entertainment venues in the city are concentrated on this street. Therefore, this street is actually deserted during the day, but once the sun sets and night falls, the wealthy and powerful people of the county town basically all gather here for a night of passion. As a result, officials from the county government are always patrolling this area to ensure safety. Huh! A red light district? Shen Xu immediately perked up. Could this be the legendary second match? Moreover, in this other world, visiting brothels is obviously not illegal or criminal. As long as you have money, you can definitely have a comfortable and satisfying time without worrying about being suddenly attacked and taken away by the police. Great! I'm sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. Shen Xu clenched his fist, his eyes shining, and asked, Which is the best brothel in the county town? Let's go in and give it a critique. Chapter 72 Nothing to do today, listening to music in the brothel. Chapter 72 Nothing to do today, listening to music in the brothel. Criticism? Yu Wujio didn't understand Shen Xu's meaning for a moment. While Shen Xu was excited, he noticed Yu Wujio's reaction and realized that he needed to try to conform to the customs of the other world in his way of speaking, otherwise it would be easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So, after a dry cough, Shen Xu changed his words and said, What I mean is, let's go in and see what the best brothel in Chang'o County is like. Yu Wujio stared blankly at Shen Xu, then hesitated and said, Young master, you are about to marry the young lady. Isn't it inappropriate to visit a brothel at this time? Why don't you wait until after the wedding? Shen Xu asked in confusion. Since it's all about visiting brothels, is there any difference in the order? Yu Wuzhou said earnestly. Yes. I believe that after you and Miss get married, you will definitely not be interested in other ordinary women. Even if you go to brothels, you won't do anything else. At most, you'll just listen to music and drink some wine. Shen Xu was taken aback, because Yu Wuzhou's statement was simply too naive. He blinked, thought for a moment, and then said, I have a friend who, every time he takes his child shopping, his child wants to buy all sorts of toys to take home. Even if he already has the same toy at home, and it's even better made than the ones he sees on the street, his child will still insist on buying it. Do you know why? Why? Yu Wuzhou asked subconsciously. Shen Xu smiled and said, Because although the toys he sees on the street are of poor quality, he has never played with them. Now it was Yu Wuzhou's turn to be stunned. Before Yu Wuzhou could react, Shen Xu continued, I'm using this example to tell you that many things aren't as self-evident as you imagine. Because the world is simple, but people are complex. Anyway, since we're already here, we might as well see what's happening. But I promise you, tonight we'll just drink and listen to music, absolutely nothing else. Is that all right? After all, I'm a normal person. I don't write in my diary every day for no reason. A diary? Yu Wuzhou was even more puzzled. Ahem, it's all right. Those who know, those who don't, there's nothing we can do. Let's get down to business. Which is the best brothel in Shanlu County? Shen Xu steered the topic back on track, which had taken a bit off track. Unable to figure it out, Yu Wuzhou stopped speculating and honestly replied, The best brothel is called Shen. I heard that just the cost of drinks and seating is 5 taels of silver, and if you want to order a girl alone, it'll basically start at 10 taels of silver. But I only heard this from others, so I don't know if it's really true. Shen? What a great name! Let's go, lead the way. Shen Xu waved his hand and said proudly. Since Shen Xu had made his decision, Yu Wuzhou had no choice but to comply. However, visiting brothels seems to be against the Blood Guard's code of conduct. Yu Wuzhou did not let the Blood Guards come along. Instead, he sent them back to the inn to rest first, and then accompanied Shen Xu alone to find the exact location of Shen on this street. As for safety, this street is the safest place in Shangle County every night. Therefore, even without the Blood Guards protecting him, Yu Wuzhou believed that his own strength was enough to ensure that Shen Xu would be safe and sound in any unexpected situation. An 8th rank expert should have this kind of confidence. Shiyun Pavilion was not hard to find. After walking about halfway down the street, the two saw the best brothel in Shangle County, which was located in the middle of the street as if surrounded by stars. On the large plaque, the 3 characters, Shui Yun Jian, are written in a rather graceful font. Surrounded by lanterns, the signboard and the main entrance below were as bright as day. Several servants stood in front of the main gate to greet guests. However, since it was still early, I looked through the open main entrance and saw that the hall looked rather deserted. However, sedan chairs began to stop one after another on the street outside the main gate, and the people riding in them got out of the sedan chairs and called to their friends and entered Shiyun Pavilion. Shen Xu was somewhat nervous. Whether in his original world or in this new one, this was the first time he had ever truly visited such a place of pleasure. Feeling uneasy is a very natural and instinctive reaction. But since we're already here, we can't just go back without even going through the door. It would be extremely shameful to make a scene in front of a brothel 3 times without entering. So, taking a deep breath and encouraging himself, Shen Xu led Yu Wuzhou and walked proudly toward the main gate of Shen. Those who arrived in sedan chairs seemed to be regulars at Shiyun Pavilion. The servants standing at the gate could even call out their names and invited them in with fawning smiles. However, when Shen Xu and Yu Wuzhou arrived at the main gate, the servants all showed puzzled expressions. Not only did they show no intention of inviting them in, they even reached out and blocked Shen Xu and Yu Wuzhou from entering through the main gate. Gentlemen, if you are looking for work, please come during the day. The manager of the building is only available to handle recruitment during the day. It is late at night when the building is open to guests, and the guests inside are all wealthy and important. It is really not appropriate for you two to go in. If we disturb the distinguished guests inside, we cannot bear the consequences. Please forgive us." One of the servants spoke politely. Although it sounds very polite, the attitude is actually quite clear. Shen Xu was quite surprised, not understanding why the servant in charge of greeting guests would think that he and Yi Wujio were looking for work. Just then, a chubby young man, accompanied by several servants, swaggered over. The man was dressed in fine silks and satins, and his 10 fingers were adorned with numerous expensive rings, which shone dazzlingly under the surrounding lanterns. Judging solely from their attire, the air of nouveau riche is so strong it's almost overwhelming. Unfortunately, his physique was really bad, so much so that even though the clothes were very expensive, they looked like Guadi gang wearing Givenchy on him. As the man and his servants arrived at the main gate of Shuyun Pavilion, they were immediately welcomed inside by several smiling servants. Shen Xu suddenly realized something. Looking down at himself and then at Yi Wujio's clothes beside him, he immediately understood why the servants responsible for greeting guests thought he and Yi Wujio had come looking for work. There's no other reason than that he was dressed too shabbily. Too lazy to waste words, Shen Xu gestured for Yi Wujio to simply take out the silver. He took a silver ingot from Yi Wujio's hand and threw it at the servant who had spoken earlier. He then said rather boldly, "I heard that the seating fee for drinks inside is 5 taels of silver per person? Here is 10 taels of silver, take it, and arrange a seat for me and my friend." Chapter 73 Humiliate me to your heart's content. Chapter 73 Humiliate me to your heart's content. The servant subconsciously reached out and caught the silver ingot, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. It's not that they judge people by their clothes, it's just that's how the world has always been. The rich wore fine silks and satins, while the poor wore coarse cloth and hemp. Some were even worse off, with no clothes to cover their bodies and no food to fill their stomachs. A person's clothing style basically reflects their basic situation. Therefore, when facing a stranger, you can make a fairly accurate judgment simply by looking at their clothes and appearance. Who would have thought that such an unexpected situation would occur? The servant instinctively put the silver ingot to his mouth, took a small bite, and after confirming that the silver was real, the astonishment on his face was instantly replaced by a professional smile. "I'm so sorry! I was truly blind to realize that you two are truly divine beings. Please come inside, I will certainly arrange the best seats for you." As he spoke, the servant bowed and gestured for him to enter. He then walked into the room first, while turning sideways to call out to Shen Xu and Yi Wujio. "These two distinguished guests look unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting Shuyun Pavilion?" "That's right. We've heard that the best entertainment venue in Chanlu County is Shuyunjian, so we came here specifically to see for ourselves. We hope it won't disappoint us," Shen Xu casually replied. The servant hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, esteemed guests, the girls of our Shuyun Pavilion are absolutely the best in Changu County. Otherwise, the cost of drinks and seating in the main hall on this floor would not be 5 taels of silver." Once the girls from the building start singing in the lobby, the two distinguished guests will feel their trip was worthwhile. If they take a fancy to a girl, they can even go upstairs alone with her to her boudoir to get closer and have a private chat. Of course, our Shuyun Pavilion isn't one of those low-class brothels. Most of the girls are virtuous and respectable, selling their art but not their bodies. If you two esteemed guests wish to have your way with them, you'd better look carefully and specifically seek out the most virtuous and respectable girls. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu asked with great interest, "How do you distinguish between a pure and a red prostitute? Do you have to ask them specifically?" The servant had already led Shen Xu and Yi Wujio to an empty table on the east side of the hall. After inviting the two to sit down, he bowed and replied, "Your Excellency, you only need to pay attention to whether the girls performing on stage have red ribbons tied around their wrists. Those with red ribbons are red courtesans. Those without are pure courtesans. If you, sir, take a fancy to a certain young lady and wish to go upstairs with her to deepen your relationship in private, you only need to tell the waiter nearby. The courtesan will only perform songs, dances, and musical pieces for you, and chat with you. Of course, if you, sir, are so capable that a courtesan is willing to offer herself to you, our brothel will not interfere. However, this is extremely difficult, and very few people have succeeded over the years. Being a courtesan is much simpler, you can do whatever you want. However, we don't actually have many courtesans in our establishment, because most of the distinguished guests who come to Shiyun Pavilion aren't there specifically for courtesans. Shen Xu roughly understood why this was the case. With its high-end pricing and facilities, Shiyunjian is clearly only accessible to the wealthiest, most powerful, and most talented people in Chang'o County. People at this level naturally can't lack women on a daily basis. The reason why people come to Shiyunjian is that they are really seeking spiritual fulfillment. It's a communication between souls, a search for a soulmate of the opposite sex. Physical needs are secondary. Stroking his chin, Shen Xu continued. So if you want to take a girl upstairs, what are the general prices for a courtesan and a maid? The servant replied with a smile. Your Excellency, that's uncertain. Both the red and pure courtesans have a minimum price, at least 10 taels of silver. If no one competes with you after the initial bid, the deal will be closed at the minimum price. Generally speaking, there will be people bidding against you, sir. After all, even the least famous girl has a few devoted suitors. Once a bidding war breaks out, the final price becomes quite unpredictable. These are just the ordinary courtesans. For the most popular ones in our establishment, money alone isn't enough, it depends on their mood. If they're unwilling, even if you, esteemed sir, spend a fortune, you still won't get a turn upstairs. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu frowned immediately and said with considerable displeasure, I spend so much money to come here and have to depend on the girl's mood? Shouldn't it be the girl depending on my mood? I'm already selling myself and my art in a brothel, and if I do this other nonsense, wouldn't that be like a prostitute trying to maintain a virtuous image? Well said. Brother, you've hit the nail on the head. Being a prostitute while pretending to be virtuous. That's so true. These girls at Shiyun Pavilion are just so damn fond of pulling strings, making it so that I can't even spend my money properly. A slightly rude voice suddenly rang in my ears. Shen Xu subconsciously turned his head in response to the sound and saw the chubby nouveau riche he had just met outside the gate of Shiyunjian walking towards him with an arrogant gait, accompanied by several servants. His hands were covered in rings that gleamed in the lantern light, which, combined with his nouveau riche physique, made him look utterly greasy. As the nouveau riche approached, he waved to the servant, who immediately apologized and left. The nouveau riche then plopped down in the chair next to Shen Xu. The table had just enough space for 3 chairs, and it was immediately filled with them. Brother, please. If you don't mind, how about we share a table? That saying about acting like a prostitute while pretending to be virtuous really hits the nail on the head, so it's all on me tonight. As the nouveau riche snapped his fingers, a servant immediately understood and placed a silver ingot on the table. I know that since you two are willing to come and have fun, you must not care about money. But I am a person who naturally likes to make friends. As long as someone is to my liking, I can't help but want to befriend them. So I hope you two can give me some face. Don't worry, I definitely won't give you more. If I gave you too much, it would seem like I was using this as an opportunity to humiliate you too. I'm a straightforward person, I certainly didn't mean that. It'll be 10 taels of silver in total, consider it my treat for you two tonight, how about that? The nouveau riche cupped his hands in greeting to Shen Xu and said with a broad smile. Giving too much is an insult? What kind of logic is that? Shen Xu didn't quite understand. But it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal, so he signaled Yi Wujiu to put the silver away without hesitation. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have loved to yell at the nouveau riche in front of him. Please humiliate me as much as you like. Chapter 74, Showing Off Talent. Chapter 74 Show Your Talents. As Yi Wujiu put away the silver ingots on the table without saying a word, a heartfelt smile appeared on the nouveau riche's face. He nodded happily and said, That's great. I hate those pretentious guys who secretly want money but pretend to be righteous and refuse. Just like you said, they're like a prostitute trying to maintain a virtuous image. It's really disgusting. However, Shiyun Pavilion is, after all, the best brothel in Chang'o County. They insist on setting all sorts of rules, and there's nothing we can do about it, no matter how much we dislike them. Who can blame them when many people fall for this? The more they're torn, the more agitated they become. They're really shameless. Listening to the nouveau riche's indignant cursing, Shen Xu couldn't help but ask curiously. Since you understand the ins and outs, why did you come here today? We came out of curiosity because we've never been here before, so we wanted to broaden our horizons. What about you, my friend? The nouveau riche sighed and said helplessly. I didn't want to come either, but my father gave me the task of quickly establishing a foothold in Chanlu County and getting the family business up and running there. To achieve this, I first need to gain fame so that all the wealthy and powerful people in Chanlu County know me. Only then can my business go smoothly. Therefore, after careful consideration, Shiyun Pavilion is the most suitable place. I've found out that Miss Lu, the most beautiful courtesan at Shiyun Courtyard, will be performing tonight. If I can win her over, all the powerful and wealthy people in Chengdu County will probably know me overnight. Shen Xu blinked and asked curiously. The most sought-after courtesan in Shiyun Pavilion is right, isn't she? According to what we said before, to win the favor of the most popular girls in Shiyun Pavilion, you need to consider their mood. If they're unwilling, even a fortune won't get you upstairs. In that situation, how can you be so sure you can win over that courtesan? Of course, I'm not doubting your abilities, I just have some questions. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Shen Xu's question, the nouveau riche shook his head rather shamelessly and said, I'm not sure. That's why I said that your words really hit the nail on the head. You're acting like a prostitute, and still trying to maintain a virtuous image. You're just making a fool of people. If this were something that could be solved by throwing money at it, why would I be worrying about it? Why make it so complicated? Brother, tell me the truth, what do I have that can attract women besides money? It's infuriating. But I had no choice but to come. After all, there's still a chance of success if I come. What if that Miss Lu is blind and actually takes a liking to me? If I don't come, I'll have absolutely no chance. Don't you agree, brother? Shen Xu stared blankly at the nouveau riche in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Because he suddenly realized that this nouveau riche was quite a remarkable person. Sigh, when men are broke, they hate that women are vulgar. When they have money, they wish women were vulgar. So ultimately, this kind of thing is only about one's own perspective and has little to do with women. Shen Xu coughed lightly and gave a somewhat irrelevant answer. The nouveau riche was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh loudly. Brilliant! What you said is very wise. I must have a few drinks with you. Even if I don't win the favor of that Miss Lu today, just getting to know you will make the trip worthwhile. After saying that, the nouveau riche immediately ordered the waiters nearby to bring him food and drinks, and then pulled Shen Xu along to eat and drink. The 5 taels of silver for drinks and seating included a fixed menu. After taking a few bites, Shen Xu discovered that the dishes included in the seating fee were not cheap at all. Although the taste was not as good as Geishan Lintang, which I had for lunch, the chef at Xuyanjian was definitely excellent by Geishan Lintang's standards. While the 3 were drinking and eating, other people gradually entered the lobby on the first floor of Xuyanjian. In just about half an hour, the entire lobby on the first floor was filled, except for the large stage in the very center, which was used for performances. Musical instruments such as zither, qin, xiao, and pipa were placed on the platform. Soon, a woman wearing a veil walked gracefully onto the platform and sat down in front of the zither that was placed horizontally. At the same time, 4 more women dressed in sheer veils came up on stage and surrounded the woman playing the zither. None of the 4 women were wearing shoes. Their fair, delicate feet, resting on the carpet, easily attracted many eyes. The woman playing the zither plucked the strings, and a melodious, ethereal sound rang out. The 4 women, dressed only in thin gauze, then began to dance gracefully. Beneath the thin veil, the bodies of 4 women were faintly visible, incredibly alluring. Their jade feet would sometimes rise and fall, revealing glimpses of their bodies, making them exceptionally seductive. Although many lanterns were lit in the lobby, the brightness could not compare to that of daytime. It was precisely under this hazy light that the women dancing on the stage appeared even more alluring, making one's heart itch with desire. Shen Xu noticed that the woman playing the zither had very clean wrists, with nothing tied around her neck. But all 4 women who were responsible for dancing had red ribbons tied around their wrists. So all 4 dancing women were courtesans? Isn't it said that the number of courtesans in Shiyun Pavilion is far less than that of courtesans? How come there's only 1 female prostitute, but 4 male prostitutes have already been assigned to her? After having another drink with the nouveau riche, Shen Xu directly asked about his doubts. The nouveau riche chuckled and explained. This is to get the bidding among the courtesans started sooner. With the dance and atmosphere, a woman who is only 6 or 7 points arousing might become 10 points arousing. Once desire arises, a person loses their clear mind and astute judgment. Driven by desire, they are easily tempted to do things they later regret, such as wasting hundreds or thousands of taels of silver on male prostitutes. What about courtesans? Aren't they needed? Shen Xu continued to ask. Of course, courtesans use their beauty to serve men, which is why they have to resort to these crooked and unorthodox methods. But virtuous courtesans sell their art but not their bodies, so they don't need any encouragement. A virtuous courtesan's value always depends on only one thing: how famous she is. This is why many courtesans are willing to entertain renowned scholars for free, or even at their own expense. Perhaps a famous scholar would write a poem specifically for them, which could suddenly catapult an unknown courtesan to fame. The nouveau riche said with a disdainful look. Chapter 75 I don't know how, but I have money. Chapter 75 I don't know how, but I have money. The zither piece was quickly finished, but the courtesan did not leave the stage. Instead, she continued to sit in front of the zither, and soon began to play a second piece. On the contrary, one of the 4 dancing prostitutes, who was selected through bidding, helped a seemingly slightly drunk customer up the stairs to the 2nd floor. However, another male entertainer was quickly added to the stage, so that the number of male entertainers dancing remained at 4. Normally, the earlier a courtesan appears, the less famous she is. But relatively speaking, the cheaper her price is, so she can always be booked after performing 1 song. If no one requests a song, the performer can continue performing, up to a maximum of 3 songs. If still no one requests a song, then it's time for the next performer to take the stage. The nouveau riche clinked glasses with Shen Xu and then said, In places like Xuanjian, most of the courtesans have their own patrons, so they don't need to perform on stage. Their nightly bills are simply taken directly. There's no need to be too conspicuous. Simply keeping company with familiar clients in their rooms is enough to earn a fortune. This is the benefit of a courtesan becoming famous. It's effortless and incredibly carefree. Only newly trained courtesans would wait at the tables each night for orders, slowly honing their skills and building their reputation, hoping for an opportunity to be sought after. As Shen Xu listened to the nouveau riche's explanation, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. This scene looks so much like a simplified live-streamed extravaganza from another world. The streamer showcases his talents to attract the attention of the top spender on the platform. Once you have a top influencer backing you up, you'll instantly rise to great heights and never have to worry about food or drink again. Well-known streamers all have their own established top-ranked patrons, while newcomers and those who aren't yet famous need to cast a wide net to find their own top-ranked patron. As for the group of old lechers sitting at the tables in the lobby, drinking, eating, and enjoying the performance, it was like they were choosing concubines. If you encounter something you don't like, just let it scroll past automatically. If you encounter something you do like, you immediately start spending lavishly. The patterns are basically the same. The only difference is the stage. The broadcasters in his world broadcast nationwide. These courtesans and prostitutes from another world, however, can only attract attention within the confines of a single city. Therefore, science and technology are indeed the primary productive force. Shaking his head, Shen Xu offered the nouveau riche a toast, and continued to ask curiously. So, the lobby shouldn't be this packed today, right? Those who have regular lovers just go upstairs. The truly famous courtesans don't need to perform in the lobby at all. Those performing in the lobby are all newly trained newcomers. So, those willing to select newcomers in the lobby are probably, well, how should I put it? They're probably not particularly well off. Otherwise, why would they select newcomers? You understand what I mean, right? The nouveau riche chuckled and said, I understand. Actually, as you said, this hall is usually only about half full. It's almost impossible to fill it completely. But today is a very special occasion. As I told you earlier, Miss Lu will be performing on stage tonight. Miss Lu is the most beautiful courtesan in Shiyun Courtyard, the most famous courtesan in Chamlu County. It's usually very difficult to see her. So now that this opportunity has finally come, many people don't want to miss it. Tonight, most of them have come specifically to see Miss Lu, just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Otherwise, how could the graceful and beautiful courtesan playing the zither on stage have finished a piece without anyone placing an order? Everyone's waiting for Miss Lu to come out. All those courtesans and courtesans in front are just there to fill in the gaps. Only someone who is clearly drunk, unable to control their impulses, and eager to engage in sexual activity would forget the purpose of their visit tonight. Hey, the more pleasure that person had tonight, the more they'll regret it when they wake up tomorrow morning. Shen Xu nodded in deep agreement and said, Indeed, it's the wise man's time. After being free from desires and wants, one always regains absolute calm. However, I didn't realize this problem when you mentioned Miss Lu. Since she is the most famous courtesan in Chamlu County, why does she still need to perform on stage in the main hall? The nouveau riche didn't answer Shen Xu's question directly, but instead asked, What does wise man's time mean? Shen Xu paused for a moment, then quickly coughed to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, just kidding, it's not important. The nouveau riche looked at Shen Xu suspiciously before speaking. Because Miss Lu will be representing Shiyun Pavilion in the Flower Queen competition to be held in the capital of Northern Zhou in 6 months. Therefore, Miss Lu hopes to obtain a sufficiently outstanding poem before heading to the capital. The courtesan competition is all about those things. Especially singing. Whoever can sing a song with lyrics that are unparalleled in the world will almost certainly be crowned the #1 courtesan. That's why it's said that literary figures are so popular with girls. Miss Lu has made it clear to everyone that if someone can write a song for her that she's truly satisfied with after her performance, a song she can take to the capital to compete in, then tonight she can go upstairs to her room and deepen their relationship. Shen Xu suddenly realized. So, brother, you said you wanted to win over that Miss Lu, but actually you were planning to use a poem that could move her to get the chance to go upstairs with her? If you succeed, then everyone in Chanlu County above a certain level will know your name overnight? The nouveau riche nodded smugly and said, That's right. Shen Xu quickly cupped his hands and said, So you are a talented man, brother. To be honest, I didn't realize it. I hope you won't mind. I was blind. Please forgive me. To everyone's surprise, the nouveau riche shook his head and said, Talented my foot. I can't write lyrics. Can't write lyrics? Shen Xu was stunned. Of course not. I find all that fancy writing and pedantry annoying. The nouveau riche rolled his eyes and said. Such a self-righteous attitude completely stumped Shen Xu. Brother, since you can't write lyrics, how can you use a poem to move Miss Lu, gain the opportunity to go upstairs with her, and thus become famous in Chanlu County? Shen Xu asked in astonishment. The nouveau riche said smugly. Fool, I have money. Quite a few pedantic literati have come tonight. I'll just throw money at them. I'll just buy a suitable poem, won't I? Chapter 76. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Chapter 76. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. What you said makes so much sense that I'm speechless. Shen Xu glanced at the nouveau riche beside him and noticed that when the nouveau riche mentioned buying lyrics with money, his face was full of an expression of not being ashamed but rather proud. This made Shen Xu think that the nouveau riche was a very interesting person. This guy is really something else. However, the attitude shown by the nouveau riche, and his clear intention to buy a poem with money, made Shen Xu suddenly realize that he might be able to make a fortune from this. After all, he was a proper college graduate, and his mind was filled with all sorts of famous works accumulated over thousands of years in his world. Any one of these poems could be considered a masterpiece worthy of being passed down through the ages. Currently, the aesthetic standards of this other world are basically the same as those of his ancient world. Therefore, if the unparalleled chapters from his world were brought to another world, they would still be like nuclear weapons. If Shen Xu were allowed to plagiarize poems, claim them as his own, and publicly declare himself a poet immortal, or sage of lyrics, he would absolutely not dare to do so. Because when it comes to composing poetry and lyrics, it's not that you can immediately convince people with an amazing piece of work. Without sufficient knowledge and skills, it's easy to slip up during communication and be discovered that the work is actually plagiarized. Even if these works come from another world, where there's no need to worry about being caught plagiarizing, when everyone thinks you're a plagiarist, whether you're actually a plagiarist or not becomes irrelevant. It was precisely because of these concerns that Shen Xu had only ever thought about reselling local specialties between the two worlds. Even after confirming that the other world was basically no different from the ancient times of his own world, he never considered becoming a plagiarist. But now, with such a free opportunity suddenly presented to him, Shen Xu admits he was tempted. If you don't take what heaven offers, you will suffer the consequences. However, whether or not to do this remains to be seen. In any case, any word he can remember will definitely meet the requirements of the nouveau riche next to him. Whether to sell or not is up to him. Moreover, even if he really had to sell, he couldn't sell silver, he had to sell gold. As Shen Xu pondered this, he raised his glass to the nouveau riche, expressing his admiration for the man's ideas. By this time, the courtesan playing the zither on stage had finished playing 3 pieces, but no one was willing to request her to perform. So when the performance ended and the audience dispersed, the courtesan could only stand up, bow to everyone in the audience with a hint of barely concealed frustration, and then leave the stage. Once the courtesan returns to her room, she might burst into tears, or she might curse the guests who came today for not knowing her worth. But whatever her reaction, no one in the lobby will care. Because all the people in the hall were focused on Miss Lu. There's simply no extra warmth left to share with other girls. Men can be very fickle if they can get what they want easily. Men can be very devoted at times, especially if they are constantly pursuing someone they can have. Next, several more courtesans came on stage to perform, some playing the pipa and others the xiao, but their fates were no different from the first courtesan. On the contrary, several of the male prostitutes were chosen to join the dances one after another. Ultimately, there were those with poor self-control who, under repeated stimulation, could not control their deepest desires and no longer waited for Miss Lu to take the stage, but instead chose to enjoy earthly pleasures first. As for why the courtesans failed to make him lose his mind, the reason is obviously very simple. The purpose of hiring a courtesan is to pursue spiritual enjoyment, and tonight, with Miss Lu sure to take the stage, what kind of spiritual enjoyment can compare to listening to Miss Lu sing in person? Shen Xu couldn't understand what these people were thinking, but he could sense the fervor that was about to burst forth from their hearts. The resulting effect is actually somewhat similar to the fanatical idol-chasing groups he sees in his own world. About an hour passed, and a total of 8 courtesans took to the stage to perform, but all 8 of them left the stage dejectedly, without exception. In Shen Xu's view, Xuanjian probably wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Miss Lu's appearance on stage to see which of these newly trained courtesans was worth focusing on, and had the potential to become a big star. If even under the strong suppression of that Miss Lu, this courtesan was able to attract the support of the top-ranked man, and have him order food and go upstairs on the spot, it at least means that this courtesan possesses a unique charm and can rival that Miss Lu. With proper training and promotion, he could very well become another pillar of Xuanjian. But unfortunately, there weren't any. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Shen Xu thought to himself silently. Just then, the somewhat somber atmosphere in the lobby suddenly became restless. Immediately afterwards, Shen Xu saw a tall young woman, accompanied by a maid, walk onto the stage with the demeanor of a well-bred lady. Various sounds began to fill the lobby. Whistles, cheers, declarations of love, and shouts of joy, these cacophony of sounds seemed to threaten to lift the very roof beams of Shiyun Pavilion. It was Miss Lu who finally stepped onto the stage amidst everyone's anticipation. Shen Xu felt as if he were at a pop star's concert, where the audience erupted in screams as soon as the singer appeared. Then, during the several hours of the concert, you can't expect to hear the singers clearly at all, because the other audience members around you will sing along at the top of their lungs. The concert has a soul when you're also getting caught up in singing along. When the concert ended, your voice was hoarse, and you finally realized that you had spent an expensive concert ticket to participate in a large-scale karaoke team-building activity. The current situation hasn't reached that point yet, but it's certainly not far off. Shen Xu squinted and carefully examined Miss Lu standing on the stage. This most famous courtesan in Chang'o County, judging solely from her appearance, was not particularly outstanding. Compared to the Song sisters, Song Xiqing and Song Si, she is at least one level below them. However, courtesans do not rely on their looks to please men, so as long as their appearance and figure are maintained at an excellent level, that is enough. The key lies in inner beauty. To become the most beautiful courtesan, one must be exceptionally skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chapter 77 Mountain People. Chapter 77 Mountain People. Of course, for truly famous courtesans, inner beauty alone is certainly not enough. The logic is simple. Only when external beauty reaches a sufficiently attractive level will others be interested in learning more about inner beauty. If your outward beauty is so stunning that it keeps everyone at the door, then no matter how luxurious your home is decorated, no one will want to go in and visit. Therefore, courtesans generally value both beauty and talent, but the difference lies in their emphasis compared to courtesans. The focus of a red courtesan is on sex, while the focus of a pure courtesan is on artistry. The former is suitable for guests who seek physical pleasure, while the latter is exclusively for guests who crave spiritual enjoyment. According to Shen Xu's aesthetic standards, the young lady Lu who is now on stage can be considered a beauty. In his world, even without makeup, she would be at least 7 out of 10. However, she still has a somewhat subtle air of worldliness about her, so she doesn't look as pure as a respectable woman. TSK. So this is what Miss Lu looks like. I was so looking forward to it before I came. But she's not that pretty. At best, she's just passable. Are the people of Chang'o County too ignorant? They can make her the most beautiful courtesan? Just as Shen Xu was observing Miss Lu on the stage with curious eyes, the nouveau riche at the same table began to complain in great disappointment. He didn't try to lower his voice, and even though the hall became noisy with the arrival of Miss Lu, the nouveau riche's complaints were still clearly heard by the guests at the next table. Although not many people heard clearly, several dissatisfied eyes still glared at the nouveau riche. If an ordinary person were sitting here, they would probably immediately feel uneasy. But the nouveau riche showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he glared back at those eyes one by one. This caught those people off guard. With Miss Lu already performing, they all reluctantly turned their attention back to the stage. Seeing this, the nouveau riche snorted disdainfully and turned to Shen Xu, saying, "It's the truth, she's really not that good-looking, can't we even say that? She can become the most beautiful courtesan? Brother, I'm not bragging, but if she were in our southern Liang, and she could rank in the top 10 in any prefecture, I'd change my surname to yours." Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Brother, aren't you from northern Zhou?" The nouveau riche narrowed his eyes, then lowered his voice and said, "Brother, we get along quite well. I won't lie to you, I'm from Nanliang, not Zhou. But the situation has been stable in recent years, and many Nanliang merchants come to Zhou to do business. It's not a big deal." Shen Xu nodded slowly and asked curiously, "Then may I ask what kind of business your family is in? If it's just an ordinary business, it shouldn't be to the point that all the high-ranking officials and nobles in Chang'o County must know your name, right?" The nouveau riche chuckled and said, "It's definitely not an ordinary business. Like Shui's in your great Zhou, it's a money exchange business. You must understand, brother, that money exchange business isn't easy, especially with Shui's in your great Zhou. It's even harder for other money exchanges to get in. I'm not afraid of the suppression from Shuiji, but building enough trust is extremely difficult. Therefore, gaining the approval of some powerful figures would undoubtedly make things much simpler. Actually, I didn't want to come, but I had no choice. It's a task my father assigned me." A melancholy expression appeared on the nouveau riche's face, and he continued with a mournful tone. "My father told me that if I can't open the family's money shop, it proves that I don't have the ability to inherit it. Brother, tell me, how can I tolerate this?" Shen Xu thought for a moment, then hesitated and said, Brother, we've just met, aren't you telling me too much? This isn't something that can be easily explained away just by saying we get along well. The nouveau riche stared at Shen Xu for a while, until Shen Xu started to feel uncomfortable, before grinning and saying, Brother, we've been chatting all night and had a drink together, so we're practically friends, so stop pretending. You're not from Zhou, are you? Shen Xu instinctively wanted to deny it. But looking at the nouveau riche's face, I felt that denying it was pointless. This nouveau riche has been all about sincerity all night, and now that he's clearly asked the question after confirming it, it would be somewhat dishonest for him to deny it now. So, with a wry smile, Shen Xu once again raised his glass to the nouveau riche and frankly admitted, Brother, you have good eyesight. I am indeed not from Zhou. I wonder how you could tell? The nouveau riche clinked glasses with Shen Xu, downed his drink in one gulp, and said rather smugly, I may not have many other skills, but I have a very sharp eye. However, the main reason I'm truly certain you're not from Zhou is because you let it slip just now. You ask if I'm from the northern Zhou? Hey brother, remember, the people of the northern Zhou always referred to themselves as Zhou people or Great Zhou. Only people from other kingdoms would call them northern Zhou. Because the Zhou people were extremely arrogant, they truly believed themselves to be the legitimate successors of the previous dynasty. Kindness? Is there such a saying? Shen Xu subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Yi Wujiu. Because his name for the northern Zhou dynasty came entirely from Songjia village. But thinking about it carefully, it seems to be normal. After all, the people of Songjia village never considered themselves to be from the northern Zhou dynasty. In addition, Songjia village has very little communication with the outside world, and the only communication is mainly about buying and selling goods. Therefore, Songjia village's language habits will not cause any trouble. I see. Thank you for your guidance. I will pay attention to it in the future. Seeing Yi Wu's innocent look, Shen Xu expressed his sincere gratitude. The nouveau riche waved his hand and said, You're welcome. It's fate that we met. We're not from northern Zhou, so we should stick together for warmth on northern Zhou's territory, otherwise we'll be easily bullied. But since you're not from Zhou, where are you from? You don't look like one of us from Liang. As for the people from Wei, they all have accents, but you're definitely not from there, otherwise I should be able to tell. Meeting the curious gaze of the nouveau riche, Shen Xu smiled and shook his head, saying, I am indeed not from Zhou, Liang, or Wei. As for where I am from the mountains. Mountain people? The nouveau riche didn't understand and was about to ask further when a burst of loud cheers erupted in the lobby, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 78 Total Annihilation. Chapter 78 Total Annihilation. It turned out that while the two were talking, Miss Lu on the stage had already finished playing a piece of music. She was now standing on the stage, explaining in a soothing voice why she had chosen to perform on stage tonight. Just as the nouveau riche had said, this Miss Lu hoped to obtain a poem that would satisfy her through this method. Whether it's an old CI poem format, or a new format that's never existed before, it all falls within the scope of tonight's CI poem request. The existing CI poem format is of course the most convenient. Just take it, fit it into the melody and rhythm of the CI poem, and then sing it directly. However, a completely new format is also fine. As long as the lyrics are outstanding and amazing enough, it is also acceptable to compose music based on the lyrics. For a courtesan of Lu's caliber, who was well versed in music, composing a new melody based on a poem was not a difficult task. Even from Miss Lu's own perspective, she preferred the completely new format of the lyrics to the existing ones. After all, the reason for requesting the poem was to go to the capital to participate in the National Flower Queen competition. The competitors will be the most famous courtesans from all over the country and the capital. If she were to use an old CI poem, how high would her CI poem have to be to hope to stand out in such a competition? On the contrary, the emergence of a new format that has never been seen before may offer a glimmer of hope in this competition that is destined to be extremely fierce. Standing on the stage, Miss Lu frankly and thoroughly expressed her thoughts. This attitude only fueled the frenzy among the crowd in the hall. Especially after Miss Lu had just played a piece and set the mood, a young scholar, caught up in the moment, immediately stood up and began reciting his own poem in a grand and eloquent manner. Seeing that they had reached this crucial stage, the nouveau riche did not hesitate to abandon his pursuit of Shen Xu's background. He turned his head and whispered instructions to the attendants behind him. After giving instructions for a while, he signaled his attendants to go about their business, while he sat up straight again, looking slightly nervous, and began pouring himself a glass of wine. Shen Xu overheard some of the nouveau riche's instructions. It was nothing more than having those few attendants start casting a wide net around the hall to see if anyone was willing to sell their lyrics to him. The price is negotiable. Anything that catches the eye of Miss Lu on stage starts at 100 taels of gold. The price immediately appealed to Shen Xu. Originally, we were still planning to observe the specific situation before making a decision. But with the nouveau riche offering such an outrageous price, any hesitation he might have for even a second would be disrespectful to the 100 taels of gold. Unsurprisingly, Shen Xu began racking his brains to think of a solution. Finding the right words isn't actually that easy. Firstly, he could not immediately recall many lyrics, and even fewer were suitable for a courtesan like King Guanren to sing. Secondly, for those lyrics that can be remembered, it is also necessary to consider that the content of the lyrics cannot contain allusions that people in this world cannot understand. The combination of these two conditions significantly increased the difficulty for him in selecting lyrics. However, perseverance pays off. After repeated efforts to recall, he actually came up with a very suitable one. He was deeply impressed by this poem, considering it a timeless masterpiece in his world. Was it too cheap to sell it for only 100 taels of gold? Just as Shen Xu was wavering, another talented man stood up. Before this talented scholar, 4 or 5 other talented scholars had already stood up to recite their works, but none of their poems could move the young lady on the stage. The talented man who stood up again looked quite old, probably around 40. The failures of the previous talented individuals did not seem to have any impact on this middle-aged scholar. The talented scholar, with an arrogant expression, bowed to Miss Lu on the stage and recited in a loud voice. Mandarin ducks swim in pairs, swallows fly in pairs, their cries are joyful, their cries are sorrowful. Since ancient times, how many have returned by moonlight? One day, a dream ends, and one day, all is ashes. In those days, she was graceful and charming, her eyebrows lightly painted, her spring beauty shy and timid, amidst the misty rain. Now withered wine hastens her white hair, her love is not yet fulfilled, for to be full would be to be deficient. After reciting a poem, the talented scholar looked around smugly at the other people in the hall, his arrogant and disdainful demeanor quite repulsive. The young woman on the stage, Ms. Lu, was clearly hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he slowly shook his head and bowed to the middle-aged scholar to express his gratitude. The middle-aged scholar seemed surprised that he would fail, and feeling utterly humiliated, he stormed off the stage in anger. At this moment, the nouveau riche's entourage returned to his side one by one, and after reporting the situation to him, the smile on the nouveau riche's face stiffened. He couldn't even buy a single poem. Actually, thinking about it, it makes sense. If he doesn't demand quality, then with a hefty sum, there will definitely be some unscrupulous writers willing to sell their works directly to him. But the quality he demanded tonight was just too high. The literati who can produce poems of this caliber must be exceptionally talented and learned. Such literati generally hold merchants in contempt, so how could they possibly be willing to sell their works for gold and silver and become someone else's works? For those intellectuals, this was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Therefore, nouveau riche are unlikely to gain anything real. As more and more scholars in the hall rose to recite their poems, only to sit down in frustration after failing, the nouveau riche began to grow anxious. The most famous literati in Changle County were gathered in the main hall on the first floor of Shiyun Pavilion tonight. However, none of the lyrics could satisfy Miss Lu on stage. This situation made the nouveau riche suddenly realize that his previous ideas seemed to be too optimistic. The young lady on stage, Ms. Lu, clearly had much higher standards for lyrics than he had ever considered normal. If you want to buy lyrics on the spot, what if none of the lyrics you submit meet Ms. Lu's requirements? Even if someone could meet Miss Lu's requirements, the opportunity to become Miss Lu's intimate guest would be far more attractive than the 100 taels of gold he offered. The nouveau riche, having fully grasped the situation, immediately became gloomy. Just as he was wondering what to do, Shen Xu suddenly leaned over to him. He spoke in a low voice. "Brother, actually, I do have a poem here that should be suitable and will surely satisfy Miss Lu on stage. It's just that the price of 100 taels of gold might not be enough." Chapter 79. One word costs 500 gold coins. Chapter 79. The nouveau riche, who had won 500 gold coins for a single word, was stunned on the spot. After staring at Shen Xu for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Brother, if you can really satisfy Miss Lu and guarantee that I will become famous in Chanlu County tonight, then I can raise the price to 300 taels of gold." Shen Xu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this nouveau riche to be so sensible. He stopped making exorbitant demands and readily agreed, saying, "Actually, gold isn't important. The main thing is that I'm a very helpful person. I'll tell you the words now, and you'd better memorize them quickly. Give me the gold once Miss Lu on stage is satisfied. We hit it off immediately, so I'll make sure you pass this test. If Miss Lu on stage isn't satisfied with the lyrics I gave her, then I won't take a single penny." After saying that, Shen Xu leaned close to the nouveau riche's ear and began to read aloud the words in a soft voice. The nouveau riche do not appear to be completely ignorant. After Shen Xu read the entire poem aloud, the nouveau riche was clearly shaken. The skeptical look that had been on his face completely disappeared, replaced by an unusually solemn expression. A poem has very few characters, ranging from 100 to a few dozen. In no time, the nouveau riche had memorized the entire poem. He looked quite excited and was clearly very satisfied with the poem that Shen Xu had sold him. "Brother! My name is Qiu Anqing, and Baofenlong in Lian Kingdom is owned by my family. Here are 500 taels of gold notes, take them. Don't say that Miss Lu will accept them only if she is satisfied with the poem you gave her. If Miss Lu is not satisfied with even this poem, it can only be said that Miss Lu is blind." As the nouveau riche spoke, he pulled out a gold note from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Shen Xu's hand. He continued, "These are gold notes from Shuez that I specially exchanged. Once our Baofenlong branch opens in Chanlu County, I can use our own gold notes. May I ask your name, brother? We've been drinking all night, and I haven't even asked your name yet. How rude of me. I hope you won't take offense." Shen Xu naturally understood Qiu Anqing's thoughts. The reason for not introducing himself or asking his name at the beginning was that, in the other person's eyes, he did not actually show any value worth getting to know better. Therefore, there is no need to get to know someone you meet by chance. But as soon as he sold this poem, his importance in Qiu Anqing's eyes immediately skyrocketed. The fact that a single poem could inspire Qiu Anqing to want to befriend the poet speaks volumes about the poem's quality. Thinking about this, Shen Xu suddenly felt that perhaps the selling price of 500 taels of gold was still a bit low. Dispelling this somewhat insatiable thought, Shen Xu smiled and cupped his hands towards Qiu Anqing, saying, "Brother Qiu, you're too kind. My name is Lu Yong. It's truly an honor to know you." "Lu Yong? What a fine name! He's even from the same clan as that Miss Lu. Come, Brother Lu. I'll toast you 3 cups. As Qiu Anqing spoke, he had his attendants pour him wine while he downed 3 cups with Shen Xu. He drank a little too quickly, and his face finally flushed. Emboldened by the alcohol, Qiu Anqing stood up and looked at the stage, saying loudly, "Miss Lu, I am Qiu Anqing, and I have a poem for you to appreciate." After speaking, Qiu Anqing cleared his throat and immediately began to recite in a melodious tone. "I stand leaning against the high tower, the wind is gentle, I gaze into the distance and spring's sorrow rises darkly on the horizon. In the fading light of the setting sun, the grass and smoke blend together. Who can understand my silent thoughts as I lean on the railing?" As soon as the first part of the poem was recited, the hall, which had been somewhat noisy due to the successive failures of the talented scholars, fell silent in an instant. Standing on the stage, Miss Lu's disappointment, which had been on her face, vanished, and her eyes regained their sparkle. He looked at Qiu Anqing with great surprise, but felt a strong sense of unease. Because Qiu Anqing's outward appearance is completely incompatible with the first half of this poem. His dazzling jewelry and rather fat and muscular physique caused the other scholars in the hall to frown repeatedly. But Qiu Anqing didn't care at all. He squinted his eyes, seemingly quite intoxicated, and continued to recite. I intend to indulge in unrestrained revelry and get drunk, singing to the wine, but forced joy is tasteless. I will not regret that my clothes are getting looser, for I am wasting away for her. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment filled the lobby. Immediately following was another uproar. The once completely quiet lobby instantly erupted into chaos. As for Miss Lu on the stage, she subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand and murmured repeatedly. I grow thinner and thinner, yet I have no regrets, for I am wasting away for her sake. As the second half of the poem came out, especially the final line, Miss Lu suddenly felt that Qiu Anqing's originally vulgar clothes and his overly fat and muscular figure seemed to become more pleasing to the eye. Young Master Qiu, is this poem truly for me? Miss Lu parted her lips slightly, asking in disbelief. No wonder she reacted that way. In her opinion, this poem was of such high quality that it surpassed all others from the Zhou, Liang, and Wei kingdoms. Especially the line, I grow thinner and thinner for her sake, yet I have no regrets, is sure to be sung for eternity. Although it was a format she had never heard of before, it was actually a plus. If she can successfully compose music for this poem, then in her opinion, her chances of winning the title of courtesan in the capital city, which she originally had no chance of, will increase by at least 30% or 40% just because of this poem. Therefore, Miss Lu did indeed become somewhat unable to control her emotions and became agitated. Seeing that the poem he had bought had the desired effect, Qiu Anqing finally relaxed completely. He felt that these 500 taels of gold were the most worthwhile sum of money he had spent since arriving in northern Zhou. He cupped his hands in greeting to Miss Lu on the stage and said with a beaming smile, Of course, a beautiful poem deserves a beautiful woman. If it weren't Miss Lu, who else here could be worthy of this poem? Hearing Qiu Anqing's flattery, Miss Lu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The same flattery can have completely different effects depending on who says it. The power of this poem was so great that at this moment, Miss Lu's eyes were only on Qiu Anqing. Completely ignoring everyone else in the hall, Miss Lu stood on the stage and slowly gave Qiu Anqing a curtsy. She said softly, Young Master Qiu, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you upstairs for a chat? I have some questions about this poem that I would like to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, various sighs and lamentations immediately rose and fell throughout the hall. Chapter 80 His name is Lu Yong. Chapter 80 His name is Lu Yong. Shen Xu did not stay in the lobby on the first floor any longer. As Qiu Anqing followed the young lady upstairs at her invitation, Shen Xu, along with Yi Wujiu, chose to leave on their own. Everyone in the hall was lamenting and grieving that Miss Lu, such a beautiful flower, had been taken by a pig. No one noticed that Shen Xu and Yi Wujiu had left before the event was over. Of course, even if they noticed, they wouldn't care at all. Young master, why are you using a false name? Is there something wrong with that Qiu Anqing? As soon as he stepped out of the gate of Xuanjian, Yi Wujiu couldn't help but ask. Huh! No problem, what problem could he possibly have? And even if he did have a problem, after he gave us 500 taels of gold notes, it's as if there's no problem at all. The reason I used a pseudonym was just because I felt ashamed. You don't need to worry about it. Shen Xu explained casually. Yi Wujiu didn't quite understand what the word shame meant, but he had no intention of asking any further questions. However, her admiration for Shen Xu had only grown stronger. Although he had no idea whether the poem he had just read was good or bad, he did know that it had sold for a staggering 500 taels of gold. It turns out that our new son-in-law is not only a Jianghu person, a person of martial arts and chivalry, but also a very accomplished scholar. Great! I spent some of the 1,500 taels of gold notes, and I still have 1,400 taels left. Today is definitely a very fruitful day. Wujiu, that Xueji money shop, their branch in Chengdu County, can they exchange 1,400 taels of gold? Is there any possibility of a gold shortage? Shen Xu was extremely excited about his overall gains today, but on the way to the inn, he still asked with some concern. Yu Wujiu nodded with great certainty and said, Young master, please rest assured. Because of the presence of the Prince of Changle, the scale of Changle County is far beyond that of ordinary county cities. The total amount of gold and silver reserves of Shuiji Money House's branch in Changle County is second only to its main branch in the capital. Let alone just 1,400 taels of gold, even 14,000 taels of gold can be exchanged at any time if you want to. Alright, then we'll go and exchange all the gold first thing tomorrow morning, and then leave before the city gates open. To be honest, it was a good day, but there wasn't much that really interested me. So I probably won't come here much in the future, and I guess I'll have to leave most of the business of selling things and exchanging gold in the city to you. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Xu gave the order. Yu Wujiu immediately responded respectfully. It is my honor to serve you, young master. I dare not say it is hard work. Moreover, you will be marrying the young lady after you return. At that time, you will be the son-in-law of our Song family village. As the commander of the Blood Guard, I will naturally obey your orders. Son-in-law. Reminded by Yu Wujiu, Shen Xu immediately pictured Song Xiqing's beautiful figure in his mind. Whether it was her stunning beauty in the bathtub, like a goddess emerging from the water, or her heroic and capable sword dance in the courtyard, he couldn't help but feel a surge of passion in his heart. As Mr. Qian Zhongshu once said, an 18 or 19-year-old boy probably has more women in his heart than an emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and his thoughts about women are dirtier than a toilet. Although Shen Xu was already 22, he felt that he was still the same boy he used to be, without having changed in the slightest. Hey, let's go, let's hurry back to the inn and get some rest. So we can go to bed early and get up early tomorrow. Shen Xu coughed lightly, then quickened his pace. At the same time, in Miss Lu's room, Qiu Anqing sat casually at the table, his face full of indifference. Miss Lu sat opposite Qiu Anqing. Although she smiled, she couldn't hide the doubt in her eyes. After bringing Qiu Anqing upstairs, she spent the rest of her time, besides preparing snacks and tea for him, asking him for advice on lyrics, music, and rhythm. What she couldn't quite understand was that although Qiu Anqing wasn't completely ignorant about lyrics and music, the level he displayed in their simple exchange was, by all accounts, absolutely incapable of creating the lyrics she had just heard. She hadn't considered plagiarism. Given the quality of that poem, it would surely be sung throughout the world once it was published. Before today, she had not heard anything related to that poem, which ruled out the possibility of plagiarism. That's right, in her mind, that's how high the quality of that poem was. Even if that poem spreads rapidly after tonight, it doesn't matter. Because the young Master Qiu in front of me made it very clear that the poem was a gift for her. For a courtesan, such a public gift is a form of bondage. Unless she refuses it herself, no one can separate her from the poem. But what she can't understand now is that this young Master Qiu's skill in writing lyrics and music is so low that there is absolutely nothing outstanding about it. How on earth could someone produce such a poem? Qiu Anqing naturally noticed Miss Lu's expression and easily guessed her thoughts and doubts. He chuckled and said, Miss Lu, don't worry. The poem was said to be a gift for you, so it definitely is. There's no problem with that. But just as Miss Lu suspects, the poem wasn't written by me. Upon hearing this, Miss Lu's face immediately showed astonishment. Just as he was about to speak, Qiu Anqing continued, Actually, I have no interest in becoming Miss Lu's lover, but I still came up here so that I could make a name for myself throughout Chanle County and let all the high-ranking officials and nobles of Chanle County know my name overnight. As for that poem, I bought it from a friend for a full 500 taels of gold. As he spoke, Qiu Anqing stood up, stretched vigorously, and continued with a smug look on his face. This is the charm of gold. The boudoir that all the high-ranking officials and nobles in the entire Chanle County city longed to enter was opened by me with a mere 500 taels of gold. Of course, judging from your performance, this poem is quite good. However, now that I have gotten what I wanted, there is really no need for me to continue occupying the title of so-called lyricist. This title should belong to my friends, no matter what. So, Miss Liu, I have a favor to ask. After you finish composing the music, when you take this poem to the capital for the courtesan competition, please remember to explain to me that this poem wasn't written by me, Qiuanqing, but rather something my friend hastily put together to help me. Miss Liu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, May I ask, young Master Qiu, what is your friend's name? He's from the same clan as you. His name is Lu Yong. Chapter 81 Sudden Wealth. Chapter 81 Sudden Wealth. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shen Xu, his face contorted in pain, rolled out of bed. There was nothing he could do. He hadn't slept all night. Although the Huarong was touted as the highest class in Changlu County, the hard wooden bed and the slightly smelly mattress still made it easy for him to suffer from insomnia after checking in. Strictly speaking, he is somewhat sensitive to sleeping in unfamiliar beds. Although it's not too serious, falling asleep in a completely unfamiliar environment is inherently difficult. If the unfamiliar environment is comfortable and everything is reassuring, then perhaps the impact won't be too great. Unfortunately, Huarong does not meet the standards of comfort. At least in Shen Xu's opinion, this most upscale inn in Changlu County was far inferior to chain hotels from another world, and even to youth hostels in some aspects. Worst of all, he still couldn't go back to the hotel in another world while suffering from insomnia. Although he had booked a single room at Huarong Inn, Yu Wujio's room was right next to his. Given the strength of an 8th-rank expert, Shen Xu strongly suspected that if he disappeared from the room, Yu Wujio next door would immediately notice. When Yu Wujio, who is responsible for his safety, finds him mysteriously vanished from his room, who knows what Yu Wujio might do? Therefore, to be on the safe side, he could only spend the whole night studying in bed. There have been some results. The 7 acupoints that had been opened up by taking a bath were further enhanced by 2 more after a whole night of intensive practice. He can now open 9 acupoints in one go. However, he was not happy about it. Clearly, lack of sleep has a very negative impact on mood. After hastily washing up with some water in a wooden basin, Shen Xu left the room with dark circles under his eyes and a listless expression. Then he was surprised to find that Yu Wujio and the other blood guards were already waiting for him outside the room. Did you just get up? Or are you still awake? Shen Xu asked, bewildered. Yu Wujio shrugged and said, The higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the less sleep they need. Under normal circumstances, I only need to sleep for 1 hour a day. Although they haven't reached the innate realm yet, they are all 6th-rank martial artists, so they basically only need to sleep for about 2 hours. Kindness? Is there such a saying? Wouldn't that give us yet another reason to practice martial arts? Sleeping as little as possible is a skill that every young person in the new era dreams of. After having a simple breakfast with Yu Wujio and the others at the inn, Shen Xu inquired his way to find a branch of Shui's money exchange. To Shen Xu's surprise, although it was only around 5:40 or 5:50 a.m., which was definitely not 6 a.m., there were already quite a few people hurrying back and forth on the streets of Changlu County. These people look like ordinary people from the lower class in the county town, and they are forced to get up so early because of their livelihood. The branch of Shui's money exchange was not far from the inn, both located in the most prosperous area of the county town, so Shen Xu found it without much trouble. The redemption of 1,400 taels of gold notes was not considered a particularly large transaction for this branch. Without going through any complicated procedures, after confirming that the gold notes were in good condition, the branch office directly took out a small box full of gold ingots and handed it over to Shen Xu and the others. These gold ingots were all worth 10 taels each. Yu Wujio carefully counted and checked them, and confirmed that they were correct. There were a total of 140 gold ingots, weighing 70 kilograms of gold. Although they were heavy, their actual volume was not large. Shen Xu was very happy. He told Yu Wujio to take good care of the suitcase, and the group stopped lingering in the county town and headed straight for their hometown. However, this act of exchanging large amounts of gold was easily noticed by those with ulterior motives. The group had barely left the city when several men with fierce faces rode up after them. Shen Xu was unaware that his group had been targeted by malicious individuals. He was already overwhelmed by ecstasy, and was becoming somewhat dizzy and disoriented. This trip to the county town was like earning 1,500 taels of gold for free. 100 taels of gold were converted into silver, and after deducting the amount already spent, more than 600 taels remained. As for silver, it would be completely useless for Shen Xu to bring it back to his own world. It's something that costs at most 3 or 4 yuan per gram, and it's too much trouble to handle it back and forth. Therefore, Shen Xu considered the 600 taels of silver as an extra reward for Yi Wujiu and the others who accompanied him on this trip. On average, each person received about 30 taels, which made all the blood guards very happy. As for the 1,400 taels of gold he exchanged, he naturally had to take it all back to his own world. Based on the previous buyback price of 421 yuan per gram, after silently calculating in his mind, Shen Xu was astonished to find that if he could successfully sell all the gold, he would directly profit more than 29 million yuan from this trip to the county town. When Shen Xu first calculated this number, he was completely stunned. He thought he had made a mistake in his mental calculation. After calculating several times to confirm that there were no problems with the final result, Shen Xu immediately began to feel dizzy. The nearly 30 million yuan was a terrifying figure that he had never dared to imagine before. But here in the other world, it was easily resolved in just one day. The money came too easily, which made Shen Xu instinctively feel somewhat apprehensive. He felt he needed to accelerate his mindset shift. Otherwise, given the speed at which this other world provides wealth, if he cannot adapt quickly, he might truly suffer a tragedy like Fan Jing passing the imperial examination. At the same time, Shen Xu secretly decided that he must register a company as soon as he got back. Try to find a way to make some business in his world. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to have this money legally and legitimately displayed in his bank account. It's manageable when you have little money, but as your business in this other world gets on track and you accumulate more and more wealth in that world, reaching hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions, without a safe money laundering channel, you'll definitely run into big problems. Just as Shen Xu was suddenly plunged into anxiety about his personal career because of the money coming in too quickly, Yi Wujiu suddenly rode up close. At the same time, he transmitted his voice secretly. "Young master, the blood guards who are responsible for patrolling the surrounding area have reported that there are about 100 bandits who are rapidly approaching us." Chapter 82 Advanced Hunters often appear in the form of prey. Chapter 82 Advanced Hunters often appear in the form of prey. Horse bandits? Shen Xu immediately perked up, and a look of curiosity appeared on his face. 100 or so bandits might sound like a lot, but with Yi Wujiu and his men around, Shen Xu was confident that his safety wouldn't be a problem, so he wasn't nervous at all. However, this little incident on the way back did alleviate the loneliness and boredom of the journey to some extent. Yes, bandits. The 3 kingdoms of Zhou, Liang, and Wei have been at war with each other for years, and it has only recently become relatively peaceful. However, there are still a considerable number of bandits and robbers in the territory of each of the 3 kingdoms. Yi Wujiu nodded and continued. Years of war have led to widespread poverty and hardship. People who can't survive are easily drawn into becoming outlaws. However, the number of horse bandits is still relatively small because raising horses is not easy. If they were just ordinary people forced into banditry, they would hardly be equipped with horses, let alone weapons like knives, spears, and clubs. Many people forced into banditry were still carrying hoes. This group of people are definitely not ordinary civilians who have turned to banditry. They must be notorious thieves with real skills, veritable figures of the underworld. They probably saw us exchanging gold in the city and got their hands on us. What are you planning to do? Shen Xu asked with great interest. Yi Wujiu hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Young master, this is why I came to tell you about this. In fact, judging from the strength of those bandits, our blood guards patrolling the outer perimeter are more than capable of defeating them all. But if we defeat them directly on the outer edge, most of the bandits will escape. So I'm thinking, could we lure them all over here? Let them charge right in front of us, and then we'll have a chance to annihilate them all. Because I want to take all the horses those bandits were riding back with me. It's not easy to encounter bandits, and hundreds of horses are truly valuable. It would be a waste to just let them go. What do you think, young master? Shen Xu asked in confusion. That's a good thing. If you think it's okay, then it's fine. Why are you asking me? Yu Wujiu smiled wryly. After all, it involves your safety. If we disperse the bandits from the outside, you won't be in any danger. But if we let the bandits come right up to us, we are outnumbered, and if we don't take good care of them and you get hurt, I'm afraid I can't bear the responsibility. Shen Xu didn't expect Yu Wujiu to be worried about this, and waved his hand directly, saying, Don't worry about me. You said it yourself, these bandits are not very strong, so even if they get close, they will definitely pose little threat to me. Since this opportunity has presented itself, to obtain hundreds of horses for free, there's no reason to let it slip by. Besides, I possess martial arts skills. I'm not some weak, powerless scholar. Having received Shen Xu's affirmative reply, Yu Wujiu responded with great excitement, and then began to make arrangements for the blood guards with high spirits. After all, with only 20 blood guards, it was no easy task to surround over 100 bandits. Even with an overwhelming advantage in strength, a numerical disadvantage could still lead to a gap in the encirclement. Therefore, Yu Wujiu deliberately slowed down the group so that the bandits could gather together as much as possible after they broke in. A short while later, Shen Xu noticed a slight tremor in the ground. Even though it's just 100 or so horses running, the commotion they cause is still considerable. Especially when he began to see the large amounts of dust kicked up by galloping horses, Shen Xu found himself inexplicably nervous. When faced with something like this for the first time, even knowing that the danger is minimal, it is still difficult to control one's emotions. His lips were a little dry, and as the smoke and dust drew closer, Shen Xu felt his body instinctively tensing up. As the bandits appeared, Yu Wujiu waved for the entire group to stop. After letting the bandits in, the 10 blood guards on the perimeter were to quickly retreat, and, as instructed by Yu Wujiu, were to intercept the fleeing bandits. To avoid scaring away the bandits, Yu Wujiu and all the blood guards concealed their auras as much as possible, so that the martial artists among the bandits would not detect their true martial arts level in advance. Soon, the bandits rushed to the front of the group, and in perfect coordination, they split up to the left and right, completing the encirclement of the entire group in the blink of an eye. Yu Wujiu's sharp eyes swept over the group of bandits, confirming that they were only carrying sabers and had no powerful bows or spears. He was completely relieved. If the bandits were carrying powerful bows and spears, it would mean they had the ability to attack from a distance, so he would have to protect Shen Xu closely. Otherwise, if the bandits were to launch a surprise attack and actually injure Shen Xu, he wouldn't know how to explain himself when he got back. Shen Xu was also sizing up the bandits. Although they were all dressed in tattered clothes, filthy, with tangled hair, and emitting a foul odor that made people want to cover their noses, there was no doubt that these bandits had sharp eyes. They exuded a sharp and ruthless aura, clearly a group of vicious individuals. I heard you've taken a lot of gold? Hand over all the gold, and leave these horses behind, and I might spare your lives. The most muscular man in the group of bandits spoke in a cold voice. It seemed that he should be considered the leader of the bandits, and in Shen Xu's perception, he was indeed the most dangerous person among the bandits. Unfortunately, Yu Wujiu had no intention of arguing with these bandits. Noticing that the blood guards on the outer perimeter had already retreated, he decisively gave the order to attack. Having achieved the goal of luring the enemy into the trap, there is no need to waste any more words. With an absolute advantage in strength, Yu Wujiu's approach was quite simple and brutal. The 10 blood guards charged without hesitation at the bandits, who outnumbered them tenfold. Yu Wujiu then rushed towards the bandit leader. The principle of capturing the leader to capture the bandits is obviously the same in both worlds. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The bandits were completely unprepared for this change, so much so that when Yu Wujiu and the blood guards stopped concealing their martial arts level, the sheer intensity of their aura left the bandits momentarily dazed. Rank 88? Damn it! Everyone, retreat immediately! The bandit leader was the strongest among the bandits, and reacted the fastest. Upon realizing Yi Wujio's true strength, his expression, which had been like a cat chasing a mouse, immediately changed to one of horror. Terrified, he immediately tried to turn his horse around and flee, shouting in alarm. Chapter 83 There Must Be a First Time. Chapter 83 There Must Be a First Time. Shen Xu felt that he had witnessed a very exciting scene. More than 100 bandits were easily routed by Yi Wujio and 10 blood guards. Among these bandits were some who practiced martial arts. However, Shen Xu himself had only just reached the first rank of martial arts, and his perception of martial artists was extremely low, so he couldn't judge the level of those martial arts bandits at all. The only thing he could tell was that among the 100+ bandits, only 5 possessed martial arts skills. The remaining bandits were just ordinary people who were relatively strong. With such strength, it's naturally impossible for them to contend with Nightless Rescue and the Blood Guards. With the Blood Guards launching a swift charge led by Nightless Rescue, the bandit group collapsed at the first touch. In the very instant the two sides clashed, more than a dozen bandits' heads flew into the air. Shen Xu subconsciously held his breath. As he watched the bandits' heads being chopped off, and large amounts of blood gushing from their necks, his face immediately turned pale. Such a bloody scene was something he had never witnessed in his more than 20 years of life, not even on television or in movies. Previously, I only read descriptions in novels about how a person would often have an overreaction when witnessing a murder for the first time. Feeling nauseous is just a very basic psychological state. Shen Xu initially thought this writing style was too exaggerated. But at this moment, when he actually witnessed the bandits being killed, a sense of unease clearly arose in his heart. Although I'm far from vomiting, I definitely feel unwell. The Blood Guards were extremely efficient at killing, and their teamwork was exceptionally smooth. Just as Shen Xu was feeling unwell, 7 or 8 more bandits had their heads chopped off, including the bandit leader who was the first to react. Logically speaking, the bandit leader should be the strongest and quickest to react among the bandits, so his chances of escaping should be much greater than those of ordinary bandits. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and was targeted by Yi Wujio. The hatred of an 8th rank expert is not something that can be easily drawn, and this bandit leader is clearly not a tank hero, lacking the ability to withstand damage. Yi Wujio wanted to kill him. It was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Seeing this, the remaining bandits were utterly terrified. They wanted to scatter and flee on horseback, but the 10 blood guards on the outer perimeter had already occupied positions in their respective directions to intercept them. Meanwhile, the 10 blood guards inside accelerated the slaughter. Yes, this was a complete massacre. The difference in their strength is far greater than the 10-fold difference in their numbers. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, the advantage in numbers is simply a joke. The bandits were quickly driven to despair. One of them discovered that all his companions who tried to escape had been intercepted without exception, and he knew that there was no chance of survival this time. Unable to satisfy his will to survive, and under the influence of extreme fear, the bandit's inherent ferocity was fully unleashed. He abruptly turned his horse around, his scarlet eyes fixed on Shen Xu, who remained seated on horseback without making a move. Immediately afterward, he slapped his horse's flanks with both feet, stirring up his desire to perish together with his horse, and charged straight at Shen Xu. Since there's no way to escape anyway, I might as well try to take someone down with me. He didn't know how powerful Shen Xu was. He only knew that Shen Xu was the only person in the arena who hadn't made a move so far. As for the others he had dealt with, they were all formidable figures whom he absolutely could not even get close to. So this is his only chance to drag others down with him. Seeing a bandit suddenly turn around and charge towards him, Shen Xu became even more nervous. The stench of blood that filled the air around him made Shen Xu's body tense up like a rock. Information related to the Dragon Fist instinctively surfaced in my mind. Song Xiqing's voice rang clearly in his mind once again. The Peerless Dragon Fist consists of 7 forms. At the first rank of martial arts, one can only learn the first form, Thunderclap. The Peerless Dragon Fist is enough to unleash one's full internal strength. When mastered to the highest level, one's iron fists become earth-shattering and invincible. Encouraged by these voices, Shen Xu adopted the starting stance of the peerless dragon fist, and the internal energy in his body began to circulate rapidly, filling his right arm. The tension on his face faded somewhat, replaced by a rather determined look in his eyes. Just an ordinary bandit. Even if someone has seen blood and killed people, and has a certain fighting ability, they are ultimately not a martial artist. He has not only become a true martial artist, but has also mastered the most powerful martial art, the peerless dragon fist. This is practically equivalent to him leveling up to level 4, then using his ultimate skill to engage in a level 3 duel in the Imperial City. If I can lose at this, what's the point of time travel? I might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Shen Xu thought viciously, then spurred his horse on and charged straight at the bandit. It was an incredibly touching two-way journey, where they even shared the same thoughts. They both just wanted to kill each other or be killed by each other. Yu Wujiu had actually noticed the bandit's actions long ago, but he didn't stop him immediately because the bandit and Shen Xu were still quite far apart. So he planned to deal with the bandits around him first, and then turn around to deal with the bandit who had turned around. With his 8th rank strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do that. Unexpectedly, Shen Xu did not stay put and wait for his rescue. Instead, he spurred his horse and charged towards the bandit. Yu Wujiu was startled, fearing that something might happen to Shen Xu, so he handed over the bandits around him to the other blood guards and rushed towards Shen Xu himself. However, just as he rushed to within a few meters of the target, his body instinctively stopped. Because Shen Xu had already stood up from his horse, and with the momentum of his horse's gallop, he pounced on the bandit with all his might. With his right fist clenched and his right arm taut, he slammed it into the bandit's face in the blink of an eye. Thunder! Shen Xu roared. Because of the speed, the bandit didn't have time to react at all before Shen Xu punched him squarely in the face. Without even letting out a scream, the bandit was blasted off his horse by Shen Xu. The power of the thunder, combined with the kinetic energy from the two horses running towards each other, allowed Shen Xu to kill the bandit with a single punch. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Shen Xu stood beside the bandit's corpse. Looking at the bandit's gruesome face, which was completely collapsed, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anger and blood. This is the first time in his life he has killed someone. Chapter 84 Prince of Changla. Chapter 84 Prince of Changla. At the same time, in the prince's mansion in Changla County, Prince Zhou Zhennan of Changla sat at the dining table in the main hall, eating breakfast with a dignified expression. Princess Changla and Zhou Tianxi sat respectfully to the side, remaining silent throughout the meal. Zhou Zhennan is strict in managing his household. At the dinner table, he only allows the person being asked to speak if he initiates a question. Otherwise, everyone must refrain from speaking while eating. Furthermore, although there are more than a dozen concubines and mistresses in the prince's mansion, and they have given birth to quite a few children, only the princess consort and the eldest son, Zhou Tianxi, are allowed to dine at the same table with Zhou Zhennan. This is the rule of the prince's mansion. One should do what is appropriate for their position. There are rules and regulations that cannot be overstepped. This sugar cake is quite good today. It tastes excellent, better than any sugar cake I've made before. Did you use white sugar instead? After taking a bite of his favorite sweet cake, Zhou Zhennan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Zhou Tianxi, asking a question. He had always been very satisfied with his eldest son, knowing that everything in the mansion was under his eldest son's control, which is why he asked this question. Zhou Tianxi respectfully replied, "Yes, father. I was lucky yesterday and managed to buy several dozen caddies of the finest white sugar. The quality is superb, even surpassing that of tribute sugar. I estimate that only the best immortal cream from Liang Kingdom can compare to it." "Dozens of kilograms?" Zhou Zhennan looked surprised and asked in confusion. "Liang Kingdom's immortal frost only produces a dozen or so caddies a year, right? Even the Emperor of Liang Kingdom can only eat immortal frost on major holidays. How can you buy dozens of caddies at once?" Zhou Tianxi shook his head and said, "Father, I only said that the white sugar is comparable to the elixir of immortality, not that the white sugar is the elixir of immortality." In short, for the next few months, you can have such delicious sugar cakes for breakfast. Zhou Zhennan held the piece of sugar cake that he had taken a bite out of, examined it carefully, and then said, "Tell me the whole process of how you bought the sugar, from beginning to end, without missing anything." Zhou Tianxi responded and then began to recount how he discovered new white sugar being sold at Wufang's yesterday morning, and continued until he arranged for guards to keep an eye on them. After finishing his speech, Zhou Zhennan fell into deep thought. Before Zhou Zhennan could finish thinking, the guard who had been assigned to keep watch yesterday hurriedly returned to the prince's mansion and immediately requested an audience with Zhou Tianxi. Upon learning of this situation, Zhou Zhennan simply ordered his guards to come directly to the main hall to report their findings from the surveillance. Before long, the guards appeared outside the main hall. After bowing in turn, they gave a detailed report at Zhou Zhennan's request. There wasn't much to say, so the report ended quickly. After Zhou Zhennan confirmed with the guards that everything had been said, he waved for them to leave, and his expression became much more serious. That Shen Xu took his men to Shuiji's shop early this morning to exchange 1,400 taels of gold, and then left our Changlu County. This means that their next destination is a place without Shuiji's money shop. Last night, Shen Xu went to Shiyun Pavilion and sat at the same table with a man named Qiu Anqing. I know Qiu Anqing. He comes from the wealthiest family in southern Liang. Meanwhile, last night, Qiu Anqing composed a poem on the spot, and its high quality stunned the entire Shiyun Pavilion. Taking advantage of the opportunity to present the poem to Miss Lu, he was invited upstairs by her, and Qiu Anqing's fame soared as a result. As far as I know, while Qiu Anqing isn't exactly an ignorant fool, he can only read and write. He has absolutely no interest in poetry or literature. How could he possibly compose a poem that would satisfy Miss Lu? Zhou Zhennan spoke clearly and logically. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxi frowned and said, "Father, do you mean that Shen Xu, like Qiu Anqing, is from southern Liang? Perhaps Qiu Anqing was just someone who was pushed to the forefront and put in the open, while the real mastermind might be Shen Xu? Even the poem that Qiu Anqing wrote was actually written by Shen Xu?" Zhou Zhennan nodded and said, "I do have doubts about this, but I also feel that there are some contradictions. Qiu Anqing wants to bring his enemy Baofenglong to our Chang'e County city, but I have not expressed my opinion on this." The three kingdoms had been engaged in continuous warfare for years, leaving them exhausted and their people on the verge of collapse. It was time for them to cease hostilities and allow the people to recuperate. However, no matter how much recuperation they undertook, it could only guarantee that no major wars would break out, and minor conflicts would continue. Taking advantage of the relatively stable situation, it was foreseeable that the three kingdoms would send spies to infiltrate each other, steal and collect information that was useful to each other. Baofenglong's decision to open here was probably for this purpose. But the people of Nanliang aren't stupid. If Shen Xu and Qiu Anqing were truly one in the open and the other in the shadows, then Shen Xu shouldn't have been so obvious. Could it be that they're both out in the open to draw our attention, while someone else is lurking in the shadows? Zhou Tianxi thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we just arrest them both and interrogate them?" Zhou Zhennan glared at Zhou Tianxi and said irritably, "What's there to arrest? Qiu Anqing's identity is obvious. The fact that Namliang sent the Qiu family to open a branch of the bank is clearly a way of testing them openly. If you arrest Qiu Anqing, wouldn't that just make you look guilty? The same logic applies to Shen Xu. He dared to expose himself, so he's not afraid of being arrested. Both sides are just beginning to deploy their spies. Arresting them would be pointless. On the contrary, if you rashly arrest them, what will you do if Nanliang sends an even more secretive spies? It would be better to let Qiu Anqing and Shen Xu establish themselves and leave the problem to Nanliang to worry about. If we keep a close eye on the people the other side has in the open, their hidden schemes will eventually be exposed. Think before you speak and act. Don't always try to solve problems with brute force. Remember, in this world, only a handful of grandmasters are qualified to solve problems with brute force. Everyone else must follow the rules. Whoever dares to break the rules will suffer the consequences. Zhou Tianxi shrank back after being scolded and could only obediently bow and agree. Zhou Zhennan snorted and continued to instruct. Send someone to Shiyun Pavilion to find Miss Lu and find out if that poem was indeed written by Qiu Anqing. Also, send people out of the city to track down Shen Xu and his group and determine their true destination after leaving the county town. Yes, Father! Chapter 85. There are countless ways to get rich, but personal safety comes first. Chapter 85. There are countless ways to get rich, but personal safety comes first. After eliminating the bandits, Shen Xu and his group had an extremely smooth return journey. Although they had to bring over 100 extra horses, the Blood Guard's excellent horsemanship skills meant that the return journey would not be slowed down. The bandits' bodies were not disposed of. According to Yuwujio, the place was not particularly far from Chanlu County, and it would be easy for someone to find them. When the time comes, officials will naturally come to bury the bodies, so they don't need to go through the trouble themselves. Shen Xu originally thought that the death of over 100 people should be a major event, and if it caught the attention of the government, it would definitely be a problem for Songjia village. Unexpectedly, Yuwujio didn't care about the lives of those 100-plus bandits at all. According to Yuwujio, the territory of the Three Kingdoms is now rife with bandits and thugs, and robbery is a common occurrence. The government had a fairly strong control over the city, so if a serious crime occurred within the city, the government would definitely step in to handle it. However, outside the city walls, in the desolate wilderness, the government simply didn't have the extra power to intervene. Unless things got particularly out of hand, the government would turn a blind eye. If the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. If the people do report it, the officials might investigate. That's the general idea. What's more, the dead were a group of bandits. The fact that they could gather over 100 people suggests that these bandits couldn't have been nobodies. There's a high probability they were on the government's wanted list. Killing these bandits is not only harmless, but if their identities can be confirmed, a reward can be obtained from the government, so there's absolutely no need to worry about any trouble. Of course, despite saying that, Yuwujio and the others still managed to erase their tracks on their return journey in their own way, so as to avoid being tracked down. Shen Xu didn't care about that. He was more concerned about the bounty list. In other words, as long as you can get the head of a wanted criminal, you can directly exchange it for the corresponding reward from the government? Shen Xu, mounted on his horse, asked with great interest. Yuwujio, riding beside Shen Xu, nodded and said, "That's right, but most of the bounties aren't high. Generally speaking, the bounty for a post-heaven martial artist on the list won't exceed 100 taels of gold. But for a pre-heaven expert, it's much higher, with no less than 500 taels, and the price varies depending on the level. A bounty of no less than 500 taels for a 7th rank expert, and no less than 1,000 taels for an 8th rank expert. As for 9th rank experts, their numbers are extremely limited, and each one is a well-known and prestigious figure. Therefore, if a 9th rank expert were to be wanted, the bounty would vary significantly for each individual." Shen Xu's eyes lit up as he listened, feeling as if he had found another way to make money. However, to become a bounty hunter, one must possess sufficiently strong individual strength. One cannot afford to lose one's life before earning a bounty. That would be too abstract. Noticing the change in Shen Xu's expression, Yuwujio couldn't help but scratch his head and advised, "Young master, earning bounties isn't easy. Anyone with a bounty on their head has a lot of lives on their hands. Those who lack strength are often cautious and elusive, making it difficult for others to find them. Those who dare to openly roam the martial world despite having a bounty on their head either possess formidable strength that others dare not provoke, or have an astonishing background and are protected by powerful figures. In short, they are the kind of people who, if accidentally involved with, would cause extremely trouble." Shen Xu asked curiously, "Do people from your Songjia village earn bounties in this way?" Yuwujio nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Of course, we blood guards have very clear divisions of labor. In addition to blood guards who specialize in combat, there are blood guards who specialize in reconnaissance, blood guards who specialize in intelligence, and so on. The blood guards, who specialize in combat, are led by the 8 Directions Commander and do not need to leave the village. However, all the other blood guards are under my command. Due to the higher requirements for individual combatants, the other blood guards are required to travel and explore the martial world. During our travels, we'll take on some bounties. This not only hones our skills but also helps supplement the village's income. Furthermore, the process of investigating those bounties will effectively improve our own abilities. Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't you say there was a possibility of getting into trouble?" Yu Wujiu chuckled and said, "For us, as long as we don't provoke a Grand Master, other troubles are nothing. But you, young master, are only at the first level of martial arts right now, so it's really not appropriate for you to think about these things. Let's consider it when you reach the innate realm. Listen to advice and you'll have a full meal." Shen Xu nodded, relegating the option of becoming a bounty hunter to the backup list for the time being. Before noon, the group returned to the valley. Although this trip was essentially just taking Shen Xu on a vacation, the fact that he returned safely and unharmed is something to celebrate. Moreover, there was an unexpected bonus. The hundreds of fine horses they stole from the bandits were an absolute treasure for Songjia village. "I reckon you should be back soon. The food is ready and still warm. Go back and wash up, then come and eat." Song Xiqing stood at the village entrance and waited for Shen Xu and his group. After helping Shen Xu down from the horse, he spoke softly. This invitation was obviously only for Shen Xu, so Yu Wujiu chuckled and had the other blood guards take the horses to the horse farm first. He then handed over the box containing gold and the bag containing the bracelet to Shen Xu before reporting back to Song Xiqing and leisurely returning home. 70 kilograms of gold was indeed quite heavy. With only Song Xiqing beside him, Shen Xu didn't need to hide anything, so he simply threw the box into the subspace. Seeing the box suddenly disappear, Song Xiqing was somewhat curious, but she didn't ask any further questions. As she pulled Shen Xu toward the courtyard, she said, "Old Mo went back to the village last night. I told Old Mo about your matter, hiding the parts that we need to keep secret." Master Mo meant that it is easy to prepare the prescription for the medicinal bath, but it requires someone to have met you, taken your pulse, and have a detailed understanding of your body before the prescription can be prepared. This is to ensure the effectiveness. Master Yen is also at home, talking with old Master Mo. Our wedding date is set for tomorrow at noon. All 5 elders will attend as senior members, and the whole village will hold a banquet together, with every household cooking. Our village doesn't have many customs, so we can just have our wedding ceremony directly, and the whole village can join in the fun, like it's a festival. Suji, do you have any ideas or anything we should be aware of on your end? Shen Xu waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, we'll do it all according to your customs. I just feel that the betrothal gifts are too meager, and a bit embarrassing to present. 1,000-mile eye, a keen ear, and a celestial book, if this is considered shabby, then I truly don't know what dignity is. Xiqing is but an ordinary woman, yet she receives such kindness from Brother Su. I am deeply grateful and have no way to repay him but to offer myself in marriage. Song Xiqing said with utmost seriousness. Chapter 86 Happiness is being able to eat 3 meals a day. Chapter 86 Happiness is being able to eat 3 meals a day. The hardest thing to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman. Song Xiqing's heartfelt gratitude made Shen Xu feel somewhat ashamed, because his actual efforts were far less exaggerated than Song Xiqing had imagined. So, when faced with Song Xiqing's clean and clear gaze, Shen Xu felt quite at a loss. He could only cough dryly and try to ease the awkwardness with a joke. Ahem, Xiqing, your willingness to give yourself to me is the greatest recognition you can give me. It means that in your eyes I'm not ugly. Song Xiqing didn't understand, tilted her head cutely, and asked in confusion. Although I really don't think you're ugly, Brother Su, what does that have to do with offering yourself to someone? Shen Xu chuckled and said, If I were very ugly, you would probably say you'd repay me by being my slave in the next life. Only if I'm not ugly will you say you'd repay me by marrying me in this life. Song Xiqing was stunned for a moment, but then she realized what was going on. Her face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but lower her head and say, No matter what Brother Su looks like, I am willing to give myself to him. Seeing Song Xiqing's shy appearance, Shen Xu stopped teasing her. Instead, he smiled and took Song Xiqing's little hand, swaying as they walked towards the courtyard. On the way, they encountered some children from the village, who excitedly greeted Shen Xu. Her affection for Shen Xu was practically overflowing. After all, Shen Xu made sure they were truly full, and the food he provided was all high-quality grain that they had never eaten before. Therefore, the children had immense respect and admiration for Shen Xu, feeling as if it were all a dream. Shen Xu responded to each child with a smile, and even took out chocolate beans, distributing one to each child according to their head count. Although they didn't know what the small, dark sphere was, the children certainly wouldn't doubt it since it was given to them by Shen Xu. One after another, they stuffed them into their mouths, and then chewed and savored them carefully. The next moment, the children erupted in cheers. They had never eaten anything so delicious. "All right, it's the middle of the day, everyone hurry back and eat. What I just gave you is called chocolate. From now on, I'll distribute it based on your performance. Whoever behaves well will get chocolate as a reward, understand?" Shen Xu spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, the children looked at each other in bewilderment. The oldest child mustered up his courage and said, "Uncle, we only eat 2 meals a day, so we don't need to go home for lunch." "Only 2 meals?" Shen Xu looked at Song Xiqing in astonishment. Song Xiqing quickly explained, "Food is scarce in the village, so we usually only eat 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another before sunset. The reason I prepared lunch today is because I thought you would be quite hungry after coming back from the county town, so I made something on short notice." Shen Xu's eyes widened. "How can that be? These children are still growing. How can 2 meals a day be enough? As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. They'll get hungry anytime, anywhere. If we don't give them more to eat, how will they grow up? Therefore, regardless of the village's previous customs, starting today, every household must switch to eating 3 meals a day. If there's a food shortage, I'll take care of it. But it's unacceptable to let children go hungry in the name of saving food. There's no reason for that." Upon hearing Shen Xu's statement, the children around him all showed expressions of longing on their faces. Because Shen Xu was right, eating only 2 meals a day meant that they were actually hungry for most of the day. However, there was no other way. The food supply was limited, and it was already a good thing if we could at least avoid starvation. Wanting to be able to eat your fill regularly is a pipe dream. At least before Shen Xu appeared, this was the situation in Songjia village. A hesitant expression appeared on Song Xiqing's face. He hesitated and said, "Brother Su, if we change to 3 meals a day, and we have to eat our fill, we might not even be able to sustain our harvest for half a year, instead of just a year." Shen Xu waved his hand and said, "I said I'll take care of the food shortage. I'll make up for whatever we're short. Eating 3 meals a day is imperative. This is a major issue concerning the development of our Songjia village, and we can't take it lightly." Song Xiqing thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, since you insist, let's arrange it this way. We'll try our best to get food ourselves, and if we really don't have enough, we'll ask you for help." Upon hearing Song Xiqing's agreement, the surrounding children cheered in unison. This kind of uplifting mood is easily contagious, so a relieved smile appeared on Song Xiqing's face as well. However, Song Xiqing knew very well who had brought about these positive changes in Songjia village, so she took the initiative to squeeze Shen Xu's hand back a little harder. This subtle display of affection clearly made Shen Xu very happy. The two returned to the courtyard house side by side. As soon as Shen Xu entered the courtyard, he smelled the aroma of food. A round table was set up in the courtyard, and 2 elderly men were sitting at the table chatting. Shen Xu recognized one of them. It was Master Yan. However, the other person looked completely unfamiliar. He must be the one who couldn't defeat Yama and manhwaedit. Song Si stood behind the 2 elderly men, behaving with great respect. As Shen Xu and Song Xiqing walked in, the 2 old men stood up at the same time. Master Yan smiled and gestured towards Shen Xu, saying, "This is young Master Shen Xu, the future son-in-law of our Song family village. It's rare that he and the eldest young lady are mutually in love, and he's also very capable. Our Song family village is truly blessed by the old prince. Come, young Master Shen, let me introduce you. This is manhwaedit, the oldest and most senior person in our Song family village. He truly served under the old prince, and his medical skills are divine. he can bring the dead back to life and heal wounds. You can address him as Elder Mo, just like Mississippi. Shen Xu immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Mo. Manhwaedit stroked his beard and smiled, nodding and saying, Not bad, a handsome man. I already know most of your affairs. Xiao Xiqing has explained to me what I can and cannot ask, so don't be nervous. Songjia village needs outsiders like you, because only outsiders can bring about change. You understand very well what Songjia village is persisting in, but unfortunately, we cannot succeed on our own. Ordinary blood guardians don't understand this principle, but we 5 guardians certainly do. Your appearance is timely. We hope you can wholeheartedly help Xiao Xiqing. That way, we will be your strongest support. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu bowed again and said, Don't worry, Elder Mo, I know what to do. Chapter 87 Did you rob a bank? Chapter 87 Did you rosevel a bank? Alright, sit down and start eating, or the food will get cold. Young Master Shen, Miss has already told you, right? You're getting married tomorrow, and everyone from Songjia village will be there. If you have any thoughts, just tell me now. If it's within our power, Songjia village will definitely do it. Master Yan greeted them as he spoke. Shen Xu sat down at the round table with Song Xiqing and Song Si. Hearing this, she said demurely, I'm fine with anything, and I have no other ideas. I'll follow your instructions. Master Yan smiled and nodded, saying, All right, after tomorrow, we'll be one family. I hope that with everyone's joint efforts, Songjia village will get better and better. Son-in-law, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything you need our help with in the future. Similarly, if we need any assistance from you, we certainly won't hesitate to ask. Song Xiqing frowned slightly and said, Master Yan, whatever you want to ask Brother Su for help with, you must get my permission first. We agreed that we would not make things difficult for Brother Su under any circumstances. Shen Xu quickly said, It's all right, we're family, no need for formalities. We can communicate directly about anything. Manhwaedit stroked his beard and said, The new son-in-law is an honest man. Come, stretch out your hand, let me take your pulse. Xiao Xiqing said that you just entered the first rank of martial arts and want to improve your level as quickly as possible by soaking in a medicinal bath, right? If you wanted to provide the medicinal herbs needed for a medicinal bath for everyone in the entire village, you couldn't do it even if you dug up the entire 9 profound mountains. But if you're just preparing one for yourself, it's more than enough. Shen Xu obediently handed over his right hand. Manhwaedit placed only one finger on Shen Xu's pulse. But as the finger made contact with the skin of his wrist, Shen Xu clearly felt a peculiar aura enter his body. Its aura was very gentle, without the slightest hint of aggression. In just a few breaths, the energy had circulated throughout his body. Manhwaedit withdrew his fingers from taking his pulse and said with a smile, Your internal energy is complete and flows smoothly, with no hidden ailments. The only drawback is that your foundation is relatively weak. You are indeed very suitable for improving your realm through medicinal baths during your cultivation of acquired martial arts. You're lucky. I gathered quite a few precious medicinal herbs on my recent trip into the mountains. I've also collected all the herbs needed for your medicinal bath, so you don't need to wait. It will be ready this afternoon. I'll give it to you as a wedding gift after your wedding tomorrow. No sooner had he finished speaking than Master Yan clapped his hands and exclaimed with relief. Oh! I knew it! I felt like I'd forgotten something, but I just couldn't remember. It was only after you mentioned it, Master Mo, that I realized I hadn't prepared a wedding gift for my new son-in-law. Oh? No need. We don't have that kind of wedding gift here. Marrying Xiqing is already a blessing from heaven. What more could you want? Shen Xu immediately waved his hand. However, Master Yan shook his head with a serious expression and said, That won't do. The young lady's parents died early, and we, the 5 elders, are her elders. How can the elders not offer any congratulations on the young lady's wedding? Furthermore, the betrothal gifts you brought, son-in-law, are truly priceless. Although our Songjia village cannot offer anything of equal value, we can at least express our gratitude. In short, that's settled. Old Master Mo has already given his gift. I'll go discuss with Blind Feng, Yinglong, and Xiaoqing later to see what kind of congratulatory gift we should give. Master Yan was adamant, and Song Xiqing chimed in. Shen Xu had no say in the matter, and could only acquiesce in the end. The meal took almost half an hour to finish. Song Xiqing's cooking skills were unexpectedly good, and Shen Xu ate until his belly was round and full. After dinner, Song Si began clearing the table, while Master Yan and Manhwaedit hurriedly left to make final preparations for the wedding the next day. Shen Xu greeted Song Xiqing and then returned to the hotel on his own. Fortunately, before heading to the other world, I had reserved an extra day for the trip. Otherwise, if the hotel couldn't find him, it might have caused some trouble. I took a good shower first to relieve the fatigue from last night's insomnia, and then went down to the front desk on the first floor to check out. Looking at the time, Shen Xu realized it was just before 2 p.m. After thinking for a moment, he turned and walked towards the gold shop where he had sold gold before. 70 kilograms of gold, not a lot, but not a little either. A watch worth nearly 30 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for truly wealthy people, it may not even be worth as much as a watch they wear. Therefore, in Shen Xu's view, a weight of gold like this was not yet at the point where it had to be handled secretly. They soon arrived at the entrance of the gold shop. Shen Xu took out the box containing the gold from his subspace, composed himself, and pushed open the door to enter. The same middle-aged man was still sitting at the gold buyback window. Shen Xu didn't say much, he just placed the box in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked up and saw that he was clearly impressed by Shen Xu. So he smiled and got up from his chair, saying, "Young man, you're here again? Don't tell me you have any new gold ingots to sell, or I'll really start to wonder where your gold ingots come from." Shen Xu remained silent, reached out and tapped the box, then opened the lid. The middle-aged man gasped in shock. A look of shock instinctively appeared on his face, but his eyes became vacant. "These are all the same gold ingots as last time?" the middle-aged man asked intermittently, while reaching out to touch the gold inside the box. "If there are no surprises, then yes, that's all." Shen Xu nodded. "How many are there in total?" 70 kilograms. "Young man, did you rob a bank?" "I never do anything illegal. But this is just too much gold. If it were just one gold ingot like last time, I would have accepted it. But 70 kilograms? I need receipts. Any receipt that can prove the gold is legal will do." Shen Xu thought for a moment and said, "Without receipts, the only thing I can guarantee is that there won't be any problems with this gold. Of course, I also know that you suddenly asked me to provide receipts mainly to lower the price. It's okay. With such a large quantity of gold being sold, it's normal for prices to be driven down. As long as it's not too excessive, and you can buy it all, I can accept it because I'm someone who hates trouble. So let's be open and honest, skipping all the unnecessary formalities. Give me a price. If I think it's acceptable, I'll sell it to you. If not, we can still maintain good relations and I'll check with other gold shops." Chapter 88 Successful Transaction. Chapter 88 The transaction went smoothly, but the middle-aged man began to hesitate. Shen Xu was right. The real reason he suddenly demanded receipts so seriously was that he wanted to lower the price. There are many shady dealings involved in the sale and repurchase of gold. In particular, the sale and repurchase of large quantities of gold, even if it only involves a 1% increase in profit, is quite astonishing. Therefore, even though Shen Xu exposed his true thoughts on the spot, the middle-aged man did not feel embarrassed at all. Making money isn't something to be ashamed of. "All right, since you're a straightforward young man, I won't beat around the bush. A full 70 kilograms of physical gold is too much for my shop to handle alone. If I want to buy it all, I'll have to find other buyers to go with me. Furthermore, young man, you can't provide sufficient proof of the gold's safety, which means that even if I find other buyers, they won't offer the market price. And as the contact person, I bear the risk in this situation." The middle-aged man said he would be straightforward, but he was actually trying to show how difficult things were for him, while using this as an opportunity to put pressure on Shen Xu. Only after Shen Xu's eyes revealed obvious impatience did the middle-aged man's expression harden, and he said, "Young man, 350 per gram. If you agree to this price, I'll take all 70 kilograms of gold. I'll raise the money immediately and guarantee to transfer it to you within 2 hours. How about it? Shen Xu didn't say anything, but without hesitation closed the box lid again, and then picked up the box to leave. Are you kidding me? 350 yuan per gram? It used to be 420 yuan per gram. Although the quantity was too large this time, and he really couldn't produce the corresponding proof, just because of this, he had to lose 70 yuan per gram. That's just wishful thinking. 70 kilograms, 70,000 grams, that's like casually wiping out 5 million of his money? In addition, the selling price of gold will be much higher than the purchase price. Doesn't that mean that this middle-aged man is planning to make a net profit of nearly 10 million just by acting as a middleman? They're treating him like a fool. Seeing that Shen Xu wouldn't even haggle over the price, and was about to leave with his suitcase, the middle-aged man became anxious. He hurriedly called out to Shen Xu, then ran out from behind the gold buyback window. Young man! If you're not satisfied with the price, we can talk about it again. How can you just leave like that? We've known each other for a long time, and we have a basic level of trust in each other, right? Here's what I'll do. I'll add 5 yuan per gram, making it 355 yuan. That's a really fair price. The middle-aged man grabbed Shen Xu's arm and said earnestly. Shen Xu narrowed his eyes and said, 401 gram. What? 400? Impossible. First, there's too much gold, and second, there's no proof. If it's 400 per gram, the risk I'll be taking is too great. 360, that's the most I can go. The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously. But Shen Xu said without yielding an inch, 400. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Young man, that's not how you negotiate. I'm willing to offer you a discount and raise the purchase price, so to show my sincerity, you should also make some concessions and lower your selling price. Otherwise, how can we reach a deal? You agree, right? The highest is 365. Shen Xu, seemingly oblivious, insisted. 400. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he released his grip on Shen Xu's arm. He said gruffly, Since you're not serious about selling, then so be it. I don't believe any other shop can offer this price. Without any hesitation, Shen Xu strode straight to the shop entrance. Gold is never hard to sell, so Shen Xu wasn't worried at all. If the shop was willing to buy it, he would buy it. If not, he would just leave the gold there. Anyway, I don't need the money right now, so it doesn't matter if the gold can't be converted into cash immediately. Seeing that Shen Xu was about to leave, the middle-aged man clutched his chest, full of frustration, and shouted again. All right. You win. 400 it is. Come back. I'll raise the money right away. Shen Xu stopped, glanced at the middle-aged man, and without saying anything, placed the box containing the gold back in front of the buyback window. The middle-aged man seemed to be in a bad mood. He started making phone calls to raise money while carefully counting the gold in the box. At a purchase price of 400 yuan per gram, there's definitely still a profit to be made. However, compared to the risks involved, the potential profits make middle-aged people feel very conflicted. Shen Xu knew, of course, that there was no risk involved in selling this gold, but others did not. Therefore, he was quite satisfied that he could sell the gold all at once for 400 yuan per gram. That's good. Luckily, you pulled me through that difficult period and made me sell this gold willingly. If you had agreed to the price of 400 without hesitation, I would have really been in a bind. Shen Xu said with a smile. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. After figuring out the logic behind it, he glared at Shen Xu with a very annoyed look. At the same time, he asked casually, What do you do for a living, young man? I'm really curious to know how you can get so much gold in one go. Shen Xu thought for a moment, then said mysteriously, I work abroad, and I earn my living by risking my life. There are people from all sorts of countries there, and settling payments with paper money would be very troublesome. On the contrary, everyone accepts gold as the medium of exchange. So you can rest assured, brother, there really is no problem with this gold. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. he instinctively lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "Young man, are you a mercenary?" Shen Xu didn't answer, but simply put a finger to his lips and gently shushed him. The middle-aged man immediately stopped asking questions and began to examine the gold with utmost concentration. It took more than an hour for the middle-aged man to count all the gold ingots without missing a single one. After confirming that there were no problems with the quality of the gold, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and began making frequent phone calls to urge payment so that the transaction could be completed as soon as possible. Of course, given that this was a deal worth tens of millions, the middle-aged man also drafted a gold trading contract in order to minimize the risks. The terms and conditions were not complicated. After Shen Xu glanced through them and confirmed that it was just a regular sales agreement, he signed his name directly. Although the origin of his gold is impossible to ascertain, it's only worth a few tens of millions, so no one would be so bored as to bother to investigate its origin. With the middle-aged man's efforts, sure enough, in less than 2 hours, Shen Xu's account had an additional 28 million yuan. Chapter 89 Picked Up a Pig. Chapter 89 Picking up a pig. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Xu calmly and composedly left the jewelry store. After walking along the sidewalk for more than 100 meters, turning a corner, and until the jewelry store was completely out of sight, Shen Xu clenched his fist and cheered with immense excitement. Millionaires have already been made, so how far away are billionaires? That's what an international superstar looks like. It's a pity I don't know how to do a fadeaway jumper. Shen Xu muttered to himself, then took out his phone and went online to look for a reliable agency. He plans to first register a trading company, with international trade as its main business. Because many things brought back from other worlds, such as the high-value organs of wild animals, would be completely illegal if traded through domestic trade channels. However, if international trade is used as a cover, although it is still an illegal transaction in essence, perhaps some compromise gray area can be found? Shen Xu was unaware of this. He planned to register the company first, and then consider the specifics of what to do next. It's mainly those things like tiger bones and bear gallbladders that seem to be incredibly abundant in this other world. It would be such a waste not to bring any of it into our own world. The people of Songjia village also have a hunting tradition, relying on the mountains for their livelihood, and often go into the mountains to hunt wild game. Those things aren't worth much in this other world, and if the people of Songjia village were to take them to the market, they wouldn't get a good price. Therefore, it's best to transport them over for processing if possible. The process of registering a company is quite complicated. It is obviously much simpler to find an agency to handle all the necessary procedures than to try to do it yourself. It saves time and effort, and apart from costing a little more money, it has no other drawbacks. It was done quickly. After checking the time, Shen Xu simply called his younger sister, Xinye. He told Xinye that she didn't need to cook tonight, saying that he had received a generous bonus from his business trip, so they would just eat out tonight as a celebration. Xinye was still at work and didn't ask any further questions. Although she was a little worried about the money, she didn't object because she thought about how much her brother was earning now. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xu sent Zhang Min another message. He learned that Zhang Min didn't have to work overtime tonight, and could even leave early, so he invited Zhang Min to join him for a better meal. Instead of choosing a particularly expensive place, Shen Xu found a barbecue restaurant with good reviews and close to home on a review app. After sending the restaurant's name to Xinye and Zhang Min respectively, Shen Xu strolled leisurely towards the location of the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't yet rush hour, and the traffic was relatively smooth. Shen Xu observed the flow of traffic as he walked slowly forward. As more and more acupoints could be opened after condensing internal energy, Shen Xu found that his insight was being significantly enhanced. For example, the cars flowing endlessly on the road next to him, although each car is almost a fleeting glimpse, he can still remember the characteristics of each car with unparalleled clarity based on these extremely short moments of passing by. Logos, colors, models, license plates, and so on. As Shen Xu was about to reach the barbecue restaurant, he suddenly noticed a truck carrying pigs driving past him. The semi-trailer was crammed with pigs, with most of one of them squeezed outside the rear of the trailer. Is this some kind of prison break attempt? Shen Xu stared in astonishment as the second senior brother struggled to push his way out, just as the semi-trailer truck drove over a speed bump. Without slowing down much, the semi-trailer lurched noticeably, throwing the pig off and causing it to land right in front of Shen Xu. Shen Xu was stunned. He instinctively grabbed the second senior brother and opened his mouth to try to stop the pig transport truck. However, the truck transporting pigs didn't even slow down when going over speed bumps, and since they hadn't discovered that Pigsy had successfully escaped, they naturally drove even faster. Watching the pig-carrying truck drive further and further away, Shen Xu was stunned for a long time. He could only find a rope around him, tie one end to his second senior brother, and hold the other end in his hand. He planned to call the police and hand his second senior brother over to them. Anyway, he had memorized the license plate number of the truck transporting the pigs. With the license plate number, he could find the truck, and his second brother would eventually be able to return the pigs to their rightful owner. "Brother, what are you doing?" Shen Xu had just taken out his phone and hadn't even dialed the number when Xinya's voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he found Xinya and Zhang Min standing side by side, looking at him with slightly frightened eyes. Shen Xu blinked and said, "If I said I picked up a pig on the road, would you believe me?" Xinya and Zhang Min both shook their heads. Shen Xu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache, and said helplessly, "Never mind, that's not important. Why did you all come together?" "Mingjia left work early today and picked me up from the fast food restaurant where I work, so we came together." "What's with this pig? Don't tell me you're planning to bring a pig to eat barbecue. Most people bring their own drinks at most, but you're bringing your own pork? We'll get kicked out by the boss, won't we?" Xinya couldn't help but complain. Shen Xu rolled his eyes and said, "I said I found this pig, so of course I should call the police and let them handle it. The police will find the owner. Anyway, it's not lunchtime yet, we can just wait a while." With that, Shen Xu dialed the police. The call was quickly connected, and a policewoman's voice came through the receiver. "Hello, this is the Wanghai City Police Service Center. Please speak." Hello, I'm at the intersection of Shuishi Road and Channeling Road, in front of a Pang barbecue. I found a pig on the road and need to hand it over to you to take care of," Shen Xu said honestly. "What did you say you picked up?" The tone on the other end of the line became questioning. Shen Xu repeated helplessly, "I picked up a pig. Making a false police report or harassing the dispatcher are illegal acts. Please watch your words and actions." The tone on the other end of the line began to turn hostile. Shen Xu immediately panicked and said speechlessly, "Who flirted with you? I really picked up a pig." Silence fell on the other end of the microphone. Even the summer insects fell silent for him. Silence was the mark of the second senior brother at this moment. Shen Xu instinctively glanced at his phone screen, confirming that he was still on a call, and could only helplessly raise his voice. "Hello? Hello? Are you still listening? Or is the signal bad? Should I call again? Please stay where you are and wait. I will notify the police to dispatch officers, who will arrive at your location as soon as possible." Shen Xu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the busy tone coming from the microphone. Just as he was about to make a joke at Xinya and Zhang Min, an unfriendly voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Ha! Looks like I'm in luck today. To run into you on the street like this? Kid! You're out of luck. I'm just bursting with pent-up frustration." Chapter 90: The Second Senior Brother's Attack. Chapter 90: The Second Senior Brother's Attack. Shen Xu turned around at the sound and immediately saw 5 men surrounding him with unfriendly expressions. He recognized one of them. It was the sleazy man he had encountered on the subway on his way to pick up Xinya from the airport. At the time, the perverted man took advantage of the crowded subway to repeatedly molest the young woman. And after the girl discovered what he had done, he got into an argument with her and slapped her. Although Shen Xu doesn't have a strong sense of justice, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by in the face of such a situation. So he helped the young woman hold on to the lewd man until the police arrived. If I remember correctly, the sleazy man also threatened him, saying that he remembered his face and that he'd better not run into him again. Shen Xu hadn't taken that verbal threat to heart at all. After all, Wanghai City has a resident population of over 20 million, and if the floating population is included, the total number can easily exceed 30 million. If he could encounter such situations so easily, then in Shen Xu's opinion, his luck was so good that he should buy a lottery ticket. Therefore, seeing the sleazy man and 4 other men surrounding him with hostile expressions, Shen Xu's first reaction was to look around, wanting to see if there was a lottery station nearby. "Stop looking! No one can save you! Because of your meddling, I was detained for 3 whole days. But I never expected to be so lucky. I just got out of the detention center and wanted to have some barbecue to get rid of bad luck, and I actually ran into you on the street." The lewd-looking man approached Shen Xu with a dangerous glint in his eye and continued menacingly. "I'm going to fuck you to death today. No one can stop me. You fucking dared to meddle in other people's business. Today I'll teach you a lesson. I'll show you what happens when you meddle." To be honest, this sleazy guy actually had a certain air of authority when he started making threats. Judging from his appearance, he must be a local thug who spends most of his time on the streets. Fighting, brawling, and ending up in jail are probably commonplace for this kind of person. However, before the lewd man could finish speaking, another person next to him tugged at his arm and pointed at the second senior brother that Shen Xu was holding. He said, "Third brother, why is this guy walking a pig? I've seen people walk dogs, cats, and birds, but walking a pig is a first for me. What does this kid do? Maybe he has some kind of background. Pa! Someone with connections can ride the subway? So what if he's walking a pig? Maybe he just likes this kind of thing when he keeps a pet." As the lewd man spoke, he spat on the ground. Shen Xu explained weakly, "I picked up this pig on the road." "Found it? Picked up a pig on the street? You think I'm stupid? You can't just pick this up like that. Since it's your pet, then beat it up too. Why did you have to raise a pig? I'll beat you into a pig today." After cursing, the lewd man kicked the second senior brother. Who would have thought that this second senior brother, as expected of a ruthless character who successfully escaped from prison, truly had quite a temper. After being kicked hard by the lewd man, the second senior brother grunted and suddenly rammed into the lewd man. The outburst was so sudden that Shen Xu didn't even have time to react. He didn't hold the rope tightly enough, and his second senior brother broke free of his restraints in an instant. A nearly 200-pound fat pig, when it suddenly goes berserk, is something most people couldn't handle. Due to his height, the fat pig bumped headfirst into the lower half of the lewd man. A blood-curdling scream rang out immediately. The lewd man's face visibly turned a purplish red, and he clutched his lower body with both hands, kneeling down in front of Shen Xu with a thud. After finishing off the perverted man with a headbutt, the second senior brother huffed and puffed as he rammed into the others. The 4 men who were with the lewd man were immediately thrown into chaos by the second senior brother. They were indeed thugs and hooligans, and their fighting experience was certainly quite extensive, but all that experience was against humans. To treat a pig as an opponent was truly a first for them. Shen Xu was also dumbfounded. "I never expected my second senior brother to be so fierce." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Shen Xu hurriedly went to catch the pig to prevent his second senior brother from causing any serious trouble. Among the people who were knocked over, one person was hit the lightest. Just as he was struggling to get up from the ground, he saw Shen Xu rushing towards him. The man was immediately terrified and quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Dude, stop hitting me! I was wrong. Your pet is too fierce. We admit defeat, okay?" Shen Xu was too lazy to explain any further that the pig wasn't his, but something he found on the road. Ignoring the man, she rushed past him and managed to catch him in her arms just before he was about to attack the innocent passerby. This big fat pig is quite strong. If it's a village slaughtering a pig for the new year, it would take at least several people to hold down such a large, fat pig before it can be slaughtered. Even though Shen Xu now possessed the first-level martial arts realm, he still used all his strength to finally subdue his second senior brother, who had fallen into a rage. Xinye and Zhang Min, who were standing to the side, were completely dumbfounded. The situation changed so quickly that the 2 women had no idea how to react. The two women were originally prepared to use their gender advantage to ask passers-by for help in order to prevent Shen Xu from being ganged up on. But to everyone's surprise, in the blink of an eye, the second senior brother suddenly unleashed his power, knocking down all the people surrounding Shen Xu. What is this? A secret weapon? Fortunately, just then, 2 police officers finally arrived at the scene. But the situation before them was somewhat perplexing even to the 2 police officers. We can only find out the situation from the bystanders first before making a judgment. After getting the details and figuring out what had just happened, the 2 police officers looked at each other in bewilderment. Having been police officers for over a decade, this was the first time they'd ever seen a fight using pigs. At this moment, the 4 men who were with the lewd man finally got up from the ground. Only the lewd man remained, clutching his groin tightly with both hands, curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the police arrive to investigate, the 4 men almost burst into tears, all accusing Shen Xu of lacking martial ethics and letting pigs roam around them. Officer, it's really not my fault. This isn't my pig, I found it on the street. I called the police to give the pig back to you so you can return it to its owner. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. The cameras on this section of the road are working, right? As long as there are cameras, the situation is clear at a glance. Shen Xu held the rope tightly, leading the fat pig to the police, and said with a similarly aggrieved expression. Chapter 91. Oh yes, yes, yes. Chapter 91. Oh yes, yes, yes. Young man, I've been a policeman for over 10 years, what kind of scene haven't I seen? But this is truly the first time I've seen anything like it. Your move is too underhanded, leading a pig to fight them? Even if they win against this thing, it's not honorable, let alone losing. The older of the 2 police officers, a middle-aged man, looked at Shen Xu with a wry smile, while asking the younger officer to check the surveillance footage. Shen Xu sighed heavily, giving up on the idea of continuing to explain. After a while, the surveillance footage was retrieved and played back at double speed. It was confirmed that what Shen Xu had said was exactly as he had described. This pig really was someone they'd picked up on the street. Meanwhile, the conflict that just happened was clearly initiated by the other group, but they didn't expect to provoke the second senior brother. Finally, seeing that Shen Xu had single-handedly brought the irritable second senior brother under control, the middle-aged policeman couldn't help but marvel, saying, "Young man, you're really strong. Not bad. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, this pig might have caused a lot of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the young policeman suddenly handed over his phone and said, "Brother Chen, someone reported that their pig is missing. I asked for the license plate number of the person who reported the incident, and it's the semi-trailer truck that lost the pig in the surveillance footage we just retrieved." The middle-aged policeman burst out laughing upon hearing this. After taking the phone and confirming with the person who reported the incident, he smiled and said, "Your pig has been found. A young man dragged it into a fight. Go directly to the police station. We need to take some people back for investigation. We'll return the pig to you at the police station." Upon hearing this, Shen Xu instinctively covered his face with his hands. He lay completely flat and gave up, listlessly saying, Right. Because the lewd man was hit quite hard by the second senior brother, and his vital parts were severely impacted, he was in a daze for a long time, so he still had to go to the police station to make a statement. After all that fuss, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant was quite popular. When the second brother, a nickname for a male prodigy, displayed his prowess, the restaurant staff also came out to watch the excitement, so they had a deep impression of Shen Xu. As soon as Shen Xu led the 2 women into the store, a staff member immediately came forward to greet them with great enthusiasm and led the 3 of them to an empty table by the window. Since everyone orders by scanning a QR code, the staff naturally don't wait at the table after they've finished serving the customers. Instead, they gather together again, whispering to each other and discussing something. "Order whatever you like. We got a pretty good bonus this time, consider it a celebration. Would you like soft drinks or alcohol?" As Shen Xu spoke, he scanned the QR code with his phone and then swiftly ordered food on the screen. There aren't actually any expensive items in the barbecue restaurant, but because of the high costs of rent and staff, the prices of individual barbecue items in this kind of barbecue restaurant located in the bustling downtown area of Wanghai are naturally not cheap. So, after Shen Xu had only been ordering for a short while, the total cost of the dishes easily surpassed 4 figures. Jiang Min also scanned the QR code and was startled when she noticed the change in the total amount of food expenses at the bottom of the screen. He quickly said, All right. There are only 3 of us, how can we eat so much? Let's order a few beers. Eating barbecue without drinking beer just feels like it's missing its soul. Shen Xu actually felt that he hadn't ordered enough, but in order not to seem too extravagant, he complied and stopped ordering. Anyway, he can just secretly order more food while eating barbecue. Once he starts drinking, no one will notice how much he has ordered. Moreover, barbecue doesn't taste good once it gets cold, so eating it as you go is much better than reheating it. The barbecue we ordered was served quickly, and the beer was opened one by one and poured into glasses, filling at least a third of the glass with foam. Jiang Min raised her glass first, smiling as she said, This first toast is to congratulate you on receiving such a large bonus. Although I still don't know exactly what you do for a living these days, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you make money it's a good job, nothing else matters. Shen Xu and Xinye raised their glasses together and nodded, saying, That makes sense. Work is for making money. No matter what kind of company it is, as long as it pays well, it's a good company. As for companies that spend all their time talking about ideals, pursuits, and self-worth, those are the real traps. People are out there working to earn money, and you insist on talking to them about ideals. Their ideal is simply not having to work. Some companies these days just talk about a wolf culture all day long. A good company implementing a wolf culture would make the boss suffer losses. But in their hands, forget about losing money, they wouldn't even feed them a bite of dog food. Jiang Min nodded in complete agreement, saying, That's exactly how our company is. It's just a tiny software company, yet we're always thinking about corporate culture. All the boss does is give us pep talks, telling us to work hard for a living. While we're working hard, the boss is living a comfortable life. We've been running around for years, and the boss is counting his money. We're toiling away every day, working 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, while the boss posts on social media that he didn't have enough drinking tonight. It's outrageous. I really need to find a new job. While speaking, Jiang Min continued to pour herself wine and down 3 glasses with Shen Xu in a row, seemingly feeling quite depressed due to her current work situation. It's pretty easy to find a programmer job in Wanghai, right? There are all kinds of tech companies everywhere, so changing jobs shouldn't be difficult. Shen Xu said somewhat uncertainly. Jiang Min sighed. It's alright, but the current economic climate is bad, and salaries are generally quite low. I'm also quite pretty, so I'm easily targeted when applying for jobs. If my boss or supervisor is a womanizer, then I won't have an easy time at work. Unlike you boys, it's very difficult for a relatively pretty girl like me to succeed purely through her work skills. The interpersonal relationships she needs to manage are also far more complicated than for others. In short, it's quite frustrating. Xinye immediately nodded and said, Sister Min, you're more than just pretty. You're naturally beautiful even without dressing up. If you dressed up a little, wouldn't you be able to seduce all the men? Really? I haven't seen your brother smitten with me. Since we started living together, he hasn't even given me a second glance. Jiang Min said with a smile. Ahem, that's to avoid being mistaken for a pervert by you. You should not look at what is improper. You still need to be careful. Shen Xu coughed lightly, then suddenly thought of something. While covering himself with his clothes, he took out 2 bracelets from his subspace and handed one to each of Jiang Min and Xinye. Chapter 92 Good Things Never Worry About Selling. Chapter 92 Good Things Never Have Trouble Selling. My boss gave them to me when I was on a business trip. I don't carry these with me, so you guys can keep them and play with them. 1 string each is just right. Shen Xu said casually. These are 2 amber bracelets, which should be considered to be of medium to high quality among the bracelets he bought from the other world. However, Shen Xu himself only had a superficial understanding of these things, so he could only make a rough judgment about the value of the bracelet at most. I suddenly saw those bracelets at a market in another world, and I bought them all because I was so excited. Originally, I was planning to take the bracelet back and resell it. However, after selling 70 kilograms of gold, which brought him a net profit of 28 million, his interest in reselling the bracelets diminished considerably. So why do many people who make a fortune through stock speculation or real estate speculation look down on working a regular job? Because they had made money so quickly before, they had no interest in earning a fixed income in a step-by-step manner. Is this amber? It must be very expensive? Jiang Min picked up the bracelet and asked somewhat uncertainly. The price of amber fluctuates wildly, and counterfeit products are rampant, so not many people actually have a detailed understanding of its price. In some people's minds, this is a small gadget that can be bought for tens or hundreds of yuan. It's not expensive. If it were, why would my boss give it to me? Consider it a gift I brought back for you from this business trip. Shen Xu's tone was very casual. Jiang Min and Xinya clearly had no idea about the true price of amber, so they believed whatever Shen Xu said. Just as the two women were about to put on the bracelets, a gasp suddenly came from the table next to them. Oh my God! What am I seeing? This is the finest natural amber! A somewhat obese, bald man suddenly jumped over from the table next to him. With his eyes fixed on the amber bracelets in front of Jiang Min and Xinya, he swallowed hard in a slightly lewd manner, then asked excitedly. Excuse me, may I take a closer look at these two amber bracelets? Oh? Of course, please go ahead. Xinya was an easy person to talk to, and she did not refuse the bald man's request. Having received permission, the bald man carefully picked up the amber bracelet in front of Xinya. Then he stood next to the table and began to observe carefully. It has a great texture, feels warm, smooth and even to the touch, is not dry or sticky, has a rich wax content, and is slightly transparent overall. It is indeed fully waxed. The bald man muttered to himself, then pulled out his phone, turned on the built-in flashlight, and slowly shone it on the amber. No black spots, no impurities, no cracks. The texture is like clouds and smoke, lively and natural, like a painting. The color is rich and bright, and it's this size too, wow, the best of the best. This grade of amber is worth at least 800 per gram, and this string probably weighs around 200 grams. Friend, are you selling it? 160,000, I'll take it. The bald man looked intently at Shen Xu and asked, slightly nervously. He noticed that Shen Xu had taken out the two strings of amber, so since he wanted to buy them, he naturally had to ask the real owner. The reason for the tension is that owners of this grade of amber bracelet are mostly wealthy people, and naturally they would not choose to give up their favorite because of the price. The bald man was so fond of this thing that even though he knew the chances were slim, he still wanted to try asking about it. However, before Shen Xu could even express his opinion, Jiang Min couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. 16,000? This bracelet is actually that expensive? They're almost the same, beautiful lady. Your string of skewers is practically identical to this one. If you're willing to part with both, I'll offer you 320,000 yuan for both. I can transfer the money right now. The bald man made no secret of his fondness and desire for the two strings of amber. But Jiang Min was shocked when she received confirmation of the quote again. She quickly placed the bracelet back in front of Shen Xu, patted her chest with lingering fear, and said reproachfully, It's too valuable, I can't accept it. Xia is your sister, it's normal for you to give her things, but I'm just your roommate, what kind of nonsense is it for you to give me something so expensive? Shen Xu immediately gave a wry smile, glanced helplessly at the bald man, and said, Brother, you're really making it seem like you're my shill, but I'm really sorry, I don't plan to sell this bracelet. The bald man had anticipated this outcome, but a look of disappointment still crept onto his face. After calming himself down, the bald man took the initiative to add Shen Xu as a friend on social media, asked for Shen Xu's phone number, and then picked up a wine glass from his table and offered Shen Xu a toast. After finishing his drink, the bald man said in a rough voice, Young man, if you ever find a bracelet of similar quality again, contact me. I guarantee I'll give you a fair price. To be honest, I love collecting all kinds of bracelets, amber, agate, Agarwood, turquoise, basically, whatever kind, as long as it's this quality, I'll take it. This time, Shen Xu did not refuse and readily agreed. Although he had lost interest in reselling the bracelets, he would still be willing to accept earning some extra money without wasting much energy and time. Of course, it's definitely not possible in the next few days. He needs to understand the specific market conditions before making a decision. As the bald man sat back down, and after this unexpected interruption, Jiang Min's gaze towards Shen Xu began to change somewhat. Curious, I asked. Did your boss really give you these? These bracelets could sell for over 10,000 yuan, and he just gave you 2 of them? What kind of job do you do? Shen Xu coughed lightly and said mysteriously, It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that the details of the work need to be kept confidential, so I can't say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min obediently stopped asking questions. After drinking a few more glasses of wine with Shen Xu, she suddenly spoke up, emboldened by the alcohol. By the way, Xiao Su, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. What is it? Please tell me. Here's the thing, my mom is coming to see me in Wanghai next week, and she'll also try to get me to go on blind dates. But I really don't want to go on blind dates, so I lied to her and said I already have a boyfriend. We happen to be roommates. Could you do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend? My mom probably won't be staying for long, so just keeping her calm and on the safe side is fine. Jiang Min looked at Shen Xu with anticipation and said. Shen Xu thought about it for a moment and figured it was just a small favor, so he readily agreed. Chapter 93 Men and Women. Chapter 93 The men and women, dressed in red and green, ate a barbecue until about 10 p.m. Shen Xu's plan went smoothly. After drinking to a certain extent, either Xingye nor Jiang Min had any idea how much barbecue had been served in total. Both women were very outgoing, and in the end they even had a drinking contest. Although Shen Xu drank the most, his first-grade martial arts level had comprehensively strengthened his body, and his alcohol tolerance naturally exceeded that of ordinary people. So even after drinking more than a dozen bottles of beer, I was only slightly tipsy. Xingye and Jiang Min were clearly caught up in the moment. The 2 women held hands and even wanted to start singing right there in the barbecue restaurant. Shen Xu paid the bill in time and helped the 2 women leave the barbecue restaurant, preventing them from dying on the spot. The final cost of the food and drinks exceeded 2,000. The fact that Shen Xu could afford to spend this much at a barbecue restaurant shows just how good his appetite is. He helped the 2 women back to their rented house. Jiang Min didn't even wash up before going straight into the bedroom. Xingye was so dazed that she could barely stand, so Shen Xu could only help her into the bathroom and then quickly wash her face and brush her teeth. Taking a bath is out of the question. It's not that I can't handle it, but I'm just afraid that I might lose control and make another mistake I shouldn't have. He carried Xingye back to bed and saw that she was completely drunk because she had caught a chill after leaving the barbecue restaurant. Shen Xu was quite helpless and had to take matters into his own hands to change Xingye into her pajamas. The process was actually quite erotic, leaving Shen Xu rather thirsty. Fortunately, my body has a good tolerance for alcohol and my willpower hasn't dropped too much, otherwise I might not have been able to handle this situation. But no matter what, at least another day has passed. Lying on his futon on the floor, Shen Xu grew increasingly excited for tomorrow's joyous occasion. God knows what kind of torment he had to endure being in the same room with Xingye every day. Especially for a normal adult male, who is at the age where he is most prone to getting carried away. Faced with Xingye's ever-present attitude of being at her mercy, every day he returned from the other world was nothing short of a nightmare. Luckily, we're getting married soon. Once he gets married, he will be able to legally and legitimately receive enough comfort in the other world. Even though I still have some normal physical desires for Xingye, at least I don't have to endure it too much anymore. With this hopeful vision for the future, Shen Xu drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Shen Xu got up from his makeshift bed on the floor. Xingye was still fast asleep on the bed. The blanket that had been covering her had been kicked off, and even her pajamas had been pulled up, revealing a patch of white skin. If the curtains hadn't covered me up so well, Who knows if people in the building across the street would have seen me sleeping in such a restless position. After all, in these high-rise residential communities, there are quite a few people who secretly buy high-powered binoculars to criticize their neighbors' uncivilized behavior. After a quick wash, I ran downstairs and bought plenty of breakfast. After eliminating most of them, Shen Xu saw that Xingye was still sleeping, so he gave up the idea of waking her up and quietly left the rented room. As usual, they went to the hotel, checked into the bathroom, and headed to the other world. However, upon arriving at Song Xiqing's room, Shen Xu was surprised to find that the large room was covered with all sorts of red paper. The windows were covered with bright red double happiness characters, and the mattress and neatly folded quilt on the bed were also all bright red. Clearly, since he returned to his own world yesterday, preparations for his wedding have been underway in Songjia village. I pushed open the door and found the courtyard full of people. Song Xiqing, dressed in a bright green wedding gown, was directing the others in the courtyard to pack up their things. Song Si was holding the phoenix coronet and wedding gown, but had not yet put them on Song Xiqing. Zhan Bafeng and Yi Wujiu, the two Blood Guard commanders, were constantly busy with their men in the courtyard, and everyone's face was beaming with joy. As Shen Xu walked out of the side room, Song Xiqing took the initiative to greet him and said softly, "Brother Xu, please wait a moment. There is still about an hour before the auspicious time for the wedding. The courtyard will be decorated soon. The groom's red robe is placed in the side room next door. Brother Xu can change into it before the wedding." Shen Xu nodded, and after carefully examining Song Xiqing's attire, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you wearing a green wedding dress for our wedding? Is this a wedding dress? I thought both the bride and groom would wear red clothes for the wedding." Song Xiqing paused for a moment, lowered her head slightly, and explained somewhat embarrassedly, "This isn't really green, it's actually turquoise. Because I'm marrying Brother Xu and will be his principal wife, and Brother Xu, you have a noble status, so to be worthy of that nobility, I must wear a turquoise wedding dress. If I were to marry Brother Xu as a concubine, or if you, Brother Xu, didn't have such a noble status and were merely an ordinary person, then I wouldn't be entitled to wear a green wedding dress, but only a red one. This is a custom passed down in our family, and I hope you won't find it amusing, Brother Xu." "Huh? There's such a saying?" Shen Xu felt as if he had broadened his horizons. Although she wasn't quite used to this light green wedding dress, it has to be said that Song Xiqing is naturally beautiful, and no matter what she wears, she is enough to make people's hearts flutter. "The wedding in a little while will be very simple. The villagers will come to give their blessings, and then the two of us will bow to each other in the presence of the 5 elders. As for the wedding procession, the betrothal gifts, and the marriage ceremony, we'll save on those if we can. You promised Master Yan that if you had a child, the child would take our Song family surname. So Master Yan meant that after the marriage, you would definitely stay in the village, which was essentially equivalent to marrying into the family. The mountain village is simple, and many conditions are not feasible. I hope Brother Xu will not take offense. The villagers will definitely not really regard Brother Xu as a son-in-law who has married into the family. Brother Xu, you have really sacrificed too much for this wedding. I'm not very good with words, and I don't know how to express my gratitude to Brother Xu. Now that we're married, we'll be truly family, and I will try my best to do everything a wife should do," Song Xiqing said with a serious expression. Shen Xu smiled and nodded. He genuinely doesn't care about these things. Who cares if they're married into another family in the game? He still treats this strange world he's transmigrated to with a playful attitude for the time being, and it's foreseeable that this attitude will be difficult to change in the short term. However, this nonchalance was perceived as understanding and considerate by Song Xiqing and the others in Songjia village. It must be admitted that, in some cases, a beautiful misunderstanding can indeed bring more joy than an ugly truth. Chapter 94 Wedding Gifts of Mutual Comparison. Chapter 94 Wedding Gifts of Mutual Comparison. This was Shen Xu's first time experiencing marriage. Despite being in another world, despite being a very simple rural wedding, and despite his playful attitude, getting married was still a very novel experience. It felt like a dream to him. Everyone from Songjia village came. More than 2,000 people crowded together, surrounding the courtyard 3 layers deep. They jumped and shouted with joy, adults and children alike expressing their heartfelt happiness. Since there was no need for a wedding procession, there was naturally no need for a horse-drawn parade through the streets. Shen Xu changed into a bright red wedding robe and, accompanied by Yi Wujiu and Zhang Bafeng, stood smiling at the entrance of the courtyard, bowing to all the people of Songjia village around him. Song Xiqing had already put on her phoenix coronet and wedding robes, but had not put on her veil. With Song Xi's help, she gracefully came to Shen Xu's side. This seemed a bit against the rules, but the people of Songjia village didn't care at all. Seeing Song Xiqing and Shen Xu standing side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, perfectly matched, the people of Songjia village around them cheered loudly. Their eldest daughter is finally getting married. The auspicious hour has arrived. The newlyweds may enter. The person in charge of chanting suddenly shouted loudly. This person clearly possessed a martial arts level of at least 7th grade, and his shout was deafening. Even though there were more than 2,000 people surrounding the courtyard, everyone could still hear clearly. The shouts seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Shen Xu took a deep breath, turned to look at Song Xiqing, and then smiled as he walked side by side with her into the courtyard. Song Xiqing looked beautiful today. Her delicate face, lightly made up, resembled snow reflecting the morning sun, fair, smooth, and delicate. The light green wedding dress, paired with the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, was noble yet elegant, graceful and refined. Standing next to Song Xiqing, Shen Xu felt ashamed of himself, while silently rejoicing at his good fortune in even experiencing something like time travel. Otherwise, given his low social standing in his own world, it would be nothing short of a pipe dream for him to have any interaction with a girl like Song Xiqing. The 5 elders sat side by side in the courtyard. Yi Wujiu, Zhang Bafeng, along with Song Xi and the person in charge of the ceremony, followed Shen Xu and Song Xiqing in. The courtyard wasn't very big, so everyone else from Songjia village was kept outside. If they wanted to see the wedding ceremony inside, they would have to find their own way. For example, climbing walls and roofs, using various methods. Yi Wujiu acted as the introducer, formally and in detail introducing the 5 elders to Shen Xu. Yan Muxing, who educates all people, Feng Buer, who calculates all the secrets of heaven, Chao Yinglong, who has the knowledge of ghosts and gods, Lu Shaoqing, the judge of life and death, and manhwaedit, whom even the king of hell cannot defeat. The 5 elders were all extremely friendly, and their gazes toward Shen Xu were kind with a hint of relief, clearly showing their immense satisfaction at having successfully married off Song Xiqing. Since it's our own family getting married and there are no outsiders here, let's keep it as casual as possible and avoid those unnecessary rituals. The 5 of us sitting here are Shao Xiqing's elders. Please bow to us, and then we can present the wedding gifts we prepared in advance to you 2 newlyweds. Manhwaedit waved his hand, stopping the person announcing the ceremony from shouting, bowing to the parents, and said with a smile. The person who was interrupted from chanting felt a little frustrated, and a wronged expression appeared on their face. Unfortunately, it was manhwaedit who raised the issue, so he dared not object at all and could only obediently retreat to a corner of the courtyard. Shen Xu and Song Xiqing obediently knelt down. In front of the chair where Wu Fanglao sat, there was a cushion prepared in advance, specifically for the 2 of them to kneel down. Shen Xu had no objection to this. Although he had never knelt before anyone before, he was not afraid to kneel before his elders in accordance with local customs. What's more, these elders even prepared gifts. If he could receive a valuable gift every time he knelt, he could definitely kneel all 5 elders into bankruptcy. Seeing that Shen Xu and Song Xiqing had finished kowtowing respectfully, manhwaedit stroked his beard and smiled, took out a large bag of medicinal herbs that he had prepared in advance from behind his back, and handed it to Shen Xu. Soak it once a day for half an hour each time. This is a month's supply. After it's used up, I'll prepare a new one for you. Normally, after a month, you should at least have reached the 3rd rank. So the medicine you use will need to be different then. After saying that, manhwaedit took out a jade box from his pocket. The jade box looked somewhat familiar. it seemed to be exactly the same as the jade box containing the foundation establishment pill that Song Xiqing had given him before. There are 3 pills in this box called 9-turn resurrection pills, which can save lives. Over the years, I have only been able to refine 5 pills in total. 2 of them have already been used up for various reasons, so now there are only 3 left. You can have them all. I hope you never have the chance to use this 9-turn resurrection pill, but if you truly encounter a desperate situation, then this 9-turn resurrection pill might save your life. Of course, our Song family village will do everything we can to prevent such a situation from occurring. As he spoke, Manhwaedit handed the jade box to Shen Xu. Upon seeing this, the other 4 members of the 5 elders all showed expressions of shock. Master Yan shook his head with a wry smile and said helplessly, "Master Mo, isn't this gift a bit too expensive? We thought you were just sending medicinal herbs for a medicinal bath, so we prepared everything according to that level. But who would have thought you'd bring out the 9-turn resurrection pill? What are we supposed to do? Your 9-turn resurrection pill is priceless. We don't have any gifts that can compare." Manhwaedit smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'll give mine, you can give yours, it doesn't matter. Everyone is happy for Xiao Xiqing's wedding. Wedding gifts are just to express our feelings, so anything is fine. For example, I only have 3 9-turn rejuvenation pills left. I gave them to Xiao Xiqing this time, so I won't have any left to give when Xiao Xi gets married." Master Yan sighed and said, "That's what they say, but that's not the logic. Never mind, Master Mo, you always act as you please, we should have thought of this beforehand. I was just thinking of giving my son-in-law a rare copy of the book I had in my collection as a wedding gift, but now it seems that the book is really not presentable. Well then, I have a copy of the Kanglin scroll, handwritten by Yuan Tianyu, the literary sage of the previous dynasty. This scroll is considered a divine artifact by scholars throughout the land, and it's rumored to contain clues to a secret treasure hidden within the former Great Zhou imperial family. Of course, I think that's just a rumor. Anyway, it's the most precious thing I have, so I'll give it to my son-in-law as a gift." Chapter 95 3 Major Questions in Life. Chapter 95 3 Great Questions of Life. His Yuan Tianyu's Kanglin calligraphy? Old man Yen, you really have guts. Feng Bu, the only blind man among the 5 elders, couldn't help but gasp and said in disbelief. Master Yen, however, nodded listlessly with a "What's the use?" attitude, saying, I know, but Elder Mo has even brought out the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, what can I do?" Upon hearing this, Feng Bu's wrinkled old face immediately showed an extremely conflicted expression. Gritting his teeth, he finally made up his mind and reluctantly pulled a palm-sized tortoise shell from his pocket. He took a deep breath and said, "This item was left behind by an ancient spirit tortoise and has been passed down in my sect for over 1,000 years. Successive generations of astrologers have nourished it with their own blood and vital energy, using it to repeatedly calculate destiny and connect with heaven and earth. Today, this tortoise shell has been imbued with a rich spiritual energy. Combined with my divination skills, it can truly grant me omniscience about all things in heaven and earth, and a profound understanding of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, life and death. On this auspicious day, I present it to you." Seeing the pained and reluctant look on Feng Bu's face, Shen Xu could roughly understand that this tortoise shell must be something extraordinary. However, he knew absolutely nothing about this thing. Just like the so-called Kanglin post by Yuan Tianyu, it sounds like it should be an extremely precious and priceless treasure. However, since he had no concept of it, it did not stir even the slightest ripple in his heart when he heard it. Of course, he had to force a polite smile to express his gratitude for the gifts, but the perfunctory attitude in his smile could not possibly escape the eyes of Elder Wufeng. Therefore, in the eyes of the 5 elders, Shen Xu's identity and background became even more mysterious and impressive. He could be so nonchalant when faced with Yuan Tianyu's Kanglin post and the spirit tortoise shell, the most precious treasure of the Tianxuan sect. Thinking back to the telescopic vision and telepathic hearing equipment that had been casually given to them before, as well as the refined grains, salt, and sugar that they had never eaten before. In addition, since their young mistress had specifically warned them not to delve too deeply into the matter, the 5 elders couldn't help but start having all sorts of wild thoughts about Shen Xu's identity and background. However, Song Xiqing, who was standing to the side, felt that Shen Xu's reaction was perfectly reasonable. The gods in heaven, of course, wouldn't react much to things in the mortal world. The 5 elders did indeed bring out their best gifts as congratulatory presents, but unfortunately, to their own brother Su, they were all just mundane items. Even so, his brother Su pretended to be happy, which was really considerate. Thinking of this, Song Xiqing looked at Shen Xu with a sweet smile, feeling that her Suji was perfect in every way, as if he had no flaws whatsoever. Well, my gift is a bit inferior compared to the 3 of them. I hope the new son-in-law won't mind. Chao Yinglong, one of the 5 elders, coughed lightly. As he spoke, he picked up a bundle from beside him and handed it to Shen Xu. He continued, "This contains the 5-colored heavenly silkworm robe, which, strictly speaking, is a priceless treasure sought after by everyone in the martial arts world. It is as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather. When worn, it makes one impervious to swords and spears, and can repel water and fire. Even martial artists who have acquired their skills cannot harm it in the slightest. Kindness? This is good stuff. I just don't know if it can stop bullets. If it could stop bullets, it wouldn't just be useful in another world. It would be like adding an extra layer of insurance even in your original world. Although he is not in any danger now, as he earns more and more money in the future, his social status in his world will inevitably rise. As the level of contact continues to rise, who knows what might happen?" Shen Xu thought to himself, and found the gift from Chao Yinglong quite pleasing to the eye, so he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The obvious difference in treatment based on emotions left Wu Fanlao completely baffled. The 5-colored heavenly silkworm robe is certainly a valuable item. If it were thrown into the martial arts world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. However, compared to the Lingui shell and Yuan Tianyo's Kenglin post, there is a difference in quality. As a result, the new son-in-law showed little interest in the spirit tortoise shell and the Kenglin post, but was surprisingly interested in the 5-colored silkworm robe. What is the reason for this? The 5 elders couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. The last judge of life and death, Lu Shaoqing, who had not yet spoken, thought for a moment and then said, "I don't have any real treasures, at least not as many as the ones they have. So, the only gift I can give you is to teach you all my skills. As long as you're willing to learn, I will absolutely not hold anything back. I will impart to you all the skills, experiences, and knowledge I've accumulated related to assassins, including concealment, infiltration, assassination, judgment, disguise, and so on, all without reservation." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Buer said unhappily, "Xiaoqing, isn't that too perfunctory? What you're saying is exactly what's supposed to be said. Take me for example, I've already given the spirit tortoise shell to the young master. Unless the young master absolutely refuses, I definitely have to pass on all the knowledge of the heavenly calculation school to him." Manhwaedit stroked his beard and said, "That's what I think too. It's hard to find a successor for my medical skills. The 2 young fellows I found in the village are both clumsy and make a fool of themselves when they try to prescribe medicine. I see that my son-in-law has extraordinary talent and physique. Perhaps he can inherit my mantle? With my personal guidance, his medical skills will surely improve by leaps and bounds." Upon seeing this, Master Yan immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Since he is the son-in-law of our Song family village, he should naturally learn more skills. His martial arts cultivation cannot be neglected, and he must also keep up in other aspects. At the very least, he should be well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. In that case, the son-in-law should set aside 1 hour every day to learn calligraphy and painting from me. I don't expect to teach him to be the best in the world, but at least I will teach him to be first-rate." Shen Xu stared blankly as the 5 elders settled the matter in a flurry of chatter, feeling rather bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Am I getting married? How come it sounds like a discipleship ceremony out of nowhere? Song Xiqing also looked worried. In Song Xiqing's view, even if mortals cultivate these skills to the extreme, they are still meaningless to immortals. Wu Fanglao made this decision on his own. He mustn't upset his brother Su. However, considering that his brother Su is currently cultivating martial arts in the mortal realm and has shown a certain interest in everything in the mortal world, perhaps he would be willing to learn these things from Elder Wu Fang? Song Xiqing wasn't quite sure, so she didn't say anything to stop him. She just silently decided that after they got married, she would privately ask her brother Su what he really thought. Chapter 96 Entering the Bridal Chamber. Chapter 96. Entering the bridal chamber caused such a commotion by the 5 elders that what should have been a joyous wedding day almost turned into a collective apprenticeship ceremony. After a brief period of confusion at first, Shen Xu was actually quite tempted by Elder Wu Fang's suggestion. Having more skills is never a bad thing. If he could truly master all of Wu Fanglao's skills, it would definitely be of great help to his life in his own world. An assassin's skills may be hard to put to use, but whether it's medicine, calligraphy, painting, or even fortune-telling, these are all interconnected with related fields in his world. After finally paying respects to their parents, Shen Xu and Song Xiqing, under the guidance of the blood guard who was in charge of chanting the rites, paid respects to the Song family ancestors and then performed a mutual bow between husband and wife. In Songjia village, weddings do not require bowing to heaven and earth. Besides thanking their parents, they also thanked their ancestors. Finally, the couple thanked each other and expressed their gratitude, promising to treat each other with respect and spend the rest of their lives together. After the simple procedures were completed, thunderous cheers erupted once again outside the courtyard. Every household has started cooking. To celebrate the young lady's wedding, Songjia village is providing unlimited food today, and everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. This is clearly a huge drain on the grain that had just been delivered. Therefore, Shen Xu has decided that after the wedding, he will purchase a large quantity of rice, flour, and cooking oil to make Songjia village's grain reserves more abundant. At the request of the elder Wu Fang, no banquet was held in the courtyard. After completing the formalities, Elder Wu Fang left the courtyard with a smile, and then led Song Si, Zhan Bafeng, and Yi Wujiu to each household to get something to eat. This is considered fair treatment, allowing every household in the village to share in the joy. Only the newlyweds remained in the courtyard, and Shen Xu, naturally, couldn't wait to pull Song Xiqing into the side room. Seeing his impatient look, Song Xiqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. However, when Shen Xu pulled her directly to the bed and sat her down, Song Xiqing's cheeks instantly turned red. She was filled with anticipation mixed with a bit of fear about what was about to happen, and she became extremely nervous and fidgety. I originally thought that weddings were something that happened at night. I didn't expect that you in Songjia village could enter the bridal chamber in the middle of the day, and without even having to drink alcohol. It's quite a pleasant surprise. Song Xiqing glanced at Shen Xu secretly, letting him flirt with her as she whispered. Normally, the wedding should be held at night. But Brother Su, you have to go back tonight, so I talked to the 5 elders and changed the wedding time to noon. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu reached out and pulled Song Xiqing into his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her youthful, collagen-rich face. One hand, rather unruly, slipped inside Song Xiqing's collar, while he said with a smile, "My wife is so considerate. To accommodate her husband, she even changed the time of our wedding. I am truly ashamed and can only do my utmost to help her until my dying breath. Could you please pull the curtains down? It's too bright, I really feel a little." Song Xiqing spoke haltingly, her face already flushed red as if it were about to bleed, her whole body burning hot as if she had a fever. His heartbeat became noticeably faster, and Shen Xu could even feel the thumping sound. Shen Xu was so moved he almost cried. Her heart was beating even faster than Song Xiqing's. "My husband, the reason why Elder Wu Fang made that suggestion was out of good intentions. They didn't know your identity, so they just wanted to teach you what they were best at, without considering that those things would be useless to you. Please don't blame them." Song Xiqing leaned against Shen Xu's chest, her breathing slightly rapid as she spoke. Shen Xu was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why would I blame them? They are all top figures in their respective fields, right? They are willing to share their skills with me. This is an opportunity that many people would kill for. I'm overjoyed, so why would I blame them? Song Xiqing pursed her lips and said, Because my husband is a celestial being. What use are these mortal skills to a celestial being? Wouldn't it be a waste of time for my husband to learn these things from Elder Wufang? Shen Xu immediately shook his head and said solemnly, My wife, that's not right. Although I am a celestial being, once I come to the mortal realm, I am just like any other mortal. If I want to pass the heavenly court's test and make a name for myself in the mortal realm, then I must become powerful enough in the mortal realm. Everything in the mortal realm has meaning for me. There is no such thing as wasted effort. I married you because I truly fell in love with you. Although you are mortal and I am a deity, that cannot stop me from falling in love with you at first sight. Similarly, the 5 elders are willing to teach me their most skilled techniques, which will only make me feel grateful from the bottom of my heart, not feel that they are offending me. My wife, now that we are married, I hope that you will no longer regard me as a celestial being. My identity isn't important. What's important is that in Songjia village, I am your husband, your man, and you should treat me the same way. We are family now, and families should be inseparable, supporting and caring for each other. Shen Xu's earnest attitude deeply moved Song Xiqing. She lowered her head and said, My husband is right. Then please let Xiqing serve you. How do you plan to serve me? I'll leave that to my husband's arrangements. Then I'll teach you a game. Shen Xu leaned close to Song Xiqing's ear and whispered a few words. Chapter 97 Controlling Desire. After about half an hour, Shen Xu, feeling smug, finally lifted the bed curtains again and hung them on the hooks to the side. After all, he was only in his early 20s, full of energy, and had broken through to the first rank of martial arts, making his body much stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, to Shen Xu's surprise, when his large hand reached under the covers again, it was suddenly grabbed by Song Xiqing's small hand. My lord, the mortal body is different from the immortal body. Pleasure in moderation can indeed be beneficial. But if one becomes too indulgent and unrestrained, it will damage the body, causing the yang energy to leak out and the essence to be insufficient. This will not only harm the body, but also hinder the path of martial arts. Song Xiqing held Shen Xu's hand and continued to gently persuade him. Since you are immortal in the mortal realm, you should be as careful as possible. At least until you reach the innate realm, you shouldn't indulge in pleasure too frequently. We can only do it once a day at most. Is that all right, my husband? Shen Xu knew that Song Xiqing was doing this for his own good. But when he heard Song Xiqing say that it could only be done once a day at most, he still felt depressed. They're not middle-aged or elderly people, so there's no end to the things young people do. But just as he was beginning to enjoy the pleasures of sex, Song Xiqing issued a celibacy order. A pitiful expression appeared on his face. Shen Xu grasped Song Xiqing's small hand and said aggrievedly, But my wife, you are so beautiful and charming. Whenever I see you, my heart feels like it's on fire. How can I resist? Upon hearing this, Song Xiqing's eyes lit up immediately, and she exclaimed with delight. This is wonderful! With fire in your dantian, it's the perfect time for a medicinal bath. The medicinal effects can penetrate the body more quickly and be absorbed, and your internal energy can circulate more rapidly and smoothly under the impetus of the internal fire. Husband, please wait a moment, I'll go prepare the water for you. If your inner fire becomes even stronger after our lovemaking each day, then make it a point to soak in the medicinal bath at the end of our daily activities. This will ensure that your medicinal bath is twice as effective. As she spoke, Song Xiqing quickly put on her clothes and walked out of the room amidst Shen Xu's rather regretful sigh. Soon, Song Xiqing and Song Si prepared a bathtub filled with hot water and placed it in the yard. The medicinal herbs specially prepared by manhwaedit were also placed in the bathtub. Seeing that Shen Xu still looked aggrieved, Song Xiqing couldn't help but smile and stepped forward to coax him like a child. Overall, Shen Xu was quite satisfied with his experience today. He received many priceless treasures and underwent a fundamental change in his relationship with Song Xiqing. He also received a promise from the 5 elders that he would be able to learn many real skills. It's no exaggeration to say that I gained a lot. However, human desires are always insatiable. People often don't look at how much they've gained, they only think about how much more they don't have. As a result, many people are unhappy, becoming mired in the pursuit of desires and unable to extricate themselves. During the medicinal bath, Shen Xu became acutely aware of the changes in his mindset. Before gaining the ability to travel through time, all he wanted was a stable job so he could survive in Wanghai, a first-tier metropolis. He never thought about buying a house, getting married, or even whether life could become better. His experience as a lowly office worker made him realize that the city's prosperity was irrelevant to him. Even if he worked from dawn till dusk every day and did everything he could to earn money, he could only ensure that he could barely survive. Back then, his definition of happiness was very simple. But when he suddenly gained the ability to travel through time, everything changed. He gradually began to find himself no longer content with his original, ordinary, and simple life. A seed of desire within my heart seems to be blooming wildly, nurtured by my ability to travel through time. He found that as he gained more and more, his sense of satisfaction became increasingly diminished. After repeatedly and easily reaping huge profits, he seemed to become arrogant and inflated, finding it difficult to return to his previous down-to-earth state. That's not good. Thinking of this, Shen Xu, who was soaking in the medicinal bath, was startled. He suddenly realized the importance of Song Xiqing's request for him to exercise restraint. That's not just about controlling the frequency of sexual activity to ensure the body isn't harmed, but also about controlling desires. If desires are unleashed, people will lose their way forward. You can only go left or right. However, hell is on the left, and hell is on the right. Chapter 98: A Regular Life. Chapter 98: A Regular Life. Song Xiqing successfully brought Shen Xu to an abrupt halt. After frequently traversing between the two worlds, Shen Xu finally realized that the subtle changes happening to him were gradually pulling him toward the abyss. Many people gradually head towards self-destruction because, in the process of their reckless journey, they never encounter an opportunity to return to rationality. Although humans are relatively self-controlled beings, no living being can escape the control of instincts. The instinctive desire to live leads to the fear of death. The instinctive urge to reproduce leads to the constant mating with the opposite sex. Despite the richness of human emotions, these emotions often help us resist the impact of instinct. However, it must be admitted that such resistance often comes at a price. Therefore, only when the granaries are full can people know etiquette, and only when they are well fed and clothed can they know honor and shame. If Song Xiqing hadn't demanded restraint and allowed him to continue indulging in unrestrained desires, Shen Xu felt that in the near future, he might completely transform into a different person because of his unique ability to time travel. With this realization, Shen Xu began to examine himself and be self-aware. Although I haven't reached the point of reflecting on myself 3 times a day, at least having this awareness prevents my self-imposed limitations from becoming boundless. For the next few days, Shen Xu seemed to have returned to his student days, living an incredibly regular and fulfilling life. Every morning when I wake up, I arrive in the other world on time, just like when I go to work. Then Master Yan, carrying his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, arrived at the courtyard at the appointed time to personally teach him calligraphy and painting. The learning process will last for 1 hour, with half an hour spent learning calligraphy and the other half spent learning traditional Chinese painting. Shen Xu originally thought that learning calligraphy and painting would be a very difficult thing. As a result, when he tried it himself, he found that under Master Yan's guidance, he made rapid progress in both calligraphy and painting. Master Yan was skilled in teaching. When he was instructing him, he explained the key points in a way that was incredibly detailed and easy to understand. He could clearly and concisely express the most crucial aspects in the simplest and most understandable way. In addition, his martial arts prowess greatly enhanced Shen Xu's control over his body, allowing him to progress in calligraphy and painting at an astonishing pace. An hour later, Blind Feng will come to replace Master Yan. Next, Shen Xu was taught divination techniques, which also lasted for 1 hour. From Qimen Duanjia to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, Shen Xu discovered that the divination techniques taught by Blind Feng were extremely similar to the Book of Changes in his own world. But it is even more profound and unfathomable than the Book of Changes. Because the art of divination has nothing to do with so-called astrology, it is purely a form of feng shui. Combined with the unique aura observation technique of the heavenly calculation school, and the spiritual power inherent in the spirit turtle shell itself, it is truly possible to deduce good or bad fortune through mysterious methods of destiny analysis. If it were related to celestial phenomena, Shen Xu wouldn't take it too seriously. Having received modern scientific education from another world, Shen Xu knew very well that so-called astrology was all nonsense. The universe is vast and boundless, with countless celestial bodies. Any single planet within it is so insignificant that it cannot even be considered a speck of dust. How could the movements of other celestial bodies be solely for the purpose of influencing the world within a single celestial body? Therefore, in Shen Xu's view, the practice of the Tianshuan school, which does not involve astrology at all and only uses the art of observing qi to calculate the laws of the internal world of stars, is actually a kind of mysterious technique similar to magnetic field induction. This superstitious approach can be considered quite scientific. When noon arrives and he finishes learning the art of divination, Song Xiqing will prepare a table full of delicious food to fill his stomach first. Then she will accompany him to the side room and let him do whatever he wants to satisfy his desires. No matter how outrageous his requests were, Song Xiqing would try her best to meet them. As long as it happens once, in Song Xiqing's view, making Shen Xu happy is her duty as a wife. However, if Shen Xu wanted to try again a second time, that was absolutely not allowed. At this time, Song Xiqing would gently comfort Shen Xu, coaxing him to soak in a medicinal bath to improve his martial arts level. After the medicinal bath, manhwaedit brought his personally written medical book to the courtyard to teach Shen Xu his medical skills. Since Shen Xu had absolutely no medical background whatsoever, manhwaedit could only start teaching him from the very basics. Fortunately, with the support of his martial arts realm, his brain's abilities also improved to a certain extent, and his memory was significantly enhanced, making it not too difficult for Shen Xu to remember the medicinal properties and pharmacology of those herbs. Furthermore, the diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation mentioned by manhwaedit are quite similar to the qi observation technique of the Tianshuan school, which enabled Shen Xu to quickly grasp the basics of medicine. Of course, reaching a truly masterful level still requires a lot of time and experience. After learning medicine from manhwaedit, Lu Shaoqing will come to the courtyard to take over Shen Xu's continuing education. Compared to what the three elders had taught him, Lu Shaoqing taught him skills like disguise, concealment, infiltration, assassination, and so on. These dirty and rotten techniques might not be very useful in another world, but Shen Xu learned them with even more focus. A man is a boy until he dies. Who doesn't dream of being a martial arts hero? Being able to learn these real killing techniques, even if you never have the chance to use them in your own world, just knowing them is enough to make you happy. Moreover, when Lu Shaoqing was teaching him these things, he would also teach him many unarmed combat techniques. In Lu Shaoqing's words, a truly qualified assassin should have every part of his body capable of becoming a deadly weapon. Because assassins may encounter many bizarre situations during the assassination process. To successfully carry out each assassination, one must break free from dependence on conventional weapons and be able to strike the target fatally at any time using any method. By the time Lu Shaoqing finished teaching, the sun had completely set. After it got completely dark, and with the end of a full day of studying, Shen Xu would drag his incredibly tired body back to his own world. This kind of fatigue couldn't be faked. She had just assumed that her brother's work was too tiring, which was why he looked so listless after get off work. Considering her brother's extravagant income, such hard work was to be expected, so Shinya didn't suspect anything. On the contrary, because of her pity, she became exceptionally well-behaved and sensible, allowing Shen Xu to live a truly peaceful life. Until the next morning, they would travel to the other world again, and so on, in a continuous cycle. Chapter 99 Sunday Invitation. Chapter 99 Sunday Invitation. Early Sunday morning, Shen Xu did not go to a hotel to check into another world as usual after getting up. According to his agreement with Xia Ziqiu, he was going to see Xia Zichou's grandfather today. The two had originally agreed to meet at noon on Saturday, which was yesterday. However, Xia Zichou's grandfather had an urgent matter to attend to and had to finish it on Saturday, so the meeting had to be postponed by one day. The daily schedules of such important figures are always exceptionally busy, with the time allocation for almost all tasks being precise down to the minute. It is perfectly normal for unexpected events to cause time conflicts. It must be said that the internet is a truly magical thing. It has transformed what was originally an expensive and highly hurdle-ridden form of information exchange into a low-cost, mass-market activity. Ever since Shen Xu learned of Xia Zichou's grandfather's true identity, he had been somewhat apprehensive about the invitation this weekend. Although modern society emphasizes equality for all, any normal person understands that the so-called equality for all is always a false proposition. It can only be said that people of the same social class can perhaps achieve equality with each other. However, there is always an invisible barrier between people from different social classes. Especially someone of Xia Zichou's grandfather's status and position, he can basically be considered to be at the very top of the pyramid in this country. If Shen Xu hadn't possessed the miraculous ability to travel through time, believed himself to be unique, and had no psychological disadvantages, he might have panicked long ago if he were in his previous state and faced with such an invitation. Even without reaching the level of Xia Zichou's grandfather, if it were just the top official in his hometown county who expressed his appreciation, he would probably kneel down on the spot. Then come the line. "If you do not abandon me, I am willing to become your godfather." As for so-called dignity and bottom lines, they are nothing but a fart in the face of reality and survival. "Brother, you're working overtime on weekends too? Although your job pays very well, your health is the most important thing. Don't ruin your health for work, that would be a loss." Upon discovering that her brother had eaten breakfast and was about to put on his shoes and go out, Shinya couldn't help but say with some concern. Shinya had been observing Shen Xu's behavior every night when he came home these past few days. Shinya used to often see that kind of tired look on her parents' faces, a look that made them too exhausted to even say a word. "It's not considered overtime. The company's big boss wants to see me today. It's a rather private meeting, and I don't need to do any work. You're off today, right? What are your plans?" As Shen Xu put on his shoes and pushed open the door, he casually asked. Shinya shrugged and said, "It's rare for Sister Min to have a day off, so I made plans with her to go shopping. But she worked overtime again last night, and hasn't gotten up yet. I'll wait until she gets up before we go out together." Shen Xu nodded and said, "Okay, have fun. Buy whatever you like and don't worry about spending money. Your brother lacks everything right now, except money." Shinya couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "You really should look in the mirror and see your nouveau riche face now." "No thanks, your brother is so handsome. I'd kill myself with my own handsomeness if I looked in the mirror all the time," Shen Xu said with a grin. "You'd better leave now, I'm going to throw up." Shinya pretended to gag, watched as Shen Xu closed the door tightly, and then took out her phone to call her parents back in her hometown. Children should call home frequently to let their families know they are safe when they are away from home. Even if there's not much to say, just a simple phone call to say hello can at least put your parents at ease. However, boys rarely think of these things, while girls tend to be more observant. So ever since Shinya came to Wanghai, she has called home almost every day to chat for a few minutes. He reported to his parents in detail about his and his brother Shen Xu's daily situation. Shen Xu had already left the community gate when a burgundy Bentley Continental was parked there waiting for him. The apartment I rented was in a pretty good location, but it was in an old neighborhood built 20 years ago. Apart from tenants, the vast majority of local residents belonged to the working class. Therefore, the sight of a Bentley Continental parked at the entrance of the residential area attracted considerable attention from the residents coming and going early in the morning. No matter how prosperous Wanghai is, the poor still make up the vast majority of its population. Unfortunately, the poor often have no voice, while those who have a voice are unlikely to be poor. This makes the seaside look so beautiful and prosperous, as if everyone has tens of millions in assets. However, the truth is that only the person drinking the water knows whether it is hot or cold. Hurry up and get in the car. My grandfather's time is precious. He specially postponed everything else and cleared out the whole morning just to see you. If you get there a little earlier, you can talk to my grandfather a bit more, which will be very beneficial for you. Xiaoziqiu, in the driver's seat, rolled down the car window and leaned out to look at Shen Xu, urging him on. Shen Xu quickly opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Watching Xiaoziqiu start the car and turn onto the main road, Shen Xu said, "When you said your grandfather wanted to see me before, I was a little curious, so I went online to look up your grandfather's identity. I didn't expect that I would actually find out. The main reason is that your grandfather is such a distinguished figure. Public reports about him are so prominent they could be on the national news, so it's easy to find information about him. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know what I should be careful about when meeting your grandfather. Look at me, just an ordinary citizen. The highest ranking official I've ever met in person is the director of the street office where our neighborhood is located. I really have no idea how I'm going to meet someone as important as your grandfather." Xiaoziqiu stared intently at the road ahead, saying without looking to the side, "Don't worry, my grandfather is very kind and approachable. He has never said a harsh word to me at home. Apart from scolding my father and my two uncles, he is very gentle with everyone else." The main reason Grandpa wanted to see you this time was to express his gratitude. Otherwise, he could have had lunch with you yesterday. But he felt that just having a meal together would be too inconsiderate. That's why we decided to postpone it by a day, freeing up this entire morning to talk to you, chat about everyday things, and have lunch together, showing you ample respect. So please don't be nervous, just treat it like meeting a family elder. Shen Xu couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Easier said than done, how could I not be nervous? Someone of your grandfather's status is someone like me, an ordinary person, someone I can just meet casually?" Chapter 100 Big Shot. Chapter 100 The Big Shot. It's really nothing. Because of my impulsive actions last time, my grandfather almost forced me to stop being a policeman. Luckily, I appeased him with the jade box I bought from you. Otherwise, I would be an unemployed young woman who has been laid off and is now staying at home. What I would face next would probably be endless pressure from my elders to get married. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Xiaoziqiu went off topic as she spoke. Shen Xu wisely kept his mouth shut, but this listening posture only made Xiaoziqiu talk more and more enthusiastically. A constant buzzing sound in his ears made Shen Xu feel slightly dizzy. Logically speaking, pretty girls should all have a cool and aloof demeanor, but this Officer Xia is not only not cool and aloof, but also has the potential to be quite talkative. That's so disrespectful to one's own beauty. Watching Xiaoziqiu drive towards the suburbs, and being bothered by Xiaoziqiu's complaints, my head was buzzing. Shen Xu finally couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't your grandfather live in the city? It seems like we're driving further and further out in the countryside." Xiaoziqiu shook her head and said, "My grandfather thinks the city is too noisy, so he usually lives in a villa in the suburbs. In addition, there's more open space in the suburbs, making it easier to arrange various things. Besides, my grandfather likes horseback riding, so he set up a horse farm in the suburbs, and he can ride around the horse farm whenever he has free time. Moreover, given my grandfather's status, he always needs bodyguards to escort him when he goes out. If he lived in the city, the traffic is already terrible, and with roads frequently closed because of him, my grandfather felt it would be too disruptive to the residents. He preferred to live in the suburbs, where it would be more comfortable. His daily work wouldn't be affected, and he would cause less trouble for others." Shen Xu thought about it, and felt that Xiaoziqiu's words made a lot of sense, so he asked, "So we're going to the villa where your grandfather lives?" "No, we're going to my grandfather's horse farm. He rarely has half a day free, so he decided to treat you there." "Oh, right, I forgot to ask, can you ride a horse?" "I'm not very good at coughing, but I know a little bit." "A little knowledge is enough. My grandfather's horse farm has many docile horses. As long as you can get on a horse, you can ride it." As Xiaoziqiu was speaking, the burgundy Bentley Continental had already driven into a private area. There were sentries stationed at the entrance. When Xiaoziqiu arrived at the gate in her Bentley Continental, the sentry saluted her first, then conducted a very thorough inspection of the vehicle. Only after confirming that there were no problems did he wave her through. After driving for a while, I parked the car in a designated parking lot. Xia Ziqiu opened the door and got out of the car, saying with a smile, "There are no outsiders here today, so you can relax. You'll see when you meet my grandfather. He's a very kind old man." Shen Xu took a deep breath, nodded, and followed Xia Ziqiu toward the horse farm next to the parking lot. As far as the eye could see, an old man was riding a tall horse, trotting slowly around the field. Beside the old man were two other bodyguards on horseback, their expressions stern, looking ready for anything. As Xia Ziqiu led Shen Xu into the horse farm, the old man immediately rode up to their side. At the same time, he nimbly dismounted, his eyes, which seemed to see right through people, scrutinizing Shen Xu. Although the old man was quite old, he was remarkably healthy. The feeling she gives off is one of overwhelming presence. "Grandpa, this is Shen Xu. I brought him to you. You can entertain him yourself from now on. Shen Xu, this is my grandpa. Just call him grandpa like I do. He doesn't really care about titles or anything like that." Xia Ziqiu gave a very simple introduction to each other. At this moment, the two bodyguards who had been following the old man also rode up to him. After dismounting, one of the bodyguards carefully observed Shen Xu for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed slightly. He instinctively took 2 steps forward and subtly protected the old man to his side. This action was very discreet. At least Shen Xu didn't notice anything wrong. However, a hint of doubt appeared between the old man's brows. He turned to look at the bodyguard but did not say anything. He simply smiled and asked Shen Xu, "Little Shen, can you ride a horse?" Shen Xu quickly nodded and said, "Not really, just a little bit." "Haha, alright then Xiaoshen, come with me to pick out a horse first, and we can chat while riding. As people get older, they like to pursue hobbies. I'm usually very busy with work, and it's rare for me to have time to ride a horse, so I thought I'd treat you to a ride right here at the horse farm. Consider it a little indulgence from this old man, and I hope Xiaoshen won't mind." The old man reached out and patted Shen Xu on the shoulder, saying with a smile. Just as Xia Ziqiu had said before, he was indeed very kind. Following behind the old man, we soon arrived at the stables inside the horse farm. It's all single rooms, and each single room is as big as a garage. About 70 to 80% of the single rooms have horses, while the remaining 20 to 30% are vacant. My stable has a total of 100 rooms and currently houses 76 horses. Apart from the 3 outside, the remaining 73 are all kept inside. Take a look and see if there are any you particularly like. Feel free to choose one," the old man said rather casually. That's what they say, but how could Shen Xu really just pick randomly? They immediately chose the horse in the first room, and the person in charge of the horse care came forward, opened the fence, and led the horse out. Xia Ziqiu, standing to the side, pointed to the deepest part of the stable and said, "I want to ride the Crimson Dragon." Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and said, "Don't be reckless. The Crimson Dragon is fierce and hasn't been fully tamed yet. How can you ride it? What if it gets angry during the ride and throws you off its back? That's no joke." Xia Ziqiu immediately grabbed the old man's arm, gently shaking it while coaxing, "Grandpa, why don't you have someone bring out the Crimson Dragon? I'll get to know it better, maybe it'll let me ride it." "If you keep it locked up, how will you tame it? It's a wild horse by nature. You need to build a relationship with it properly. Do you expect it to suddenly understand on its own? That's impossible." "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't just ride on it randomly. I'll definitely hold the reins first and feed it. Let someone lead it out. As long as I don't ride on it, it won't get angry. Besides, if you want to chat with Shen Xu, I won't be able to join in. So, you two ride your horses, and I'll cultivate my relationship with Qilong. It won't interfere with each other, okay? Please." Unable to resist Xia Ziqiu's coquettish pleading, the old man had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Thank you, Grandpa." Xia Ziqiu immediately cheered and, at the same time, tiptoed and kissed the old man on the cheek. A look of helplessness appeared on the old man's face, but his eyes were full of doting affection. Chapter 101 What a huge loss! Chapter 101 What a huge loss! The horse chosen from the first stable in the stable was completely black. Although it has a gentle temperament, it is indeed a good horse. After taking the reins, Shen Xu reached out and stroked the black horse's neck, easily establishing a bond with it. Compared to the horses raised in the valley of Songjia village, this black horse was like an honest child. Not only did it lack any wildness, it was also very obedient. After Shen Xu completed the initial communication with the black horse through his inner energy, the black horse immediately showed great favor to Shen Xu. She even tilted her head and nuzzled it into Shen Xu's arms, looking like she wanted to act cute. Xia Zichu's grandfather saw all of this and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He couldn't help but say, "Little Shen is really something. Although most of the horses I keep here are very gentle, it's not something an ordinary person can do to get a horse to be so friendly to you on the first meeting." Shen Xu chuckled and said, "Perhaps I'm just naturally appealing to animals. Horses are very intelligent, and can tell who is friendly to them and who is hostile. If you truly consider them a friend, they will naturally treat you as a friend in return." Xia Zichu's grandfather nodded approvingly and said, "That makes sense, but while everyone understands the principle, very few can actually put it into practice. Alright, get on the horse, Xiaoshen, ride with me for a couple of laps. Let me see how good your riding skills are." After speaking, Xia Zichu's grandfather was the first to mount his horse, though his movements were a little clumsy. These past few days, Shen Xu has been learning various skills from Elder Wufeng. With Elder Wufeng's unreserved instruction, he has basically mastered all those skills. Among them, the medical techniques of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, combined with the ore observation technique of the Celestial Calculation School, made Shen Xu's eyes already quite sharp, even though he had only just begun to learn. Seeing Xia Zichu's grandfather's actions, Shen Xu had some guesses. But instead of speaking directly, he mounted his horse and trotted slowly with Xia Zichu's grandfather in the riding arena. It's clear that Xia Zichu's grandfather was an excellent horseman. However, as he got older, his ability to control the horse became somewhat lacking. Worried about an accident, Shen Xu stayed by Xia Zichu's grandfather's side on his black horse the whole time, with about 80% of his attention focused on Xia Zichu's grandfather. As for the two bodyguards from before, they followed behind on horseback. Just like Shen Xu, the two bodyguards' sole purpose was to ensure the safety of Xia Zichu's grandfather. After riding around the horse farm several times, Xia Zichu's grandfather finally had his fill. He deliberately slowed down his horse, letting it move forward at a leisurely pace, and then looked at Shen Xu beside him with a smile, who had also slowed down. He said, "Xiaoshen's riding skills are quite superb. He was able to ride alongside me the whole time, and his speed was always the same as mine. When I was fast, he was fast. When I was slow, he was slow. Moreover, there was a full half-meter gap between the horses, and there was never any change in speed." To achieve this, Xiaoshen's horsemanship must have reached the legendary level of perfect harmony between rider and horse. Otherwise, how could he control the horse with such exquisite precision? It's as if they are no longer separate, but one. Shen Xu quickly replied modestly, "Grandpa Xia, you flatter me. It's not that amazing. It's just that the horses you raise are so docile and easy to control, which allowed me to perform beyond my usual level." Xia Zichu's grandfather waved his hand and said, "Excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Young people should have the vigor of youth. It's not a bad thing to be sharp when necessary. Although I'm old and my eyesight is failing, I can still tell how good your riding skills are." "Your riding skills are the result of years of arduous training on horseback and absolute natural talent. It would be impossible to reach such a level now. Even if you were to compete in the Olympic equestrian events right now, you would absolutely win a medal." Hearing such high praise from Xia Zichu's grandfather, Shen Xu could only remain silent and tacitly agree. There's no way to explain this. You can't exactly say you just learned to ride a horse a few days ago, can you? If he really said that, Grandpa Xia would definitely not praise him for being honest. He would only think he was insulting his intelligence. "Xiaoshen, you should know that the main reason I had Zichio invite you here is because of that jade box. Xia Zichou's grandfather tightened the reins, made the horse stand still, and then dismounted. As he spoke, he led Shen Xu toward the rest area. Yes, Officer Xia told me that the money she paid for my jade box was far less than the value of the box itself. I was thinking that if she paid too little, I could pay more, but Officer Xia told me that it was no longer about the money. Shen Xu nodded with a wry smile. Xia Zichou's grandfather glanced at Shen Xu and said meaningfully, "Would it really be better to give more money? Xiaoshen, the material of that jade box is the best I've ever seen in my life. If you have to measure its value in money, even top-grade Tianhuan jade that can sell for 200,000 yuan per gram is far inferior." The jade box weighed a full 300 grams. Not to mention the magical properties of jade itself, which can be classified as priceless. Even if it were to be sold, it would be absolutely impossible to buy it without several $100 million, or even $1 billion. Xiaoshen, can you please enlighten me? Why would you sell a jade box worth hundreds of millions, or even billions, to Zichou for a mere 2 million? The reason I say it's not about the money is precisely because the material of the jade box is far too special. You surely know that for people at a certain level, money is just a number. Given the characteristics of that jade box, if it encounters someone who truly needs it, it will definitely sell for whatever price they're willing to pay. That's why I'm so curious. Shen Xu was stunned. Through his previous conversation with Xia Zichou, he had realized that he had sold the jade box too cheaply. But he really didn't know how much he had lost. Without a specific concept, one will naturally not be affected by specific factors. So when he heard Xia Zichou's grandfather tell him the true value of the jade box in such a confident tone, he immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded. Good heavens, we've really lost big this time. Xia Zichou's grandfather's meaning was also quite clear. Shen Xu gave such a valuable jade box to Xia Zichou at an incredibly low price, which was practically a half sale and half gift. What was his true intention? Considering Xia Zichou's grandfather's status, isn't this a roundabout way of offering bribes? Thinking of this, Shen Xu felt like crying but had no tears. He was truly more wrong than Doi. Chapter 102 Skillful Horsemanship. Chapter 102 Skilled Horsemanship. Swallowing hard, Shen Xu spoke with considerable difficulty. Grandpa Xia, I know you may not believe me, but I truly don't know the real value of that jade box. I told Officer Xia that the jade box was a gift from a friend, and that's not an excuse. In fact, I've received many gifts from friends. That jade box was just one of them. Do you think I might have ulterior motives, deliberately trying to befriend Officer Xia by selling the jade box at a low price? That's not true. I just didn't expect the jade box to be so valuable. How about this? To put our minds at ease, and to prove that I'm genuinely just selling a jade box and have no other intentions, why don't you pay the rest of the money? Whether it's hundreds of millions or billions, I can accept it. Xia Zichou's grandfather seemed not to have expected Shen Xu to say such a thing. He stared at Shen Xu for a while and noticed that Shen Xu's face was completely calm, which made him suspicious. He nodded slowly and said, "If you really want to pay me back, then of course there's no problem. But have you thought it through? If I pay you back the full amount, it means that you really did just sell that jade box. Once the money is paid and the goods are exchanged, we'll have no further relationship, and I won't owe you any favors." No problem? You can even cover hundreds of millions or billions? Upon hearing this, Shen Xu's face immediately lit up with delight. He was just saying it casually. Unexpectedly, Xia Zichou's grandfather actually agreed. This is completely disregarding the value of money. Fearing that Xia Zichou's grandfather might change his mind, Shen Xu quickly nodded vigorously and said with utmost seriousness, "When buying and selling things, it's a simple exchange of money for goods. Once the transaction is settled, there's no further relationship. Why would Grandpa Xia feel indebted to me? You're willing to patronize my business and even compensate me for the portion of the goods value that I wasn't actually aware of, even after I'd already agreed to a lower price. No matter how you look at it, I should owe you a favor." Xia Zichou's grandfather was even more puzzled. He could tell that Shen Xu was very sincere and genuinely thought so. So he didn't understand. Shen Xu began to appear mysterious in his eyes. That jade box was definitely not something an ordinary person could obtain. At least, given his status and position, he had never come into contact with such a top-quality jade. With such magical properties, anyone who has the ability to acquire such jade would never be short of money. But who would have thought that Shen Xu would be willing to sell the jade box to him for money, and at the same time say that the money and goods are settled and there is no longer any relationship between them? Was it really not because she needed something from him that she went to such lengths to find a gift he couldn't refuse, and then subtly delivered it to him? What's the point? This doesn't make sense. Just as Xia Zichou's grandfather was caught in an extremely conflicted state of mind, a piercing scream suddenly came from not far away. Shen Xu, whose attention was entirely focused on Xia Zichou's grandfather, and who was wondering whether the other party was really willing to make up the difference of hundreds of millions or even billions, was startled by the sudden scream. Instinctively, I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bright red horse galloping wildly across the racetrack like a madman. On the back of the crimson horse was a person, Xia Zichou, whose face had turned pale. The piercing scream clearly came from Xia Zichou. As the horse galloped wildly, Xia Zichou held tightly to its neck with both hands, her whole body pressed against the horse's back. The crimson horse seemed to be out of control, and Xia Zichou had no way to stop it, so she couldn't get off. She could only do her best in terror to avoid falling off the horse, otherwise if she fell off while the horse was galloping so wildly, it would be more than just a minor injury. Xia Zichou's grandfather also understood the situation, and a look of tension and anxiety immediately appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, "Quick! Go and stop the Crimson Dragon! Don't let Zichou get hurt!" Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards standing beside him immediately mounted their horses and chased after the galloping crimson steed. Shen Xu was not idle either. He also mounted the black horse he had chosen. Despite starting the last, it had already left the two bodyguards' horses behind in the blink of an eye. Saving lives is the priority. Xia Zichou's condition is very dangerous, and now is definitely not the time to hold back. Besides, he was counting on someone to give him a large sum of money. If he could successfully rescue the person in this unexpected situation, wouldn't that be like adding another important bargaining chip? Even if they feel bad about the money and don't want to make it up to him, they'll probably feel embarrassed, right? With this thought in mind, Shen Xu was full of energy. He and the black horse beneath him were of one mind, and in a very short time, the black horse was already running alongside the red dragon. Red Dragon seemed unable to accept that any other horse could match its speed. As the black horse caught up, Red Dragon's hooves moved even faster. It was as if this was the last run of its short life, a tribute to its lost freedom and youth. A knight definitely provides an advantage over his horse. However, this added benefit is destined to be unable to exceed the horse's own limits. Although the black horse is also a good horse, it is clearly inferior to the Red Dragon in terms of quality. Even though Shen Xu instantly unleashed its strongest potential through internal energy communication, the dark horse still immediately showed signs of weakness as the Red Dragon went completely berserk. Shen Xu was originally riding on the back of the black horse. Seeing that Qilong had once again acted recklessly, he reacted quickly and got up from riding and stood steadily on the back of the black horse. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the two bodyguards behind him, Shen Xu exerted a little force with his legs, used the black horse for support, and leaped up, actually managing to jump onto the back of the Red Dragon. The acrobatic scene left the two bodyguards completely dumbfounded. In a daze, I even wondered if I was dreaming? Shen Xu had already wrapped one arm around Xia Zichou's slender waist, his legs tightly clamped around the Red Dragon's belly, and his other hand gently pressed on the Red Dragon's head. He circulated his inner energy, trying to communicate with the Red Dragon. Although Qilong was indeed the most temperamental horse in this horse farm, in Shen Xu's opinion, if Qilong were placed in the horse farm in Songjia village, it would definitely become just another ordinary horse. He's certainly not a model student, but compared to a real troublemaker, he's still quite a distance away. So it didn't take much effort for Shen Xu to communicate with the Crimson Dragon using his inner energy. The previously frenzied Red Dragon quickly calmed down, gradually slowed its speed, and soon came to a stop. Chapter 103 Establishing Connections. Chapter 103 Making Connections. Xia Ziqiu, with a look of lingering shock, relied on Shen Xu's support to roll off the red dragon's back. The moment his feet touched the ground, his body went limp, and he nearly fell to the ground. There was no other way. Under the influence of fear, she had used almost all her strength to keep herself firmly attached to the red dragon. The crisis was finally over, and as his strength quickly dissipated, he naturally felt completely exhausted. Fortunately, Shen Xu reacted quickly and grabbed her arm again, preventing her from losing her composure on the spot. Thank you. After calming herself down, Xia Ziqiu stammered as she thanked Shen Xu. Even if you fall off a raging horse, you shouldn't die unless you're trampled by it. However, without adequate protective measures, serious injury is almost inevitable. Shen Xu's timely control of the Crimson Dragon, allowing her to safely return to the ground, while not quite a life-saving grace, was still akin to a second life. Two bodyguards rode up at this moment, dismounted, and looked at Shen Xu with extremely complicated expressions. The scene of Shen Xu leaping onto his horse just now had a huge visual impact on them. "Miss, are you all right?" One of the bodyguards gave Shen Xu a deep look, composed himself, and asked Xia Ziqiu with concern. It's nothing. I was just a little scared. Let's go to the rest area and sit for a while. Let's have someone take the red dragon back. Don't be harsh on it. It was my fault for insisting on riding on it without communicating with it properly," Xia Ziqiu said, slightly stuttering. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu reached out and stroked the red dragon's neck, then pressed his head against the dragon's forehead and gently patted the dragon's head. The red dragon then let out a hiss, nestled into Shen Xu's arms, and turned to run towards the stables on its own. Xia Ziqiu stared in disbelief, then asked, "Can you communicate with it? How do you do that? It seems to listen to you a lot." Shen Xu shrugged and said, "Animals are actually much simpler than humans. The more intelligent an animal is, the more clearly it can sense whether you are friendly to it. So the best way to communicate with animals is to treat them with sincerity. However, it is easier said than done." This was obviously nonsense, but I couldn't exactly explain the existence of internal energy to Xia Ziqiu, could I? Since he can indeed make the red dragon obey, whatever he says is right. After helping Xia Ziqiu back to the rest area, Xia Ziqiu's grandfather did not blame her. He simply extended his right hand to Shen Xu with a solemn expression and said, "Thank you, Xiaoshen. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Xia Paid." Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, but still shook hands with Xia Paid and said with a wry smile, "Grandpa Xia, your sudden formality really makes me feel a little apprehensive." Xia Paid shook his head and said, "I invited you here before to find out what your purpose was, but you saved Ziqiu. So many things are no longer important. I have to apologize for my previous judgment. I said before that with your equestrian skills, you would definitely win a medal if you participated in the Olympics. But now it seems that assessment wasn't objective or specific enough. Judging from the skills you just displayed, if you actually participated in the Olympics, you could absolutely win a gold medal with ease. You're the only guy I've ever seen who can make red dragons so obedient." Shen Xu coughed lightly and said apologetically, "It was just luck. The main thing was that Officer Xia was in a dangerous situation at the time and could fall off the horse at any moment, so I didn't think too much about it. If I had to do it again, I probably wouldn't be able to do it." Xia Paid waved his hand and said, "Xiaoshen, as I said, excessive modesty is pretentious. Your ability to leap over a horse can't be explained by luck. But since you don't want to talk about it anymore, let's change the subject. I wonder what kind of work Xiaoshen is doing now. You must have just graduated not long ago, right?" Shen Xu could clearly sense the change in Xia Paid's attitude. Compared to before, Xia Paid was much closer to him now, and he was truly treating him like an elder. This is a rare opportunity. If he could gain the approval of a big shot like Xia Paid, then there would be no risk in him smuggling some contraband from this world into another world. Thinking of this, Shen Xu tentatively said, "Grandpa Xia, I own a company that mainly deals in international trade. I do have some friends abroad who have connections everywhere, and can get their hands on many, really valuable things. For example, the jade box they sold to Officer Xia was one of those treasures. However, I haven't figured out how to monetize those treasures yet. Many of them aren't as safe as the jade box. Some are actually contraband and illegal to sell in China. But if I were to sell Grandpa Xia's treasures abroad, they would be extremely rare and valuable assets, so I still want to keep them in China. Xia Pied raised his eyebrows, feeling that he had figured out Shen Xu's true purpose. That makes sense. He sold something worth hundreds of millions or even billions to his granddaughter for only 2 million. There must be some troublesome business she's trying to get involved with. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. He wasn't actually against it, because according to Shen Xu's meaning, although this kind of thing was indeed illegal, it did not harm the national interest. On the contrary, if we could really buy many rare things with money, that would be a great thing for the country. What is money? It's just paper. In this world, there are truly valuable things that you simply cannot buy with money. As for the issue of breaking the law, as long as it benefits the country, then we can keep a low profile and do it secretly. After pondering for a moment, Xia Pied said, "That jade box is valued at 1 billion. I will have someone contact you later to use this 1 billion to directly invest in your foreign trade company." Zichio's mother also owns a trading company. You can trade any contraband you obtain from abroad directly with Zichio's mother's trading company. Zichio's mother's company will handle all the issues. You just need to pay taxes according to the regulations. Also, although I don't think you'll make any silly mistakes, I still want to remind you to keep a low profile. And most importantly, under no circumstances should you do anything that harms the national interest. Shen Xu was genuinely surprised that things would progress so smoothly, and immediately replied with great joy. "Understood. Please rest assured, Grandpa Xia." Chapter 104. He also has some knowledge of medicine. Chapter 104. He also had some medical knowledge. Although Shen Xu was very happy, Xia Zichio was clearly somewhat dissatisfied. She pouted and said, "Grandpa, I have no interest in making money, and there's absolutely no need for nominee shareholding. Besides, I am a police officer after all. Is it really appropriate for you to discuss illegal topics so openly in front of me?" Xia Pied chuckled and reached out to ruffle Xia Zichio's hair, saying affectionately, "The reason you're not interested in making money is because you've never lacked it since you were little. As for breaking the law, remember this, the law doesn't actually represent absolute justice. Or rather, the law only has a general binding effect on the behavior of the general public. This is something that can be discussed openly. But the problem is that this world is not just about the bright side. In the dark corners where the sun doesn't shine, in places unseen by ordinary people, there exists far too much cruelty and coldness that you can't even imagine. Competition between nations often takes place in those hidden corners. It's not about right or wrong, but about mutual interests. This is war. I've protected you too well, to the point that many of your ideas are incredibly naive. In the long run, this isn't a good thing. Take the Crimson Dragon for example. I've repeatedly warned you not to try riding it lightly, but you just wouldn't listen. It's because you've never encountered real danger, which has led to a severe lack of awareness of danger. This is a good opportunity, thanks to Shen Xu, to help you mature a bit." Xia Zichio instinctively wanted to refute. However, she was in the wrong for the red dragon losing control earlier, so feeling guilty, she could only obediently nod and agree. "People get so old that they can't handle being startled. Zichio really scared me just now. Come on, Shaoshan, let's have a couple of drinks to calm down. I have a bottle of good wine here, let's open it as a way of thanking you for saving my little princess." As Xia Pied spoke, he got up from his seat and walked towards a villa next to the horse farm. Upon hearing this, Xia Zichio immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xia Pied's arm, frowning as she tried to dissuade him. "Grandpa! Your rheumatism is so severe now, how can you drink alcohol? Your doctor has emphasized that you must not touch a drop of alcohol under any circumstances." Xia Pied said nonchalantly, "The healthcare doctor isn't here, and besides, what's the point of living if you don't drink at all? I'll just have a little, maybe 2 ounces. Xia Zichio pouted and said, "The school doctor isn't here because you said you had a private meeting today and didn't want the doctor to come." Ah, I see. So you had this all planned out. You found an excuse to send the school doctor away so you could take the opportunity to drink too much, didn't you? Xia Pai pleaded with a forced smile. Good granddaughter, just 2 ounces. Your grandpa hasn't tasted any alcohol for a whole month. The craving for alcohol in my stomach is about to rebel. If I don't have a drink, I really feel like I can't go on living. Xia Ziqiu said with a reluctant expression. But if you drink alcohol and your rheumatism flares up, you'll be in so much pain that you won't be able to sleep. You're already this age, you'll suffer so much. Listening to the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Shen Xu couldn't help but lean in and say, Grandpa Xia, actually, when you mounted your horse just now, I noticed that you had a rather severe case of paralysis. But as far as I know, tiger bone has a very good therapeutic effect on paralysis. With your status, Grandpa Xia, it should be quite easy for you to get tiger bone, right? Haven't you tried any treatments for your condition? Xia Pai looked surprised again and asked, Has Shaoxin studied traditional Chinese medicine? Shen Xu coughed lightly and said truthfully, I have indeed studied it, but I'm not very good at it, just have a basic understanding. Xia Pai couldn't help but laugh and said, You just said that you know a little about horsemanship, but the level you showed is simply world-class. Could your medical skills be the same? Probably not. To truly master traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, one needs a wealth of experience. Unlike Western medicine, there are no shortcuts. Therefore, at your age, by all accounts, being able to claim a basic understanding is already quite remarkable. Shen Xu nodded somewhat awkwardly and said, I only have a basic understanding and am still learning. But my teacher is very skilled. I haven't even learned the basics yet. Xia Pai shook his head and said, If someone can really tell I have severe rheumatism just by looking at my movements when I mount a horse, then that's at least an advanced level. As for the tiger bones, the Wanghai City Zoo will give me bones from tigers that died of natural causes. However, whether used directly in medicine, soaked in alcohol, or through other methods to release the medicinal properties of tiger bone, its effect on my rheumatism is quite limited. It's not that it has no effect at all, but at most it provides some relief. My healthcare provider says this is normal. The effect is limited, at most it can only provide some relief? Shen Xu looked surprised. Because he clearly remembered that when Manhwaedit was teaching him about the properties and pharmacology of medicinal herbs, he gave priority to explaining all the medicinal materials that could be found in the Jiushuan Mountains. When introducing tigers, Manhwaedit emphasized the uses of tiger bones and tiger penis. Tiger penis, when used in medicine, can not only treat kidney deficiency, but can even cure impotence and premature ejaculation. As for tiger bone, it has a remarkable effect on arthralgia. With the addition of appropriate auxiliary medicines, it can completely cure arthralgia. Given Manhwaedit's medical skills, the possibility of him making a mistake in judging the properties and pharmacology of drugs is virtually zero. The only explanation is that the tiger bones from another world have medicinal properties that are completely different from those of the tiger bones in this world. Considering the giant bear his sister-in-law hunted was far larger than any bear in his world, it seemed that many plants and animals in this other world were, on a purely physiological level, enhanced versions of their counterparts in his own world. Grandpa Xia, it's like this. I actually have some tiger bones on hand, which I also got from a friend abroad. However, the tiger bones I have are a bit special. According to my master, the tiger bones I have can completely cure arthralgia, which is rheumatism. I know it's hard to believe someone just by saying that. So I'll leave you a piece of tiger bone and write you a prescription. Use tiger bone as the main ingredient, and take it with other herbs. You can then see how effective it is. Rheumatism isn't fatal, but it's certainly very torturous. Shen Xu offered his suggestion. Xia Ziqiu asked in surprise, Is this okay? My grandfather has to get permission from his healthcare provider before taking any medicine. It's alright. You can have the tiger bone tested for its components first, and then have Grandpa Xia's doctor check my prescription. I'm sure Grandpa Xia's doctor is also an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, right? Once it's confirmed that there are no problems, then Grandpa Xia can take it. Shen Xu said confidently. Chapter 105. I still have a basic understanding of calligraphy. Chapter 105 Calligraphy. Xia Pai's face showed an expression of interest. He asked, "Is it really tiger bone from abroad? Or was it obtained illegally from within China?" Shen Xu pointed to the sky and swore, "I guarantee it. Grandpa Xia, you can arrange for someone to investigate right now. Tigers are extremely rare protected animals. In China, whether they are in captivity or in the wild, there must be a record for every one of them. You can check carefully to see if there are any tiger bones with unknown whereabouts." Xia Pai glanced at Shen Xu, confirming that Shen Xu's expression was very calm and there was no sign of guilt. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Little Shen, do you carry tiger bones with you? If so, have them take them to be tested for their composition when we eat later, to see if they are as magical as you say." Shen Xu immediately nodded and said, "Yes. But I only carry a small piece of shinbone with me. This thing is too sensitive, and I dare not carry it all with me until I find a safe way to ship it out." Xia Pai said meaningfully, "To carry a small piece of shinbone with you is already a very bold move. It seems that Shaoshan had planned this very carefully before coming here. As for my severe rheumatism, did you just notice it, or did you find out about it beforehand?" Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that Xia Pai had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "I could tell from the way you mounted your horse, Grandpa Xia. Your physical condition must be classified. Where would I investigate? My acquaintance with Officer Xia was also a complete coincidence. If you think that this was all the result of my deliberate planning, then I am truly wrong." Xia Pai shook his head and said, "Whether it's a coincidence or a deliberate act, it doesn't really matter. When you reach my age, Shaoshan, you'll understand that the result is far more important than the process. Of course, you young people value the process more because you have a long life ahead of you, so you enjoy all sorts of experiences. But we've already experienced it all. We only want the result." While they were talking, the group had already entered the villa next to the horse farm. This villa was clearly not a place where Xia Pai lived permanently. It was probably just a place he used to entertain guests after riding horses. The overall decorating style is heavy, which is completely contrary to Shen Xu's aesthetic. "Go to my study, write down your prescription, and give me the tiger bone. I will have someone test it immediately to see if there are any problems." As Xia Pai spoke, he led Shen Xu to a room on the first floor of the villa. The room is quite large, and one wall of bookshelves is filled with all kinds of books. A huge log desk was placed in front of the bookshelf, on which were placed writing brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and various other rather precious ornaments. Suddenly realizing something, Xia Pai reached out and gently patted his forehead. An apologetic expression appeared on his face as he said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any ballpoint pens in this room. I mainly like to practice calligraphy, so I only have various kinds of calligraphy brushes in my study. Shaoshan, please wait a moment while I have someone bring you a ballpoint pen, and then you can write the prescription." Shen Xu immediately waved his hand and said, "No need for such trouble. I can use a calligraphy brush. Writing the prescription directly with a calligraphy brush is just as good, it won't delay anything." As he spoke, Shen Xu walked to the boss's desk and saw that a sheet of Xian paper had been laid out on the desk. He then picked up the paperweight on the desk and pressed down the four corners of the Xian paper. He finally understood. Since you intend to board Xia Pai's giant ship, you should try your best to show your abilities in front of Xia Pai in order to increase your importance in Xia Pai's mind. At present, all his skills are at most those of a beginner. Even if everything was shown, it might not be enough to impress Xia Pai, so naturally there was no need to hold anything back. It was his good fortune and a rare opportunity to unexpectedly connect with such a big shot as Xia Pai, and he had to do everything he could to seize it. If he truly wants to make a difference in this country, and smoothly trade goods between the two worlds, then clinging to a powerful patron is a sufficient and necessary prerequisite. Because this is a country where officialdom is paramount. If it's just a minor incident, then of course it doesn't matter. But if you want to make a splash, you have to find a big shot of a certain level to back you up. Given Xia Pai's current position and influence, in such a vast country, there are only a handful of powerful figures who are stronger than Xia Pai. It's rare for him to have such good luck and get involved with the other party. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he'll surely be punished by heaven. Xiaoxin can write calligraphy? That's quite rare. Young people of your generation, let alone calligraphy, many of them are too lazy to even practice penmanship. Since Xiaoxin can write calligraphy, then let him write it. I also have a deep passion for calligraphy, and while I wouldn't say I'm an expert, I'd at least be considered somewhat accomplished. So, if you're truly interested, perhaps I can offer you some pointers on calligraphy. Xia Pied walked up to Shen Xu and said with a smile. However, he didn't have high expectations for Shen Xu's calligraphy skills. Because calligraphy is somewhat easy to learn but difficult to master, writing with a brush is not difficult. As long as the posture is correct, and you get used to it for a while, you can basically write. However, if one wants to truly reach a high level and write with form, power, and substance, one must invest a great deal of time and effort, as well as possess the corresponding talent. At least in Xia Pied's opinion, Shen Xu, at his age, could never possibly achieve anything truly in calligraphy. However, to Xia Pied's surprise, his understanding of calligraphy was completely overturned the moment Shen Xu ground the ink, dipped his brush, and began writing the first character. Ha! Overwhelmed with surprise, Xia Pied instinctively let out a soft exclamation. Although Xia Pied felt that Shen Xu's writing was somewhat immature in form and his brushstrokes were not very skillful, the key point was that Shen Xu's writing was a style that he had never seen before. Xia Pied has been immersed in calligraphy for a long time. Given his status and position, he can easily exchange ideas with various calligraphy masters, so he believes he should have some knowledge of all calligraphic styles. But at this moment, Xia Pied was certain that he had never seen the handwriting Shen Xu used before. Could it be a custom-created font? How is that possible? Xia Pied was shocked. Chapter 106 I have many masters. Chapter 106 My master many. From a strictly speaking perspective, creating one's own font is actually very simple. You can even scribble something random, like a doctor writing on a prescription, and then shamelessly claim that this is your own creation. However, truly establishing one's own school of thought and unique style is an extremely difficult thing. Because you must ensure that the font you write is something that has never appeared before, has unique characteristics that belong to you, and at the same time conforms to the aesthetics of the general public. Words are written so that others can see them. Therefore, to achieve this, relying solely on self-creation to create a completely new font that is recognized and admired by those who understand calligraphy, is truly an extremely difficult task. If a master calligrapher, having immersed himself in the art of calligraphy for decades and possessing astonishing talent, were to suddenly have a profound enlightenment on the verge of death, integrating all his knowledge to create a completely new font, Xia Pied would be shocked, but not to the point that his entire worldview would collapse. But the person who did this is a young man who is just over 20 years old. Although it is clear that Shen Xu's handwriting is still not quite polished. However, the shape and form of the font are already very full. Therefore, in Xia Pied's view, the reason why Shen Xu's handwriting was somewhat immature was entirely because he was writing in this completely new font. Once Shen Xu fully adapts to this new font, his handwriting will inevitably display a grand and majestic air. At least in Xia Pied's view, a calligrapher who can truly create his own font must have reached the pinnacle of calligraphy. Moreover, this brand new font, which he had never seen before, presented a truly magnificent and awe-inspiring visual experience, almost like a tiger swallowing up thousands of miles. If we set aside the immaturity of Shen Xu's handwriting and focus solely on the fact that this entirely new font was one that Xia Pied had never seen before, then in Xia Pied's opinion, it was absolutely comparable to famous fonts such as Yen style, Lu style, thin gold style, and flying white style. In some specific details, it is even worse. After making that judgment in his mind, Xia Pied couldn't help but gasp. He stood behind Shen Xu with increasing seriousness, carefully appreciating the work. A prescription was quickly written. Shen Xu did not write the prescription exactly as manhwaedit had mentioned. Since tiger bones from another world are significantly more potent than those from this world, other herbs from that other world probably exhibit similar characteristics. Therefore, the prescriptions that manhwaedit formulated based on the medicinal properties of herbs from another world would definitely have some discrepancies if applied to his own world. Fortunately, since the main ingredient, tiger bone, comes from another world, any differences in the combination of auxiliary ingredients won't cause any problems. At most, it's just that the medicinal properties of tiger bone cannot be fully utilized. The waste from the medicinal properties, apart from consuming more tiger bones, will not cause any other problems. This is the limit he can currently achieve after following manhwaedit and receiving several days of instruction from manhwaedit. After drying the ink, Shen Xu removed the paperweight and reached into his pocket. Using the pocket as cover, he took out a small piece of shinbone from his subspace. Then he handed the tiger bone, along with the written prescription, to Xia Pied. He smiled and said, "That's about it. Please have someone verify it, Grandpa Xia. If nothing unexpected happens, Grandpa Xia will no longer suffer from rheumatism." Xia Pied took the item and carefully examined the handwriting on the prescription. After confirming that his previous judgment of the handwriting was absolutely correct, he couldn't help but give Shen Xu a deep look. He didn't say much, but simply handed the items to one of the bodyguards who had been following him. He then gave the bodyguard a few simple instructions, asking him to contact a healthcare professional to come and confirm the tiger bone and prescription as soon as possible. After finishing these tasks, Xia Pied led Shen Xu and his granddaughter out of the study and casually asked, "Little Shen, is the handwriting you used to write the prescription your own creation?" "No, it was my master who taught me. I have several masters. There's one who taught me medicine, another who taught me calligraphy and painting, and even another who taught me feng shui. In short, I've learned a wide variety of things," Shen Xu answered honestly. However, Xia Pied didn't quite believe Shen Xu's answer. If the calligraphy style that Shen Xu wrote was truly taught by someone else, then the person who taught Shen Xu must be a figure like the sage of calligraphy. A calligrapher of this caliber could never remain unknown. The handwriting style that Shen Xu just wrote could not possibly have never appeared before. Of course, compared to Shen Xu's self-created font, the explanations given by others are easier to accept, but Xia Pied just finds them difficult to understand. Does Chengdu really exist in the 21st century, yet there are still reclusive masters living in seclusion amidst the bustling city? Given Xia Pied's status and position, he certainly knew that there were indeed extraordinary folk figures with real skills in this world. But even the most eccentric folk hero couldn't possibly hide so quietly, could he? Moreover, judging from Shen Xu's words, he actually has more than one mentor. When did it become possible to mass-produce reclusive masters? This just doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. With these questions in mind, Xia Pied led Shen Xu and his granddaughter to the dining table. He felt that Shen Xu had a strange aura about him, and planned to have his men investigate him thoroughly after entertaining him, to see what secrets Shen Xu was hiding. If there is any danger, then it should be dealt with promptly. If there is no danger, even with his status and position, it would still be something to celebrate if he could make more friends with truly capable folk geniuses. Lunch was already prepared on the table. It wasn't extravagant. It was just a simple home-cooked meal, 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. But the chef was obviously very skilled. When Shen Xu ate the food, he felt that this ordinary home-cooked dish tasted like a delicacy. Just as the meal was about to be finished, the villa's door was suddenly pushed open, followed by a series of hurried footsteps approaching the dining room. The person arrived before their voice was heard. "Old Master Xia! Where is the master who prescribed this medicine for you? Please be sure to introduce me. This prescription is absolutely amazing. And that tiger bone is no ordinary one either. Judging from the test results, your rheumatism might really be cured." Chapter 107 The Incurable Disease is Curable. Chapter 107 The Incurable Disease is Curable. As soon as the words were spoken, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s hurriedly appeared at the restaurant entrance. The man's face was filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. After scanning the table, all his expressions were replaced by doubt. Unable to resist asking, "Elder Xia, what about the master who prescribed your medicine? Has he already left?" Xia Pai pointed at Shen Xu and said with a smile. He didn't leave. This young Shen, Comrade Shen Xu, is the one who prescribed the medicine for me. It seems you highly approve of his prescription? The middle-aged man was stunned. After scrutinizing Shen Xu for a while, he said in disbelief. This young man wrote the prescription? No way! That prescription is absolutely ingenious. His understanding of the medicinal properties of various herbs is simply divine. I stared at the prescription for quite a while, repeatedly combining the properties of all the herbs, before I finally understood why the prescription was written the way it was. How could a young person have such a profound understanding of the properties of various herbs? After raising the question, the middle-aged man immediately realized that such a question was very impolite. He quickly bowed to Shen Xu and apologized, saying, I'm sorry it wasn't directed at you, it's just that it's really beyond my comprehension. Traditional Chinese medicine is a vast and profound field. Even with great talent, it's impossible to be fully familiar with the medicinal properties of all herbs without decades of immersion in it. This is completely different from Western medicine. Western medicine relies heavily on various medical instruments for pathological diagnosis, allowing for a streamlined, assembly line approach to training. As long as the medical equipment is advanced, major problems are unlikely to occur. Traditional Chinese medicine, however, cannot do this. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating the root cause of the illness and analyzing each case individually. Even the same disease will require different prescriptions depending on the individual's constitution. Therefore, traditional Chinese medicine cannot be mass-produced like an assembly line. Extensive experience and a significant amount of time spent accumulating knowledge are indispensable for traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. An insufficient or incomplete understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs can easily lead to inaccurate prescriptions, even to the point of being counterproductive. This explains the large number of quack doctors in TCM, which is largely due to a lack of proper training. Comrade Shen Xu, you are indeed too young. You look to be only around 20 years old, right? I really can't believe that someone your age could have such superb medical skills. Although it may sound very offensive to say this, I simply cannot understand it, please forgive me. By the end, the middle-aged man's words had become somewhat incoherent. It was clear that Shen Xu's youth had a huge impact on him. This was an unexpected situation that he was not psychologically prepared for before he arrived. Seeing the middle-aged man's slightly helpless expression, Shen Xu smiled and said, I did write the prescription, but it's all thanks to my master's teachings, and it has little to do with me personally. Master? Yes. Master. You are so young and yet you have such profound attainments in traditional Chinese medicine. You must have studied under a famous doctor. May I ask who Comrade Shen Xu's master is? Could you please introduce me? I don't mean anything by it, I just have some questions I would like to ask you. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. Shen Xu shook his head with a slight embarrassment and said, I'm really sorry, it's not that I don't want to make an introduction, but my master, how should I put it? My masters are all true hermits. They have long been accustomed to a life isolated from the world and are completely unwilling to have any contact with the outside world, so I'm very sorry. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't hide his disappointment. He nodded and said, It's understandable. It's normal for such a master to have a peculiar personality. It's just a pity that we can't get a glimpse of his talent. After a few words of reflection, the middle-aged man quickly came to terms with reality, composed himself, and soon became excited again. Looking at Xia Pai, he said excitedly, Old Xia! That tiger bone is extraordinary, completely different from ordinary tiger bones. Currently, whether it's a captive tiger or a wild tiger, normal tiger bones can never match the medicinal properties contained in that tiger bone. Judging from the medicinal properties of that tiger bone, combined with the prescription given by Comrade Shen Xu, I am at least 80% certain that it can cure your rheumatism. This is simply a medical miracle. Because normally, rheumatism can only be relieved, and there is no cure at all. The only slight drawback is that the main reason I am so confident in completely curing your rheumatism is because of that tiger bone. So no matter how good the prescription given by Comrade Shen Xu is, it is not really worth promoting, since it cannot be cured without the tiger bone. That kind of tiger bone is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. I've never encountered it before. It's possible that the tiger underwent a very peculiar genetic mutation, which resulted in a terrifyingly enhanced medicinal effect on the tiger bone. This kind of tiger bone is extremely rare and hard to come by. Once used, it's gone forever. Upon receiving such a positive reply from the middle-aged man, even Xia Pied, who had reached a level of composure that remained unchanged even in the face of a collapsing mountain, couldn't help but feel invigorated. Those who haven't suffered from severe rheumatism can't understand the pain. The most frightening thing is that, like diabetes, this disease is lifelong once contracted, and medication can only provide temporary relief. Moreover, they will be subject to various restrictions in their lives, making it impossible for them to live as freely as normal people, which is what ordinary people call a lack of quality of life. Xia Pied had thought more than once that if his rheumatism could be completely cured, he would be willing to pay 10 years of his life for it. Even if I can't live for very long, at least I can live well while I'm alive, and that's enough. But Xia Pied also knew that it was just wishful thinking. Who could have predicted that just when he had almost completely resigned himself to his fate, things would suddenly take a turn for the better, and a glimmer of hope would appear? After calming himself down, Xia Pied realized that he wasn't the only one suffering from this severe rheumatic pain, so he couldn't help but ask Shen Xu, "Little Shen, how many tiger bones do you have left?" Shen Xu answered very honestly, "Grandpa Xia, I have a complete set. If you need it, how about we use this set of tiger bones as the first deal for my trading company?" A complete set? Xia Pied also became excited. If there really were a complete system, wouldn't that mean that all his old friends who were also suffering from severe rheumatism could be cured? Taking a deep breath, Xia Pied said seriously, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to write the shareholding agreement and then transfer the investment funds to you in the jade box immediately. As for the transaction of this tiger bone set, I'll have Zichio's mother contact you directly." Chapter 108 Changing Attitude. Chapter 108 Changing Attitude. Xia Pied was extremely efficient. After learning that his severe rheumatism could indeed be cured, Xia Pied's entire demeanor was transformed, and his attitude towards Shen Xu became noticeably more enthusiastic. To be a useful person to others is an eternal truth. Because only when you are useful to others will others be willing to be useful to you. There is never hatred without a cause in this world, and naturally there is no love without a cause either. Strive to be a useful person to others, and the world will be full of kindness towards you. Otherwise, you are destined to have many misfortunes. Less than half an hour later, Shen Xu and Xiao Zichio were sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, enjoying the tea that Xia Pied had personally brewed, and chatting with the middle-aged man about their views on traditional Chinese medicine, when a man in a suit and tie arrived at the villa with several contracts. "Take a look at the terms, the investment agreement. I had someone check your company. It's not officially registered yet, but it's been registered with an agency I've never heard of that's handling the process. Because it's international trade, the scope of business is quite broad, so the approval process is a bit complicated. I've spoken to the business registration authorities and asked them to complete all your registration procedures today, covering all aspects of your business scope. So you can sign this shareholding agreement now. After you sign it, I'll arrange for someone to complete all the shareholding procedures and add it to your company's registration information. 1 billion in cash, representing 20% of the shares, will be deposited into the company account, but you are allowed to withdraw it freely without restrictions. If you have any objections to this shareholding percentage, we can discuss it further. I don't care about the percentage, as long as I can guarantee my shareholding. Consider it a birthday gift for Zichio this year." As Xia Pied spoke, he handed several contracts to Shen Xu. Shen Xu was genuinely surprised by the conditions Xia Pied mentioned. Because they are just too generous. After injecting 1 billion yuan in cash, Xia Pied only asked for 20% of the shares. In other words, Xia Pied gave this newly registered shell company a valuation of 5 billion. Clearly, just as Xia Pied said before, this billion yuan in cash is actually just compensation for the jade box. As for the 20% shareholding, it was less of a gift to Xia Ziqiu and more of a way to protect Shen Xu. Even if the shares are held on behalf of someone else, at some level, there is absolutely no secret about this. Countless companies have tried to give away shares to Xia Paid in hopes of receiving his favor, but they have found no way to do so. The fact that he directly transferred 20% of the shares of his newly registered company to Xia Ziqiu was Xia Paid's way of expressing a certain attitude. After briefly reviewing the contract terms and confirming that they were extremely favorable to him, and that he could indeed have full control over the investment without being subject to any oversight of the funds, Shen Xu signed the contract without hesitation. The contract was in triplicate. Xia Paid casually tossed 2 copies to the man in the suit, and then personally poured Shen Xu a cup of tea. He began. Remember, it doesn't matter what happens abroad, but don't cross the line domestically. And for well-known reasons, if you encounter difficult problems abroad, you'll have to solve them yourself. I won't risk diplomatic consequences by offering you help abroad. As for domestic matters, as long as you pay taxes according to the law, nothing else will be a problem. For any issues, contact Ziqiu directly. Her mother can handle any business-related matters. Of course, the prerequisite is that your actions do not harm national interests. Although this is our first meeting, you've left a very deep impression on me. We have a long future ahead of us, and we can gradually get to know each other better. If you're not too busy, please come visit this old man every 10 days or so. As for the travel permits and such, Ziqiu can take care of them for you. Remember to call ahead before you come, and write down my secretary's number later. If there's anything urgent and you don't have time to contact Ziqiu's mother, you can call my secretary directly. After giving these detailed instructions, Xia Paid picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. The man in the suit immediately smiled and gestured for Shen Xu to proceed. Shen Xu knew this was a gesture to see the guest off, so he got up to take his leave, feeling extremely satisfied with what he had gained that day. Xia Ziqiu also stood up, greeted her grandfather, and then accompanied Shen Xu out of the villa. She drove the person here, so of course she has to drive them back as well. Besides, she had a lot of unresolved issues that she wanted to discuss with Shen Xu. Xia Paid only put down his teacup after Shen Xu had walked out of the villa and he heard the villa door close again. He leaned back on the sofa, looking at the 2 bodyguards standing beside him with a somewhat serious expression. One of the bodyguards bowed and said, Mr. Xia, this young man is very dangerous. I can sense an aura emanating from him, an aura that only someone who has seen blood can possess, though it is not obvious. Xia Paid raised an eyebrow and said, So when you first saw him, you thought he might pose a threat to my safety? The bodyguard nodded and said, That's right. I even think that if we really fought, I might not be his match. Judging from the skill he displayed when he leaped from his horse, he has definitely undergone very rigorous training. Xia Paid nodded slowly and said, He is agile, has strong combat ability, is proficient in medical theory, and has also shown amazing calligraphy skills. According to him, he also knows the art of painting and is familiar with the study of bagua and feng shui. If he wasn't lying, then the so-called hermits behind him who could cultivate a young man to this level must be truly remarkable figures. Moreover, they wield considerable influence abroad. At this point, Xia Paid fell into deep thought. The value Shen Xu demonstrated exceeded his expectations, forcing him to temporarily change his original plan and truly value Shen Xu. After much deliberation, Xia Paid ordered in a deep voice, Conduct a thorough investigation into Shaoshan. I need to know everything about his life from birth to the present, down to the smallest detail, without missing a single thing. Can we have the results by tomorrow? The bodyguard nodded and said, Yes. But it's difficult to investigate overseas cases. If it's limited to domestic cases, we should have results by tomorrow morning. Just investigate everything related to Shaoshan, ignore everything else. Yes. Understood. Chapter 109 The biggest enemy of buying a house is social security. Chapter 109 The biggest enemy of buying a house is social security. The man in the suit was Xia Paid's personal secretary. Before getting into Xia Ziqiu's car, Shen Xu and Xia Ziqiu added each other's phone numbers and chat software friends. I learned that the man in the suit was surnamed Lu, and named Lu Tongchun. According to him, in Wanghai City, if there's anything that can't be resolved, you can just call him directly. Because Xia Pai's status was so high, even the top 2 leaders of Wanghai City had to treat him with great respect. Therefore, as Xia Pai's full-time secretary, she naturally possesses astonishing power within Wanghai City. It's important to know that Wanghai City is a municipality directly under the central government, and the top official there can directly enter the Politburo. As the highest deliberative body in the country, the number of top figures who can join has generally remained at around 20 per administration. This is the true pinnacle of the pyramids. If such an important figure treats him with such respect, then with Xia Pai's protection, Shen Xu can indeed act with impunity in Wanghai City. Of course, we should keep a low profile. After adding each other as friends, Shen Xu climbed into the passenger seat of Xia Zichio's Bentley. As the car started, Lu Tongchun stood still and waved goodbye, watching the Bentley until it disappeared from sight before turning back into the villa. To be honest, I have never seen anyone receive such attention from my grandfather after their first meeting. The fact that he said those things and that Secretary Lu wrote down your phone number shows that he has completely accepted you, which is very rare. Xia Zichio gripped the steering wheel, looked straight ahead, and spoke. Shen Xu replied rather casually. To be valued so highly by Elder Xia truly makes me feel somewhat apprehensive. Xia Zichio glanced at Shen Xu and said irritably, What are you so afraid of? Isn't this the result you most wanted? Don't think I can't see that you're trying so hard to impress my grandfather just to gain his attention. But that's alright. Many people in this world encounter various opportunities throughout their lives, but very few are truly able to seize them. You've saved my grandfather from the torment of rheumatism. I should thank you. Shen Xu shook his head and said, It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. Besides, your grandfather has given me enough in return. His willingness to let you become a shareholder of my shell company is tantamount to him saying he will protect me. For many people, this is a benefit that money can't buy. Xia Zichio nodded and said, Indeed, but the main reason my grandfather reacted that way is because you did something that no one else could do. Curing rheumatism is a medical breakthrough worthy of a Nobel Prize, right? It's a pity that it can't be promoted so that all rheumatism patients can be free from the pain. Shen Xu shrugged and said, There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the reason your grandfather's rheumatism was cured had nothing to do with medical techniques. It was simply because that tiger bone was different from normal tiger bones. Medicinal herbs are extremely rare, so of course they can't benefit everyone. That's just how the world is, isn't it? Xia Zichio pursed her lips and sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. When you come to see my grandfather next time, please let me know in advance. I didn't expect Qilong to listen to you so much. Next time, could you help me talk to Qilong and ask him to let me ride him, okay? Shen Xu smiled and agreed. No problem. You are now a shareholder of my company, and strictly speaking, we are already partners. Since it is a request from a partner, I will certainly do my best to fulfill it. Hearing Shen Xu agree, Xia Zichio was quite pleased and said with great interest, Your skills far exceeded my expectations. Let's spar sometime. You've clearly received professional training. You must be quite a fighter, right? Ahem, I am a cultured person who believes in winning people over with virtue and never resorts to violence easily. It's just a friendly spar, not a fight. Alright, it's settled then. There's a ring near my grandfather's horse farm, so we'll take care of that next time I see him. Xia Zichio made a decision in just a few words. Shen Xu had no choice but to reluctantly agree again. I really didn't expect that you were such a hidden genius with so many amazing abilities. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I insisted on going with my colleague when I first went to your house to check on things, which was not normal at all, I would have suspected that you were setting me up. The purpose was simple, to establish a connection with my grandfather through me? Who knows? Of course, from beginning to end, I was absolutely certain that meeting you was purely accidental. You couldn't possibly have planned every step in advance, so you really felt very strange to me, or rather, very mysterious. Xia Zichio glanced at Shen Xu again and said quite seriously. Shen Xu laughed and said, Then you're doomed. I've heard that a woman's fall for a man often begins when she finds him mysterious and becomes curious about him. Xia Ziqiu snorted and said disdainfully. Dream on. I just thought it was unbelievable that someone I casually met could be so capable. By the way, you're still renting, right? Now that you've received the investment, you can easily cash out the funds. Aren't you planning to buy a house? And a car? You don't have a car now, do you? Shen Xu said speechlessly. Of course not. You need to pay Social Security contributions in Wanghai for 3 years before you're eligible to participate in the license plate lottery. As for buying a house, you need to pay Social Security contributions for more than 5 years to be eligible. I just graduated this year, and I haven't even started paying Social Security contributions yet, so even if I had the money, I couldn't buy one. Xia Ziqiu was visibly taken aback, but then quickly said apologetically, I'm sorry, although I know about the purchase restriction policy. I've never been affected by it before, so I didn't think of it at the time. How about this? I'll make a call and ask them to add you to the eligibility list for buying a house and a car. Regarding the 1 billion yuan investment in the company, since you've already signed the contract, your company registration will definitely be completed within an hour, and the money will be transferred to your personal account. Because your company doesn't have an accountant yet, you certainly don't understand the restrictions on the use of money in the company account. Since you can cash out this money indefinitely anyway, it would be more convenient to transfer it directly to your personal account. You should find a trustworthy accountant as soon as possible. Otherwise, business transactions between your company and my mother's company will require official invoices, and it will be very troublesome without one. Of course, my mom's company can handle everything initially, but that's not a long-term solution. After all, on the surface, your business still needs to be legal and compliant, and all the necessary procedures cannot be omitted. Chapter 110 The Brother Sleeping in the Upper Bunk. Chapter 110 The brother sleeping on the top bunk. Shen Xu knew that Xia Ziqiu was right. The problem is, where can he find a reliable accountant all of a sudden? If it's just simple bookkeeping, then it's very easy. You can even outsource it to a professional accounting firm. However, if his company and Xia Ziqiu's mother's company were to conduct business, the only legal and compliant aspect would probably be the accounting records. In the actual transaction process, unless the boss personally intervenes every time, it is difficult to guarantee that the company's finance department will not notice anything amiss. Therefore, the selection of financial personnel should be approached with great care, no matter what. Given the current situation, we need to take a long-term approach. While Shen Xu was pondering, Xia Ziqiu had already driven into Wanghai City and arrived at a main road lined with various car dealerships. Huh! What are you doing? Noticing that there were various brands of fourth-generation dealerships every so often on both sides, Shen Xu couldn't help but ask. Xia Ziqiu replied, I'll take you to buy a car. You have a driver's license, right? Now that we have so much money, wouldn't it be more convenient to buy a car? What do you think? Do you have any favorite brands? Shen Xu nodded blankly and said, I do have a driver's license. I got it during the summer break in college. But do I really not need to pay the Social Security contributions for the past 3 years? Xia Ziqiu rolled her eyes, parked the car on the side of the road, turned on the hazard lights, and made a phone call in front of Shen Xu. He gave a few brief instructions over the phone, and then hung up. He told Shen Xu to wait a moment, and then started playing music on the car stereo. Before a single song could finish playing, Xia Ziqiu's phone rang. After finishing the call, Xia Ziqiu turned off her hazard lights. As he continued driving, he said with a smile, All done. You have no problem qualifying to buy a house or a car. Don't worry about the license plate either. I'll have someone pick a good one for you. How about we just get you a black plate? Although black license plates are no longer issued, getting one temporarily shouldn't be a problem. Compared to a regular blue license plate, a black license plate is more convenient. If you occasionally commit a minor traffic violation, it won't be recorded. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu quickly waved his hand and said, No, a regular license plate is fine. There's no need to choose a special number. Your grandfather just told me to keep a low profile. If I were to make my license plate special, wouldn't that be embarrassing for him? Xia Ziqiu said nonchalantly. He told you to keep a low profile, but that's only relatively speaking. As long as you don't bully men and women in public, That's considered keeping a low profile. What's the big deal about getting a license plate? Never mind, a regular license plate is fine. I'll register your license plate number with the city's traffic police headquarters and traffic management department later. So, have you decided what car to buy? Faced with Xia Ziqiu's question, Shen Xu was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed considered buying a car before, but that was when he didn't have the money. Thinking that my parents have worked hard for half their lives, I thought that buying them a car in their hometown would at least make them look good. At that time, he only dared to research car models that could be bought for around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Now that you've suddenly become rich, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable to only spend 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to buy a car? Moreover, men's love for machinery is actually innate. A nice car can be just as attractive to a man as a naked woman standing in front of him, striking seductive poses. So after looking around, Shen Xu gritted his teeth and said, I also want to buy a car of the same brand as yours, a Bentley. But not a 2-door, 4-seater coupe like yours, I want to buy a 4-door one. Xia Ziqiu said with some surprise. Really? I thought you would choose a Rolls-Royce. Anyway, with your current net worth, you can easily afford either a Cullinan or a Phantom. Isn't a Rolls-Royce supposed to be a man's romance? Shen Xu couldn't help but cough, speechless. Mecha is a man's romance. As for Rolls-Royces, I've always thought they weren't good-looking. If it weren't for the Rolls-Royce badge, I'd even think those cars were ugly. Bentleys, on the other hand, really suit my aesthetic perfectly. They're practically my dream car. Seeing that Shen Xu's attitude was clear, Xia Ziqiu didn't say anything more and nodded, saying, I understand. I'll take you to the car dealership where I bought my car. That dealership specializes in selling all kinds of luxury cars, and the owner is a friend of my mother's. As for the 4-door Bentley, there's only one flying spur available. There used to be the Mulsanne, a model Bentley launched to compete with Rolls-Royce. But frankly, Bentley was no match for Rolls-Royce in that segment. Moreover, the Mulsanne was just as ugly as the Rolls-Royce, lacking any distinctive features. I don't know what Bentley was thinking. Since they're similarly priced and have similar looks, why would anyone buy a Bentley instead of a Rolls-Royce? So it's obvious the Mulsanne was completely unpopular and has been discontinued. Xia Ziqiu's tone sounded somewhat sarcastic. As they were talking, she parked her car outside a car dealership. Shen Xu followed Xia Ziqiu out of the car and found that the exterior walls of the car dealership were all floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the luxurious atmosphere inside. All kinds of luxury cars were displayed in the dealership's showroom. The sales staff were either dressed in sharp suits or alluring in black stockings, but there were hardly any customers looking at the cars. As Xia Ziqiu led Shen Xu into the car dealership, she also made a phone call. Judging from the content of the call, it was probably to the car dealership owner. Immediately, a salesman in a sharp suit came forward, all smiles, ready to greet the customer warmly. However, after seeing Shen Xu's appearance clearly, the salesman suddenly froze. He exclaimed in surprise, Brother Xu? Upon hearing the sound, Shen Xu turned to look at the male salesman, his face immediately showing the same expression of surprise. Brother Go? What are you doing here? Hey! Don't even mention it! That company that did the campus recruitment was a jerk, they actually backed out. I'm completely stuck here, I have no choice but to find a sales job to tide me over, otherwise I won't be able to stay in Wanghai. What's wrong with you? You haven't called me for the past 2 weeks. And when I call you, it's always out of service. What's wrong? Did you get caught soliciting prostitutes? As the male salesman spoke, he happily put his arm around Shen Xu's shoulder. Xia Ziqiu, standing to the side, showed a curious expression. Seeing this, Shen Xu quickly said, Stop talking nonsense. I came with a friend. Let me introduce you. Xia Ziqiu is my friend. Ziqiu, this is Go Wenpeng, my best roommate during my 4 years of college, the real brother who lived in the bunk above me. I call him Brother Go. Brother Dog? Hello, nice to meet you. Xia Ziqiu gracefully extended her right hand. Chapter 111 Unwittingly Becoming a Kept Man. Chapter 111 Unwittingly Becoming a Kept Man. Seeing Xia Ziqiu reach out to greet him, Go Wenping became flustered. He quickly reached out and gently shook hands with Xia Ziqiu, but only dared to pull on a few of Xia Ziqiu's fingers, not daring to touch Xia Ziqiu's palm at all. There's no way around it. Xia Ziqiu is just too outstanding in both temperament and appearance. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform again, but rather a very appropriate casual outfit, which made Xia Ziqiu look quite radiant. Such an outstanding overall image can create immense pressure for men, even causing many to feel ashamed and intimidated. So Go Wenping and Xia Ziqiu's hands touched, and then separated. After giving Xia Ziqiu an extremely professional smile, Go Wenping grabbed Shen Xu's neck. After pulling Shen Xu aside, she whispered excitedly, "Wow! Brother Su! How did you meet her? Even the school beauty queen at our school can't compare to her. I thought you'd be absolutely devoted to Li Jianan. Turns out you've already fallen for someone else right after graduation? Confess. What have you been doing for the past 2 weeks? Don't tell me you bought this beauty from Vietnam." Shen Xu rolled his eyes, shoved Go Wenping's arm away, and said speechlessly, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. What do you mean by falling in love with someone else? There's no love between Li Jianan and me. It's just unrequited love. Has Li Jianan ever even looked at me properly? They're determined to stay in Wanghai and become residents. I have no house, no car, and most importantly, no Wanghai residency. Li Jianan has absolutely no interest in putting me in her fish pond. What right do I have to talk about unwavering devotion? Do I even deserve it?" Go Wenping leaned back and stared at Shen Xu with great surprise. He clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "Brother Su, how come I never noticed before that you were so self-aware? That's great. Being able to recognize your ordinariness and accept it calmly is a sign of maturity. You're not the same person you were half a year ago who got drunk for Li Jianan. You've transformed." Shen Xu glanced at Go Wenping and asked in return, "Irony?" Go Wenping immediately pointed to the sky and swore, "Brother Su, don't wrong me. I'm absolutely speaking from the bottom of my heart. I told you before that if you really wanted to throw yourself into the fire with someone like Li Jianan, you would definitely be wasting your life. But you always had unrealistic fantasies. Now that you can truly let go, I'm definitely happy for you." As the two were whispering to each other, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence jogged into the exhibition hall. Every salesperson they encountered along the way greeted the middle-aged man with utmost respect. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Go Wenping immediately straightened up and whispered to Shen Xu, "Our boss is here. Just pretend to be a customer looking at cars. We'll talk later." To Go Wenping's surprise, his boss jogged up to him, a slightly fawning smile on his face, and humbly greeted the young woman, Xia Ziqiu. The young woman, Xia, casually greeted her boss and then led him to Shen Xu. "Uncle Zhao, this is Shen Xu, my friend. He's here today to help him buy a car. He wants a Bentley Flying Spur. You should have one in stock, right? Same as always, no discounts allowed, just the market price. Make sure the car is in good condition. Shen Xu, this Uncle Zhao is my mom's friend. You can call him uncle like I do." Xia Ziqiu explained the situation concisely. The middle-aged man immediately shook hands with Shen Xu with a beaming smile and said in an extremely friendly manner, "No problem, I'll have someone make the contract right away. It's definitely a new car this year. I'll add everything that needs to be added for you, including insurance and taxes. If you put it all together, you can get it for 400,000 on the road. In addition, I'll cover all future warranty coverage for the car. Whether it's maintenance or repairs, just come to me. I'll charge cost price. Actually, free is fine too, but Xia would definitely disagree. Her temper is just like her mother's." Shen Xu thanked him, let go of the middle-aged man's hand, and then suddenly put his arm around Go Wenping's shoulder and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, Brother Go is my classmate. He works as a salesman for you now. Can I pay for this car today on Brother Go's behalf? He must have just arrived here. I reckon he hasn't made a sale yet. As his classmate, since it's something I can easily do, I should lend a hand. Otherwise, if he keeps failing to sell cars and gets stressed, I'll end up comforting him anyway." The middle-aged man paused for a moment, glanced at the name tag on Go Wenping's chest, and nodded without hesitation, saying, "Of course, so you're Wenping's friend. Then you should be considered Wenping's client. Here's what we'll do, Wenping, you go and work on the contract. You'll also be in charge of handling the rest of this car. Whatever problems arise, whether it's repairs or parts replacement, you'll be fully responsible for handling them." Go Wenping looked delighted and immediately agreed. She gently patted Shen Xu's shoulder before turning around to attend to the car purchase contract. If a luxury car worth millions is sold, the salesperson can earn at least tens of thousands in commission. Like him, Go Wenping had just graduated. For outsiders who want to make a living in Wanghai, the initial stage is often the most difficult. So suddenly it was like getting tens of thousands of yuan in income for free, which would undoubtedly greatly alleviate Go Wenping's financial difficulties. While Go Wenping was working on the contract, the middle-aged man pulled Shen Xu and Xia Ziqiu to sit on the sofa in the exhibition hall, brewed a pot of tea, and chatted with them. There was no deliberate probing. The middle-aged man was very talkative, witty, and humorous, making people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze when they were with him. However, the casual attitude that Xia Ziqiu inadvertently displayed towards Shen Xu during their conversation truly surprised the middle-aged man. Based on the middle-aged man's understanding of Xia Ziqiu, the fact that Xia Ziqiu acted so familiarly and didn't care about any issues with etiquette meant that Xia Ziqiu considered Shen Xu one of her own. Is this another young master from a family who's been hiding him so well? Just as the middle-aged man was still speculating in his mind, Go Wenping walked over quickly with the completed contract in hand. Shen Xu took the car purchase contract, not bothering to read the terms and conditions, and simply signed his name with a flourish. Xia Ziqiu then took out her card and handed it to Go Wenping, saying, "Use my card, he shouldn't have any money in it right now." Shen Xu really wanted to say that he was rich, as the 30 million he earned from selling gold was quietly lying in his bank account. However, the words remained unspoken. Chapter 112 has become the focus. Chapter 112 became the focus. Go Wenping blankly accepted Xia Ziqiu's card and was immediately amazed by Shen Xu. He couldn't understand why his best friend, who had remained unremarkable throughout his 4 years of university, could suddenly become so successful right after graduation. Not only did he meet such an amazing beauty, but the key point is that this amazing beauty also seems to come from a very wealthy family, and is even willing to spend money on her best friend. A whopping 4 million! That's more money than many people earn in a lifetime, and he spent it without even blinking an eye. What kind of family are you from? There must be a mine there. Filled with emotion and admiration, Go Wenping secretly gave Shen Xu a thumbs up before heading to the card reader. The entire transaction went very smoothly, and the car was quickly registered under Shen Xu's name. However, the car hasn't been registered yet, and insurance hasn't been purchased. Also, some optional extras need to be installed, so Shen Xu will have to wait a few more days to pick it up. After all the formalities were completed, Go Wenping and the middle-aged man escorted Shen Xu and Xia Ziqiu to the parking lot outside the exhibition hall. Before Shen Xu got into the car, Go Wenping leaned close to Shen Xu's ear and whispered, "Thanks for today. How about we have a drink tonight? I'm really curious about what you've been through lately." Shen Xu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I've been really busy lately. My sister finished her college entrance exams and insisted on coming all the way to Wanghai to visit me. I also have a lot of things to do on my own. I'll contact you after I've finished these busy periods." Go Wenping didn't insist. The two of them always spoke their minds, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then call me when you have time. Although it seems like you're being kept by a rich woman now, I still have to treat you to drinks. I reckon you'll give me tens of thousands in commission for today's deal, which is basically a gift from you. Let's go out for a good meal together." Shen Xu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't compete with you. I'll go first. You go and help me with the paperwork. I'll come to pick up the car in a few days." "No problem, I'll make sure it's all done perfectly. Oh, and I'll post about your car purchase in the class group later, mainly for Li Jianan to see, so she won't even look at you properly back then, and she'll definitely regret it." Go Wenping said excitedly. "Isn't that unnecessary? I really don't have any feelings for her anymore." "Why not? Wealth and honor without returning home is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Brother Su, let me tell you, at least half of a person's life is spent living for others. You need to let others know how well you're doing. That way, those who care about you will be happy for you, and those who dislike you will feel bad and depressed. Seeing Go Wenping's serious expression, Shen Xu knew that Go Wenping was indignant about his previous school experiences. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Whatever, just don't exaggerate it." After saying that, Shen Xu opened the car door and got in. Xiao Ziqiu started the car and drove Shen Xu towards a high-end residential complex in the city. He then added, "When we get to the sales office, if you like the houses there and decide to buy them, just pay for them yourself. It'll take at least half an hour to drive there, and the money should be in your account by then. You don't need to pay back the money for this car, consider it a gift from me." "Huh! This isn't a good idea. Even though you don't care about money, a car worth 4 million is still too expensive," Shen Xu said in surprise. Xiao Ziqiu, however, said nonchalantly, "You'll have to get used to it eventually. Once your company starts doing business with my mom's company, you'll inevitably come into contact with my circle. In my circle, 4 million is really no different from 400. Therefore, you need to gradually adapt to the fact that money really is just a number. In my circle, what's truly valuable are always those things that money can't buy. So, the higher up the circle, the more it tends to embrace simplicity and the exchange of goods." Shen Xu was somewhat confused. It's just that the world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. While we were chatting, my phone rang with a notification from the chat app. After unlocking his screen, Shen Xu discovered that Go Wenping had posted his car purchase contract, the amount paid by credit card, and a photo of the Bentley Flying Spur in the class group chat. Although most of the sensitive content was blurred, his name and other information that could prove he bought the car was still presented very clearly. After sending out these things, Go Wenping posted a few more messages in the class group. The gist of it was to express gratitude to Shen Xu, and to make a special trip to the car dealership where he had found a temporary job to buy a car so that Shen Xu could start making sales right away. He could earn tens of thousands of yuan in commission from just this one transaction, which would directly solve his living expenses for the next few months. Clearly, in order to highlight Shen Xu, Go Wenping used subtle writing techniques to distort the facts to a certain extent. The implication was that Shen Xu didn't care about the 4 million for the car, he was just there to help him out. The class group chat exploded instantly. All sorts of information flooded the screen like a waterfall. Many people tagged Shen Xu in the group, asking him to explain why he could afford a luxury car like a Bentley right after graduation. Some people questioned this, arguing that Shen Xu is not a resident of Wanghai City, so what's the point of buying a car before he has paid Social Security for a sufficient number of years? He can't even register it. However, this question was immediately refuted by others as soon as it was raised. If you can afford a car like this, why can't you just rent a license plate? Compared to the price of the car, the cost of renting the license plate is negligible. Clearly, for these recent graduates, all from ordinary universities, a $4 million Bentley Flying Spur is far too impactful. Although some of the students in the class actually come from well-off families. But this, good, is only relative. At least in Shen Xu's class, there isn't a single family that can truly afford and maintain a Bentley. Being able to buy a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for a recent graduate is considered quite rare. It's easy to imagine how unbelievable it was for Shen Xu to spend money on a Bentley Flying Spur right away, compared to what the other students in the class thought. Especially considering that Shen Xu had always been an invisible figure in his class during his 4 years of university, the contrast was all the more striking. This was the first time in Shen Xu's memory that he had become the focus of the entire class. Faced with the barrage of messages in the class group, he was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. After pausing for a moment, I simply turned off the chat software's notification sound, then turned off the screen, deciding to avoid seeing it altogether. Chapter 113 Buying a House. Chapter 113 Buying a House. What's wrong? Xiao Ziqiu keenly noticed Shen Xu's emotional change and asked while driving steadily. Shen Xu shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just some reflections." When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come calling. This world is often so realistic that it's disgusting. Xiao Ziqiu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, That makes sense, but that's human nature, so there's nothing to be resentful about. Everyone has two faces. When looking up at those above, this face becomes fawning, and when looking down at those below, this face becomes arrogant. So, if you want to feel the kindness of the world at every moment, instead of being entangled in various troubles, the best way is to keep climbing upwards. When you reach the highest point in the world, you will find that everyone around you is smiling, and everything is as you wish. Shen Xu let out a long breath, stretched vigorously to relieve his fatigue, and sighed. I understand, but I've always lived an ordinary life since I was a child. This sudden change is like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water. Sometimes I wake up with a feeling of unreality, a fear that it was all just a dream, and no matter how wonderful the dream was, it was all an illusion. Once I wake up, everything shatters instantly, becoming nothingness. Xiao Ziqiu smiled and said, Although I don't know what you've been through, at least one thing I'm sure of is that this isn't a dream. Alright, we've arrived. This development isn't an off-plan property. All units will be sold after they're completely built. The location of the development is excellent, and it consists entirely of 4-story villas. The price isn't too expensive, at least considering the quality of the houses. I think the price is quite reasonable. I currently live here, and if you buy one, we'll be neighbors. While they were talking, Xiao Ziqiu had already opened the car door and gotten out, leading Shen Xu towards the sales office. The community has excellent landscaping. Although it is located in a bustling area, the landscaping effectively isolates the community from the surrounding noise, creating a sense of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. As soon as I entered the sales office, a saleswoman in a professional suit and black stockings greeted me with a smile. Are there still houses for sale? I remember asking your manager Yang before, and it seems there are still more than 20 houses in the community that haven't been sold yet? Xiao Ziqiu asked rather directly. The saleswoman immediately bowed and replied with a smile. You're right, but we just sold 2 units yesterday. There are only 19 units left for sale in the complex. Are you two planning to buy a house? Would you like me to tell you about the complex, or would you like to see it yourselves? Xiao Ziqiu nodded and said, Give him a brief introduction to the remaining properties. You don't need to talk about the neighborhood. I'm a homeowner here and I'm very satisfied with this neighborhood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought my friend here to buy a house. The saleswoman immediately became even more enthusiastic, and after responding, she led Shen Xu to the vicinity of the model. At the same time, she explained in a gentle tone. Hello, sir, our community is positioned as a mid to high-end residential development. In terms of unit design, there are no small or medium-sized units. All of them are single-level apartments, and stacked villas ranging from 145 square meters to 300 square meters. Because it's a newly built development that was sold as completed properties, there are currently no second-hand homes in the complex. If you want to buy a home, you can only do so by purchasing a new one from us. Of the 19 remaining units in the complex, 3 are stacked villas, and the remaining 16 are single-level apartments. They are available on all floors. The stacked villas consist of 1 upper unit and 2 lower units. I wonder what kind of apartment you, sir, are looking to buy. Shen Xu instinctively thought that buying a single-level apartment would be fine. If it were a large, single-level apartment of over 140 square meters, it would definitely be enough for him. Not to mention him, even if his sister came to live here, and they brought their parents over, the 140 square meter apartment would still have more than enough space after deducting the common area. However, before he could speak, Xiao Ziqiu preemptively said, Let me introduce those 2 lower duplexes. The single-level apartments feel a bit cramped, but the lower duplexes are just right. After saying that, Xiao Ziqiu looked at Shen Xu and said, You are still in the early stages of starting your business, so a lower-level duplex is enough. You can upgrade to a detached house later when you no longer have to worry about money. Shen Xu stared blankly for a moment, then swallowed hard. He realized that although he could be considered a wealthy person now, he had not yet adapted to the mindset of truly wealthy people in terms of consumption. The saleswoman spoke very professionally. The two lower-level duplex units are exactly the same in size and layout, only they are located in two different buildings. The property certificate shows an area of 280 square meters, plus a 140 square meter basement, and an 80 square meter yard. Our basement has the same height as the regular floors and also has some natural lighting. After the light wells were built, the lighting level in the basement is not much worse than that of the regular floors, and the quality of our houses is very reliable. If we weren't so confident in the quality of our products, we wouldn't have opted for the ready-build sales model. Aside from the higher renovation costs, in my opinion, the only drawback of the two lower-level units is perhaps a slight lack of privacy. After all, there are residents in the upper-level units. Shen Xu was somewhat bewildered. He had never tried to learn about this kind of high-end residence before. So instinctively, Shen Xu turned to look at Xia Ziqiu, wanting her to give him some advice. Unexpectedly, Xia Ziqiu's suggestion was simple and clear. Without any hesitation, he nodded and said, "Buy a lower-level unit. The one I bought is an upper-level unit, and it comes with a terrace, which is quite nice." Miss, could you check if any of the two unsold lower-level units are located right below my apartment? I remember that lower-level unit below mine has always been vacant. I live in Unit 1 of Building 3. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman exclaimed with delight. There really is one lower-level unit available, in Unit 1 of Building 3. That building has 4 units in total, 2 lower-level units and 2 upper-level units. The other 3 units have already been sold, and only the lower-level unit in Unit 1 is still available for sale. Would you two like to buy it? Xia Ziqiu's attitude was very clear. Shen Xu was indifferent to this, so he didn't want to waste any more time and directly agreed. Okay, let's buy this set. How much? Our stacked villas are all 150,000 yuan per square meter, and the lower-level units are sold according to the area on the property certificate, which is 42 million yuan. That's what the saleswoman said softly. Shen Xu's eyes widened instantly upon hearing the price. Chapter 114. The universe is so big, why are you selling it to me for 150,000? Chapter 114. The universe is so vast, and you're selling it to me for 150,000 per square meter? How much? Shen Xu instinctively asked the question in return. He was a little taken aback by the price. Not only did his complexion change, but his voice also became slightly shrill. Houses in Wanghai City are certainly very expensive, but in Shen Xu's mind, a house costing 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter is already quite good. After all, there are still houses on the outskirts of the city that cost around 30,000 yuan per square meter. Houses that cost 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter are not bad, even if they are not the best. How did it jump to 150,000 yuan per square meter? Keep in mind, this isn't one of those basic 70 to 80 square meter apartments. This house has a registered area of 280 square meters, and the total cost exceeds 40 million. So all that hard work he put into bringing back 70 kilograms of gold from that other world, after selling it all, he still couldn't afford a house? This is absolutely outrageous. The saleswoman was slightly startled and stammered as she repeated. 150,000 per square meter, total price 42 million. Upon receiving confirmation, Shen Xu took a deep breath. Looking at the saleswoman with an extremely solemn expression, he said in a deep voice. The diameter of the solar system is 19 billion kilometers, or about 4 light years. As for the Milky Way galaxy, which is further up, its diameter reaches 100,000 light years, and it contains at least 200 billion stars like our Sun. Continuing upwards, the Virgo supercluster, to which the Milky Way belongs, reaches a diameter of 100 million light years. It contains as many as 2,000 giant galaxies. As for the Laniakea supercluster above the Virgo supercluster, its diameter exceeds 500 million light years. The Virgo supercluster is just one filament in the Laniakea supercluster. Yet, there are a staggering 10 million such superclusters throughout the universe. Beautiful lady, don't you think that's a terrifying thing? As Shen Xu spoke, his gaze toward the saleswoman was incredibly intimidating. The saleswoman subconsciously took 2 steps back, swallowed nervously, crossed her arms over her chest, and asked with a slight stutter, "Sir, what do you think is scary?" Shen Xu raised his arms, making a large circle, and said excitedly, "The universe is so vast! You're selling me 150,000 per square meter! Isn't that terrifying?" The real estate agent, who had been unexpectedly given a long lecture on the universe, almost cried, saying aggrievedly, "But sir, this price! I didn't set it! I had no choice!" Xiao Ziqiu, standing to the side, couldn't help but cover her face with her hand, speechless, and said, "Hurry up and sign the contract and swipe your card. After you buy it, you don't need to worry about the decoration. Just give me the house keys and tell me what kind of decoration style you like, and I'll decorate it for you. Of course, if you're afraid of the hassle, you don't have to redecorate, since it comes with a high-end finish anyway." Shen Xu's agitated emotions calmed down a bit. He kept reminding himself that he was already a rich man. Not to mention a house worth tens of millions, he could actually afford a mansion worth hundreds of millions. However, he certainly won't buy such an expensive house anytime soon. Somewhat resigned to his fate, he signed the house purchase contract under the guidance of the saleswoman. After completing all the other formalities, I took my card and chose to pay in full, immediately swiping the card at the sales office for over 40 million yuan worth of the property. Such a clean and efficient approach impressed the saleswoman. When Shen Xu complained to her about the high housing prices, the saleswoman thought Shen Xu was ignorant. Unexpectedly, when it came time to pay for the house, which cost over 40 million yuan, the seller acted as decisively as if they were buying vegetables at a market. These are truly wealthy people. Shen Xu himself didn't seem to feel anything about it. Although he still felt the house was ridiculously expensive, the money was directly deposited into his card, and he didn't even check his bank account balance before swiping the payment. Throughout the entire process, he had no chance to be stimulated by the numbers, so compared to the excitement when he learned about the house price, he was very calm when paying for the house. It was almost 4 p.m. when I came out of the sales office. The thought that he had actually bought a car and a house, even luxury cars and mansions, which meant he had successfully settled down in Wanghai City, made Shen Xu feel a little dazed. At one time, he fantasized about settling down in Wanghai City as the ultimate goal of his life. At that time, although he had considered buying a house in Wanghai City, the houses he dared to dream of were basically in the far suburbs of Wanghai, or even in the surrounding areas of Wanghai City. And it has to be an old, dilapidated, and small apartment for him to occasionally even dream of it. And yet, in such a short time, not only did their dreams come true, but they exceeded expectations many times over. In retrospect, his so-called ultimate goal in life was indeed quite petty. If the world's richest person didn't come out, it would feel like a disservice to his amazing time-traveling ability. That's about it. I'll keep an eye on the property certificate processing for you. You should finish the transaction with my mother about the tiger bones as soon as possible, because my grandfather has several old friends who are also suffering from rheumatism. Once my grandfather is completely cured, he will definitely ask to use other tiger bones to treat his old friends. Standing outside the sales office, Xiao Ziqiu began to give instructions. Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Ziqiu looked at the caller ID and a look of surprise appeared on her face. After answering the phone and listening for only a couple of sentences, his expression became extremely serious. After responding twice, Xiao Ziqiu hung up the phone and said to Shen Xu in a slightly cold tone, "There's a case that came up, and I have to go back to the station immediately, so I can't take you. If you want to go home, just take a taxi yourself. My mom will probably contact you using her personal number, which ends in 6133. If you see it, don't reject the call as it's from an unknown number. Also, remember to find a reliable accountant as soon as possible." After saying that, Xiao Ziqiu hurriedly got into the car. With the roar of the engine, the wine-red Bentley Continental made a beautiful drift and U-turn, suddenly rushing from the parking lot onto the road. Shen Xu was dumbfounded, never knowing for the first time that Xiao Ziqiu could drive so violently. However, his priority now should be how to conduct a transaction with Xiao Ziqiu's mother's company. Although this is the first transaction, mainly involving tiger bones, since we will establish a long-term and stable business relationship in the future. Many things can actually be arranged in advance. For example, the batch of mountain products that Songjia village temporarily kept in the village can all be included in the first transaction. For example, the purchase of rice, flour, and cooking oil could be handled by Xia Zichio's mother's company, so as not to waste too much of his time on such matters. This means he needs a larger, completely independent warehouse to facilitate his operations there. Chapter 115 Take this from me, old son. Chapter 115 Take a blow from old son. Having made up his mind, Shen Xu did not go home, but took a taxi to the small warehouse he had previously rented. The small warehouse is currently empty because the purchased grain was simply stored inside for a short time before being transported to another world. This small warehouse can still serve its purpose until a larger, completely independent warehouse is purchased. After surveying the warehouse and confirming there were no problems, and closing the main door from the inside again, Shen Xu went directly to the other world and appeared in his and Song Xiqing's bridal chamber. Since getting married, Song Xiqing no longer lived with Song Si, but moved back to this side room. Since the two are already husband and wife, it doesn't really matter when Shen Xu descends to the mortal realm, and there won't be any inconvenience. For example, at this very moment, the first thing Shen Xu saw when he appeared in the bridal chamber was Song Xiqing taking a bath in the side room. If it were before the wedding, Song Xiqing would definitely be so shy that she would immediately submerge herself in the bathtub, then blush and tell Shen Xu to get out quickly. But now, upon discovering that Shen Xu had suddenly appeared before her, Song Xiqing deliberately stood up from the bathtub. Although she was completely naked, she still calmly and openly washed her body in front of Shen Xu. She liked the undisguised greed and possessiveness in Shen Xu's eyes when he looked at her. Didn't my husband say yesterday that there was something going on in heaven today, and he probably wouldn't be coming? While washing, Song Xiqing asked with a charming smile. Her playful appearance, combined with the steamy scene, made Shen Xu's blood boil uncontrollably. After getting married, Song Xiqing had undergone a significant change compared to the Song Xiqing that Shen Xu had met in the first few days after his transmigration. When Shen Xu first met Song Xiqing, she seemed like a girl with a lot on her mind. He was only 20 years old, not very old at all. In his world, he was still protected by the ivory tower of the university campus. Having not experienced the harsh realities of society, they are filled with naive and romantic fantasies about the world. However, Song Xiqing from another world has already taken on the responsibility of leading the entire Song family village onto the right path. The pressure involved is immense, and cannot be described to outsiders. Shen Xu was absolutely certain that before he transmigrated here, Song Xiqing must have been overwhelmed by that mountain-like pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. His appearance greatly relieved Song Xiqing's pressure. And after getting married, Song Xiqing truly found someone she could trust and rely on. So Song Xiqing, who finally relaxed a little, began to show the kind of charming naivety and liveliness that a young girl of her age should have. Shen Xu was pleased to see this. The change in Song Xiqing gave him a strange sense of accomplishment. I thought I would be busy for a long time, but I didn't expect to finish so quickly. I missed you so much that I decided to come and see you and discuss some things with you. As Shen Xu spoke, he had already taken off all his clothes and then, with a smile, went straight into the bathtub. Fortunately, the bathtub is big enough that it can still fit two people soaking in it at the same time. What is it? Please speak freely, my husband. Ahem, let's get down to business first, we can talk later. Are you almost done soaking? With the current concentration of the medicinal bath, will it cause any problems if I come in? If there were any problems, how could I let you in? But this isn't the bathtub, how about we go to the bed? No, this is more convenient. Indeed, in the deep courtyard, where no one is, the spring day is long, in the hot bath, fragrant skin is washed. How similar is the shy beauty reflected in the flowers. Hesitant to speak, longing for return. Gently pushing open the embroidered door, a pair of swallows fly, smoke curls in the setting sun, wings suddenly lower. It's like that past sorrowful memory, gently caressing the jade peaks as one ascends the ladder to heaven. After quite a bit of trouble, the remaining medicinal effects in the bath water, although not as good as the medicine specially prepared for him by manhwaedit, were actually sufficient. The act of sexual intercourse can completely relax one's mind, so much so that at the moment it ends, Shen Xu suddenly realizes that he has broken through. It was on Song Xiqing's body that he successfully broke through from the first rank of martial arts to the second rank. For the past few days, he has been practicing his cultivation by soaking in a medicinal bath every noon. His progress in cultivation was extremely rapid in the early stages, so after several days of soaking in medicinal baths, he had already reached the limit of the first rank of martial arts. The internal energy within the body can also break through a full 60 acupoints in a single cycle. Even without today's pleasure, as long as I return to Songjia village tomorrow and continue my cultivation and study step by step, I estimate that I will be able to break through tomorrow. Of course, no matter what, being able to break through from the first rank of martial arts to the second rank in such a short time is ultimately something to be happy about. At least after Song Xiqing clearly felt the changes in Shen Xu's body, she was very happy and took the initiative to kiss Shen Xu. Then she got out of the bathtub and helped Shen Xu put his clothes back on. He smiled and said, "Once you reach the second rank of martial arts, you'll need to start training your bone and skin. However, with the medicinal herbs that Grandpa Mo specially prepared for you, judging from the time it took to break through from the first rank to the second, you'll definitely be able to break through to the third rank of martial arts in less than a month. Therefore, during this period, you must focus on practicing the thunderclap form of the peerless dragon fist, because after reaching the third rank in martial arts, you can begin practicing the second form, roar. If your thunderclap form is not mastered, roar will also be greatly affected." Upon hearing this, Shen Xu looked pained. To be honest, his interest in cultivation was far less than his interest in exploring the mysteries of life with Song Xiqing. Unfortunately, Song Xiqing seemed to have linked these two things together. In other words, he must complete the established cultivation goals before Song Xiqing will accompany him to explore the mysteries of life. The two exhibit a strong causal relationship and can hardly exist independently. "Ahem, my wife, don't worry, I will cultivate diligently. Now let's get back to what I wanted to discuss with you earlier. Those mountain goods that Yi Wujio originally planned to take to the town at the foot of the mountain to exchange for grain, are they still stored in the village? Have you dealt with those mountain goods these days?" Shen Xu coughed lightly and then decisively changed the subject. Song Xiqing shook her head and said, "Nothing has been done. Grain prices in Dongshan Prefecture have been rising continuously. Seeing the rising prices, many grain merchants are hoarding their grain even more tightly, further exacerbating the grain shortage problem in Dongshan Prefecture. Under these circumstances, our mountain products will only be driven down in price more and more, and we simply can't sell them." Chapter 116 Preliminary Plans for Building a Paradise on Earth. Chapter 116 Preliminary Plans for Building a Paradise on Earth. As long as it's still there, take me to see it. If possible, I might be able to use those mountain products to exchange for food from the heavenly court for you. Shen Xu didn't give a definitive answer because he didn't yet know exactly what the mountain products of Songjia village were. Song Xiqing, however, was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this and immediately pulled Shen Xu out of the room without hesitation. After calling out to Song Si in the courtyard and asking her younger sister to clean up the bathtub in the side room, Song Xiqing swiftly dragged Shen Xu out of the courtyard. It was nearly evening, and smoke was rising from every household in Songjia village. The scenery in the valley became exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. Rows of neat thatched houses and clean village dirt roads are bathed peacefully in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if shrouded in a soft, golden hue. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a faint fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. The wind in the valley is always so gentle that it hardly affects even the smoke from the chimneys. Although it doesn't grow straight upwards, it is only slightly skewed. The village wasn't lively, because when it was mealtime, the energetic teenagers had already gone home to their mothers, preparing to fill their stomachs first before coming out to continue unleashing their seemingly inexhaustible energy. Clearly, whether in another world or in the original world, children are a mixture of angels and demons. Sometimes Shen Xu even felt that if scientists could completely understand why human babies possess such terrifying vitality, perpetual motion machines might actually be able to be created. Following beside Song Xiqing, looking at the thatched huts on both sides of the dirt road, although the air was full of the scent of nature, Shen Xu still felt that the living conditions in Songjia village were too simple. So he asked, "Have you finished reading that book of celestial knowledge that I gave you before?" Song Xiqing paused for a moment, then said, "I've finished reading it, but there are many things I don't understand. I was just about to ask my husband for help when I have time. However, the contents are very detailed. Even if I don't understand them very well, as long as I follow the steps in the book, I should be able to make the thing." Shen Xu said with satisfaction, "Don't worry about whether you can understand it or not. As long as you can get the information out of the book, that's fine. In my opinion, this is a very important thing. So the village should select someone to take charge and form a team. They should be able to leave their jobs and stop farming, and devote all their energy to studying the contents of the book." Song Xiqing asked in surprise, "Didn't we say before that the contents of the heavenly book could only be seen by me for the time being? As for whether it can be shown to others later or to whom, we need to discuss this with you before making a decision." Shen Xu nodded and said, "That's right, so the person specifically chosen to be in charge must be absolutely trustworthy. You need to ensure that no matter what happens in the future, the person in charge will never betray you. As for the rest of the team, we don't need to have such high requirements. Because the production process can actually be broken down, meaning each person learns a specific production skill, and then they work together to create what we need. The advantage of doing this is that it maximizes secrecy. Even if times change and people's hearts waver, and someone betrays us, they would only control a single link in the production process. They couldn't possibly take the entire production line with them. Therefore, the secret of the heavenly book cannot be leaked." Song Xiqing thought for a moment, then said earnestly, "I believe in everyone in the village. They are the blood guards, the pride of our Song family. I am absolutely certain that, when necessary, every blood guard will prove their loyalty to the Song family with their life." Shen Xu spread his hands and said, "Of course, I have no doubt about that. But in this world, the human heart is always the most complex thing. Especially the more you know and the more principles you understand, the more all sorts of thoughts you tend to have. Therefore, the most righteous are often from humble backgrounds, while the most ungrateful are often scholars. This is because those with simpler understanding are more likely to stubbornly adhere to the principles they firmly believe in when faced with choices, rather than considering their own interests. The blood guardians are undoubtedly trustworthy, but we must still nip any negative developments in the bud by establishing sound systems. After all, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing. Denying them the opportunity to err is, in fact, the greatest protection we can offer them." Song Xiqing pursed her lips, her expression somewhat hesitant. It seems that he was not convinced by Shen Xu. However, since the heavenly book was given to her by Shen Xu has absolute say in how the contents of the heavenly book should be presented to the human world. At least that's what Song Xiqing thinks. Therefore, although she was not persuaded by Shen Xu, Song Xiqing still agreed. "I understand. Please rest assured, my husband, I will make the arrangements." Shen Xu took Song Xiqing's hand and said with a smile, "Then let's prioritize finding a way to get the cement and steel recorded in the heavenly book. I see that apart from you and C living in a courtyard house, most of the other people in the village live in thatched huts. That's not good. The living conditions are really too poor. If we can produce cement and steel, all the dirt roads in the village can be paved with cement. The houses where the blood guards live can also be built entirely with cement and steel. In short, it should greatly improve everyone's daily living conditions." Song Xiqing did not raise any objections, even though she didn't actually understand what cement and steel were. Shen Xu, on the other hand, had to think more deeply about it. He planned to observe first, and see what kind of things Songjia village could create with the help of the Transmigrator's manual. Once the production capacity of Songjia village is determined, some modern machines that Songjia village definitely cannot produce will be transported directly from his world. For example, solar generator sets, agricultural and construction machinery, electric lights and electric stoves, and so on. The sole purpose is to completely change the way of life in the valley, so that Songjia village in the valley can gradually modernize its daily life. Of course, those things absolutely cannot be allowed to drift outside the valley, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. The valley was secluded enough, like a paradise, and he now held an unparalleled position in Songjia village, which allowed him to recklessly transform the village within the valley. The transformation process is actually a process of making Songjia village stronger. This will lay a solid foundation for Songjia village's future rebellion. Chapter 117 An incredibly rich but impoverished village. Chapter 117 An incredibly rich impoverished village. Following behind Song Xiqing, they soon arrived at a house built of stones in the village. This stone house is clearly not meant for human habitation, as it completely disregards the issue of natural lighting. However, it was still evening and the light was still quite sufficient, so the interior of the stone house was still faintly visible after the door was opened. The stone house appears to have good ventilation. The interior is quite dry and not damp at all. The area is estimated to be around 200 to 300 square meters, and it appears to be very clean and tidy overall. A large number of items were stored in the stone house, occupying about 1/3 of the interior space. This is the village's public warehouse, used to store things belonging to the whole village, such as the mountain produce that didn't sell last time. However, because all kinds of things are very scarce in the village, this warehouse is never full. Even during the annual grain harvest, this warehouse was completely unnecessary. Each household divided the harvested grain according to the number of people, barely filling their own rice and flour bins, so there was no need to store it in the warehouse. Song Xiqing led Shen Xu into the stone house and gave a brief introduction to its basic information. Shen Xu glanced around the interior of the stone house and said with a smile, "It seems you put a lot of thought into building this warehouse. But since there isn't a dedicated granary in the village, it would be best to organize manpower immediately and build one as soon as possible. I said that the villagers must be guaranteed 3 full meals a day, and can no longer make do with what they used to. Always eating only half full and keeping the stomach in a state of relative hunger is not only harmful to children's growth, but also makes adults weak and powerless. Even if a martial artist remains completely still all day, their energy consumption far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and this energy must be replenished adequately. Otherwise, even the martial artists training in the village will be greatly affected. We need to stockpile enough food." Song Xiqing asked in a daze, "What is energy?" Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, then explained, "It's a saying from the heavenly court. The gods believe that humans must eat to replenish the various nutrients their bodies need each day. The more they consume, the more they need to eat. Martial artists eat more than ordinary people because martial artists with high levels of skill expend more energy with every movement. If they are constantly hungry, they will naturally become very weak." Song Xiqing nodded thoughtfully and said, "I think I understand, but husband, even if we build granaries, we won't need them at all. Each household can actually store quite a bit of grain, and we're already eating 3 meals a day as you requested. Furthermore, since there were no restrictions on portion sizes at each meal, and everyone was prepared to eat their fill, the food consumption of each household was enormous. Even simply filling each household's rice and flour bins was no easy task." Shen Xu waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I'll take care of the food. In short, we need to build the granaries as big as possible. No matter how big the granaries are, I can fill them up for you. The initial requirement is that we should at least store enough food to consume the entire Songjia village of 2,000 people for a year. This is the bottom line for strategic reserves. The granaries must always have enough grain to last a year. That way, no matter what happens, we'll have ample room to maneuver and won't be troubled by food shortages, understand?" Seeing that Shen Xu's expression was very serious, Song Xiqing didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. From a practical standpoint, Songjia village doesn't actually need to store that much grain. The main reason is that Shen Xu has the ability to travel between the 2 worlds at any time. That means that whenever Songjia village is short of food, he can actually transport food from another world very quickly. But Shen Xu knew very well that many things could not be considered simply from the perspective of gains and losses. One also had to consider the changes in people's hearts. Whether he transports grain over at any time or stores enough grain in Songjia village to last a year, Both situations ensure that Songjia village will no longer suffer from hunger, but their impact on the people of Songjia village is completely different. Without a doubt, the latter would put the people of Songjia village at ease. Only when the people of Songjia village are completely at peace can they unleash their full potential and become his right-hand men in the other world with the highest efficiency. Therefore, storing a large amount of grain in Songjia village may seem redundant, but it actually has extremely important strategic significance. The mountain products I collected last time mainly consisted of ginseng, lingji, monkey head mushroom, and truffles. Although there are many kinds of medicinal plants and fungi in the Jiushuan Mountains, only a few are truly valuable and easy to sell in towns or other cities. In addition, the game hunted was also very attractive to the wealthy families living at the foot of the mountain. Not only could the wealthy families feast on the game, but their fur could also be used to make clothes or blankets. The last trade failed, and after bringing back all the mountain produce, the wild animal meat couldn't be stored for long. So I had the villagers process all the game, drying the meat to make cured meat, and only keeping the hides and other parts with medicinal value, which were processed separately. Song Xiqing began by giving a brief introduction to the items currently stored in the stone house. However, Shen Xu didn't hear what Song Xiqing said next at all. His entire attention was instantly drawn to words like ginseng, lingji, monkey head mushroom, and truffle. Good heavens, these are mountain products? Is Songjia Village's understanding of mountain products really that hardcore? Shen Xu was shocked. In his mind, mountain products should be things like hawthorn, hazelnuts, chestnuts, and wood ear mushrooms. Who would have thought that the mountain products from Songjia Village would be so high-end? Furthermore, considering that the tiger bones from another world are far more potent in terms of medicinal properties than those from his own world. So, considering only the medicinal properties, the ginseng and lingji in this other world should definitely be far superior to their counterparts in their own world. So, how much are these things worth? They couldn't even get enough grain to exchange for food in the town at the foot of the mountain. The unscrupulous merchants in this world are just too adorable. Fortunately, they adhered to the bottom line of unscrupulous merchants and upheld the concept that earning less is a loss. Otherwise, how could such benefits have fallen into their laps? Chapter 118 Changes in the Subspace 2. Chapter 118 Changes in the Subspace 2. Accompanied by Song Xiqing, they roughly inspected the mountain goods in the stone house. Aside from dozens of animal hides, it was discovered that the vast majority of the mountain goods were indeed ginseng and lingji mushrooms. There were at least 100 ginseng roots, dozens of lingji mushrooms, and the monkey head mushrooms and truffles were even more extravagant, weighing at least several hundred to 1,000 pounds. It seems that the Jiushuan Mountains are indeed a treasure trove. The saying, living off the land, is perfectly embodied in Songjia village. Were these things difficult to collect? With so many monkey head mushrooms and truffles, they must be easy to find in the 9 profound mountains. What about ginseng and lingji? How long did it take you to collect all of these? Shen Xu bent down and picked up a ginseng root. While examining its appearance, he asked a question. Song Xiqing adorably put her hands behind her back, revealing her slender figure to Shen Xu. He replied with a smile. It's not difficult. Lion's mane mushrooms and truffles are everywhere in the 9 mysterious mountains. Even people from the foot of the mountain can easily go up to collect them, so they never fetch a high price in town. Of course, compared to other types of mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms and truffles are relatively more popular. Therefore, when we gather mushrooms, we basically only collect lion's mane mushrooms and truffles. We don't bother gathering other types of mushrooms unless we specifically want to eat them. As for ginseng and lingji, they are much rarer. Of course, this rarity is only relative to other mushrooms. To harvest ginseng and lingji, one must venture deep into the 9 profound mountains. However, the 9 profound mountains are teeming with ferocious beasts, and ordinary people who venture in recklessly almost never leave alive. Therefore, only by sending martial artists into the 9 profound mountains can one successfully harvest ginseng and lingji. While collecting ginseng and lingji, if one encounters ferocious beasts, they can hunt them down as well, making them part of the harvest. Of course, many ferocious beasts are beyond the capabilities of low-level martial artists. Without a martial arts realm of at least the third rank, it is difficult to ensure one's basic safety deep within the 9 profound mountains. This is under the condition of good luck. After all, you may occasionally encounter tigers and giant bears in the 9 profound mountains. To deal with tigers, you need to be at least at the 5th level of martial arts, and to deal with giant bears, you need to be at least at the 6th level of martial arts. In addition, the techniques and skills you practice must be of the highest quality. If a martial artist's training methods and skills are relatively ordinary, then they might need to reach the innate realm to explore the depths of the 9 profound mountains. If their strength is insufficient, the best course of action if they encounter ferocious beasts like tigers or bears is to flee immediately. In short, the main difficulty in harvesting ginseng and lingzhi lies in the inherent dangers of the 9 profound mountains. However, as long as those dangers can be ignored, the quantity of ginseng and lingzhi is still plentiful. It took us about 2 months to harvest what we have now. 2 months? Shen Xu silently did some calculations in his mind. There aren't many people in Songjia village responsible for collecting mountain products. Because cultivating those tens of thousands of acres of land consumed a lot of manpower and time for Songjia village. In addition, they also have to work hard to cultivate on weekdays, which makes it quite difficult for Songjia village to have manpower, even though it has 2,000 people. Although he could purchase food directly from his own world, the 10,000 mu of land in the valley of Songjia village could not be left to waste. This is the source of confidence for everyone in Songjia village, and it is also their foundation. If they were really allowed to waste their resources, even if the people of Songjia village were willing to obey orders, they would still have lingering doubts in their hearts. Therefore, once the development reaches a certain level, we must immediately consider bringing over some agricultural machinery so that Songjia village can directly achieve fully mechanized farming operations. At that time, managing these tens of thousands of acres of land should only require about 20 or 30 people, greatly liberating the manpower of Songjia village. With these ideas in mind, Shen Xu casually began to store the mountain goods in the stone house into his subspace. Shen Xu then discovered that as he broke through to the 2nd rank of martial arts, his subspace also underwent changes. The subspace that was originally only 1 cubic meter in size has expanded tenfold, and is now 10 cubic meters in size. Could it be that after breaking through to the 2nd rank of martial arts, his body became even stronger, thus enabling him to withstand more spatial power? And had previously broken through to the 1st rank of martial arts by taking the foundation building pill and successfully activated the subspace. Now that he has reached the 2nd rank of martial arts, he has directly expanded the volume of the subspace tenfold. That seems reasonable. The stronger his body, the stronger the spatial abilities he can activate. This is obviously good news for his great undertaking of trading goods between the 2 worlds. The suddenly expanded subspace meant that Shen Xu no longer needed to repeatedly transport the mountain goods in the stone house. Instead, with a thought, he instantly packed all the mountain goods into the subspace. Of course, he didn't touch those dozens of animal hides, mainly because they were relatively inexpensive, and there was no need to resell them. Shen Xu did not hide the process of collecting these mountain products from Song Xiqing. Therefore, Song Xiqing's eyes widened instantly as she watched those mountain goods suddenly disappear into thin air. Shen Xu chuckled and said, "This is my hidden universe, a kind of immortal technique. Although I was just immortal in the human world, I can still use some immortal techniques, but there will be great limitations." Song Xiqing looked enlightened, and her gaze toward Shen Xu became even more intense with love. She reached out and stroked Shen Xu's cheek, saying dreamily, "My husband is so easygoing and kind to everyone that sometimes I even forget he's actually a celestial being. It all feels like a dream." Seeing Song Xiqing's emotional expression, Shen Xu's eyes lit up, and he quickly seized the opportunity to whisper a few words in Song Xiqing's ear. While speaking, he deliberately licked Song Xiqing's earlobe with his tongue. "Here? Coco has been here all day, and this place is just too strange." Song Xiqing was clearly flustered. Shen Xu chuckled and said, "Today is different. I didn't go to study with those old gentlemen today. I'm just taking a break. Besides, I just broke through to the 2nd rank of martial arts. Isn't that something to celebrate?" Don't worry, from tomorrow onwards, it'll still be a maximum of once a day. Consider today an exception for me, okay? Song Xiqing lowered her head and stammered. Okay, but can we go back? I really can't stand it here. Chapter 119 First Transaction, Part 1. Chapter 119 First Transaction, Part 1. When Shen Xu returned to the small warehouse he had rented, it was already close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two did not return to the courtyard house, but instead, in the stone house in the village, Shen Xu took Song Xiqing into his own hands on the spot. With a satisfied and refreshed sigh, Shen Xu took out all the mountain goods stored in the subspace at once. In addition, there were the remaining tiger bones, rhinoceros horns, and all the items from the giant bear. Actually, there are some Chinese medicinal herbs in the stone house, such as deer antler, dragon skin, musk, and pangolin scales. They have all been processed by the people of Songjia village, and can be used directly. However, Shen Xu did not take everything at once. He planned to first complete the initial transaction with Xia Ziqiu's mother to see what her attitude was towards him, and then decide how to maintain the business relationship between him and Xia Ziqiu's mother's company. Although Xia Ziqiu's grandfather has made it clear that he will protect him, it's hard to say that the rest of the Xia family may have ulterior motives. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Shen Xu had just begun to consider Xia Ziqiu's mother's situation when his phone suddenly rang. I checked the caller ID, and it was an unfamiliar number. However, the last 3 digits of the license plate were 6133, which instantly reminded Shen Xu of Xia Ziqiu's previous instructions. This must be Xia Ziqiu's mother's phone number. After calming himself down and stabilizing his emotions, Shen Xu finally answered the phone. Shaoxin? Hello, I'm Ziqiu's mother. My name is Xing Xiuchuan. You can call me Aunt Xing. Where are you now? Dad asked me to contact you, hoping to complete that important transaction we agreed on as soon as possible. I just finished a group meeting and was planning to come to you right away with the inspection team. I wonder if that's convenient for you? A slightly dignified voice came from the receiver. Shen Xu immediately replied. Hello Aunt Xing, I'm in the warehouse, it's very convenient. You can just come over. The address is... After giving her the address of her warehouse, Xing Xiuchun hung up the phone without any small talk, having finished discussing business. He seems to be a decisive and efficient person. Shen Xu did not tell Xing Xiuchun what else was in the warehouse. Because once Xing Xiuchun arrives, she will naturally see the other items in the warehouse. The agreement with Elder Xia was to trade the tiger bone set first, and no other transactions were discussed. Therefore, if he were to reveal everything else over the phone, it could easily create a bad impression on Xing Xiuchun, making her misunderstand that he was planning to bundle the product with other products, which would not be ideal. Let Xing Xiuchun discover it for herself. If Xing Xiuchun is interested, she will naturally take the initiative to talk to him about the deal. If Xing Xiuchun isn't interested, these treasures from another world will definitely sell well. Apart from the organs of wild animals, the rest are not contraband and can be traded freely. There is no need to rely on the Xia family's big name to cover anything up. I didn't wait long at the warehouse. Less than half an hour later, I heard the sound of a car parking outside the warehouse gate. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Xu opened the warehouse door and saw a middle-aged woman, the type of woman who exudes a strong, independent aura, getting out of a car, accompanied by a female secretary and several men. There were 2 cars in total. The middle-aged woman was riding in a Maybach, and she was accompanied by a Ford Raptor, a typical American muscle car. Among the men, one wore glasses and had a rather effeminate demeanor. The others were all dressed in identical attire, exuding an aura of power. Shen Xu even noticed the sidearms on some of them. Is this Shaoxin? Before I came, Dad sent me your photo, but you look much more dashing in person than in the photo, so I was a little hesitant to recognize you. The middle-aged woman walked toward Shen Xu, who was standing at the gate, and greeted him with a smile, extending her right hand to him. Shen Xu shook hands lightly with the middle-aged woman, then stepped aside and said, Aunt Xing's praise makes me blush. What you wanted is inside. Shall we take care of business first? Shen Xu nodded and said, "That's what I meant too. However, I brought an expert in testing. He will use instruments to conduct a comprehensive examination of your items. This is not to doubt you, but a necessary procedure. It is the most responsible approach for both of us. I hope Xiaoshen will not overthink it." Shen Xu waved his hand dismissively and said, "That's exactly right. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Since it's a transaction, it's best to ensure that neither party has any doubts." Shen Xu was very satisfied with Shen Xu's attitude, and without saying much, she led her people into the warehouse. But then, she was immediately drawn to the things in the warehouse. So much so that she became somewhat dazed. Because after Shen Xu took those things out of the subspace, he didn't bother to organize them. Instead, he just casually piled them all on the warehouse floor. So, in Shen Xu's eyes, besides the tiger bone that was immediately visible, other things such as rhinoceros horn, bear paw, ginseng, and lingji also caught her eye. Most importantly, these valuable items were not stored separately, but were piled up together like garbage. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Shen Xu seemed oblivious to Shen Xu's change in expression, bent down, picked up the tiger bone set from the ground, and held it in front of Shen Xu. He then smiled and said, "Here's what you wanted. Have someone start the inspection quickly. It's getting late. Let's finish this early and leave work early. If we're working for ourselves, there's no need for the 996 work schedule, right?" Shen Xu snapped out of her daze, gave Shen Xu a deep look, and then raised her hand in a gesture. The bespectacled, effeminate-looking man immediately stepped forward with the testing equipment, bent down, and began examining the entire tiger skeleton. "Judging from the skeletal dimensions, this tiger seems a bit too big, almost twice the size of a normal tiger." As the bespectacled man examined the tiger bone, he spoke with an incredulous expression. Chapter 120 The First Transaction, Part 2. Chapter 120 First Transaction, Part 2. Shen Xu clearly didn't know much about animals. Hearing the bespectacled man's exclamation, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Isn't bigger a bad thing?" The bespectacled man paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "It's not that being big is bad, but normally it's impossible for a tiger to be that big. Of all the tiger subspecies, the largest is the Siberian tiger. But the Siberian tiger is only about 2.5 meters long and weighs no more than 300 kilograms. However, judging from the dimensions of this skeleton, the tiger with this skeleton must have been at least 4 meters long, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would likely have weighed nearly a ton. For a tiger, this is an extremely terrifying size, probably only comparable to the giant tigers of the Far East that lived tens of thousands of years ago. Such a tiger would naturally have bones far stronger than those of an ordinary tiger. To support such a massive body while still maintaining the agility and speed expected of a tiger, the strength and resilience of its bones must be incredible. It's truly unbelievable." At this point, the bespectacled man reached up and pushed up the nose pads of his glasses. Hesitantly, he looked at Shen Xu and asked, "Mr. Shen, right? Although it may be a bit presumptuous of me to ask, I really want to know where you got this set of tiger bones. Logically speaking, such a huge tiger should not exist in the world today. Given the current global environment, no habitat could possibly support a tiger of that size. A tiger weighing a ton would have extremely demanding environmental requirements. If this were announced, it would be a groundbreaking discovery that would cause a global sensation." Shen Xu raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Shen Xu, and said, "Aunt Xing, our transaction shouldn't include inquiring about the source of the goods, right? The source of the goods is a core secret, and Aunt Xing must understand that. Aunt Xing must know very well just how important this thing is to Grandpa Xia. Rather than causing a worldwide sensation and leading to a series of unimaginable troubles, I much prefer to quietly make a fortune." Shen Xu had by then understood just how special this set of tiger bones was. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious, and he solemnly said, "Little Shen, please rest assured. Your father has specifically instructed that all transactions with you must be conducted according to your wishes. His inquiry about the origin of the tiger bone was not at my behest, it was his own decision. I will punish him accordingly afterward." After saying that, Shen Xu looked at the bespectacled man again and said in a rather unfriendly tone, "Do what you're supposed to do, and don't make me remind you a second time. Learn to do more and talk less, and you'll live a long life. If you can't even do the most basic self-discipline and keep secrets when working for our Xia family, then you will definitely die a very ugly death." The bespectacled man was startled, stammered an apology, and dared not look at Shen Xu again, finally focusing on examining the tiger bones. A moment later, the bespectacled man finished his inspection, stood up, and respectfully reported to Shen Xu, "Boss, the tiger bone is fine, of excellent quality, the best I've ever seen. The test results are basically consistent with the test report sent this afternoon. The slight deviation is likely due to the rudimentary testing equipment I brought, which lacks the precision required for experimental testing. Therefore, it falls within the normal range of error. Besides tiger bone, I also see rhinoceros horn, bear paws, and bear bile here. Like the tiger bones, the rhinoceros horns, bear paws, and bear gallbladders in this warehouse are also far larger than normal. However, I didn't bring the appropriate testing equipment, so I can't give an accurate judgment. I can only offer inferences." The bespectacled man didn't finish his sentence, but Shen Xu already understood what he meant. Then I looked at the ginseng and lingji that were obviously of excellent quality, as well as the huge quantities of monkey head mushrooms and truffles that made my head spin. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. He asked, "Xiaoshen, are all the things in this warehouse goods given to you by your friends abroad?" Shen Xu smiled and nodded. "That's right. Apart from the tiger bone, which has already been promised to Grandpa Xia, we haven't found buyers for the other items yet. If Enqing doesn't mind, she can introduce me to some buyers. The price is negotiable." Shen Xu said in a deep voice, "No need for that trouble. I'll take everything in this warehouse. However, we can't determine the price right now because your items seem to be of very high quality. I need to take them back for a detailed inspection before I can give you a quote. Does Xiaoshen agree?" Shen Xu deliberately feigned a troubled expression. He pondered for a moment and said, "With Grandpa Xia here, I certainly trust Enqing. But how should I put it, none of these things have the corresponding procedures. Although they are all from abroad, the channels through which they entered the country are not compliant. It's a bit like smuggling. Is that all right?" Shen Xu smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "That doesn't matter. If the transaction is confirmed, I will complete all the formalities for you. It's just a matter of paying additional customs duties. Although this amount won't be small, I personally don't recommend that you try to run away. Of course, if you really don't want to pay customs duties, that's fine too. It's your property, and you can decide for yourself. I can handle all the domestic paperwork for you. However, from an elder's perspective, I hope you won't be too concerned about the financial loss. Whether it's tariffs or corporate income tax, I can help you get them waived if you want. However, from a long-term perspective, paying the full amount due will make you safer and will also make others like and favor you more. Although this will mean you earn significantly less money, believe me, in our country, many things money can't buy. If you can gain someone's friendship by paying a certain amount of money, it's definitely a worthwhile trade." Shen Xu deliberately considered for a moment before slowly nodding and saying, "Enqing is right. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you with our business dealings in the future. Many things I can obtain can't be done through normal channels." Enqing said, "As long as all transactions are compliant and the accounts are transparent and problem-free, I don't care if I have to pay taxes, even double the amount. It's money I'm paying for my own country, so I don't mind." Shen Xu showed an expression of appreciation. He praised, "Indeed, there aren't many young people who are so sensible, especially those who achieve success at a young age. Few are humble. It's settled then. I'll take everything back and have them inspected urgently tonight, and try to get back to you by noon tomorrow." Chapter 121 Sleepless Tonight. Chapter 121 Sleepless Tonight. Shen Xu was very happy. The handling of the mountain products went very smoothly. Although no price was set on the spot, given the Xia family's wealth and status, they wouldn't cheat him in such a matter. Since Shen Xu said she would give him a message before noon tomorrow, she wouldn't delay until tomorrow afternoon. This means that he will definitely receive another huge sum of money before noon tomorrow. I'm so happy. I'll definitely get a good night's sleep. I'll be smiling in my dreams. However, what Shen Xu didn't know was that because of the precious mountain goods he provided, some people couldn't sleep a wink on this night when he was having sweet dreams. Xing Xiuchun was busy at the group until around 9 o'clock in the evening. Because she is involved in an acquisition of a foreign company, she has had almost no personal time lately. This is the most important thing for the group in the past 2 months. The acquisition involves extremely complex processes, and regardless of success or failure, it is estimated that it will take at least 6 months to be completed. Chuanqiu Group was established by Xing Xiuchun after Xia Ziqiu was born. The group's name was taken from one character each from her own name and her daughter's name, as a way for Xing Xiuchun to celebrate Xia Ziqiu's birth. After more than 20 years of development, Spring Airlines Group has grown from a small trading company into a cross-industry giant. Relying on Xia Pai's steady and upward absolute position over the past 2 decades, and seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of the country's fastest development, Chuanqiu Group, despite its low profile, has actually achieved industry leadership in many of its subsidiaries. However, Spring Airlines Group is not a listed company, and the sectors its subsidiaries are involved in are unrelated to clothing, food, housing, and transportation, so almost no ordinary people have heard of Spring Airlines Group. Every year when the list of China's richest people is updated, the people in charge of compiling the list and the magazines are notified that Xing Xiuchun's name is not allowed to appear on the list at all. Unless they want to quit, the rich list must follow the instructions from above. All these factors combined made Xing Xiuchun and Chuanqiu Group like a shadow, incredibly large but never exposed to the light of day. After stretching vigorously, Xing Xiuchun checked the time and prepared to get up and go home. Her husband is currently a class monitor in a prefecture-level city in southern China. However, she has been studying at the Wanghai City party school recently, so the couple has been able to spend a long time together, which is a rare occurrence in recent years, making Xing Xiuchun very happy. Given her husband's rank, he should have gone north to the capital to attend the party school for training. However, her father-in-law, Xia Pai, spoke up, and the organization, considering that the couple had spent little time together over the years, made a special exception and approved his attendance at the Wanghai party school. In short, rules and regulations, as well as laws, are, to some extent, only constraints on the general public. In the eyes of the truly privileged class, all the laws governing the world are merely weapons they can wield at will. Just as Xing Xiuchun finished putting on her coat, picked up her bag, and was about to leave the office, the landline on her desk suddenly rang. Xing Xiuchun glanced at the internal number displayed on the landline, and found that it was a call from the research center. After a slight pause, Xing Xiuchun picked up the microphone. Before she could even ask a question, an excited voice, even trembling, came through the receiver. "Boss! Come to the testing center quickly! It's a miracle! It's absolutely a miracle! This is a discovery that will shock the world! It's unbelievable! I wouldn't have believed my eyes if I hadn't seen it with my own!" Xing Xiuchun was somewhat surprised and asked, "Those things that were brought back from Shaoshen's warehouse this afternoon?" "Yes. Those are the things. I originally thought that the enormous tiger bone, which was far beyond what I expected, was the most important treasure among them, but who would have thought that the truly important treasures were actually ginseng and lingji? It's amazing. I can't even describe how I feel right now. It's like a dream." The voice coming from the receiver was becoming somewhat incoherent, clearly indicating that the person on the other end of the line was so excited that they were about to lose control of their emotions. Although she hadn't yet figured out exactly what had happened, Xing Xiuchun decisively ordered everyone to wait a moment. He then hung up the phone, quickly left the office, and headed to the research center with several of his bodyguards. The research center is located inside the group's headquarters building, but it's situated underground. The ground floor of the group's headquarters building is the normal office area. The underground area is the most heavily guarded place, because almost all of the spring and autumn group's core and cutting-edge secrets are stored in the research center. There are 5 layers in total, and each layer has a different level of security. The elevator connects all floors, but researchers can only move around on their own floors and are not allowed to go to other floors. As the group's chairman, Shen Xu naturally possesses the highest level of internal authority. After verifying her identity at the elevator leading to the underground research center, Shen Xu, accompanied by her bodyguards, went straight to the floor where the testing center was located. Although it was already evening, there weren't many researchers leaving the research center. The incredibly generous salaries and bonuses greatly boosted the enthusiasm of researchers. The researchers she encountered along the way all greeted Shen Xu, and Shen Xu absent-mindedly returned their greetings. Soon she arrived at the testing center. Apart from the bespectacled man who accompanied her to the warehouse in the afternoon, there was no one else in the testing center. After verifying her fingerprints and iris prints, Shen Xu entered the testing center. The bespectacled man was still in a state of extreme excitement. Seeing Shen Xu walk in, he immediately stepped forward to greet her, and said in a trembling voice, "Boss! After I got the goods back, I have been testing the ingredients and comparing them with the normal composition to make a preliminary judgment. Whether it's tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, or bear bile, their medicinal properties far surpass those of their normal counterparts, making their value immeasurable. Because I seriously doubt whether these things are truly unique. In my understanding, they shouldn't even exist. In short, the value of the tiger bones, rhinoceros horns, and bear bile that were brought back is immeasurable. If these were used in medicine, unless one is a quack, any skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could prepare a prescription with incredibly potent effects. Absolutely far beyond what is reasonable. But what's truly terrifying are the ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms. The monkey head mushrooms and truffles, in comparison, are much more normal. They're simply of excellent quality, nothing particularly extraordinary. From a purely culinary perspective, they could fetch astronomical prices, but that's about it. Chapter 122 Amazing Drug Effects. Chapter 122 Amazing Efficacy. Exceptional quality? Can fetch an astronomical price? Is that all? Do you think these three words can be used together? Shen Xu asked, feeling utterly bewildered. The bespectacled man smiled wryly and said, "There's nothing I can do, boss. I'm really scared. If it were just these monkey head mushrooms and truffles, I would be amazed by their quality and quantity. But at most it would only be a business worth tens of millions. But those ginseng and lingzhi mushrooms were truly beyond my expectations. As we all know, ginseng has the effects of nourishing vital energy, promoting body fluid production and blood circulation, tonifying the spleen and lungs, calming the mind and improving intelligence. It can enhance immunity, and has remarkable effects on a variety of diseases. In particular, it is effective in treating neurological diseases, cardiovascular diseases, digestive system diseases, erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation, diabetes, and so on, and can even be used as an adjunct treatment for cancer. However, as cultivated ginseng has gradually become the mainstream, its medicinal efficacy has been steadily declining. In this day and age, while ginseng is becoming increasingly scarce, and almost all ginseng available on the market is cultivated. This has led to ginseng's efficacy becoming more of a placebo effect. It's better than nothing, but the benefits are very limited. Discussing efficacy without considering dosage is meaningless. Even the most potent wild ginseng requires a certain dosage to truly be effective. But where can ordinary people find so much wild ginseng? And even if they did, they couldn't afford it. Hearing that the bespectacled man seemed to be going off topic, Shen Xu did not interrupt him. Instead, she listened attentively, waiting for him to get back to the point. Lingzhi is similar to ginseng. Both have become medicinal herbs whose fame far outweighs their actual efficacy. However, the ginseng and lingzhi we brought back this time are completely different. The test results show that the medicinal effects of both ginseng and lingzhi are beyond my comprehension. If I'm not mistaken, as long as we can find a truly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to create a specialized prescription based on the medicinal effects of ginseng and lingzhi, the final medicine can provide targeted treatment for many intractable diseases that are currently unsolvable by the medical community. And it will definitely have miraculous effects. Cure diabetes. Cure erectile dysfunction. Perhaps even a complete cure for certain cancers. Reishi mushrooms already possess anti-aging properties, and this batch of reishi mushrooms will maximize these effects. Compared to this reishi mushroom, hyaluronic acid is utter garbage. The bespectacled man became more and more excited as he spoke, and by the end, he was gesturing wildly. Shen Xu's eyes also showed undisguised shock. Compared to the bespectacled man, Shen Xu remained relatively calm and asked in a deep voice. Can you be sure? Could it be a problem with the testing equipment? Or is your analysis flawed? The bespectacled man shook his head with absolute certainty, saying, Impossible! When the results first came out, I did have some doubts about whether there was a problem, so I tested it repeatedly, but the results were exactly the same every time. So although this result is unbelievable, it is indeed true. At this point, the bespectacled man hesitated for a moment, but after a moment of hesitation, he still asked cautiously, Boss, I'm serious. If this result is made public, the whole world will be shocked. Our Chunchio Group's pharmaceutical subsidiary may very well become the focus of the world because of this batch of ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Everyone will go crazy for these drugs. The only problem right now is, although there are quite a few ginseng and lingji mushrooms in this batch, the initial research and development will inevitably consume a lot of resources if they are to be made into medicine. Even if they are used sparingly, it is estimated that only a few will be left in the end. So the first thing we need to determine is whether Mr. Shen can consistently and reliably supply ginseng and lingji of this quality. If he can, then we can proceed with assembly line production. If not, listening to the bespectacled man's suggestion, Shen Xu frowned and fell into thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke with some difficulty. All information about this batch of medicinal herbs is classified as top secret. I need to communicate with my superiors before I can make a decision on how to handle it. Your test results are too alarming. The higher-ups will definitely arrange for experts to conduct a re-examination. No information is allowed to leak out until everything is confirmed. You should understand just how serious this matter is. If this batch of drugs really can cure cancer, then, as you said, the whole world will go crazy for it. Do you think Xiaoxun can keep it a secret from everyone then? Even if it really comes to that, and Xiaoxun can continue to supply ginseng and lingji of this quality, do you think we can monopolize it all? Impossible. In short, it all depends on the decision from above. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth and whispered, Boss! With the value of this batch of ginseng and lingji, I think it's worth offending Mr. Shen. As long as we can snatch the real source of the medicinal materials from Mr. Shen's hands. Shen Xiuchun's eyes widened slightly as she stared at the bespectacled man, and she began to feel a genuine urge to move. There's no way around it. The interests involved are just too huge. If we could truly control the supply of goods, the benefits that could come from it would be immeasurable. But no matter how tempted she was, Shen Xiuchun remained calm. After careful consideration, he shook his head and said, Xiaoxun isn't one of my people. I need to hear the higher-ups' opinions on how to deal with him. Just do what you're supposed to do and stop having these kinds of ulterior motives. I've always had high hopes for you, and I'll be handing over this research center to you in the future. But you're still too young, and you tend to be impulsive and don't always consider things thoroughly. You still need more experience and training. Remember, you are a researcher. Your only task is to do your research well. Everything else is irrelevant to you. As long as you do your job well, you will be a hero of the group. Alright, it's getting late, you should go back and get some rest. I need to talk to my superiors and see how this matter should be handled. I'll let you know as soon as I have a result. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man sighed regretfully, gave a listless and then turned and walked towards the changing room. As soon as the bespectacled man disappeared from sight, Shen Xiuchun's face turned cold, and she whispered, Keep an eye on him. Put him under full surveillance. No information exchange can be missed. If there is any possibility that he is leaking information, arrest him immediately. Yes. One of the bodyguards agreed without expression. Chapter 123 Who exactly is he? Chapter 123 Who exactly is he? Shen Xiuchun, who came out of the research center, was in a state of utter confusion. The test results for those medicinal herbs were completely unexpected and not in her normal plan. However, if this unexpected test result were to be leaked, it could very well trigger a huge storm, leaving her feeling somewhat lost and unprepared. Although there have been groundbreaking advancements in cancer treatment internationally, many types of cancer can actually be effectively controlled, or even completely cured if money is not a factor. However, the probability of a complete cure is still not high, and effective control does not mean that you can rest easy. Cancer cells remaining in the body are still like a time bomb. Therefore, one can imagine how many people would go crazy if the test results of this batch of medicinal materials were leaked and then proven to be effective. Not to mention that the effects of this batch of medicinal materials are not limited to cancer. They also have a very positive effect on many other intractable diseases, and can even delay aging to a certain extent. If you can keep the secret, everything is fine. If you can't keep the secret. Thinking of this, Shen Xu couldn't help but shudder. She quickly took out her phone and dialed her husband's number. The call connected quickly, and Shen Xu said in a deep voice, "Go to your father's place tonight. I have something very, very important that I need to discuss with him immediately. Remember to tell Zichio to come too. Yes, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. See you in a bit." After hanging up the phone, Shen Xu, accompanied by her bodyguards, quickly walked out of the group's building. Her bodyguards were not hired from outside the community or from professional bodyguard companies, but were directly contacted by Xia Pied and assigned by the Security Bureau. They are what people commonly call top-notch bodyguards, so there is no need to worry about their loyalty. Although it was almost late at night, and she had been busy all day, coupled with the fact that she had hardly had any rest in recent days, Shen Xu was extremely exhausted. The information she had just learned at the research center had put her on high alert, so no matter how tired she was perfectly alert. Shen Xu reclined the seat back and closed her eyes to rest. Her car is a Maybach S680 extended version, with a total length of 6.5 meters, which is more than 1 meter longer than the regular Maybach's 5.47 meter length. The rear space is completely independent due to the partition layout design, and the seats are much more comfortable than those in the business class of a high-speed train. With its exceptionally long length, the rear seats can even be folded flat and used as a bed. With its bulletproof body and blast-resistant special tires, the vehicle weighs over 5 tons, making it a veritable mobile fortress on land. At least in the country, such a configuration is sufficient to ensure absolute safety. Even if you get hit head-on by a dump truck on the road, given how sturdy this truck is after its modifications, it's best to avoid it if it's fully loaded. Traffic in Wanghai City was not congested late at night, and the Maybach drove into a manor in the suburbs in less than an hour. Shen Xu, who was dozing, opened her eyes, took the test report she had retrieved from the research center, got out of the car, and walked towards the villa in the manor. Although it was past 10 p.m., the villa was brightly lit. Xia Pied was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, chatting with a middle-aged man. This man was Shen Xu's husband, Xia Zichio's father, and the eldest of Xia Pied's 3 sons, Xia Bingzhong. As the class monitor of a prefecture-level city in southern China, Xia Bingzhong is only 45 years old this year, which can be described as being in the prime of his life. Moreover, having served as class monitor for 5 years with outstanding achievements, this further study is a sign that he is about to be promoted and given more important responsibilities. Coupled with his significant age advantage and Xia Pied's influence, Xia Pied will be nearly 80 years old in 10 years and will have to retire no matter what. At that time, as long as Xia Bingzhong does not make any fundamental mistakes, his entry into the system will almost be a foregone conclusion. This is the successor that Xia Pied is grooming for the Xia family. So far, the results have been remarkable. At least Xia Pied was very satisfied with his eldest son. "Xiuchun is here, please have a seat. Isn't your Chunqiu group currently acquiring a foreign company? Bingzhong told me that you've been incredibly busy for the past 2 months, getting home late every night." He had finally managed to get permission from the organization to come to Wanghai for further studies instead of heading north. But unexpectedly, he still couldn't see his wife every day, and the pain of missing her was truly unbearable. Upon seeing Shen Xu enter the house, Xia Paid immediately greeted her with a smile. The playful tone in their words made Shen Xu blush. Xia Paid rarely acted like an elder at home, so the Xia family atmosphere was always relaxed and harmonious. Shen Xu first glared at Xia Bingzhong, who had a completely innocent look on his face, and then said in a coquettish tone, "Dad, don't listen to Bingzhong's nonsense. A kiss between a middle-aged couple can give you nightmares for 3 nights in a row. He probably wishes I would never come home." Xia Bingzhong immediately protested. "I'm innocent. I cook for you every day after I finish studying. I won't let Auntie help. We should speak with conscience." Xia Paid ignored the young couple's flirtatious banter and asked Shen Xu with a smile, "What important matter requires you to come and discuss it with me so late at night?" "I just asked Bingzhong, but he said he didn't know either." Shen Xu expression instantly turned serious. He sat down on the sofa next to Xia Bingzhong, and then handed the test report in his hand to Xia Paid. As Xia Paid curiously began browsing the test report, he organized his thoughts and clearly recounted his previous findings at the testing center. At first, Xia Paid didn't take it seriously. But as Shen Xu spoke more clearly and in greater depth, Xia Paid's expression gradually became serious. Carefully examining the numbers and conclusions presented in the test report, and listening to Shen Xu quickly recount the latest findings, Xia Paid could not hide his shock and asked in a deep voice, "How many people know about this right now?" Shen Xu shook her head and said, "Not much. The process of testing those medicinal materials was always done by a single person. I have arranged for someone to closely monitor the researcher who handled the case. As soon as I learned about the specific situation, I called Bingzhong and asked him to come over so I could report to you in person." Xia Paid took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "You did a good job. This matter must be kept strictly confidential, otherwise there will be big trouble." Shen Xu frowned and asked, "Dad, who exactly is this Shen Xu?" Chapter 124 An Ordinary Person. Chapter 124 An Ordinary Person. Xia Paid did not answer immediately. After putting down the test report in his hand, he pressed a button on the coffee table in front of him. Soon, the butler hurried over, bowed, and asked what he needed. "Go and ask if there are any preliminary results from the investigation into Shen Xu. If so, come and report back now, don't wait until tomorrow morning." Xia Paid casually gave the order. The butler left as instructed, but Shen Xu looked surprised. He asked in confusion, "Dad, you don't know anything about Shen Xu? Then why did you ask me to do business with him? And why did you specifically tell me to take care of his foreign trade company?" Xia Paid smiled, patted his legs which were suffering from gout, and then recounted the whole story of his meeting with Shen Xu that day, word by word. Xia Bingzhong and Shen Xu listened quietly, but as Xia Paid went on to tell the story, their expressions gradually became outrageous. If these words hadn't come from Xia Paid's mouth, the two men would have thought they were listening to a story. After speaking for about 10 minutes, Xia Paid finally finished explaining the situation. Just then, the villa's door opened, and Xiao Ziqiu walked in, looking travel-worn. "What's wrong? Why do you insist I come back now? I'm investigating a case." Xiao Ziqiu entered the living room while complaining. Shen Xu beckoned to Xiao Ziqiu and solemnly said, "Ziqiu, tell your parents and grandfather the whole story of how you met that Shen Xu. Don't leave out any details. We want to know if he arranged this so-called coincidence to deliberately get close to you." Xiao Ziqiu was taken aback, but seeing her mother's unusually serious expression, she didn't dare to continue complaining. After sitting down on the sofa, she recounted in detail how she met Shen Xu. After hearing this, Shen Xu and Xia Bingzhong both showed expressions of doubt. At least from their daughter's account, they didn't find any obvious problems. It all seems like a coincidence? At this moment, the bodyguard who had been assigned to investigate Shen Xu's life also arrived in the living room, accompanied by the butler. After exchanging greetings with the people on the sofa, the bodyguard said, "Mr. Xia, the investigation into Shen Xu's life has not revealed anything unusual. We all believe there is definitely something wrong with this result, so we plan to conduct a more in-depth investigation, but we need your approval first. Xia Pai frowned and asked, Nothing unusual was found? What do you mean? The bodyguard carefully chose his words, saying, We found out very easily everything about Shen Xu from the day he was born until today. From the hospital where he was born, to kindergarten, then to elementary school, middle school, high school, and university, until he graduated from university and just received his degree this month. Everything is very clear. We made several phone calls to verify this, and compared Shen Xu's photos from childhood to adulthood to confirm that there was no possibility of fabrication in his experiences. We also confirmed that the Shen Xu you met today, Mr. Xia, is the same Shen Xu we are investigating. But he's too clean. Clean as any other ordinary person. He had no record of traveling abroad, and had lived in his hometown county town his entire life, never even leaving it before going to university. His university experience was extremely ordinary, and his interpersonal relationships were incredibly simple. In short, his life was utterly unremarkable. Xia Pai looked surprised and said, Can't you find out? Who taught him horsemanship, medicine, and calligraphy? And those skills that you've never shown but that make you feel very dangerous. These can't be learned overnight, can they? He himself admitted that he had several masters, whom he described as true hermits. But even the most reclusive hermits cannot truly and completely hide in today's society. Where are his masters hiding? He claimed the tiger bones he presented were obtained from abroad. However, during his transaction with Xiuchun that afternoon, he offered not only tiger bones but also a large quantity of precious medicinal herbs and fungi. If all of these items were smuggled in from abroad, that means he must have a secret team supporting him abroad, otherwise he couldn't have acquired so much information. Even if he's never been abroad, for these things to come into his hands, there must have been some contact and traces left behind, right? Can't they find anything? Hearing Xia Pai's barrage of questions, the bodyguard's face showed guilt, and he said awkwardly, Indeed, we couldn't find anything. It's like none of what you're saying exists. Xia Pai thought for a moment and asked, What do you plan to do with the in-depth investigation you mentioned earlier? The bodyguard quickly replied, We plan to arrange for people to secretly monitor Shen Xu 24 hours a day. At the same time, we will send people to visit the county where his family lives to investigate in detail and see if there are any traces of his life in the county that are not faked. Xia Pai did not agree immediately, but pondered for a while before speaking. We must make sure that Shen Xu does not notice that he has not shown any hostility. On the contrary, he is very friendly. Under these circumstances, I do not want him to have any unnecessary misunderstandings, which would affect the subsequent cooperation. The bodyguard immediately replied, Please rest assured, we will be extremely cautious and will not do anything that could be detected as dangerous. Xia Pai nodded and waved for the bodyguards to leave. Then he turned to Xing Xiuchun and said solemnly, I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but I disagree. At least until we fully understand what's hidden behind Shen Xu, I won't allow you to act rashly. The fact that Shen Xu gave you those things already says a lot. I believe he was well aware of their value, yet he still handed them over to you so seemingly without any suspicion. What does that mean? Xing Xiuchun was taken aback, then her expression changed slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, Is he testing me? Xia Pai nodded solemnly and said, That's the only explanation. This young man seems naive, but his actions are full of hidden meaning. You absolutely cannot underestimate him. If he's really as simple as he appears on the surface, why would the mysterious force behind him push him to the forefront as their spokesperson? Upon hearing this, Xing Xiuchun and Xia Bingzhong couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Only Xia Ziqiu was quite puzzled. Because in her limited interactions with Shen Xu, she genuinely didn't realize how scheming he was. So she was scammed? Chapter 125 My terror depends entirely on your imagination. Chapter 125 My terrifying nature depends entirely on your imagination. Dad, what should I do then? Xing Xiuchun asked, slightly apprehensive. Unexpectedly, the scene of her first meeting with Shen Xu that afternoon floated into her mind. Admittedly, Shen Xu's overly youthful appearance and rather naive demeanor during conversation did indeed subconsciously cause her to feel some contempt. But now that she knew the whole story, Shen Xu suddenly felt that Shen Xu was truly unfathomable. Shen Xu's behavior that afternoon was absolutely a deliberate act of pretense. This greatly shocked Shen Xu. Given her status, experience, knowledge, and perspective, there are very few people who can deceive her and prevent her from seeing through them. At least according to common sense, a young man like Shen Xu, who is just over 20 years old, should be like a blank sheet of paper, with all his thoughts directly displayed on his face, which is the normal behavior of a young person. However, for some reason, this young man is a bit scary. Shen Xu thought to herself silently. Xia Pied could guess the emotional changes his daughter-in-law was experiencing at that moment. After a moment's thought, he said in a deep voice, "You just said that when Shen Xu was trading those medicinal herbs and mountain delicacies with you, he didn't do any special processing on anything. He just piled them all up casually. This means that, at least in Shen Xu's eyes, those things weren't particularly valuable. Of course, it's also possible that Shen Xu deliberately put this up for you, but I think that's unlikely. First, the quantity is indeed quite large, and second, your transaction isn't a one-off deal. If these items aren't available for the next transaction, then the deception will be exposed. Therefore, I have reason to believe that those items are indeed not truly valuable or scarce commodities for Shen Xu. However, Shen Xu is also well aware that the value of those items is enough to drive you crazy. Therefore, using them to test your thoughts is the perfect approach. If you succumb to temptation and develop other ideas under such testing, then I strongly suspect that, in the worst-case scenario, the forces hidden behind Shen Xu will not hesitate to abandon him and go back into hiding, searching for the next potentially suitable target for cooperation." Shen Xu listened attentively, completely agreeing with her father-in-law's judgment. It now seems that the medicinal herbs delivered that afternoon were indeed intended to test her. The purpose of the test was simple: to see if she was trustworthy. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Xu said tentatively, "Dad, do you mean that I just need to conduct normal transactions with Shen Xu and not worry about anything else?" Xia Pied nodded and said, "That's right. I've already agreed to a thorough investigation of Shen Xu. So whatever decisions we make, we must wait for the investigation results before making any decisions. Shen Xu is like a fog right now. Before we completely dispel this fog, any rash actions will be reckless and irrational. If a thorough investigation reveals all of Shen Xu's secrets, then the initiative will be back in our hands. How to proceed, whether to continue friendly cooperation or simply seize him by force, can be determined based on the investigation results. But if a thorough investigation yields no results, it means that the mysterious force behind Shen Xu is far more terrifying than imagined. They can conceal themselves so well, disguise Shen Xu's past as perfectly normal, and do so flawlessly, to the point that even my people can't find anything amiss. Who knows how immense power such a force possesses? Of course, these are all unknowns for now. Whether this is true or not will ultimately depend on the investigation's findings. But in any case, ensuring the deal with Shen Xu goes smoothly is of paramount importance at present. Whatever Shen Xu's needs are, we must do our utmost to meet them. Because we can deduce something from the goods Shen Xu wants to trade. As his agent, what Shen Xu wants to buy must be exactly what that mysterious force urgently needs. We can completely deduce this from the outcome. Of course, to be on the safe side and to maintain secrecy, Shen Xu would normally purchase quite a few items that the mysterious force wouldn't need, used to conceal what they truly needed. In short, write it all down, and then analyze it slowly. Hearing his father make a decision, Xiaobingzhong, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Dad, I don't think we need to be too nervous. In fact, the fact that Shen Xu is willing to contact us and test us with this kind of transaction is itself a risky gesture of goodwill towards us. If he were to take these goods to the country across the sea instead of trading with us, the benefits he could gain would be far greater than what he would receive from trading with us. He couldn't possibly be unaware of this, nor could the forces behind him. But he still chose us, and he was incredibly friendly, showing absolutely no hostility or wariness. He was simply making a harmless probe, as if it were perfectly normal. Isn't that enough to explain things? At least in my opinion, he has shown sufficient sincerity. Xia Pai paused for a moment, then frowned and said, You mean the mysterious force behind Shen Xu highly identifies with our country? It's even very possible that it's our people operating overseas? Xing Xiuchun asked doubtfully. Are our people doing this abroad? Why go through all this trouble? Why not just contact the country directly? Even if the situation abroad is sensitive, the country can still provide covert support. It's much more convenient than using a proxy and then conducting these roundabout tests, isn't it? Xia Bingzhong shook his head and said, It's not as simple as you think. Contacting through an agent is a private matter, which ensures the other party's absolute autonomy. But once you directly contact the authorities, many things will change. You're not unaware of the situation in our country. When official channels are involved, even simple matters become complicated, and confidentiality may be compromised. After all, the West has been relentlessly infiltrating our country for decades. Who knows where we might be watching? Not to mention the disgusting bureaucracy. Xia Pai thought for a moment and agreed. That makes sense, but a thorough investigation is still necessary. However, in your future interactions with Shen Xu, try to treat him with sincerity. Ziqiu, you and Shen Xu are about the same age, you should get to know each other better. Xia Ziqiu hadn't expected to be called out, so she could only give a muffled reply. Chapter 126 Getting on the Right Track. Chapter 126 Getting on the Right Track. Shen Xu woke up feeling incredibly cheerful. He discovered that Xing Xiuchun hadn't actually waited until noon to transfer the money to him. Instead, she had transferred it very early in the morning, before the banks had even opened. Along with the large sum of money, a valuation detail was also sent. The estimated value of the thousands of kilograms of monkey head mushrooms and truffles was only around 10 million, but the estimated value of ginseng and lingzhi was extremely exaggerated. There are a total of 112 ginseng roots, each valued at 20 million, for a total price of 2.24 billion. The value of the Ganoderma lucidum has been significantly lowered, with each plant valued at 6 million, and a total of 52 plants valued at 312 million. Adding them together, the total was 2.562 billion. Xing Xiuchun, on the other hand, very decisively rounded it up in the company's name, and directly transferred 2.6 billion to him as payment for goods. This money does not include the tiger bone, rhinoceros horn, bear bile, bear paws, etc. Therefore, Xing Xiuchun made a special phone call early in the morning to explain. Tell Shen Xu that the reason for this is that tiger bones are quite special and cannot be appraised at the moment. The drug must first be formulated into a medicine, and then the specific effects of the drug can be confirmed through the feedback from the user's physical condition before a more accurate understanding can be obtained. Therefore, the money for acquiring tiger bones, rhinoceros horns, and bear cubs will be transferred after some time. Xing Xiuchun sincerely apologized over the phone, but Shen Xu was completely indifferent. He easily earned over 20 million yuan just by dealing in medicinal herbs once, which is subtly changing his attitude towards money. Although it was a business-to-business goods transaction, the money was still deposited into his personal account and did not go into the company account. The main problem is that his company is currently an outrageously empty shell, with no employees and therefore no finance department to handle the company's accounts. If the money goes into the company's account, it will actually cause trouble. As for the transfer between public and private accounts, any irregularities involved will be handled by Xing Xiuchun. With immense joy, Shen Xu made his way to the hotel with practiced ease. He hasn't told Shenya about buying a house and a car yet, planning to surprise her after everything is settled. At that point, there would be no need to continue sharing an apartment with Zhang Min. However, the rent is paid in advance, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months' rent paid up front. He had already prepaid 3 months' rent, so even if he suddenly moves out, Zhang Min will have plenty of time to find a new roommate. Last night, after Zhang Min and Shenya returned from shopping, they told him that their plans had changed. Zhang Min's mother was originally supposed to come to Wanghai this week, but something came up with her relatives, which delayed the trip. It's estimated that it will be postponed for about a month. Therefore, Shen Xu's promise to pretend to be Zhang Min's boyfriend was postponed. Not knowing when he would be able to move into his own house, and with plenty of money at the moment, Shen Xu did not book a room for a day as usual after entering the hotel. Instead, after inquiring at the front desk, I booked a room for the entire month. The price is even 20% off the original daily rental price, which is perfect. After checking into the room and performing the usual door-to-door check for surveillance equipment, Shen Xu felt incredibly relaxed as he headed to the other world. At the same time that Shen Xu was heading to the other world, two extremely ordinary-looking men, the kind of men you wouldn't even glance at if thrown on the street, stood in a corner outside the hotel entrance, looking thoughtfully at the hotel door. After a moment of silence, one of them's phones vibrated. The man picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and looked at the message that had just been sent. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "According to information obtained from the police station, the target has been checking into this hotel every day recently. He didn't come yesterday, but he's back today. I suggest a full investigation of this hotel. If the target is really meeting with someone, then this hotel looks very suspicious." The other person nodded slowly and immediately took out their phone to make arrangements. Shen Xu was unaware that he was being targeted. Although he broke through to the second rank of martial arts realm, the improvement of the second rank compared to the first rank was not particularly significant. Furthermore, the people tracking and investigating him were true elites, even the most outstanding experts in this field, so it's normal that they couldn't detect him. Your calligraphy and painting skills can already be considered to have reached the basics, so what I will teach you next is how to control your emotions. Whether it is painting or writing, in essence, it is a process of self-cultivation. Being able to remain calm in any situation is a basic quality that a powerful martial artist should possess. Master Yan arrived at the courtyard and, looking at Shen Xu, who seemed a little restless, spoke in a rather serious tone. "This is the first class of the morning. The so-called divine calculation is to use heaven and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. You are the one holding the pieces, able to predict the fate of all living beings, change the destiny of the future, avoid calamities and disasters, and glimpse the impermanence of the great Tao. You can traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, roam freely across the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands, wander the mortal world for 100 years, indifferent to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You must observe the affairs of the world with the heart of an observer, but you must always remember one thing: once a piece is placed, there is no going back." Blind Feng stood in the courtyard, shaking his head and muttering to himself as he imparted knowledge about divination techniques to Shen Xu. "This is the second class this morning. Medicine can cure diseases but not those that are truly deadly. Buddha saves those who are destined to be saved. Everyone says I can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, but that's all nonsense. The true art of medicine is benevolence. One should have the heart of heaven and earth as one's own, and treat other people's children as one's own, without changing one's heart for personal gain. The causes of human illness are nothing more than 4 categories: cold, heat, deficiency, and excess. Any illness must be due to an imbalance. The cycle of the human body is based on balance, and medical practice must be based on this." With his hands behind his back and a kind expression on his face, manhwaedit explained the more difficult parts of the medical book to Shen Xu. "This is the first class of the afternoon. You've already reached the second rank, so from today onwards I'm going to teach you, through practical experience, how to carry out an assassination and how to become a truly qualified assassin. Our initial targets are the wild beasts in the mountains. Those beasts are very alert. If you can assassinate them without alerting them, then you can be considered to have entered the inner sanctum." After speaking to Shen Xu with a blank expression, Lu Shaoqing pulled Shen Xu and left the courtyard. This is the second class in the afternoon. However, having previously displayed his divine abilities in front of Xia Pied, Shen Xu showed no resistance to this increasing amount of instruction. Although he found learning painful, he was happy. Chapter 127A Complete Transformation, Part 1. Chapter 127A Complete Transformation, Part 1. For the next whole month, Shen Xu was like a dry sponge, frantically absorbing all the knowledge and skills taught by the 5 elders. The medicinal bath he took every noon allowed his martial arts level to improve rapidly, and every day new acupoints were opened by his internal energy. These newly opened acupoints continuously nourished his body, allowing his martial arts progress to be described as rapid as 1,000 miles a day. At the same time, this improvement in martial arts level objectively greatly enhanced his learning ability. This feedback, which was then fed back into the 5 elders' skill transfer process, allowed Shen Xu's academic progress to also advance by leaps and bounds. In just 1 month, Shen Xu's skills in calligraphy and painting, in Master Yan's words, had already reached a level that could be considered entering the inner sanctum. Furthermore, his self-cultivation skills have greatly improved, and compared to a month ago, his overall demeanor has undergone a noticeable change. As the saying goes, a person with a wealth of knowledge naturally exudes elegance. Although Shen Xu had not read many books, he made great strides in his skills in calligraphy and painting, ultimately achieving a similar effect. In addition, the calligraphy style was created by Master Yan. Although Shen Xu still had a long way to go before reaching the pinnacle, in the eyes of those who did not know the truth, he already had the air of a master. The skill level of painting is similar to that of calligraphy. The landscapes, flowers, birds, and scenes of daily life depicted by his brushstrokes are, if not lifelike, certainly vivid and lifelike. As for the art of divination, Shen Xu was already very proficient in using the spirit tortoise shell, the supreme treasure of the divination school. In Feng Buer's view, this was a symbol of entering the realm of divination. Although Shen Xu's divination often resulted in some inaccuracies, his general direction was generally correct. However, the art of divination has many uncertainties, and Feng Buer does not want Shen Xu to become dependent on it. This kind of mysterious and ever-changing study of destiny is best used only as a supplementary tool. Otherwise, those who try to predict the future will be abandoned by heaven, and those who presumptuously try to understand the ways of heaven will surely be punished by heaven. Shen Xu understood this principle well, so when it came to learning the art of divination, he adopted the attitude that it's always good to have more skills. I didn't intend to study it in great depth, to be able to predict a person's life or death, wealth or status with a single glance, to seize the creation of heaven and earth, and to delve into the mysteries of the sun and moon. It's completely unnecessary and almost impossible to do. As long as you understand the underlying principles and can see through the phenomena to the essence, that's enough. As for medical skills, Shen Xu's progress was rather slow. Although manhwaedit shared his knowledge without reservation, the unique nature of traditional Chinese medicine still made it quite difficult for Shen Xu to learn. Despite the advantage of his martial arts realm, which allowed him to memorize the medicinal properties and pharmacology of herbs with twice the result with half the effort, the problem was that the medicinal herbs in his world were completely incomparable to their counterparts in this other world in terms of efficacy. Therefore, after completing his daily studies with manhwaedit, Shen Xu had to go through a completely new understanding and review of the medicinal herbs he had learned that day in his own world. How significant are the specific differences between the same medicinal herb in 2 different worlds? Only after he understood all of this could his medical skills be effective in the world he lived in. It has to be said that this significantly increased the difficulty of Shen Xu's studies, which is understandable given his relatively slow progress in medical skills. Of course, no matter how slow the progress is, it is only relatively speaking. Compared to normal learning progress, Shen Xu's advancement was still an incredible leap forward. However, Shen Xu made the most progress in the assassination techniques he learned from Liu Shaoqing. Every day, Liu Shaoqing would take him to the 9 profound mountains. Under Liu Shaoqing's constant guidance, Shen Xu quickly completed his unique transformation through practical combat. For the first few days, he truly gained nothing in the 9 mysterious mountains. No matter how rich your theoretical knowledge is, once you enter a real-world situation, you will still encounter too many situations that will leave you flustered and overwhelmed. There are so many strange and wonderful plants and animals in the mountains and forests that it's impossible to approach your prey silently just because you want to. In addition, those animals are naturally perceptive. Whether they are carnivores or herbivores, they are all very alert and have keen eyesight. Shen Xu could not even approach his target without alerting him, let alone carry out an assassination. After repeated failures, Shen Xu began to constantly analyze the reasons why he failed. Furthermore, through a true understanding and application of the knowledge and skills taught by Lu Xiaoqin, he could clearly feel his own significant progress every day. On the 7th day, Shen Xu finally managed to capture a wild rabbit with his bare hands for the first time by sneaking around. From then on, he was unstoppable. During this period, he experienced an improvement in his realm, which greatly enhanced his speed, strength, agility, and so on, making his assassination skills even more formidable. In the last few days of the month, Shen Xu even managed to assassinate a real leopard using only his own strength. It was a huge leopard, nearly 3 meters long. In terms of size, it was even larger than the tigers in his world. Although in direct combat, leopards are far inferior to tigers. However, the leopard's alertness and agility are far superior to those of the tiger. They can sense movements from a great distance, and even when resting, they almost always keep their eyes open. Shen Xu carried out a clean and efficient assassination of the leopard before it could detect him, and for doing so, he received Lu Xiaoqing's praise for the first time. In Lu Xiaoqing's words, Shen Xu could already be considered a novice assassin. During breaks from studying with Master Wufeng, Shen Xu always made sure to take a medicinal bath once a day at noon. During the intense and exhausting study process, soaking in medicinal baths and engaging in marital relations with Song Xiqing became Shen Xu's only opportunities to rest and soothe his mind. Although it is far from a balanced approach, its relaxing effect is remarkable. Not only did Shen Xu successfully break through to the 3rd rank of martial arts realm within this month, but he also ran wildly ahead of the 3rd rank realm. By the end of the month, Shen Xu was only 1 step away from reaching the 4th grade martial arts realm. Such a rapid pace of progress even surprised the 5 elders. According to their expectations, Shen Xu should have barely broken through to the 3rd rank during this period. In short, Shen Xu underwent a complete transformation in just 1 month. Chapter 128A Complete Transformation, Part 2. Chapter 128A Complete Transformation, Part 2. It wasn't just Shen Xu who underwent a complete transformation. Songjia Village also underwent tremendous changes in this month. This village, which still maintains a high standard of military and elite systems, has unleashed astonishing energy under Song Xiqing's command. At Song Xiqing's request, a team dedicated to studying the Heavenly Book and attempting to recreate what was recorded within it was formally established, with Feng Bu in charge. To truly master the study of Feng Shui and Bagua, one must be able to draw inferences from many other sources. For example, how to identify geographical conditions and find mineral veins. For example, mixing gunpowder and creating some strange and unusual things. For example, the study of certain chemical phenomena has actually existed since ancient times. Therefore, without a doubt, no one in the entire Songjia village is more suitable to be the leader of this team than Feng Bu. As for the composition of the team, Feng Bu chose them all from the village himself. Aside from the 1 hour he spent teaching Shen Xu each day, Feng Bu devoted the rest of his time to studying the Heavenly Book. In order to get the cement and steel, Feng Bu arranged for Yiwuzhou to lead a group of people to purchase a large amount of supplies. Under the almost nanny-like guidance of the Heavenly Book, Feng Bu actually managed to produce cement and steel within a month. The cement is actually of good quality. At least the finished product is strong enough to pave roads and build houses in the village. However, the quality of the steel is questionable. Although they mastered the rudimentary coking method and produced the coke necessary for steelmaking. However, the strength of steel produced in small, traditional kilns and blast furnaces is extremely unstable. Since everyone is a beginner, they are working on things based entirely on the simplistic, incomprehensible tutorials. They have virtually no experience in the relevant operations, so it is normal for the quality to be unstable in the early stages. Shen Xu was not in a hurry. In the early stages, he only hoped to gradually improve the living conditions of Songjia village in the valley. To enable everyone in Songjia village to live a truly good life. The fact that they were able to pave all the dirt roads in Songjia village with cement within a month is already a very good start. The main problem is that he can't transport cement from his own world. After he broke through to the 3rd rank of martial arts, his personal subspace expanded to a size of 100 cubic meters. Such a volume is certainly sufficient for transporting other things, but it would be a drop in the ocean for transporting cement. In addition, given the unique nature of cement, it is more cost-effective to produce it directly in another world using traditional methods compared to purchasing it from one's own world and then transporting it over. In addition to cement and steel, Song Xiqing also organized people to build 4 huge granaries outside Songjia village, as requested by Shen Xu. All 4 granaries are underground storage cellars. After drying and moisture-proofing treatments, the grains stored in the granaries can maintain an edible quality for a considerable period of time. If all of them are used to store rice, then under normal circumstances, it is enough to ensure that the rice will not spoil within 5 years. With the 4 granaries completed, the task of filling them naturally fell to Shen Xu. This time, the demand was too large, so Shen Xu did not purchase the goods himself. Instead, he used the company trading arrangement to make a purchase request to Xing Xiuquan's company. Among the various subsidiaries of the Spring and Autumn Group, there were indeed grain companies, so this large grain trade was successfully concluded at the lowest market price. Since the small warehouse he had previously rented was no longer sufficient to store such a large amount of grain, Shen Xu used the Chunqiu Group's channels to directly purchase a large independent warehouse located in the suburbs of Wanghai City. And immediately after the purchase, they cut off all surveillance inside and outside the warehouse. This makes it appear as if every corner of the warehouse is under surveillance cameras, but in reality, those cameras are all undetected. The 100 cubic meter personal subspace he gained after breaking through to the 3rd rank of martial arts made a significant contribution to this grain transport. This saved Shen Xu a lot of trouble during the transportation process, so that Shen Xu no longer needed to repeatedly travel across borders as before. Ultimately, Shen Xu filled the 4 large granaries completely as soon as they were completed. The grain stored inside was enough to feed the 2,000 people of Songjia village 3 meals a day, each meal to their heart's content, for 2 years. One can imagine how excited the people of Songjia village were when they watched as the 4 large granaries they had built were miraculously filled. Some people wondered why they would waste time building 4 useless granaries. However, once all 4 granaries were filled, all doubts immediately vanished. The villagers of Songjia village cheered, shouted, celebrated, and with tears in their eyes, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Shen Xu. Because they all possessed martial arts skills, their act of kowtowing instantly left behind a dense array of small pits on the ground. Their devout expressions and demeanor didn't seem like they were kneeling before their own son-in-law at all. Rather, it looked like they were kneeling before their faith. This is a unique kind of romance belonging to the people of Songjia village. After being plagued by hunger for far too long, the people of Songjia village felt as if they had been given a new lease on life when they suddenly realized that they would never have to go hungry again. Before this, the idea of reclaiming supremacy for the people of Songjia village was merely a belief. If the reasons and vague dreams that the people of Songjia village have always sought for their unwavering commitment are true, then with the 4 enormous granaries filled, the people of Songjia village have truly begun to consider the feasibility of conquering the world. This is a very simple principle. Before everyone has a way to fill their stomachs, the biggest goal for everyone is to avoid starving to death. Only when people no longer have to consider their most basic material needs will they begin to pursue spiritual fulfillment. Although their numbers are far too few compared to their grand ambition of conquering the world. But Shen Xu's existence instilled strong confidence in every member of Songjia village. Especially since Shen Xu appeared, the tremendous changes that have taken place in Songjia village in just over a month have been witnessed by all the villagers. They no longer had to struggle just to survive. They began to have ample free time and resources to cultivate greater ambitions. From that moment on, the people of Songjia village seemed to have undergone a baptism from head to toe by Shen Xu. Although their bodies remained unchanged, their mental state was elevated, which was also a kind of transformation. Chapter 129 The Hunt. Chapter 129 The Hunting Moment. July's heat lingers, August's warmth is yet to come. A sudden rain fell on Jiushuan Mountain in the height of summer, dispelling much of the sweltering heat in the forest. The giant trees and shrubs in the forest became even more lush and green, and the high summer temperature baked the forest, causing the accumulated rainwater to evaporate. Everything around became hazy and dreamlike, like a fairyland. The leaves were covered with glistening raindrops, which shimmered with a translucent luster. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, filling the air with a refreshing scent that soothed the soul. Nourished by the rain, the mountain streams flowed even more merrily, splashing water everywhere and revealing their crystal-clear bottoms. The little fish swam around the stones at the bottom of the water, while the clear chirping of birds could be heard from afar. It's the perfect time to ride the wind, soaring through the vast sky, and look down upon the mountains and rivers. It was nearly evening. Shen Xu lay quietly by a bush in the forest, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding bushes, devoid of any life. His eyes peered through the gaps in the bushes, fixed on a leopard a dozen meters ahead that was fiercely tearing at a cicadere. He's waiting for the right moment. To become a qualified assassin, good patience is an essential quality. Although he had successfully assassinated a leopard a few days ago. But that was a surprise attack carried out while the leopard was resting in the tree. Despite receiving praise from Lu Xiaoqing also believed that as an assassin, even if one must be prepared to flee immediately if a strike fails, the ability to kill head-on is still indispensable. Therefore, in Lu Xiaoqing's view, only when a leopard is hunted down by assassination when it is most wary can one be considered a true disciple. With Shen Xu's current martial arts level of the upper third rank, which is close to the fourth rank, it is indeed difficult to achieve this, but it is not entirely hopeless. The leopard hunting not far away was a whole size smaller than the leopard that was assassinated a few days ago. Its body length should be only about 2.5 meters, about the same size as an adult Siberian tiger in the world where Shen Xu lives. Their fighting ability seemed quite formidable, at least in the hunt for that cicadere. The entire process appeared rather easy and enjoyable. Shen Xu held his breath and slowly emerged from behind the bushes. Although my feet were stepping on the dense fallen leaves and withered branches on the ground, miraculously, I didn't make even the slightest sound. His breathing had completely stopped, and even his heartbeat had suddenly slowed down. The cicadere not far away had its neck bitten. Although it was still struggling with its four hooves, its strength was clearly waning rapidly. A leopard that is about to finish its hunt is at its most alert. Only after it has completely killed its prey, dragged the carcass up the thick tree trunk, and hung it on a forked branch for a hearty meal, will its intense vigilance lessen slightly. Unfortunately, Shen Xu was preparing to challenge the very moment when the hunt was about to succeed. His feet landed silently, his movements as light as a swallow, and a jet-black dagger appeared in his hand without him even noticing. The material of this short knife is extremely special, and the coating on its surface is also unknown. Not only does it absorb all light sources, ensuring the blade doesn't reflect any light, but it also ensures that no blood remains when it comes into contact with the blade. All liquids will simply slide off the coating. This was a gift from Lu Xiaoqing a few days ago after he successfully assassinated the leopard. The sword was named Dragon Scale. According to Lu Xiaoqing, this short sword has an incredibly long history. Legend has it that in ancient times, a deity or extraordinary being forged it using the reverse scale of a dragon as the material for the blade. Lu Xiaoqing explained that during his wedding, he was the only one among the 5 elders who hadn't given a proper wedding gift, so this dragon scale was a wedding gift to make up for it. The knife was undoubtedly an exceptional one, but Shen Xu would certainly scoff at Lu Xiaoqing's account of its origins. He's not stupid, how could he possibly believe that dragons exist in this world? While his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the knife, his feet kept moving. As the distance between him and the leopard drew closer, Shen Xu's gaze remained icy. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. When it was only about 3 meters away from the leopard, which had just killed the cicadere, seemed to finally realize something. The leopard pulled its strong, sharp teeth from the cicadere's neck and turned its head in slight confusion to look in the direction where Shen Xu was. But Shen Xu reacted even faster than the leopard. The moment he realized the leopard was alerted, Shen Xu lunged forward without hesitation, like a cannonball, fiercely hurtling towards the leopard. The 3-meter distance vanished in an instant, and the leopard opened its mouth, ready to tear at Shen Xu. Shen Xu's short knife had already easily pierced the leopard's neck cavity. Taking advantage of the momentum of his charge, and as the leopard instinctively stopped due to its severe injury, Shen Xu slid onto the leopard's back like a fish. The hand without the knife grabbed the leopard's jaw and forcefully pulled it upwards, while the hand with the knife immediately began to cut the leopard's neck. The short knife was incredibly sharp, cutting into the leopard's neck as easily as slicing tofu. Before the leopard could even feel the pain, its beautiful head had already been completely severed off by Shen Xu. Holding the leopard's head in one hand, Shen Xu stood up from the leopard's back. The neck cavity, exposed to the air, began to gush out large amounts of blood due to the pressure. Lu Shaoqing, who had been hiding in the shadows, slowly walked out from the side, nodded to Shen Xu, and was extremely satisfied with Shen Xu's performance. The process of directly attacking and killing the leopard seems very simple, but in reality, there are huge variables involved. If Shen Xu hadn't managed to approach the leopard silently and engage it in close combat the moment the leopard became aware of him, then the leopard would have had ample room to maneuver, and the outcome would have been uncertain. According to Lu Shaoqing's estimation, the leopards inhabiting the 9 profound mountains, when fully grown, would be no weaker than ordinary 4th-rank martial artists in actual combat. Shen Xu, with his seemingly effortless 3rd-rank cultivation level, could easily launch a frontal attack on the leopard. In Lu Shaoqing's view, he had essentially reached the level of a fully fledged disciple. Of course, further learning will definitely continue. The so-called graduation only means that Shen Xu has met Lu Shaoqing's requirements in terms of basic abilities and can begin to learn truly advanced skills. It's getting late. It seems that Miss has something she wants to discuss with the young master, so let's head back early today. Lu Shaoqing spoke expressionlessly. Shen Xu controlled his emotional fluctuations and slowly nodded. Chapter 130 Gold and Silver Price Difference. Chapter 130 Gold and Silver Price Difference. After returning to the valley, Lu Shaoqing quickly disappeared. Shen Xu was already used to Lu Shaoqing's elusive nature and didn't react to it in any particular way. According to Song Xiqing, this seemingly most ordinary and unremarkable of the 5 elders is actually the genuine number 1 assassin in the world. With a martial arts level of the 9th rank and the ability to use assassination techniques to their fullest potential, they can even pose a threat to a Grand Master. To be honest, Song Xiqing's description did cause him some trouble. As Shen Xu gained a deeper understanding of the 5 elders, he often had the strange feeling that he was living in the Valley of Villains from Gu Long's novels. Although the 10 evils outnumbered the 5 elders, their strength and cultivation level were clearly inferior to the 5 elders. He studied diligently under Wu Fang Lao, and his skills will surely far surpass those of Jiang Xiuyu. Thinking about it that way, it seems acceptable. Moreover, among the 10 villains, only the gambling demon Xian Yuan San Guang and the mad lion Tai Zhan are not considered villains. The others, even Blood Hand Du Sha, are truly villains. In comparison, the 5 elders can be considered moral exemplars of gentleness, kindness, respect, frugality, humility, magnanimity, shame, trustworthiness, intelligence, and wisdom. Upon entering the village, everyone they encountered along the way, regardless of age or gender, bowed respectfully to Shen Xu. Seeing the genuine happiness on everyone's faces, Shen Xu felt a warm glow in his heart. With his feet on the hard and flat cement road, and looking at the organized construction and renovation of everyone's houses in the village, Shen Xu felt a great sense of accomplishment as he thought about how these changes were all caused by him. Husband, you came back about 15 minutes earlier than usual today. Have you completed today's training requirements? Suddenly, Song Xiqing walked out of a brick and cement house under construction and looked at Shen Xu with love, asking him a question. Yes, Mr. Lu said you have something to discuss with me? Shen Xu naturally pulled Song Xiqing into his arms, pinched her delicate cheek, and asked with a smile. After all, it was in public, and Song Xiqing still felt shy. However, Song Xiqing neither resisted nor avoided Shen Xu's intimate actions. Let Shen Xu hold her, lower her head slightly to avoid his burning gaze, and say softly, Wu Jiu came to me today and said that Mr. Feng's requests to buy things these days have already spent all the village's money. Including the silver you left them when you went to the county town last time, it's all gone. So if we can't get enough silver soon, then many things Mr. Feng is currently focusing on will probably have to be put on hold for the time being. I thought about it, and realized that there was really nothing in the village that could be sold for money. Even mountain products wouldn't fetch much money, but money was still essential. So, could we organize people to capture the wanted criminals for whom the government had put a reward? My lord, the 4 large granaries you've filled are more than enough to ensure the village has no food shortages. Under these circumstances, diverting the blood guards who need to cultivate the land to earn rewards from the government won't have any negative impact on the village. Do you think this is a feasible plan, my lord? Short of money? Shen Xu was taken aback. He hadn't really considered this before. However, since the goal is to use the Transmigrator's Handbook to localize the production of items that are difficult to procure and transport, it is perfectly normal that this would involve a large amount of local procurement demand. As for the problem of lacking money, it's really too easy to solve. If there's a shortage of gold, the cost of purchasing it would definitely be outrageous. However, the only problem is the lack of silver. Given the current silver price in his world, there is absolutely no pressure to purchase it. Industrial silver, in particular, meets purity standards and is even more durable than pure silver, while its price is ridiculously cheap. If I remember correctly, it should be 3 or 4 yuan per gram now. In other words, even if you were to purchase a whole ton of industrial silver, it would only cost 3 to 4 million. That translates to 3 or 4 million being able to buy a full 20,000 taels of silver. This amount of silver should be enough for Feng Buer to do whatever he wants for quite some time. Thinking about this, Shen Xu suddenly realized a problem. He hadn't considered reselling silver before because he thought it was too cheap, and that it would be tiring and troublesome, and he probably wouldn't make much money. However, that was before he established contact with Xia Pai. With Xing Xiuquan's Chunqiu group backing him now, the process of reselling silver would become very simple. All those cumbersome transactions can be handled by Spring Airlines Group. His job is simply to travel back and forth between the 2 realms, transporting silver and gold between them. The industrial silver bought for at most 4 million can be exchanged for a terrifying 100 kilograms of gold in another world. If he were to sell this gold in his other world, it would fetch at least 40 million. That's 10 times the profit. Although it's not as good as a business with no capital, what more could you ask for than 10 times the profit? Thinking of this, Shen Xu's eyes lit up, and he felt even more strongly that this other world was indeed a real treasure trove for him. Of course, whether or not to do this, or how to do it, requires careful consideration before a decision can be made. Firstly, since it involves the continuous buying and selling of a large amount of gold, it is definitely more convenient to conduct the transactions through Spring and Autumn Group, which saves time and effort and allows for the highest possible price. He needed to find out whether Spring Autumn Group needed or was able to absorb such a large amount of gold. Secondly, is the idea of continuously exchanging silver for gold in this other world reliable? Is there a market for it? Upon hearing this question, Shen Xu immediately pictured Xiao Anqing's chubby appearance. That guy runs a money exchange. If you have any questions about gold and silver, ask him. You'll definitely get a good answer. Therefore, I need to personally go to Changle County again to have a good talk with Xiao Anqing. Indeed, the emergence of any new idea means a constant stream of troubles. Shen Xu sighed inwardly, but showed no emotion on his face. He simply smiled indulgently and said, "Don't let the blood guards work for the government anymore. I'll take care of the money shortage, so Mr. Feng doesn't need to worry. Also, tell Wu Jiu that I need to go to Changle County again in the next few days when I have some free time. Have him bring some people with him." Song Xiqing obediently agreed, and then said, "There's something else. Wu Jiu and the others have been searching for all sorts of stones in the mountains these past few days and stringing them into bracelets, saying that you want those things?" "Oh yes, that's true, but I'd almost forgotten about it. Let's go home first. When Wu Jiu came to talk to me about the money issue today, he put all the bracelets he had accumulated over the past month at home for you." Chapter 131 Locking on the Target. Chapter 131 Locking onto the target. Just as Shen Xu returned to the courtyard, he was stunned by the several large bags of bracelets in the corner of the yard. I don't know the exact number, but it looks like there are at least tens of thousands of strings. The majority of them appear to be amber bracelets, with a small portion made of various other materials such as agate and turquoise. There are too many to count, and Wujio didn't keep a detailed count. In total, there are probably more than 30,000 strings, which is a whole month's worth of stock. Song Xiqing pointed to the large bags in the corner of the courtyard and then said, "However, what no hope means is that the blood guards have basically picked up all the stones in the dense forest around our valley. If my husband needs more bracelets, then they will have to go to even more distant dense forests to look for them. The harvest from collecting these stones won't be as plentiful as it was in the previous month. The farther the distance, the more time will be wasted on the journey. Moreover, the farther the place, the less familiar it will be. While collecting stones, we'll also have to guard against attacks from wild animals. I don't know if I can meet my husband's requirements." Upon hearing this, Shen Xu was immediately startled. "Good heavens, I don't know what to do with these 30,000 plus strings of food. If I keep collecting more, won't I just end up with nothing?" The reason that bald, fat man was willing to buy amber beads for tens of thousands of yuan each was mainly because he didn't know there would be so many. If you threw over 30,000 strings of cigarettes right in front of that bald, fat man, wouldn't he have a heart attack on the spot? But since we've already created it, we can't just throw it away for no reason. Let's store it in the subspace first, and then sell it slowly. Even the Chunqiu group probably wouldn't have a channel to absorb tens of thousands of top-grade amber bracelets all at once. Anyway, these things don't seem to take up much volume, so throwing them into the subspace wouldn't be too much of a burden. This is enough. Tell Wujio and the others to stop. There's no need to collect any more for now. If I need anything later, I'll tell Wujio and the others. It's getting late. My wife, could you please comfort your husband one last time? So that your husband can return to heaven satisfied?" As Shen Xu spoke, he waved his hand toward the large bags in the corner of the yard, and put all the bracelets into his subspace. Then he took the opportunity to put his arm around Song Xiqing's slender waist, a rather lewd smile appearing on his face. Even though she knew that this was Shen Xu using his hidden abilities, witnessing it again still deeply shocked Song Xiqing. Weak and exhausted, Song Xiqing was pulled into Shen Xu's arms. She stammered, "But my husband already came once at noon. We agreed to meet once a day. We can't let ourselves go." Shen Xu shook his head and said seriously, "I haven't been indulging you, nor have I been pestering you for things every day. This is to reward me for my amazing improvement over the past month. Aren't you happy for your husband, my wife?" Song Xiqing didn't know how to refute for a moment, so she could only silently let Shen Xu pull her into the side room. The improvement that martial arts attainment brings to the body is reflected in every detail of every aspect. In particular, his boundless energy made Shen Xu, who had only recently begun his sexual journey, endlessly enjoy the pleasures of incest. When Shen Xu led Song Xiqing into the private room, it was just after dusk, the sun was about to set. But when he returned to the bathroom of his rented hotel room, it was already around 7 p.m. Shen Xu had been renting the hotel for a full month, but he had no intention of renewing the lease, because Xia Ziqiu had called him a few nights ago to tell him that all the paperwork for the house had been completed. Furthermore, the house was delivered fully furnished, so there wasn't much room for additional renovations. Therefore, if you wanted to move in, you could do so any time. Shen Xu is someone who hates trouble, so he simply told Xia Ziqiu that his house didn't need any further renovations. He planned to live there for a while and then make a decision based on his experience. Besides, given his current rate of wealth accumulation, he might need to change houses again in a while, so there's no need to keep making the same mistakes with his first house. After completing all the checkout procedures at the front desk, Shen Xu walked out of the hotel. "I'm going back to my rented apartment to discuss moving with Xinya. Although Xinya will be starting school in about 2 weeks, her family will have to find out about the house move sooner or later, so there's no need to keep it a secret." Moreover, during this past month, Xinya had been laying the groundwork for her parents back in their hometown, preparing to announce the lottery results before the start of the new semester. If he wants Xinya to cooperate with him in dealing with his parents, he has to give her some incentives. However, Once he had a plausible explanation for winning the lottery to make his first fortune, he could easily fool anyone else about how much money he made after that. Then you can say that you used the money you won in the lottery to start a trading company, and that the company was helped by a benefactor, and that the business was booming and making a lot of money. How could your parents back in your hometown tell the difference? A person's cognitive ability is directly related to their own experience. Parents who have lived their whole lives in their hometown county are relatively easy to fool. Not long after leaving the hotel, Shen Xu suddenly stopped. For the past month, he has been living a monotonous life in his own world, going back and forth between 2 points. Aside from hotels and rented houses, he would only go to other places when conducting transactions with Shen Xu. However, ever since he successfully broke through to the third rank about half a month ago, he has always had a vague feeling of being spied on in his own world. And this feeling is becoming clearer and clearer as his realm continues to improve. Just today, he personally fought and killed a ferocious leopard head-on. He is currently at the peak of his physical condition. His sensitivity to his surroundings far exceeded normal levels, to the point that what was originally a vague feeling of being spied on suddenly became a pinpoint of the target spying on him. An inconspicuous black Passat parked on the side of the road. One of the two men in the car was playing on his phone, while the other seemed to be dozing off with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. Shen Xu narrowed his eyes and walked straight toward the black Passat. Chapter 132 The Power of a Single Punch. Chapter 132 The Power of a Single Punch. In fact, ever since half a month ago, when Shen Xu sensed that someone was secretly spying on him in his own world, he had been pondering several questions. Who is spying on him? What is their purpose? Will they pose a threat or have any impact on his time travel? Of these three questions, the third one is clearly the most important. However, for the next 2 weeks, Shen Xu would conduct a thorough and meticulous inspection of the room before each time he traveled through time, but he never found anything suspicious. Confirming that the person secretly spying on him was very careful and had not attempted to sneak into his rented hotel room, Shen Xu was relieved of half of his worries. After further thought and deduction, Shen Xu was basically certain that the only people with the ability and reason to arrange for professionals to monitor him in this way were the Xia family. The reason is simple. Before he gained the ability to travel through time, he had no value whatsoever in being monitored. After gaining the ability to travel through time, among those who had actual business dealings with him, apart from the Xia family, even if others had malicious intentions and wanted to monitor his whereabouts, they would never be able to do it so professionally. He only realized it after breaking through to the third rank of martial arts. Even if they sensed they were being spied on, they still couldn't pinpoint the source of the feeling. To be honest, Shen Xu thought it was quite normal for the Xia family to react this way. He was well aware of his choice. If he truly intended to use his ability to travel between two worlds to create a grand undertaking in his own world, then he would have to take on enormous risks for it. If he only thinks about being content with a modest life, then there really won't be any problem. He could easily make a living by casually bringing over some local specialties from another world, earning a meager living on a small scale, and no one would pay any attention to him. He can travel freely between the two worlds, so if he still only has such limited ambitions, he would despise himself. In life, what we often lack is not opportunity. The real question is whether, after seeing an opportunity, one has the courage to seize it and the determination to take action. Previously, Shen Xu had the typical mindset of a low-level office worker. But after traveling between the two worlds, in just 1 week, he saw scenery that he might never have seen in his entire life under normal circumstances. This sudden upward social mobility greatly impacted Shen Xu, and his thoughts underwent a complete transformation. Although it wasn't outwardly apparent, Shen Xu's growth in the past month or so far exceeded his accumulation over the past 20 years. For many men, growing up really happens overnight. Therefore, in Shen Xu's view, it was entirely worthwhile to take some risks in order to get on board the Xia family's giant ship. The premise is that he must firmly guard the secret that he can freely travel to another world. As long as you cultivate a sufficiently mysterious image in the eyes of the Xia family, many troubles will surely dissipate on their own. At the same time, by being sufficiently friendly to the Xia family, They made it clear to them that the benefits of sincere cooperation would far outweigh any potential conflict. To achieve this effect, he also had to show his tough side, making the Xia family hesitant to act against him. It's hard to find the right balance here. Shen Xu doesn't think he can do it very well, but he has to learn how. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Xu had already walked to the front of the Passat. The man who had been dozing in the passenger seat seemed to realize something, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Shen Xu outside the windshield with a confused and puzzled expression. The man who had been playing on his phone in the driver's seat put it down, his expression even more bewildered than the man who had been feigning sleep. I must say, her acting skills are quite good. He's definitely better than those pretty boys who can only recite numbers in their lines. If Shen Xu weren't in an overclock state, and if he were absolutely certain that the gaze peering at him came from this Passat, he might actually have been fooled. After exchanging glances with the two men, Shen Xu didn't say anything more. He clenched his right fist, and then suddenly smashed it hard against the hood of the Passat. Boom! A loud bang was heard. With terrifying force, the front of the Passat was smashed into the ground. The front suspension, hydraulic shock absorbers, and the engine protected by the hood were all destroyed on the spot. The force of the impact lifted the entire rear of the Passat, raising it about a meter off the ground. After a brief period of airtime, it crashed back down heavily to the ground. The force of the shock caused the rear of the Passat to bounce violently, producing a series of terrifying sounds, before gradually stabilizing. The front and rear windshields, all four-door windows, and the sunroof of the entire vehicle were shattered the moment the front of the car made intimate contact with the ground. First, countless tiny snowflake-like cracks instantly appeared, and then, in less than half a second, all the glass shattered and scattered, with shards flying everywhere. The power of a single punch has caused such a result. The two men in the car turned pale with fright. They couldn't comprehend how a single person's fist could unleash such terrifying power. Even a world heavyweight boxing champion probably couldn't do that, right? Covered in shards of glass, and because they weren't wearing seatbelts, both of them were thrown about in their seats as the vehicle tilted at a severe angle. The shards of glass cut their exposed skin, revealing a dense network of wounds. Although they are just very small cuts and sores, they will basically heal on their own after bleeding a little. However, the resulting visual effect looks like two bloody figures, which is quite frightening. Shen Xu looked at the two men expressionlessly and said in an icy tone, "You've been following me for so long, isn't this over yet? The reason I didn't want to talk to you before was because I could guess who sent you. I had to give face to the people behind you. But you seem to have taken my gestures of goodwill and concessions as weakness and vulnerability, and have continued to stalk me without any intention of ending it. What? Are you planning to follow me for life? To make me live under your surveillance for the rest of my life?" At this point, Shen Xu's eyes turned dangerous. The killing intent he had accumulated from constantly assassinating wild beasts was subtly aroused by his inner energy. The two men inside the car immediately felt their pupils contract violently, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They felt as if they were being stared at by a tiger, their minds going completely blank under this extreme sense of danger. Chapter 133 Learning to Grow. Chapter 133 Learning to Grow. Don't misunderstand us, we're actually doing this to protect your safety. The man in the driver's seat swallowed hard and then spoke with a slight stutter. This was the story they had agreed upon beforehand. If Shen Xu were to discover them by accident, they would use this as an excuse. They just hadn't expected that Shen Xu would actually be able to detect their tracking and spying. This shouldn't be happening. They are the true elites who have undergone the most rigorous training. As top-notch guards of the Security Bureau, they are actually more powerful than even the elite Special Forces soldiers when facing non-war situations. Because their training directions and areas of expertise are completely different. Who could have predicted that an ordinary person, who, according to the records, had just graduated from university, not only accurately located them but also smashed their car with a single punch? Protect my safety? With your abilities? I'm not underestimating you, but to be honest, even if I gave you both your arms, you wouldn't be a match for me. Shen Xu snorted coldly, then said, Since you say it's to protect my safety, then I'll believe you're doing it. Take your word for it. But you must understand, nobody likes being monitored, especially since I believe we've established a basic level of trust. Go back and tell the people behind you that I've known you've been spying on me since day one. But I always thought he would know his limits. After monitoring me for a while and confirming that I only had good intentions and no bad intentions, he should have voluntarily withdrawn you all. But he didn't, and he hurt my feelings. So let's put aside personal feelings and approach each other purely with a business-like attitude. This is the first and last time. If I discover again that someone is spying on me, then I'm sorry, all contact will be terminated immediately, and I don't rule out the possibility of taking more drastic measures. At this point, Shen Xu gently patted the car's hood, which was already emitting a lot of smoke, and suddenly smiled, saying, "Do you understand? If you understand, I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for the car being in this state, but I don't think I need to compensate you, right? After all, you were the ones who were rude first." After speaking, Shen Xu waved to the two of them, turned around and left gracefully. The two men stared at each other in bewilderment for a moment, until Shen Xu disappeared from their sight, at which point the terrifying killing intent that had been hanging over them finally dissipated completely. After instinctively letting out a sigh of relief, the man in the passenger seat said in a deep voice, "Give us the truth. This is no longer something we two can decide how to handle. The target we're monitoring possesses superhuman strength and an incomprehensible level of keen insight. The almost tangible killing intent just now proves that the target is extremely dangerous. Continuing to monitor the target without understanding how they became aware of our surveillance is pointless. Maintaining the existing surveillance plan will likely only further provoke the target. I could sense that he genuinely intended to kill us just now." The man in the driver's seat nodded with some difficulty, agreeing with his companion's assessment. After glancing again in the direction where Shen Xu disappeared, he dialed his superior's number on his phone. Things have developed to this point, which means they are essentially out of control. Shen Xu had no idea what the two men who were monitoring him were thinking, and he didn't care at all. On his way back to his rented apartment, he kept reviewing his behavior and every word he had said. Of course, he didn't want to fall out with the Xiao family. To realize his vision and truly climb to the top of the pyramid to look down on the world, cooperation with the Xiao family was an indispensable basic condition, or rather, a basic guarantee. But he also had to show his tough side and let the Xiao family know that he was not a doe to be needed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the cooperative relationship. As long as one party is clearly at a disadvantage, the so-called cooperation will inevitably change over time. One party will gradually become a vassal of the other, transforming from cooperation into dependence. This is something Shen Xu cannot tolerate. The challenge, however, lies in demonstrating his strength so that the Xiao family will hesitate to act against him and truly regard him as a completely equal partner, while at the same time not ruining the relationship with the Xiao family. Shen Xu wasn't really sure if he could strike the right balance. Just over a month ago, he was a recent college graduate with no social experience. Now, expecting him to be adept at social skills is asking too much. Therefore, he could only do his best. Even if he was clumsy, he had to urge himself to keep growing. I quickly returned home and could smell the aroma of food coming from the living room as soon as I entered the foyer. Upon hearing the door open, Shinya immediately went to greet her in the entryway, frowning as she asked, "Why are you so late today? You usually come back around 5:30. You're over an hour late today. Did you work overtime?" "I wouldn't call it overtime. This question is actually a bit difficult to explain. Do you know why World War II lasted longer than World War I?" Shen Xu changed his shoes and walked towards the living room, speaking with a smile. Shinya was taken aback, not understanding whether it was a matter of working overtime, or what it had to do with World War I and World War II. He instinctively asked, "Why?" Shen Xu coughed lightly and said meaningfully, "Because the Japanese and Germans are more formidable." Shinya was even more puzzled. Looking at Shen Xu with a puzzled expression, she really wanted to reach out and check if Shen Xu had a fever. Let's not talk about that, let's get down to business. Due to work requirements, I started a foreign trade company. Because of the work, the company has no shortage of business, so it has made a lot of money. I used the money I earned to buy a duplex apartment in Wanghai, and I plan to move in the next couple of days. School starts in 2 weeks. Let's stay together for 2 weeks, and you can familiarize yourself with the place and register your information. That way you won't be unable to get in when I'm not around. What about Minjia? If we're moving, we need to tell Minjia in advance so she can be prepared. Shen Xu promptly changed the subject to cover up his embarrassment. Minjia has to work overtime today, and I'm not sure what time she'll be back. But regarding the foreign trade company you mentioned, and the stacking issue, shouldn't you tell me more about it? This news was so sudden, I'm really a bit stunned. Well, that's a long story. Let's talk about it while we eat. Chapter 134 Getting further and further away from the truth. Chapter 134 Getting further and further away from the truth. At the same time, in a manor villa on the outskirts of Wanghai City, Xia Paid and his wife Xia Bingzhong and Shen Xu sat together on the sofa in the living room. Xia Ziqiu was also called back, but sensing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, she abandoned her usual cheerful and lively demeanor and stood obediently behind Xia Paid, quietly massaging his shoulders. I thought I was taking Xiaoshen seriously enough, but I underestimated him. A whole month of investigation yielded not a single useful result. The hotel he had been renting for a long time was spotless inside and out, and neither the legal representative nor the hotel's actual owner had any connection with Xiaoshen. During this past month, Xiaoshen clearly had contact with the mysterious force behind him, including purchasing a large amount of grain from you. This clearly couldn't have been a private matter, yet we can't trace how that contact occurred. The grain delivered to the warehouse has also definitively disappeared right under our noses. Xia Paid repeated the final investigation conclusions he had just received, looking somewhat weary. The slightly cloudy old eyes looked at Shen Xu and continued with great doubt. How exactly did they do that? All the information that could be found on Xiaoshen was completely normal. Everything about Xiaoshen from birth to university graduation was verifiable and clear. But this absolute normality is precisely what makes it abnormal. The fact that absolutely no problems could be found, and no trace of forgery, is truly incomprehensible. For such a situation to occur in our country, the power behind Xiaoshen must be far more terrifying than we imagine. Shen Xu thought for a moment, then frowned and said, I can't figure it out either. Just like you said, Dad, any action will inevitably leave a trace. But the forces behind Shen Xu, despite our thorough investigation for a whole month, haven't been able to find any useful clues. It's as if the power behind Shen Xu doesn't exist at all. But we all know that the power behind Shen Xu definitely exists. Otherwise, where did the things he used to trade with me come from? What's the point of the large amount of grain he bought through me? Moreover, after the grain was transported to Shen Xu's warehouse, although we were unable to monitor the transport vehicles entering the warehouse afterward, we are certain that the grain in the warehouse had been completely removed at some point. This is absolutely not something that Shen Xu could have done by himself. That's enough food to feed 20,000 people for a whole year. The fact that they quickly found a way to transport it out after the purchase shows that the force behind Shen Xu is genuinely short of food, and isn't just covering it up. In other words, it's at least a force of tens of thousands of people. Xia Paid nodded slowly and said, A scale of tens of thousands of people is a very reasonable estimate. There are many places in the world that can hide tens of thousands of people, such as Africa and deserted islands in the Pacific Ocean that are outside shipping lanes. However, judging from the trade goods that Xiaoshen has provided so far, Africa is highly unlikely. Africa has been thoroughly explored, and those trade goods could not possibly have originated from African soil. Based on this, the most likely hiding place of the mysterious force behind Xiaoshen is a desolate island in the ocean, outside of shipping lanes, and this force must have an astonishing amount of power within our country. The good news is that, at least so far, Xiaoshen has been quite friendly to us. So, what are your thoughts on the warning message Xiaoshen just relayed? Xia Paid's question caused both Xia Bingzhong and Shen Xu to hesitate. A sudden silence fell over the living room. After pondering for a long time, Shen Xu finally spoke. Since Shen Xu was able to easily discover and lock onto the person responsible for tracking him, there is no point in continuing to monitor Shen Xu. It will only further provoke him and will not serve any other purpose. Although we currently know nothing about the mysterious force behind Shen Xu, that force must be incredibly powerful. Considering this, the fact that Shen Xu was chosen by this force to become its official representative is enough to prove his extraordinary nature. With just one punch, he wrecked a modified Passat. Such terrifying power is simply beyond human capability. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs Shen Xu provided all possessed effects far exceeding ordinary standards. Could I suspect there's a connection between these events? Xia Pied and Xia Bingzhong both showed thoughtful expressions. Xing Xiuquan continued. In short, judging from the current situation, we really need to correct our attitude and treat Shen Xu as an equal. Otherwise, I believe that Shen Xu's statement about terminating the cooperation is definitely not just empty threats. The logic is simple. Judging from the items Shen Xu has provided us for trade, those items are powerful enough to drive anyone crazy. Therefore, Shen Xu and the mysterious force behind him don't necessarily need to cooperate with us. We are just one of their many options. This is the real reason why Shen Xu tested me before, and why he didn't immediately explode after discovering I was being monitored, but instead silently endured it for a whole month. Shen Xu was demonstrating his sincerity, showing that he had no hostility towards us. From Shen Xu's perspective, while he could understand our probing and surveillance, he couldn't accept such bottomless testing and surveillance. Clearly, in Shen Xu's view, a month was the limit of his tolerance, hence his explicit warning. In my opinion, since we've been investigating for a whole month and haven't found anything, then like you said before, Dad, it's best if we don't have any other ideas. Maintaining a close cooperative relationship with Shen Xu is the most advantageous option for us. To put it another way, during this month, Shen Xu not only quietly allowed us to monitor and investigate him, but also conducted a sizable grain transaction with me during this process. After the transaction was completed, he secretly transported all the grain away right under our noses. Isn't this Shen Xu flexing his muscles on behalf of the forces behind him? He's clearly expressing one attitude: our probing and surveillance are useless. He and his backers possess methods we can't even imagine. Under these circumstances, if we want to cooperate, we must be completely honest. After listening to Xing Xiuquan finish speaking, Xia Pied sat up straight. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Zichio, contact Xiaoshen and tell him that I want to have an open and honest talk with him. Chapter 135 I was just about to call you. Chapter 135 I was just about to call you. Chubby face, do you have time tomorrow? My grandpa wants to have a good talk with you. Shen Xu had just finished convincing Shinya that his actions of establishing a foreign trade company and making a lot of money in a short period of time through the company's channels were really for work purposes and there was nothing illegal or irregular about it. But then Xiao Zichio suddenly sent a message through a chat software. After a moment's thought, Shen Xu's fingers flew up and down, typing on the phone screen. My heart is as vast as the sea. Grandpa Xia invited me, and I would decline even if I had something to do. What do you want to talk to me about? Chubby face, you know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Your reaction today was too intense. It scared my dad, my mom, and my grandpa. So my grandpa wants to explain this misunderstanding to you in person. Since you have time, I'll pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. My heart is as vast as the sea. If it's too early, you'd better prepare some breakfast for your grandfather. Otherwise, discussing things on an empty stomach might be very frustrating. Also, why do you like using emoticons so much? Chubby face, I do what I want. Mind your own business. See you tomorrow. Bye. Looking at the content displayed on the screen, Shen Xu raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Xia Zichio seemed to harbor some resentment towards him. Of course, whether Xia Zichio harbors resentment or not is not important. The important thing is that Xia Zichio suddenly extended an invitation to him late at night, saying that Xia Pied wanted to talk to him in person the next day, which was actually a very good result. This reaction means that the Xia family almost entirely accepted the clear warning he issued that evening. although Shen Xu couldn't quite understand why the Xia family was behaving so well. He had only just adopted a rather tough stance, yet the Xia family showed no intention of engaging with him. Instead, they chose to back down decisively, which was truly unexpected for Shen Xu. But without a doubt, this is good news. The Xia family did not overreact to his tough stance, nor did they feel they had lost face and thus confront him head-on. How they will cooperate in the future will likely depend entirely on the outcome of tomorrow's negotiations. Unlike his first meeting with Xia Pied, tomorrow's meeting with Xia Pied will require him to constantly remind himself to maintain an absolutely equal mindset, otherwise it will be difficult to secure the benefits he deserves. While she was pondering this, Jiang Min opened the door and returned home. It wasn't even 9 p.m. yet, and it seemed like she hadn't been working overtime for very long, but Jiang Min's brows betrayed a hint of unconcealed anxiety. "Sister Min, you're back? I left you some food, but I didn't expect you to come back so early. Let me heat it up for you. You can rest for a while, it'll be ready soon." Xingye, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the noise, turned around and glanced at the entrance, then smiled and spoke. "Thank you, Xingye. I'll take you shopping for clothes tomorrow." Jiang Min took off her shoes and entered the living room as she spoke. She plopped down next to Shen Xu, her feet, clad in long, black stockings, resting on the coffee table. Leaning forward, she reached out and massaged her toes, which were encased in stockings, with a slightly pained expression. It seems that the shoes Jiang Min wore today didn't fit well, which is why she clearly suffered all day. "Tomorrow? Tomorrow is a workday, Minjie, don't you have to go to work?" Xingye's voice came from the kitchen. While rubbing her feet, Jiang Min sighed. "The economic situation is bad this year. My small company can't keep going and is planning to transform. All the programmers were laid off today. The reason I came back late today is not because I was working overtime, but because I was handling the resignation procedures. The main issue is that laid-off employees are entitled to N+1 compensation. I need to wait for the company to transfer the money to me before signing the agreement, to avoid being scammed. However, I've only worked there for 2 years, and the N+1 compensation is only equivalent to 3 months' salary, so it's actually not much money." "What? Minjie, you got laid off?" Xingye rushed out of the kitchen, looking at Jiang Min with surprise, and asked in astonishment. "So what are you planning to do next? Is it easy to find a new job?" Jiang Min shrugged and said, "Let's talk about it next month. My mom is coming to Wanghai the day after tomorrow and will probably stay for about a week. Anyway, I've already received 3 months' salary for free, so I plan to spend a week with my mom first. After I send her off, I'll look for a job. Oh right, Xiao Su, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? When my mom arrives the day after tomorrow, you have to come with me to pick her up at the airport." Shen Xu nodded and said, "Don't worry, how could I forget about Sister Min? But I have to take Xiaoya to move tomorrow, so I probably won't be renting this place anymore. Of course, I've already paid 3 months' rent, so you have plenty of time to find a new roommate, Sister Min. Once Auntie arrives the day after tomorrow, she can stay here with you, Minjie, or she can stay at my place. Anyway, the house I bought is big enough, there'll definitely be enough room. It's only for a week, so there won't be any inconvenience. We'll see what Auntie thinks then." Jiang Min exclaimed in shock. "You bought a house?" "Yes, I just bought it recently, but the house was delivered fully furnished, so you can move in right away." "Where did you get the money? You just graduated this year, didn't you?" "Given to me by my family." Jiang Min was immediately speechless. Shen Xu winked at Xingye, who responded with 2 sarcastic remarks. The main issue is that explaining his dramatic increase in income in such a short period of time would be too complicated. Therefore, when faced with inquiries from outsiders, the simplest approach is to simply use the reason given by your family. It at least sounds believable enough. "Wow, I didn't know you were a rich kid. You kept it a secret for so long. I should have seized the opportunity to win you over these past 2 months." Jiang Min reached out and patted Shen Xu on the shoulder, jokingly saying with a smile. Shen Xu was about to say, "You haven't washed your hands after picking at your feet. Isn't it a bit unhygienic to pat my shoulder like that?" But before he could say anything, his phone suddenly rang. The number displayed on the screen belonged to Go Wenping. Shen Xu was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his forehead. For the past month, he had been in seclusion, completely immersed in self-improvement, to the point that he completely forgot about inviting Go Wenping for drinks. After clearing his throat, Shen Xu answered the phone and, without giving Go Wenping a chance to speak, said first, "Brother Go! We're on the same wavelength. I was just about to call you, and you called first. So when are you free these days? Let's get together, brothers." Chapter 136 Dog Brother Suffers a Major Bleeding. Chapter 136 Dog Brother Suffers a Major Hemorrhage. You were just about to call me? Really? Brother Su, are you kidding me? The voice of Go Wenping coming from the phone sounded somewhat dazed. Well, that's not important. What's important is when you're going to treat me to a drink. I've been waiting for this drink with you for a whole month, but you haven't contacted me at all. I couldn't wait any longer, so I thought I'd give you a call to ask. But as soon as I picked up my phone, you called. Shen Xu spoke without batting an eye, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Go Wenping was even more bewildered. There was a noticeable silence on the other end of the phone for a while before Go Wenping's slightly indignant voice rang out again. Brother Su, have some decency. You were the one who told me to wait for your call. We haven't been in touch for a month, so how did it become my problem? You must have forgotten about me. And you actually want me to take the blame? I've never seen such a shameless person. What you're saying is ridiculous. Why do we brothers have to be so calculating? It doesn't matter who calls whom. Comrade Go Wenping, I have to criticize you for this. As a successor to communism, you should have the spirit of sacrificing your own interests for the greater good, instead of arguing with your comrades until you're red in the face over some meaningless right and wrong. I am ashamed of your words and actions. Silence fell again on the other end of the phone. Even through the phone's microphone, Shen Xu could vaguely sense Go Wenping's breakdown. But brothers are meant to be scapegoats. Going to great lengths for a brother, or betraying a brother for a girl, these are all standard practices. After at least half a minute of silence, Go Wenping's voice finally rang out again. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but the sound seemed to have a hint of gritted teeth. Xiaojing worked overtime today and just left the company. I was thinking of taking her out for a late-night snack. Do you want to come along for a drink? I also have something I want to discuss with you in person. It's related to Li Jianan. Shen Xu immediately agreed without hesitation. I'll go. Brother Go personally invited me, so I'll go even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. This has nothing to do with Li Jianan. I'm not interested in Li Jianan's affairs right now, but I can't let Brother go down. Send me your location, and I'll call a taxi right away. After hanging up the phone, Shen Xu looked at Zhang Min and Xingye and asked, My college roommate invited me to get some late-night snacks. Do you want to come along? Xingye pouted and shook her head regretfully, saying, I'm on my period, I'm not feeling well, and I don't want to go anywhere. Upon hearing this, Zhang Min also refused directly, saying, Xia left me some food. I'll stay home and take care of Xia. Besides, I don't know your college roommates, so there's no point in going. Shen Xu nodded, looked at the location sent by Go Wenping on his phone, and hailed the taxi according to the address. Then he put on his shoes and went out. All the paperwork for that Bentley Flying Spur had already been completed, and the license plate, as he requested, was a rather inconspicuous and ordinary number. However, Shen Xu hadn't had much free time during the past month, as his schedule in the other world was too full, so he hadn't picked up the car yet, and instead had Go Wenping drive it first. As for Xiaojing, whom Go Wenping mentioned, her real name is Wang Xuejing. She is his and Go Wenping's classmate, and is currently in a romantic relationship with Go Wenping. Although they are not from the same place as Go Wenping, they both want to stay in Wanghai after graduation, so their relationship is currently very stable. The two aim to work together to settle down in Wanghai. In fact, although their classmates came from all over the country, the vast majority of them actually came from small towns to study in Wanghai. As a result, a considerable number of students chose to stay and develop their careers in Wanghai after graduating from their senior year, accounting for at least half of the class. There was no traffic congestion at night, and the place Go Wenping chose was not far from Shen Xu's rented house. It only took about 10 minutes for Shen Xu to stand in front of the store called Dragon Kingdom. This is a restaurant that specializes in crayfish. It is famous for its large, plump, and fresh crayfish. Of course, as long as crayfish are associated with those 3 characteristics mentioned above, the price will naturally become expensive. Without a doubt, Go Wenping is planning to bleed a lot tonight. There were 3 people in total. Go Wenping didn't ask for a private room. After Shen Xu entered through the main entrance, he easily found Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing in the lobby. It was past mealtime, and those who came to the Dragon Kingdom to eat crayfish were basically there for a late-night snack. Or perhaps, after the first round of drinking, they don't want to go to a noisy place for the second round, and just want to eat something to fill their stomachs. Therefore, the tables in the hall were not full, at least half of them were empty. "Tis, Brother Su, you're really going too far. I might not be human, but you're a real dog. From now on, I'll still call you Dog Brother. Compared to you, I don't deserve it." Seeing Shen Xu sit down opposite him, Go Wenping couldn't help but start complaining. Sorry, I've been so busy lately. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later, okay? Why did you choose this place? A meal of crayfish here, if you want something good, will easily cost several thousand, right? Shen Xu first smiled and nodded at Wang Xuejing, and then chatted with Go Wenping. Upon hearing this, Go Wenping leaned forward and lowered his voice, saying, "I only knew this restaurant was expensive, but I never knew it could be this expensive. Before you came, I ordered, and wow, a large portion of crayfish, 29-foot crayfish, guess how much? 598. My God! That works out to 30 yuan per crayfish. I almost peed my pants. But who are we, buddies? Your car purchase bonus has already been credited to your account. The boss, out of respect for you, even increased the bonus amount for me, giving me a full 80,000 yuan. That's practically a gift from you. A meal of crayfish is nothing compared to that. So I ordered a whole pot of every flavor of crayfish they had on offer, a total of 6 pots. Today, my buddy's treating you and Xiaojing to a crayfish extravaganza. Eat as much as you want, until you're stuffed. This windfall is unbelievable. We have to find a way to share some of it, otherwise disaster will surely follow. What's that saying again? If virtue doesn't match one's position, misfortune will surely follow. If a person doesn't deserve wealth, loss will surely follow. Shen Xu gave Go Wenping a thumbs up and praised him. I didn't expect Comrade Go to be so conscientious. Go Wenping rolled his eyes and said, Don't think I can't tell you're taking this opportunity to insult me. By the way, the main reason I called you out is to tell you about the class reunion tomorrow night. Everyone from our class who stayed in Wanghai will be attending. Li Jianan even called me specifically to ask about you and find out if you'll be going. Chapter 137 came with a mission. Chapter 137 coming with a mission. However, I don't really know much about your current situation, so I didn't say much to Li Jianan. As for the class reunion, it's been discussed in the class group for a week, but you haven't shown up at all. No matter how many people tag you, you just won't show up. Some people have already started making sarcastic remarks about how you're no longer interested in your old classmates now that you're rich, but don't worry, I've already put them in their place. So, are you going or not? Personally, I think it's a good idea to go. We'll all be hanging out in Wanghai eventually, and it's always good to stay close to our classmates. During those 4 years of university, we didn't have any major conflicts. Aside from Li Jianan hurting you, you got along quite well with the other classmates. You only realize this after entering the workforce. Ultimately, classmate relationships are the purest, unlike the cutthroat competition you face in the workplace. As Go Wenping spoke, all 6 pots of crayfish he had ordered were served. Also served were some side dishes and a whole case of beer. All the crayfish were pre-peeled in the kitchen, with the head, body, and tail all intact. The body had been completely opened, and the meat was inside. If you wanted to eat it, you could just pick it out with chopsticks. There was no need to peel the crayfish yourself. Brother Dog, something doesn't sound right. Did you come here on a mission today? Shen Xu clinked glasses with Go Wenping, downed his drink in one gulp, and then asked in confusion. Before Go Wenpeng could reply, Wang Xuejing rolled her eyes and said, "This class reunion was organized by our class monitor. It's been almost 2 months since graduation, and most of the classmates who stayed in Wanghai have already found jobs. The class monitor thought it best to get everyone together so they could catch up and see if there was anything they could do to help each other in their future work and life. He called Wenping and asked him to make sure you were included. The main reason is that Wenping owed the class monitor a favor, so when the monitor asked for his help with this matter, Wenping simply couldn't refuse. To be honest, it's all Wenping's fault. Why did he have to post about buying a car in the class group chat?" Go Wenping coughed and said somewhat awkwardly, "I mainly wanted to help Brother Su save face. It's definitely not appropriate for Brother Su to post this himself, but it's fine for me to post it for him. Who told Li Jianan to be so arrogant and make Brother Su feel so bad back then? She'll definitely regret it." Wang Xuejing reached out and tapped Go Wenping on the head, saying irritably, "To be fair, Jianan didn't do anything wrong, right? She had a clear goal, she just wanted to find someone with good conditions. What's wrong with that? Back then, Brother Su didn't have any money. What did that have to do with Jianan? Jianan didn't try to string Su Ge along or make him her lapdog, she clearly rejected him. From beginning to end, it was all one-sided love on Su Ji's part. Jianan was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. What right do you have to judge Jianan like that?" Go Wenping immediately smiled and said, "Hee, wife, I'm just siding with my family regardless of the truth." Shen Xu nodded and said, "Xiao Jing is right. I was just being unreasonable back then, it had nothing to do with Li Jianan. Looking back, I was really too naive. If I were Li Jianan, I would never have fallen for me. As for the class reunion, I have something very important to take care of tomorrow, and I can't say how long it will take. Could you send me the address and time later? If I can make it, I definitely will." Go Wenping immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking as if he had put his mind at ease, and began to frequently raise his glass with Shen Xu. With more alcohol comes more talk. After downing a case of beer, Go Wenping's face was flushed, and he reminisced about his university days. When talking about the psychological gap between graduation and entering society, and the huge gap between reality and ideals, Go Wenping already felt heavy pressure even though he had only been working for less than 2 months. However, Wang Xuejing did not dislike Go Wenping for being drunk. Instead, she hugged him like she was comforting a child. He comforted Go Wenping, telling him not to worry too much. He said that if they worked hard together, even if life was tough, they would be happy as long as they cared for each other. Shen Xu sat opposite them, watching the two of them snuggle together, and felt a warmth in his heart. Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing started dating when they were sophomores in college, and they have been dating for more than 3 years now. Because of Go Wenping, Shen Xu and Wang Xuejing also had a very good relationship, and he naturally hoped to see the two eventually get married. "Brother Xu, when did your alcohol tolerance become so good? I remember on graduation day, you couldn't drink any more after 4 bottles. How come we've both drunk 6 bottles today, but you look like you haven't had a drop?" With Wang Xuejing's reassurance, Go Wenping calmed down and then noticed that Shen Xu seemed to have some issues with his alcohol tolerance, so he couldn't help but ask. "I'm happy today, so I'm in a good mood." "What? You have a problem with that?" No, by the way, about your car, I'll take it to the place for your class reunion tomorrow. You should drive it away quickly, it's been keeping me on edge because you haven't come to pick it up yet." "What's the rush? Didn't I tell you to keep driving?" "Stop joking. That car is one I can afford to drive. It has a 12-cylinder engine. Every step on the gas costs $10. If I accidentally scratch it, I couldn't afford to pay for it even if I sold myself. I've been checking your car every day these past few days, afraid that something might go wrong. Please take it away, I'm begging you, otherwise my heart can't take it." Go Wenping was complaining to Shen Xu when a little boy, about 6 or 7 years old, suddenly ran over to the table. The little boy looked around, then suddenly reached into Shen Xu's crayfish pot, picked up the unfinished crayfish, and stuffed it into his mouth. Those were spicy crayfish. The little boy clearly couldn't handle spicy food, so his face immediately turned pale as soon as the crayfish meat entered his mouth. He opened his mouth and spat out the entire lobster meat he had just eaten, directly into the lobster pot. The remaining crayfish in the pot are now completely inedible. Wan Xuejing immediately stood up and angrily said, "Whose child is this? What's wrong with the parents? Don't they care at all? Running onto someone else's table to eat and then vomit? Don't they have any manners?" Before he could finish speaking, the little boy stood by the table and burst into tears. "Spicy! Spicy! Mom! It's killing me!" The commotion was quite loud, attracting the attention of all the other diners in the hall. Meanwhile, at a table next to Shen Xu and his two companions, a middle-aged woman stood up looking rather anxious. She picked up the water bottle and held it directly to the little boy's mouth, urging him to drink some water. At the same time, she looked at Wan Xuejing and sternly accused her. "What's wrong with you? Why are you giving my son spicy food? My son can't eat spicy food. Are you trying to kill him?" Chapter 138 Behind every bratty kid, there's a bratty parent. Chapter 138 Behind every bratty kid there's a bratty parent. Wan Xuejing was stunned. The middle-aged woman's arrogant and self-righteous accusations even made her feel a little guilty for a moment. However, she quickly regained her senses and became even angrier. "How dare you talk like that? You actually said we gave your son spicy food?" He suddenly ran up to our table without even saying hello, and started grabbing shrimp. "What kind of behavior is this? This is blatant robbery. Did you ask us? Did you get our permission? Is this how you teach your child? Taking things that aren't theirs just because they're not theirs?" They thought it was spicy and spat it all back into the pot. How are we supposed to eat? Wan Xuejing got into an argument with the middle-aged woman. "Who cares how you eat? How you eat is your business. It has nothing to do with me. He's just a kid. What does he know? He thinks it tastes good and wants to try it. What's wrong with that? But you guys, he's a kid and he doesn't know, but don't you know too? How can you be so rude as to argue with a child? Is spicy food even fit for a child? My son should have vomited in your pot. You've ruined my son. Even if my son hadn't, I would have. What kind of jerk are you?" As the middle-aged woman spoke, she actually spat directly into the lobster pot on Shen Xu's table. Wan Xuejing was so angry that her whole body started to tremble. She had never met such an unreasonable person before. "You're being completely unreasonable. The child doesn't understand reason and takes things that don't belong to him. Can't you just say sorry and apologize? Why are you acting so arrogantly? Why is the child so unruly? Isn't it because of parents like you? He's your child, not mine. He doesn't know, so you should teach him. He doesn't understand, so you should. Don't you have any sense of responsibility as a parent?" Wan Xuejing said, her face flushed. "Apologize? I didn't raise my child well? I'm a teacher. How I discipline my child is none of your business. You want me to apologize? I'll apologize to your mother." As the middle-aged woman spoke, she raised her hand without any warning and slapped Wan Xuejing across the face. Smack! The crisp sound startled Wan Xuejing, leaving her completely stunned. She never expected to be attacked so suddenly. Go Wenping, who was initially slow to react due to intoxication, suddenly sobered up and immediately got up to push the middle-aged woman while protecting Wan Xuejing behind him. "How can you be so rude? Your own child came and disturbed our meal, and instead of apologizing, you even hit someone. Xiaojing! Call the police!" Before Go Wenping could finish speaking, the two men who were having dinner with the middle-aged woman rushed over. One of them even picked up a bottle and tried to smash it over Go Wenping's head. Shen Xu hadn't expected the middle-aged woman to hit someone, which is why he didn't have time to stop Wan Xuejing from being beaten. But after Wan Xuejing was slapped, he naturally became wary. Seeing that the other party was actually planning to smash Go Wenping's head with a wine bottle, Shen Xu struck first and grabbed the other party's wrist with great precision. With a little force, the man's fierce expression instantly turned pale, the bottle slipped limply from his hand, and he cried out, his body going weak. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Let go! My wrist is going to break! Another man who rushed in with this man was originally heading towards Go Wimping. As a result, Shen Xu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching the other man completely off guard. After looking around, he clearly had drunk a lot of alcohol and his thinking ability had deteriorated considerably, but he still instinctively turned around and raised his fist to smash it into Shen Xu's head. Shen Xu completely ignored him. His martial arts realm at the third rank had greatly enhanced and improved his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs. Even a controlled knife would hardly cause any harm to Shen Xu in his current state, let alone an ordinary person who is unarmed. So without dodging or avoiding, Shen Xu took the man's punch directly with his head. A crisper cracking sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by the man's screams. The drunk man didn't know his own strength, and this punch used all his power. The blow landed squarely on Shen Xu's head, but because it couldn't cause any damage or even make Shen Xu's head shift slightly, all the force rebounded onto the man's own fist. The man was struck like a solid punch against a thick wall, several of his fingers instantly fractured. Xiaojing, let's call the police. Since a conflict has broken out and a fight has broken out, we can only let the police handle it, Shen Xu said calmly. The middle-aged woman had lost her initial arrogance. She reached out and hugged her son tightly, looking at Shen Xu with a nervous expression. The incident happened suddenly. Less than half a minute had passed since the middle-aged woman started hitting someone. The waiters and duty manager from Dragon Kingdom rushed over. Shen Xu didn't waste any words. He simply looked at the duty manager, who was dressed in a suit and tie, and said, "Go and prepare your restaurant's surveillance footage. The police will need it when they arrive." The duty manager asked in surprise, "Then here?" Shen Xu shrugged and said, "The situation here is under control, and there will be no further major conflicts." The duty manager looked around to confirm that Shen Xu was right, then gave a few instructions to the waiters who had come with him before turning around to retrieve the surveillance footage. Shen Xu also released the wrist of the man who was holding the wine bottle and trying to smash it against Go Wenping. The man staggered a couple of steps, rubbing his wrist hard, while looking at Shen Xu with a face full of fear. He felt as if he were being held in a pair of iron clamps, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his wrist back even a fraction. Even the effects of the alcohol were sobered up considerably, and she naturally became very wary of Shen Xu. However, the man still seemed confident. His fear was only because he was worried that Shen Xu would continue to make a move. It's clear from the whole incident that the man was very confident, and didn't believe they would really suffer a loss. The police arrived quickly. From the time Wang Xuejing called the police to the arrival of the officers, it took less than 10 minutes. Such a rapid response time suggests that the patrol officers were directly assigned and that no officers were transferred from nearby police stations. As several police officers arrived at the scene, the man and the middle-aged woman both breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman preemptively spoke up. "Officers, arrest these thugs. They beat us. They threatened my son. Some of our people are seriously injured. They're still lying on the ground." Chapter 139 The Society of Relationships. Chapter 139 The Society of Connections. "Nonsense! You were the one who hit me first. It all started when your son came over and tried to steal my food. How can you be so shameless?" Wang Xuejing retorted angrily. "You bitch, watch your mouth. What do you mean my son stole your food? Does my son need your pig swill? Don't you know who you are? My dog wouldn't eat what you eat." The middle-aged woman seemed to instantly feel safe after the police arrived. No longer afraid of Shen Xu's displayed strength, he reverted to his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor. Shen Xu narrowed his eyes slightly, and waved his hand to stop Wang Xuejing from impulsively wanting to retaliate with insults. Now that the police have arrived, it's best to go back to the police station with them to handle the current conflict. It's pointless to waste time and energy arguing here. It's really nothing serious. It's just that some naughty kids like to cause trouble everywhere they go. If parents can adopt the right attitude and sincerely apologize, no one will really bother arguing with a child. Ironically, many unruly children become unruly precisely because their parents are also unruly. Like father, like son, under the influence of bad parents, a good child will gradually turn into a bad child. The family we just encountered is a typical example. If he had encountered a similar situation before he was able to travel through time, Shen Xu estimated that he would have only thought of keeping the peace, and would not have wanted to cause trouble. This is the helplessness of being a low-level wage slave. One's tolerance for risk is too low, so one doesn't want to get entangled in anything. But now, Shen Xu is completely different from the person he was before. When judging a matter, he no longer excessively considers the so-called gains and losses, but rather pursues whether his mind is clear and open. To put it simply, money can't buy my happiness. Officer, the store's surveillance cameras have a detailed record of the incident, which you can review to understand the situation. Furthermore, regarding this conflict, we demand that it be handled according to relevant regulations, and we will not accept any form of mediation. My friend was slapped in public, which not only affected her physical health but was also a great insult to her dignity. I now demand that my friend undergo a medical examination to see if she has a concussion or any other adverse conditions. Shen Xu ignored the shrewish middle-aged woman and instead turned to the policeman beside him, speaking with reason and evidence. Bullshit! Our friend was seriously injured by you. He's still lying on the ground and can't get up. You still won't accept mediation? Let me tell you, I won't accept mediation either. This isn't over. The middle-aged woman shouted again. All right. Shut up, all of you. We'll get to the bottom of this. Xiao Wang, go check the surveillance footage. Everyone else, get all the people involved into the car. We're going back to the police station to handle this. The officer in charge shouted, which barely managed to subdue the middle-aged woman. Shen Xu then said to Go Wenpeng and Wang Xuejing, Don't worry, it's okay. People who make mistakes must pay the price for their actions. Go Wenpeng and Wang Xuejing regained some composure and nodded through gritted teeth. As for the person with the broken finger, due to the severity of the injury, they had to be taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. They arrived at the police station's mediation room quickly, where the officers had already reviewed the retrieved surveillance footage on the way. When they discovered that the man with the broken finger had fractured it himself after deliberately punching someone, the police officers were speechless. Sitting down in the chair in the mediation room, Shen Xu calmly looked at the family of three opposite him. The man was on the phone the whole time on his way to the police station. Since they returned in the same police van, Shen Xu heard the man's phone call very clearly. The other party seemed to be a junior leader in the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. The purpose of the call was to try to find acquaintances and pull strings to suppress the conflict. After leading them into the mediation room, the two police officers in charge of the mediation were called out again, so only Shen Xu and his two companions and the family of three were currently in the mediation room. Humph! You bunch of punks, do you think calling the police will do any good? Let me tell you, at most it'll be called mutual assault. And our people are more seriously injured, so you'll most likely receive a harsher punishment than us. Refusing any form of mediation? Anyone can talk big, but reality is harsh. If you truly refuse mediation, you will definitely be administratively detained. Understand? If you're not detained for 10 days or half a month, I'll change my surname to yours. The middle-aged woman glared at Shen Xu and continued with a sneer. But even if you want to accept mediation, it depends on whether we are willing. You have frightened my son and caused him great psychological trauma. If you don't offer tens of thousands of yuan in compensation, this mediation isn't just a matter of whether you accept it or not, it's a matter of whether we accept it. Understand? Let's teach you a lesson. There are some people in this world you can't afford to mess with. Upon hearing this, Go Wenpeng and Wang Xuejing immediately showed expressions of worry. Although they couldn't hear the man across the street making a phone call as clearly as Shen Xu, they still managed to catch some of it. Knowing that the other person is a successful person with some influence, seeing the middle-aged woman's confident demeanor would naturally make him feel anxious. However, Shen Xu remained remarkably calm throughout, which gave Go Wenpeng and Wang Xuejing some confidence. The two police officers in charge of mediation then re-entered the mediation room. After sitting down between the two sides, one of them said, "We already know the details of what happened through the surveillance footage. To be honest, this is not a big deal. There's no need to escalate such a small conflict to the point of detaining both parties." At this point, the police officer turned to Shen Xu and continued, "According to the surveillance footage, both of you were at fault. Although the other party attacked first, you retaliated, especially since the other party was more seriously injured. Our colleague called to say that 4 of their 5 fingers were broken. According to regulations, this will not only be classified as mutual assault, but the injuries you caused are significantly more serious, so you will also be responsible for their medical expenses. A finger fracture falls under the category of minor injury. If a settlement cannot be reached, you will face criminal charges, understand? This is very disadvantageous for you." Shen Xu frowned and said, "Since you've seen the surveillance footage, why are you still lying through your teeth? My friend was slapped by them, and they even tried to continue to illegally harm my friend afterwards. I stopped their further beating in order to prevent the attack. As for the broken finger you mentioned, you know perfectly well how it happened. I didn't fight back at all, so what does it have to do with me?" Chapter 140 Using a Cannon to Kill a Mosquito. Chapter 140 Using a Cannon to Kill a Mosquito. It's not that you have nothing to do with it just because you didn't fight back. After all, he broke his finger because he hit your head. In the end, you weren't injured, but he broke 4 fingers, so you have to take some responsibility no matter what," the police officer said, sounding somewhat impatient. Shen Xu frowned even more deeply, but he quickly understood what was going on. His brows relaxed again, and he shook his head with a laugh, saying, "Do you want to listen to whether what you're saying is even human? He hit me, broke his own bones, and that's my fault? Does that mean if someone tries to kill me with a knife, I have to cooperate and let them kill me comfortably, otherwise I'm the one in the wrong? Don't confuse the concepts. They weren't trying to kill you. They just wanted to fight. Luckily you didn't fight back. So your responsibility isn't that great, just try to reach a settlement. If you had fought back and caused this result, you would definitely be criminally liable. You'd have to go to jail for at least a year." As the police officer spoke, he slammed his hand on the table, striking a threatening pose. The middle-aged woman sitting opposite him looked smug, snorted disdainfully, and crossed her legs. The middle-aged man performed slightly better than the woman, but he wore a silent sneer, which also conveyed a sarcastic expression. Now that Shen Xu had figured out the situation, he had no interest in wasting any more time. He originally thought that this kind of thing could be handled normally. Apart from Go Wenping being anxious to protect his girlfriend and pushing the middle-aged woman, they didn't do anything else. No matter how you look at it, it cannot be considered a mutual fight. Unexpectedly, the man in the family where the conflict occurred had a certain social standing. Although a minor leader in the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau may not be able to play a significant role in major matters, it is quite easy to influence the police station to give preferential treatment in minor matters by using personal connections. To put it simply, as long as a settlement is reached, there will be no further trouble. For the police station, there is absolutely no risk in giving them face. After all, who could have imagined that a young man brought back so casually would possess the ability to speak directly to the heavens? Taking out his phone, Shen Xu ignored the family of 3 across from him and the 2 police officers mediating the situation, and dialed Lu Tongchuan's number directly. This behavior was rather arrogant, which angered both police officers. Unfortunately, during the mediation process, the parties involved have freedom of communication, so although they are angry, they cannot say much. Moreover, both of them had been instructed by their superiors to handle the matter so unfairly. Therefore, the 2 of them have a scale in their hearts. In situations where the situation is not fair, even if the wrong party has not done anything outrageous, as long as it is not excessive, they do not intend to pursue the matter. "Mr. Shen? Is it urgent that you're calling at this hour?" The call was answered after only 3 rings, and a gentle voice came through the receiver. "I promised Sichio that I would visit Elder Xia tomorrow, but something came up and I'm afraid I won't be able to go tomorrow," Shen Xu said with a smile. "What's wrong? Is it urgent?" It's not that urgent. I got into a fight with someone while having dinner with a friend. It turns out the other person has some connections, and the police station is taking sides with me, planning to detain me for 10 days to 2 weeks. So if I want to see Mr. Xia, I'll have to wait until I'm out of detention. As soon as Shen Xu finished speaking, the two police officers who were mediating became somewhat anxious. One of them quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. You did indeed lay a hand on someone. That's why it was classified as mutual fighting. This has nothing to do with taking sides. And when did we say we were going to detain you for 10 days or half a month? As long as you reach a settlement, there won't be any administrative penalties." Shen Xu glanced at him, pointed at the middle-aged woman, and said with a smile, "You didn't say it, but she did. And she swore that if we didn't stay for 10 days or half a month, she would take my surname. Given your remarks and the clear bias you've shown in your attitude, I have reason to believe you're in cahoots. Therefore, what she said is equivalent to what you said, and I don't think this judgment is problematic. This is slander. Our handling of this matter is legal and compliant. If you have any complaints, you can file a complaint with your superiors. But don't make wild guesses and slander here." No sooner had the policeman finished speaking than Lu Tongchun's voice came through Shen Xu's phone again. "I roughly understand what happened. Please give me half an hour, Mr. Shen. I need to understand the whole situation before I can take any action. I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Shen. I'm not upset at all. On the contrary, I'm causing you trouble. I have to ask you for help with such a small thing. Please don't think I'm annoying. Mr. Shen is joking. I would love for Mr. Shen to call me every day." After exchanging a few more casual words, Lu Tongchun hung up the phone. Shen Xu turned to look at Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing, whose faces were full of curiosity, and said with a smile, "Relax and take a rest. This matter will be resolved in half an hour at most. You're not that old, but you're quite the braggart. You said you'd resolve it in half an hour? I'd like to see how you manage to do that in half an hour. Let me tell you, I absolutely will not sign the settlement agreement until I get a satisfactory explanation." The middle-aged woman shouted aggressively. The two police officers were very unhappy with the middle-aged woman's provocative and threatening behavior, but unfortunately, their superiors' instructions were still ringing in their ears, so they had no choice but to ignore her actions. Shen Xu also had no interest in paying attention to the middle-aged woman. The more a person possesses, the broader their horizons will become. For Shen Xu now, things like what happened today are no longer worth his time or energy. So he completely ignored the so-called mediation, and just chatted with Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing, leaving the two policemen in charge of mediation completely speechless. It didn't even take half an hour. Just over 10 minutes later, the door to the mediation room was pushed open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man with the shoulder insignia of a first-class police inspector walked in with a big smile on his face. The two police officers in charge of mediation immediately stood up and saluted the middle-aged man. Judging from the way he was addressed, this middle-aged man should be the head of the local police station. "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Shen Xu?" The director waved dismissively at the greetings from his two subordinates, then turned to Shen Xu and the other two, asking them in an extremely amiable manner. Chapter 141 Serious Consequences. Chapter 141 Serious Consequences. "That's me. Is there something you need?" Shen Xu did not get up. He remained seated and spoke calmly. The director was not angry at all because of Shen Xu's dismissive behavior. Instead, he smiled and bowed as he approached Shen Xu. "Mr. Shen, I am truly sorry that you and your friends have been wrong. I don't want to make any excuses for myself. I have already thoroughly investigated what happened to you and your friends. In handling this conflict, our personnel were influenced by external factors, which prevented them from acting fairly and impartially. This was a serious dereliction of duty on our part, and I would like to offer you my sincerest apologies." As he spoke, the director lowered his hands naturally, close to his trouser seams, and stood at attention, giving Shen Xu a standard 90-degree bow with a solemn expression. After pausing for a full 3 seconds, the director straightened up and continued obsequiously. Mr. Shen, I assure you, the person in the station who intervened in this conflict will be dealt with severely. Being dismissed from all positions is the bare minimum. As for the two of them," pointing to the two police officers who had mediated the conflict, the station chief continued, "although they are somewhat innocent, they failed to uphold principles and instead obeyed orders that were clearly in violation of regulations. This is also wrong, so they will receive a major demerit. What do you think?" Shen Xu didn't really care how the police station would handle the situation. What he really cared about was what would happen to the family of three across the street. Strictly speaking, the police station was simply caught in the crossfire. Although there were indeed instances of abuse of power for personal gain throughout the process, this level of abuse is common all over the country, and there is no need to make a fuss about it. As for his sense of justice, he does have it, but not much. He won't dwell on trivial matters, he just wants the instigator to receive the punishment they deserve. Therefore, meeting the director's cautious gaze, Shen Xu nodded casually and said, "Your internal problems can be handled internally. I have no objection." Seeing that Shen Xu was so easy to talk to, the director immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He visibly relaxed and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Shen. We will handle it as soon as possible to avoid taking up too much of your time." The surveillance footage clearly shows that the other party provoked the situation first, and struck first. Mr. Shen, you and your friend maintained maximum restraint throughout, and did not even retaliate. Although one of the other party suffered minor injuries, including 4 broken fingers, that was entirely due to their improper attack and had nothing to do with you, Mr. Shen, or your friend. Currently, it appears the responsibility for this matter lies entirely with the other party. However, since it is merely a public order incident, we can only impose administrative penalties on them. We hope Mr. Shen understands. Shen Xu was somewhat ambiguous about this. Administrative penalties for individuals are nothing more than fines or detention. If it's just a fine, it won't hurt at all. At least for this family of 3 who are obviously used to being arrogant, a small fine won't have any impact on them. They should at least be detained. Otherwise, how can this family of 3 learn a lesson? Before Shen Xu could respond, the male head of the family of 3 had already stood up. The situation started to go wrong after the director entered the mediation room. The male head of the household, through the director's undisguised attitude, clearly sensed something was amiss. So he planned to quickly try to get on their good side and prevent things from getting out of control. "Hello, are you Director-san? I'm from the Welfare Service Center for Institutions under the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. You must know our director, Director Sunday." The man in the family of 3 had barely finished speaking when the director rudely interrupted him, saying, "Comrade, please sit back down and don't try to strike up a conversation. Your matter isn't finished yet, and this casual attempt to build rapport will make me suspicious of your motives." Upon hearing this, the male head of the household's expression changed slightly. He felt deeply humiliated and sat back down in his chair with a resentful look on his face. However, just as they sat down again, their phones rang almost simultaneously. They both took out their phones and saw the caller ID on the screen. Their expressions changed simultaneously. They answered the phone with obvious nervousness, and after only a couple of sentences, the couple exclaimed in surprise one after the other. Suddenly jolted up from their seats as if electrocuted, the couple, visibly tense and anxious, hurriedly explained to the person on the other end of the phone. Although the explanation was somewhat incoherent, Shen Xu still managed to understand the specific details. The couple received notices from their respective employers that, in light of their actions today, their employers held emergency meetings and unanimously decided to dismiss them from their public positions. The heads of the couple's workplaces have already signed off on the decision and are immediately beginning the relevant procedures. The man works for the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau and is an administrative employee. The woman works as the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office at a primary school, a position with a permanent government job. Logically speaking, neither administrative nor public sector employees should be easily dismissed. Even the top leader of a unit does not have the right to dismiss subordinates who are on the payroll. Because those who are on the payroll are state cadres, not individual cadres. Dismissing a staff member without a criminal record is a very sensitive matter. Is the reason for dismissal valid? Is there any retaliation involved? These are all factors that must be considered and handled with utmost care. Most importantly, if a staff member is seriously unqualified and is forcibly dismissed, the first person to be affected will be the head of the unit. How are you leading the country as the top leader? Do you still want to achieve anything in your career? In short, for employees with permanent positions, even resigning voluntarily is a very troublesome matter, let alone being fired. The couple truly never imagined they would encounter such a thing. Once they lose their public office, their lives will inevitably collapse immediately. Everything they currently possess is actually built upon their public office. Their social status and their network of connections, these circles built upon their public service positions, will vanish in an instant. So much so that after the call ended, upon hearing the busy tone on the phone, the couple slumped into their chairs without even realizing it. His face was blank and his eyes were unfocused. There was no trace of his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor. Chapter 142 Too Late to Regret. Chapter 142 Too Late to Regret. It was clearly Lu Tongxuan's doing. However, although Shen Xu initially wanted to teach the family of three a lesson, to be honest, he didn't really know how Lu Tongxuan would handle the situation. Removing them directly from their public positions is tantamount to ruining the rest of their lives. It seems like the other party paid a huge price, but today they've run into him and kicked a hornet's nest. If it were any other ordinary person facing a similar situation, heaven knows how frustrated and desperate they would feel. Therefore, given how things have developed, Shen Xu will absolutely not interfere with Lu Tongxuan's handling of the matter. In Shen Xu's view, even though the consequences the couple suffered seemed much more serious than the mistakes they made, they ultimately had only themselves to blame. Adults should be responsible for their own actions. All right, it seems things have been resolved satisfactorily. Let's go, it's getting late, let's hurry back and get some rest. We have a class reunion tomorrow. Knowing Dog's flamboyant personality, he'll probably be rushing to the barber shop early in the morning to get a haircut, comb his hair to look like an adult, and wear a handsome suit so he can show off his campus heartthrob charm at the reunion. Shen Xu stood up, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Still the school heartthrob? It's a miracle it's not blood-stained. Xiao Jing's on her period these days, but I've had a bit too much to drink tonight, and I'm really excited. So tonight we have to fight tooth and nail." Go Wenping clenched his fist, looking determined. Wang Xuejing raised her hand and slapped Go Wenping on the back of the head, scolding him angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you afraid Brother Su will laugh at you?" Go Wenping shrank his neck and said aggrievedly, "What would Brother Su laugh at? Is there anything about us that Brother Su doesn't know?" "Shut up. I'll deal with you when we get back." Wang Xuejing pinched Go Wenping hard on the soft flesh of his waist, making him scream in pain on the spot, and then walked out of the mediation room first. Although she had been slapped, the couple were talking loudly on the phone, and Wang Xuejing knew what had happened. She felt relieved by the final outcome and didn't bother to pursue the so-called compensation issue anymore, thinking that it was best to leave it at that. As Shen Xu and the other two were about to leave the mediation room accompanied by the director, the couple, who had been slumped in their chairs, suddenly realized what was happening. Their unfocused pupils refocused, and the two quickly sprang up from their chairs again, then rushed straight to Shen Xu and the other two. With a thud, the man promptly knelt down on the ground. "Gentlemen, please wait. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have been so unreasonable and domineering. The entire responsibility for this matter rests with my wife and me. We'll pay any fine. We just beg you to be lenient and not try to destroy us. We beg you." The man, his voice trembling with tears, continued to kowtow to the ground as he spoke. The woman followed suit and burst into tears on the spot, saying almost exactly the same things as the man. As for the mischievous child, it was probably the first time he had seen his parents like this, and he was so frightened that he sat obediently in the chair, not daring to move. The director accompanying him turned to look at Shen Xu. A hint of reluctance appeared on Wang Xuejing's face, and she and Go Wenping looked at Shen Xu. Unfortunately, Shen Xu remained unmoved. Looking coldly at the couple kneeling before him, he calmly said, "You don't know you were wrong, you're just frightened by the consequences. The reason you suddenly knelt here, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness isn't because you truly repent for your actions, but because you can't bear the consequences of this matter and the impact it has had on you. If I were truly just an ordinary person, the outcome of this matter would have been entirely different. You would continue to smugly boast about your connections, believing they could easily smooth over minor issues. I have reason to believe that similar incidents have occurred countless times before. The difference is that in every instance before, you successfully abused your privileges to distort the truth and escaped any due punishment. That's why you've remained so arrogant and domineering, never believing you need to reason. Because in your eyes you are reason. You only consider yourselves, not others. Since that's the case, you've brought this situation upon yourselves. You're all adults. You should know you have to take responsibility for your actions. And in this world, apologies are the most useless thing bar none. Because every apology is actually just paving the way for making the same mistake again. I hope today's events will truly teach you a profound lesson, so that you will completely change for the rest of your lives and become kind people. As for your requests, my answer is only one: I'm sorry, I refuse. Many things are like this. By the time you begin to regret them, it's already too late to undo the damage. After saying that, Shen Xu turned around and left the mediation room without looking back. Wang Xuejing, Go Wenping, and the director who was accompanying them quickly followed. Only the couple remained kneeling, their faces filled with despair as they watched Shen Xu's departing figure. The next second, the couple seemed to lose all their strength and collapse to the ground, as if they had aged 20 years in an instant. But after a short while, the middle-aged woman regained her strength. She quickly got up from the ground, her eyes red, and rushed towards her son, who was sitting obediently in the chair, like a madwoman. Under her son's terrified gaze, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Snap! It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, your father and I would never have been dismissed from our jobs. You're really going to ruin us. All right. Why are you hitting the child? If you hadn't always spoiled him, would he be like this now? You wouldn't listen to me before. What's the use of regretting it now? Fine. You're taking it out on me now? Did I spoil the kid all by myself? Didn't you spoil him too? What happened to all those connections you always talked about? Why aren't they working anymore? While the couple were breaking down and blaming each other, Shen Xu and the other two, accompanied by the station chief, had already arrived at the gate of the police station. To Shen Xu's surprise, right at the entrance of the police station, Lu Tongchun was standing straight next to a black Audi A8, clearly waiting for him. The police station chief clearly didn't recognize Lu Tongchun, but just by looking at the license plate of the A8, he guessed what was going on, so he immediately and carefully stepped aside. Chapter 143 Keeping the Appointment. Chapter 143 Keeping the Appointment. Brother Lu, why did you come in person? It's such a hassle, I feel bad about it. Shen Xu quickly took a few steps forward, shook hands with Lu Tongchun, and said. With a smile, Lu Tongchun said, It's already so late, and I thought it wouldn't be convenient for you to take a taxi. I didn't have anything else to do, so I just came over. It won't take up any time. These two must be Mr. Shen's classmates, right? Hello, my name is Lu Tongchun, and I'm Mr. Shen's friend. As he spoke, Lu Tongchun shook hands with Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing respectively, and then invited the three of them to get into the car. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Tongchun ignored the director standing to the side. However, the director showed no dissatisfaction at all in the face of Lu Tongchun's complete disregard. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief as the Audi A8 started up and drove away. Only after the Audi A8 disappeared from sight did the police chief turn around and return to the police station. He knew that, at least at the police station, this matter was considered closed. Fortunately, the young master I inexplicably provoked had an unexpectedly good temper, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to handle the situation. No. We need to emphasize this internally again within the institute. This is a view of the sea. Although it can't compare to the extravagance of the capital, all sorts of important figures are still everywhere. Something like this absolutely must never happen again. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid he'd have a heart attack from the shock. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the station chief straightened his back again. The moment he stepped into the police station, he once again became the absolute master of this small world, with not a trace of his previous bowing and scraping demeanor. Lu Tongchun did not call the driver to come along. Instead, he drove the car himself. Shen Xu sat in the passenger seat, while Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing sat in the back. This Audi A8 has clearly been modified. The interior style is somewhat heavy, but of course, it's very comfortable to sit in. Judging from the license plate number, this car should be one of Xia Pai's vehicles, used for daily commutes and attending some less important occasions. For important occasions, the large red flag must be used instead. Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing didn't know who Lu Tongchun was, but they still seemed quite reserved sitting in the back seat. They quickly arrived at the apartment complex where the two lived. They immediately thanked him, got out of the car, and after making a phone call gesture to Shen Xu, they practically ran into the complex gate. Seeing this, Lu Tongchun couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're full of energy right after graduating from university. I remember when I first graduated, I walked with a swagger. I was full of ideals and ambitions, and I always thought I could change the whole world. But after I started working, I found that the only thing I could really change was myself." Shen Xu turned to look at Lu Tongchun and asked curiously, "How old are you, brother Lu?" As Lu Tongchun turned the car around, he replied, "I am 45 years old this year. After graduating and starting work, I was noticed by Mr. Xia, who was working in a ministry at the time, and became his secretary. I have been by Mr. Xia's side for almost 20 years. I see. It seems your work ability must be outstanding, brother Lu." Shen Xu offered a compliment. Lu Tongchun shook his head and said, "My work ability is very average. It's just that Elder Xia is kind and generous. Even if I make a mistake, Elder Xia will not scold me. Instead, he will patiently teach me how to do it. Therefore, you don't need to worry about your relationship with Elder Xia. Having worked by his side for so many years, I've never seen him slam his fist on the table. Elder Xia attaches great importance to tomorrow's meeting and hopes you can reach a good conclusion." Sensing that Lu Tongchun's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, Shen Xu pretended not to understand and directly changed the subject. Lu Tongchun didn't intend to delve deeper into the conversation, but instead followed up on Shen Xu's topic. Shen Xu returned to his rented apartment without any problems. Upon entering the living room, he found Xingye lying in Zhang Min's room, watching a TV series with Zhang Min. After inquiring and learning that Xingye planned to sleep with Zhang Min that night, Shen Xu felt much more relaxed. But beneath the relaxed mood lay a hint of melancholy. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Shen Xu was woken up by a phone call from Xia Ziqiu. "Considering that I have to meet Xia Pai today and attend a class reunion in the evening, I estimate that I won't have time to go to the other world all day." So Shen Xu went into the bathroom, locked the door, and made a temporary trip to another world. He gave Song Xiqing a brief explanation and then returned. After quickly washing up and getting dressed, Shen Xu could hear Xingye and Zhang Min breathing evenly in Zhang Min's bedroom. He then tiptoed out of the house. Xia Ziqiu's car was already waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Shen Xu jogged to the car, opened the door, and plopped inside. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xia Ziqiu reach out and hand him a plastic bag. The bag contained several large steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. The steamed buns were still warm, obviously fresh out of the steamer not long ago. "Let's have a light snack. I know I called you a bit early, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Well, something came up with my grandpa, so I had to make do with you and take you there early." Xia Ziqiu yawned as she spoke, indicating that she hadn't slept well either. Shen Xu took the plastic bag and said with a smile, "Is this okay? Or should I drive it? Let's not cause another traffic accident on the way." "Eat your steamed bun. You jinx. On Wanghai Road I could drive with my eyes closed and not have an accident." "TSK, don't be so sure. Who knows who might be the one to jinx it." As Shen Xu spoke, he took out a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. However, before he could even chew, Xia Ziqiu floored the gas pedal. With the roar of the engine, a strong sense of acceleration suddenly came over Shen Xu, almost making him choke. After quickly gulping down a few mouthfuls of mineral water, Shen Xu said speechlessly, "What's wrong with you, woman? Are you so vengeful?" Xia Ziqiu ignored Shen Xu, but the upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her rather pleasant mood. "What's wrong with your grandfather? If he's too busy, I can visit him another day. I'm free anyway, I can visit him any time." After quickly stuffing several large meat buns into his stomach, Shen Xu, having just eaten a little something, made small talk and asked a question. "It's nothing important. It's just that the chief cabinet secretary of the island nation is visiting Wanghai in a private capacity. Although it's not through official channels and doesn't require him to be treated with state honors, he is, after all, the second highest ranking person in the island nation's cabinet. Since my grandfather is in Wanghai, he definitely has to personally receive him. Because, in terms of rank, the head and deputy head of Wanghai don't match up." Xia Ziqiu gave a simple explanation. Unfortunately, Shen Xu didn't understand. Chapter 144 Frank Communication. Chapter 144 Frank Communication. Every country in the world has a different administrative system and different titles for officials at all levels. Shen Xu doesn't even understand most of the departments in his own country, let alone the government agencies in foreign countries. Ignoring it, I rode in Xia Ziqiu's car and arrived at the horse farm in the suburbs without any problems. It seems that Xia Pied intends to receive the so-called chief cabinet secretary at this horse farm. That is quite in line with the standards for a private visit. "You promised me before that you would have a proper talk with Red Dragon and get him to obediently let me ride him a few times, haven't you forgotten?" As soon as she got out of the car, Xia Ziqiu spoke. Shen Xu really wanted to say that he had forgotten. But no matter how straight he is, he knows that when interacting with girls, he should try not to tell the truth about everything. Because the truth is often quite cruel, while girls mostly prefer fairy tales that are woven into their lives. "How could I forget Miss Xia's instructions? I always keep them in mind," Shen Xu said with a smile. Xia Ziqiu cheered and became very excited. Once inside the horse farm, we saw that Xia Pied had already ridden his horse around the farm several times. Seeing Shen Xu and his granddaughter appear side by side, Xia Pied's face lit up with a kind smile. Xia Pied dismounted and rode up to the two men. He nodded to Shen Xu and said, "Let's sit over there and chat. As people get older, they need less sleep. I got up before 5 o'clock today and have already ridden several laps. I'm really feeling a bit tired." Just as Shen Xu was about to agree, Xia Ziqiu grabbed Xia Pied's arm and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, bring out the Crimson Dragon. You two chat, I'll ride the Crimson Dragon for a couple of laps. Shen Xu said he'd talk to the Crimson Dragon for me, so this time nothing will go wrong." Xia Pied paused for a moment, then looked at Shen Xu with a questioning expression. This man is a man of his word, and Shen Xu could only nod and say, "Grandpa Xia, please rest assured, a good horse is intelligent, and I can indeed make the Crimson Dragon obey." Xia Pied pondered for a moment, but without much hesitation, he ordered someone to go to the stable and bring out the Red Dragon. Xia Ziqiu happily kissed Xia Pied on the old face, then proudly raised her chin at Shen Xu. This left Shen Xu completely baffled. He really wanted to ask Xia Ziqiu if she had kissed the wrong person. Shouldn't we thank him instead? Soon the tall, crimson horse was led out. Shen Xu stepped forward, reached out and touched the horse's head, while simultaneously channeling his inner energy into his hand, instantly calming the slightly agitated Red Dragon. The spiritual communication was completed in an instant. Qilong affectionately nuzzled its head into Shen Xu's arms, looking like it wanted to please him. Shen Xu pointed to Xia Ziqiu beside him, and Qilong snorted in response, indicating that he understood. With Shen Xu's permission, Xia Ziqiu excitedly stepped forward to touch the Red Dragon, then nimbly mounted the horse. This time, Qilong showed no resistance whatsoever, obediently carrying Xia Ziqiu as they ran around the horse farm. Shen Xu returned to Xia Pied's side and followed him into the rest area. "Xiao Shen, although we haven't known each other for long, I'm actually quite familiar with you. I reckon young people your age really dislike bureaucratic jargon and beating around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point. Xia Pied had just sat down when he began to speak with a smile. A bodyguard stepped forward and placed the prepared tea and teacups down, then stepped back a few paces, maintaining a certain distance from Xia Pied and Shen Xu. Xia Pied picked up the teapot and personally poured Shen Xu a cup of tea. Shen Xu quickly held the teacup with both hands. I have received your warning yesterday. Although you are young and impetuous, you have acted with some restraint. You did not hurt anyone, only damaged a car. You did a good job. I sincerely apologize to you for the surveillance and investigation I conducted on you over the past month. As Xia Pied spoke, he actually stood up and bowed to Shen Xu. Shen Xu was completely unprepared for this and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Instinctively, he immediately stood up, waving his hand with a wry smile, and said, Grandpa Xia, it's not that bad. Honestly, it's perfectly normal for you to want to investigate and monitor me. It's just that it's really inconvenient for me, and I believe you can understand. Xia Pied straightened up, pressed Shen Xu's hand gently, and said calmly, Sit down. The reason I called you here today for a face-to-face meeting is to have a frank discussion with you. I hope that my previous arrangements for people to investigate and monitor you will not have any impact on our subsequent transactions. I can assure you that all investigations and surveillance against you will cease immediately. From now on, you and the Xia family will have a true cooperative relationship. As long as the deal continues, all of the Xia family's resources will be available to you, providing you with ample support. Shen Xu made no attempt to hide his emotions, saying happily, That would be perfect. Thank you for your trust, Grandpa Xia. Let bygones be bygones. The most important thing is to look forward. Things will only get better in the future. For example, Grandpa Xia, you see your rheumatism is completely cured, right? That means the prescription and medicine I gave you were very effective. Xia Pied asked in surprise. You can tell that? You can tell without taking a pulse? Shen Xu smiled and said, Some illnesses do require pulse diagnosis to make a judgment. But for the vast majority of illnesses, the external appearance is enough to tell the signs. That's why we have the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Pulse diagnosis is actually the last step, while observing the complexion is the first step. Xia Pied nodded repeatedly as he listened, and exclaimed in admiration, I really admire you more and more. You're right. My rheumatism has been completely cured, as confirmed by my healthcare doctor. It's been completely eradicated, leaving no lingering effects. Not only me, but several of my old friends also suffer from rheumatism. Lately, I've been giving them the tiger bone you gave me, and it's been very effective. They were even discussing treating you to a meal a few days ago. It's no exaggeration to say you're a benefactor to us old folks. Those who haven't suffered from rheumatism can't understand the pain. In a few days, we'll see when you're free to have a good drink with us old men. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu immediately agreed without hesitation. Xia Pied's old friend could definitely not be an ordinary person. This is a rare opportunity to expand your network, so you definitely have to seize it. Chapter 145 How about 10 tons for fun? Chapter 145 How about 10 tons? Come on, Shaoshan, have some tea. This is the Hong Pao from the mother tree. Don't be fooled by the fact that I only brewed 1 pot for you. I don't have much of this tea myself. I've already taken out half of my stock. You definitely can't get this outside because harvesting is completely prohibited now. Xia Pied greeted him with a beaming smile, as if presenting a treasure. Shen Xu obediently picked up the teacup and took a sip. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to appreciate tea, so he couldn't discern what made the tea so special. Setting down his teacup and meeting Xia Pied's expectant gaze, Shen Xu said somewhat awkwardly, I'm sorry, Grandpa Xia, I almost never drink tea, so I can't really tell the difference. It's such a waste for you to give me such expensive tea. I'm just wasting my breath. How about we save it and use it to entertain foreign guests when you meet that chief cabinet secretary from the island nation? Entertain my ass as foreign guests? Xia Pied immediately swore and said angrily, Do you think those Japanese devils are foreign guests? This isn't a formal occasion, I don't care to give them face. I'll just serve them some tea leaves, and they'll dare not drink it? Shaoshan, you don't know, the reason that Japanese soldier came in a private capacity, bypassing official channels, was actually to give us a hard time. Since it's not a respectable affair, it naturally had to be done privately. Shen Xu asked curiously. I'd like to hear the details. Xia Pai took a sip of tea and said with a sneer. As you know, our country's warships have been increasing like dumplings being dropped into boiling water in recent years. Our naval power has grown extremely rapidly, and our sea power has naturally increased significantly as a result. This has put tremendous pressure on other countries in the surrounding area, especially island nations. South Asian countries can remain humble and subservient to our increasing maritime power, as they are merely regional powers and have long been aware of their own position. Our country is not as domineering as the bald eagle. We will still grant them basic living space. However, island nations are different. They form the core of the first island chain, designed to blockade our maritime power, and are the bald eagle's unsinkable aircraft carrier. If island nations dare to submit or act subserviently, the bald eagle will be the first to sacrifice them. Therefore, the stronger we become, the greater the pressure on island nations will be. Due to its unique national circumstances, an island nation cannot be considered a truly sovereign state. Although the island nation's people constantly strive for autonomy and the status of a great power, everyone knows that as long as the bald eagle continues to circle overhead, the island nation can only kneel on the ground. In this situation, the island nation is sensitive and insecure. Officially, it faces an ever-widening power gap and can only verbally assert its strength while actually backing down. Yet, privately, it is unwilling to accept this situation. Coincidentally, a martial arts prodigy, said to be a once-in-a-millennium talent, has emerged from the island nation. I don't know much about that martial arts prodigy from the island nation. I only know that he is 28 years old this year, proficient in practical karate, judo, and kendo, and also has some knowledge of ninjutsu. Although he has never had a public match, he has won over the entire upper class of the island nation in some extremely private sparring demonstrations. It is said that his judo skill is on par with that of judo god Mifune Kyuzo, and his karate combat ability is comparable to that of the strongest fighter, Motobu Asaki. Combined, they are virtually unmatched in Japan. The reason for this private visit is to bring that martial arts prodigy for a sparring match. Xia Pai's tone sounded somewhat disdainful. However, he appeared quite solemn. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu asked curiously, Grandpa Xia, are you worried that our people won't be able to defeat that martial arts prodigy from the island nation during the sparring match? Xia Pai sighed. There's a high probability we can't win. The bodyguards around me are best at protection. Their fighting skills are impressive, but they're not true martial artists. And as for martial artists in our country, well, let's be honest, where are the real martial artists anymore? The advent of firearms has long since destroyed the true tradition of martial arts. Xia Pai shook his head with a sigh and waved his hand, saying, Forget about that, let's get back to the main topic. Now that we've had things out in the open and are sure we'll forget everything that happened before and try to move forward, shouldn't future transactions follow a set pattern? Shen Xu looked at Xia Pai with a puzzled expression. Xia Pai continued, Over the past month, I have conducted a great deal of investigation and surveillance on you, and you have also put us to the test. In short, we are all in the early stages of building mutual trust, so these frictions are quite normal. Huh? A test? What kind of test? Shen Xu remained calm on the surface, showing nothing, but he was inwardly quite bewildered. Xia Pai continued, But from today onwards, we are truly close partners, and the transactions between you and Zichio's mother will naturally be clearer. For example, can you continue to provide the medicinal herbs you provided before? If so, how often can you provide them? What is the approximate quantity provided each time? Is this transaction long-term or a one-off? For example, besides medicinal herbs and giant wild animals, what other goods can you provide that we cannot obtain from other channels? In other words, what is meant by an exclusive business? Furthermore, the warehouse you're currently using, although located in the suburbs, isn't exactly a secluded place. It has significant shortcomings in terms of security and privacy. So, would you like me to help you find a more suitable location? Perhaps, for example, a deserted island near the coast of Wanghai City? In short, there are many similar issues that need to be discussed and clarified. I also want to understand exactly what supplies you need to purchase. If your needs change each time, and you're making last-minute purchases, it will be very complicated to manage. Shen Xu looked enlightened. He hadn't actually considered it that thoroughly or deeply. For the past month, he has devoted all his energy to improving himself. The act of going back and forth to purchase supplies was more driven by the mentality of buying whatever was needed, highlighting a sense of impulsiveness. But after Xia Pai's reminder, he finally realized that once the act of selling and purchasing becomes the norm, then the transactions of many things would indeed have to become routine. After a moment's thought, Shen Xu said, "Grandpa Xia, I can't give you an answer to what you've said right away. Please allow me to go back and think about it carefully. But speaking of which, I have a rather urgent purchasing need right now, which I haven't had time to tell Aunt Xing yet." What do you want to buy? Industrial silver. How many are you planning to buy? How about I just grab 10 tons to play around with? Chapter 146 Rebuilding Trust. Chapter 146 Rebuilding Trust. Xia Pai was clearly quite surprised that Shen Xu needed so much money all at once. However, he didn't ask any further questions, but simply nodded and said, "Then call Zichio's mother now. If it's urgent, I reckon Zichio's mother can deliver the silver you need to your warehouse before nightfall." Shen Xu thanked him, and then, right in front of Xia Pai, he contacted Shen Xu. The call was answered quickly, and after hearing Shen Xu's request, Shen Xu agreed very readily. Furthermore, Shen Xu doesn't need to make any payments. Including the large batch of grain from before, plus these 10 tons of industrial silver, all of it can be settled with things like tiger bones, rhinoceros horns, and bear bow that haven't been settled yet. Shen Xu naturally had no objection to this. Anyway, Shen Xu will provide him with a detailed bill afterward. Seeing that Shen Xu had finished his call, Xia Pai took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Little Shen, everything else can be taken slowly. You can communicate with Zichio's mother whenever you've sorted things out. But regarding the ginseng and lingji from the last transaction, I hope you can give me a definite answer as soon as possible. As you, Xiaoshen, probably know, the medicinal effects of ginseng and lingji are truly astonishing. We urgently need to determine the supply of these two herbs so that we can decide on the best approach to maximize their efficacy. Regarding these two medicinal herbs, I have already issued an internal ban, maintaining the highest level of secrecy. If these two herbs can no longer be supplied, then those already traded will need to be stored very carefully. However, if the supply of these two medicinal materials can remain stable and sufficient in quantity, then we might be able to use the existing materials for experiments and analysis, and ultimately develop a drug with universal applicability." Upon hearing this, Shen Xu immediately nodded and said, "Understood. I will definitely give you a definite answer in the next day or the day after. Let's confirm the transaction of these two medicinal materials first, and then we can talk about other things." Xia Pai said with satisfaction, "That's all. The main reason I invited you here today is to clear up the misunderstanding. It's much more sincere for me to talk to you personally than to have Zichio's mother talk to you. Furthermore, regarding the confidentiality requirements, although I know you're certainly aware of the importance of them, I still feel compelled to remind you a few more times. The batch of medicinal herbs you provided is of extremely high importance. If any information leaks out, you will be in grave danger." Shen Xu spread his hands and shrugged, saying, "The possibility of me leaking information is basically zero. Grandpa Xia, you should have already confirmed this through your previous investigations and surveillance. So instead of worrying that I will leak information, you should increase the surveillance of your people. The fewer people who know a secret, the more likely it is to be kept. But often, once it's told to a second person, it means the whole world might know. From my perspective, I certainly want to keep a low profile, but you might not be so inclined." Despite the somewhat aggressive nature of his words, Xia Pai showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. We'll do our best to keep it confidential and try not to cause you any trouble. Well, that concludes our business. Actually, there wasn't much to discuss. It's just that due to the adjustment period over the past month, we need to rebuild dialogue and trust. In short, no matter what happens in the future, I hope our trust will not be affected. If there are any doubts, please communicate promptly, whether by phone or in person. Zichio's mother can handle most issues. If there's anything she's unsure about, please contact me directly, okay? Shen Xu immediately replied. Of course, just as you said, Grandpa Xia, as long as it does not harm the national interest and is even beneficial, there is no fundamental conflict between us. As long as the bottom line is not involved, then everything is negotiable. Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing this, Xia Pai burst into laughter, saying with great satisfaction, That's exactly right. Alright, let's chat a bit. We were just talking about the first island chain. Actually, the bald eagle has set up 3 island chains in the Pacific Ocean to contain and target us. The first island chain is the forward position, while the second and third island chains can be considered logistical supply bases, making the first island chain seem the most important and the greatest threat to us. But in reality, without the support of the second and third island chains, the first island chain is like a rootless duckweed. To maintain the daily operation of these 3 island chains, and also to possess comprehensive naval power in the Pacific, the United States maintains a full half of its naval force stationed within these island chains, constantly flexing its muscles against us. What are your thoughts on this? Huh? My opinion? Me? Shen Xu looked at Xia Pai with some confusion, completely not understanding why Xia Pai would ask him such a question. He's just an ordinary recent graduate. How could he understand matters involving national strategy? Ahem, Grandpa Xia is joking. What opinion could I possibly have? This is a confrontation between nations, which is far too distant from my own experience. After coughing lightly, Shen Xu spoke honestly. Xia Pai shook his head and said meaningfully, Not far, at least not far for you. Although the 3 island chains of the bald eagle are mainly intended to contain our country from a strategic level, they will not have any impact on the normal navigation of other ships. But your situation is special. It's better to be safe than sorry. To be able to travel freely and safely within the island chain blockade, you must have your own unique methods. Of course, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask, if we decide to break through the island chain blockade, where do you think we should begin? Shen Xu was even more confused. Xia Pai's words clearly had a hidden meaning, so although Shen Xu was puzzled, he simply put on a thoughtful expression, as if considering the questions Xia Pai had asked. However, he was actually just pondering why Shap thought he should have an opinion on such an important matter. A moment later, Shen Xu suddenly realized the possibility. He had previously told the Xia family that he had a sizable team operating overseas. The goods used in the trade with the Xia family were all produced by that team. So, does Sheikh think that team's base is in the Pacific Ocean? That seems very likely. Chapter 147 Let's talk about the desert island. Chapter 147 Let's talk about the deserted island. No wonder he mentioned earlier, seemingly casually, whether or not to find an uninhabited island in the waters around Wanghai City. He was actually testing the waters. After all, if his fictional overseas team is actually based on an island in the Pacific Ocean, it must possess considerable long-range maritime capabilities. Transforming a deserted island and then transferring goods from it is far more convenient than doing so in the suburbs of a city. Although this approach increases costs, it greatly enhances both security and confidentiality. He seemed to have no reason to refuse. Moreover, if he were to buy a deserted island and convert it into a base and warehouse, it would greatly help his need to frequently travel between the two worlds. Regardless of Xia Pai's reasons for thinking things out of this way, it seems to him that following Xia Pai's ideas and letting Xia Pai go further and further down the wrong path is not harmful at all. Thinking of this, Shen Xu completely ignored Xia Pai's question about where to start in breaking through the island chain blockade, and said with a smile, Grandpa Xia, how about we talk about finding a suitable deserted island in the waters around Wanghai City to build a base? Upon hearing this, Xia Pai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, give Shen Xu a deep look, and then burst into laughter. He pointed at Shen Xu, then shook his head helplessly, saying, "You're really cunning. Fine, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. As for the deserted island, you know the situation in our country. It's impossible to sell it to you directly. But we can lease it long-term. The lease term and price are negotiable. According to current regulations, the maximum lease term for an uninhabited desert island is 50 years. If you are really interested, go back to the Ocean Bureau and get a list of desert islands. Choose one you like and pay the rent as usual. Don't let the country suffer a loss. However, you can let Zichio's mother handle the infrastructure on the island. Chuanqiu Group also has an infrastructure company that has undertaken many national projects. You can make your request, and they can take care of all the infrastructure for a deserted island without any problem. Of course, if you're not comfortable with that, you can find another infrastructure company to do it. But since we've already laid everything out on the table, I can guarantee that Spring Airlines Group won't engage in any underhanded tactics during the process of transforming your deserted island. Hidden surveillance cameras and listening devices are not difficult to find with current technology. You can conduct a thorough inspection during the acceptance test. Shen Xu stared blankly at Xia Pied, opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it again without saying a word. You've said everything, what else can I say? Anyway, this deserted island was just a casual move. Once it's set up, we can use it if we want, and it doesn't matter if we can't. Therefore, Shen Xu wasn't particularly concerned and casually nodded in agreement. He has now basically figured it out. Knowing that Xia Pied had conducted a detailed investigation and surveillance of him, but had not found anything substantial, Xia Pied naturally came up with many outrageous speculations. Although he didn't know what Xia Pied had imagined, no matter how wild Xia Pied's imagination ran, as long as Xia Pied didn't think he would endanger national security, the more elaborate the imagined content, the more advantageous it would be for him. What should we call this wave? This wave is called my horror. It's all up to your imagination. It seems he should try to lean more towards being a charlatan in the future. The less others can understand him, the more secure he might feel. Could it be that the divination skills learned from Mr. Feng will finally come in handy? With all sorts of random thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Xu outwardly remained calm and chatted casually with Xia Pied about other topics. Humans are incredibly adaptable, and this month-long journey through time has truly made Shen Xu much more mature than when he first graduated. In particular, his unique ability to travel through time completely changed his mindset. For example, if he were sitting with Xia Pied right now, he wouldn't really feel inferior to others. Basic respect is certainly necessary, but at least one shouldn't become as humble as others when facing truly important figures. Xia Pied is a shrewd and experienced man. After so many years of navigating the ups and downs of officialdom, what kind of people haven't he seen? What kind of situation hasn't he experienced? He could naturally see the change in Shen Xu's mental state. A clear judgment can be made by observing how much more at ease Shen Xu becomes when facing him. However, Xia Pied believes this is quite normal. A person's confidence always comes from the strength they possess. The more composed Shen Xu appeared when facing him, the more powerful the mysterious force behind Shen Xu was likely to be. After chatting for a short while, Xia Zichio rode his horse to the rest area. After dismounting, he had the stable staff lead Xiong away, and then he hopped and skipped over to Shen Xu and Xia Pied's side. This is so exhilarating! Red Dragon is absolutely amazing. I think if I rode it in a horse race, no other horse could beat it. I'm sure I could win. Xia Zichio said excitedly, her face flushed. Shen Xu chuckled and replied, Perhaps no other horse can outrun Qilong, but there are many riders more skilled than you. Qilong can definitely win against other horses on its own, but with a rider, it's not so certain. Xia Zichio immediately raised her eyebrows, put her hands on her hips, and said, What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. Are you asking for a beating? You dare to commit violence in front of your grandfather? Ha! Murder? If I really wanted to commit murder, my grandfather would just hand me the weapon. Xia Pied sat opposite, watching Xia Zichio and Shen Xu playfully bickering with a smile. While marveling at how wonderful youth is, he was also quite pleased to see his granddaughter growing closer to Shen Xu. After laughing and joking for a while, Lu Tongchun suddenly walked quickly toward the rest area. Upon discovering that Xia Ziqiu was snarling and grabbing Shen Xu's neck, with almost half of her body pressed against him, Lu Tongchun's face showed shock. But Lu Tongchun quickly concealed his shock. As if he hadn't seen anything, Lu Tongchun approached Xia Pied with a calm expression and bowed, reporting, "Elder Xia, Chief Cabinet Secretary Sakamura Yuichi has arrived. Would you like to meet him here or go inside?" Xia Pied raised his hand and casually said, "Let's meet here. It's not a state visit, so there's no need for formalities. Xiao Xin, why don't you come with me to meet him? After all, you can be considered my junior." Chapter 148 The Greatest Samurai of the Island Nation. Chapter 148 The Island Nation's #1 samurai heard that the guests had arrived, and Xia Ziqiu finally got up from Shen Xu's body. But she still defiantly clenched her little fist at Shen Xu. Shen Xu rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with Xia Ziqiu, straightened his clothes which Xia Ziqiu had messed up, and stood up behind Xia Pied. Although it was just a private visit, he was still the #2 figure in the island nation's political arena. If someone is truly careless and disregards etiquette, then they are the ones who lose face for their own people. However, Shen Xu was somewhat surprised by Xia Pied's decision to keep him behind. He thought his meeting with Xia Pied would end with the arrival of the islanders. Unexpectedly, Xia Pied wanted to take him to meet the Japanese. Even though this is a private meeting, it still seems a bit too casual, doesn't it? As Shen Xu was pondering this, several men came into his view. There were 6 people in total. Apart from the one walking at the front who looked solemn and dignified, the others each had their own unique characteristics. The tallest of them all looked to be around 1.8 meters tall. Unlike the other 5 people, who were all dressed in proper suits, this person was wearing a kimono, wooden clogs, and even had a chanmage hairstyle, the kind worn by ancient Japanese samurai. This means shaving all the hair from the front of the forehead to the top of the head, exposing the scalp in a crescent shape, roughly equivalent to the Mediterranean hairstyle, and then leaving a small braid. In short, it's ugly. Xia Pied, who had been sitting quietly in his chair, only stood up when the group entered the rest area and came closer. Extending his right hand, he said with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Sakamura. It's been 3 or 4 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Even the most dignified and solemn of the 6, Yuichi Sakamura, had a broad smile on his face. As he shook hands with Xia Pied, he humbly nodded and said, "4 years ago, during my state visit, I had the privilege of enjoying your country's state banquet, which was unforgettable and remains fresh in my memory. Mr. Xia's refined and elegant demeanor greatly impressed me. I never imagined that upon seeing you again today, your charm would surpass that of the past." Xia Pied laughed a few times and then pulled Sakamura Yuichi aside for a round of mutual flattery. The two acted as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, and Shen Xu was stunned by their friendly scene. However, what truly surprised Shen Xu was that Yuichi Sakamura spoke Mandarin exceptionally well. Very standard, almost no accent can be detected. "Since Mr. Sakamura is visiting privately, I wanted to keep things simple so everyone can relax and avoid getting mentally exhausted from having too many things to pay attention to. This horse farm is mine. If Mr. Sakamura's people are interested, they can pick out a few horses and have a good run around the farm." Xia Pied pulled Sakamura Yuichi down to sit, and they began chatting happily about all sorts of things. Shen Xu's attention was only initially drawn to Yuichi Sakamura. As Yuichi Sakamura and Pied Xia sat down, his attention immediately focused entirely on the man with the chanmage hairstyle. The enhanced perception brought about by the martial arts realm made Shen Xu extremely perceptive. He had a vague feeling that the man with the slicked back hair had killed people, and quite a few at that. The man with the shaved head quickly noticed Shen Xu's attention to him. He met Shen Xu's gaze with a cold stare, but found nothing unusual about Shen Xu, so he quickly lost interest in him. It's clear that this is an extremely arrogant person. However, generally speaking, the more arrogant a person is, the more annoying they tend to be. Xia Pied and Sakamura Yuichi chatted for more than 10 minutes. The two old men's hearty laughter would occasionally echo in the rest area, giving Shen Xu goosebumps. There's no way around it. Such a hypocritical and evasive manner is truly disgusting. Mr. Xia, the main reason I'm visiting you in a private capacity is to bring my children out to see the world. After chatting with Xia Pai for a while, Yuichi Sakamura suddenly changed the subject and beckoned the Chanmage-haired man behind him to his side. With a smile, he introduced. Fukada Seo, the #1 martial artist among our younger generation. You should know something about him, right, Xia-kun? Xia Pai nodded and said, If I said I had never heard of it, Mr. Sakamura certainly wouldn't believe me. But to be honest, although I have heard of it, I don't really know much about it. The intelligence department can't focus on any one person specifically. Most of the time, we only know a little bit of the basics as an afterthought. Yuichi Sakamura was completely unimpressed by Xia Pai's mention of the intelligence department, and said with considerable agreement, But the fact that you were able to take notes along the way is enough to prove Fukada-kun's importance. Xia-kun should know that we Yamato people have a samurai complex. While I personally don't endorse the so-called Bushido spirit, a true martial artist is highly valued in our culture. Fukada-kun is proficient in judo, karate, and kendo, and is a practical fighter, not just a showy athlete. Despite being only 28 years old, Fukada-kun has already achieved an invincible status in our country. In recent years, almost every well-known martial artist in the country has sparred with Fukada-kun, and none of them have been able to defeat him. We don't want Mr. Fukada to become complacent, and since we can't find a strong enough individual in our country to study martial arts with him, we naturally thought of your country. We believe that China, with its countless extraordinary individuals, should have someone stronger than Mr. Fukada. Before Xia Pai could even speak, Yuichi Sakamura had barely finished speaking when Sifu Fukada interjected. I don't think so. Our Yamato people are the most valiant people in the world. Since I have already stood at the pinnacle of the Yamato people, it is as if I have stood at the pinnacle of the world. Sakamura-san! The reason I agreed to come out with you isn't because I feel I still need to visit more masters to learn from them, but because I want you to see that the strongest of the Yamato people are also the strongest in the entire world. Seo Fukada speaks Mandarin very stiffly. Although he can express his meaning clearly, his intonation sounds very uncomfortable. In particular, the tone of his voice when he said these words was full of arrogance, and after he finished speaking, he even muttered a highly targeted, insulting, and discriminatory word. Although Seo Fukada deliberately lowered his voice when he muttered the word, it was still clear enough for everyone in the room to hear him. In an instant, the faces of everyone on Xia Pai's side darkened. The atmosphere, which had been relatively harmonious, suddenly turned as if it were on the brink of an abyss. Chapter 149, A Duel? The kind where the loser has to commit seppuku. Chapter 149, A Duel? The kind where the loser has to commit seppuku. Mr. Sakamura! Mr. Fukada's inappropriate words just now will greatly hurt our national feelings. I think he should apologize for his remarks. Xia Pai looked at Sakamura Yuichi expressionlessly, and said in a chilling tone. Before Sakamura Yuichi could speak, Fukada Seo crossed his arms, turned his face away, and said disdainfully, If it were a public occasion, I would naturally apologize for the sake of the Yamato people's reputation. But why should I apologize for something that's just a private chat? Haven't you used plenty of insulting language towards our Yamato people in private? Why haven't I heard you apologize for that? A hint of murderous intent flickered in Xia Pai's eyes. Ignoring Fukada Seo, he looked at Sakamura Yuichi and continued to ask, Is Mr. Sakamura also in this position? Yuichi Sakamura stood up and bowed deeply to Xia Pai at a perfect 90-degree angle. He then said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I deeply regret Mr. Fukada's remarks. I also sincerely apologize for the hurt your national feelings caused by those remarks, but I have no right to order Mr. Fukada to do anything. Whether he is willing to apologize is up to him. Shen Xu stood behind Xia Pai, and his blood pressure started to spike as he listened. The insulting word that Fukada Sifu just used is a serious humiliation that no normal Chinese person could accept. Whenever that word is mentioned, what Chinese people can think of is that incredibly dark and bloody history. The land is shattered, a mournful wind blows. A century has passed since the land of China was submerged. Tens of millions of compatriots died innocently in this process. It is a scar that is engraved on the hearts of the Chinese people, a scar that pierces through the entire heart and will never be forgotten. So at this moment, looking at Yuichi Sakamura displaying such a spirit of perseverance, Shen Xu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Sakamura-san, stop bowing to these people. I don't think I said anything wrong. Yamato Samurai will never bow to the weak. You want me to apologize? Fine. Defeat me, Fukada Seo said, as if adding fuel to the fire. Several bodyguards behind Xia Paid immediately stepped forward, each with obvious anger and a strong desire to fight on their faces. However, since they were Xia Paid's bodyguards, whether they could challenge Fukada Seo depended on Xia Paid's consent. Xia Paid, however, hesitated. Based on the intelligence we have so far, in a one-on-one fight, whether it's a friendly spar or a life-or-death struggle, none of the bodyguards from the security bureau responsible for his safety could possibly be a match for the island nation's #1 samurai. I originally thought that I could just casually deal with Yuichi Sakamura's private visit. They claimed they wanted to come over for a friendly sparring session, but everyone knows that bodyguards, whose job is to protect, and true martial artists have completely different areas of expertise due to their different specializations. In this situation, losing is losing, nobody really cares or takes it to heart. However, with Fukada Seo's undisguised and blatant humiliation, the nature of this private visit changed instantly. This is no longer a matter of private visits, it now involves the dignity of the nation and its people. When it comes to matters of national dignity, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Therefore, Xia Paid seemed somewhat hesitant. He didn't think sending his own bodyguard to challenge Fukada Seo was a good idea, but were there any other options? Just as Xia Paid was struggling to make a decision, a figure suddenly walked from behind him to the front of him. Upon closer inspection, Xia Paid's eyes lit up when he realized that the figure was Shen Xu. Yes. Xiaoshen seems like a suitable candidate. Although I've never actually seen Xiaoshen make a move, his previous feats, such as leaping over a horse or wrecking a modified car with a single punch, are enough to prove that he truly has real skills. These thoughts flashed through Xia Paid's mind, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Grandpa Xia, don't take dealing with the Japanese too seriously. Sending your top experts to handle this is just bullying them. Let me do it. I may not be anything special here, but I'm more than enough to deal with a mere Japanese. Shen Xu looked at Fukada Seo and said with a smile. Although his smile was warm, Shen Xu's eyes were icy cold, looking at Fukada Seo as if he were looking at a dead man. He had already reached the upper third rank of martial arts, completely mastered the first move of the Peerless Dragon Fist, Thunderclap, and could also perform the second move, Roar, with some difficulty. In terms of actual combat strength, it is roughly comparable to an ordinary fourth-rank martial artist in the martial arts world of another world. Even if it encounters a fifth-rank martial artist, even if it cannot defeat him, it can still escape smoothly if it wants to. In addition, the absolute enhancement of physical functions brought about by martial arts realm has made his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs so strong and resilient that they have surpassed human limits. Even in direct combat, he could personally kill the golden leopard from another world. If we consider his own world, even the most ferocious land beasts, such as black bears and tigers, would certainly be no match for him. And what can Fukada Seo, who is known as the greatest samurai in the island nation, do? If you really asked him to fight a fully grown Siberian tiger with his bare hands, wouldn't he be completely clueless? At most, it will be a 30-70th split. Sifu Fukada died in 3 seconds, while the Siberian tiger ate until it was 7/10 full. Faced with overwhelming strength, there is not much room for skill to be utilized. It was precisely because of this judgment that Shen Xu appeared so confident. Are you sure there's no problem? You should know that this is no longer a simple sparring match. If you really fight, you will represent the entire country. Xia Paid asked with a serious expression. Shen Xu turned to look at Xia Paid and nodded with certainty, saying, Trust me, Grandpa Xia. I can take on 10 of those islanders by myself. After saying that, Shen Xu looked at Fukada Seo again, his smile growing even brighter, but his tone was incredibly sinister as he asked, Mr. Fukada, shall we duel? The kind where the loser commits seppuku. Sifu Fukada narrowed his eyes. Shen Xu's sarcastic words angered him. Unable to accept being openly provoked by someone he considered weak, he took a deep breath and sneered. Do you really dare to duel with me? I'm not talking about a friendly spar, not just a friendly exchange. Shen Xu nodded matter-of-factly and said, Of course, only children play house. Adults fight to the death. If Mr. Fukada is worried, we can sign a waiver of liability. How about that? Fukada Sifu gave Shen Xu a deep look, then laughed cruelly. Fine. Sign the waiver of life and death. Chapter 150 Dimensional Reduction Attack. Chapter 150 Dimensional Reduction Strike. The so-called signing of a life or death contract is not a real personal contract that explicitly states that no consequences of violence will be pursued. It is merely a statement. After all, in modern society, there are no longer any real life or death contracts. Moreover, for Xia Pied and Sakamura Yuichi, the law is merely a tool, with virtually no binding force. But since it's a statement, it needs to be clearly recorded. It's not for the purpose of bringing it up later, but to ensure that the entire process is documented. To avoid a situation where, if someone were to die, they would later criticize each other privately, and each have their own version of events regarding this matter. Both sides had people recording videos. Shen Xu and Fukada Sifu faced the camera and clearly expressed their thoughts that it was a matter of life and death. It was also emphasized that the outcome of the duel was limited to the duel itself. Once the duel ended, either side could retaliate for any reason or by any means, regardless of which side suffered the loss. At least on the issue of confirming the contents of the death contract, Shen Xu and Fukada Seo were in complete agreement. Because both of them had absolute confidence in themselves, they did not believe that they would ultimately be the ones to suffer losses. After making their statements, Shen Xu and Fukada Sifu walked into the now empty horse farm. The two stood about 3 meters apart, facing each other. Apart from the two bodyguards who were recording the video and were relatively close to each other, everyone else stood quite far apart to avoid being caught in the ensuing fight. Although no one believes that a fight between two people without weapons can generate much momentum, it's always good to be cautious. Why are Xia Pied and Sakamura Yuichi's identities so sensitive? Regardless of whether Shen Xu and Fukada Seo will actually have an accident during the fight, the outcome of this private fight will not cause much of a stir. But if Xia Pied or Sakamura Yuichi were to get into trouble, things would get really messed up. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to admit defeat. I'll snap your neck right now. I'll make you understand that the Yamato warriors are invincible. It was Fukada Sifu who said in a cold voice. His gloomy gaze fixed on Shen Xu, as if he were a wild beast that had found its prey. Shen Xu knew this was the usual pre-battle trash talk segment. Although it was meaningless, if he could provoke his opponent with words and disrupt their rhythm, he might get some unexpected gains. So, scratching his ear, Shen Xu chuckled and said, I heard that you originally didn't have surnames until your emperor decreed that everyone must have one. So, for convenience, you simply take your surname based on where you were born. For example, Tanaka was born in a field, and Inoue was born above a well? To be honest, while I don't understand the thought process of you islanders, I'm utterly shocked. I don't know if the Yamato samurai were invincible, but their women are certainly wild enough to come from anywhere. After all these years of development, it seems the only thing that has truly risen to prominence in your island nation is your women's behinds. Upon hearing this, Sifu Fukada was momentarily speechless, and his expression visibly began to spiral out of control. You idiot! You're asking for it! With a roar, Fukada Seo lunged at Shen Xu. With his profound mastery of both karate and judo in actual combat, Seo Fukada has virtually no weaknesses in fighting techniques. Whether it's standing techniques, ground techniques, striking techniques, or joint locks, Seo Fukada has reached a master level in all of them. Let alone Shen Xu, who looks to be only about the same size as him, even if he were a Yokozuna-class sumo wrestler who is much larger than him, Fukada Seo would be able to defeat him in a match conducted entirely under sumo rules. Therefore, Fukada Sifu never considered testing the waters. After being thoroughly enraged by Shen Xu, Fukada Sifu only wanted to use his strongest strength to crush him head-on. He's going to kill this arrogant fool. Let this frog in a well experience firsthand the power of the Yamato samurai. Using the momentum of his forward charge, Fukada Sifu adopted a defensive stance with his arms outstretched, and at the same time, he fiercely kicked Shen Xu's ankle with a low roundhouse kick. For an ordinary person without professional training, this single roundhouse kick would be enough to cause a comminuted fracture of the ankle. For Sifu Fukada, this was just the beginning of his attack. The low roundhouse kick has a faster kicking speed and a very low leg height. Compared to the high roundhouse kick, the risk of kicking is extremely low, but the benefits are quite large, making it the most practical leg technique. Originally, Fukada Seo thought that Shen Xu must have real skills to back him up for daring to be so arrogant. Therefore, Shen Xu will most likely be able to avoid this whip kick. However, his real killing move is not this whip kick, but the follow-up attack after the whip kick forces the opponent to dodge. To Fukada Sifu's utter surprise, Shen Xu stood motionless in the face of his whip kick, as if he had been scared out of his wits. When his whip kick landed solidly on Shen Xu's ankle, the incredibly clear sensation even made Fukada Seo feel somewhat dazed. You hit it that easily? This person didn't even assume a defensive stance. They were completely unresponsive, and showed absolutely no reaction. What's going on? Is the other party joking? A flurry of thoughts flashed through Sifu Fukada's mind. However, this feeling of doubt lasted only a moment before it was interrupted by a sharp pain in my leg. Sifu Fukada's eyes widened suddenly because the sensation from his leg was completely different from the feeling of kicking someone's leg. It was like kicking a steel plate. Damn it! This guy put a shield in his pants beforehand. He cheated. This judgment flashed through Fukada Seo's mind instantly, and he instinctively wanted to loudly expose the other party's shameless behavior. But before he could even finish speaking, the other person's fist was already aimed at his face. Thunder! The other person's deep voice rang in his ears. Fukada Sifu had no time to think. He quickly raised his arms and shielded himself. The punch was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge, and could only block it with his arm. For a fleeting moment, Seo Fukada felt as if he could smell the scent of death. This made Sifu Fukada even angrier. Judging from the speed of his punches, his opponent is indeed a true master. But how could such a master conceal a shield in his trouser leg beforehand during a weaponless fight? How can a person be so shameless? Click! The crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and Fukada Seo's anger was abruptly interrupted by the excruciating pain. His arms, which were blocking his face, were shattered on the spot by a punch, and the huge impact sent him flying backward. Aya! Sifu Fukada's piercing scream instantly tore through the air above the horse farm. Chapter 151 is all? Chapter 151 that's it? In stark contrast to Fukada Seo's shrill screams, everyone watching nearby fell into a deathly silence. Not only the visitors from the island nation, but also the people on Xia Pai's side stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, their faces blank with astonishment. No one expected things to turn out this way. Both Xia Pai and Sakamura Yuichi were incredulous at what they were seeing. With just one punch, Shen Xu defeated Fukada Seo? How is that possible? What a joke! Although he knew nothing about Shen Xu, Yuichi Sakamura had absolute confidence in Seo Fukada. This island nation's strongest martial arts genius has truly become invincible across the island nation over the past few years. Although all the fighting was conducted in private, and no footage was leaked, making Fukada Seo relatively unknown among the general public, the powerful figures in the island nation held him in high esteem. In a real combat situation, even without using weapons, Seo Fukada would be able to defeat a dozen strong adult men who would attack him simultaneously. If weapons were available, Fukada Seo would be able to fight against 100 men. In Yuichi Sakamura's view, Seo Fukada had definitely reached the pinnacle that martial artists could achieve. No matter what tricks the unknown young man temporarily assigned by Xia Pied had up his sleeve, he could never be a match for Fukada Sifu. The only difference is how long that young man can hold out under Seo Fukada. Given the ferocity of Fukada Seo's attacks, even if that young man were instantly killed, Sakamura Yuichi wouldn't be surprised. But to his utter surprise, while he guessed the course of the battle, he couldn't predict the outcome. It was indeed a swift kill, but not Fukada Seo's swift kill of the young man. Rather, it was the young man's swift kill of Fukada Seo. Was he dreaming? Compared to Yuichi Sakamura's worldview being shattered, Xia Pied's side wasn't much better off. Of course, Yuichi Sakamura knew nothing about Shen Xu, while Xia Pied's people, having conducted a month-long investigation and surveillance of Shen Xu, had a much deeper understanding of him than Yuichi Sakamura. But no matter how deeply they delved into the matter, they never imagined that the battle could be decided so quickly. Shouldn't they at least have a fierce fight for a while? In the blink of an eye, Shen Xu defeated Fukada Seo. I could do that too. He just stood there and got punched away by Shen Xu. Does that require any skill? They had thought it was going to be a spectacular battle. I took my pants off, and this is what you show me? What happened to the island nation's #1 samurai? What happened to the promise of being invincible throughout the island nation? What happened to the once-in-a-millennium genius that this island nation was promised? That's it. For a moment, the bodyguards standing behind Xia Pied all showed strange expressions. One of the bodyguards, who had the weakest willpower, even burst out laughing on the spot. They are all professionally trained and generally don't laugh unless they can't help it. The laughter sounded incredibly abrupt amidst the surrounding deathly silence. As soon as the sound was uttered, Yuichi Sakamura and the others were jolted out of their daze and glared fiercely at the bodyguard. At this moment, Sifu Fukada had stopped screaming, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly indicating that he was enduring the pain his body was suffering. However, one of his arms, which he had used for defense, was now twisted in a very strange way, apparently broken by Shen Xu's punch. The other arm looks alright. I reckon the main strain was on the broken arm. At the same time, Fukada Sifu also suffered an indirect impact to his chest. The very obvious pain made Fukada Sifu certain that his ribs must be broken. However, it is not yet clear how many strands broke. This greatly shocked Sifu Fukada. He couldn't understand why Shen Xu, whose physique seemed to be only average, could have such incredible punching power. As a true martial artist, in addition to honing his martial arts skills, he also rigorously trains his ability to withstand blows. In fact, for any fighting style, the ability to withstand blows is the most important training point. You can only learn to hit someone after you have learned to withstand a beating. Sifu Fukada's ability to withstand blows is undoubtedly top-notch. If he were to fight an ordinary person, using the kind of wild, haphazard fighting style that ordinary people use, he wouldn't even feel any pain. Even when fighting against professional combat athletes, Seo Fukada did not believe he could suffer any injury if he was hit without warning. Who would have thought that this young man would inflict such serious injury on him with just one punch? His broken arm was definitely a comminuted fracture, and even after the force was cushioned, the impact still caused extensive rib fractures when it hit his chest. This is simply superhuman power. Judging from the power and speed displayed by his opponent, the gap between them was so vast that there was absolutely no comparison. What Fukada Seo found even more unacceptable was that after the initial excruciating pain, his broken arm quickly lost all sensation. This means his arm is definitely ruined. Even with surgery, the recovery will only be to the point where it doesn't affect daily life. A complete full recovery is absolutely impossible. So he was crippled by a single punch? Sifu Fukada's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. Upon realizing that his opponent had knocked him flying with a single punch and was now slowly walking towards him, Fukada Seo's face contorted with rage as he roared. You cheated! You had a leg brace! You despicable scoundrel! You and your people are disgusting! Repulsive! Filthy! Shen Xu, who had just walked up to Fukada Sifu, was stunned by the scolding. Baffled? What baffle? Blinking, Shen Xu quickly realized why Fukada's CEO had misunderstood, and a speechless expression appeared on his face. Too lazy to explain, Shen Xu simply rolled up his trousers in front of Fukada's CEO, revealing his muscular and taut calves. Sifu Fukada stared blankly at Shen Xu's actions, and the last vestige of support in his heart completely collapsed. He suddenly became dejected, and said in a hoarse voice, I give up. With that, Sifu Fukada stood up with great difficulty. Although Shen Xu felt a little regretful, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had no reason to continue to push them to the brink. So he could only sigh and turn to walk towards Xia Pied. But just then, Xia Ziqiu suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out!" Chapter 152 The Second Form of the Peerless Dragon Fist, Roar. Chapter 152 The Second Form of the Peerless Dragon Fist, Roar. Before this trip, Fukada Sifu never expected that he would encounter his Waterloo in this country that he looked down upon. He is indeed very arrogant, because he has the right to be arrogant. He is the island nation's #1 martial artist. For the island nation people who have a strong samurai spirit, a true martial artist has a high social status. Even though he was not well known among the common people, he was an absolute master among the powerful and wealthy. Even the Prime Minister would treat him with the same respect. Coupled with his undefeated record since his debut, CEO Fukada always believed that he would live a glorious life. He will gradually become the flag of the island nation. As a martial artist, he gradually became known to the public, and then admired by the public, until he became a national treasure and totem of the entire country. In his plan, he first wanted to maintain the mystery of being a martial artist, gain status in the upper circles, and then spread his knowledge to the general public from top to bottom, thereby cultivating a noble aura. Everything was going smoothly. As long as he completed this private trip and defeated his opponents with overwhelming force on this land, he would be able to start a new chapter in his life after returning home. Who would have thought it would all be over in an instant? His pride, his plans, his life, everything he had was shattered by a single punch. Sifu Fukada was completely unprepared for this. Therefore, he was completely unable to accept this sudden failure, which could even be described as a huge setback that would destroy his entire life. From the moment his eyes turned bloodshot, he lost his mind. The purpose of admitting defeat in person is nothing more than to find an opportunity to carry out underhanded tactics. He had realized that the gap between them was enormous, so there was no hope in a direct confrontation, and he could only try to launch a sneak attack. As a result, after hearing him admit defeat, the other party actually let down all his guard, turned around and left without any precautions, completely exposing his back to him. Sifu Fukada didn't even bother to think about why things went so smoothly. Opportunity knocks but once. Perhaps the other party is very powerful, but inexperienced and unaware of the wickedness of human nature. That's not important. The important thing is that he now has the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He drew a short knife hidden close to his waist with his good hand, and without hesitation, he lunged forward and stabbed it forcefully into Shen Xu's back. The blade of this short knife has a blood groove. If you can successfully stab it in once, and then stir it vigorously, the person who was stabbed will basically have no chance of survival. He's going to kill Shen Xu. Nothing less would be enough to quell his anger. There was almost no distance between the two. Shen Xu had just turned around when he made his move. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by Xia Ziqiu's exclamation of warning, the short knife had already pierced Shen Xu's back. The bodyguards behind Xia Pied reacted extremely quickly. After noticing Fukada Sio's subtle movements, the bodyguards immediately drew their sidearms without hesitation. Unfortunately, Fukada Sio was completely shielded behind Shen Xu, so although the bodyguards made the correct response, none of them dared to actually fire a shot. At such a distance, with their figures almost completely overlapping, even if they were both sharpshooters, they couldn't kill Fukada Sio on the spot without harming Shen Xu. Therefore, everyone clearly saw that Fukada Sio drew a hidden dagger from his waist, and then stabbed it solidly into Shen Xu's back. However, due to the angle, no one could see exactly how deep the dagger had penetrated. Since they couldn't fire their guns and the situation had taken such an unexpected turn, the bodyguards behind Xia Pai naturally had to take other actions immediately. 2 people were left to guard Xia Pai's left and right sides, while the rest rushed towards Shen Xu and Fukada Sifu. However, Fukada Sio had a strange expression on his face at this moment. The moment he stabbed Shen Xu with his dagger, the ferocious expression on his face had completely spread, making him look like a vicious pervert. But the very next second, all his emotions froze on the spot. Because he discovered he couldn't pierce it at all. The situation was exactly the same as when he used a whip kick to strike Shen Xu's ankle before. The problem is that he couldn't kick his opponent with a whip kick, which could indeed be explained by the fact that his opponent had an exceptional ability to withstand blows and had tempered his bones to the extreme. But to think that even a short knife couldn't penetrate the heart area in the back, isn't that going too far? What kind of person can train their body to the point where even a sharp weapon cannot harm them in the slightest? Is this even human? Just as Fukada Sio was questioning his life because things had once again developed in a way that was beyond his understanding and expectations, Shen Xu suddenly turned around. Due to the angle, apart from Sifu Fukada, no one else could see Shen Xu's face at this moment. Instead of the expected anger, Shen Xu had a smile on his face. Although his smile was faint, it still sent a chill down Fukada Sio's spine. The opponent wasn't afraid of sharp blades at all. And after he surrendered, the opponent turned his back to him without any warning. He hadn't had time to think it through earlier because he felt the opportunity was too good to miss. But now that the sneak attack had failed, Fukada Sio quickly regained his senses and suddenly realized that the other party had done it on purpose. The goal was to lure him into surrendering and then launching another sneak attack, so that the other side could kill him with a legitimate reason. Having guessed the truth, Fukada Sio's heart clenched, and his instinct was to immediately throw away the dagger in his hand and seek a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, how could Shen Xu give him such an opportunity? Before Fukada Sifu could react, Shen Xu had already unleashed the second move of the peerless dragon fist, Qijia. Compared to the overwhelming force of Mount Tai, which is as heavy as a mountain, this is as swift as the wind and as aggressive as fire. Although it may not look as imposing as the thunderclap strike, its actual destructive power is far greater. If used without changing one's skill level, the speed and destructive power of the punches can be roughly twice that of the thunderclap style. Of course, immense destructive power also leads to immense energy consumption. To achieve twice the power of thunderclap, Qijia needs to consume 3 times the internal energy of thunderclap. Therefore, Shen Xu was only able to barely unleash the Qijia skill after his cultivation level reached the 3rd rank. This swift and powerful punch landed squarely on Sio Fukada's chest, without any fancy moves. Chapter 153 Taking the Initiative. Chapter 153 Taking the Initiative. When he was struck by the thunderbolt, Fukada Sio was still able to scream. At this point, with countless ribs already broken, and then struck head-on by the fierce attack, Fukada Sio was unable to utter a sound. His eyes rolled back suddenly, and he lost all sensation. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, and then crashed heavily to the ground. Logically speaking, people who are proficient in wrestling and grappling techniques should instinctively absorb the impact and protect their bodies when they fall. This is a fighting instinct rooted in the reflexes of the nervous system. When Fukada Sio was knocked away by the thunderbolt, he used his unbroken arm to provide some support and cushion the impact, preventing him from falling to the ground with a heavier impact. But this time he was knocked away again, and Fukada Sio did not react at all. The way it lay on the ground looked like a puddle of mud, completely lifeless. Without a doubt, Fukada Sifu was killed instantly by Shen Xu's punch. It sounds like a long story, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. When Fukada Sio was sent flying and crashed to the ground, his bodyguards rushed over. One of them quickly checked Shen Xu's physical condition to see if he had any injuries that required immediate treatment. The others, carrying guns, went to check on Fukada Sio's condition. Xia Pai, who was not far away, had amazing insight. When Fukada Sio was knocked away again, he was certain that Fukada Sio was not going to survive. Although Shen Xu's second punch towards Fukata's Sifu didn't seem as imposing as the first, Xia Pied could vaguely sense the surging power it contained. This is the keen sense he honed through his own experience on the battlefield and near death, honed by the immense fear of life and death. Seeing that Shen Xu should be alright, but Fukata Seo was definitely doomed, Xia Pied immediately roared at Sakamura Yuichi with a face full of anger. "Mr. Sakamura! You must give me an explanation for this. Your so-called number one samurai of the island nation actually committed a despicable act of sneak attack. Is this the Yamato samurai spirit that you claim to uphold? This is utterly shameless. They had already surrendered. My men, after your men surrendered, honorably abandoned their attack. Throughout, my men displayed impeccable manners. But what about your men? After surrendering, they shamelessly launched a sneak attack while my men were off guard. Mr. Sakamura, this behavior disgusts me. I don't care whether this was part of your plan or not. You all must give me a satisfactory answer. I'm solemnly warning you here. I will pursue this matter to the end. Even if you're visiting privately. This is no longer a private matter. You must pay the price. No one can easily let this go." Yuichi Sakamura was also completely unprepared for the changes in this situation. There's no way around it, it's just too dazzling. He first watched as Sifu Fukata was defeated with a single punch, then saw Fukata voluntarily admit defeat. Before he could even process that defeat, he saw Fukata launch a sneak attack, and finally, Fukata was knocked away once again. Although he didn't go forward to check on Fukata Seo's condition, Sakamura Yuichi wasn't stupid. He knew very well that under these circumstances, Fukata Seo was unlikely to survive. Besides, if you succeed in a sneak attack, then so be it. No matter the cost, we will get you back. But since even the sneak attack failed, you might as well die on the spot. Otherwise, the Yamato people's reputation will be completely ruined. With these thoughts swirling in his mind and Xia Pied's roaring, tiger-like voice ringing in his ears, Yuichi Sakamura felt his vision blurring. In his view, things had spiraled completely out of control. If possible, he really wanted to just faint and be done with it. However, he is the chief cabinet secretary, the face of the island nation, and the second most important figure in the island nation's political arena after the prime minister. His every word and action represents not just himself, but the entire nation, so he cannot afford to faint. Taking a deep breath and trying to clear his head, Yuichi Sakamura bowed deeply to Xia Pied. At the same time, he said apologetically, "Please calm down, Mr. Xia. Things have developed to this point today, which has deviated from our original intention of wanting to learn martial arts. I hope you can give me some time to return to my country to discuss and investigate. I assure you, Mr. Xia, that I will deal with this matter seriously. But please understand, Mr. Xia, that Fukata's matter is not something I can decide alone. Over the past few years, Fukata has been widely regarded as the banner of our Yamato samurai in modern society, so I must go back and convene a relevant meeting to discuss his case." Seeing that Yuichi Sakamura readily admitted his mistake without hesitation and showed no intention of arguing, Xia Pied had achieved his goal. No longer expressing his dissatisfaction, Xia Pied snorted coldly and said, "Then take your first warrior and leave immediately. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I need to know your attitude and proposed solution to this matter. If you can't come up with a solution that satisfies me within 3 days, then I will take matters into my own hands and retaliate against you in whatever way I deem reasonable. Don't doubt it, I'm openly threatening you. Don't say I didn't warn you." The anger on Yuichi Sakamura's face flashed by in an instant. After bowing 90 degrees to Xia Pied again, he waved to the people behind him. 3 people immediately jogged over to check on Fukata Sifu's condition. Although they confirmed that Fukata Seo was dead on the spot, the 3 of them did not say a word and carried Fukata Seo's body back together. Yuichi Sakamura didn't even look at Seo Fukata's body. He simply said goodbye to Xia Pied and then turned and hurriedly left. Their car was naturally parked in the parking lot outside the horse farm. Given what had happened, and since Xia Pied couldn't possibly drive them himself, they would definitely have to walk on their own. Adding to today's incident, it will be really difficult for Yuichi Sakamura to explain himself when he returns home. Therefore, he must immediately contact a private jet, and during the journey back to Japan, quickly come up with a solution that will not burden him with too much responsibility. Seeing Sakamura, Yuichi, and the others get into the car, Xia Pai's face lit up with a hearty smile. He waved to Shen Xu, who was not far away, and said with a cheerful voice, "Let's go back and talk. It's almost noon. I was thinking of treating those people, but now we don't need to. We can eat and chat at the same time." Chapter 154 Beware of Revenge. Chapter 154 Beware of Retaliation. It's still the same dining table where we ate together last time. However, the dishes laid out on the table this time were much more lavish than the last time. Why? Last time it was a family dinner, but this time it's a banquet for guests. It was just that a slight accident happened at the last minute, which caused the guests to leave early. Although the guests have left, the dishes were prepared in advance, so of course we should adhere to the principle of not wasting food and have them eaten by our own family. They said that although the time was short and they could only conduct a simple examination, they could confirm that Fukada Seo's body had been completely destroyed by your fist. Not only was his sternum shattered, but all the organs protected by the sternum were probably also destroyed. Xia Pai at the dinner table seemed to be in a very good mood. As he spoke, he personally poured Shen Xu a glass of wine. At the same time, he raised his glass and clinked it with Shen Xu's, continuing with a big smile. They think that even the world's best heavyweight boxer couldn't deliver the kind of punching power you've shown, so I'm very curious, how did you do it? Shen Xu held his wine glass and, imitating Xia Pai, touched the rim of the glass with his lips, took a sip, and then squinted his eyes to savor it. Unfortunately, he didn't really like or appreciate the taste of this strong liquor, so he simply put down his glass. While carefully choosing his words, he replied, "Grandpa Xia, do you know what real ancient martial arts are? Not those martial arts routines that have evolved into sports, nor those deceptive fancy moves, but the real ancient martial arts that have powerful combat capabilities, are far more complex than these simple fighting techniques, and can truly mobilize the strength of the whole body." Xia Pai paused, then frowned and said, "I know about ancient martial arts, but the ancient martial arts I know are quite different from what you described. The ancient martial arts I know are actually a type of fighting technique, or rather, a killing technique. Compared with some of the fighting techniques that are popular now, they are actually quite similar. However, it lacks the performative techniques found in modern combat sports, such as Taekwondo, where the fighting is purely for aesthetics and largely disregards practical effectiveness. This is not the case in ancient martial arts, because the ultimate goal of all ancient martial arts techniques is to kill." Shen Xu coughed lightly, then racked his brains and continued making up stories. "Grandpa Xia, your understanding of ancient martial arts is actually not comprehensive. You should remember that our country once had a Qigong craze, right? True Qigong, which is the internal energy accumulated and refined based on the acupoints in the body, does exist. However, fake monks preaching false doctrines meant that almost all the self-proclaimed Qigong masters were frauds, leading to many absurd and chaotic events in those years. Only after Qigong was completely banned by the state did things slowly return to normal. But Grandpa Xia, this doesn't mean that true internal energy doesn't exist. Although cultivating internal energy is extremely difficult, requiring guidance from a master truly proficient in ancient martial arts, absolute talent, and life-or-death training, it is ultimately achievable. In short, you can probably picture me as a martial arts master from a wuxia novel." Shen Xu was talking nonsense, but in his heart he felt ashamed. He certainly doesn't have absolute talent, but he has medicine. The idea of risking one's life to cultivate is nonsense, but he takes a hot bath with 9 shallow baths and 1 deep one every day. In short, although the character 8 is missing a left falling stroke, it at least has a right falling stroke, so there's not a big problem. Xia Pai pondered for a moment and said, "You said before that you learned your calligraphy from your master, and your medical skills from your master. Now, even the superhuman skills you've shown, are they also learned from your master?" Shen Xu nodded, then said shyly, "I have many masters." Xia Pai couldn't help but sigh. "I never imagined that there were truly extraordinary people like your masters in the world. I really hope to witness their brilliance. Of course, I know you certainly won't agree to this request now. They possess such amazing abilities, yet they are unwilling to show their faces and prefer to live in seclusion. This must be because they have compelling reasons. Don't try to fob me off with excuses like, I prefer quiet to activity. If we're going to build trust, we should first be honest with each other. And a key requirement of honesty is that you can be silent, but try not to lie. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Fukada Seo is dead, and although it was his own fault, you still need to be careful. Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said, Be careful? You mean the Japanese might retaliate against me? Xia Pai nodded and said, It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. We've studied Sakamura Yuichi very thoroughly. He's extremely good at hiding his true feelings, but he's also unwilling to suffer any loss. You can humiliate him openly as long as you're stronger than him. But in private, he'll always choose the most bloody means to retaliate against any insult he suffers. Over the years, as Yuichi Sakamura's status in Japan has risen, very few people dare to provoke him. Therefore, he appears to be a kind and easygoing person, and it's rare to see him lose his temper. But in reality, to have climbed step by step to his current position as the second-in-command of the Japanese cabinet, Yuichi Sakamura's hands are undoubtedly stained with countless lives. As I just said, Fukada Seo's death was his own fault, and there's video evidence to prove it. The Japanese won't make any public reaction. They'll not only have to swallow their own bitter pill, but they'll also have to compensate and apologize to us privately. Given Sakamura Yuichi's personality, I don't think he'll accept this outcome willingly. He'll definitely find a way to kill you. Shen Xu asked in confusion. How would you kill me? Would you just send a gunman to infiltrate Wanghai and shoot me? Xia Pai shook his head and chuckled. What are you thinking? Don't be fooled by how much the island nation has been stirring things up lately. They've actually been quite well behaved these past few years. Even if it's to retaliate against you, Sakamura Yuichi will only choose to achieve his goal by creating an accident. If they dare to produce a gunman and cause a serious shooting incident, Yuichi Sakamura will be finished. Moreover, a shooting will definitely leave clues, and if it gets linked to the island nation will pay a huge and unbearable price. When you are weak, they dare to wage war against you under the pretext of 2 missing soldiers. But when you are strong, even if a general of theirs were to die, they would immediately declare that it had nothing to do with you. Therefore, they dare not go too far. To create an accident? Shen Xu frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 155 I want to learn too. Chapter 155 I want to learn too. The reason I reminded you of this is that I wanted to discuss it with you frankly. Considering Yuichi Sakamura's personality, I hope to protect your personal safety. However, because of the unpleasant things that happened between us, I'm worried that you might misunderstand and think that I still want to monitor you. So, what are your thoughts on this? Xia Pai asked with a serious expression. Shen Xu considered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, It's better not to. Since we can confirm that even if the other party intends to retaliate, they will at most use the method of creating an accident, and it is almost impossible for them to use firearms. So I think my safety should be guaranteed. Xia Pai sighed. I understand how you feel, but I really don't recommend it. Don't underestimate the island nation's infiltration of us. There are many ways to create accidents. To give you the simplest example, they could find a dump truck, load it full of cargo, and run it over you while it's heavily loaded. You wouldn't survive. Of course, I was just giving an example. This approach is too crude and could easily lead to other problems. Yuichi Sakamura wouldn't use it. But aside from that, there are simply too many ways and opportunities to create an accident. I really just want to protect your safety. Shen Xu fell silent. He believed that Xia Pai truly had no other intentions, but his situation was too special for him to accept having someone constantly following him for close protection. Therefore, after careful consideration, Shen Xu shook his head and said, I will try to be careful. If I were in my own country, in what is arguably the safest place in the world, and possessed extraordinary skills, and was still murdered by the Japanese through an accident, wouldn't that be too humiliating? Seeing Shen Xu's resolute attitude, Xia Pai stopped trying to persuade him. He simply shifted the topic to some things that happened when he was young, reminiscing about the glorious past while repeatedly raising his glass to Shen Xu. The atmosphere at the table immediately relaxed, and for a time, both host and guests enjoyed themselves. Although his kindness was rejected, Xia Pai's mood was not significantly affected. Seeing the islanders suffer a setback, and not only did he not pay any price, but he could also use the incident to his advantage and demand compensation. This obviously made Xia Pai feel very comfortable. Around 1 p.m., Xia Pai finally got drunk. After his rheumatism was completely cured, he was able to once again display his prowess and eloquence at the dinner table, which was the second happiest thing for him recently. Seeing that things were almost done, Shen Xu got up to say goodbye. Xia Ziqiu naturally had to drive Shen Xu back, so she left the horse farm with Shen Xu. Although he didn't like drinking, he kept clinking glasses with Xia Pai and ended up drinking about half a gin, 250 milliliters, of alcohol. After the alcohol entered his body, Shen Xu discovered that he could completely refine all the alcohol through his internal energy, and turn it into a part of the energy his body needed. So much so that even though he drank half a gin of strong liquor, after getting into Xia Ziqiu's car, Shen Xu looked as if he hadn't drunk any at all. High-proof liquor can be considered a refined form of grain. Shen Xu refined all half a gin of liquor, which naturally provided a great boost to his daily energy needs. As a result, his lunch intake was not too surprising. This made Shen Xu suddenly realize that he might be able to store more high-proof liquor in his personal subspace for emergencies. "How did you do that? I saw it clearly. Fukada Sio's short sword definitely pierced you. There's also a clear hole in the back of your clothes, yet you're not injured at all? Is it some kind of legendary hard qigong?" Xia Ziqiu asked curiously as she drove. Shen Xu pursed his lips. I thought to myself, I'm wearing a 5-colored silkworm robe, would I tell you? With this thing around, let alone cold weapons, Shen Xu strongly suspected that even if a bullet hit him, it still wouldn't be able to penetrate his defenses unless the kinetic energy was sufficient. The threat from handgun bullets shouldn't be too great. Of course, this was just his guess. He didn't know if it was really true. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to conduct an experiment. In any case, if it weren't for the 5-colored heavenly silk armor, Fukada Sifu's sneak attack might have seriously injured him. His martial arts realm at the 3rd rank had indeed made his physical resilience exceed the limits of human beings. Even a weapon sharp enough, combined with Fukada Sio's strength, is still enough to injure his body. However, if he truly didn't possess the 5-colored heavenly silk armor, he wouldn't have deliberately exposed the weakness to lure Fukada Sio into a sneak attack. It is indeed the application of internal energy, but it cannot be considered hard qigong. True ancient martial arts are incomparable to so-called qigong. Shen Xu replied casually. Xia Ziqiu listened with sparkling eyes, filled with longing for the skills Shen Xu had previously displayed. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Ziqiu couldn't help but ask, "Then can you teach me? I don't need to be as good as you, just stronger than a normal man." As you know, the physiological differences between men and women are so great that the gap in physical fitness between them is completely illogical. I want to become a criminal investigator, but if I'm not physically capable, I'm afraid I won't be able to do so at all. Xia Ziqiu's request surprised Shen Xu. The obvious reason is that the world he lives in does not allow for the cultivation of internal energy. Since that's the case, even if he wanted to teach, there's absolutely no way he could. However, you can't say no right away, as that would seem too cold-hearted. So after thinking for a moment, Shen Xu said, "I need to go back and ask my master first, to see if he agrees. If my master agrees, of course there is no problem, but if my master does not agree, then there is nothing I can do to help." Xia Ziqiu had only asked the question on a whim, but when she heard that Shen Xu hadn't ruled out the possibility of anything, she immediately perked up and nodded vigorously, saying, "Understood. No matter the outcome, thank you in advance." Shen Xu was about to say, "You're welcome," when the phone rang. Upon seeing the name Xing Xiuchun displayed on the screen, Shen Xu simply pressed the speakerphone button. Since Xia Ziqiu would be curious about the contents of the phone call anyway, it's better to let her listen and then to repeat the story after the call. I've delivered 10 tons of industrial silver to your warehouse. When are you going to pick it up? Shen Xu's voice rang out. So fast? Shen Xu was somewhat surprised. It's not like it's anything rare. Do you think it would be that troublesome to allocate it? Shen Xu's voice sounded very casual. I'm coming right now. Immediately. Chapter 156 Silver Arrives. Chapter 156 The silver arrived. Shen Xu's efficiency was so high that it caught Shen Xu somewhat off guard. Seeing that there was enough time, Shen Xu simply had Xia Ziqiu turn around and send him to the warehouse in the suburbs as quickly as possible. At this moment, the delivery vehicles and more than a dozen escort and loading/unloading personnel had not yet left the warehouse gate. A large number of silver bricks were neatly arranged outside the warehouse gate. Since the gate was not open, the guards cautiously surrounded the silver bricks, watching for any movement around them. Even though silver is worthless now, it can still be classified as a precious metal. This 10-ton wad of silver was worth over 30 million, so they had no choice but to be cautious. As the burgundy Bentley Continental performed a beautiful drift, Shen Xu opened the door, got out of the car, and walked to the large amount of silver bricks. These escorts and loading/unloading personnel had delivered goods before, so they naturally recognized Shen Xu. Therefore, seeing that the person in question had finally arrived, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Shen, the industrial silver you requested is all here. There are 667 silver bricks, each weighing 15 kilograms, totaling 10,050 kilograms. Please check the goods. If there are no problems, please sign this goods handover form so I can go back and report. The escorting personnel leading the team approached Shen Xu and began to explain the situation. Shen Xu nodded, showing no intention of actually checking, and simply took the handover form and signed his name. He patted the leader on the shoulder to express his gratitude, then took out the key and opened the warehouse door. The escorting personnel quickly called on the others to help move all 10 tons of silver bricks into the warehouse. Although the weight is somewhat exaggerated, because silver has a very high density, 10 tons of silver piled together would actually only be about 1 cubic meter in size. Even after being forged into silver bricks, some gaps will appear when stacking them, and the extra space required is very small. A dozen people worked for nearly half an hour and then piled all the silver bricks into the warehouse. After saying goodbye to Shen Xu, the group got into their car and left. Xia Ziqiu looked at the silver coins curiously and asked, "Are you coming back to the city with me, or are you staying here to deal with this silver?" Shen Xu slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "I forgot to tell you, you should go back first. I'll take a taxi back to the city after I've dealt with the money." "All right, don't forget to ask your master if he can teach me. Get back to me as soon as possible." Xia Ziqiu clenched her small fist at Shen Xu, gave him a reminder, then turned around, got into the car, and drove away from the warehouse. Shen Xu watched Xia Ziqiu disappear from sight before closing the warehouse door from the inside. After carefully inspecting the warehouse to make sure no one had sneaked in to install any spying devices, he then safely stored all the silver bricks into the subspace. Through internal vision, Shen Xu saw that the 10-ton silver brick only occupied a corner of the subspace, which naturally gave rise to some additional thoughts. The current size of the subspace is no longer as strained as it was a month ago. So shouldn't he prepare some items that might be needed in an emergency, and store them in the subspace year-round for separate use, so that he can respond to any unexpected situation? With this thought in mind, Shen Xu made his journey to another world. The room was empty, but it was very tidy and clean, and the air was filled with a fragrance that smelled like some kind of flower petals. Pushing open the door, I saw Song Xiqing sitting in the yard, basking in the sun while intently busy with something. "What are you doing, my wife?" Shen Xu walked forward with a smile, and while asking a question, he bent down and hugged Song Xiqing from behind, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. "I'll sew the soles of my husband's shoes, and then I'll sew him a new set of clothes. He's not used to wearing his old clothes, so I asked Woodyu to go to the county town to buy some silk and fine fabrics. Although there are clothing stores in the county town, I want to sew my husband's clothes myself." Song Xiqing said weakly. Shen Xu was immediately moved and just wanted to cherish Song Xiqing. Feeling Shen Xu's hands starting to wander, Song Xiqing could only blush and turn around to kiss Shen Xu. She scolded playfully. Stop fooling around, it'll be finished soon. Try it on in a bit to see if it fits. Didn't you say yesterday you weren't coming today? Did something come up? Shen Xu chuckled, withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and then pointed to the open space in front of Song Xiqing. The next second, the 10-ton silver brick appeared out of thin air in front of Song Xiqing. Song Xiqing was instantly stunned. She had already seen the hidden universe in her sleeve twice before, so she was somewhat prepared. The main problem is, isn't this too much silver? My beauty, here is 200,000 taels of silver. I want to use this silver to buy you to spend time with me, right here, right now. Is that all right? Shen Xu, rather irreverently, reached out and lifted Song Xiqing's chin, speaking in a rather flippant tone. After recovering from the immense shock, Song Xiqing raised her chin slightly in accordance with Shen Xu's gesture, her eyes sparkling with allure as she said, Does this young master only want it once? 200,000 taels would be enough to buy me. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss for you to only do it once? Huh! You dare to provoke me! You deserve a beating! Shen Xu bent down, ready to take Song Xiqing down on the spot. Just as he and Song Xiqing were getting all lovey-dovey, the gate of the courtyard house was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Song Si walked in with a blank expression. Shen Xu and Song Xiqing were instantly jolted apart, as if struck by lightning, from their passionate moment. Song Si didn't look at the two of them. Her gaze lingered on the 10 tons of silver bricks for a moment, and a hint of shock appeared in her eyes. I got a minor injury while hunting, so I came back to get some medicine. After I get the medicine, I'll go for a walk around the village. You guys continue, don't worry about me. After saying that, Song Si went into the side room. Song Xiqing now had a dignified demeanor, with not a trace of the charming and alluring appearance she had just displayed. After gently patting Shen Xu's shoulder, Song Xiqing blushed and scolded. It's all your fault. I told you to go back to the room, but you wouldn't listen. I really don't know what kind of hobby you have, preferring to be outside. Shen Xu laughed and put his arm around Song Xiqing's shoulder, calling towards the side room. See, go and call Yu Wujio over in a bit. He wants this silver. The silver bricks are too big to use directly. They have to be melted down and recast. Call him over to discuss how to handle them. New. Chapter 157 sees the day. Chapter 157 sees the day. Song Xiqing stopped playing along with Shen Xu's antics. He only let Shen Xu have his fun, then straightened his clothes and put on a solemn and dignified appearance again. It is extremely difficult for a young and beautiful woman to effectively control a powerful force as its leader. Even if this force possesses unparalleled cohesion, with every member from top to bottom having absolute identification with the force and 100% support for the leader, and never harboring any ulterior motives, ensuring the force operates smoothly and normally is still no easy task. These are, after all, 2,000 living, breathing people, not 2,000 mindless machines. The reason why the sisters Song Xiqing and Song Si were able to unite everyone in Songjia village was not solely due to the legacy of their ancestors. Not long after Song Si left, Yu Wujio rushed to the courtyard house in a great hurry. Upon seeing the huge pile of silver bricks, Yu Wujio stood there stunned, his face filled with shock. Shen Xu stepped forward, put his arm around Yu Wujio's shoulder, patted him gently, and said with a smile, Take a look. There are a total of 200,000 taels of silver here. Check the silver content of these silver bricks. Do they meet your requirements? Yesterday, Xiqing told me that the village's money was almost gone, and you were worried about it, hoping I could think of a solution. So I went to try. Don't worry, this is just the first batch. No matter how much more money is needed later, I'll find a way to get it for you. Yu Wujio finally came to his senses, the shock on his face not fading at all. He just turned to look at Shen Xu, his eyes looking at him as if he were a god. Dumbfounded, he exclaimed, 200,000 taels of silver, sir! You just brought it all together like that. Then why did you need gold before? 200,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 20,000 taels of gold. Ahem, I know you're confused, but you don't need to understand. Just remember, getting silver is easy, but getting gold is very difficult, at least for me, understand? Shen Xu spoke vaguely. Yu Wujiu didn't really understand. But Shen Xu's attitude was very clear, so even if he didn't understand, he could only nod to indicate that he understood. Taking a deep breath, Yu Wujiu walked solemnly to the pile of silver bricks and began to examine them. Shen Xu was not worried at all about the silver content of the 10 tons of silver provided by Xing Xiuquan. According to the requirements for industrial silver in his world, the standard for its silver content must reach 99.9%. With such a silver content, it can basically be considered pure silver. Compared to industrial silver in modern society, the silver circulating in ancient societies, limited by smelting technology, could not possibly have reached the same silver content as industrial silver. The silver circulating in many dynasties had a silver content of only about 90% to 95%. In some special periods, there were even silver items with a silver content of only about 70%. However, considering that this other world is quite special, the silver content is estimated to be much higher than in the ancient world of my previous life. After all, when he sold all the gold he had obtained from the other world in his own world, the buyers never questioned its gold content. Either the smelting technology in this other world is extremely advanced, or the metal ores in this other world are far purer than those in his world. Regardless of the reason, the purity of industrial silver should meet the requirements of the other world. Sure enough, after Yu Wujiu conducted a thorough examination, the shock on his face was replaced by a look of ecstatic joy. Young master! Young lady! There's no problem with the silver. It's just too big. We have to melt all the silver down and recast it into silver ingots before we can use it. Otherwise, using such large silver bricks directly will make it impossible to conduct transactions most of the time. Yu Wujiu spoke excitedly. Upon hearing this, Song Xiqing couldn't help but show a relieved smile. This means that, as things stand, as long as there is enough money to support it, Songjia village's development will continue to progress rapidly, just like it has in the past month. At the same time, the grand goal that the two sisters and all the blood guards wanted to achieve in their rebellion would become clearer, and more within reach. Thinking of this, Song Xiqing turned her head and glanced at Shen Xu. The undisguised emotion in his eyes made Shen Xu's mouth suddenly go dry. It's hopeless! How long would it take to recast the silver ingots? Shen Xu forcibly pulled his attention away from Song Xiqing and asked. Yu Wujiu thought for a moment and replied somewhat uncertainly. Young master, I can't say for sure right now, but we need to make molds, create sand molds, and cast iron ingot molds before we can start recasting the silver ingots. Generally speaking, it will take at least a month, right? Shen Xu thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, A month is too long. The village is out of money now, and Mr. Feng urgently needs money to continue purchasing necessary materials. Otherwise, the research on many projects will have to be suspended, which is unacceptable to us. 10,000 years is too long. We must seize the day. Since there's no problem with this batch of silver, we won't recast it ourselves. We'll take it directly to the money exchange in the county town and exchange it for banknotes. This round trip won't take more than a few days. I also need to go to the county seat to ask someone about exchanging silver for gold. So you should get ready. We can't go tomorrow, but the day after should be fine. We'll leave the day after tomorrow, taking the silver directly to Changlu County seat. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujiu immediately thought it was indeed a good idea and quickly nodded, saying, Understood. Please rest assured, young master, I will arrange manpower today and prepare carriages to carry the silver in advance. It is estimated that we will need dozens of horses to pull the carriages for 200,000 taels of silver. Shen Xu waved his hand and said, No need for such trouble. I have a way to transport the silver directly. You just need to arrange your entourage and ensure the safety of this trip. Wu Jiu, you are the left commander of the Blood Guard and Xiqing's most trusted confidant, so I won't hide anything from you. I have some very mysterious methods, which I can't let too many people know about, because if others find out, it will cause a lot of trouble and bring me unpredictable danger. But Xiqing is the person I trust most, and I definitely trust her too. So, as he spoke, Shen Xu gestured for Yuwujio to look at the silver bricks, and then, right under Yuwujio's nose, he put all the silver bricks into his subspace. Yuwujio's eyes widened instantly. If this were a comic book, his jaw would probably have dropped to the ground. Chapter 158 Turning Passivity into Initiative. Chapter 158 Turning Passivity into Initiative. Where's the silver? Yuwujio's teeth chattered. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. But the next instant, Shen Xu took the silver brick out of the subspace again. Staring in disbelief at the large number of silver bricks that had reappeared before his eyes, Yuwujio stood motionless, as if his computer had crashed. His eyes were glazed over, his body stiff, as if even his breathing had temporarily stopped. There's no hope. This is a celestial technique called universe in the sleeve. Including the previous 1,000-mile eyes and wind-following ears, they are also celestial treasures. My husband is a descendant of a reclusive celestial sect, so he knows some celestial techniques. However, the methods of immortals are completely different from our mortal martial arts, so my husband was completely ignorant of mortal martial arts before. I will briefly explain my husband's situation to Elder Wufang and the 8 directions later. As my husband has provided us with more and more help, there are some things that, at least to you, can no longer be kept from us. Now that my husband and I are married, we don't want everyone to keep making unfounded guesses. Song Xiqing took Shen Xu's arm and continued. But all information about my husband is the most important secret of our Song family village. Apart from Elder Wufang, you, Bafang, and my sister, no other blood guards can know about it. This is a direct order, not because I distrust them. All the blood guards are my most trusted companions. It's just that my husband's situation is too special, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. I believe you and the 5 elders understand this. Shen Xu smiled and gently patted Song Xiqing's small hand that was holding his arm to comfort her. The reason he and Song Xiqing decided to disclose part of the situation was, as Song Xiqing had just said, that as Songjia village continued to develop, some things could not be kept secret. At least in front of the high-ranking officials in Songjia village, his peculiarities would certainly be noticed. The reason why Wu Fanglao, Yuwujio, Zhan Bafang, and others never asked any questions was mainly because Song Xiqing had given them a special warning beforehand. However, simply relying on issuing gag orders to deceive oneself is clearly not a good approach. Therefore, explaining some of its peculiarities appropriately, and in a way that is acceptable to the leaders of Songjia village would actually be more conducive to gaining the trust and support of the entire Songjia village. Compared to the idea of immortals descending to Earth, the explanation of a descendant of a celestial sect is clearly more acceptable to people. In any case, legends and myths about various immortals are very abundant and widely circulated in the other world. Furthermore, as long as the high-ranking officials of Songjia village accept the explanation from the successor of the immortal sect, his future actions in this other world will become much more convenient. With the help of these high-ranking officials from Songjia village providing cover, the number of people and things he needs to worry about will be greatly reduced. At this moment, Yuwujio finally came to his senses, his face still full of shock. He stared blankly at Song Xiqing, then blankly at Shen Xu, and murmured, "No wonder you said before that what you gave to Mr. Feng was a heavenly book. It really is a heavenly book. No wonder the things we can figure out from the contents are not of this world. Does that mean that with the help of the son-in-law, our Song family village has almost been blessed by the heavens?" Shen Xu shrugged and said, "If that's how you think, then there's nothing wrong with it." Yuwujio swallowed hard, finally recovering slowly from the immense mental shock. He said in a trembling voice, "I understand. I'll go arrange the manpower right away and go to the county town with you the day after tomorrow, young master. Go ahead, when we have dinner tonight, invite Elder Wufang and Elder Bafang over. I will explain my husband's situation to them. If you have any questions you can ask me. I will answer them on the spot if I can. If I can't answer them, my husband can answer them when he has time." Song Xiqing nodded. Yu Wujiu responded and then quickly turned and left the courtyard. With a wave of her hand, Song Xiqing used her inner strength to close the courtyard gate tightly, and then dragged Shen Xu into the side room. Kindness? Shen Xu was truly unprepared for this. Because Song Xiqing is relatively conservative, in this matter, she has always been in a passive state of acceptance. This was the first time Shen Xu had ever seen someone so proactive. What's wrong? Be normal, I'm scared. It's nothing, I just suddenly realized that having you is truly a blessing from heaven, so I want to cherish every moment I spend with you. When a person who is usually quite conservative suddenly utters a touching love confession, its impact is clearly far greater than that of someone who is used to talking nonsense, and casually says, I love you. At least when faced with Song Xiqing's genuine emotions, Shen Xu was truly unable to handle it. So it ended quite late, and I took another medicinal bath to cleanse my body while continuing my cultivation, which I had originally planned to take a day off from. By the time I finished, it was already evening. Seeing that it was almost time, Shen Xu decided to return to his own world to attend his classmate reunion. However, before leaving, he suddenly remembered Xiao Zichio's request, so he asked, Wife, are there any martial arts techniques that don't require the support of internal energy cultivation? In other words, are there any techniques that can still achieve certain effects without cultivating internal energy? Song Xiqing looked puzzled, but still nodded and said, Yes, the cloud body wind technique is such a martial art. However, without the support of a cultivation method, no matter how much you cultivate, you will not be able to break through to the third-grade martial arts realm, so it is actually not very useful. Chapter 159 Cloud Body and Wind Form. Chapter 159 Cloud Body and Wind Form. Really? Is the cloud body and wind form technique easy to learn? Or is it extremely difficult? If one doesn't start practicing from a young age, but only in their 20s, can they still achieve results? Shen Xu continued to ask. Song Xiqing shook her head and said, I don't know much about the cloud body wind technique. Grandpa Lu mentioned it to me casually before, which is why I remember it. So if you are interested in the cloud body wind technique, you can go and ask Grandpa Lu about it. However, as I understand it, since the cloud body wind technique doesn't require the support of internal energy, it doesn't really matter what age you start practicing it. As long as you study diligently and practice hard, and can master it, you will definitely see corresponding results. Shen Xu nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Although I don't fully understand it, at least two things are clear. First, Xiao Zichio's wish might actually come true. However, due to the limitation of not being able to practice cultivation techniques, even if Xiao Zichio could master the martial art called cloud body wind form to its extreme, he would only reach the combat strength of a third-grade martial artist at most. Moreover, the effort and time required to master a martial art to its fullest extent are unimaginable. Even if Xiao Zichio could actually learn the cloud body wind form, it's unlikely that she could master it to its fullest potential. Secondly, regarding everything about cloud body wind form, it's best to ask Lu Shaoqing, since it seems to be a martial art that Lu Shaoqing has mastered. Given his current relationship with Lu Shaoqing, if he were to ask about a martial art that doesn't require internal energy to learn, Lu Shaoqing would undoubtedly explain it to him. However, it was already late, and he had to rush to attend his classmate reunion. Therefore, it would be better to wait until I have some free time in a couple of days before asking Lu Shaoqing about the specific situation. Okay, I understand. By the way, there's something else. Last time, we took all the mountain products from your inventory. How long did it take you to accumulate that much? If you want to maintain a continuous supply, how many days would it normally take you to accumulate that much mountain product? We don't want lion's mane mushrooms or truffles. We only need ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and other relatively precious medicinal herbs, as well as herbs that can be obtained from wild animals in the mountains. In other words, the manpower saved from harvesting lion's mane mushrooms and truffles can be used to collect other precious medicinal herbs. Shen Xu then asked another question. Song Xiqing paused for a moment, then instead of answering immediately, she asked with great interest, Will those things be useful to my husband? Shen Xu nodded and said, It is indeed useful, but I need to figure out the specifics, such as the manpower and time required to collect those herbs, and whether those herbs can be collected at this pace indefinitely, or if too much is collected, it may lead to the extinction of those herbs. Song Xiqing cutely tapped her chin with her index finger, pouting as she pondered deeply. After a long pause, he spoke with some uncertainty. Mr. Feng has mobilized a large number of blood guards to study the contents of the heavenly book. If we arrange for dedicated personnel to go into the mountains every day to collect ginseng and lingji, and also hunt as an occasion, while ensuring that it does not affect Mr. Feng, then. So, to accumulate the amount of mountain produce from the last warehouse, it should take about a month. After all, monkey head mushrooms and truffles are actually the main products. If we don't harvest these two types of mountain produce, the harvesting results for ginseng and lingji will definitely be significantly improved. As for the medicinal herbs being extinct, my husband need not worry at all. The 9 profound mountains cover a radius of 100 miles. Apart from the occasional woodcutter and hunter around the foot of the mountains, the deep mountains are rarely visited by people. Only martial artists can enter, so it can basically be considered the private property of our Song family village. Our speed in gathering medicinal herbs can't even keep up with the natural growth rate of those herbs in the mountains. At worst, we can expand our gathering area beyond just the village area. There won't be any problems. Listening quietly to Song Xiqing's explanation, Shen Xu said, "Okay, let's arrange it this way. Mr. Feng's side can't be affected. Other daily production activities in the village shouldn't be affected either. Just make sure to maintain the inventory accumulated last time. If we exclude lion's mane mushrooms and truffles, the monthly demand isn't actually that high, so I reckon we won't need to allocate many people specifically for this. Also, I forgot to mention this to Wujio earlier. Could you remind him about it during dinner tonight? Those stones used to string together the bracelets. I don't need them for now. Tell Wujio to stop collecting stones. If we need them again later, I'll contact Wujio separately. Just have Wujio use the freed-up manpower to collect medicinal herbs." Song Xiqing readily agreed. After kissing Shen Xu on the lips, and watching him disappear into thin air in front of her, Song Xiqing turned and walked towards the kitchen. When Shen Xu returned to the warehouse, he found that it was already 5 p.m. The time and location of the gathering that Go Wenping sent to his phone was 6 p.m. at a food stall in the city center. Even without traffic, it would probably take him almost an hour to get there from his current location in the suburbs. Knowing that it's better to do this sooner rather than later, and that being late for a class reunion would be really embarrassing, Shen Xu quickly used his phone to call a private car. Soon, an Audi A4 stopped in front of Shen Xu. Before the chauffeur could get out and open the car door, Shen Xu got into the passenger seat. He's not used to sitting in the back seat. Unless the driver specifically requests it, he usually sits in the front passenger seat. As he fastened his seatbelt, he said, "Master, please hurry up. I'm in a rush. I have an appointment, so it would be best if we could get here before 6 o'clock. Before 6 o'clock? There's a lot of traffic during that time. Can I take some side roads instead of following the navigation to avoid the congested areas? It might be a longer route." The driver asked while looking at the route prompts displayed on the navigation map on his phone. "Of course, you can drive however you like, as long as you can get there before 6 o'clock, I have no objection." "Okay. There's bottled water on your left and tissues under the car door on your right. If you need anything else, please let me know." After saying that, the driver stepped on the gas, and the car started moving with a slight pushback feeling. The A4's power seems good, but the ride comfort is a little lacking. Of course, it's also possible that Shen Xu got used to sitting in Xia Zichio's Bentley, which made him feel that his buttocks seemed to have become quite fussy. Leaning back in his chair, Shen Xu took out his phone and dialed Xing Xiuquan's number. Chapter 160 Bentley, My Car. Chapter 160 Bentley, My Car. Aunt Xing, I've received your goods. The quality is excellent, and I'm very satisfied. I'll probably be a regular customer for this kind of product from now on. If I keep buying from you, will there be any supply issues? Okay, sure. I understand. Thank you so much, Aunt Xing. I'm not sure yet about the exact quantity, or how often it needs to be shipped. I'll let you know when I've determined it in a few days. Also, Grandpa Xia asked me to clarify whether the goods I previously supplied you can be supplied long-term. I've already discussed this with my people. Long-term supply is possible, with transactions once a month. What do you think? Yes, the volume will remain the same as the first transaction, ensuring a continuous supply every month. I can't say exactly how long this will last, but it will definitely be on a yearly basis. You can rest assured about that. Shen Xu and Shen Xu on the other end of the phone kept communicating. He could clearly hear the barely concealed excitement in Shen Xiuquan's voice as she said that the medicinal herbs could be supplied continuously for a long time. Without a doubt, this matter is of great significance to Shen Xiuquan. Okay, I will sign a supply contract with you before the next delivery. But what kind of goods should be listed and how should the contract be structured? Okay, I understand. So it sounds like the contract doesn't have any restrictive clauses for me. Without a clearly defined transaction for the goods, can I just use anything to fool them? Haha, then thank you very much, and Xing. I will resolve the financial issues as soon as possible, but it's really hard to find people, so I'll have to trouble Aunt Xing for a while longer. Sure, that's fine with me. We have fixed dates for transactions each month, whatever's convenient for you. Also, there's something important I need to discuss with you in person. When would be a good time for you? How about I visit you in person? Oh? You have time now? I'm sorry, Aunt Xing, I have a class reunion tonight. Oh, and tomorrow won't work either. Yes, I have some personal matters to attend to tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? If you have time anytime, could I contact you before I go? Having finally reached an agreement with Shen Xiuquan, Shen Xu hung up the phone, looking embarrassed. He was just being polite and wanted to ask about Shen Xiuquan's schedule. Who would have thought that Shen Xiuquan would act unpredictably and allow him to go directly there right now? He's the head of a giant corporation, shouldn't he need to make an appointment in advance? As for what he wanted to discuss with Shen Xiuquan, it was actually quite simple. He just wanted to ask Shen Xiuquan if she accepted gold. The reason he was going to Chanlu County in the other world the day after tomorrow was not only to exchange silver notes, but more importantly, he planned to discuss the matter of exchanging silver for gold with Xiao Anqing. Compared to the exorbitant value of gold, copper coins remain the most commonly used currency in this other world. Besides copper coins, silver was obviously much more readily available than gold. For ordinary people, copper coins were basically enough to meet all their daily needs in their buying and selling activities. If you encounter a large transaction, you can resolve it with silver in over 99% of cases. Gold can only be used in a very few high-end transactions. This means that no matter how valuable gold is, its practicality in another world is still significantly insufficient. The vast majority of ordinary people, even in their entire lives, have never seen real gold. In this situation, if he could continuously provide silver and exchange it for gold using the exchange rate in the other world, Xiao Anqing would definitely agree. Compared to gold, silver is much more convenient. Therefore, he needed to confirm with Shen Xiuquan whether Chunqiu Group had a gold buyback business. If possible, that would be ideal. Transporting the industrial silver from here to another world, then exchanging it for a large amount of gold, with the Spring and Autumn Group buying back the gold, would essentially create a money-printing production line. Moreover, there is absolutely no need to worry about risks. No matter how much gold he brings back, I believe the Spring and Autumn Group has the capability to absorb it all safely and securely. But if Spring Airlines Group doesn't have a gold buyback business, that's simple. Just add that business to Spring Airlines Group. Shen Xiuquan is, after all, the head of Chunqiu Group. How could she possibly demand that the group start a new business? You have to fleece just one sheep. The Audi A4 weaved through various narrow lanes, occasionally stopping, but at least it avoided the long, slow-moving traffic jams. Although Wanghai City is a world-renowned international metropolis, its urban area has undergone numerous expansions and renovations, but some representative old alleyways have still been repaired and preserved. Only long-time residents of Wanghai know exactly which lanes are accessible to cars and which are not, and how to choose routes to avoid the most congested sections. Finally, With 5 minutes to go before 6 o'clock, the Audi A4 came to a smooth stop in front of the food stall where the gathering was arranged. As expected of an experienced driver, he didn't exactly speed along the way, but he still managed to arrive at his destination before the agreed time. Shen Xu was quite impressed. After paying the bill with his mobile phone, he also added a 66 yuan tip to the order. After becoming a truly wealthy man, he is trying to gradually change the lifestyle he used to be accustomed to. Stretching, Shen Xu was about to walk into the store when he suddenly caught a glimpse of several people gathered around a Bentley Flying Spur in the parking area outside the store, seemingly live streaming on their phones. That Bentley Flying Spur looks familiar. The license plate number is... That's my car. Shen Xu's eyes widened slightly. Instinctively, he turned around and walked towards his car. A woman dressed fairly fashionably stood in front of the speeding car, but her overall outfit looked cheap, like the kind of bodycon skirt and high heels often worn by nightclub girls. Opposite the woman stood another girl holding a phone, filming her live. The woman was seen leaning against the hood of the Bentley, one hand on the hood and the index finger of her other hand pointing repeatedly at the phone camera. At the same time, speaking in broken Mandarin with a heavy rural accent, he loudly proclaimed with great force, "I came to this city at 18. I had nothing. 1 year. Take a look, guys." As she spoke, the woman turned halfway around, and with the hand that was pressing on the hood, she forcefully slapped the front of the Bentley, while continuing to shout, "Look, guys! 1 year later! A Bentley! My car!" Shen Xu, who had already approached, was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 161, Guys, does anyone understand this? Chapter 161, Guys, does anyone know this? This Bentley Flying Spur supports fingerprint locks. Shen Xu had already registered all his information when he bought the car. So even though he didn't have the keys on him, and Go Wenping still kept the car keys, he could unlock the car and start the car just by having his mobile phone. It seems that Go Wenping must have arrived early, which is why he parked his car in the parking space in front of the food stall. However, the Bentley was simply too eye-catching. Even in the seaside setting, it still belonged to the category of absolute luxury cars, so it seems to have attracted the attention of a passing internet celebrity. Judging from the way this internet celebrity uses words, the other party is probably using the Kuaishou platform, since it is almost impossible to hear the term Lao Tai on Douyin. My friends, what I want to tell you is, never believe in fate. Your destiny is in your own hands, not in the heavens. Don't think that just because you were born into a bad family, you're destined to live a life of hardship. No! I'm telling you from my own experience. As long as you choose the right path, you too can become as successful as me. Hey everyone! This is the face mask I've been introducing to you all. The Live Yeast Face Mask. The original price is $399. You can check online to see if it's really $399 on online platforms. But if you buy it from me, it's free. I'll save you the $300. It's only 99 yuan. Hey guys. For just 99 yuan, you won't lose out, you won't be cheated, but you'll get a path to success just like me. Join our team. From now on, you'll never have to put up with the scorn of those around you again. Buy face masks for 99 yuan, and you can triple your money. Buy a Bentley in a year. Everyone can do it. The woman spoke with great enthusiasm, while simultaneously picking up a bag of face masks with her other hand and repeatedly praising their effects. Shen Xu was somewhat dazed, feeling as if the woman was holding not a face mask, but an elixir that could reverse aging. Shaking his head, Shen Xu walked to the woman's side, coughed lightly, and said, "Please don't lean so close to my car. It's a new car. If you accidentally scratch the paint, you'll have to pay a lot of money. Also, it's fine to do a live stream, but claiming other people's things as your own to embellish your image, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The woman was stunned. This kind of situation, where passers-by randomly appear during a live stream, is actually quite common and normal, especially in public places. The problem is that she just witnessed the car owner park the car and go into the food stall. To this end, she specifically arranged for someone to stand guard at the store entrance to observe whether car owners would come out. If the car owner suddenly comes out of the food stall again, her people will immediately run over to notify her, and she will also immediately change the live broadcast location with her people to avoid exposing her boasting on the spot. However, no one came to warn her, and she was very certain that the man who suddenly barged into the live stream was definitely not the car owner she had just seen. After a slight pause, the woman suddenly yelled at Shen Xu aggressively. "What? Your car? This is clearly my car. How can you be so shameless? Coming to my live stream to ride on my popularity?" Shen Xu rolled his eyes. Although he didn't understand why the woman was so self-righteous, he was already late, and naturally didn't have time to waste with her. He reached out and pressed the driver's side door handle, using the fingerprint lock to open the door and get inside. With keyless start, even without shifting gears, you can still press the accelerator to hear the engine roar. The woman, who was leaning against the front of the car, was startled. He was jolted forward, staring in utter astonishment at Shen Xu sitting in the driver's seat, his mind reeling for a moment. The man in front of her was clearly not the car owner she had just seen, so why was he able to open the door and start the car? However, this dazed state only lasted a few seconds before the woman came to her senses. Realizing that he was live streaming, and that his viewers had witnessed the entire incident. Without time to think further, the woman quickly led her people away, holding the phone she was using for the live stream, and slunk away. She needs to think carefully about how to salvage the disastrous live stream. With her mind preoccupied with these thoughts, she completely forgot about the person she had arranged to keep watch at the entrance of the food stall. Watching the woman lead her people away, Shen Xu naturally didn't bother to fuss over such a trivial matter. Looking at the time, Shen Xu realized that it was only 1 minute before the agreed time of 6 o'clock. He quickly got out of the car and jogged into the food stall. Following the table number that Go Wenping had previously provided, they quickly found the largest table in the food stall. There were already more than a dozen people sitting together, with only one chair next to Go Wenping remaining empty. "Brother Su is here! See, I told you, Brother Su would never be late. Perfect timing, 6 o'clock sharp. Brother Su, over here!" Go Wenping spotted Shen Xu immediately, and stood up to greet him. Shen Xu walked over to Go Wenping's side, sat down, and apologized. "I'm sorry, I had some things to do today and went to the suburbs. After I finished, I got stuck in traffic on my way back, so I'm late." It's not late. We agreed to meet at 6 o'clock, and this is exactly 6 o'clock. Xiao Su has a strong sense of time, which makes it impossible for us to find an excuse to punish him with a drink. The person sitting at the head of the table spoke with a hint of subtle flattery. Yuan Jingyao, their class monitor in college, was also the organizer of this class reunion. The others greeted Shen Xu, and he responded to each one, though he felt somewhat awkward. Because Shen Xu was too inconspicuous during his school years, he was only acquainted with his classmates. The only person I'm truly close to is Go Wenping. Later, when Go Wenping and Wang Xuejing started dating, Shen Xu became acquainted with Wang Xuejing again, and from then on, a very solid trio formed among the three of them. As for the other two roommates, they actually got along quite well. However, after graduation, the other two roommates did not choose to stay in Wanghai and went back to their hometown to develop their careers. "Long time no see. How have you been? What have you been up to since graduation?" Just after greeting his classmates, Shen Xu suddenly heard a soft voice asking him a question. Shen Xu subconsciously turned his head and noticed that, apart from Go Wenping sitting to his right, the person sitting to his left was actually Li Jianan, the class beauty. "Who arranged these seats? That's so embarrassing." Chapter 162. You have to think about it whether you want to. Chapter 162. I have to think about it even if I don't want to. Well, it's pretty good, it's just that I started a company, so I'm quite busy. Shen Xu gave a rather general answer. Everyone in the class already knows he bought a Bentley, so if he's too perfunctory, it won't really make much sense. It would be better to tell the truth and omit the key information. Started a company? You started your own business? That's amazing. No wonder you can afford a Bentley. Did you get angel investment? What does your company do? Li Jianan asked with great interest. Shen Xu was somewhat dazed. In his memory, Li Jianan had never spoken so much to him at once before. Even on the day he mustered the courage to confess his feelings, Li Jianan simply shook her head and rejected him, saying, "We're not a good match." As for their daily interactions, even within class, the two barely interacted. "I'd call it a startup. It's a trading company, and we did manage to secure angel investment." Shen Xu answered Li Jianan's question. The Xia family gave such a large sum of money, but only took a small portion of the shares. If it's considered an angel round investment, it doesn't seem like a problem. The only difference is that his company will no longer accept any investment from other individuals or companies, and will never go public to raise funds through an IPO. With the Xia family protecting him, and with his business being a highly profitable monopoly, he had no shortage of money, goods, or distribution channels. His company had virtually no need to go public. Trading company? Aren't most startups that attract investment internet companies? Li Jianan looked bewildered, somewhat not understanding how a trading company should handle financing matters. At this moment, class monitor Yuan Jingyao raised his glass and said with a smile, "It's been about a month and a half since graduation. Everyone who chose to stay in Wanghai has basically found their first job and managed to gain a foothold in this city. For us outsiders, making a living and even settling down in Wanghai is extremely difficult. But we're all classmates, and with that friendship, we'll help each other out whenever anyone encounters difficulties. This first toast is a wish for everyone's bright future and smooth work, and also a wish that we can all make a name for ourselves in Wanghai. Like Xiaoxiu, who can afford a Bentley so soon after graduation. She will be our role model from now on." With that, Yuan Jingyao tilted his head back and downed the beer in one gulp. The others joined in the cheering and applause, and also downed their first drinks, including several girls, including Li Jianan. Under Yuan Jingyao's deliberate lead, the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Aside from the initial toast where everyone raised their glasses and drank 3 times in a row, the rest of the time they started toasting and drinking with people they were close to. In this situation, Shen Xu should have immediately become invisible. But today's situation is clearly different. Led by Yuan Jingyao, all the classmates who came to the party tonight would try to get close to him and have a few drinks with him. While drinking, I reminisced with him about my 4 years of college life, trying to find something worth talking about in those rare moments of interaction. Then she went on to talk about how good their relationship was, casually inquiring about what kind of business he was currently in, and how he managed to buy a Bentley so soon after graduation. The person who made Shen Xu both laugh and cry the most was named Su Like. He was handsome, had studied street dance, and was quite good at singing in his spare time. So, during his 4 years of university, he was a popular figure in his class and was liked by many girls in the school. Since he was popular with girls, he was bound to develop some arrogance. Shen Xu remembered that during his 4 years of college, he probably didn't say more than 3 sentences to Su Like. Just now, Su Like came over and put his arm around his shoulder, and his words made it sound like the two of them were already best buddies. What's even more ridiculous is that after drinking 2 glasses of wine, Su Like took out his phone to show him something, only to find out from the chat app that the two of them hadn't even added each other as friends. The situation was quite awkward, but Su Like immediately sent a friend request and then laughed it off. From being completely invisible to suddenly becoming the center of attention, Shen Xu was truly unaccustomed to such an obvious change. It really is true what they say, when you succeed, everyone around you is a good person, and every face is beaming with smiles. This is perhaps the reason why poverty goes unnoticed in the bustling city, while wealth attracts distant relatives even in remote mountains. Thinking about this, Shen Xu suddenly felt utterly bored. When what should have been a sincere class reunion becomes filled with insincerity, everything seems so tiresome. But since we're already here, we still have to put on a show. At worst, we can just stop attending similar events in the future. With this in mind, Shen Xu drank his wine in a rather bold manner, refusing all toasts no matter how many people came to offer him a drink, or how many cups he was offered. Anyway, by circulating his inner energy, he could continuously convert the alcohol into the energy he needed. It would be almost impossible to get him drunk with just beer. Not to mention getting him drunk. After continuous transformation, there wasn't even any alcohol content left in his body. Of course, there is an upper limit to this conversion. Currently at the 3rd grade and about to break through to the 4th grade, if we calculate the upper limit of conversion based on 53-degree liquor, it should be around 3 Gene. The party lasted until 11 p.m., and Shen Xu, who became the center of attention, drank more than 20 bottles of beer by himself. Li Jianan also drank quite a bit, and her drunken state was quite obvious. It's late, let's call it a day. Guys, take care of the girls, they've all had quite a bit to drink, don't let them take a taxi alone. Xu, Jianan is in your care, make sure you get her home safely. Yuan Jingyao, speaking with a slurred tongue, had already half-pulled and half-dragged everyone else out the door. Even Go Wenping simply handed the car keys to Shen Xu, then put his arm around Wang Xuejing and followed the tail of the main group. Shen Xu was dumbfounded. He had never intended to take Li Jianan home. Because he is absolutely not interested in Li Jianan right now. What? What are you standing here for? Don't you want to take me home? Li Jianan put one hand on Shen Xu's shoulder and asked in a vacant tone. Shen Xu nodded very honestly and said, I really don't want to. Li Jianan was momentarily speechless, then gritted her teeth and angrily said, You have to think about it. I'm so drunk. If I get hit by a car on my way home, you, as my drinking buddy, will be held responsible. Chapter 163 A Fruitless Attempt at a Staged Accident. Chapter 163 A Fruitless Attempt at a Staged Accident. Now that things had come to this point, Shen Xu naturally couldn't really leave Li Jianan alone. Moreover, Li Jianan had indeed drunk quite a bit, and given a girl's normal alcohol tolerance, she should be genuinely drunk at this point. Even if he no longer has any feelings or thoughts about Li Jianan, it is only out of consideration for their friendship that he should send Li Jianan back. With a sigh, Shen Xu took Li Jianan's arm and walked towards the parking area outside the food stall. Despite drinking quite a bit, all the alcohol was metabolized after entering his body, and Shen Xu's current state was no different from when he hadn't drunk any alcohol. Since that's the case, there's no need to consider a designated driver. I can just drive Li Jianan back myself. However, Shen Xu didn't notice that just as he started his car and drove away from the parking area, a van that had been waiting in the parking area for who knows how long immediately followed. At 11 p.m., there weren't many cars on Wanghai Road. But Shen Xu still drove very steadily, strictly adhering to the speed limits for city roads. Just as he was about to ask Li Jianan where she lived, before he could even speak, the Bentley was suddenly hit from behind by another car. With a loud crash, it was a very obvious rear-end collision. Shen Xu had no choice but to stop the car, signaling Li Jianan to wait in the car while he got out to check the situation. For a fleeting moment, Shen Xu even wondered if this was a form of revenge planned by Yuichi Sakamura. They first staged a rear-end collision with another car, and when he got out to check the situation, several masked men immediately got out of the car behind him and shot him at close range with guns. However, considering what happened that morning, even if Yuichi Sakamura has returned to Japan, he must still be struggling to cope with pressure from all sides. Even if I wanted to retaliate against him, I certainly wouldn't be able to do so right now. So when he got to the back of the Bentley, and saw the close contact between the front of the van and the rear of the Bentley, Shen Xu was speechless for a moment. In a rear-end collision that occurred during normal driving, the vehicle behind would definitely be fully responsible. However, even if you sold the van, it wouldn't be enough to cover the repair costs of the Bentley. Besides, vans usually don't have commercial insurance, right? At most, they'll get mandatory traffic accident liability insurance? As Shen Xu was pondering this, the van's door was opened, and with the driver's side door also opening, 3 men got out of the van. After quickly surrounding Shen Xu, one of the men said menacingly, "Pay up! Drunk driving and causing an accident. Pay 50,000 yuan, and we won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, we'll call the police, and you'll not only have your driver's license revoked, but you'll also be detained. Understand?" Shen Xu looked surprised, but quickly recovered. He's been scammed. That means the rear-end collision was not an accident, but rather something these people did intentionally. It was obvious that the people in front of him had seen him drinking at the food stall earlier, so they immediately set their sights on him. Once they realized that he hadn't called a designated driver or taken a taxi, but had actually driven himself, the group immediately took action. No matter what kind of traffic accident occurs, once one party is found to be driving under the influence of alcohol, then the drunk driver will definitely bear full responsibility. Strictly speaking, these people's staged accidents required a certain level of skill. They were at least more professional than those who randomly walk on the road and crash into passing vehicles. It's a pity I bumped into the wrong person. Shen Xu sighed, took out his phone, and said, "Let's call the police. I don't like to settle things privately. It's better to follow the rules and regulations." The three men were stunned. The other party's reaction was completely unexpected. If we really call the police, the other party will definitely be punished accordingly, but they won't gain anything in return. At most, I'll get some money for car repairs. Unfortunately, to avoid losses, they were only using a minivan for their business, and they couldn't possibly earn much money for repairs. Wouldn't all their hard work, spending the entire night staking out a suitable target, have been for nothing? This guy has no sportsmanship. Why doesn't he play by the rules? Hey buddy, don't get emotional. Let's talk this out and get it over with, right? It's pointless to argue, and you'll only end up hurting yourself. Here's the deal. If you think 50,000 is too much, then let's make it a token amount. 30,000 will do. Look at you driving such a nice car, you must be really rich, right? It's not worth locking yourself up for a mere few tens of thousands of yuan. Why bother? You're not short of money, are you? We're just trying to help you, don't act impulsively, you'll regret it. The man, who had been acting wickedly, suddenly changed his tune and began to earnestly persuade Shen Xu. Shen Xu couldn't help but show a strange expression, but he still dialed the emergency number 122 directly. Seeing that Shen Xu was completely unmoved by reason, the three men felt quite frustrated and disheartened. They're after money, not people getting imprisoned. What's the point of doing something that harms others and doesn't benefit yourself? Since the police had already been called, there was no point in saying anything more. The three men could only glare at Shen Xu resentfully before calling the police themselves, saying that someone was driving under the influence of alcohol, which caused the accident. Traffic police arrived at the scene quickly. It was close to midnight, traffic was light, and the situation on the ground was clear at a glance, so there was no need for traffic police to explain the legal responsibilities. The caller mentioned drunk driving, so the traffic police followed procedure and used a breathalyzer to test Shen Xu and the driver of the three men. Naturally, after Shen Xu blew into the breathalyzer, there was no reaction. The three men were instantly stunned. Impossible, officer! He definitely drank. We saw it with our own eyes. He drank a lot. How could the test not show any alcohol content? This thing must be broken. The man who was in the lead among the three immediately became anxious. He had no choice but to be anxious. If the breathalyzer test came back negative, he would be fully responsible for the rear-end collision. The damage compensation for the Bentley is something they couldn't afford even if they were killed. You saw it with your own eyes? You deliberately crashed into it? The traffic policeman asked, raising his eyebrows. The man paused for a moment, then immediately waved his hand and said, No, it was an accident. That's not important. Anyway, he definitely drank. How could it not be detected? The machine must be broken. Shen Xu nonchalantly pointed to the passenger seat and said, I have someone who's been drinking in my car. Whether it's broken or not, we'll find out by testing it. Although the traffic police confirmed that the instrument was not broken, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they still went to the passenger side and asked Li Jianan, who was sitting inside, to blow into it. As expected, the instrument sounded an alarm. The three men were dumbfounded. Chapter 164 Saying Goodbye to Youth. Chapter 164 Saying Goodbye to Youth. The accident handling was simple, and the traffic police also understood the real situation hidden behind the accident, and what exactly happened. Similar staged accidents are actually quite common in a giant international metropolis like Wanghai. During routine study meetings of the traffic police team, some typical cases are always brought out for explanation and illustration. So there was no time wasted, and the accident liability determination was issued on the spot. Since the collision was relatively minor, the subsequent procedures did not require impounding the car. After confirming liability, the matter could be handled by the insurance company, so Shen Xu drove away directly. Those 3 people who staged accidents weren't stupid. After deciding to embark on this glamorous career of staged accidents, they bought commercial insurance for their van. Although they believe that as long as the staged accident is successful, they will not need to use their insurance. But if you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Just in case, it's always more reassuring to buy insurance. I wonder if the insurance company will burst into tears when they find out they hit a Bentley. Why couldn't you be found to be driving under the influence even though you drank so much? Li Jianan sat in the passenger seat and asked with a curious expression. Shen Xu had already asked for her address, and it turned out to be quite remote. The location of her rented house could be considered a suburban area of Wanghai City. Transportation is inconvenient, and the security situation is far worse than in the city center. The only advantage is that it's cheap. I didn't actually drink that much, I mostly slipped away, but you just didn't notice. Tonight, everyone was obviously going to drink with me. If I actually drank every single glass, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Shen Xu replied casually. Li Jianan was a little confused. Her attention was completely focused on Shen Xu tonight, and she didn't realize how he managed to escape the drinking session. But she had drunk a bit too much, which made her head quite dizzy, so she was too lazy to think carefully anymore. He was half lying in the passenger seat, his upper body's curves clearly visible thanks to the seatbelt. Clearly sensing Shen Xu's cold attitude towards her, Li Jianan, under the influence of alcohol, felt incredibly wronged. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat tense. Shen Xu didn't take the initiative to speak, which made Li Jianan feel a little resentful. He gritted his teeth and said, I know! You're probably laughing at me in your heart. You confessed to me when we were in school, and I rejected you without hesitation. Now that we've just graduated, just because you bought a luxury car worth millions, I'm shamelessly throwing myself at you again. Of course you should look down on me. Not to mention you, I look down on myself. Shen Xu paused for a moment, then said truthfully, You misunderstood. I didn't laugh at you or look down on you. I was too naive when I was in school. You don't need to take what happened before to heart. Lying? What's there to be ashamed of? We used to ignore each other, now I can't even reach you? Isn't that the kind of thinking you're going to have? It's normal. If I were in your shoes, I would think the same way. But what can I do? Do you think I want to become a gold digger? My parents are extremely sexist and have always favored my younger brother. They've always been indifferent to me. Even with university, if it weren't for my parents thinking that the title of university student sounds good and that they could use it to demand a larger dowry when I get married, I wouldn't have even been able to attend. Li Jianan seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Her voice was slightly shrill, and tears were slowly welling up in her eyes. My parents have never treated me like their child. They only think about selling me to anyone when I grow up, to get a huge dowry to buy a house for my brother and help him get married. But I don't want that. I don't want my parents to casually marry me off to a blind or mentally challenged person. And the only reason is that the other party is ridiculously offering a higher dowry. But what can I do? They said they gave me life and raised me, so I should repay them. I'm only 22. Other girls are enjoying the sweetness of love. But I have to struggle to find a way to escape my miserable life. Don't I want love? Of course I do. But I don't deserve it. I must find a way to make a lot of money. I'll take it back to my parents. I'll tell them that I've repaid them tenfold for all the expenses they incurred in raising me. From now on, I'm going to sever all ties with them. So you understand? I have to make money. What job can I do on my own to earn that much money in such a short time? I can only try to find someone who can help me. What's wrong with that? As Li Jianan spoke, her emotions completely collapsed, and all the pain that had been building up in her heart over the years seemed to be released at this moment. Tears streamed down her face as she covered her cheeks with both hands and burst into loud sobs, unable to control herself. She cried her eyes out, her whole body trembled from crying, and Shen Xu looked utterly helpless. Fortunately, the traffic was smooth, and after listening to Li Jianan finish recounting her misfortunes, the car had already stopped outside the gate of the residential complex where she rented a house. Shen Xu breathed a sigh of relief and said somewhat awkwardly, "We've arrived at your place. Do you want to go back and cry some more? After all, if a passerby sees you crying like this here, they might think I did something to you." Li Jianan's sobbing stopped noticeably for a moment. She lowered her hands, her face now completely streaked with tears, and glared at Shen Xu, angrily saying, "How can you be so cold-blooded? Just because I rejected you before, do you have to humiliate me like this?" Shen Xu asked blankly, "What did I do to humiliate you? You're home already." Li Jianan bit her lip and said with her head down, "I'm so heartbroken. Shouldn't you come over and hug me and comfort me? I may live in a remote area, but I live alone. Don't you want to come up and sit for a while?" Shen Xu then understood what Li Jianan meant, sighed slightly, and said earnestly, "Jianan, let bygones be bygones. I did like you before, but now that I think about it, it was more like a youthful infatuation. We always have to look forward." Li Jianan never expected that even though she had given such obvious hints, Shen Xu would still reject her so decisively. The pride in her heart was completely crushed. Li Jianan pushed open the car door, got out, slammed the door shut, and staggered into the residential area. Shen Xu watched until Li Jianan's figure disappeared from sight before waving to her. He was waving goodbye to his youth. Chapter 165 Subsequent Development Strategies. Chapter 165 Subsequent Developments. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Shen Xu discovered that his younger sister, Xinya, had still chosen to sleep with Jiang Min. Two beautiful young women were in a room. After the door was closed, only their whispers could be faintly heard. The sounds of playful fighting and various cheerful noises that occasionally rang out were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Shen Xu had no idea when his sister had become so close to Jiang Min. The development of relationships between women is sometimes just like their personalities, very unpredictable and full of uncertainty, like a quantum superposition state. However, it must be said that as Xinya and Jiang Min spent every day together, she objectively reduced her infatuation with him. This contradictory feeling of relief mixed with a sense of loss made Shen Xu quite despise himself. However, that's how people are. Each person is a complex collection of contradictions. If you try to judge a person simply as good or bad, black or white, you will never get the right conclusion. A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. If one judged by intentions, there would be no gentleman in the world. After a quick wash, Shen Xu returned to his bedroom and went to bed. After completely erasing Li Jianan from his mind, he silently began to plan what he needed to do next. In the other world, he is to accelerate the transformation of Songjia village, provided that he has ensured that there are enough basic living supplies. Anything that can be produced using the Time Traveler's Handbook should be produced by Songjia village itself. If he can't produce something, he'll just buy it from his own world. As the size of the subspace rapidly expands, the ease with which he can transport things between the two worlds also continues to improve. As long as Song Xiqing can convince the high-ranking members of Songjia village that he is indeed a descendant of the immortal sect, possessing immortal techniques and inheritance, then it would be perfectly reasonable for him to create even more outrageous magical artifacts in the future. However, considering the enormous impact that various machines might have on the other world, he planned to strictly limit the scope of the major renovation of Songjia village to the valley for the time being. Apart from small items like binoculars and walkie-talkies that the people of Songjia village can take out of the valley, other sensitive machinery that needs to be transported there later is not allowed to leave the valley area. However, relying solely on his support is certainly not enough to lay a solid foundation for the rebellion in Songjia village. Therefore, it is extremely important to lead the team to Changlu County again the day after tomorrow. Shen Xu didn't believe that Qiu Anqing, a big merchant from the southern Liang dynasty, was simply there to do business, despite the dangers. Whether there is any possibility of in-depth cooperation can only be decided after detailed communication with Qiu Anqing. Of course, regardless of whether it's troublesome or not, things in the other world are actually under absolute control for the time being. Before the major transformation of Songjia village was completed and before Song Xiqing raised the banner of rebellion, all changes were confined to the valley where Songjia village was located. Small boats are easy to turn around, and no matter how they are operated, there is actually a considerable margin for error. Therefore, Shen Xu is currently very relaxed about the development plan in the other world and does not feel any pressure. Putting aside the issues of the other world, the main world he is currently in is indeed quite troublesome. Ultimately, it's mainly because his status and position in the main world are simply too low. Therefore, he must cling tightly to the powerful Xia family, and use their influence to achieve his goals. Of course, this kind of cooperation is definitely a win-win situation. Even strictly speaking, if we only consider the benefits from the main world, the Xia family's gains are far greater than his. However, Shen Xu did not think there was anything wrong with this. At least for now, the Xia family is a real behemoth to him. Although he was trying his best to find a way to cooperate with the Xia family on an equal footing, it would still take time to truly achieve complete equality. Let's talk to Aunt Xing about the gold buyback as soon as possible. And the deserted island Grandpa Xia mentioned is also a good idea. Owning a private island sounds pretty exciting. Therefore, in the other world, we need to accelerate the transformation of Songjia village, while in the main world, we must strive to enhance our own status and influence. In short, we must do both things well. We can't afford to be crippled. Shen Xu silently cheered himself up and slowly drifted off to sleep. The length is determined by books, and the length is determined by the absence of books. The next morning, Shen Xu got up just as dawn was breaking. After going downstairs to fill their stomachs, they brought 2 breakfasts back to their rented apartment, and saw Xingye and Zhang Min wearing pajamas, yawning, and washing up together in the bathroom. When is Auntie arriving today? By plane or high-speed train? Should I come with you to pick her up? After placing the breakfast on the coffee table, Shen Xu casually asked. While washing her face, Zhang Min replied, I'll be coming by plane this afternoon. Aren't you and Xiaya moving? You can take care of your things first. I'll call you before you arrive this afternoon. If you don't come with me to pick me up, my mom will probably nag me the whole way. Remember to behave well then, and make sure my mom likes you. That way, she won't bother me anymore. Otherwise, she'll be setting me up on blind dates all the time. How am I supposed to live? If you can get through this, you'll be my savior, and I'll treat you to a big meal. As they were talking, Zhang Min came out of the bathroom and clasped her hands together in a very devout bow to Shen Xu. Don't worry, Minjie. With my brother's shamelessness, he'll definitely make Auntie feel comfortable, and won't say a single word against him. Xingye replied with a smile. You talk too much. Hurry up and come eat. After we eat, we'll go to the new house. Since we're not picking you up from the airport until this afternoon, I can take care of some things at noon. It won't delay you. Shen Xu glared at Xingye and said irritably. Since his Bentley was rear-ended last night, Shen Xu simply didn't drive it. He left the car keys at home, called Go Wenping and asked him to handle the aftermath of the rear-end collision, while he took a taxi to drive Xingye to their new home. Actually, there wasn't much to move. Xingye was used to being frugal, and Shen Xu didn't have much of a shopping hobby. The clothes for both of them fit into one suitcase. We soon arrived at the gate of the residential complex where our new home is located. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, I scanned the ID card registered on my phone to open the gate to the residential complex, and walked in amidst the greetings of the security guard. Xingye followed behind Shen Xu, her face full of undisguised surprise. It was only then that she realized that the house her brother bought was completely different from what she had imagined. Chapter 166 Coincidences Make History, Part 1. Chapter 166 No Coincidence, No Story, Part 1. This feeling of surprise reached its peak as Shen Xu led her into a lower suite. Upon opening the door and standing in the entryway, looking at the huge living room and the stairs clearly used for going up and down the stairs, Xingye immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Brother! This is your house? My God! How much did this cost? Xinye rushed into the living room and began to tour it like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden. To be precise, it's our house. If my parents move to Wanghai in the future, they can live with us. Anyway, the house is big enough to accommodate them, Shen Xu said with a smile. Speaking of which, I've already laid the groundwork. I'm planning to tell Mom and Dad tonight that you won the lottery. You'd better put on a good performance and not give yourself away. As Xinye spoke, she rushed into one of the bedrooms, opened her arms wide with immense satisfaction, and exclaimed excitedly, "This room is great! The lighting is excellent too! I declare this my bedroom!" Shen Xu chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad definitely won't notice anything amiss. Also, if they ask about my trading company, just say it was opened with lottery winnings. They don't know anything about it anyway, so as long as it sounds plausible, it'll be fine. I doubt they'll call me. They'll probably just try to find out indirectly from you." "Okay. Oh, by the way, I start school next week. Do you want to take me there?" Xinye suddenly peeked out of the bedroom and looked at Shen Xu, who was standing at the bedroom door, and asked. Shen Xu was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that he had been so busy with things in the other world that he hadn't even had a chance to ask his sister what her major was. "I'm such a terrible older brother." After clearing his throat, Shen Xu asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Which school did you get into? Where is it located? If it's too far, I might not be able to take you there. I've been really busy lately." Xinye stepped forward and took Shen Xu's arm, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint, and said mysteriously, "Guess which school I think I got into?" Shen Xu smiled and said, "How am I supposed to guess? You definitely won't get into those 2 universities in Beijing, but you should be able to get into the rest of the double first-class universities, right? It's just that you might not be able to choose your major for the best double first-class universities. So whether you want to choose a major you like or a better university, it mainly depends on your own thoughts." Xinye rolled her eyes and pouted. "How boring! You just know how to fob me off with these clichés. Fine, I'm too lazy to keep you in suspense. I got into the accounting department of Wanghai Finance and Economics. It's Wanghai Finance and Economics' top department, ranked second among all accounting departments in the country. How about that? Isn't your sister amazing?" Seeing Xinye's smug expression, Shen Xu felt completely disgusted. He exclaimed in shock, "Wanghai Finance? You applied to a university in Wanghai? Does that mean you'll be studying in Wanghai for the next 4 years?" Xinye nodded with a grin and said, "That's right, how about it? Surprised? Unexpected? I made up my mind to stay in Wanghai after I knew you wanted to develop your career, but I just didn't tell you in advance. After all, I wasn't really confident that I could get into the accounting department of Wanghai Finance. So when I applied, I chose to accept any major I was assigned to. I figured even if I didn't get into the accounting department, I could accept being assigned to another major. Unexpectedly, I was very lucky. There weren't many applicants to Wanghai this year, and my score was just right for the accounting department's admission line." Shen Xu opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to describe his feelings. "Is this a surprise? It's more like a shock. Although my sister's admission to the accounting department of Wanghai University is definitely something to celebrate. But the fact that he also had to develop his business in Wanghai City made the whole thing rather strange. I thought that once I got through the 2-month summer vacation, the danger would be over. But who would have thought that this was just the beginning? It was far from over. Alright, Wanghai, I'll take you to register when school starts. I have something to do and have to go out for a bit. See if there's anything you need to buy for the house, and just go out and buy it yourself. I've linked your family card to your account, so you can just use the family card." Shen Xu felt he needed some peace and quiet, and said helplessly, "Okay, oh well, it's a pity I can't tell Mom and Dad about this house yet, otherwise I won't be able to explain it. I have to tell them you started a company first, and then tell them you made a lot of money later, so they can gradually accept these changes. Oh dear, I can't wait." Xinye kept talking excitedly. Shen Xu shook his head and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered something. He suddenly stopped and said, as if resigned to his fate, By the way, since you've been admitted to the accounting department, then after the semester starts, learn the basics of accounting as soon as possible. My company doesn't lack business, but it lacks a trustworthy accountant. You can just work for my company and help me with the accounting." Upon hearing this, Shenya's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with delight, "No problem! Just leave it to me. I guarantee I'll get your company's accounts sorted out perfectly." Shen Xu sighed, waved to Shenya, and then left the house feeling utterly exhausted. The world where only I am hurt seems to have come to an end. I called Shen Xu to ask if it would be convenient for me to go there now. After confirming that there were no problems, he asked Shen Xu for the address, and then took a private car to the headquarters of Chunxiu Group in Wanghai. The location is a bit out of the way. It's not in the city center, but it's not in the suburbs either. The car had only been driving for about half an hour when Shen Xu stood outside the gate of the Chunxiu Group headquarters. The main gate is very impressive, with security personnel standing guard on both sides. Unlike the security guards hired by ordinary companies, the security personnel outside the gate of Spring Airlines Group look much more professional. They stood in pairs on either side of the electric gate, their expressions indifferent as they watched the situation outside. Shen Xu went up and registered his visitor information with one of the security personnel. After the security personnel made a phone call to inquire about the situation within the group, they opened the door and let Shen Xu in. In order to prevent Shen Xu from getting lost in the group's park, they also gave Shen Xu directions and told him which building to enter. Shen Xu thanked the security personnel and was about to walk into the building when he saw a group of people being escorted out of the building. It was Shen Xu. Was this person specially sent out to greet me? However, among the people behind Anqing, there was one who looked very familiar. Li Jianan? Huh! The company she applied to after graduation was actually Spring Airlines Group? Shen Xu looked surprised. Chapter 167 No Coincidence, No Story Part 2. Chapter 167 No Coincidence, No Story, Part 2. Li Jianan followed at the back of the group with a listless expression, looking quite dispirited. It wasn't just because of the hangover, but also because yesterday's events had a huge impact on her. Shen Xu rejected her invitation without hesitation, making her doubt her own charm for the first time since she was old enough to understand. From a young age, Li Jianan knew that she was exceptionally beautiful. Growing up in such a family environment made Li Jianan much more mature than her peers. However, this precociousness did not lead Li Jianan astray. On the contrary, it enabled her to have a very clear plan for her life at a very young age. She must rely on her own efforts to break free from the constraints imposed by her family of origin, so she must be pragmatic in every step she takes and must not let her emotions cloud her judgment in the slightest. Once she made that decision, she has always done so. She started dating in high school, and the boyfriends she chose were all very purposeful. Moreover, Li Jianan firmly believes that once a man gets something, he will no longer cherish it. So, despite having dated several boyfriends over the years, she has always maintained a pure and innocent image. The more elusive and aloof she is, the more captivating and irresistible she becomes. Even her ability to be immediately recruited into the board office of Spring Airlines Group after graduation, becoming a secretary there, was also thanks to the help of one of her ex-boyfriends. So what if we broke up? We can still be friends. What bad intentions could a pretty and clean girl possibly have? Originally, Li Jianan thought that with her skillful way of manipulating men, she would still be able to succeed even after leaving school and entering society. But who would have thought that just as she had developed feelings for Shen Xu and decided to use some tricks to win him over, she ran into a tough obstacle. This made Li Jianan feel very frustrated. A boy who had confessed his feelings to her, a classmate she knew well, who started a company and bought a luxury car right after graduation. In Li Jianan's eyes, all these qualities combined made him the perfect partner. Unfortunately, her usual tactic of seeking pity and making emotional suggestions by recounting the misfortunes of her family of origin failed. Li Jianan tossed and turned all night, unable to understand why she had failed. "Jianan, cheer up! Your eyelids are drooping the whole time. If Chairman Xing sees this, you'll definitely get a scolding," Don't underestimate us just because we're secretaries in the board office helping Chairman Xing with his daily affairs. We also represent the face of the group. Chairman Xing rarely brings us, the secretaries from the board office, to greet guests, but whenever he does so with such solemnity, it must be someone of extraordinary importance. You'd better perform well. Don't embarrass our company. The other secretary walking alongside Li Jianan noticed her listless state, and couldn't help but speak up with some concern. Li Jianan quickly regained her composure and apologized softly. I'm so sorry, Sister Lu. I had a university reunion yesterday and drank a bit too much. I really didn't expect Chairman Xing to have such a distinguished guest today. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk anything. The secretary, known as Sister Lu, always wore a very professional smile, her eyes fixed straight ahead as she said, Don't be afraid. The chances of anyone noticing you are slim. I'm just giving you a heads up. Our salaries aren't low, at least compared to the work we do, the benefits are quite good. So, if you're going to be a decorative figure occasionally, don't mess it up. Li Jianan immediately nodded and said, I understand, thank you, Sister Lu. It seems that none of the guests came by appointment? Chairman Xing even came out to greet them personally. Do you know who they are, Sister Lu? The secretary, referred to as Sister Lu, shook her head slightly and said, I don't know. Don't ask around. When working in the board office, you must control your curiosity, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Li Jianan subconsciously shrank her neck and noticed that everyone in front of her had suddenly quickened their pace, so she hurriedly followed suit. 8 secretaries from the board office, plus 4 bodyguards, a total of 12 people, followed behind Xing Xiuquan, walking briskly towards the group's main gate. It was only at this moment that Li Jianan suddenly realized that the person walking from the direction of the group's main gate looked very familiar. It looks like Shen Xu? Li Jianan subconsciously stopped in her tracks. After rubbing his eyes hard, he looked again and realized that he was not mistaken, and it was definitely not a hallucination caused by a hangover. It really was Shen Xu. So the distinguished guest whom Chairman Xing greeted so solemnly and personally was actually her college classmate. How is this possible? Li Jianan couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. But her frozen reaction was immediately noticed by Sister Lu. Awakened by Sister Lu's cough, Li Jianan hurriedly caught up with the group, ignoring Sister Lu's reproachful look. Li Jianan stared straight at Shen Xu, who was already standing face to face with Xing Xiuquan, holding her hand. She was certain that Shen Xu had seen her too, because Shen Xu's gaze lingered on her just now. However, its stay was very brief, almost a fleeting moment. And Xing, why did you have to come out to greet me personally? This really makes me feel a little overwhelmed. There's no need to be so formal between us, is there? I could have just gone up myself. Shen Xu and Xing Xiuquan shook hands and said with a smile. Xing Xiuquan smiled and said, Since it's your first time here, I'll definitely come down to greet you and show you around. But next time you come, I won't bother you anymore. I'll have someone register your identity and give you group access, so you won't need to register as a visitor next time you come. That's great. And Xing's company is so big, the food must be good. I'll come over for meals every day. I hope Aunt Xing won't get annoyed with me. As long as you always bring business and don't come empty-handed, you'll be my biggest benefactor. I'll be busy serving you every day, so why would I bother you? After exchanging a few casual words with a smile, Xing Xiuquan was about to take Shen Xu to her office when a voice suddenly rang out from the group accompanying her. Shen Xu, what are you doing here? Li Jianan originally thought that Shen Xu would take the initiative to greet her after seeing her, but she didn't expect that Shen Xu would just glance at her and then ignore her completely. This made her feel incredibly upset, and coupled with the pent-up frustration from the previous night, she couldn't help but speak up, even though she knew it was extremely impolite to do so. Chapter 168 Treasure Island. Chapter 168 Treasure Island. Xing Xiuquan frowned and looked back, then asked Shen Xu with a puzzled expression. Do you know him? Shen Xu nodded calmly and said, My college classmate. Xing Xiuquan said in surprise, What a coincidence. I've never heard you mention this before. If you just graduated, getting a job at our Chunqiu group should be something to be proud of, right? Shen Xu shrugged and said, "She's just a classmate, not that close. I don't have a habit of gossiping about other people's private affairs, so it's normal that I don't know her. To be honest, I was just as surprised when I saw her just now." After saying that, Shen Xu nodded to Li Jianan, which was considered a greeting. Faced with Shen Xu's cold response, Li Jianan could only remain angry, but dared not say anything more. Xing Xiuchun looked thoughtfully at Li Jianan and Shen Xu, then smiled as if nothing had happened and said, "Let's go to my office first and talk about the important matter that you need to discuss with me in person." After saying that, Xing Xiuchun gestured for Shen Xu to proceed, leading him towards the main building. We took the elevator and quickly arrived at the chairman's office. The secretary in the board office would naturally go to the secretary's office next door. Xing Xiuchun had the bodyguards wait outside the office, closed the office door, gestured for Shen Xu to sit on the sofa, and then personally brewed a pot of tea. "Try it. Although it can't compare to the tea from my father-in-law's place, it's still top quality. It'll refresh you." Xing Xiuchun sat down opposite Shen Xu and said with a smile. Shen Xu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sure enough, he still couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Shaking his head helplessly, he put down his teacup and said, "Aunt Xing, I've come here today mainly to discuss two things with you. First, Grandpa Xia suggested that I buy a deserted island near Wanghai City on a long-term lease. Then, I can renovate the island, and all our transactions can be conducted there. This would greatly improve both security and privacy." Xing Xiuchun nodded and said, "I know about this matter, and I have already obtained detailed information about the surrounding deserted islands from the Maritime Bureau. If you have made up your mind, you can directly choose one you like from among the deserted islands. The lease term can only be signed for a maximum of 50 years, and the rent can be in accordance with national regulations. As for all the other leasing procedures, I can handle them for you. After all, dealing with an agency like the Maritime Safety Administration on your own is quite troublesome. Even with my father-in-law's connections, there's no guarantee everything will go smoothly. It might be more convenient if I handle it." Shen Xu said with great interest. "Aunt Xing, could you show me the information? I know absolutely nothing about the islands around Wanghai." "Of course, please wait a moment." As Xing Xiuchun spoke, she got up and walked to the bookshelf in her office, took out a document, and handed it to Shen Xu. Shen Xu opened the file and found that it was a thick stack of documents. "Are there really so many islands around Wanghai?" As Shen Xu browsed through the documents, he asked in surprise. Xing Xiuchun nodded and said, "Indeed, there are quite a few. I've already crossed out the inhabited islands for you, leaving only the data for uninhabited islands. There are a total of 23 islands, varying in size, with half being alluvial sand islands and half being bedrock islands. However, there aren't many islands truly suitable for renting as a base, because many of them, despite being called islands, are actually just reefs. If it's up to you, I'd suggest you choose Treasure Island." As Xing Xiuchun spoke, she pointed to the document that Shen Xu was looking at. He continued, "Treasure Island has a total area of 0.23 square kilometers and is about 10 kilometers from the mainland. It was once garrisoned by troops, but that's no longer the case. Because unauthorized landing on the island is not allowed, Treasure Island still retains its original appearance. There is only a simple pier that can be used to dock some small boats. Strictly speaking, the island's infrastructure is practically non-existent. If you were to actually lease the island, the renovations and subsequent infrastructure construction, even with a rush schedule, would take at least a year to complete, costing hundreds of millions of dollars." Shen Xu nodded and began to look at the information that Xing Xiuchun pointed out. It must be said that this treasure island is indeed very impressive. Its main advantage is obvious compared to other islands. The 23 deserted islands are either too close to the mainland or too far away. Furthermore, most of the islands are too small to be suitable as a secret base, as there is little room for modification. After reviewing the basic information of all the islands, Shen Xu had to admit that Xing Xiuchun's opinion was correct. Treasure Island was indeed the most suitable. "Then let's take Aunt Xing's advice and rent this treasure island. What do I need to do on my end?" Shen Xu raised his head and asked. Shen Xu said casually. You don't need to do anything. The procedures are easy to handle. Let's see what happens tomorrow or the day after. After everything is done, I'll have someone accompany you to the Maritime Bureau to sign the lease agreement. You just need to sign it. As for the rest, I'll take care of it for you. Tomorrow or the day after? Tomorrow or the day after might not be possible. I have something to do and need to leave Wanghai for a while. But I estimate I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. I'll call you when I get back. Shen Xu, thinking that he would be going to Changli County tomorrow, couldn't help but offer his suggestion. Shen Xu didn't know what she had misunderstood, so she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she nodded with a knowing look and said, No problem. Just let me know when you're coming back. Since you've decided to rent this island, I'll contact the infrastructure people today. Have them conduct a site survey on the island and produce detailed plans. Once you have a preliminary project budget, you can confirm it. As for payment, you can use the goods you trade with me every month to settle the debt. Don't transfer cash from your company. You haven't had a finance department, and I imagine it would be too much trouble for you to transfer money from the company. I'll pay you the infrastructure costs in stages, based on the project schedule. After deducting the cost for each stage of the goods you've sold me, I'll transfer the remainder to you. Shen Xu naturally had no objection to this and quickly reached a consensus with Shen Xu on renting and renovating the deserted island. Alright, that concludes the first matter. So, what's the second matter? What else would you like to discuss with me? Shen Xu put away the documents about the deserted island and looked at Shen Xu with some curiosity, asking him a question. Shen Xu's expression turned serious, and he said, I'd also like to talk to Enxing about the gold. Chapter 169 The Difference Between Large and Small Quantities. Chapter 169 The Difference Between Large and Small Quantities. Gold? What's there to talk about with gold? A look of confusion appeared on Shen Xu's face. Shen Xu organized his thoughts and said, Enxing, if, and I mean if, I could secure a stable source of gold, could you continue to purchase it? The price could be adjusted downwards based on the international real-time gold price, as long as it doesn't drop too much. Shen Xu looked surprised. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he said, That depends on how stable this so-called stable source is, and how much gold it can actually provide. If the amount is small, it's meaningless. For example, if you guarantee that you can bring me tens of kilograms of gold every month, that seems like a large amount. If it were traded, it could fetch tens of millions. From a purely trading perspective, it would be a substantial transaction. However, from the perspective of gold itself, at least for me, it has no value whatsoever. This is because the market size for gold is simply too enormous. Taking our country as an example, over the past decade, the average annual gold trading volume in our country has been around 1,000 tons. This is a huge market worth hundreds of billions of yuan, and ordinary gold transactions have virtually no impact on the overall market. Of course, this transaction of thousands of tons of gold involves a large number of duplicate transactions and paper gold transactions, but it is undeniable that the sheer size of the gold market dictates that this is a game that requires the participation of the state, and ordinary companies or individuals cannot participate in market decision-making. For me, and for our spring and autumn group, participating in any business requires becoming a rule maker. Only by setting the rules at the top can we maximize profits. I personally have no interest in following rules set by others. Shen Xu pondered for a moment and said, You mean, if the quantity is too small, you're not interested. But if the quantity is large enough, you're still willing to do this deal? Shen Xu nodded matter-of-factly and said, That's right. Gold is, after all, the most special precious metal in history. Since the dawn of human civilization, it has developed for thousands of years. In the course of these thousands of years of development, human beings' material and technological levels have been continuously improving. Correspondingly, many things will naturally undergo tremendous changes with the development of society. For example, in the beginning, primitive people used seashells as tokens of exchange for transactions, and later humans invented copper coins, paper money, and so on. With each new currency created, the old currency would gradually be eliminated. But throughout human history spanning thousands of years, there has been one thing that has never changed. Regardless of the dynasty or whether it is domestic or foreign, everyone has always coveted it, gold. It is the most valuable and constant currency recognized by everyone in the world. Since it's a form of currency, it needs to function as currency to have value. Therefore, in small quantities, gold can only become jewelry or ornaments. Only in large quantities can gold influence the market. For example, our country's central bank has increased its gold reserves by 100 tons in the past 4 months. At this point, Shen Xu shrugged and continued. Of course, the government's increase in gold reserves is different from individual gold purchases. Due to the enormous volume of purchases, it is extremely difficult for the government to increase its gold reserves, and it is also subject to many other restrictions. Regardless of the circumstances, gold is a natural form of currency. From a credit perspective, the issuance of paper money requires the backing of national credit, but gold naturally represents credit. As long as you have gold, you can conduct transactions anywhere in the world. Moreover, with the development of technology, various high-tech fields have an irreplaceable industrial demand for gold. Unlike in ancient times, when gold only had the attribute of currency, gold today also has a replaceable value in terms of practicality. Ultimately, no matter how high the value of gold is, it must meet certain quantity requirements to possess value. How much gold can your stable gold supply guarantee each month? Hearing Shen Xuchun's question, Shen Xu was actually a little unsure how to answer. How much gold he can get is something we'll have to talk to Qiu Anqing in the other world first before we can find out. Small amounts of gold can indeed be obtained through trading in scarce goods. But if, as Shen Xuchun said, a few dozen kilograms of gold is not worth the trouble, then it means that the amount of gold obtained must be measured in tons. 1 ton of gold is worth a full 20,000 taels of silver. It would be extremely difficult to obtain such gold in another world through normal business transactions. Only wealthy individuals like Qiu Anqing, who ran money shops, had stable channels to concentrate large quantities of gold. So after thinking it over, Shen Xu said, I can't be sure of the stable supply of gold for the time being. I'll come back to discuss this with you in a few days. The only thing I can be sure of is that it's definitely not just a few dozen kilograms. We'll at least trade in tons. The only difference is how many tons and how long it will last. I believe that if the transaction volume reaches tons or more, then this matter will be worth your attention, right? Upon hearing this, Shen Xuchun's eyes lit up, and she nodded, saying, If you can really produce that much, then rest assured I'll take as much as you have. Although Chunqiu Group doesn't deal in gold, the central bank has been accumulating gold reserves for a long time. A large-scale one-time replenishment of gold reserves can greatly alleviate the pressure on the central bank's tasks. We can also gain many valuable connections through this. After all, significantly increasing gold holdings requires a high level of micromanagement skills, as it greatly impacts international gold prices, potentially leading to excessively high costs and huge losses. Therefore, large-scale gold purchases are always handled with extreme caution. Having received the answer he wanted, Shen Xu decided not to linger any longer and got up to take his leave. Shen Xuchun glanced at the time and said with a smile, It's almost noon. Let's have a simple meal together in the cafeteria. You've come all this way, and if I don't even take care of your meals, my father-in-law will scold me. Shen Xu hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. Anyway, Zhang Min had not called yet, so it would not delay the process. Chapter 170 I just graduated, and you've already bought an island? Chapter 170 I just graduated, and you've already bought an island? The Spring and Autumn Group's employee cafeteria has 2 floors. There is a separate floor for ordinary employees and junior managers, while middle and senior managers have a separate floor. However, the secretaries in the board office have special job duties, so although they are ordinary employees, they can dine with the leadership. The daily subsidies, whether it's meal subsidies, transportation subsidies, phone bill subsidies, summer heat subsidies, or winter heating subsidies, are all at the same standard as those for middle-level leaders. So although the basic salary of the secretaries in the board office is not high, and is almost no different from that of ordinary employees, their income is quite good when various subsidies are added. In addition, Spring Airlines Group also differentiates the insurance coverage ratios for its employees based on their level. For example, the contribution ratio for Housing Provident Fund is only 5% for grassroots employees, 8% for grassroots managers, and the highest 12% for middle and senior managers. This allows the secretaries in the board office to also enjoy the standard 12% contribution rate for Housing Provident Fund. In addition to various holiday allowances and year-end bonuses, with all sorts of hidden benefits, the actual annual income of the secretaries in the board office can often reach more than 3 times that of ordinary grassroots employees. Although their basic salary level is almost exactly the same as that of ordinary grassroots employees. For this reason, Li Jianan was very satisfied that she was able to start working in the board office of Chunqiu Group right after graduation. She also believes that her starting point in her career is much higher than that of most people. The resulting sense of pride made Li Jianan feel elated from time to time. However, all this pride and self-satisfaction were shattered by repeated setbacks with Shen Xu. Jianan! Look! Your college classmate, Chairman Xing, personally accompanied him to the cafeteria for lunch. It's unbelievable. He personally led us out of the building to greet him, canceling all his work at the group just to host your college classmate, and even personally accompanied him to the cafeteria for lunch. I remember the last person to receive this treatment was that deputy squad leader from Wanghai City who came to our group for inspection and guidance. But what level is that deputy squad leader from Wanghai City? Chairman Xing naturally had to accompany him personally. Why does your college classmate also receive this treatment? Li Jianan was sitting at a table in the cafeteria, eating her lunch with a bland taste when her arm was suddenly nudged by Sister Lu, who was eating with her. At the same time, Sister Lu asked her with great curiosity and gossip. Subconsciously raising her head, and following Sister Lu's guidance, Li Jianan indeed saw Shen Xu, accompanied by Xing Xiuquan, appear in the cafeteria's food pickup area. The leadership canteen is a buffet style, offering more than 40 kinds of meat and vegetable dishes every day. On some special days, high-end ingredients such as lobster, crab and salmon are also prepared. As long as you eat in the staff canteen, the meal allowance will be directly included in the canteen's expenses. Of course, if you don't like the cafeteria, you can choose not to eat there and order takeout or bring your own food. In that case, the meal allowance will be sent directly to your salary card in cash. However, few people do this because eating in the staff canteen is very convenient, and the food is better. Who knows what really happened to him? All I know is that after graduation, he started a trading company and made a lot of money in a very short time. Maybe that trading company is doing business with our group? Li Jianan looked at Shen Xu, who was picking up vegetables not far away, with mixed feelings, and answered by biting her lip. Sister Lu said with some disbelief, "Doing business with our group? What kind of business would it be to make Chairman Xing so nice? Our group has always been the client, and there are countless companies outside begging and shouting that they want to do business with our group. Even when it comes to top 500 companies in China wanting to do business with us, Chairman Xing has never personally received them. Sending a subsidiary's head to receive them is already considered a huge favor. TSK, I think your college classmate is definitely not simple. He definitely has a very powerful family background. Otherwise, at such a young age, just graduated from university like you, what good would starting a company do? Without family connections, would Chairman Xing value him so much? I've heard that many truly powerful families are very low-key these days." Li Jianan felt somewhat agitated, because she felt that what Sister Lu next to her said made a lot of sense. Shen Xu was definitely born into an exceptionally powerful family. Otherwise, it's impossible that he was so inconspicuous when he was in school, but suddenly became so outstanding right after graduation. If that's the case, it means that Shen Xu's unremarkable behavior during his school years was likely due to his family's requirement to keep a low profile. Thinking of this, Li Jianan suddenly felt sad and wanted to cry. If she had recognized Shen Xu's extraordinary qualities earlier and accepted his confession on the spot, she wouldn't have to worry about anything now, right? She had an easy opportunity to leapfrog her social class, a chance presented to her effortlessly by fate, yet she kicked it away without hesitation. Thinking of this, Li Jianan felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. If God could give her another chance, she would definitely say 3 words to Shen Xu, "I love you." If she had to put a time limit on these 3 words, she would hope it would be 10,000 years. Just as Li Jianan was replaying classic scenes from a Chinese odyssey in her mind, Sister Lu suddenly patted her arm hard. He said urgently, "Jianan! What are you standing there for? Chairman Xing is calling you over." "Huh? Oh. Sorry, I was daydreaming." Li Jianan was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. She hurriedly got up, put on her high heels, and ran to Xing Xiuquan and Shen Xu's table. After giving Shen Xu a resentful look, she slightly bowed nervously and said, "Chairman Xing, did you call me?" Xing Xiuquan said with a smile, "Little Li, you haven't been with our group for long, have you? I have a task for you. Xiao Su is planning to buy an island. The group will handle the paperwork for him, but he will need to go to the Maritime Bureau in a few days to sign the papers. The company needs to arrange for someone to accompany Xiuxiu. Since you and Xiaoxiu are university classmates, you can handle this matter. When the company staff go to process the paperwork tomorrow or the day after, go with them to get acquainted and avoid any trouble later." Bye-bye Island? Li Jianan looked at Shen Xu in utter shock. Chapter 171 Meeting a Celebrity at the Airport. Chapter 171 When picking up a celebrity at the airport, Shen Xu had no objections to Xing Xiuquan's arrangements. The main reason is that he is now completely indifferent to Li Jianan, so in his opinion, it doesn't matter who Xing Xiuquan arranges to accompany him to handle the procedures. As for why Li Jianan had to be chosen, perhaps it was due to some kind of perverse sense of humor on Xing Xiuquan's part. Who knows? Since it didn't involve any matters of principle, Shen Xu didn't bother to think about it further. The food at the Spring Airlines Group's cafeteria was pretty good, but I had only eaten half of it when Zhang Min called. She mentioned that her mother's plane would arrive in Wanghai at 2 p.m., and told Shen Xu to just go directly to the airport to meet her. With only an hour and a half left before the plane landed, Shen Xu decided to end his lunch. After saying goodbye to Xing Xiuquan, I didn't take a taxi, but went straight into the nearest subway station. Although traffic congestion during off-peak hours is barely tolerable, taking the subway is obviously faster for getting to the airport. Since Spring Airlines Group is not too far from the airport, the entire process of taking the subway to the airport took less than half an hour. With plenty of time to spare, Shen Xu simply found a fast food restaurant at the airport, and completely filled his stomach, which he had only managed to eat a little more than 3/4 full at the Spring Airlines Group's cafeteria. When he received another call from Zhang Min asking where he was, there were still about 10 minutes left before the plane was scheduled to land. Shen Xu paid the bill amidst the stunned expressions of the fast food restaurant staff, and walked towards the arrival gate after eating and drinking his fill. As one of only 4 first-tier megacities in China, Wanghai is equipped with 2 airports. One airport primarily handles international flights, while the other primarily handles domestic flights. Shen Xu searched for a short while in this airport, which mainly handles domestic flights, and then spotted Zhang Min waiting outside one of the arrival gates. The next second, Shen Xu's eyes lit up. Because today's Zhang Min is completely different from the Zhang Min who didn't pay much attention to her personal appearance when she was sharing an apartment, because she was working overtime every day. She wore a light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt over a solid-colored knit sweater, and a pure white A-line skirt on her lower body. The skirt also features vertical striped pleats, giving it a layered look and exuding a youthful vibe. She wore a pair of 3/4 heels, which were comfortable and did not tire her feet, while also showing off the smooth and fair curves of her instep. Her hairstyle was naturally loose, flowing hair, which, combined with Zhang Min's already exquisite features, made her look stunning. "What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like that? We used to live together every day, and I've never seen you look at me like that before." Upon noticing Shen Xu approaching and his unwavering gaze, Zhang Min felt a surge of pride, but outwardly feigned ignorance and spoke. Shen Xu coughed lightly and said honestly, "When we lived together you weren't sloppy, but you never dressed up either. I only knew you were pretty, but I really didn't expect that you could be this pretty just by tidying yourself up a little." Seriously, I think it's a waste for you to be a programmer. You could totally be a star. Jiang Min couldn't help but roll her eyes and said disdainfully, I've heard that the entertainment industry is very chaotic. If you want to succeed, you have to be willing to go all out. There are female stars who, when they weren't famous, slept with an entire film crew to get ahead. I couldn't accept that even if you killed me. It's better to be a programmer. You can earn a living entirely through your own skills. As long as you're a top-notch tech expert, you won't have to worry about not having a job. The two were chatting when suddenly a large group of people rushed up from behind them. These people were mostly young girls, but there were also a few young boys scattered around, and the group seemed to number at least several hundred. Some people were holding up support signs, but most people were holding up their phones to take pictures. Because this group of people were all trying to grab the front of the arrival gate, they completely ignored the others who were already standing nearby, causing several people to be pushed and swayed, which immediately drew a chorus of curses from the crowd. Jiang Min was also nearly hit, but Shen Xu reacted quickly and pulled Jiang Min to his side before she was hit, protecting her with his own body. The martial arts realm of the third rank allowed Shen Xu to stand still as a mountain. Although people were pushing and shoving behind him, they couldn't budge him at all. The next second, a chaotic scream suddenly rang out, and the young girls around seemed to have been suddenly injected with stimulants, shouting wildly towards the arrival gate. Shen Xu then noticed that a man who looked like a celebrity, wearing large sunglasses, walked out of the arrival gate accompanied by several security personnel and his assistant. Amid the screams of young girls, the male celebrity's name was repeatedly mentioned. Shen Xu heard it clearly. The male celebrity was named Ji Xushan, one of the most popular young male stars of the new generation. Even someone like Shen Xu, who has no interest in the entertainment industry and almost never pays attention to it, has heard of Ji Xushan's name to some extent. Make way! Make way, everyone! Don't block the road! Several security personnel shielded Ji Xushan in the middle, while also acting as the vanguard, forcefully pushing away the slightly frenzied fans in front of them. To Shen Xu's surprise, the security personnel escorted Ji Xushan straight to where he was standing. When she got close to him, she also reached out to push him and Jiang Min, who was being protected in his arms. Shen Xu was now unhappy. Airport spaces are public, so there should be a first-come, first-served principle, right? I'm standing here first. If you want to get there, don't go in a straight line, okay? How much trouble would it take to take a slight detour? What's wrong with celebrities? Celebrities should be reasonable too. Besides, airports have VIP lanes. If you really don't want to be blocked by so many fans, you can just go through the VIP lane. To ensure smooth airport pickup and drop-off and avoid congestion, airports generally do not refuse requests from truly popular celebrities to use the VIP lane. So, the fact that Ji Xushan didn't use the VIP channel this time was definitely intentional. By generating news through the enthusiastic reactions of fans at the airport, they can maintain their popularity. For celebrities who rely on popularity, if they don't have any outstanding works, they can only rely on various news hype to ensure their exposure. Just as the security guard was about to push Jiang Min down, Shen Xu struck first and swiftly grabbed the guard's wrist. Then, with a slight squeeze, the security guard's face changed drastically as he screamed, It hurts! It hurts! Let go! It's going to break! Chapter 172 Mother-in-law's View of Son-in-law. Chapter 172 The unexpected situation of the mother-in-law visiting her son-in-law occurred quite suddenly. The other security personnel didn't even have time to react. Even the excited fans were taken aback. The security guard whose wrist Shen Xu had grabbed screamed in agony and, due to the intense pain, went limp and knelt on the ground. Knowing that these security personnel were only following orders, Shen Xu did not continue to make things difficult for them. After giving the security guard a simple lesson for his rough behavior, Shen Xu let go of his hand. However, due to the intense pain, the security personnel were unable to get up immediately and continued to kneel on the ground, repeatedly rubbing their wrists. The airport is a public place, not your private space. Isn't it inappropriate to drive around so recklessly, completely disregarding the inconvenience you might cause others? Shen Xu looked at Ji Xushan and spoke. Who do you think you are? It's none of your business how our Shen does things. One fan shouted. Exactly. Who is this punk? Running around here trying to ride on our Shen's popularity. He's desperate for fame. And he even resorted to violence. Another fan chimed in support. Take a picture of him. Post it online. Let the whole country see his true colors. He wants to be famous, doesn't he? Let's make him famous. Another fan shouted out. In an instant, a large number of mobile phone cameras began to be pointed at Shen Xu and start taking pictures. Seeing that things were about to escalate, Ji Xushan didn't want to cause any real trouble at the airport, as it wouldn't be good for his celebrity status. So they simply had someone check the security guard's wrist to make sure it was just a sharp pain and would recover quickly, then led their men around Shen Xu and Jiang Min. However, as he passed Shen Xu, Ji Xushan suddenly took off his sunglasses and glared at Shen Xu with a threatening look. Shen Xu didn't bother with it. As long as the other party didn't choose to continue charging at him, it had nothing to do with him. As Ji Xushan left, the noisy fans immediately followed, quickly clearing out the area at the arrival gate. Jiang Min, who was being held tightly in Shen Xu's arms, asked with some concern. Are you alright? I've heard that many celebrities' extreme fans do doxing. Won't that cause trouble? Shen Xu smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, it's just a small conflict. If they keep going on and on, who knows who will end up suffering? Doxing is actually illegal. However, in most cases, the cost of protecting one's rights is too high, and it's difficult for individuals to conduct investigations and collect evidence. This allows some people who like to dox others to act with impunity, but I'm not afraid. Jiang Min was puzzled. She didn't understand why Shen Xu wasn't afraid. For ordinary people, the act of doxing and then cyberbullying is almost unsolvable. Just as she was about to ask further questions, she saw her mother appear at the arrival gate. Jiang Min could only temporarily put aside her confusion and wave her hand vigorously. Jiang Min's mother looked somewhat like Jiang Min, but given her age, the resemblance can only be vaguely discerned from the facial contours. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Shen Xu. Xiao Su, this is my mom. Her surname is Chen. You can just call her Aunt Chen. Jiang Min put her arm around Shen Xu's and went to greet her mother, introducing her as she did so. Shen Xu immediately nodded politely and said, Hello, Aunt Chen, let me take your luggage. Jiang Min's mother didn't show much enthusiasm. After handing the luggage to Shen Xu, she took the opportunity to pull Jiang Min's hand off Shen Xu's arm. Then she scrutinized Shen Xu with a look of full scrutiny and said, I heard from Minmin that you are younger than her and just graduated this year. You are not from Wanghai, but you plan to stay in Wanghai to develop your career? Xiaoshen, I'm being blunt, don't take it to heart, but I really don't know what you can give Minmin. My original plan for this trip was to take Minmin to meet my friend's child on a blind date. My friend married into a family in Wanghai, and they are genuine Wanghai residents. Although their family's house is relatively remote, they own at least 2 houses. If Minmin marries into that family, at least she won't have to worry about housing. Besides, my friend's child has a very stable job. Although it's just a contract worker in a public institution, without a permanent position, public institutions generally don't fire people. Isn't that much more reliable than you, a young person who just graduated from university? Mom! What are you saying? Shishu is so good to me. Can you please stop embarrassing me every time we meet? I'm going to get angry if you keep doing this. Jiang Min spoke up, clearly displeased. However, Shen Xu didn't seem to care about what Jiang Min's mother said. He was just there to help out. He wasn't really her boyfriend, so naturally he didn't relate to those words at all. Fine, I won't say it. What's the use of being nice to you? Can being nice to you put food on the table? You're still young, you don't know what life is. You think love can cover everything. But let me tell you, I've been through this. Mortgage payments, car loans, daily necessities, these are what life is. Having money is living. Without money, you're just surviving. Because Jiang Min clearly expressed her dissatisfaction, Jiang Min's mother made sure to lower her voice. Although it seemed like she was whispering to Jiang Min, Her voice was still loud enough for Shen Xu, who was walking ahead, to hear clearly. Shen Xu couldn't help but smile wryly. He could understand Jiang Min's mother's feelings very well, but this matter really had nothing to do with him. So he casually dragged his luggage to the entrance of the airport terminal and hailed a private car. Remembering Jiang Min's request for him to perform well, and judging from Jiang Min's mother's attitude alone, Shen Xu decided to take Jiang Min and her mother back to his own duplex to live in. I reckon that once Jiang Min sees the stacked house, her mother will stop pressuring her to go on blind dates. Taking a taxi is so outdated. Who doesn't own a car these days? Min, let me tell you, even though traffic is terrible now, having a car is still more convenient than not having one. As soon as she got into the car, Jiang Min's mother started muttering to herself again. The voice was also not loud, similar to before, as if it were whispering to Jiang Min. Yet Shen Xu, sitting in the passenger seat, could hear it clearly. Such skill could probably not be achieved in less than a few decades. The car arrived smoothly at the gate of the residential area where Shen Xu lived. As soon as he got out of the car, Shen Xu saw his Bentley parked on the side of the road at the entrance of the residential area. As he stepped out of the limousine, the Bentley's door was immediately opened. Go Wenping got out of the car and jogged to Shen Xu's side. After handing the car keys to Shen Xu, he smiled and said, "I was just about to call you, but I figured if you weren't home, I'd leave the keys at the security booth for you. And then you came back. It was just a minor scratch. I took it back to the shop and fixed it right away. I'll handle the rest of the accident investigation. You don't need to worry about it. Wow, you're something else. You've even bought a house." This address was found out by our car dealership owner, so I drove it directly to you. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Since you've moved, you should at least have a funeral service, so remember to call me when you do. After saying that, Go Wenping seemed to be in a hurry, so he hailed a taxi on the street and got in. Chapter 173 When are you getting married? Chapter 173 When are you getting married? Shen Xu was a little confused by Go Wenping's hurried and energetic manner. By the time they realized what was happening, Go Wenping had already gotten into a taxi and driven away. Although it's unclear what Go Wenping is busy with, it's probably nothing bad. If Go Wenping really runs into trouble, I'll definitely call him. So Shen Xu wasn't worried and casually tossed the luggage he had just taken from the chauffeur-driven car into the trunk of his Bentley. Then he invited Jiang Min and Jiang Min's mother to get in the car together. "Xiaoshen, is this your car?" Jiang Min's mother stepped forward, examined the car logo carefully, and asked incredulously. Although women are generally not tech-savvy, Jiang Min's mother, being her age, has always been more focused on a high-quality lifestyle, so she is quite familiar with some well-known luxury car brands. Confirming that it was indeed a Bentley logo left Jiang Min's mother in a daze for a moment. "Yes, Auntie, you and Min can get in the car first. I need to park the car on the ground floor," Shen Xu said with a smile. Jiang Min's mother carefully entered the back seat of the car, sitting upright like a primary school student, as if afraid of accidentally bumping into something and getting the car dirty. "Ahem, Xiaoshen, could I see the vehicle registration certificate? It's just that I've never seen such a luxury car before, and I'm a little curious about whether there's any difference between the vehicle registration certificate for a luxury car and that for a regular car." Seeing Shen Xu get into the driver's seat and start the car, Jiang Min's mother couldn't help but speak. Shen Xu found the request somewhat strange, but he didn't think much of it. Since the vehicle registration and driver's license were kept in the car anyway, he simply handed them to Jiang Min's mother. Jiang Min's mother took the vehicle registration certificate, opened it, and saw that the name Shen Xu was clearly written in large characters in the owner's column, and the usage nature was also non-commercial. Once it was confirmed that the car wasn't just something Shen Xu had rented to save face, a look of immense joy immediately appeared on Jiang Min's mother's face. "Xiaoshen, since you have a car, why didn't you drive it to the airport earlier? Was it because parking was difficult? Taking a taxi wouldn't affect your travel, but it's still not as convenient as driving yourself, don't you think?" Jiang Min's mother smiled and handed the vehicle registration certificate back, asking gently as she did so. That gentle tone of hers was in stark contrast to the coldness and harshness she had displayed throughout the journey. There was nothing I could do. I got rear-ended on the road yesterday. Although it wasn't serious, just a scratch, I still asked a friend to take it to get the paint repaired. I thought it would take 2 or 3 days to get it fixed, but I didn't expect that he would bring the car back to me in just half a day. Shen Xu answered truthfully. As they were talking, the car had already driven into a parking space in the underground parking lot. Shen Xu got out of the car, carrying Jiang Min's mother's luggage, and led the two into the elevator that led directly to their apartment. When the elevator doors opened, the spacious and bright lobby of the duplex came into view, and Jiang Min's mother immediately opened her mouth wide in surprise. Even Jiang Min herself didn't expect that the house Shen Xu changed to would be so extravagant. When Jiang Min learned that Shen Xu had bought a house and was preparing to move, she subconsciously thought that Shen Xu had bought a small, old house. There's no way around it. The housing prices in Wanghai City are just too outrageous. For recent graduates from ordinary families, even if they empty their parents' wallets and family savings, it is still a very difficult thing to prepare a down payment for a small, old, and dilapidated apartment. But this house in front of us, let alone ordinary people, even the middle class in Wanghai City can't afford it, right? Little Shen, is this your house? Did you buy it? How much did it cost? Was it paid in full or with a loan? Jiang Min's mother walked into the living room, looked up the stairs, and then at the overall layout of the house. She couldn't help but ask, slightly stammering. It's my house. I just bought it not long ago. The total price was 42 million. I paid for it in full. Shen Xu answered truthfully. Hearing the numbers made Jiang Min's mother dizzy. Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed the back of the sofa, swallowed hard, and then sat down on the sofa shakily. Even in the seaside area, a house worth 40 million can definitely be considered a luxury home. It may not meet the standards of top-tier luxury homes, but for ordinary people, it is definitely a luxury they would never dare to dream of in their entire lives. Little Shen, don't think I'm being nosy, but I'm really curious. Didn't you just graduate? Is your family very rich? Otherwise, how could you afford a house like this? Jiang Min's mother sat on the sofa, and after calming down, she stammered as she asked. Compared to her arrogant demeanor when she first got off the plane, Jiang Min's mother was now noticeably more humble, making Jiang Min roll her eyes in disbelief. My family is not rich. My parents live in our hometown in the county. The reason I was able to buy this house is because I started a company right after graduation. And I was quite lucky. After the company was established, it was noticed by someone and invested 1 billion yuan. Shen Xu continued to answer honestly. How much? 1 billion? Jiang Min's mother stood up abruptly from the sofa, her eyes wide open, her face showing utter shock. Ahem, this involves taking a share of the company. The money can't all end up in my personal pocket. The vast majority will be used to develop the company. Seeing that Jiang Min's mother had suffered too much stress, Shen Xu had no choice but to tell a white lie to avoid causing her to have a heart attack. However, Jiang Min's mother clearly didn't listen to her. After taking a few deep breaths, she suddenly looked at Shen Xu with a serious expression and asked, Little Shen, when are you and Min getting married? Huh? Shen Xu was stunned. Jiang Min, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. How did the topic suddenly shift to marriage? Mom! What are you saying? Shen Xu and I have only been dating for a short time. How could we possibly be talking about marriage? Jiang Min stomped her foot and said, quite speechless. Jiang Min's mother immediately turned around and grabbed Jiang Min's hand, saying earnestly, Silly child! I'm only doing this for your own good. You're young now. Having children early will help you recover faster. Don't follow those who marry and have children late. Don't insist on having children after 30. It's not only bad for your health, but it's also very difficult to get back in shape. Jiang Min's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Shen Xu felt it was not appropriate to stay there any longer, so he quickly said, Auntie, well, my company is in its startup phase, and I'm very busy with many things, so I'll be leaving now. My sister should be back soon, so let my sister and Min keep you company. Please stay at my house while you're at Wanghai, don't be shy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min's mother immediately smiled and said, All right, you go ahead with your work. A man's career should be his priority. Don't worry about things at home, Min can handle everything. Shen Xu gave an awkward laugh, fearing he might hear any more inappropriate words, and immediately turned and fled. Chapter 174 The Rebellion in Progress. Chapter 174 The rebellion is underway. It was still early, and with nothing else to do, Shen Xu thought for a moment, and decided to improve the food for Songjia village. Although Songjia village is no longer short of food, after he had Song Xiqing build several huge granaries, the supply of food was no longer frequent. However, apart from grains, vegetables and meat are still in very short supply. Although the people of Songjia village have a hunting tradition, the meat they obtain through hunting is not enough to meet the needs of everyone in the village. As for vegetables, they were practically non-existent. In the summer, it's alright, you can go around in the valleys and mountains to find wild vegetables to dig up and eat. However, once winter arrives, the desire to eat green vegetables becomes a pipe dream. If Shen Xu wants to supply vegetables to Songjia village in a long-term and stable manner, it is actually possible for him to do so now, although it would be quite troublesome. After all, vegetables are different from rice and flour. If you want to purchase them in large quantities over a long period of time, you have to sign a contract directly with the source base. If you go through a wholesaler, you can easily be taken advantage of. Therefore, Shen Xu's initial idea was to clear out the tens of thousands of acres of land in the valley of Songjia village and convert it into vegetable greenhouses so that vegetables could be grown all year round. All the food will be provided by him. To ensure that the 2,000 people in Songjia village always have the most adequate nutritional supplements. Of course, when the day came to raise the flag and the size of the rebel army began to expand exponentially, the extra people could only solve the food problem using the most primitive methods of this other world. Shen Xu only plans to modernize the 2,000 people in Songjia village for the time being, in order to ensure that the situation remains under control. Of course, whether the idea can be realized depends on the opinions of Song Xiqing and her sister, as well as Elder Wufeng. He drove straight to the nearest vegetable wholesale market, and after a frenzied shopping spree, he hired a truck to transport all the nearly 20 tons of vegetables and meat he had bought to his warehouse. Songjia village has 2,000 people, and each person can receive an average of 20 jin, 10 kilograms. Actually, it won't last too long, but vegetables and meat are prone to spoilage unless they are pickled. Therefore, it should be easier to let the people of Songjia village try it first, and then discuss with Song Xiqing and Wu Fanlao about converting all the land to grow vegetables. Only when people in Songjia village truly understand how delicious and nutritious vegetables and meat can be mixed with rice and noodles will they have the motivation to make a real change. With this in mind, Shen Xu packed all the vegetables and meat into his subspace and headed to the other world. Coincidentally, when Shen Xu pushed open the door to the side room, he saw Zhan Bafeng, Yu Wujiu, and the 5 elders all sitting in the courtyard. Song Xiqing was standing at the very front, talking to them about something. As Shen Xu pushed open the door to the side room, everyone in the courtyard naturally turned their gaze towards him. What are you busy with? While greeting the others, Shen Xu asked Song Xiqing a question. Song Xiqing gave a graceful bow and said softly, Replying to my husband, I am currently arranging what needs to be done next. With your help, many things that we previously thought we couldn't do yet will now be put on the agenda. For example, Grandpa Lu could lead the assassins from the Blood Guard to create chaos in the 3 kingdoms, making it impossible for the 3 kingdoms to maintain their fragile balance, accelerating the outbreak of war between the 3 kingdoms, and triggering the situation in the 3 kingdoms ahead of time. For example, Grandpa Chao could use his connections to arrange for some blood guards with military leadership skills to enter the army and improve their command and combat abilities through real battles, so that they wouldn't just be armchair strategists. As for Wujiu, we also need to begin gathering detailed intelligence on the entire Dongshan prefecture. The northern Zhou's strongest army, the Greedy Wolf Army, is stationed in Shangle County of Dongshan prefecture, posing a significant threat to us. Therefore, before launching an uprising, we must create chaos among the three kingdoms, forcing the northern Zhou to send out the greedy wolf army. As long as the garrison in Dongshan Prefecture is vacant and the greedy wolf army is understaffed, we will have the opportunity to make our move. Furthermore, and most importantly, there are currently no Grand Master level experts in the village. This isn't a problem for small-scale skirmishes, but if the goal is to establish a nation, it's a significant weakness. Therefore, we now need Grandpa Emot to find a way, together with Master Yen, to see if we can cultivate a Grand Master level cultivator among the 9th-ranked students in the village. This is an indispensable foundation. Without it, failure is inevitable. Shen Xu listened to Song Xiqing's story in a daze, feeling quite surprised for a moment. Because he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the impact he had had on Songjia village during this period. When he first arrived, although Songjia village always harbored rebellious intentions, those rebellious intentions were clearly only at the stage of shouting slogans. However, less than a month and a half has passed since he transmigrated, and Songjia village is already gradually putting its rebellion into action. After a moment's thought, Shen Xu said, "Isn't it a bit too early? My personal suggestion is that we should develop a development plan, such as the first 5-year plan, the second 5-year plan, the third 5-year plan, and so on. At each stage, a very clear goal is set, and then we proceed step by step, gradually moving towards that goal. For example, in my view, we are currently still in the process of transforming the entire village. At least for now, this should be a period of accumulating strength. Like you said, the village doesn't yet have a true Grand Master level expert. Can cultivating one be done overnight?" Song Xiqing thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "My husband is right. The villagers are restless lately, and everyone is full of energy. Although we feel it's too hasty, everyone in the village is impatient, so we have no choice but to give the Blood Guards an explanation. But if, as my husband suggested, we develop a detailed multi-year plan, making sure everyone in the village understands what we should and should do at what time, and that our goals are very clear, then this restless mood should probably be able to be controlled." Shen Xu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "That's right. You have to be methodical and organized when doing things, and never act impulsively. Well, I came here today because I have something to bring to everyone. Everyone has worked hard over the past month, so I brought some things to improve your lives." As he spoke, Shen Xu gestured for the 5 elders, Yu Wujio, and Zhan Bafeng to clear the area in the middle of the courtyard. Zhan Bafeng darted to a corner of the courtyard, his face beaming with excitement, and said, "Is the young master going to demonstrate his ability to conceal his power within his sleeve? I only heard about your identity from the young lady yesterday, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. It's hard to believe. I always thought that so-called immortal techniques were just made up by storytellers and folktale writers." Chapter 175 Vegetable Freedom. Chapter 175 Vegetable Freedom. Besides Zhan Bafeng, the 5 elders also showed expressions of great anticipation. Even though Yu Wujio had witnessed it once before, his expression still became excited when he saw Shen Xu about to demonstrate his skill of hiding his inner world in his sleeve again. Only Song Xiqing remained calm, appearing knowledgeable and worldly wise. Shen Xu smiled, even though he could release everything in the subspace simply by thinking. But since it's supposed to be a hidden world within a sleeve, it has to put on a show. So he waved his sleeves, roughly outlined the area in the middle of the yard, and then released all 20 tons of meat and various vegetables. Zhan Bafeng, Yu Wujio, and the 5 elders all stared wide-eyed, their eyelids drooping without blinking. Yet, large quantities of meat and vegetables still appeared out of thin air right under their noses. Even though the 5 elders were all 9th-rank experts, they still couldn't detect any tangible traces from it. A universe hidden in a sleeve! It really is a universe hidden in a sleeve! It's so amazing! Such divine abilities actually exist! I'm so excited you can't help it, my hair is standing on end. Zhan Bafeng spoke excitedly, while trying to grab Yu Wujio's hand and touch his arm. Yu Wujio, clearly disgusted, hid to the side, preventing Zhan Bafeng from succeeding. However, the excitement he felt as a result was no less than that of Zhan Bafeng. Although this was the second time he had seen Shen Xu use the hidden universe in the sleeve technique, The shock he felt at the scene before him was no less than the first time he had seen it. As for the 5 elders, they were much more composed than Zhang Bafang and Yu Wujio. However, there was also undisguised horror in the eyes of the 5 elders. Even though Song Xiqing had explained it to them very clearly yesterday, seeing is believing. No matter how wonderful the story is, it can never compare to the shock of seeing it with your own eyes. Alright, let's distribute the goods first. The meat and vegetables together amount to 40,000 caddies, which means each person can get 20 caddies on average. If that's about right, please gather some people over and sort them first, so that everyone's 20 caddies are roughly the same. Shen Xu clapped his hands and said with a smile. Zhang Bafang, his face full of curiosity, approached the pile of vegetables that resembled a small mountain. After examining it carefully, she suddenly pulled a cucumber out of the pile of vegetables and exclaimed incredulously. Young miss! Look what I found! This is a cucumber, isn't it? Yes. It must be a cucumber. When I went to Changle County with Wu Jiu before, I saw the steward of the prince's mansion buy cucumbers. Right, Wu Jiu. Do you remember? That steward even proudly boasted to passers-by that a cucumber cost 1 tael of gold. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujio immediately stepped forward, examined the cucumber in Zhang Bafeng's hand closely, and exclaimed excitedly. Yes! It's a cucumber! Almost identical to the cucumbers purchased by the prince's mansion. But it seems longer than the ones the prince's mansion purchased? However, the prince's mansion only seems to have purchased 10 last time. They couldn't buy any more. How many of these are in here? As he finished speaking, Yu Wujio turned his head to look at the mountain of vegetables in front of him, and the large pile of cucumbers that were piled up together. His expression changed from excitement to bewilderment. He couldn't understand why a cucumber worth an ounce of gold would be treated so roughly. Master Yan then stepped forward and circled the mountain of vegetables. He exclaimed in amazement. Not only cucumbers, but I also saw eggplants, chives, spinach, and cabbage. Although there are also common green vegetables such as radishes and celery, most of them are rare green vegetables. Some of them I have never even seen or heard of before. The remaining 4 elders of the 5 directions looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. Master Yan can be said to be the most knowledgeable of the 5. In the minds of the other 4, it seemed that there was nothing that Master Yan did not know. Therefore, the 4 of them were very skeptical about whether the green vegetable, which even Master Yan had never seen or even heard of, truly existed. Song Xiqing came to Shen Xu's side, instinctively reaching out to hug his arm, and said with difficulty, Husband, these green vegetables are too plentiful. Even the royal family of the 3 kingdoms could not possibly eat so many green vegetables. Leaving aside those green vegetables that even Master Yan had never seen before, cucumbers alone were a royal tribute vegetable of the southern Liang dynasty, which is why they were so rare in the northern Zhou dynasty, where a single cucumber could fetch a price of 1 or 2 taels of gold. Similarly, eggplant was also a royal tribute vegetable for the southern Liang dynasty. While cabbage, spinach, and leeks are available in both the north and south, they also fell into the category of royal tribute vegetables. We, on the other hand, are quite content to eat radishes and celery. He looked down at Song Xiqing's cautious demeanor beside him, then looked up at the expressions of Wu Fanglao, Yu Wujio, and Zhang Bafang. Shen Xu suddenly realized that although he had anticipated that Songjia village would need vegetables, he had underestimated the impact these vegetables would have on the entire village. Logically speaking, all 5 elders are 9th rank experts. Once they leave the small valley where Songjia village is located, they will definitely be top-ranking figures in the 3 kingdoms world, no matter where they go. Faced with this mountain of vegetables, Elder Wufeng seemed somewhat hesitant, as if afraid that he might accidentally damage one of the vegetables. As for Song Xiqing's cautiousness, Shen Xu couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Clearly, for the people of Songjia village, the problem with many vegetables was not just their scarcity, but also the complete lack of access to them. In the past, Songjia village couldn't even afford to fill their stomachs properly, let alone have green vegetables to accompany their meals. Holding Song Xiqing's hand, Shen Xu gently comforted her. Wife, you don't need to take these green vegetables so seriously. This is the standard of daily meals for our Song family village from now on. Now that you've married me, If we can't even have the freedom to choose our own vegetables, wouldn't that be a serious dereliction of duty on my part? Vegetable freedom? What does that mean? Song Xiqing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Well, it means you can eat whatever vegetables you want, as many as you want. Don't think these vegetables are so precious. They are just food to fill your stomach. Shen Xu explained simply. Song Xiqing stared blankly at Shen Xu, then suddenly hugged his neck tightly, choking back tears, and said, It's so wonderful to be able to marry my husband. Chapter 176 Planning for Greenhouses. Chapter 176 Planning for Greenhouses. Marx once mentioned in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law that the economic base determines the superstructure. This statement is not only a summary of sociology, but also very applicable to the matter of love. It is often said that modern girls are materialistic, demanding cars, houses, and dowries for marriage. Whether the man is rich or not is often the most important factor for women when choosing a partner. Wealth and power are the best cosmetic procedures for men. An old man with money is an old baby, and one without money is a decrepit old man. This might sound like a distorted aesthetic formed in a materialistic modern society, but that's not actually the case. The term, matching social status, has existed since ancient times. As for the daughters of impoverished families, many would rather marry into a landlord's family as a concubine or be sold to a rich family as a maid than marry other poor people. Unless you're too ugly for a rich family to want. The monogamous system in modern society at least adequately guarantees the right of the poor to marry and have children. In ancient times, where there were already more men than women, those with power, talent, influence, and wealth would occupy even more social resources, leading to the poor being deprived of even the right to marry and have children. Even the phenomena of sharing wives and renting wives are widespread. This fully illustrates that love must be built on a foundation of basic necessities to be truly stable. Otherwise, after a moment of impulsiveness, all that will be left is a mess. The marriage between Shen Xu and Song Xiqing should actually be categorized as a marriage between equals. At first, Wu Fang always wanted to tie him to the big ship of Songjia Village because he could help Songjia Village solve many problems that Songjia Village could not solve on its own. At the same time, he also needs to rely on the power of Songjia Village to achieve his goal of gaining a foothold in the other world, developing steadily, and expanding outwards. On the surface, Songjia Village appears to be a poor, dilapidated village where people can't even fill their stomachs. In reality, Songjia Village possesses formidable military strength, enough to make it a powerful force in the world. He was the same. On the surface, he seemed like a lowly office worker from another world, whose greatest purpose in life was to provide background for those successful people. However, his sudden ability to travel through time allowed him to leap over the Dragon Gate, instantly laying the foundation for him to potentially stand at the top of the world in the future. After all, distribution channels are king. He controls the only channel connecting the two worlds, so he should become the king of both worlds. From this perspective, his relationship with Song Xiqing can be considered a well-matched union based on mutual benefit. However, as time goes by, the word interest, in the combination of interests, is gradually fading. Shen Xu realized that his feelings for Song Xiqing were no longer limited to the superficial reason of lusting after her body. He is Song Xiqing's man, so he has the obligation and responsibility to ensure that Song Xiqing lives the best life he can within his means. Reaching out, Shen Xu ruffled Song Xiqing's hair, then leaned down and kissed her cheek, saying with a chuckle, "It's my luck to marry you. All right, we can talk about sweet nothings tonight. Go and distribute the vegetables and meat. These things don't keep for long." After distributing the vegetables to each household, I told them to eat them as fresh as possible. Any leftovers could be pickled. I told everyone not to be reluctant, that I would find a way to ensure that everyone in Songjia Village could eat the vegetables they wanted. Now that I've become the son-in-law of Songjia Village, I'm determined to lead everyone to a truly good life. Whatever the royal family of the three kingdoms could eat, our Songjia Village must also be able to eat. And whatever the royal family of the three kingdoms couldn't eat, our Songjia Village must be able to eat too. Song Xiqing blushed instantly after being kissed by Shen Xu in public, but still obediently responded. After breaking free from Shen Xu's embrace, she quickly regained her dignity as the young lady of Songjia village and ordered Yi Wujiu and Zhan Bafang to immediately arrange the distribution. Soon, the news spread to every corner of Songjia village. In the days that Shen Xu had spoiled the village, Songjia village was once again in a state of collective excitement. The specific sorting and distribution matters were naturally overseen by Yi Wujiu and Zhan Bafang. Shen Xu no longer needs to gain recognition through such means. As long as everyone in Songjia village knows that he brought the vegetables and meat, that's enough. The reason he was present to watch the first distribution of grain a month ago was because the people of Songjia village were unfamiliar with him and had never even seen him before. By distributing grain, he could quickly gain the recognition and acceptance of the people in Songjia village. But now, he has become the son-in-law of Songjia village and has easily won the love and respect of everyone in the village. At this point, what he needs to do is to maintain a sense of mystery. Vegetable greenhouse? Husband, I don't understand what you're talking about. In the furrows of the 10,000 mu of fertile land in Songjia village, Song Xiqing stood beside Shen Xu. After listening to Shen Xu's general explanation of the new plan for the 10,000 mu of land, she asked a question with some hesitation. Elder Wufang was also standing by, but he clearly understood more of what Shen Xu was saying. Although it's still very difficult to understand, at least it's not like Song Xiqing, who is clearly clueless when asked questions. It's okay if you don't understand. You just need to know that if my idea is fully realized, then these 10,000 acres of land will be able to grow vegetables all year round. Even in winter, when vegetables can't grow at all under normal circumstances, our Songjia village will have a sufficient supply of all kinds of fresh vegetables. Shen Xu said with a face full of heroic ambition. Song Xiqing stared blankly at Shen Xu, feeling as if he were telling a myth. Master Yan nodded thoughtfully and said, I roughly understand the reasons behind this, but I can't figure out how to do it. Of course, since the son-in-law is a descendant of the immortal sect, if he has some divine means and can really accomplish this, then we will definitely give him our full support. Upon hearing Master Yan's statement, the other 4 members of the 5 elders immediately nodded in agreement. Manhwaedit stroked his beard and laughed. That's right, son-in-law, do whatever you want. Even if we don't understand, we will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Besides, being able to eat fresh green vegetables in winter is like living in paradise. Even among the royal families of the 3 kingdoms, only the southern Lian royal family could eat green vegetables in winter, and even then, the variety was very limited. It's truly enviable. Song Xiqing finally realized what was happening and quickly nodded, saying, Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 177 Feasibility of High-End Drones. Chapter 177 The feasibility of high-end drones has almost circled the tens of thousands of acres of fertile land in Songjia village. Shen Xu collected some fresh soil from various areas and placed it in the subspace. This is in preparation for developing the next plan. A greenhouse project involving tens of thousands of acres of land certainly couldn't be something Shen Xu could just decide to build on a whim. He needs to go back to his own world first, find experts to verify and design the plan, and have the experts write all the steps into the plan from beginning to end. Then, based on the experts' plan, we will purchase everything necessary to build the greenhouse. After transporting all the items to Songjia village, the blood guards were instructed to set up the greenhouses according to the detailed steps outlined in the plan. Especially nowadays, greenhouses require a lot of electricity, so if he wants to build one, he will definitely have to bring a suitable generator set to the other world. However, compared to thermal power generators and hydropower generators, Shen Xu currently prefers solar power generators. Because the valley where Songjia village is located receives a lot of sunlight. As long as enough batteries are prepared, the power generation capacity of the solar generator set should be sufficient. Of course, in order to avoid accidents or extreme situations, in addition to the commonly used solar generator sets, there must be backup generator sets. Furthermore, after the greenhouse is built, it is necessary to determine which vegetables are most suitable for planting on the land, the order of planting, and how many planting seasons can be ensured in a year, all of which need to be confirmed by analyzing the soil composition. Even after building the greenhouses, in order to free up the manpower of Songjia village from farming, he still had to consider the feasibility of fully mechanized operation. In short, building greenhouses covering tens of thousands of acres is a very troublesome task. Shen Xu himself only had a vague understanding of this, so naturally he had to leave everything to the experts. Once the experts have completed all the preliminary work and broken down all the steps into simple, user-friendly operations, it will be his turn to show off his skills. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'll go back and think about it in detail, and figure out where to start in building these tens of thousands of acres of greenhouses. I might bring some things that you've never seen before, so you should be prepared. After placing a large handful of soil from the last area into the subspace, Shen Xu clapped his hands and said with a smile. Master Yan's eyes lit up, and he asked with slight excitement, "Young master, is it a new magic weapon?" Shen Xu thought for a moment and nodded. "You could call it a magic weapon, but not the small kind I gave you before. It's a large one. Anyway, you'll find out when the time comes. By the way, are you using the 1,000-mile eye and the wind following ear?" Upon hearing this, Master Yan grinned and said, "Of course, the 1,000-mile eye has been given to Bafang. He often leads people into the mountains to collect things, and having the 1,000-mile eye makes things much easier in the mountains. As for the wind following ear, it has been taken by Lao Chao. He treasures it like the back of his hand and won't even let us touch it, saying that it is a divine object for commanding battle formations, which is much more convenient than flag bearers using flag signals." Shen Xu turned to look at Chao Yinglong and said, "Grandpa Chao, there's no need to be so precious about those things. To be honest, we have plenty of those things here. It's just that I couldn't bring too many because of the village's situation before. Everything in the village is doing well now, changing rapidly. If you need anything, I can bring you more. Besides, I have something far better than clairvoyance and clairaudience. It'll definitely surprise you." Hearing Shen Xu say that, Chao Yinglong's eyes lit up. However, Chao Yinglong was clearly more composed than Master Yin, so he simply nodded solemnly without making any other remarks. Shen Xu didn't say anything more. Judging that the time was about right, he led his men away from the field and headed back towards the courtyard. What he envisioned as something with greater military value, and which should have no natural enemies in this alien world, was actually a drone. This thing has already entered the realm of high technology. Fortunately, it is actually quite simple to operate, especially since modern high-end drones have automatic flight capabilities, which further simplifies the operation. Therefore, if we disregard the issue of malfunction repair and only consider the operational aspect, there shouldn't be any problems bringing a drone to another world. These blood guards of Songjia village all possess martial arts skills and have learning abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. Even if you've never used a drone before, learning how to operate one is definitely not difficult. Moreover, he doesn't plan to bring too many drones. He'll only bring one drone initially, just enough to let Songjia village know and get used to its existence. The reason he didn't plan to bring a drone at the beginning was because high-end drones were too expensive. In the first few days after he was able to travel through time, he was far less well off than he is now, and buying a high-end drone would put him under considerable pressure. Secondly, the drones need to be charged, and it would be too troublesome to bring them over before the generator sets were transported to this other world. He can't possibly take the drone back to his own world to recharge every time it runs out of power, can he? Now that the decision has been made to build vegetable greenhouses, the solar power generator set must be secured. If we increase the power output of the generator set, we might be able to bring Songjia village into the electric era sooner. The issue of charging drones is no longer a problem. When we returned to the courtyard, the distribution of vegetables and meat was nearing its end, and all the people from Songjia village we encountered along the way had beaming smiles on their faces. For the past month or so, they had been living a more abundant and comfortable life than usual during the holidays, but unexpectedly, their son-in-law brought another big gift. So much so that, as their sense of happiness began to overflow, the people of Songjia village gradually began to idolize Shen Xu. After everyone's share was distributed, Zhan Bafang and Yu Wuzhou looked intently at Shen Xu, who had just returned to the courtyard, wanting to hear his instructions and see if there were any new arrangements. "All right, go back and rest. Prepare for our departure to Changlu County tomorrow. As for the development plan for our Song family village, we'll discuss it in detail when I return from Changlu County. Shen Xu looked at Zhang Bafang and Yi Wujiu and said. Both were somewhat disappointed, but Yi Wujiu was in a much better mood. Shen Xu ignored the two of them and said to Lu Xiaoqing, Grandpa Lu, there is something I would like to ask you about privately. Chapter 178 is delicious. I want more. Chapter 178 It's delicious. I want more. Cloud body wind movement technique? That's right, it is indeed one of my unique skills. However, the cloud body wind movement technique does not require any cultivation method. Even I can only use it when facing a martial artist who has acquired skills. Once I face a martial artist who has acquired skills, the cloud body wind movement technique will lose all its effectiveness. If, as you say, someone without any martial arts foundation were to learn the cloud body wind technique, then even if they mastered it to its highest level, they would at most be able to contend with a third-rank martial artist, which would be utterly meaningless. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shen Xu and said expressionlessly. Shen Xu shrugged and said, Whether it's meaningful or not, just teach me directly. I need it. Lu Xiaoqing didn't ask any more questions and nodded, saying, All right then, the cloud body wind technique is a martial art I created when I was still weak. I was dull-witted when I was young, and my cultivation progressed very slowly after I embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation. In order to make up for the ever-widening gap between me and others, I created this martial art. Even without the support of cultivation level, it can still play a very good role. Shen Xu's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. He felt that Lu Xiaoqing was in Versailles. He was dull-witted in his youth, yet he was able to create his own martial arts techniques. If someone is intelligent from a young age, wouldn't they be blessed with extraordinary talent? He couldn't help but mutter a few complaints in his mind, but when he heard Lu Xiaoqing begin to give a detailed explanation without stopping, Shen Xu had to immediately kick these messy thoughts out of his mind and concentrate on studying. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Song Si, carrying her hunting spoils, had just arrived at the gate. The other 4 members of the 5 elders, as well as Yi Wujiu and Zhang Bafang, all went off to do their own things, so only Song Siqing accompanied Song Si to process the prey. After nearly an hour, having finally finished processing almost all of their spoils, Song Si suddenly said, Sister, I want to go to Changlu County with my brother-in-law and the others tomorrow. Song Siqing asked curiously, Haven't you always been uninterested in going down the mountain? Why do you suddenly want to go to the county town? Song Si calmly said, I feel that I have reached the bottleneck of the 6th rank. If I want to break through the acquired realm, break through to the 7th rank, and step into the innate realm, it is impossible to do so by just hunting in the mountains. There is no way to make any further progress. So I want to follow the group that goes down the mountain, go down the mountain to see more, experience more things, and maybe I can find an opportunity to break through to the innate realm. Song Siqing's face lit up with joy. She stepped forward and hugged Song Si, saying, You've already reached the threshold of the innate realm so quickly? I only advanced to the innate realm at 19, and you're 17 now, and you might be able to advance to the innate realm. If you succeed, you'll definitely become a grandmaster in the future. At this point, Song Siqing stood face to face with Song Si. He placed both hands on Song Si's shoulders and continued earnestly. Si, you've always been more talented than me since you were little, and you're far more focused on martial arts than I am. I believe you can definitely become a grandmaster, and your parents in heaven will surely be proud of you. Song Si blinked, reached out and pinched Song Siqing's cheek, and said, Don't worry, sister, I will protect you and the whole village. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the side room was suddenly pushed open, and Shen Xu and Lu Xiaoqing walked out. Learning the cloud body and wind body style is not difficult. At least that's how it is for Shen Xu right now. In less than an hour, he had mastered all the essentials of the cloud body wind form. Although he was still very unfamiliar with using it, he only lacked proficiency. However, just as Lu Xiaoqing said, this martial art is quite useless because it does not require any martial arts realm to support it. It is very difficult for someone who does not possess martial arts skills to learn. Those who possess martial arts prowess can learn very easily, but they don't need to at all. Aside from teaching it to Xiaoziqiu, Shen Xu really didn't know what other uses the cloud body wind form could have. After exchanging greetings with the two sisters, Lu Shaoqing flew away like a bird. Shen Xu glanced at the sky and decided it was time for him to go back. However, just as he finished speaking with Song Xiqing and was about to turn around and go back to the room to travel through time, Song Si suddenly blocked his way and opened her mouth to him. Shen Xu? Seeing that Shen Xu didn't react, Song Si shut her mouth with some disgust and said, "That thing called chocolate that you gave me last time was delicious, I want more." After saying that, Song Si opened her mouth again towards Shen Xu. Shen Xu was immediately speechless. Fortunately, he had kept those chocolates in his personal space, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to deal with being caught off guard by his sister-in-law. He casually took out 2 chocolate beans and easily tossed them into his sister-in-law's mouth before returning to the room and beginning his time travel. Song Si closed her eyes slightly, completely satisfied. Her thin lips moved slightly as she chewed gently and delicately, her face full of enjoyment. Back in his own world, Shen Xu immediately dialed Xing Xiuquan's number and explained in detail his needs for a complete solution for a 10,000 mu vegetable greenhouse. He didn't know the expert who could come up with this solution, but Xing Xiuquan certainly did. Although his behavior suggests that he is treating Xing Xiuquan as a secretary, they have a close working relationship, and he believes that Xing Xiuquan will not mind. Sure enough, Xing Xiuquan, though somewhat puzzled by Shen Xu's request, readily agreed and said she would get back to him soon. Shen Xu didn't initially understand just how fast this, quick, would be. Unexpectedly, while he was driving home, Xing Xiuquan called to ask him why he hadn't added the expert as a friend. Friends? Yes, what the expert means is that to develop the kind of solution you requested, with specific steps that are so easy to follow, we need to understand in more detail what kind of climate and environment the 10,000 acres of land you mentioned are in. We need to have a sufficient understanding of the land before we can start designing a solution. There are many things involved here, and it's impossible to explain them in just a few words over the phone. So the expert asked me for your chat app account, wanting to discuss it with you in more detail there. But after I gave the expert your account, they called me and said you weren't responding to friend requests? Shen Xu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Aunt Xing, I was driving and didn't check my phone. I'll accept your friend request as soon as we reach a red light. Chapter 179 An Entrepreneur with Passion. Chapter 179 Entrepreneurs with Passion. This world often seems to be deliberately working against you. For example, when you buy stocks, no matter which stock you buy, no matter how good its past performance was, once you buy it, the stock will definitely start to fall. For example, when you stand on the street trying to hail a taxi, you will never see one. If one does appear, it will definitely be carrying passengers. But when you don't want to take a taxi, empty taxis often drive past you one after another, and some will even beep to remind you that an empty taxi is coming and ask if you want to take it. Specifically, for Shen Xu, the remarkable thing was that he didn't encounter any red lights on his way home. The days of waiting for traffic lights every few hundred meters, a frustrating experience, were completely foreign to him today. It wasn't until he had driven into a parking space in the underground parking lot that Shen Xu had time to take out his phone and accept the agricultural expert's friend request. As soon as the application was approved, a long text message was sent over. It was clearly prepared in advance while waiting for him to accept the friend request. Although it was quite long, the content was not complicated. It simply involved asking Shen Xu in detail about his specific needs regarding the greenhouse. So Shen Xu turned off the car and explained his core needs to the experts. His core demands were few. First, fully mechanized operation. From sowing to harvesting, everything should be done by machines. The goal is to ensure that a greenhouse covering 10,000 mu, approximately 667 hectares, can be overseen by only 20 to 30 people from start to finish. Secondly, all of these mechanized operations use electricity as their sole energy source. Furthermore, under the pretext of environmental protection, it is required that only solar energy be used for power generation, so greenhouses must be equipped with solar power generation units of sufficient power. As Shen Xu sent his core demands to the experts, they responded with a string of ellipses. Shen Xu was a little puzzled by this, but soon, an unfamiliar number called in. After answering the phone, a slightly aged voice came through the receiver. Mr. Shen, your 2 core demands will cause the cost of these 10,000 mu of greenhouses to rise sharply. Fully mechanized operation is not a problem, but according to your requirements, it means that all agricultural machinery operating in the greenhouses must be electric. Coupled with a series of other chain reactions, the final cost may more than double. Shen Xu smiled and said, It's all right, you don't need to worry about the cost. As long as the product can be made and fully meets my requirements, money is not a problem. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a rather poignant sigh. It's rare to meet an entrepreneur with such a sense of mission as Mr. Shen. In the past, when bosses came to me hoping I would provide solutions, their primary focus was always on cost. I've never met someone like Mr. Shen who doesn't care about costs at all. Mr. Shen, please rest assured, I will develop your proposal into a model research project. My 2 doctoral students and 3 master's students will join in, and through studying Mr. Shen's proposal, they will all gain invaluable experience. After exchanging a few more polite words, the phone finally went dead. Shen Xu glanced at the screen and became increasingly satisfied with Shen Xiuquan's competence. Although he didn't identify himself, Shen Xu could tell that the expert Shen Xiuquan had found was likely a leading agricultural expert specializing in greenhouses. Only those who have reached the level of doctoral supervisors are qualified to supervise doctoral and master's students. Having money is far from enough to find experts at this level to help you. In short, the solution for the 10,000-acre greenhouse needed in the other world has been basically confirmed, and the rest is just a matter of time. Things are progressing so smoothly, it's truly something to celebrate. Shen Xu happily took the elevator back home, but as soon as he reached the living room, he found Jiang Min sitting on the sofa with a look of utter despair. Jiang Min's mother sat beside Jiang Min with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Shen Xu return, Jiang Min's mother immediately stood up and said in an extremely warm manner, Little Shen is back. Come and eat. Min specially prepared a table full of dishes for you, just waiting for you to come back and eat. After saying that, Jiang Min's mother turned and walked quickly towards the restaurant. Shen Xu turned to look at Jiang Min in astonishment. During the time they shared the apartment, he never saw Jiang Min cook. Jiang Min got up and came to Shen Xu's side, whispering, Don't worry, it was actually my mom who did it. I was just helping out. My mom's idea is that if you want to win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach. She told me to be a good wife and mother and keep you firmly in my grasp. Shen Xu then realized what had happened and said with a wry smile, It seems I performed too well, and the medicine was given too strongly, resulting in the opposite effect. Jiang Min sighed. It's too late to regret now. Let's just take it one step at a time. Anyway, my mother won't be staying here for more than a few days. When does Auntie plan to leave? I'll estimate about a week. Why? They called Shinya downstairs, and the 4 of them sat around the dining table for a simple dinner. Jiang Min's mother's cooking skills were SOSO, and during the meal, she kept trying to praise Jiang Min's good points, making the atmosphere at the table quite awkward. Jiang Min, in particular, seemed completely lost, and besides silently eating, she had no idea what to do. After finally finishing the meal, Shen Xu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I've been very tired these past few days, I'm going upstairs to rest now. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, and I might be away for 3 or 4 days. Xia, why don't you and Minmin come and keep Auntie company in Wanghai? Don't go to your part-time job, school starts soon. If you don't enjoy yourself for a few more days, wouldn't it be a waste of this summer vacation? Shinya glanced at Shen Xu and gave a weak reply. Jiang Min's mother said with a smile, Xiaoshen, you should go about your business. Don't worry about me. I didn't come to Wanghai to cause you any trouble. Go and rest. Minmin will come up and give you a massage in a bit. Xiaoshen, let me tell you, Minmin's skills are family tradition. Her father used her massage skills to trick me into marrying him back then. After saying that, Jiang Min's mother gently nudged Jiang Min with her arm, reminding her to quickly tidy up the table. Jiang Min looked indignant and grief-stricken, while Shen Xu could only awkwardly laugh it off before hurriedly running upstairs. Chapter 180 Ban. Chapter 180 The master bedroom had clearly been cleaned, with brand new sheets, blankets, and pillows. Shen Xu closed the door, threw himself onto the bed, stretched comfortably, and then started scrolling through short videos on his phone. This form of entertainment, unique to the working class, requires no additional cost other than wasting time. Time is, of course, very precious to those who have power and influence. But for ordinary people struggling to survive, it is their least valuable asset. Shen Xu felt that he hadn't been able to relax like this in a long time. If you don't think about anything and just keep scrolling through short videos to kill time, and only do it occasionally, it's actually quite a nice experience. Of course, doing this every day is definitely not an option. One can indulge in pleasure occasionally, but one cannot be useless forever. Just as Shen Xu was happily scrolling through short videos, he suddenly came across a trending short video. Popular celebrity Ji Xushen was maliciously targeted for attention at the airport. Ji Xushen handled the situation calmly and politely. What would you do in his shoes? Shen Xu subconsciously read out the video title. But the more I read it, the more something felt off. After watching the video briefly, I realized that it showed the minor conflict that Jiang Min and I had with Ji Xushen at the airport arrival gate during the day. However, the video had clearly been edited and frame by frame removed, with all the content unfavorable to Ji Xushen being removed. After all that, the video presented to the general public made it seem as if Shen Xu and Jiang Min were deliberately trying to gain attention. Sure enough, when Shen Xu opened the comments section of the video, he found that the comments were completely one-sided. They were either criticizing him and Jiang Min, or praising Ji Xushen. In short, hyping up this matter will obviously only benefit Ji Xushen, and will not cause him any harm. Shen Xu didn't really care about this kind of thing. With his current status and the ability to travel between the two worlds at any time, his position is completely different from before. Many things that used to hurt him now only make him laugh. But this incident will affect more than just himself. Jiang Min also appeared in the video. If he really ignores it, Jiang Min may suffer some unnecessary harm. Thinking of this, Shen Xu dialed Lu Tongchun's number directly and briefly explained the truth of the matter after the call was connected. Lu Tongchun didn't say much, only indicating that he understood and telling Shen Xu that he would handle the matter immediately before hanging up the phone. At the same time, in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel in Wanghai, Ji Xushen sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand, listening to his agent's report with his eyes half closed. Ah Shen, the hype has really taken off, and it's about to become a topic of discussion across the entire internet. Tomorrow I'll contact the head of the fan organization and ask them to cooperate with our hype starting tomorrow, so we can try to keep this on the trending topics list for 10 days to half a month. The agent said excitedly. Ji Xushen nodded with satisfaction, took a sip of red wine, and said with a smile, "It doesn't need to take 10 days or half a month. To put it bluntly, it's just a small matter. It would be amazing if it stayed on the trending topics for a week. Once the hype dies down, remember to issue a statement saying that we had no intention of occupying public resources, which is why we haven't spoken out about it. We can capitalize on one last wave of traffic, then this trip to Wanghai won't be a loss." Just as the agent was about to agree, his phone suddenly rang. Upon discovering that the call came from the official higher-level authority, the agent, though puzzled, quickly answered the call. He was about to say a few words of flattery when, to his surprise, the person on the phone didn't give him a chance to speak at all. After berating him harshly, she quickly laid out many other demands on him. The agent's expression froze instantly, and his face gradually turned pale. He hunched over like a grandson, listening obediently for over 10 minutes until the voice on the other end finally stopped. He then swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Could you tell me exactly who that young man is? At least let us die knowing why." Ji Xushen, who had been tasting the wine, had already noticed his agent's unusual behavior. The agent listened attentively to the phone call for over 10 minutes, but he still couldn't figure out what had happened. At this moment, Ji Shushan finally heard his manager speak. He immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively stood up from the sofa, bringing his ear to the phone's receiver so that his face was practically touching his manager's. But the next moment, the suggestive word coming from the phone receiver made the agent shudder, almost dropping the phone. The person on the other end of the phone had already completed the task they had been given and hung up without hesitation. Before the agent and Ji Shushan could have any time to process the call, the phone rang again immediately after the agent had just hung up. This time, it wasn't just his agent calling. Ji Shushan's personal phone also rang. Both of them answered the phone somewhat hastily, seemingly wanting to see if there was any room for reconciliation. However, what they heard after answering the phone made their expressions even more unpleasant. The phone calls went on, almost non-stop, for about an hour before everything finally calmed down. Ji Shushan and his agent seemed to have lost all their strength at once, collapsing onto the sofa with their bodies limp. Both of them stared blankly at the ceiling of the presidential suite, seemingly lost in thought. After a long silence, Ji Shushan finally spoke with difficulty. If I were to clarify the truth of the whole matter and sincerely repent while exposing my shortcomings, causing resentment among fans and completely destroying all my current popularity, all I would get in return would be a complete ban and the inability to ever set foot in the entertainment industry again. If we don't do this, and they take action, they will not only blacklist me, but also, based on my current illegal acts, arrest me and put me in jail to repent for my actions. But the problem is, when did I break the law? How come I didn't know? The agent replied blankly. Strictly speaking, by filing taxes under the studio's name, we're actually evading taxes. Whether or not the higher-ups want to investigate is entirely up to them. Ji Shushan paused for a moment, then seemed to age considerably in an instant, and said in a hoarse voice, I understand, do as they ask. Chapter 181 The Little Clever Kid. Chapter 181 The clever little devil Lu Tongchun returned the call even faster than Shen Xu had expected. After learning that everything had been resolved, Shen Xu curiously asked Lu Tongchun what would happen to Ji Shushan. Shen Xu was quite surprised to hear Lu Tongchun say that Ji Shushan's performance was relatively cooperative, so the only solution was to completely blacklist Ji Shushan and prevent him from ever setting foot in the entertainment industry again. He thought that Ji Shushan would issue an apology statement and clarify the truth of the matter, and that would be enough. After all, regardless of how much of that traffic is fake, Ji Shushan is one of the most popular young male celebrities right now, with a huge influence in the entertainment industry. Is it a bit too bloody to just ban someone without a second thought? Won't there be any backlash? Making him admit his mistake while also blacklisting him is tantamount to ruining him outright, isn't it? Shen Xu asked, stunned. Mr. Shen, you don't need to worry about anything. No matter how famous a star is, they're still just a star. We're not in the West. The West is capitalist, where the rich can have everything, so stars have a very high status because they are all very rich. This place is bureaucratic. Only those in power can have everything. No matter how rich someone is, without the corresponding power to back them up, they can only keep a low profile. I did ruin him, but at least I left him a way out. I didn't push things to the extreme. This is just using his case to make an example of him. By making this a serious incident, they can deter others and prevent you from encountering similar trouble in the future. The entertainment industry is a very sensitive circle, and they know best who you shouldn't mess with. Lu Tongchun said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Listening to Lu Tongchun's nonchalant tone, Shen Xu suddenly understood the meaning of power. To the truly powerful and wealthy, celebrities who seem unattainable to ordinary people are nothing more than dough that can be kneaded and molded at will. The magnitude of this class disparity far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. If he were truly a public servant, how could he possibly attract so many people to flock to him like moths to a flame? After chatting with Lu Tongchun for a few more minutes, Shen Xu hung up the phone with a heavy heart. He used to hate the privileged class the most, but now he himself has become part of the privileged class. Then he realized that what he hated was not the privileged class, but that he himself could not enjoy the privileged class's treatment. From this perspective, he is indeed an extremely vulgar person. Just as Shen Xu was reflecting on his own actions, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Min walked in with a look of despair on her face. What's wrong?" Shen Xu asked, puzzled. Jiang Min sighed, her eyes vacant, and said, "After I cleared the table and washed the dishes, my mom asked me to come up and give you a massage." Shen Xu said in surprise, "Isn't that unnecessary? I thought Auntie was joking just now." Jiang Min shook her head and said, "Since we're already here, let's get a massage. My mom wasn't lying about this. My dad really is a very good massage therapist. Although I can't compare to him, I've learned a lot from being around him since I was little. However, the last time I gave a massage was back in college when my roommate was curious, so I gave her a massage. I haven't done it since graduating and starting work. I might be a little rusty, so please bear with me." Seeing that Jiang Min was serious, Shen Xu felt a little embarrassed, but also a bit expectant. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Shen Xu could tell that Jiang Min's technique was indeed very skillful. Various massage techniques applied to the body are very stress-relieving and comfortable, making people relax involuntarily. "Cough, cough, cough, that's enough for now. It's been quite a comfortable massage." Jiang Min turned around and went to the ensuite bathroom in the master bedroom, where she quickly washed up. After coming out of the bathroom, she returned to Shen Xu's bedside and gestured for Shen Xu to lie down. "What are you doing?" Shen Xu asked, looking puzzled. "Sleeping with you is a task my mom assigned me." Chapter 182 Before Departure. Chapter 182 The night before departure was uneventful. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shen Xu got out of bed. Although the master bedroom had a standard double bed, Jiang Min was quite restless while sleeping, which kept Shen Xu from getting a good night's sleep. Although Jiang Min's idea about the postcoital period is not wrong, it is clear that Jiang Min is only rich in theoretical knowledge and has virtually no practical experience. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so naive as to think that the cooldown time for this skill could last all night when facing a young man. "It's a good thing I'm a person with principles, otherwise I would have let you experience the wickedness of society." After washing up, Shen Xu came out of the bathroom and looked at Jiang Min, who was still sleeping like a log on the bed. He couldn't help but mutter to himself before turning around and pushing the door open. Because they got up so early, Xingye and Jiang Min's mother were obviously still asleep. So Shen Xu left a note and tiptoed out of the house. He drove straight to his warehouse, parked the car inside, closed the warehouse door tightly, and locked it from the inside. After confirming that everything was safe, Shen Xu traveled through time. It was early morning in the same world, but the other side was already bustling with life. The Song sisters, Song Xiqing and Song Si, were having breakfast in the yard. Shen Xu had left in a hurry and was hungry, so he sat down and ate with the two sisters. It must be said that Song Xiqing's cooking skills are quite good. In the past, even a skilled cook couldn't cook without rice. But now that the house is fully equipped with all sorts of things, Song Xiqing can truly showcase her culinary skills. As a result, she can create amazing dishes, even just for breakfast. Perhaps this is the perfect wife who is elegant in public, skilled in the kitchen, and can be taken to bed any time, anywhere? After they had filled their stomachs, Yuwujiu led his men and horses to the gate of the courtyard house. Shen Xu took the handkerchief from Song Xiqing, wiped his mouth, and then walked out of the courtyard with a smug look on his face. To Shen Xu's surprise, Song Si followed closely behind him. "What do you mean?" After taking the reins of his horse from Yuwujiu's hand, Shen Xu looked at Song Si beside him, and asked. Song Si said expressionlessly, "I will be going to Chanle County with you this time." Shen Xu asked in surprise, "You're going too? What are you going there for?" "Sweetie, we're going to take care of some important business. We'll buy you a toy when we get back, okay?" Song Si didn't speak, but the long sword at her waist suddenly came out of its sheath. A flash of cold light startled Shen Xu. "Husband, Si is quite skilled. She will definitely not hold you back on this trip. She is currently at a bottleneck in her cultivation level and needs to break through it through travel, so let's take her with us." Song Xiqing walked out of the courtyard and continued with a smile, See, put away your sword. What kind of talk is it to brandish a sword in front of your brother-in-law? I can agree to your idea of going out, but you also have to promise me that you will listen to your husband in everything while you are away and not be willful. Song Si bit her lip, sheathed her sword, and slowly nodded. Shen Xu was speechless. Why bring your sister-in-law along on a perfectly good trip? Isn't that just asking for trouble? But having been put on such a pedestal, he couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. At the same time, in Changle County, the Baofenglong branch, which had only been open for about a month, had not yet started a single day of business. But in the backyard of the branch, Chiao Anqing had already gotten out of bed early, sporting 2 huge panda eyes, and was listening to the branch manager report on the situation. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in almost 2 weeks. As a result, I lost a lot of weight. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but rather that the pressure was too great, making it difficult for him to sleep soundly. Boss, we can't accept Shue's silver notes anymore. Shue's is clearly targeting us, adding many requirements for cashing the notes. If we take the notes to Shue's to cash in silver, we're lucky if we can get 30% back. At this rate, our branch's silver reserves will soon be depleted. Transporting silver from home is a long journey. Following the agreed-upon intervals, it's simply too late. Based on the current depletion of our reserves, our remaining silver will only last for 3 more days at most. After 3 days, the silver will be completely gone. The branch manager spoke with extreme anxiety and urgency. Chiao Anqing shook his head with a solemn expression and said, No, if we stop accepting Shueji's silver notes, then Baofenglong will never be able to expand its business in Changle County. If we just accept Baofenglong's silver notes, no one will recognize them. A bank's reputation cannot be built up overnight. Only if we can also redeem Shueji's silver notes will the people of Changle County accept us quickly. As for Shueji's silver notes, no matter how many demands he makes, it will only delay the time limit for us to exchange them for cash. In the end, they will definitely redeem them all. This is Shueji's reputation. Shueji wouldn't risk its own reputation just to suppress us. If Shueji really dared to do that, I'd be even happier. However, Shueji's owner isn't that stupid, and we can't expect to defeat them by relying on our opponents making foolish mistakes. The branch manager naturally understood this principle, but he couldn't think of any other way at the moment. So, upon hearing Chiao Anqing's statement, the branch manager could only smile wryly and say, Master, that makes sense, but we don't have any money right now. No matter what, we need sufficient cash to support your idea, right? We've managed to conceal the exact amount of silver we have, preventing Shueji from figuring out our true strength, which is why we're able to hold out for another 3 days. If Shueji knew the exact amount of silver we have left, he would definitely try to force us to sell. At that point, let alone 3 days, we won't even last 3 hours. You know the consequences if the money exchange can't pay out the silver, boss. Do we really have to make a scene like that? There's absolutely no need to keep pushing through like this. Chiao Anqing frowned and said, My decision is irreversible. Besides, we're not at our wits' end yet. Can't we still hold on for 3 more days? Don't give up until the very last moment. Here's what we'll do, we'll operate as usual today. I'll go out for a walk and see if I can find any solutions. If the problem of insufficient cash reserves cannot be resolved in the next 2 days, then as you said, find a reason to announce that the bank will temporarily cease accepting Shue's banknotes. As for when acceptance will resume, our bank will notify you separately. The branch manager breathed a slight sigh of relief and bowed respectfully in response. Chapter 183 The Thoughts of the Prince of Changle. Chapter 183 The Thoughts of the Prince of Changle and the Prince of Changle's residence. Zhou Tianxi and his son Zhou Jinnan, who had just finished breakfast, sat facing each other in the study. The atmosphere was fairly relaxed, but Zhou Jinnan kept a straight face, which forced Zhou Tianxi to sit upright as well, not daring to relax in the slightest. How are the preparations for the birthday banquet going? Zhou Jinnan asked. Zhou Tianxi immediately replied, Father, rest assured, everything is ready. The invitations will all be sent out today. According to the list, all the prominent figures in the county will be invited. Even the Southern Liang money merchant who just opened a branch of Baofenlong in our county a month ago is on the list of invitees. Zhou Zhennan nodded and said, "That's fine. Keep a close eye on things and make the birthday banquet at Changle Garden as extravagant as possible. Don't worry about whether it will be used or not, as long as the money gets spent. Also, when sending out invitations, make sure to tell the invitees that the value of their birthday gifts cannot be less than 1,000 taels of silver. If someone can't find a suitable birthday gift at the last minute, then sending silver notes, or even gold is fine. As long as the value isn't less than 1,000 taels of silver, it's acceptable. In short, openly display our intention to make money off this, and let everyone curse us behind our backs." Zhou Tianxi hesitated and said, "Father, I know you want to tarnish your reputation, but His Majesty the Emperor has always had absolute trust in you. You don't need to ruin your name like this." Zhou Zhennan shook his head and said, "You're still young and don't understand how fragile trust really is. I didn't tarnish my reputation before because there were frequent wars between the three kingdoms, and our greedy wolf army had to undertake too many combat missions. I didn't have the energy to think about the so-called issue of tarnishing my reputation. However, the three kingdoms have now effectively ceased hostilities. While minor border skirmishes still occur, all three kingdoms are exercising restraint, hoping to recuperate and try their best to salvage the situation that is on the verge of collapse within their respective countries. In this situation, our greedy wolf army will no longer be tasked with combat. If I continue to appear flawless, even if the Emperor doesn't overthink it, the entire court will. Since I hold military power, I absolutely cannot afford to lose the support of the people." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxi pondered for a moment and then said, "Should I go and bully the market? I won't target ordinary people. I'll only target some merchants with connections in our county town. This way, the lives of ordinary people won't be affected, but the number of impeachment petitions sent to the capital will definitely increase significantly." Zhou Zhennan refused without hesitation, saying, "No need. Don't go too far. It's fine for me to take some money, but if you go and harm those merchants, there will be too many impeachment memorials, and our Changle County will be described as a place where the people are living in misery. We can do a little to tarnish our image, which will help solidify trust, but we can't do too much, because that will also raise doubts about whether we're truly suited to remain here. The three kingdoms are only temporarily at peace, not that they will never fight again. This ceasefire may last for 1 or 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years. Once the three kingdoms have recovered, the inevitable war will resume. Therefore, Changle County must maintain sufficient stability to prepare for the inevitable resurgence of conflict. In short, the line between right and wrong is hard to find, so we can only try to choose the least serious things to do. And in this world, nothing is less serious than greed for money. Everyone is greedy, I'm just a little more greedy, and no one will say anything." Zhou Tianxi cupped his hands in acknowledgement, indicating that he had learned something. "By the way, is there still no useful information about the investigation into that mysterious caravan from a month ago? Is that kid's real name Shen Xu or Lu Yong? You say he calls himself Shen Xu, but the information we found in Sheyun Pavilion says his real name is Lu Yong. Which one is his real name?" Zhou Zhennan suddenly changed the subject and asked. Zhou Tianxi smiled bitterly. "Father, after the other party left our county a month ago, they were intercepted by bandits. As a result, the bandits were all killed, but the other party obviously did not pay any price. Since then, the other party has never appeared in the area of our county again. Therefore, the investigation into them has been stalled, and it's truly unclear where to begin. As for their real names, I tend to believe that neither of them is correct. The reason is simple. Lu Yong was the name revealed by Qiu Anqing, while Shen Xu was the name the other party admitted to using. If Father's guess is correct, they are all people sent by Southern Liang, and Qiu Anqing is just a figurehead to attract our attention. Then, both Lu Yong and Shen Xu must be false names used to confuse the situation." Zhou Zhennan squinted and said, "Those bandits roaming within Dongshan Prefecture, while their strength is quite average, can still handle ordinary merchant caravans without much trouble. Defeating them isn't difficult, but wiping them out completely and preventing them from even escaping is beyond the capabilities of a normal merchant caravan. Whether his name is Shen Xu or Lu Yong, the name doesn't matter. What matters is that the caravan he leads is incredibly powerful. Aside from the military forces of the three kingdoms, I can't think of any other force capable of organizing such a caravan. Therefore, their identities should be confirmed. Here's what we'll do. When you send the invitation to Qiu Anqing, remember to send an extra one. Write Lu Yong's name on the invitation and have Qiu Anqing deliver it. Since they're both from southern Liang, they must have some communication methods we don't know about. I'm sure Qiu Anqing can get the invitation delivered. Zhou Tianxi asked in confusion. Does father want to meet Xinyi and Lu Yong in person? A smile finally appeared on Zhou Jinnan's usually very serious face as he said, I have no regrets even though my clothes are getting looser and I am wasting away for her. I must meet the great talent who can write such elegant lines. Simply being greedy for money isn't enough, but we can't really let Changle County fall into chaos, so we have to act a bit like plebs. We can indulge in sensual pleasures, pretend to be cultured, and seek fame and fortune. These are all things we can do. In short, try to like useless things. The more unambitious you appear, the more stable our Changle Prince's mansion will be. So not only will I see him in person, but you must come with me. But wasn't Lu Yong from the southern Liang dynasty? So what? The three kingdoms have already made peace. Besides, how would we know whether Lu Yong was really from the southern Liang dynasty? Yes, father. I understand. Chapter 184 Refugees. Chapter 184 Refugees. Compared to the excitement and exhilaration of his first trip to Changle County, Shen Xu was much calmer and more composed on his second journey. Gone is the joy of learning to ride a horse for the first time. All that remains is the tedium and boredom of traveling. However, unlike the last time he went to Changle County, this time, as soon as he came down the mountain and passed through Yongping town, Shen Xu noticed that there were many refugees crowding in front of the town gate. After all, it's just a town. Although Yongping town has city walls, they are merely mud walls made of rammed earth, a little over 2 meters high. An adult can easily climb over them with a short running start. Yongping town, enclosed by these mud walls, has a permanent population of over 5,000. Centered on Yongping town, the jurisdiction radiates outwards in all directions, encompassing dozens of villages of varying sizes. The total number of villagers in all these villages reaches nearly 10,000. Therefore, without a doubt, from the perspective of population size alone, Yongping town is a large town. At this time, the number of refugees crowding in front of Yongping town looked to be over 100. There were men, women, and children, all emaciated and withered, their clothes so tattered they could barely cover their bodies. Compared to the number of people living in Yongping town, these 100 or so refugees are not many, but the sudden appearance of refugees is definitely not a good sign. Has the food shortage in Dongshan Prefecture become this severe? Shen Xu tightened the reins, stopping his horse on the official road outside Yongping town. He turned to look at the hundreds of refugees outside the town gate and asked. The others also reined in their horses and stopped. Yu Wujiu came to Shen Xu's side and said helplessly, To be honest, it's not that serious, but the grain merchants in Dongshan Prefecture took the opportunity to stir up trouble. What might have been a shortage of only 10% of the grain has become a shortage of at least 50% under the manipulation of the grain merchants. The market was already experiencing a shortage of grain, causing prices to rise. Grain merchants, naturally sensitive to this, immediately began restricting sales after noticing the price increase. This further exacerbated the shortage, resulting in grain prices at least doubling compared to last year. The lives of ordinary people were already difficult. During the Three Kingdoms period, years of war brought countless taxes and levies. In good years, they could barely make ends meet. In bad years, they were forced upon their children or borrow from loan sharks to survive. But how could they ever repay those loans? In the end, it only led to the destruction of their families and the loss of their lives. Shen Xu nodded slowly, but his mood was somewhat strange. He knew that in a feudal society with insufficient productivity, the lives of ordinary people were extremely miserable. Knowing it was true, he was still inexplicably shaken when this tragic situation was presented to him in such a real and concrete way. Just then, Shen Xu saw some refugees pull up a few wild grasses from the roadside and stick them into their messy hair. One by one, other refugees began to follow suit, kneeling in front of the gate of Yongping town, but they didn't even have the strength to climb over the mere 2-meter-high mud wall. Soon, a wealthy man dressed in silk, accompanied by his servants, walked out of Yongping town with his hands behind his back. He looked at the refugees with wild grass stuck in their hair one by one, and if he saw someone he liked, he would nod with his chin. Immediately, a servant would come forward with a small bag of grain to negotiate with the refugee. "What are they doing?" Shen Xu frowned and asked. Yu Wuzhou explained. "The act of selling one's head by sticking wild grass on one's head means that one is willing to sell one's life. As long as someone is willing to buy it, the buyer can do whatever they want with them. Even if they buy it and kill the person directly, the government will not care. Generally speaking, girls with delicate features are easier to sell. Brothels and similar establishments always want to buy girls with clean backgrounds. Strong young men are also easier to sell because they can be used for work immediately. However, if they are elderly, or sickly and clearly in poor health, unlikely to live long, even if they wanted to sell themselves, no one would buy them. In short, once they sell themselves, they are no longer human, but livestock." Shen Xu did not speak again. They simply watched as the wealthy man quickly bought 2 refugees, and then other wealthy people came out of Yongping town to buy people. In total, about a dozen groups of people came out, and more than 30 refugees were bought. As for the remaining 60 or 70 refugees, they were completely ignored. What will happen to them? If no one buys their food, will they just have to stay here and starve? Will anyone in Yongping town come out to provide porridge? Shen Xu asked again. Yu Wuzhou was taken aback and asked in confusion. Giving out porridge? What do you mean? Now it was Shen Xu's turn to be stunned. After blinking, he organized his thoughts and then explained his understanding of porridge distribution to Yu Wuzhou. Yu Wuzhou shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it. At least from the time the 3 kingdoms were established and they were constantly fighting until now, there has never been such a porridge distribution as you described, son-in-law. Those grain merchants even resort to tricks like using large and small measures when buying and selling grain. Expecting them to give away grain for free to cook porridge for the people is absolutely out of the question." Shen Xu said in a deep voice. "What about the government? Doesn't the government have a duty to provide relief to the people? Doesn't the government care either?" Yu Wuzhou shrugged and said, "The government's grain reserves are basically all military rations, intended for the army. Now that the 3 kingdoms have made peace, the situation may be a little better. In the previous years, there was war every year, and it was already difficult enough just to feed the army. Where would there be any surplus grain to provide relief to the people?" Shen Xu said speechlessly. "Then what about the common people? Like these refugees, are we just going to watch them starve to death?" Yu Wuzhou sighed and said, "In the past, these people would have been directly recruited into the army to become cooks, grain transport teams, and so on. If the fighting was intense, they would have been immediately pulled to the front lines. Although many will die at first, after a few battles, those who survive will naturally become qualified soldiers. The army will definitely have enough food, if not enough to fill their stomachs. At least they won't starve. However, now that the 3 kingdoms have ceased hostilities, there should be no more forced conscription. Therefore, besides being bought by the government, these refugees are pretty much left with only one fate, starvation." Shen Xu took a deep breath, glanced at the refugees, then pulled on the reins and headed back towards Changlu County. But compared to before seeing those refugees, Shen Xu suddenly felt that this alien land beneath his feet was much more three-dimensional and vivid. Chapter 185 No one could capture Paris before France surrendered. Chapter 185 No one could occupy Paris before France surrendered. The date in the other world was similar to the lunar calendar, so although the timeline in Shen Xu's world had reached the latter half of August in the Gregorian calendar, it was still July in the other world. As the saying goes, plums ripen and fall from the tree by the window, bamboo shoots grow into a forest under the wall. The continuous rain makes one unaware of spring's passing, only when the sun shines do one realize how deep summer is. When Shen Xu rode his horse to the city gate of Changlu County, it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the azure blue sky was a sight to behold. But the air was not refreshing. The scorching heat turned the earth into a steamer, and the surroundings were hot and stuffy. Even if a slight breeze blew by, it could not bring even the slightest bit of coolness. The official road they had traveled along was scorching hot, and the heat waves kicked up by the galloping horses were so intense that they were almost suffocating. Shen Xu felt that the surface temperature was likely over 40 degrees Celsius, but with the support of his martial arts realm, his body had extremely strong heat resistance. Even under such high temperatures, he did not sweat profusely. After being regulated by his internal energy, the surrounding temperature remained only on the surface of his body and could not penetrate into his body at all. This discovery greatly surprised and delighted Shen Xu. He never imagined that his inner energy could be used as a constant temperature air conditioner. However, he is currently only at the upper third rank of martial arts, and his internal energy is not strong, so his temperature regulation is obviously limited. This can be seen from the behavior of the people around them. Not to mention Yu Weijio, even his sister-in-law Song Si, who had been cycling all the way, had maintained that icy demeanor the whole time, and her expression hadn't changed at all. Although her clothes covered her body completely, even half of her snow-white neck, there was no sign of her body temperature rising on Song Si's face. "What are you looking at?" Upon noticing that Shen Xu had stopped his horse and turned to look at her thoughtfully, Song Si spoke expressionlessly. Shen Xu dismounted and casually said, "I didn't see anything, I was just a little curious. Aren't you hot? The sun is scorching today." Song Si also dismounted and said in a cold tone, "Martial artists at the innate realm can be immune to heat and cold. Although I have not yet reached the innate realm, I am only one step away from it. Normal temperature changes will not affect me." As the two were talking, they had already passed through the city gate of Changle County. Considering that the most important purpose of this trip was to discuss exchanging silver for gold with Xiao Anqing, the 10 tons of silver had to be taken out before going to find Xiao Anqing. Otherwise, if 10 tons of silver were to magically appear in front of Xiao Anqing, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. Therefore, Shen Xu decided to first find a suitable inn to stay in, then buy a few boxes, take out the silver directly from the inn, pack it into the boxes, and then take it directly to the money exchange owned by Xiao Anqing. Instead of specifically looking for the guest house I stayed at last time, I chose one that was nearby. After leading all the horses to the stables, a row of rooms on the first floor of the inn was set up. Shen Xu led Yu Weijio and Song Si into one of the rooms and took out the 10-ton silver brick from the subspace. Soon, blood guards returned with large wooden crates they had just bought from the city market, and began to sort the silver bricks. Although they had no idea where the silver came from, the blood guards' habit of obeying orders since childhood made them not ask any questions. They simply kept their heads down, and did their work without saying a word. "In a bit, calculate how much silver Mr. Feng needs to purchase. Let's set aside this portion of the silver first. We can use the rest to exchange for gold with Xiao Anqing." As the blood guards quickly finished packing all the silver bricks, Shen Xu turned to look at Yu Weijio beside him and continued. "Originally, these silver bricks were supposed to be kept for the village, but now we have to use them temporarily to discuss exchanging them for gold with Xiao Anqing. But don't worry, after I finish talking with Xiao Anqing and confirm whether the silver for gold exchange can be carried out, or if it can, how it should be done, I will prepare an extra amount of silver sufficient for the village's use, to ensure that Mr. Feng's side is not delayed." Yu Weijio quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, you're too kind. The money was all obtained by you, so you're free to use it however you want. Besides, the things Mr. Feng wants to buy aren't expensive. I estimate that it's a few thousand taels of silver, which should be enough for half a year." Shen Xu shook his head and said, "Don't try to appease us. The matter that Mr. Feng is in charge of is very important to us. No matter how much money it costs, it's worth it. Yes, son-in-law, I'll take some people to load the carts first, and then arrange for someone to inquire about the newly opened money exchange called Baofenglong, right? Find out exactly where Baofenglong is located." As Yu Weijio spoke, he began to instruct the blood guards to carry the packed silver bricks out. Fortunately, they were all martial artists of the 6th rank or above, with immense strength. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to move these boxes filled with silver bricks. Shen Xu stretched and was about to take a break when he saw Song Si bring a bathtub from the inn. Then she quickly filled the bathtub with hot water, tested the water temperature to make sure there was no problem, and then stared intently at Shen Xu. What are you trying to do? Shen Xu asked, stunned. Song Si said in a flat tone. Before we came out, my sister specifically told me to keep an eye on you while you were taking a medicinal bath. You seem to have been a bit lax these past few days. I haven't seen you practicing your skills on weekdays. If you don't even take medicinal baths anymore, do you really expect to improve your internal cultivation level by sleeping? Feeling a little guilty, Shen Xu forced a smile and said, I definitely want to take a medicinal bath, but it's not as convenient as being at home when I'm traveling. How about we put it off for now? I'll start taking the bath again when I get home? Song Si shook her head without hesitation and refused. No, although my sister told me to do whatever you say when I come out, this is an exception. I have to watch you finish soaking. Either you be obedient and take off your clothes and go in to soak on your own, or I'll help you take them off and then throw you into the bathtub. You choose. Shen Xu and Song Si stared at each other for a while, but when they realized that Song Siqing's attitude was extremely firm and there was no room for negotiation, they could only nod in agreement helplessly. His sister-in-law seemed quite stubborn. If he pressed her, Shen Xu suspected she might actually strip him naked on the spot, which would be a huge loss of face for him as the brother-in-law. Rather than passively admitting defeat, it's better to take the initiative to beg for mercy. The best way for a person to be invincible is to kill themselves, leaving their opponents completely baffled. Chapter 186 Bank Run. Chapter 186 describes the feeling of being squeezed and soaked in a medicinal bath, which is basically the same. The only difference is that before, when Shen Xu was soaking in the medicinal bath, Song Siqing was always by his side, but this time it was Song Si watching him from the bathtub. Unlike the medicinal bath that Song Siqing had to soak in to treat her injuries, the medicinal bath that Shen Xu was soaking in was specially prepared to improve his martial arts level, so it was an absolute tonic. During the medicinal bath, the medicinal effects of the herbs continuously flowed into Shen Xu's body, causing his internal energy to circulate and grow stronger, breaking through more occupants. This process is actually quite dangerous. If the medicinal effects of the herbs exceed Shen Xu's current tolerance limit, then what was originally a highly nourishing substance may instantly become a deadly poison. Although the possibility of this happening is very small, it cannot be completely ruled out. This means that someone must watch over Shen Xu while he is soaking in the medicinal bath to prevent him from going astray. When all the silver chests had been loaded onto the carts, and the blood guards sent out by Yi Wujiu had also found out the exact address of Baofenglong's branch in Chenggu County, Shen Xu finally finished his medicinal bath for the day. The improvement is quite significant. Shen Xu, who had already reached the 3rd rank, was now standing firmly on the threshold of the 4th rank after this medicinal bath. If all goes well, he will be able to break through to the 4th rank after just one more medicinal bath. Son-in-law, let's set off. I've specially rented some mule carts. It should take about half an hour to get from our inn to Baofenglong's branch. Shen Xu had just finished cleaning himself and getting dressed when Yi Wujiu knocked on the door and came in to report. Have you inquired about the situation in the county seat? It's been a full month since we last came here. Has anything significant happened in the county seat during this time? As Shen Xu walked out of the inn, he asked. Yi Wujiu lagged half a step behind, following closely behind Shen Xu, and cautiously replied, I didn't specifically inquire. After finding out the address of the Baofenglong branch, the blood guards I sent out returned. Young master, is there something you need? Shen Xu frowned and said, It's all right, but the blood guard's habit of gathering information doesn't seem very good. Although we're not going to rebel immediately, we'll have to take that step sooner or later. The more detailed our understanding of the situation in Changlu County is before we start the uprising, the easier it will be for us to formulate a suitable plan. The blood guards these days don't apply what they've learned to other situations when investigating things, which is unacceptable. As the head of the Blood Guards Intelligence Department, you need to pay more attention to this. I don't care what they were like before, but from now on, the Blood Guards must perform in a way that satisfies me. These words were not harsh. However, when the words reached Yiwujio's ears, they still made him feel extremely ashamed. What the son-in-law said is right. In fact, over the years, due to the fact that they are part military and part farming, the Blood Guards have suffered from serious deficiencies in many aspects of training. However, now that the food problem has been completely solved by the son-in-law, the Blood Guards no longer need to spend any energy on farming. I assure you, at most 3 months the Blood Guards will make up for the skills they have lost, Yiwujio said with utmost seriousness. Shen Xu nodded, showing no doubt about Yiwujio's promise. The Blood Guards are quite efficient, but their only weakness is a lack of creativity. The streets of the county town were not crowded in the afternoon. Since this was his second time visiting the county town, the lack of novelty made Shen Xu not particularly interested in the scenery. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the 3 large characters, Baofenglong, finally came into view, Shen Xu also saw Qiu Anqing's very conspicuous figure, quite fat, blocking the entrance of Baofenglong, seemingly talking to someone. Master Qiu! If Baofenglong can't redeem Xueji's silver notes, then just say so. Don't keep me waiting here. If Xueji didn't have restrictions on redeeming large silver notes, why would I have come to Baofenglong to redeem them? But then again, why did Xueji suddenly restrict the redemption of large silver notes? Isn't it because of Baofenglong? If Baofenglong hadn't suddenly opened a branch in the county town, would Xueji have resorted to such underhanded tactics against you? So if Baofenglong truly has no cash, then you should go back to your southern Liang as soon as possible, and stop embarrassing yourselves in our great show. You've even dragged a respectable merchant like me down with you. What did I do to deserve this? As soon as Shen Xu reached the entrance of Baofenglong, he heard a rather impatient complaint coming from inside. However, Qiu Anqing, who was blocking the entrance, was not angry at all and still had a smile on his face. He said in a friendly tone, Master Lu, how could Baofenglong not be able to redeem a mere 3,000 taels of silver notes? It's just that Xueji suddenly put us in a tight spot, making our cash a bit scarce. How about this? If you're not in a hurry, we guarantee to redeem the silver for you tomorrow. How about that? If you really need it urgently today, would it be alright to exchange it for gold instead of silver? 3,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 300 taels of gold. Although we are somewhat short of silver, we have plenty of gold in stock, which should be enough to meet your needs, Master Lu. Bah! I must get the silver today, so I can distribute it to the weaving workshops in each village. Otherwise, why should they give me the cloth? Tomorrow? Do you know how much silver I will lose tomorrow? Will Baofenglong compensate me for the silver I lose? And don't even mention the gold. If I give gold to the weaving workshops in other villages, will they accept it? The silver is barely enough, and which village would accept gold? Anyway, I don't care. If Baofenglong can't pay out the silver, then hurry up and put up a notice. As long as you put up a notice, Xueji will naturally lift the payment restrictions. I'll still get my silver today. The agitated voice grew even louder. Qiu Anqing, who was blocking the entrance, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally thought that the remaining cash could at least last for about 3 days to make payments. But who would have thought that a big cloth merchant would suddenly come in the morning and ask for 3,000 taels of silver notes to make payments? His branch's cash reserves totaled only a little over 2,600 taels. So it's quite obvious that, let alone 3 days, he only lasted half a day. With a sigh, Qiu Anqing had no choice but to concede defeat. But just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. Qiu Anqing subconsciously turned his head in the direction where his shoulder had been patted, and the next second, a look of joy appeared on his chubby face. Brother Lu? Long time no see. Where have you been for the past month? Chapter 187 I have as many as you want. Chapter 187 I have as much as you want. Let's catch up later. How about we solve your current problem first? I overheard something. It seems your money exchange is short of cash? Shen Xu asked with a smile. Qiu Anqing didn't hide anything and briefly explained the current predicament of Baofenglong branch. The cloth merchant, who was sitting in the branch office waiting to exchange his silver for cash, was clearly getting impatient. Seeing that Qiu Anqing and Shen Xu were chatting casually, the cloth merchant was furious and got up to start cursing. Before the curses could even be uttered, Shen Xu had already beckoned the blood guards to carry the large wooden chests filled with silver bricks into the bank. Then, under the watchful eyes of the cloth merchant and Qiu Anqing, Shen Xu casually lifted the lid of the box, revealing the gleaming white silver bricks inside. Hiss! The curses had reached the back of his tongue, but the dazzling color of the silver bricks blinded him, and he gasped for breath. Qiu Anqing was also completely unprepared for this. He stared blankly as Shen Xu opened all the lids of the boxes, and inside those boxes were all white silver bricks. I heard you clearly just now, it's 3,000 taels of silver in total, right? Each of these silver bricks is worth 300 taels, just take 10. After you finish your business, I can hand over the silver to Brother Qiu. Shen Xu looked at the cloth merchant with a smile and said. The merchant swallowed hard and hurriedly checked the quality of the silver bricks in the box. After confirming that there were no problems, he immediately handed the silver notes to Qiu Anqing. He changed his aggressive attitude from before and became much more humble and kind. He quickly completed the procedures for exchanging the silver notes for cash with Bao Fenglong. Before leaving, the cloth merchant repeatedly apologized to Qiu Anqing, saying that he was just too anxious and had absolutely no intention of targeting Bao Fenglong, and hoped that Qiu Anqing would not mind. Only after the cloth merchant had been completely seen off did Qiu Anqing lead Shen Xu to the backyard. The remaining silver bricks were also moved to the backyard. Brother Lu! You've really saved me from this crisis. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have had to admit defeat to Shui Ji. But things are different now. With the silver you brought, I can definitely wait for the cash replenishment from home. The Shui family business in Changle County is ultimately just a branch. Once my cash starts circulating, they can only watch helplessly as I establish myself in the county. So, Brother Lu, your bringing so much silver is truly a lifesaver. As soon as they entered the backyard, Qiu Anqing grabbed Shen Xu's hands and continued excitedly. Brother Lu! With so much cash, you must have your own plans. Tell me, do you want to store it in our Bao Fenglong, or do you have some other plans? Anything that Bao Fenglong can do, Brother Lu, just ask. I won't hesitate. As long as you're willing to leave all this cash with Bao Fenglong, then anything is negotiable. Shen Xu shook off Qiu Anqing's greasy hand with some disgust. There was no direct exchange of silver for gold. Instead, he asked curiously, I can roughly understand why Bao Fenglong is willing to honor Xueji's banknotes, but what reason does Xueji have for not honoring its own banknotes? Without a reasonable explanation, it will seriously damage Xueji's reputation, won't it? Qiu Anqing sneered and replied, It's a very simple reason. Xueji branch said they need to audit the accounts, so only small amount banknotes can be redeemed during the audit period. If large amount banknotes are redeemed, it might mess up their accounts, so large amount banknote redemptions have to be temporarily suspended. It was merely a matter of the branch in Changle County temporarily suspending the redemption of large denomination banknotes. Given Shui's reputation, there wouldn't be any problem. Shui's purpose was clear, to use this method to create a run on me while I was still establishing myself. They almost succeeded. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu nodded as if he understood but not quite. He didn't know much about the specifics of how money shops should be operated. The meaning of not much here refers to having virtually no understanding of it. So, not intending to discuss the topic of Qiu Anqing's money shop in depth, Shen Xu pondered and said, Brother Qiu, as you think, since I brought so much cash to see you, I do have my own plans. I hope to use this silver to exchange for gold of equal value from your money shop. Moreover, this silver for gold exchange won't be a one-off event. There will likely be many more. I just wonder, Brother Qiu, are you capable of consuming so much silver? Your silver reserves are almost depleted. What about your gold reserves? Are they enough to exchange for all this silver? Qiu Anqing was somewhat surprised. After carefully examining Shen Xu, he asked, It's not stored at our Bao Fenglong? Instead, you brought it to Bao Fenglong to exchange for gold? And it's not just this once? Brother Lu, if I may ask, how much silver do you have in total to exchange for gold? Shen Xu countered. How much silver can you consume? Qiu Anqing raised an eyebrow and said confidently, I can eat as much as you have. Shen Xu coughed lightly and said with a smile, I'll have as much as you can eat. Qiu Anqing looked at Shen Xu with suspicion, frowning as he asked, Brother Lu, who exactly are you? How much is all this silver in total? 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels is 2,000 taels of gold. I have that gold in my warehouse right now, but it's definitely used as ballast. If I give it all to you, then I won't be able to come up with a single tael of gold from this branch. Qiu Anqing looked at Shen Xu with an honest expression and then said, But to be honest, if you can really provide me with a continuous supply of cash, it will actually relieve the pressure on me to transport the cash. All I have to do is keep bringing gold over from home. A tael of gold is about half the size of a tael of silver, but its value is 10 times that of the same weight of silver, so from a transport perspective, it's certainly more convenient. Therefore, Brother Lu, I sincerely hope that what you said is true. However, since such a large sum of gold and silver is involved, I cannot act on emotion. I must ensure sufficient safety and eliminate all risks before making a decision. Shen Xu thought for a moment and said, How about this? This time I'll only exchange half for gold, and the other half will be deposited directly in your bank. You can give me a silver note. However, it would be best if the subsequent silver-to-gold exchange could be done as soon as possible, and the larger the amount, the better. If the amount is large enough, I can even give you 10% as interest, which means that 100 taels of silver will only be exchanged for 9 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Qiu Anqing's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 188 What outrageous things are you spouting? Chapter 188 What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, the 10% interest isn't free. You'll only get the 10% interest if you exchange more than 200,000 taels of gold with me each month. If it doesn't reach 200,000 taels, the exchange rate will remain the same as usual. Furthermore, Baofenglong's distribution channels need to be open to us. If we need to purchase some scarce goods that are difficult to procure on the market, Baofenglong must help us make the purchases. Can you agree to this condition? Shen Xu asked with a smile. A look of vigilance appeared on Qiu Anqing's face. He hesitated before speaking. Brother Lu, there are some things we need to make clear beforehand. There are some things that are difficult to procure on the market that Baofenglong simply cannot purchase. For example, crossbows and armor. If we were to try to purchase these things, we would be beheaded no matter where we are in the 3 kingdoms. Take salt, for example. It was a crucial source of tax revenue during the 3 kingdoms period. If one bought smuggled salt instead of official salt, not only would the salt merchants be beheaded, but the common people who bought it would also be whipped. Therefore, if what Brother Lu wishes to buy falls under the category of contraband, please forgive me, Bao Fenglong, for being unable to help. Shen Xu shook his head and said, Brother Qiu, what are you thinking? I won't do anything illegal or disorderly, and I won't ask you to help me buy any contraband. However, there are some things that are specialties of Liang or Wei, and it's not easy to buy them on the land of Dezhou. Besides, the years of warfare between the 3 kingdoms had nearly severed trade routes, making it impossible to purchase many goods through normal channels. Generally, we only seek Brother Qiu's help when we need to buy these things. Upon hearing this, Qiu Anqing was relieved, and his chubby face was once again filled with a hearty smile. He said, Now that things have come to this point, it would be too unreasonable of me to refuse. Brother Lu's request is not excessive. The exchange of 200,000 taels of gold per month is a high demand, but for Baofenglong, it is still achievable with some effort. As long as Brother Lu can provide enough silver, our deal will definitely be able to be sustained and continue. The deal is mutually beneficial. We both get what we need. How about we tentatively agree to trade once a month? Shen Xu naturally had no objection to this. This means that approximately 10 tons of gold are traded each month. The required cost is 100 tons of industrial silver, which, based on the current price of industrial silver, is roughly between 300 and 400 million. If 10 tons of gold were handed over to Xingxiuchun to handle, it could be sold for at least 4 billion. Based on the current rate of increase in gold prices, it could potentially sell for around 4.5 billion. Normally, A gold transaction once a month would bring him at least 4 billion in net profit. After silently calculating in his mind, Shen Xu suddenly realized that he had no feeling for this number at all. Of course, it is still very gratifying to have successfully reached a deal with Qiu Anqing. Qiu Anqing quickly arranged for people to check all the silver. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out 10,000 taels of gold from the warehouse as requested by Shen Xu, along with 100,000 taels of silver notes. These silver notes all belong to Shui's company. Each note is 100 taels long, and there are a total of 1,000 notes. Although silver notes are basically unusable in the village, they don't cause too many problems when used for transactions within the city. Qiu Anqing was very happy. The problem of insufficient cash reserves had been completely solved, and a large number of Xueji silver notes that had been accumulated had been cleared out. His worries were swept away all at once, which was naturally worth celebrating. So, Qiu Anqing put his arm around Shen Xu's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Brother Lu, tonight at Sheyun Pavilion, it's my treat." Shen Xu tensed up, glancing guiltily at Song Si, who remained quietly by his side. He coughed lightly, then straightened his face and said sternly, "Brother Qiu, please have some self-respect. I won't go to places like Sheyun Pavilion. If you really want to entertain me, then just invite me to Guishan Lintang for a meal." Qiu Anqing paused, then asked in confusion, "Brother Lu, are you alright? Didn't we have a great time at Sheyun Pavilion last time? Is it because Miss Lu only invited me that you're angry? That explains why you disappeared after leaving Miss Lu's room. If that's the case, don't worry, Brother Lu. Tonight we'll order 10. I won't take any. I'll send them all to your room." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Xu bristled, his eyes widening as he glared at Qiu Anqing and shouted, "Who went to Sheyun Pavilion with you? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Otherwise, I'll sue you for defamation." Qiu Anqing was even more puzzled. However, he suddenly noticed that Shen Xu seemed to be subtly gesturing towards him. Following Shen Xu's gesture, Qiu Anqing finally noticed Song Si's presence, and was immediately startled. Because he couldn't understand why he hadn't noticed that Shen Xu was accompanied by such a stunningly beautiful and aloof woman. Is it because everyone's attention is focused on the money? That shouldn't be the case. After all, she's a living, breathing person, and a beautiful young woman at that. There's no way he could ignore her like that. Qiu Anqing felt that this matter was indeed somewhat strange. Just then, the branch manager rushed into the courtyard and handed 2 invitations to Qiu Anqing. "Master, the prince's mansion just sent an invitation, inviting you to the Prince of Changli's birthday banquet tomorrow night." The branch manager spoke respectfully. Qiu Anqing looked at the 2 invitations in his hand over and over again several times. He then tossed one of the invitations to Shen Xu, keeping his own, and said with slight dissatisfaction, "Attending the Prince of Changli's birthday banquet tomorrow night? You only sent the invitation today? Shouldn't we usually give 10 days to half a month's notice for these kinds of things? Isn't this last-minute notification a bit insincere? It's just so I can go and deliver the birthday gift." Shen Xu ignored Qiu Anqing's complaints, and just looked down at the invitation Qiu Anqing had thrown at him. The invitation clearly stated that Lu Yong was invited to attend the birthday banquet of the Prince of Changle. How did the prince's residents know I was here? And why was I invited to this birthday banquet? Does the Prince of Changle not recognize anyone else? Shen Xu asked, looking completely bewildered. Qiu Anqing rolled his eyes and said, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Anyway, the prince's invitation has already been sent. If you don't go, you're disrespecting Prince Changle." Chapter 189 Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Chapter 189 Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Forget it, we still have things to buy, let's go back to the inn to rest first. Anyway, the birthday banquet is tomorrow night, so let's talk about it tomorrow night. As Shen Xu spoke, he gestured to Yi Wujiu to lead the blood guards to pack up the gold and silver notes they had exchanged, while he and Qiu Anqing bowed and took their leave. Qiu Anqing did not stop them. The sudden invitation from the prince's mansion had disrupted the rhythm of his conversation with Shen Xu. So, watching Shen Xu leave with his men, Qiu Anqing simply escorted them to the entrance of the money shop. He then said with a smile, "Brother Lu, please go ahead with your business. Tonight at dusk, I will host a banquet at Guishan Lintang to thank you for your timely assistance today. I hope you will do me the honor of joining me. The hour of you, 5 to 7 p.m.? I will arrive on time." Shen Xu casually agreed. Yu Wujio's blood guards split into two groups. One group returned the rented mule carts, while the other group carried small boxes filled with gold. Shen Xu, holding the invitation from the prince's mansion, walked at the front, pondering whether there was any special meaning behind it. "Why did that fat guy keep calling you Brother Lu?" Song Si, who was following behind Shen Xu, suddenly asked. Shen Xu replied absent-mindedly. "We met in the county town a month ago. He asked me what my name was, but I didn't tell him my real name. Instead, I lied and said my name was Lu Yong." "Lu Yong? Does that name have any meaning?" "It has no meaning. It was just something I made up on the spot." "What is Shuyunjian? You were clearly very nervous when that fat man mentioned Shuyunjian just now." "Cough, cough, cough, see, don't talk nonsense. I'm not nervous. I just feel very disdainful of Brother Qiu mentioning Shuyunjian." "So what place is it?" "It is the largest and highest class brothel in the county." "You haven't been there?" "Never been. Absolutely never been. I've always looked down on those kinds of brothels. Just hearing the name makes me feel disgusted. How could I possibly go? Haha, impossible, absolutely impossible." Song Si found Shen Xu's reaction a bit strange. She leaned over to look at him, and asked in confusion, "Then why do you seem to know so much about Shuyunjian?" Shen Xu's face stiffened, then he shifted the blame without hesitation, saying, "It was all Wujio who told me." While shifting the blame, Shen Xu also secretly winked at Yu Wujio beside him. Yu Wujio was a little confused. He noticed that the second Mrs. gaze had turned towards him, and the young master beside him, after giving him a meaningful look, actually distanced himself from him with a look of disgust. This greatly shocked Yu Wujio's innocent heart, and he could only nod with a hint of grief and indignation, saying, "It was the second Mississippi. When the young master first came to the county town, he knew nothing about the things in the county town, so I explained it to him in detail." Song Si nodded expressionlessly. Seeing that Song Si didn't suspect anything, Shen Xu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject, saying, "This invitation from the prince's mansion is quite interesting. The young prince of the prince's mansion has met me before and knows my name is Shen Xu. But the name on the invitation is Lu Yong, and the invitation was sent directly to the Baofenglong branch. I don't believe the prince's mansion has such exaggerated control over the entire Chanle prefecture. We've only just entered the city today, and we're already being monitored by the prince's mansion? In fact, if someone were truly monitoring us, it's unlikely they would escape our senses unnoticed. So this must be a coincidence. The most reasonable explanation is probably that the prince's mansion misunderstood the relationship between me and Qiu Anqing. Qiu Anqing has connections to the southern Liang dynasty, so the prince's mansion might mistakenly believe that we are also from the southern Liang. If that's the case, it provides perfect cover for your identities, since you are all unregistered residents." Song Si asked, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" Shen Xu thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "We can't jump to conclusions. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. We can't simply judge whether the impact of an event is good or bad. We can only take it one step at a time." Song Si thought for a moment and said, "I'll go to the birthday banquet with you tomorrow night." Shen Xu asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" "Record the internal layout of the prince's mansion, and observe its detailed situation. Prince Zhou Jinan of Chanle is the wolf lord of the northern Zhou's greedy wolf army. Once we start our uprising, Zhou Jinan will be our primary enemy. Now that we have the opportunity to directly enter the prince's mansion for observation, we certainly cannot waste it." Song Si said it as a matter of course. Shen Xu was shocked and quickly advised, "You must not act rashly. We are not ready to start an uprising yet. If you rashly assassinate the Prince of Chanle, things will become very troublesome." Song Si gave Shen Xu a look of pity, as if he were mentally challenged, and said speechlessly, "Who said I was going to assassinate Prince Chanlo? Zhou Jinan is not only the wolf lord of the greedy wolf army, but also one of the top experts in northern Zhou. His martial arts cultivation should have reached the 9th rank. I am only a 6th rank and have not yet broken through the innate limit. What makes me think I can assassinate him?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xu was relieved, realizing that he had misunderstood. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "It's good that it wasn't an assassination attempt. Be careful when you're observing, and don't let anyone notice anything amiss." The group quickly returned to their rooms at the inn. The chest full of gold was put down, and Yu Wujio put the silver notes into his pocket before leading the blood guards out again to buy things that Songjia village and Feng Bui needed. Song Si asked Shen Xu for 2 chocolates, and after eating them, she returned to the next room satisfied. As she approaches her breakthrough to the innate realm, Song Si dedicates at least 1 hour each day to quiet meditation. For martial arts practitioners, breaking through from the acquired to the innate is a complete qualitative change, and also a genuine tribulation. If one cannot achieve a flawless state of mind, then the process of breaking through may very well lead to going astray. Therefore, Song Si was extremely cautious about this. The daily process of self-cultivation and enlightenment is never perfunctory or negligent. Of course, compared to others, Song Si has an exceptional ability to control her mind because she cultivates the ice-heart technique. Therefore, the risk of breaking through to the innate level is much lower than that of other martial arts practitioners. Shen Xu stored all 500 kilograms of gold into the subspace. After a moment's thought, he returned to his own world. Now that the prince's mansion has sent an invitation, he should prepare a congratulatory gift in advance. But he really couldn't bear to give any expensive gifts, so he simply went back to his own world to see if he could just buy some handicrafts to make do. Chapter 190 Who's Right and Who's Wrong? Chapter 190 Who's Right and Who's Wrong? The warehouse that Shen Xu rented was not far from the small commodity wholesale market in Wanghai City. Thinking that there were no glass products in the other world, Shen Xu decided to buy a glass bottle at the small commodity wholesale market as a birthday gift, thinking that it should be enough to fool Prince Changle. Because in this other world where there are no glass products, anything resembling glass would be considered an incredibly rare and precious crystal. They come in all sorts of colors and have extremely poor transparency, yet in the eyes of people from other worlds, their value is far greater than that of jade. Therefore, buying a glass bottle is the most suitable option. It won't cost much, and will definitely satisfy Prince Changle. It wasn't that Shen Xu was stingy, it was just that the invitation from the prince's mansion lacked sincerity. Just as Qiuanqing said, if it is a sincere invitation, then it is not excessive to give notice 10 or 15 days in advance for such an important event as the birthday celebration of Prince Changle. Well, to make matters worse, the birthday banquet is tomorrow night, and they only came to deliver the invitations today. This gives the impression of someone rushing to squeeze in extra people as the birthday banquet is about to begin, while simultaneously trying to make up for the extra cost with gifts. In short, it's unpleasant. Driving his Bentley, following the directions on his phone's map navigation, Shen Xu quickly arrived at the main road outside the small commodity wholesale market. Just wait at one traffic light in the left turn lane, turn your car around, and you'll be there. Who would have thought that just as Shen Xu was obediently waiting in line for the traffic light, he saw the left turn light turn green and the cars in front of him started to turn around. Suddenly, a Tina cut in from the straight lane next to him, crossing the solid line. The sudden turn of events startled even Shen Xu, who instinctively slammed on the brakes and simultaneously honked the horn. The horn blared, but the Tina that had cut in line remained unmoved. Instead, it rolled down the driver's side window, stretched out its left hand, and gave Shen Xu the middle finger. Shen Xu's eyes widened immediately. Good grief, cutting in line and being this arrogant? And you're cutting in line by crossing the solid line. Upon discovering that the Tina driver had raised his middle finger, and then deliberately stuck his head out to spit provocatively, Shen Xu's face turned cold. He immediately released his foot from the brake and rammed into the Tina. Bang! The impact wasn't loud, but because the Tina's body was already angled in, after Shen Xu's car bumped against the left rear door, the car immediately slid sideways and almost directly blocked Shen Xu's car. The Tina driver was dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected Shen Xu to actually dare to hit him. However, after a few seconds of stunned silence, the Tina driver angrily pushed open the door and got out of the car. He stepped forward and kicked the driver's side door of Shen Xu's car hard, yelling, "Do you even know how to drive? I've already reserved the spot and you still rammed into me. This is a new car. How much damage will you cause if you hit it?" Shen Xu had just finished reporting the incident to the police and made a phone call to Go Wenping before leisurely getting out of the car. Looking at the car door, I noticed a rather noticeable dent due to the forceful kick from the Tina driver. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Can't you hear me?" The Tina driver became even angrier when he realized that Shen Xu ignored him after getting out of the car. While shouting, he tried to push Shen Xu. Before his hand could even touch Shen Xu's shoulder, Shen Xu had already moved faster and grabbed his wrist. With a single forceful movement, the anger on the Tina driver's face vanished instantly, replaced by a pallor caused by pain. "Ouch! Let go! You fucking let go! My wrist's going to break!" According to Chinese law, if someone intentionally damages another person's property with a value of 5,000 or more, the police have the right to open a case and investigate, which is a criminal offense and is generally punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years. My car is a new Bentley Flying Spur, and the driver's side door is worth approximately 100,000. You just deliberately damaged my car door with violence, and I will call the police to handle the matter. As he spoke, Shen Xu released the driver of the Tina and simultaneously triggered the alarm a second time. The only difference is that the first time I called the police, I called the traffic police, but the second time I called 110, the emergency number in China. Bullshit! Who are you trying to scare? My car is only worth 200,000. And you're asking for 100,000 for just one door? Let me tell you! You hit my car! If you don't give me enough compensation and the depreciation cost of the vehicle, I'm not letting this go. The Tina driver continued to roar angrily. Of course, having experienced Shen Xu grabbing his wrist earlier, he dared not act rashly again. Shen Xu was too lazy to waste words on this kind of person, so he simply stood quietly to the side, waiting for the police to arrive and handle the accident. Actually, if this person hadn't gone too far, giving the middle finger and spitting, Shen Xu wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Even if being cut in line is annoying, it's a small matter, and you can let it go. But the arrogant and domineering attitude shown by the other party is really unacceptable. Therefore, Shen Xu decided to teach the other party a lesson. This world shouldn't always allow those who break the rules to benefit, while those who follow the rules always suffer losses. This is wrong. Those who do wrong should pay the price for their actions, instead of seeing who is unreasonable and who benefits. Traffic police arrived at the scene quickly. After examining the scene and the marks on the road, it didn't take much effort to determine that the Tina driver was fully responsible. The Tina driver was furious and shouted, "Why should I be fully responsible? I had already taken the spot. He saw me. He had already stopped the car, but then he stepped on the gas again and hit me. He should be fully responsible. He hit me on purpose." The traffic policeman turned to Shen Xu and asked, "Did you hit him on purpose?" Shen Xu immediately shook his head and said, "Of course not. He cut in line very suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all and instinctively stepped on the brake. As a result, when he changed lanes over the solid line, he rolled down his window and used threatening gestures and words towards me, which scared me. I'm a very timid person. After being startled by him, I accidentally released the brake, which caused my car to collide with his vehicle. All of this can be verified by CCTV footage. Officer, in this situation, what responsibility do I bear?" The traffic policeman shook his head without hesitation and said, "Crossing the solid line and forcibly changing lanes was the main cause of this accident. As long as you didn't intentionally hit him, you don't need to bear any responsibility. However, since there was a second incident, I'll check the surveillance footage. Please wait a moment." Chapter 191 Qingxing Society. Chapter 191 Qingxing Society. Just as Shen Xu said, the surveillance footage clearly recorded the entire process. In traffic accidents where liability is clearly defined, if it cannot be proven that one party intentionally caused the accident, then the party at fault will bear full responsibility. Shen Xu did release the brake, but he did not press the accelerator. Under these circumstances, unless Shen Xu himself admits it, it is almost impossible to deduce that Shen Xu's behavior was intentional. Therefore, the traffic police issued an accident liability determination letter directly. The Tina driver naturally disagreed with this determination of responsibility, and therefore refused to sign the determination. However, this refusal to sign may prevent accident mediation from taking place, but it does not affect the traffic police's determination of responsibility for the accident. After the traffic police finished dealing with the traffic accident, the 110 police car also stopped. Also arriving at the scene were staff from the insurance company that provided the Tina driver's car insurance, and Go Wenping. "Brother Su, aren't you having these accidents a bit too often?" Go Wenping moved closer to Shen Xu and whispered something. Shen Xu shrugged and said, "Anyway, it's entirely the other party's fault, and your auto shop can still make a profit on repairs, so why not?" Go Wenping grinned and said, "Of course we at the car dealership are happy. But if your car keeps getting into accidents, it will greatly affect its value. I remember you used to be such a nice guy, always believing that taking a step back leads to a brighter future and that patience brings peace. Why are you so irritable now?" Shen Xu said nonchalantly. "How much does this car cost? Even if it's affected, so what? Money can't buy my happiness. I was just too repressed in the past, so I have to change my style of doing things. I can't continue to be so cowardly. A moment of patience brings peace. Why can't others be patient? Taking a step back opens up a vast expanse. Why should I always be the one to back down? From now on, I won't consider so much about gains and losses when I do things. I'll only consider one thing, whether I feel happy or not." While the two were talking, the Tina driver had already finished his conversation with the insurance company staff. The police officers who responded to the scene also completed their investigation and evidence collection. Upon learning that the insurance company could not fully compensate for the traffic accident, but would only pay a limit, leaving the driver of the Tina to bear the excess himself, he finally broke down. In particular, the police officers present determined that he had intentionally damaged other people's property, and needed to take him back for further investigation. This completely extinguished any trace of the arrogance the Tina driver had displayed earlier. He rushed to Shen Xu in a panic, pleading with a face full of remorse. Dude, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, okay? I promise I'll drive carefully from now on and never dare to do anything illegal again." Shen Xu glanced at the Tina driver, then turned to the police officer who had responded to the call and said, "Comrade, I have other things to attend to, so I'm entrusting this matter entirely to my friend. The case itself is very simple, with nothing complicated about it. My demands are very simple. I will not accept any form of mediation or compensation. I don't want a single penny. I only hope that he will be punished according to the relevant regulations." After saying that, Shen Xu patted Go Wenping on the shoulder, completely ignoring the Tina driver, and turned to walk towards the small commodity wholesale market not far away. The Tina driver swayed and then plopped down on the ground. "Although I deeply regret my past actions, it's too late to undo them." After browsing through a few shops in the small commodities market, Shen Xu selected a pair of hexagonal, diagonally patterned glass vases, which cost him a total of 15 yuan. Without having the shop put away the packaging, Shen Xu carried the vase, hailed a taxi, returned to his warehouse, and then traveled through time to his room at the inn. Yi Wujiu and the others were still out shopping. Shen Xu casually placed the vase on the table and found himself with nothing to do for the time being. There were still at least 2 hours until the appointed time with Xiao Anqing, so instead of sitting idly in the room, I might as well go out for a stroll to kill some time. As soon as Shen Xu stepped out of the room and locked the door, Song Si walked out of the next room almost simultaneously. "Where are you going?" Song Si asked in a cool tone. "Well, I'm bored staying indoors, so I'm thinking of taking a stroll around the neighborhood," Shen Xu answered honestly. Song Si didn't object, but immediately followed Shen Xu to his side and said, "I'll go with you." I'm just browsing around. Is it really necessary to go to all this trouble?" "What's the problem? Are you planning to go to Sheiyun Pavilion? Is that why you think I'm in your way?" "Pfft. Don't talk nonsense. I'm an upright person, how could I go to a place like that? If you want to come along, then come along, but don't forget what your sister told you. When you're out and about, you must listen to me." As Shen Xu replied, he rolled his eyes and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What time is it? How could Shiyunjian be open?" "What did you say?" "It's nothing, I just thought the weather was nice today, perfect for shopping." Song Si looked suspicious, but didn't ask any further questions. She simply followed Shen Xu quietly as they left the inn. The city of Chang'e was inexplicably languid in the afternoon. The sweltering heat made pedestrians on the street look listless. As a result, Shen Xu suddenly lost interest while walking down the street. After walking for a short while, Shen Xu suddenly noticed a group of people gathered in front of what appeared to be a tea house. The plaque above the gate is engraved with the 3 large characters, Wanjiang Tower, and 2 men are guarding the gate. Shen Xu casually stopped a man who was watching the commotion and asked him what was going on. He then learned that a literary society called Qingxing Society had booked the Wanjiang Tower for the day. The members of the Qingxing Society are composing poems and lyrics on Wanjiang Tower. Furthermore, the Qingxing Society left several riddles outside Wanjiang Tower. Anyone who could solve the riddles was qualified to enter. In addition, the Qingxing Society has set up a prize for today's poetry gathering. Whoever writes the best poem will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Shen Xu immediately lost interest. "Are you kidding me? He's worth tens of millions every minute. Would he waste his time on a mere 100 taels of silver?" Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go somewhere else, Song Si suddenly grabbed his arm. "Let's go in and take a look. I've heard of this Qingxing Society. It seems to have been founded by the daughter of the governor of Dongshan Prefecture. If we can get to know the people inside, we might have some unexpected gains," Song Si said with a serious expression. Chapter 192 Guessing Lantern Riddles. Chapter 192 Guessing Lantern Riddles. Founded by the daughter of the prefect of Dongshan Prefecture? Then why would she come to Chang'e County? Could it be that she's also here to celebrate the birthday of the Prince of Chang'e County? Shen Xu looked puzzled and started asking the onlookers again. As expected, Song Si was right. The Qingxing Society was indeed founded by the daughter of the prefect of Dongshan Prefecture. The members of the society are mainly daughters of officials in Dongshan Prefecture. In addition, some well-known young talents in Dongshan Prefecture are also recruited into the Qingxing Society to serve as worshippers. Because the daughters of officials in the Qingxing Society are of noble status, there are many people who want to join. As a result, the Qingxing Society almost never accepts applications from outsiders. It will only send out invitations from within the society after confirming that a young talent meets the requirements. Although the Qingxing Society is a literary society, its members only discuss poetry, songs, essays, and vernacular stories when they gather, and almost never touch on other topics. However, the identities of the members of the gang are too sensitive. Just as Song Si said, if they could get in touch with the people of the Qingxing Society, they might be able to find out some secrets about Dongshan Prefecture. The son of the governor of Chang'e County was also a member of the Qingxing Society. But why the Qingxing Society members would suddenly come to Chang'e County for a gathering was unclear to the onlookers outside Wanjiang Tower. They only knew those rumors circulating in the streets. Naturally, they had no further knowledge of anything more in depth. Shen Xu stopped asking the group and instead led Song Si to the gate of Wanjiang Tower. He cupped his hands in greeting to the 2 men guarding the entrance of Wanjiang Tower, and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, what is the riddle? My friend and I hope to go up to Wanjiang Tower to see the talents of the many beautiful women of Qingxing Society, so we would like to try our luck with the riddle." Shen Xu's score was very simple. Solving riddles is actually related to a person's knowledge and experience. The broader one's knowledge base, the easier it is to guess. People in ancient times found riddles difficult mainly because they had very limited access to knowledge. A limited way of thinking naturally leads to a weaker ability to make connections, making it difficult to apply knowledge to new situations and thus making it even more difficult to guess a riddle accurately. However, such limitations do not exist for modern people, so Shen Xu did not believe that the riddles from another world could stump him. Moreover, once he knew the riddle, even if he couldn't guess it on the spot, Shen Xu felt he could simply go back to the inn, then travel to his own world and search for it using a search engine. Given a similar cultural background, finding a similar answer shouldn't be difficult. The two men guarding the entrance of Wanjiang Tower immediately replied when Shen Xu asked about the riddle. "Young master, please listen carefully. Our riddle is, it has a face but no mouth, it has feet but no hands, it can eat rice, and it can drink wine." Shen Xu paused for a moment, then asked in confusion. "What is this riddle about? Is it an object? A person? Or a word?" One of the men smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, young master, I can't give you a hint. If I told you what you were guessing, wouldn't the difficulty be too low?" Shen Xu frowned upon hearing this. Simply presenting a riddle without revealing the answer is essentially a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for the person. However, considering the composition of the Qingxing society, it is normal that one would be subject to such strict screening if one wanted to enter Wanjiang Tower and make contact with members of the Qingxing society without being invited by them. After thinking carefully, Shen Xu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Gentlemen, should I tell you the answer to this riddle quietly, or should I reveal it to everyone?" Another man cupped his hands and said, "Young master, please speak up. We have only prepared 6 riddles in total, and it is on a first-come, first-served basis. Whoever guesses them first can enter Wanjiang Tower. Once they are all guessed, even if the remaining people still want to enter Wanjiang Tower, we can only apologize." Shen Xu suddenly realized that this made sense. If everyone who guesses the riddle can enter Wanjiang Tower, even if only a small number of people can guess the riddle, the sheer number of people who can't will still be enough. If too many outsiders are allowed into the building, the security issues alone would be a major headache for the Qingxing society. By limiting the number of riddles to 6, everything is now under control. Thinking of this, Shen Xu said loudly, "Gentlemen, your riddles are, a table. It has a face but no mouth, feet but no hands, and it can eat rice and drink wine. My answer is, a table." "Table?" The onlookers were somewhat bewildered. However, after careful consideration, these onlookers began to applaud and cheer. "Isn't that a table? These kinds of riddles are the kind that when you have no clue what to do, no matter how you try to guess, it feels like you're way off track. However, once you hear the answer, you'll instantly understand and wonder how the riddle could be so simple." "Young master, you guessed correctly. The answer is the table. Please come in, young master. If you have any servants with you, you may bring only one servant with you. Also, I must remind you that everyone in this building is a distinguished person. Each of you is accompanied by a guard, so please be careful not to do anything that might cause a misunderstanding. Otherwise, those guards of distinguished people are not easy to talk to." 2 men stepped aside to open the gate to Wanjiang Tower, and one of them smiled and gave a few words of advice. Shen Xu nodded and led Songxi through the gate. The lobby on the first floor of Wanjiang Tower is quite spacious, and it is not visible from the outside at all. It has 4 floors in total, with an interior atrium structure that allows the lobby on the first floor to directly see the roof beams of the 4th floor. There are staircases on both the left and right sides leading upstairs, and the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors are all U-shaped private rooms. However, the entire Wanjiang Tower has been booked out, so all the private rooms on the 3 upper floors are wide open, and it seems that people are chatting in each of them. The lobby on the first floor naturally had the most people. At least several dozen people were standing in the lobby, huddled together in 2s and 3s, some chatting, others appreciating poetry. There are tables in the lobby specifically for serving tea and snacks, which people in the building can use freely. It vaguely resembles the beginnings of a buffet-style cocktail party. In the corners of the lobby, and at the best vantage points on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, guards can be clearly seen on guard. As soon as Shen Xu and Songxi walked in, they immediately noticed that countless guards were subtly scanning them with their eyes. Chapter 193. Throughout history, many have relied on their father's connections. Chapter 193. Throughout history, many people have relied on their father's connections. The guards in the building were indeed extremely vigilant. However, Shen Xu and Song Si had no ill intentions, so they simply ignored these surveillance-like gazes. Apart from the guards, there were quite a few people inside Wanjiang Tower, but it was clear that most of them knew each other. Shen Xu and Song Si walked around the lobby. Although many people noticed them, no one took the initiative to speak to them. The people were talking amongst themselves about the birthday celebration of Prince Chang'e tomorrow night. It sounds like the reason for today's poetry exchange within the Qingxing Society is actually for the birthday celebration of Prince Chang'e tomorrow night. The Qingxing Society plans to select the best poem or lyric internally and present it to Prince Chang'e. Far beyond Qinghu to buy wine, I recite poems atop Wanjiang Tower. Swallows alight in pairs. In my youth, I missed my chance to meet under the flowers, our joyful moments ended in separation. Tonight, the spring waters flow by the river, where are the banners of Lanxiao Bridge? I want to speak my feelings, but I hesitate. The east wind is gentle and languid, I hesitate to descend. A young scholar standing in the center of the hall suddenly spoke up in a loud voice. The young scholar was dressed in fine silks and satins, and the folding fan in his hand was obviously very valuable. The lifelike flower and bird painting on the unfolded fan was definitely the work of a master. As soon as the young scholar recited the poem, cheers and compliments immediately rose from the surrounding crowd. Excellent! Brother Ji Chang's poem is profound in its imagery and exquisite in its language. It should be the best poem of the day. Indeed, indeed! Brother Ji Chang truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 talent in Dongshan Prefecture. His skills are truly extraordinary. It seems that Brother Ji Chang will definitely shine at tomorrow night's birthday banquet. If he catches the eye of the Prince of Chang'e, with Brother Ji Chang's status, his future is limitless. Hearing these compliments, the young scholar smiled with a touch of pride, clearly very satisfied with his poem. However, a beautiful woman standing with the young scholar frowned and shook her head, saying, No, Chang'e County produced a lyricist named Lu Yong before. Have you all forgotten his poem? My clothes grow looser, yet I have no regrets. For her sake, I grow thin and pale. Just that one line alone has already left all of our poems far behind. That poem was written by Lu Yong for a courtesan. If you can't write a better one, why should you present it to Prince Chang'e for his birthday? Do you want Prince Chang'e to misunderstand that he's not even as good as a courtesan? In short, if you can't write a better poem than Lu Yong's, you absolutely cannot present it for his birthday. Perhaps you should all think about writing at least a passable poem. With your abilities, I doubt you could ever write a better version of Lu Yong's poem. Continuing to compete on lyrics is completely pointless. Besides, haven't you found Lu Yong yet? Is it really that difficult to invite him to join the Qingxing Society? This beautiful woman looks like she's in charge of the Qingxing Society. As soon as she spoke, those who had been flattering the young scholar immediately fell silent. The young scholar's face stiffened slightly, as if he felt he had lost face, and he said awkwardly, Shinran, the birthday banquet is tomorrow night, that's enough. We just need to do our best. Prince Chang'e is usually very kind and won't say anything. The beautiful woman, known as Shinran, immediately glared and said, Sure Ji Chang. I didn't form the Qingxing Society to do my best. I didn't let those so-called talented men join to give them a place to flatter each other. I wanted to recommend talents for our great show. Tomorrow's birthday banquet for Prince Chang'e is a rare opportunity for the Qingxing Society to shine. We absolutely must produce a passable poem. Forget about lyrics. You're no match for Lu Yong. We must find a way to get Lu Yong into the Qingxing Society. Shi Jichang was somewhat annoyed when the woman reprimanded him in public again. But he couldn't afford to offend the woman, so he had to find other outlets to vent his frustration and depression. After looking around the lobby, Shi Jichang's gaze naturally fell on Shen Xu and Song Si. The reason is simple. He doesn't know Shen Xu and Song Si, which means that the two are not members of the Qingxing Society. Those who are not members of the Qingxing Society and can appear in Wanjiang Tower today can only be those who have gained entry by correctly solving riddles. This means that the other party has no status or background, making them the perfect target for picking fights and venting anger. What's more, the woman among the two was outstanding in appearance and had a cool and aloof temperament, which just happened to tickle Shi Jichang's sore spot. Without any hesitation, Shi Jichang walked directly in front of Shen Xu and Song Si. Looking at Song Si's position, which was half a body behind, a frivolous smile appeared on his face. He said, "Brother, my name is Shi Jichang, and the prefect of Changle County is my father." Shen Xu raised his eyebrows, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, young Master Shi. Is there something you need?" Shi Jichang didn't return the greeting, but looked at Song Si with shining eyes and said, "It's nothing serious. This young lady is your maid, right? I wonder if you would be willing to part with her? You can buy her with silver, or you can exchange her with one of my other maids. It's all up to you. If you're willing to do me a favor, I can also introduce you to our Qingxing society." Shen Xu didn't react immediately, but he could sense that Song Si behind him suddenly exuded a murderous aura. After a moment of stunned silence, Shen Xu finally understood what the young master in front of him meant. Is this some kind of blatant human trafficking? Shi Jichang, however, did not think there was anything wrong with his behavior. Maids and servants are the property of the master's household, and the master naturally has the right to dispose of them at will. Not to mention maids and servants, even concubines, as long as they are not the principal wife, can be bought, sold, or given away at will. Shi Jichang originally just wanted to find something to vent his frustration, but after looking at Song Si carefully, he was really moved. This aloof and icy beauty was so captivating that he couldn't tear himself away. "First of all, she is not my maid. Secondly, if you like buying people, you can go back and buy your mother. Finally, is the Green Walk Society so great? You want to recommend me to join the Green Walk Society? Do you think I care? If joining the Green Walk Society means associating with people like you, that would be the greatest humiliation for me." Shen Xu didn't give Shi Jichang any face at all and directly retorted, "So what if he's the son of the governor of Changle County?" Even if Shi Jichang's father is Li Gang, he directly provoked Song Si right off the bat. As his brother-in-law, Shen Xu has to stand up for his sister-in-law and help her get revenge, right? "You are vulgar. I only want to buy your maid. And you use such foul language. You are a disgrace to scholars like us." Shi Jichang's face immediately turned red as he rebuked him. "A scholar? TSK, if all scholars look like you, then I dare not call myself a scholar. I can't afford to lose face like that." As Shen Xu spoke, he directly took Song Si's hand and walked towards the outside of Wanjiang Tower. Chapter 194 I'm not very good at writing poetry. Chapter 194 I'm not very good at writing poetry. Although I came here to establish a relationship with the Qingxing Society, since they publicly insulted my sister-in-law, there's obviously no need to continue pretending. Just as Shen Xu was holding Song Si's hand and about to reach the main entrance of Wanjiang Tower, he was suddenly stopped by two men who looked like guards. At the same time, the beautiful woman who had been called Xinran earlier walked over with a slightly unpleasant expression. "My name is Ning Xinran, and I founded the Qingxing Society. If Shi Jichang's words and actions just now offended you, then I apologize on his behalf. But the matter between you and Shi Jichang should not involve the Qingxing Society. To recommend you to join the Qingxing Society is an insult to you? That's going too far." Shen Xu noticed that Song Si intended to draw her sword, so he quickly patted her hand gently to comfort her. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Ning Xinran. Since this beautiful woman claims to be the founder of the Qingxing Society, she must be the daughter of the governor of Dongshan Prefecture. "The person involved with the Qingxing Society is not me, but that young master Shi Jichang. He thinks that recommending me to join the Qingxing Society could be an attractive condition, but obviously, I have a different opinion from him. Furthermore, Miss Ning, you are also a woman. Do you condone the attitude of that young master Shi Jichang, who buys and sells women at will? Or do you believe that women should be treated with such contempt?" Shen Xu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Ning Xinran was momentarily speechless, and said in a deep voice, "Of course, women should not be treated lightly, but that's just how the world is. Shi Jichang's behavior is not much wrong, but on the contrary, Young master seems to be too aggressive. Ning Xiran's words sounded somewhat forced. As a woman, she certainly couldn't stand the practice of many people treating women like commodities to be bought and sold. However, that's how the world is. Unless a woman comes from a distinguished family like hers, she almost never has any status. Therefore, Ning Xiran actually quite admired Shen Xu's actions in protecting Song Si. But she was, after all, the founder of the Qingxing Society, and she couldn't ignore Shen Xu's disdainful attitude towards it. Shen Xu chuckled at Ning Xiran's persistence and said, "You have your opinion and I have mine. You think this young master's actions are normal, but I think he offended my companion. So what should we do? Let's draw a line. How do you want to deal with this? I'll take it either way." Ning Xiran gritted her teeth and said, "Our Qingxing Society is here today to make friends through poetry, so naturally we would never do anything to bully others. Since you look down on our Qingxing Society, why don't you compose a poem and let us see your abilities? Although there are few lyrics today, there are quite a few poems. If your poem is worse than all of our Qingxing Society's poems, then I will admit that you are right, and not letting you join the Qingxing Society would be an insult to you." Shen Xu thought for a moment, and then said, "I'm not very good at writing poetry, but I once found an ancient book that recorded many poems. I'll just pick one from it and give it to you. If any of you can write a better poem than this, I will apologize to you publicly. But if no one has that ability, then your Qingxing Society will truly only earn the reputation of being all show and no substance. Listen carefully, this poem goes like this. I see no ancient sages before me, nor any to come after. Contemplating the vastness of heaven and earth, I am overwhelmed with sorrow and tears stream down my face." The moment the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone who heard the poem froze in place as if under a spell, their faces filled with shock. Shen Xu smiled, ignored everyone, took Song Si's hand, and walked back towards the gate of Wanjiang Tower. This time, the two guards did not continue to block them. Instead, they stepped aside and made way for the entrance to Wanjiang Tower. Just as Shen Xu was about to lead Song Si out the door, Ning Xiran finally snapped out of her daze and immediately shouted anxiously, "Who wrote this poem?" "Chen Xiang." With the echo of a reply lingering in their voices, Shen Xu and Song Si walked out of the gate of Wanjiang Tower. Ning Xiran recited the entire poem several times before suddenly turning to another woman beside her and asking, "Wani, have you heard this poem before?" "Never heard of it." "You've never heard of it before, which means this poem is truly appearing for the first time. Do you think the ancient book that person mentioned is real or just a made-up excuse?" "I think it's an excuse. Once such a poem appears, it will inevitably spread to every corner of the three kingdoms in a very short time. The claim that it's from an ancient book is unreliable. Besides, I've never heard of the name Chen Xiang before. If it were truly from an ancient book, Chen Xiang would have been a very famous poet in the past. How could he have no poems that have been passed down to this day?" "That's what I think too." Ning Xiran nodded slowly and continued in a deep voice. "I'm afraid Chen Xiang is that guy himself. Or maybe he just made up a name. The poem should also be his work, but it seems he doesn't like empty fame, so he just used an ancient book as an excuse. This guy is really quite carefree." Anyone else with such poetic talent would have been eager to show off, not act like this, trying to avoid it at all costs. From this perspective, he was right. Shi Jichang's recommendation of him to join our Qingxing Society was indeed a humiliation for him. The woman, known as Wani, spoke up. "In any case, this poem is absolutely superb. Perhaps we could present it to Prince Chengel at the birthday banquet tomorrow night as a birthday gift?" Ning Xiran hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, this poem is too melancholic and sad. It's not suitable to give to Prince Chamle. Besides, it was written by Chen Xiang, not by anyone from our Qingxing Society. To rashly present someone else's poem to Prince Chamle would be utterly disgraceful for our Qingxing Society. However, this poem is of such high quality that it will be celebrated for centuries, so we can present it for appreciation at tomorrow's birthday banquet. I believe His Highness will find it interesting." The woman called Wani couldn't help but smile bitterly. First there was Lu Yong's I grow thinner and thinner for her sake, which made it impossible for us to continue writing lyrics. Now there's Chen Xiang, who is unparalleled in his time, making it impossible for us to continue writing poetry. Is Chamla County too full of hidden talents? How can we so easily encounter such poets and lyricists? Ning Xinran sighed. Who knows? I'll ask around at the prince's birthday banquet tomorrow. A poet like this shouldn't remain unknown. Chapter 195 Problems of Society as a Whole. Chapter 195 The Problem of the Whole Society. Do you really think that women shouldn't be subservient to men, bought and sold at will, or are you standing on my side without hesitation because of my sister? As they walked out of the Wangjiang Tower, Song Si still let Shen Xu hold her hand and didn't pull it back. She just asked a slightly awkward question. Shen Xu was taken aback, looked at Song Si with a puzzled expression, and asked strangely, why should women be subservient to men? Men and women are inherently equal, but due to differences in physiological structure, they have different social roles. What does this have to do with your sister? Song Si's eyes flickered, and she pondered. But almost everyone believes that a woman's only role is to carry on the family line. Women are not qualified to inherit the family business, and once they get married, they even have to change their surname to their husband's surname, and can no longer have their own original surname. Only men were considered members of the family. Women were considered outsiders. Before marriage, parents had absolute control over their daughters. In poorer families, countless daughters were drowned to support their sons. The buying and selling of daughters was even more rampant. After marriage, the husband's family had absolute control over the woman. It was common practice among the powerful and wealthy to exchange maids and concubines, even considering it a refined pastime. The poor and destitute often pawned their wives to supplement their income. In their eyes, women were merely commodities. Shen Xu thought for a moment, then shrugged and said, This is a problem of the whole society, and it is also caused by the production structure. To change this situation, we must launch a bottom-up social transformation. Of course, it will be very difficult to do this, but I believe it is definitely possible. Why is women's social status so low, completely mismatched with men's? Because in today's world, men possess overwhelmingly superior productive forces. In rural areas, farming, water disputes, and neighborhood conflicts all require men to intervene. Men are inherently much stronger than women. The Three Kingdoms period was marked by constant warfare, and the army consisted primarily of men, with only a few able-bodied women conscripted for tasks like laundry and cooking. The physiological differences between men and women meant that, from a general perspective, there was a fundamental gap in productivity between them. Unless social productivity is reshaped, production methods continue to advance, and the means of production are no longer primarily controlled by men, and even women can achieve productivity levels comparable to men under the new production methods. The problem cannot be fundamentally solved. Song Si tilted her head and hesitated, saying, I don't understand what you're saying, but I can roughly understand what you're trying to say. Actually, my sister and I are very lucky. From childhood to adulthood, the people in the village have always taken good care of us. And compared to the outside world, although men are still in charge in the village, at least the women have a voice. Since everyone is a martial artist, the tasks they undertake in the village are actually quite similar, like you said, productivity? Is this the right word? When productivity is roughly the same, there won't be a significant difference in status between men and women. But I can see that the villagers respect my sister, and me mainly because they respect our bloodline. You're different from them. My bloodline with my sister means nothing to you, but you still respect my sister. Anyway, thank you. This was the first time Shen Xu had seen Song Si show such a sentimental side. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, saying with a smile, We're all family, why are you thanking me? Besides, I didn't do anything. Song Si shook her head and said, No, you have already done so much for us. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that you agreed to let the children I have with my sister take my sister's surname is something that no one else could do. Shen Xu shrugged and said, It's probably just because what each person considers important is different. Song Si asked curiously, Then what do you think is the most important thing? Shen Xu felt that this topic was not suitable for further discussion, so he decisively led Song Si back to the inn. At this moment Yi Wujiu and the blood guards had completed the purchase of everything, and the large and small bags almost filled half of Shen Xu's room. In the past, it would have taken at least several horse-drawn carts to transport so much stuff back to Songjiao village. However, now that Yi Wujiu knows that Shen Xu has the ability to move things in his sleeves, which is an incredible skill for transporting goods, he naturally doesn't mind buying more. There's no need to consider transportation issues. We only need to consider whether the village actually needs it. With ample transport capacity and money, one should naturally buy as much as possible. Seeing that it was almost time, Shen Xu told the blood guards to go back to their rooms to rest, while he threw all the things that Yi Wujiu and the others had bought into the subspace. The entire subspace, measuring 100 cubic meters, was almost half occupied by these things. As for the 500 kilogram gold tails, it only occupied a very small corner. Gold is about twice as dense as silver. 10 tons of silver were compressed and condensed together, forming a volume roughly 1 cubic meter in size. However, if it were gold, 1 cubic meter would weigh a full 19.32 tons. Therefore, a ton of gold would only occupy 1/40th of a cubic meter of space, which would be negligible in the current subspace. Let's go, Qiu Anqing is treating us to dinner, let's not be late. Since Baofenglong is the largest money exchange in Nanliang, it must have very deep connections. It wouldn't be a bad thing for us to have a good relationship with Baofenglong. Although we are certain to rebel, our primary target when we first raise the banner will be the northern Zhou, which is our main contradiction at present. Therefore, maintaining contact with the southern Liang will not pose any problem. After packing their things, Shen Xu led Song Si and Yi Wujiu away from the inn while talking. The other blood guards don't need to be brought along. If he's not available in the future, Yi Wujiu will definitely handle the transaction with Qiu Anqing on his behalf. Therefore, it is enough to let Yi Wujiu and Qiu Anqing become familiar with each other. Chapter 196 Actions speak louder than words. Chapter 196 Actions speak louder than words. The hour of the rooster refers to the period from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Qiu Anqing arranged for the banquet to begin at 5 p.m., which is clearly 5 p.m. at Gishelin Hall. Generally speaking, unless one is from a wealthy family, most ordinary people in this other world can only afford 2 meals a day. Around 3 a.m. every day, as dawn breaks, the people living at the bottom of society get up and begin a busy day. Around 7 or 8 in the morning, the ordinary people who have been busy for several hours will have a simple meal. This meal is meant to sustain you throughout the day, until around 3 or 4 p.m., when you'll have your second meal. Compared to breakfast, the second meal in the afternoon is often slightly more substantial, but the amount of substantiality is still limited. Many people are content as long as they can fill their stomachs, they don't care what they eat. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have the right to care. After finishing their afternoon meal, the sky gradually darkened, and the people living at the bottom of society began to wash up and go to bed, falling asleep around 7 o'clock in the evening. Ordinary people's lives are so simple, unadorned, and monotonous. They are busy every day just to fill their stomachs, and there is no joy in life or any spiritual pursuit. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. For them, life is a numbing process of endless repetition. Their births were meaningless, and their deaths were unnoticed. In the midst of their mundane lives they hastily pass through the short span of decades, until all those who knew them have passed away, and perhaps no one will even know that they were ever here. All traces will vanish into nothingness. The things you cared about and valued in life will seem like a joke. Everything will become false, and only death will be the only reality. That's terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that they are powerless to defy fate, and can only face it in a sorry state. Walking on the streets of Changlu County, watching the hurried pedestrians around him, Shen Xu was lost in thought. The lives of ordinary people in this other world are undoubtedly very miserable, especially after witnessing firsthand the group of refugees gathered outside Yongping town before coming to the county town, who were buying and selling themselves like commodities just to find a way to survive. That scene deeply moved Shen Xu. But upon closer reflection, do the people at the bottom of his world really live that well? although their material conditions are much better than those of the lower classes in another world. That's because of a revolution in productivity. The three industrial revolutions have completely changed people's lifestyles and living standards. The fundamental improvement in social productivity has fundamentally solved humanity's basic material needs, bringing about unprecedented prosperity in the material realm. In this context, the continuous leap in the total wealth of human society has enabled ordinary people at the bottom to barely live a life free from worries about food and clothing. However, if we set aside these appearances and only observe the core aspects, we will find that for people living at the bottom of society, the hardships and pressures they face have not fundamentally changed. It has to be said that this is a great irony. Noticing Shen Xu's low spirits, Song Si couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" "It's nothing, it's just that sometimes life feels quite meaningless. I once read a story about a rickshaw puller named Xiangzi. He believed until his death that the reason he was unhappy was because he hadn't worked hard enough. But is that really the case?" Shen Xu chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, "Of course, that's life. We always have to find some meaning in our lives so that we don't live without direction. So that saying is actually true. The most important thing in life is to be happy." Song Si nodded as if she understood, and pondered for a moment. "Don't dwell too much on things you can't control. In any case, your sister and I hope you can be happy. Besides, we have even higher goals to achieve. If you feel the people are not living well, then strive to give them a completely new life. All sorts of ideas are less valuable than action. Instead of idle speculation, do something useful." Shen Xu turned to look at Song Si with some surprise and exclaimed, "You've never been very talkative. I thought you weren't good with words, but I underestimated you." Song Si pursed her lips and said, "I don't like to talk not because I can't talk, but because I believe that doing things is more useful than talking. Besides, I only talk to people I'm close to." Shen Xu raised his eyebrows, feeling as if he had gained a completely new understanding of Song Si. In his mind, Song Si was just his sister-in-law in another world, a somewhat symbolic concept. But now, Song Si has become more flesh and blood, truly becoming the person she is. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xu shook off his earlier dejection and nodded vigorously, saying, "You're right. If I feel that the people are not living well, then I should try my best to give them a completely new life. All sorts of ideas are not as good as taking action. Instead of thinking nonsense here, we should do something useful." Chapter 197 New Trouble. Chapter 197 New Trouble arrives at the gate of Guishan Lintang, where Qiu Anqing is already waiting. Upon seeing Qiu Anqing's portly figure, Shen Xu immediately quickened his pace, stepped forward, patted Qiu Anqing on the shoulder, and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. The daytime whistleblower had just closed a big deal, and their relationship had become increasingly intimate, so there was no need for any of that empty sweet talk. So after a brief chat, I went upstairs to the private room. Compared to the somewhat deserted atmosphere when he first came, Shen Xu found that Guishan Lintang was doing quite well in the evenings. Despite the exorbitant prices, for ordinary people, even a year's worth of savings wouldn't be enough to afford a simple meal at Guishan Lintang. There are indeed too many wealthy people in Chanle County. The rich own vast fields, while the poor have nowhere to stand. The rich amass fortunes, while the poor eat coarse food. The Pareto principle in economics clearly does not apply here, even though many economists believe that when 20% of the population controls 80% of the wealth, the gap between the rich and the poor in society has reached a certain limit. If exploitation and wealth skewing continue, then the whole society will be thrown into chaos. However, in this other world, although Shen Xu had not conducted any statistics or research, he could judge from the scenes he saw that, let alone the 20-80 rule, the wealth distribution in this other world was probably far from even reaching the 10-90 ratio. They are likely the very top 1% who control 99% of the wealth. This has resulted in an astonishingly large gap between the rich and poor. Since arriving in Chanle County, I have been busy with the opening of the Baofenglong branch, so much so that I have not yet set foot in many famous places in Chanle County. For example, Guishan Lintang. Although I have always heard people say that it is the best restaurant in Chanle County, I have never been here before. Today, I am fortunate to be here thanks to Brother Lu. Once inside the private room, Qiu Anqing led Shen Xu to the seat of honor, and then spoke with a smile. Shen Xu casually said, I've only been here once before, but after having a meal here, I found it too expensive, so I never dared to come back. If it weren't for Brother Qiu treating us today, I would never have chosen this place. Upon hearing this, Qiu Anqing said, somewhat speechless, Brother Lu, someone like you who can casually take out hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, even if Guishan Lintang is expensive, it shouldn't make you feel the pinch, right? Shen Xu shook his head and said, My money is all used for legitimate purposes. Places like Guishan Lintang, where a simple meal can cost hundreds of taels of silver, are really unnecessary for me. Qiu Anqing shrugged and said, Alright, then if you want to eat at Guishan Lintang in the future, just invite me. You take care of the food and drinks, and I'll pay the bill. That's great, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. You've solved a huge problem for me. If you're still being polite with me, you're being too formal. As the two were talking, the food and drinks began to be served one after another. Qiu Anqing didn't seem to have any martial arts skills, but he had an excellent capacity for alcohol. Furthermore, he took meticulous care of everyone at the dinner table, and even Song Si, who was clearly unwilling to speak, was not neglected by Qiu Anqing. Taking advantage of the opportunity to briefly discuss the customs and culture of Nanliang, Song Si's interest in the topic was successfully piqued. Although Song Si didn't respond, her bright, expressive eyes were enough to prove that she was willing to participate in such topics. Qiu Anqing was knowledgeable and witty. He could discuss any topic related to the Zhou, Liang, and Wei dynasties and offer his own opinions and perspectives. Not to mention Song Si and Yu Wujiu were interested, even Shen Xu, who considered himself to have been bombarded with information from another world, listened with great interest to what Qiu Anqing was saying. It's mainly a bombardment of information from another world, with absolutely no content related to that other world. The only way to gain a more detailed and specific understanding of this other world is to listen to the stories told by its native inhabitants. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, under Qiu Anqing's guidance, the meal for only 4 people was anything but dull. Shen Xu gained a lot from this process and had a clearer understanding of the analogies between the situations in the 3 kingdoms. Simply put, the northern Zhou dynasty had the strongest military among the 3 kingdoms. Relying on the fierce folk customs of the north and the relatively rich land, the northern Zhou dynasty supported the largest army in the 3 kingdoms period. However, it was precisely because the army was so large that the people suffered, and the economic situation of the northern Zhou dynasty was relatively bad. The southern Liang dynasty had the best economy among the 3 kingdoms, and the living conditions of the people in the southern Liang were significantly better than those in the northern Zhou dynasty. The army's strength was mediocre, lacking cavalry capable of confronting the northern Zhou. However, thanks to the strong economic power of southern Liang, the infantry had a far greater advantage in weaponry and equipment than northern Zhou. As for the state of Wei, it was undoubtedly the weakest of the 3 kingdoms. The northwestern lands they occupied were barren and harsh, with a fragile economy and no military strength to speak of. If it weren't for the presence of a Grand Master-level expert within the country, and the fact that southern Liang needed to unite with Wei to resist the military threat from northern Zhou, Wei would probably have been destroyed long ago. It was precisely because the states of Liang and Wei supported each other, and were located on the southwest sides of the state of Zhou, that the state of Zhou would have to face the predicament of fighting on 2 fronts if it launched an offensive. This fragile balance among the 3 states was able to be maintained. Furthermore, because the Zhou state maintained a massive army, it placed an excessively heavy burden on the people's livelihood. Seeing no hope of unifying the 3 kingdoms in the short term, they could only negotiate a cessation of hostilities and a period of rest and recuperation. Otherwise, if the high-pressure rule continues domestically, the taut string will eventually snap. Brother Lu, I've had quite a bit to drink today, and I'm a little out of control. Please forgive me. There's something that's been bothering me lately, but I haven't been able to find a suitable solution. You're a resourceful person. I wonder if you could help me think of a solution? After toasting Shen Xu with another glass of wine, Qiu Anqing let out a burp and began to speak. Shen Xu raised an eyebrow and said, "What is it? Please speak freely. We are partners now, so if I can help you, I certainly will." Qiu Anqing sighed and said helplessly, "It's about dealing with the stockpiled goods. In addition to our money exchange business, Baofenlong also runs a pawnshop business. Although the pawnshop business is profitable, it accumulates a large number of unredeemed items." Chapter 198 The Blind Box Game, Part 1. Chapter 198 Blind Box Gameplay, Part 1. Of course, the cost of accepting those forfeited items is negligible. Baofenlong's branches in various places provide absolute convenience for pawnshop business. People who want to pawn items will basically choose to come to Baofenlong to pawn their items as long as there is a Baofenlong branch in their area. Even if the prices offered by other pawnshops are the same, or even lower, people are still willing to come to Baofenlong to pawn their goods because of our reputation. The majority of a pawnshop's profits actually come from buying low and selling high, making a profit from the price difference. Those who come to pawn items are usually in urgent need of money, and the vast majority of them will never be able to redeem their pawned items. The small amount of interest earned from short-term pawning and the storage fees are barely enough to cover the daily expenses of the pawnshop. The majority of the profits always come from reselling the forfeited items. But this raises another issue. If it were an ordinary pawnshop, it would be easy to handle, as there are only so many unredeemed items. However, Baofenlong has far too many branches, and the number of unredeemed items it receives is simply too great. Selling unredeemed pawned items is often a matter of luck. Only people who genuinely love those items are willing to pay a high price for them, which means we collect far more unredeemed items than we sell. The ever-growing pile of unredeemed items is becoming a major worry for me," Qiu Anqing said with a worried expression. Shen Xu asked, "So you mean the clearance period is too long, and it's impossible to quickly convert those accumulated forfeited items into cash, right?" Qiu Anqing was stunned for a moment, then after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly clapped his hands hard and exclaimed excitedly, "The oxidation cycle? This term is brilliant! Although I've never heard it before, I can understand its meaning just from the words." "That's right. The turnover rate is too long. We're stuck with those unclaimed assets. We know their value, but we can't quickly convert that value into cash, which is causing us a lot of trouble." Shen Xu thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "The reason why the pawned items are piling up is because you always think about selling those things to people who need them. In your view, only people who need them will be willing to spend money commensurate with their value to buy them, right? In that case, why not try a different approach? Find a way to sell the items to people who don't need them at all. If enough people buy them, the surplus pawned items will naturally be cleared out quickly, and the final total transaction price won't be much different from the actual appraised value, and might even be higher." Qiu Anqing thought he had misheard and repeated with a puzzled look, "Sell things to people who don't need them at all. How do you sell them? If they don't need them, why buy them?" Shen Xu raised his glass and clinked it with Qiu Anqing's, explaining, "Your Baofenlong doesn't accept just anything, right? Anything that your Baofenlong takes a liking to and is willing to pawn must have a certain value, which actually represents a threshold for purchasing. The very existence of the threshold keeps ordinary people out, meaning that the pawned items you possess will never be related to so-called necessities of life. By necessities of life, I mean basic necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt, which everyone must buy. Therefore, your forfeited items cannot be necessities. Those who are willing to buy, or can afford, your forfeited items obviously cannot be people who cannot survive without them. They are buying them simply out of hobby." At this point, Shen Xu downed his drink in one gulp and continued, "With this understanding as a basic premise, finding a way to sell things to people who don't need them at all isn't difficult. Because your target customers are a group of people who have money and leisure time. My idea is this: Baofenlong should compile a list of all the forfeited pawned items, including the quantity and approximate total valuation. For example, if there are 10,000 forfeited items with a total valuation of 1 million taels of silver, then on average, each forfeited item would be valued at around 100 taels of silver. Of course, the value of different pawned items varies considerably. Some pawned items will certainly be worth far more than 100 taels of silver, while others will be worth far less. But that doesn't matter, as long as the total value meets your expectations. Qiu Anqing looked at Shen Xu with a blank expression, not quite understanding what Shen Xu was trying to say. Shen Xu ignored Qiu Anqing's expression and continued. Pack all the forfeited items individually and price them at the average price or a slightly higher price, so that no one knows what they will be buying before they purchase them. Everyone has a gambling instinct. Since those forfeited items aren't necessities, and those who buy them are wealthy and have plenty of free time, let's imbue them with some entertainment value, allowing them to offer a degree of gambling-like enjoyment. Someone bought a package for 100 taels of silver, only to find its contents were worth 1,000 taels. This gave him a strong sense of euphoria, similar to winning a gamble. Even if he didn't like or need the item worth 1,000 taels, it didn't matter at all. Someone might spend 100 taels of silver to buy a package, only to find its contents were worth only 10 taels. That's no big deal. It's just a loss. Who can guarantee a win in gambling? Real gambling can wipe you out, but this kind of betting at least has a safety net. In the early stages, as long as you include slightly more items than the package's price in the parcel, those who win the bet will naturally promote it for you, letting more people know about this strategy. More and more people will be willing to try it, and your accumulated inventory will quickly decrease. Qiu Anqing stared blankly at Shen Xu, his mouth slightly agape. In his mind, Qiu Anqing kept repeating and organizing Shen Xu's words. After quickly understanding what Shen Xu wanted to express, Qiu Anqing's blank expression was immediately replaced by excitement. He stood up abruptly, his body trembling slightly, and even the words he spoke began to tremble. Brother Lu! No, please! Could you tell me in detail what this method of selling goods is called? Well, I call it opening blind boxes. Chapter 199 The Blind Box Game, Part 2. Chapter 199 The Blind Box Game, Part 2. Opening a blind box is a great name. This way of doing business is just like letting a blind person open a box. Only after opening the box can you know what's inside. Before opening the box, the person who bought it will always be in a state of anticipation, and will be anxiously wondering what's inside. As Qiu Anqing spoke, he paced back and forth quickly in the private room with his hands behind his back. Clearly, Qiu Anqing was very excited about the idea that Shen Xu had mentioned. Although it has not yet been implemented, and many details of how to achieve them are still unclear. But after simply sketching out a corresponding image in his mind, Qiu Anqing was absolutely certain that this idea would be a great success. Because Qiu Anqing himself could already sense just how exaggerated the allure of this so-called blind box would be once it was released. What a genius! Brother Lu, you are truly a business prodigy. You are right, everyone has a gambling instinct. It's just that some people have a very strong gambling instinct, and are even willing to go bankrupt for gambling. Others have a weaker gambling instinct, and are only willing to gamble casually as long as it doesn't affect their own lives. Whether you're a heavy gambler or a light gambler, opening blind boxes is an acceptable method for both. Once it becomes a trend, opening blind boxes will become a phenomenon. At that point, we at Baofenglong will never have too many unclaimed items. At this point, Qiu Anqing's eyes turned red with excitement. I don't know if it was because I was too excited or because of the alcohol. In short, his bulky body stopped pacing back and forth, and he nimbly darted in front of Shen Xu, reaching out to firmly grasp Shen Xu's hand. He said gruffly, Brother Lu, could you please write a report? There are still many things I don't understand about this blind box thing. How exactly should it be implemented? What are the key points to pay attention to during the promotion process? What are the possible oversights? How should we prepare in the early stages? And how do we let people know about this game? I have absolutely no clue about any of these things right now. You really have to help me. A memorial? Shen Xu was immediately jolted awake. The so-called memorial was actually a relatively formal document to describe a matter in detail by breaking it down into separate items. If the decision is made to implement it, then by making arrangements step by step according to the provisions, the matter can be carried out smoothly. It's somewhat similar to a PowerPoint presentation or an implementation plan. The problem is that writing this takes so much time. Even if he could return to his own world, wouldn't it be troublesome to simply search for relevant content online, modify it to suit the other world, and then copy it down one by one? I've already done enough by offering suggestions on how to resolve the backlog of unredeemed pawned items. You actually want me to write a detailed proposal? This is absolutely outrageous. Shen Xu instinctively wanted to refuse outright. Anyway, blind boxes are actually not that complicated. Even though Qiu Anqing still doesn't understand many details, Shen Xu believes that with Baofinglong's ability to become the largest money shop in Nanliang, it's not like they can't handle this problem, as long as they gather more people and have a few brainstorming sessions. Before Shen Xu could speak, Qiu Anqing continued. Of course, Brother Lu, I know it's really unreasonable to ask you for such a big favor without any real help. So, how about I consider this blind box business as your contribution to the blind box idea? If you, Brother Lu, write down your proposal and it proves feasible to proceed based on its contents, then I will not share the net profit with you in the sale of these blind boxes. Instead, I will give you 20% of the sales revenue as your share. In other words, if the blind boxes can sell for 1 million taels of silver, then 200,000 taels of that will be your reward, Brother Lu. The more you sell, the more you'll be rewarded, and this is definitely not a one-off deal. It will be a continuous stream of income. Huh? Shen Xu's words of refusal caught in his throat. Meeting Qiu Anqing's expectant gaze, Shen Xu said sincerely, Brother Qiu, you're too kind. We're friends, and it's only right for friends to help each other. It has nothing to do with money, it's just that I'm naturally a warm-hearted person. I can't bear to see others suffer. So I'm determined to help you with this. It's just a memorial, right? I'll try my best to write it for you by tomorrow. I guarantee I'll give it to you before I go to the Prince of Changli's birthday banquet tonight. Upon hearing Shen Xu's agreement, Qiu Anqing was overjoyed and said, Then I'll leave everything to Brother Lu. The sooner this matter begins, the better. We at Baofinglong have far too many unredeemed items piling up. Even though the cost of acquiring them is very low, the sheer volume of unredeemed items still has a significant impact on our cash circulation. As for the money exchange business, Brother Lu should understand that cash reserves are crucial for us. If these reserves are insufficient, a bank run would have unimaginable consequences. Unfortunately, the pawnshop business is just too profitable. Let alone giving it up, no one would be willing to even temporarily halt it. Shen Xu chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll start writing it when I get back tonight, and I guarantee I'll get it to you tomorrow. But don't pay me the 20% in silver, just exchange it for the equivalent in gold. I don't lack silver, but I'm open to gold. Qiu Anqing immediately agreed. No problem. Actually, although gold is more valuable, in my opinion, it's far less useful than silver. Mainly because it's almost impossible to use gold in daily transactions. Apart from making precious jewelry, the only use of gold is as ballast. That's because you haven't developed cutting-edge technology yet. Otherwise, gold's irreplaceable application in advanced fields would greatly stabilize its value. Shen Xu thought to himself, but changed the subject and asked, By the way, I'm a little curious, when you collect those forfeited items, what percentage of their actual value do you actually pay? This is clearly a sensitive issue. However, Qiu Anqing hesitated only slightly before answering quite frankly. The purchase price varies for different items. Items that are easier to sell will generally be purchased at around 50% of their original price. Items that are relatively difficult to sell will be purchased at most 20% to 30% of their original price. So Brother Lu, you can rest assured that the promised 20% profit will absolutely not be discounted. Even after adding the cost of the acquired goods and deducting your share, Baofinglong can still guarantee a profit of around 50%. As long as we can significantly shorten the sales cycle, it will definitely be very worthwhile. Chapter 200 I really will thank you. Chapter 200 I really will thank you. After discussing some details with Qiu Anqing, Shen Xu gained a more intuitive understanding of the unredeemed items that Baofinglong had accumulated. Seeing Qiu Anqing's impatient look, Shen Xu very tactfully asked to end the banquet there. Then, urged by Qiu Anqing, he left Gishenlin Hall with Yi Wujiu and Song Si. It's clear that Qiu Anqing is really anxious. Baofenglong has an enormous backlog of unredeemed pawned goods. As the reserves accumulated, they did indeed put considerable pressure on Pafunglung's cash reserves. Although there won't be any problems now, people always have worries in the future. If the unclaimed pawned goods are allowed to accumulate like this, they will cause a big mess sooner or later. Therefore, Qiu Anqing must come up with a solution as soon as possible and take precautions to ensure that Baofenglong continues to operate smoothly. No matter how large the ship or how smoothly it sails, it must still avoid the hidden reefs beneath the surface. If you become complacent with the apparent calm and tranquility, who knows when you might face the fate of shipwreck and loss of life. Qiu Anqing left in a horse-drawn carriage. There were dedicated guards responsible for protecting Qiu Anqing's safety, but during the evening banquet, Qiu Anqing's guards did not enter the Gishenlin Hall. He simply waited outside Gishenlin Hall in his carriage, which was actually a sign of Qiu Anqing's sincerity. I have a question. Qiu Anqing promised to give me 20% of the profits as a share of my idea. How do we sign the contract? Qiu Anqing is from southern Liang, but we don't have household registration, right? So if we sign the contract at the government office in Chanle County, the government office won't act as a guarantor, will it? On the way back to the inn, Shen Xu asked. Yu Wujiu asked in confusion. Why do we need to sign a contract? If we sign a contract and register it with the government, we will have to pay a deed tax to the government. Besides, the government of Northern Zhou has no jurisdiction over the people of Southern Liang. Shen Xu asked in surprise. No contract? How can we ensure that Qiu Anqing will obediently give me his 20% share? Is it purely based on a verbal agreement? Doesn't that mean he can easily go back on his word? Yu Wujiu's face showed an even more surprised expression than Shen Xu's. He said in astonishment. Young master, Baofenglong is the largest money shop in Nanliang. Qiu Anqing is the young master of Baofenglong. As a big merchant of this level, his words are always as good as nails. Let alone Baofenglong, any merchant who has been in business for over 10 years can be absolutely trusted with their promises. Especially those long-established brands, they value their reputation more than their own lives, so you can rest assured, sir, there won't be any problems. The promises of wealthy merchants are far more trustworthy than so-called contracts. Contracts signed with the government, though guaranteed by the government, can easily be bribed and altered at will, making the promises of merchants far more reliable. Shen Xu did not expect Yu Wujiu to give such an explanation. However, upon closer examination, I roughly understood why this situation occurred. Mainly due to the limitations of the level of development of the times, in order to have enough convenience in the business process, it is necessary to establish a strong reputation. Small vendors don't care. The amount of money involved in their daily business transactions is very small, so they don't need to rely on their reputation for backing. However, for large businessmen, many transactions cannot be completed through contracts. In such cases, having a trustworthy reputation becomes a very important factor. Therefore, since Qiu Anqing said he would give 20% of the sales revenue as a share, Yu Wujiu and Song Si believed that Qiu Anqing would not play any tricks on this matter. The reason is simple. Baofenglong's reputation is far more valuable than the so-called 20% of sales revenue. They quickly returned to the inn, and Yu Wujiu and Song Si went to their respective rooms. To ensure Shen Xu's safety, Yu Wujiu and Song Si stayed in the rooms on either side of Shen Xu, so that they could protect him immediately in case of any unusual activity. As for the blood guards, they didn't have the privilege of single rooms. They lived in shared dormitories. Of course, for the blood guards, even if they were to share a dormitory, the accommodations would still be considered excellent. Now that he had already been somewhat frank with the higher-ups in Songjia village, Shen Xu was no longer worried that his sudden disappearance from the room would startle Yu Wujiu and Song Si, who lived next door. After a quick wash, Shen Xu went straight back to his warehouse. Then I took out my phone and started searching for information related to blind boxes. He needs to redescribe the logic of blind boxes, and how they should be implemented, using vocabulary that Qiu Anqing can understand. For example, blind boxes, with their unpredictable and random gameplay, are highly addictive. For example, regarding the consumption mentality of blind box consumers, the majority actually buy blind boxes, while only a small portion buy the boxes themselves. Including some rare items among the many blind boxes can bring sufficient emotional value to blind box consumers. Therefore, blind boxes have an incredible repurchase rate. While gambling, they also need to have the attribute of collection in order to continuously stimulate consumers and make them pay for their emotional value. Of course, all of this must be built on a foundation. That is, only when one's material life is very affluent can one begin to pursue emotional value on a spiritual level. This means that in the process of promoting the blind box economy in another world, the target consumer group can only be high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and tycoons. If a trend of buying blind boxes can be created among these people, or even a mentality of comparing oneself to others through blind boxes, then the sales of blind boxes will definitely be a great success. Looking at the information he found, Shen Xu recorded all the more organized and comprehensively analyzed content. Then I found the nearest place where I could print, and printed everything out. Returning to the warehouse with the printed papers, Shen Xu completed the time travel process again. He lit candles in the room, found a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began copying. However, after copying for only about 15 minutes, Shen Xu became somewhat impatient. Although the content wasn't particularly extensive, it would probably take him at least 3 or 4 hours to copy it all by himself. Although Qiu Anqing's promised benefits served as bait, the benefits weren't directly presented to him, so their allure was relatively limited. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xu got up and went to the wall, knocking on the wall separating him from Song Si's room. Soon, Song Si's voice rang out from the other side of the wall. "What's wrong? Can I come to my room? I need to talk to you about something."